Chapter 1. So this makes you comfortable. Reincarnated as a poor loser who was mocked by the entire internet for pretending to be wealthy and elite, the hit song producer Nan Zhou said, "First of all, I haven't offended any of you." In the living room of the Nanan Seaview villa, the orange lighting carried an air of ambiguity. A tall and handsome man sat on an elegantly hued sofa, his deep black eyes brimming with hidden undercurrents. His long fingers pinched the chin of the youth straddling him, and his fingertips gently caressed down the youth's slender neck. Nan Zhou, almost entirely soaked, gave a soft laugh. The hot breath and the sweet pheromones wafted up to his nose tip. "Are you sure? Do you have to say so much?" His thumb pressed onto the wet peak of the other's lips. "Answer me." With a low and heavy tone, an action full of possessiveness, along with an aura that exuded strong control, mingled into an enticing scent. Nan Zhou's thin lips parted slightly, speaking word by word, "Sure, baby." In the next second, the man tightened his arms. Nan Zhou suddenly widened his eyes. "You bastard! How dare you bite me?" He cursed out loud instinctively, "Damn it." When he woke up again, Nan Zhou felt sore all over. With great difficulty, he turned over from the bed and sat up. He still thought it wasn't real enough. He actually traveled across time and space. Just 2 days ago, while he was swimming during his beach holiday, he was unfortunately swept away by the waves. When he came to, he found himself lying on the beach, feverish all over, and his thoughts were fuzzy. At that moment, driven by instinct, he pressed the doorbell of a seaside villa within his sight. After a dull and lengthy wait, the owner inside finally opened the door. Nan Zhou believed it was likely because of the melodious tune of the doorbell that the door was opened. He has always been very confident about the songs he creates. Then, came the cliché plot development in novels. A guy who matches his aesthetic sense in both looks and aura, plus the situation of being alone as two males. However, he didn't expect the other party to bite him. That bite almost made Nan Zhou see his grandmother directly. At the same time, in a daze, strange memories and cognition flooded into his mind. He had time traveled. He had come to the body of someone with the same name and surname as him in an world. After getting off the bed, rubbing his sore and slim waist, Nan Zhou inspected the surrounding environment and went to brush his teeth and wash his face in the bathroom. Moments later, he pushed open the bedroom door. The villa was eerily quiet, with no one around. The best one-night stand is when there is absolutely no more connection after one night. Okay, although they spent not just one night, but 2 nights. That's not important. Nan Zhou found his shoes at the entrance, put them on, then after opening the door and feeling the cold wind blowing, he immediately stopped his feet and reached for a black overcoat that didn't belong to him. As he turned on his phone that had been recharged by someone else, he wore the coat and left gracefully. As soon as he turned on the power, Nan Zhou received a call from the manager of the body he now inhabited, asking where he was. "I don't know either." Looking around, he said, "Here's what I'll do, I'll send you a location, and come pick me up." Half an hour later. Nan Zhou got into the car of his manager Hao Jia. "How did you end up here? You scared me half to death, thinking you couldn't handle the pressure and wanted to commit suicide. Honestly, that Lu Zhou fellow is utterly disgusting. Knowing that you secretly love him, during our limited duo team's 2 years, how many fans did he attract and how much profit did he make by trading on the CP hype with you? And now, good for him to become popular and go solo, and then simply announce a romantic relationship is one thing, but why return and accuse you of wearing a big hat? What does it mean by you're not Omega if you can't smell the pheromones? Maybe it's his dog nose that doesn't work well. I'm a beta standing in for an alpha and I can smell it right now." At this point, Hao Jia abruptly turned back, startled. "Wait, what's this smell on your body?" Not knowing what she meant, Nan Zhou sniffed himself. "What smell? You can't detect it yourself? Damn it." Hao Jia broke out in frustration. "The scent of an alpha." Earlier preoccupied with ranting about Lu Zhou, Hao Jia only realized belatedly that the full-on possessive scent of a strong alpha was pervasive on Nan Zhou's body. It even scared her a little as a beta substituting for an alpha. "Oh," Nan Zhou said lightly, "I slept with an alpha." Hao Jia nearly lost her mind, the steering wheel veering slightly, almost colliding with the curb. "Slept, for a nap." Turning on the hazard lights, she parked the car by the side of the road and asked seriously, "Did you experience the heat period?" Even though she was a manager, she was also Nan Zhou's high school close friend, knowing his little ailment. A few years ago, Nan Zhou had a serious car accident, severely damaging his glands. He not only lost the distinctive scent of an Omega but also experienced disruptions in his heat cycles. Probably, Nan Zhou recalled his condition on that day and nodded. The information he received from the original host's memories was incomplete, and his understanding of the original host and this world was also unclear. Hao Jia couldn't help but ask, "Is it temporary, or permanent?" "Huh. Forget it. I'll ask another way. Did you use protection?" "No memory." Nan Zhou recalled. These 2 days, he had been in a daze. All his senses were useless, and he was being governed by instinct alone. In his memory, the air was filled with a warm, dry sweetness that made him indulge uncontrollably. The embrace of the other party was very warm, and the voice was also sexy. Especially those deep pupils, which became even more captivating after being dampened by sweat. His low laughter when he smiled gently and his soft and indulgent voice when he spoke seemed to command the world's submission. Do you like it? Say it. Nan Zhou's throat was dry, and he uncomfortably cleared his throat. It should be fine, right? What do you mean, fine? Hao Jia nearly jumped out of her seat. You were marked during your heat. This means you might possibly. With every word, Hao Jia's expression grew increasingly tense. When she stopped talking, she glanced toward Nan Zhou's abdomen. What might happen? Following her eyes, Nan Zhou looked at his stomach. Could it be? His mind temporarily froze under the impact of this revelation. No, we need to go to the hospital for a checkup immediately. Hao Jia quickly started the car. Better plan ahead. If it doesn't work out, we'll drop that dating show even if they offer us a huge compensation package. Health is more important. By the way, who was the one who marked you? The one who marked him. The SSR drawn by fate, how would he know? Seeing Nan Zhou remain silent, Hao Jia vaguely guessed the truth and shouted angrily, damn. Were you taken advantage of by some random alpha outside? This was something Nan Zhou didn't want to hear. He corrected her, precisely speaking, it's me who took advantage of him. Don't make me laugh. Hao Jia almost choked. You calm down first. Nan Zhou's tone remained calm. Hao Jia was slightly comforted and just about to encourage each other, but then she heard Nan Zhou add slowly, there will be plenty for you to worry about later. Hao Jia. Chapter 2, Suspected Pregnancy. Huaxingyi pushed open the door of the villa. The person standing inside made him frown instantly. Before he could speak, the other party accused him first, what's that look on your face? Like you really don't want to see me. Huaxingyi ignored him and put down the things in his hands, then glanced upstairs. What are you looking at? Did someone break into the house? Speaking of which, when I came over just now, there was a rather pretty Omega wearing your clothes coming out of your house. I thought you were home. He left. Huaxingyi's eyes darkened, his gaze locking onto the man. His sharp gaze radiated an undeniable aggression. Though as his manager, they had been working together for 5 years, both being alphas, Luo Nan was still startled by this penetrating stare. Huaxingyi strode up the stairs with long strides and disappeared around the corner. Ah. Really got robbed? Luo Nan scratched his head and sat back on the sofa, never mind. Anyway, he has so much money, it's like getting some redistribution from the rich. But that guy, he seems familiar, like I've seen him somewhere before. While muttering to himself, Luo Nan opened Weibo. Not long after, Huaxingyi descended from upstairs, his face calm without revealing any emotion, but his slightly furrowed pupils revealed his foul mood. Help me find someone. He instructed Luo Nan. Who? The little thief. Luo Nan waved his phone. By the way, how come I didn't know you even knew Nanzhou? After years of acquaintance, Luo Nan understood Huaxingyi's lifestyle and temperament. Unless they were intimate friends or family, it was impossible for him to bring anyone home. Still, Nanzhou. This person didn't seem like someone who would be friends with Huaxingyi at all. Luo Nan scrutinized the person in his Weibo feed, head bowed, lips pursed, appearing soft and frail as if ready to faint at any second. Do you actually like this type? Not only did Huaxingyi not answer, he didn't even glance his way, his tall frame stood firmly on the carpet as he operated his phone to retrieve surveillance footage. His quick touchscreen actions betrayed his somewhat anxious state of mind. Hey, our great movie emperor, say something. As your manager, I need to know about your emotional status. Find him for me. Huaxingyi handed the surveillance video clip of Nanzhou taking off his coat before leaving the villa to Luo Nan, at all costs. Luo Nan glanced at the screen. My god, isn't that Nanzhou? There he is, right on Weibo. Thinking of his star's habit of avoiding social media networks, he simply gave him a rundown of the big gossip that had been trending on hot searches these past few days. The limited popularity group WJXE disbanded, and within the team, Lu Zhou suddenly announced a romance. Because the object was the new rising star actor Wen Yu in the industry over the last 2 years, instead of Nanzhou who had always ambiguously flirted with him, causing a massive stir. Facing interviews, Lu Zhou not only disclaimed any connection with Nanzhou but also exposed that Nanzhou was not an Omega, pushing Nanzhou directly onto the storm center. I have never smelled his pheromones. Maybe he has his reasons. As his former teammate, I don't want to comment too much. You can ask him. In short, we are just colleagues. In front of the lens, Lu Zhou bowed solemnly and once again emphasized, next, I will participate in Your Heart Racing with Wen Yu. Please give us more attention. Luo Nan said, even crazier is that Nanzhou is also participating in this dating show, and everyone previously assumed that he and Lu Zhou were a couple. Now everyone is cursing him. They say he pretended to be an Omega for fame, and that he clung to Lu Zhou for CP, couple, marketing. Seeing Huaxingyi staring silently at Lu Zhou's interview video, Luo Nan added fuel to the fire. Nanzhou was trending again just now. Someone snapped photos of him going to the hospital for checkups, visiting the Omega specialty department. Now the trending topic is all about ridiculing him for being addicted to playing in Omega. Huaxingyi still said nothing. If glares could kill, Lu Zhou and the screen would probably have been slain by now. Luo Nan was truly curious. He knew his artist well. Usually amiable and polite, but when truly angry, capable of killing in a heartbeat. Right now, he was mad. Damn, wouldn't Huaxingyi actually fancy Nanzhou's type? Previously, someone similar approached him, yet Huaxingyi rejected them coldly and mercilessly, a memory still fresh in Luo Nan's mind, making it hard for him to associate Huaxingyi with Nanzhou. Hey, is Nanzhou really not an Omega? Luo Nan asked. Huaxingyi, contact the Perngran show. What for? I'm going. Luo Nan nearly dropped his phone upon hearing this. What? You're going to be on, your heart racing. A renowned film emperor and one of the top figures in the industry was actually willing to join a dating reality show as a guest. Was he out of his mind? You're set to enter the new movie project with director Zhou next month. Coordinate the schedule with the production team. Luo Nan thought Huaxingyi had gone insane. His current schedule was tight enough that even an Iron Man would struggle if further compressed. Just as he was about to try to dissuade him, his Weibo dinged, showing new content. He glanced at it and widened his eyes. Was Nanzhou crazy too? After leaving the hospital and getting back into the car, Hao Jia sighed in relief. It's good that that wild man didn't take the chance to permanently mark you and also took precautions. Otherwise, I would have reported him for statutory rape and hunted him down across land and sea to make sure he served time. Nanzhou remained silent and sat in the backseat flipping through the physiology manual the doctor had handed him. Earlier in the hospital, after explaining his condition and conducting the necessary examination, the specialist had looked at him like he was a clueless dropout. Permanent marking only occurs inside the reproductive cavity. Since he took precautions, there's no way you can get pregnant or be permanently marked. How can you lack such basic knowledge? Take this home and study it carefully. An Omega who doesn't know this won't know how to protect themselves. After reading only a few pages, Nanzhou tossed the book aside. He felt sleepy, his waist ached, and his butt still hurt slightly. Hao Jia, sitting in the front seat driving, continued muttering complaints loudly. The noise annoyed Nanzhou. With a yawn, he opened his phone and absent-mindedly scrolled through Weibo. 15 minutes later, on Weibo. Did I open it the wrong way? Is this really posted by Nanzhou? His account must have been hacked. Ha 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 ha. As a passerby, I love seeing more drama. Let's fight. More please. Gossip 8 Pigeon, hashtag Nanzhou visits Omega Specialty Department today. Former WJXE member at Nanzhou was photographed visiting the hospital, wearing an oversized wind coat covering his stomach, walking unsteadily, appearing pale and haggard, suspected pregnancy. The attached picture showed Nanzhou, wearing a mask and oversized black coat, stepping out from the specialty department. This scoop was retweeted and commented on endlessly by countless netizens and gossip accounts, but one particular reply stood out and climbed to the top comment spot. At Nanzhou, if it's rumors, let me handle it myself. I can't trust others to spread the news for me. Huh, is he personally denying the rumor? Die, White Lotus. Stop trying to promote yourself. Get out of the entertainment industry already. If you think it's fake, post something yourself quickly. Like sleeping with Huaxingyi or beating up Xiao Luzhou or something. Who do you think you are, mentioning our Emperor Hua? Stop pretending to rub shoulders with celebrities. Go away. Ha 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 ha. Sisters, check out Nanzhou's latest Weibo post. On Nanzhou's Weibo page. Apart from reposting and commenting on Gossip 8 Pigeon's post just minutes ago, his newest update was a response to Lu Zhou's selfie after working out last night. At Nanzhou, are you around? Have you eaten yet? If not, here's 2 punches for your dinner. Chapter 3, Carrying Lu Zhou's Child. There has never been an artist in the industry who personally joins in the mudslinging, let alone a group that disbands and then immediately turns to attacking each other on Weibo. Everyone was shocked by Nanzhou's sudden aggressive move, quickly diving into the drama. Isn't Nanzhou crazy or something? Since they couldn't get close to our elder brother, now they're losing their mind. You disgusting person, get out of the entertainment industry. First leaked as an Omega specialist, then it's rumored she's pregnant, next she publicly curses her former CP, bold guess, Nanzhou is carrying Lu Zhou's child. Get lost. Pregnant with whose child? Die from your rumors. Reporting this nonsense. For 2 years, hasn't our elder brother been drained by this scheming lily-white opportunist? How about having some decency and giving each other face like our elder brother does? Lu Zhou's fans are really funny. What he did certainly didn't give anyone any face. Meanwhile, Hao Jia had just dropped Nanzhou off at the apartment building when his subordinate called him. After hearing the story, his whole body felt unwell. He hastily hung up and opened Weibo. After a quick glance, Hao Jia's face went pale. Glancing at the protagonist again, he found himself speechless. Without a sound, Nan Zhou posted 2 sensational tweets but then acted as if nothing had happened. After stepping into the apartment, she even calmly started inspecting her own living space. What's there to look at? It's just a single room under 70 square meters where she'd already lived for almost 2 years. Hao Jia took a couple deep breaths and told himself to stay calm. After all, his good friend had just gone through a breakup, betrayal, being slept with by some random guy, and getting marked, a series of bad events, making her unstable emotions understandable. Hao Jia, Lady Boss Zhou, my little ancestor, do you have any more shocking plans I should prepare myself for? Nan Zhou remained silent. Zhou. Do I absolutely have to stay here tonight? Huh. I want to move to another apartment. Hao Jia furrowed his brows. Where do you want to move to? Nan Zhou looked at him with a completely casual expression, as if talking about the weather. To one of my other apartments downtown. A villa would also work. Hao Jia. Finished. His good friend seemed to be having issues, and serious ones at that. Hao Jia walked over to Nan Zhou, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, reopened them, and firmly placed his hands on his friend's shoulders. Snap out of it. You don't have other apartments, nor do you have a villa, this is all you've got. Monthly rent, 6,500 yuan. Nan Zhou's lips twitched slightly, seemingly surprised by her own poverty. Am I not a traffic idol? Is this your first day signed? No, if it were, you'd remember how you treated money like dirt when signing with the company, accepting such a measly share just to work with that scumbag Lu Zhou. At that moment, only 5 words ran through Nan Zhou's mind. Is this guy dumb? Rubbing his forehead, he thought it over before calmly asking, how many more years on the contract? 3-year contract. Ends next month. How much savings do I have? Hao Jia gave up on trying to fix this situation, rolled his eyes, and sat on the couch. What savings? All the money you earned these past few years went to supporting Lu Zhou, down to the last penny. Nan Zhou. Sitting down on the other side of the couch, he said, about that variety show you mentioned in the car, what's the penalty fee for breach of contract? 3 million yuan. Silence filled the apartment for half a minute. Nan Zhou, would you pay it for me? This agent wasn't half bad. The living room grew quiet again. 2 minutes later, Hao Jia cautiously spoke up, I don't have the money. But come on, isn't this for your benefit? I'm worried about you doing that variety show with Lu Zhou. Nan Zhou cut him off, your intentions were good, but still, no thank you. To criticize the porridge given when begging is just foolish. If I starve to death, so be it, but I still want to live. Hao Jia. Not that we need to talk like this, do we? Problem. Just as Hao Jia was about to retort, he heard Nan Zhou say, I've always spoken this way. Questioning me means you don't know me well enough. As a friend, you should understand and accept me. Hao Jia. Why does what he's saying feel so reasonable? No. Is he gaslighting me? Before leaving, Hao Jia repeatedly warned Nan Zhou not to run around recklessly anymore. If possible, please don't go crazy on Weibo either. Because although their group was rather obscure, after Lu Zhou and when you announced their relationship, a series of malicious search trends targeted Nan Zhou, which tarnished his reputation even to those who weren't familiar with him. There was another reason that Hao Jia didn't dare to mention. It was that he believed, given Nan Zhou's current way of speaking, it would be easy for him to get beaten if he went out in public. Hao Jia, oh, by the way, you have a magazine photo shoot in 3 days. I'll pick you up then, don't forget. Heaven help them, hopefully, Nan Zhou could behave more normally in 3 days. 3 days later, Hao Jia called Nan Zhou from the apartment building, only to find his phone was off. Feeling uneasy, he rushed upstairs as quickly as possible. Before unlocking the door with a spare key, Hao Jia had already envisioned several scenarios where they'd need to apologize, bow, and pay compensation due to being late or breaching the contract. These 3 days, Nan Zhou had been as quiet as a mouse, neither causing trouble nor leaving the apartment, making him breathe a sigh of relief. Until now. After taking a deep breath, Hao Jia opened the door and looked inside, immediately feeling a shock wave through him. What is this? In broad daylight, the curtains were tightly drawn, making the room dark like night, with the only light source being the faint glow from the computer screen on the sofa. The coffee table was piled high with takeout garbage, the floor scattered with messy blankets and clothes, and there was even a guitar standing by the couch that he had never seen before. And on the couch, behind the only source of light, Nan Zhou sat with disheveled hair, huddled in the black windbreaker he wore 3 days ago, tapping furiously on the keyboard like a zombie. Hao Jia. His gaze swept over the only neat place in the room corner, the bed whose sheets didn't have a single wrinkle, and he coughed slightly, why aren't you sleeping on the bed? Actually, asking was useless, he already knew the answer, Nan Zhou probably hadn't slept at all. Nan Zhou didn't respond, still focusing on pounding away on the keyboard. It wasn't until Hao Jia approached that he finally stopped. With a loud click, Nan Zhou shut the laptop and locked eyes with Hao Jia, who froze mid-step. For a moment, silence filled the air. Moments later, Nan Zhou broke the silence, "Can't sleep." Hao Jia immediately felt guilty. Yes, after going through such misfortunes, how could he possibly sleep well? It was his fault for not caring enough as an agent. Just as he was about to offer some comforting words, Nan Zhou added, "If you were this poor, you wouldn't sleep well either." Hao Jia. "Thank you, but I sleep just fine." "At least change your clothes if you're not sleeping," he said. This black coat had been worn for 3 days. By the way, when did Nan Zhou buy this piece of clothing? He hadn't seen it before. Thinking about this, Hao Jia instinctively leaned forward to grab the fabric. "Don't touch me, you'll leave your scent," Nan Zhou avoided slightly and said, "I'm uncomfortable. Only this coat can make me feel a little better." Hao Jia paused his action. Noticing that under the coat was exposed bare skin, he realized that Nan Zhou might be wearing absolutely nothing underneath. An omega, once marked, develops a strong dependency on the alpha who marked them within a certain period of time. During this phase, leaving the alpha would cause great discomfort for the omega. The higher the pheromone level of the marking alpha, the stronger the discomfort, even if it's just a temporary mark. Chapter 4, A Shock Through the Body. Clothes, smell. In the blink of an eye, Hao Jia realized, is this piece of clothing that wild man's? It smells great, I really like it. Every time I close my eyes, it seems as though I'm back in those 2 days, when he held me. Stop. Hao Jia felt as if her head was going to explode. Don't think about it anymore. This is all because of the pheromones messing with you, you're not actually missing him. An alpha who marks omegas indiscriminately isn't worth holding on to. There isn't much time left, hurry up and get cleaned up. He urged. Nan Zhou, alright. Were you playing games just now? I was reminiscing. The memories from those 2 days were hazy and scorching, creating a lot of melodies in Nan Zhou's mind. He wrote them into a song and sent it to a female singer. It didn't take long for this top-notch producer to write the song, but finding the right singer to sing it required more careful thought. After spending 2 full days listening to the songs of at least 100 singers, Nan Zhou finally selected this female singer, and sent the demo to her moments ago. The two arrived precisely on schedule at the magazine photo shoot site, where the photography assistant immediately guided Nan Zhou towards the makeup room. Along the way, whispers of discussions could be heard everywhere. Although they couldn't hear clearly, Hao Jia believed there would be no good word said. When passing by some equipment, in their haste, the shooting assistant did not notice a wire on the ground and nearly stumbled. Fortunately, a hand quickly shot out to support her. Once she had steadied herself, the other party withdrew their hand. Turning around, the photography assistant glanced at Nan Zhou, who casually put his hands back into the pockets of his hoodie and nonchalantly yawned. An idea popped into his head. How handsome. Realizing what she had just thought, she immediately shook her head, hurriedly thanked him, quickened her steps, and pushed open the door of the dressing room. Behind her, she heard Nan Zhou ask, "Can I get my hair cut while doing my hairstyle?" "Ah. What are you planning to do?" replied his agent, Hao Jia, in a weak voice as if giving up any hope of curing him. "Cut my bangs, they're too long and bother my eyes," said in a lethargic tone. "I think you should shave your whole head." "No way." After a brief pause, Nan Zhou said, "That would be too cool. I'm afraid you'll fall in love with me." The photography assistant couldn't help but laugh out loud. Both Nan Zhou and Hao Jia turned to look at her. Her face turned red. "Teacher Nan Zhou is a bit different from what I've read online. You're really humorous. And, really, not very Omega-like. In terms of demeanor." In the end, after a few exchanges with the stylist, Nan Zhou still got his bangs trimmed. After trimming his bangs, even though it was only a simple transformation, he looked as if he had become a completely different person. When he walked out of the dressing room, both the photography assistant, the stylist, including Hao Jia, were briefly stunned by his appearance. So good-looking. Unlike the delicate beauty associated with Omegas, his presence exuded an energetic vitality, blending youthful vibrancy with an effortless charm, capturing attention instantly. Is this Nan Zhou? The timid magne of the boy group? Not just the photography assistant, even Hao Jia was somewhat surprised. The room quieted down for a moment. Just as the photography assistant was about to say something, the door of the dressing room was suddenly pushed open from the outside. A sharp, harsh voice echoed, "Where's the goddess? Wasting so much time, are we still shooting or not?" Upon hearing the voice, the next second, the photography assistant widened her eyes and shouted, "Teacher Lu! Teacher Lu!" Hao Jia also slightly startled. Lu Bei. The award-winning eccentric photography master who claimed he never photographed anyone unattractive. Xie Feng had an appendicitis attack this morning and went to the hospital. I owe him one, so I'm substituting for him. Lu Bei glanced inside, his gaze pausing on Nan Zhou's face. Nan Zhou was also looking at him, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. The next moment, the corner of his lips lifted slightly as he lazily raised his hand, making a pulling motion above his head. Lu Bei. Damn it. Teacher Lu, Teacher Nan. The photography assistant didn't notice Nan Zhou's gesture until hearing the big-name photographer curse, assuming he was dissatisfied with Nan Zhou, immediately attempting to ease the tension. "Bring me my camera." However, Liu Bei abruptly shouted out toward the door. Damn it! It had been ages since he'd encountered such an inspiring beauty that ignited his creativity. Just now, in that split second, his body felt like it had been electrified, the sensation almost causing a physical reaction. Calling his brain gone is what you got. Strong enough. Before everyone could react to what happened, a boy ran in holding a camera. Liu Bei took it and snapped several shots continuously at Nan Zhou. In the end, including the on-site scene of the magazine photo shoot, Liu Bei spent nearly 2 hours shooting and remained fully energetic throughout. He made Nan Zhou pose in many positions and kept shouting, "Every frame is so heart-stirring. The beauty cannot be captured even by the camera. Perfect." After wrapping up, Liu Bei, like a dog craving for a bone, followed Nan Zhou who was heading out and straightforwardly asked, "Do you have a boyfriend yet?" The staff on site who had been secretly gossiping about his presence were shocked and drew in a sharp breath. Nan Zhou yawned without even looking at him, "You're not my type." "Liu Bei, what do you like then?" Nan Zhou opened the car door and got in. Young, good-looking with a great figure, virtuous, caring, simple, and obedient. They don't need their own career or dreams, they only require a relaxing and stable job. So he can spend more free time taking care of the family and children, allowing me to focus on earning money and developing my career outside. As he finished speaking, there was a bang as the car door closed, leaving Hao Jia standing outside with her jaw practically dropped. And Liu Bei appeared deep in thought. After getting into the car, Hao Jia was still excited. Originally just a third-rate minor magazine photo shoot that coincidentally turned into one taken by Liu Bei, it was truly a stroke of luck. Any celebrity photographed by Liu Bei would become darlings of the fashion circle, and Hao Jia was already imagining Nan Zhou's future. Liu Bei is an alpha, a rich second-generation talented individual, very well connected in the fashion world. "I think you can." He turned his head to see Nan Zhou curled up again in his black coat, eyes closed as if sleeping. "Luckily we applied pheromone-blocking patches. Otherwise, your being marked would have trended." Hao Jia murmured softly. Speaking of trending. Taking advantage of waiting for the red light, he pulled out his phone and opened Weibo. As expected, on Weibo, Nan Zhou had once again been attacked with another trending topic. Today, the last 3 guests of Falling in Love with You had been officially announced, one of them being Nan Zhou. Holy crap, it really is him. Can he leave already? Blue-white lotus flower stinks. Once stuck, it won't wash off. Nan Zhou get out of the entertainment industry. They've already publicly announced as a couple, but he insists on getting close. Is he going to fight our little you for an object on the show? I'm grossed out. The ones announced are either official couples or interact frequently as rumored online CPs. Only Nan Zhou sticks out. Isn't anyone paying attention to that mystery guest? I am. It's been 3 seasons now, and this is the first time there's a faceless guest whose identity will only be revealed on live broadcast day. Hao Jia also noticed the last mysterious guest announced by the program group. Others might not know, but as an insider and Nan Zhou's manager, he knew all too well that the mysterious guest was indeed Nan Zhou's designated CP for this variety show. Chapter 5, I Hate Green Tea. Actually, the original mysterious guest was a well-known young actor from the entertainment circle, Xiang Yan. When signing up for the variety show, he wasn't very famous yet, but last month he suddenly became an overnight sensation on another music-related variety show. So, half a month ago, he switched to this dating variety show. It was rumored that he had to pay a 3 million yuan breach of contract fee for this change. Regarding Nan Zhou's partner, Hao Jia had been probing around with the production team openly and subtly over these few days, but none would reveal who exactly this replacement guest was. They all said they didn't know. Is it really necessary to keep the identity of this fill-in so tightly concealed that even the production crew knows only a few? Hao Jia smirked, maybe it's just a gimmick. The guest could be less popular than Zhou Zhou. 5 days later, this dating variety show, which had already generated enough buzz before its release, finally premiered amidst much anticipation. The moment the live stream started, several million viewers flooded in. Get out of the entertainment industry, Nan Zhou. Here for our Yu Bao. Yu Meiren is super beautiful. Mommy loves you. All-round ace Lu Zhou, the epitome of alpha, Venus masterpiece. Ah, this is where Zhou couple fans wait for their screen chemistry. If the mystery guest isn't interesting at all, Pei Feng, you're going to get yourself trending on social media. Pei Feng, the director of the show, Heart-Skipping Moments, is known within the industry as a notoriously domineering old fox. In the first 2 seasons of the show, guests were constantly tortured by this aggressive director almost to their breaking point. But he truly is talented, every single reality show he produces goes viral. Many artists, who were previously not too famous, have directly made a comeback thanks to the popularity brought by these shows. Therefore, even knowing that there are traps within the show, many still jump in courageously for the traffic. This season of Heart-Skipping Moments invited not only Lu Zhou, Wen Yu, and Nan Zhou, but also gaming competitor Su Xiao, singer Jiang Zhen, a top streamer on D-Platform, Gu Tang, and internet celebrity second-generation rich guy Zhang Shi. Su Xiao and Jiang Zhen have been in a stable relationship for 2 years. Back when they revealed their relationship, it made the headlines. Not only because they are in a May-December romance, but also because Su Xiao identifies as beta, while Jiang Zhen identifies as alpha. Everyone thought their relationship wouldn't last long. Gu Tang and Zhang Shi haven't officially announced their relationship, but in Gu Tang's live streams, their interactions have recently been heated up online with many fans shipping them together. Since this program is live-streamed on the D platform, inviting the big streamer of the platform and his ambiguously romantic counterpart made perfect sense. Besides that, there's Nan Zhou and the mysterious guest. At the moment, among the guests discussed enthusiastically in the live chat, only Wen Yu, Jiang Zhen, Gu Tang, and Nan Zhou have appeared. What's going on? Where's my idol Su Xiao? You Bao Bao look so beautiful, too pretty, too cute. Little Tang's smile is so sweet. Can't wait to see his sweet interactions with Master Zhang. Where's that dead white lotus, Nan Zhou? Scared to come out after being criticized. Is that person on the far right Nan Zhou? Oh no, it actually is Nan Zhou. Didn't recognize him at first glance. Did he cut his hair? Not only did he cut his hair, his fashion sense has changed as well. His entire demeanor is like that of a different person. Among the guests present, aside from Lu Zhou, Gu Tang noticed the change most significantly. After all, he and Nan Zhou share some familial connection, having known each other since childhood. Did Mr. Nan change his stylist? Gu Tang approached Nan Zhou warmly. Your current outfit doesn't seem to fit the profile of an Omega. You rather look like a beta pretending to be an alpha. These words sent ripples through both the audience and the people in the live room. Recently, due to Lu Zhou's interview, speculations regarding Nan Zhou's gender identity have been rampant. Gu Tang's comment directly threw Nan Zhou into the firestorm. So provocative, why the opening line mockery? Isn't Gu Tang being too impolite here? Are Nan Zhou's fans overreacting? Isn't it rude for him to pretend to be someone else? I'm a Gu Tang fan. Our Tang has always spoken like this. Stop spreading rumors and find fault with yourself. No way, don't you feel that this way makes Nan Zhou more handsome? Acting as if you're a random passerby, how dare you insult us fans of Nan Zhou like that? Disgusting. Mr. Nan, why aren't you saying anything? Gu Tang flashed a cute smile. Are you shy? Aren't you familiar with the rest of the guests here? Especially teacher Wen Yu. Finally, Nan Zhou spoke. I don't know. He stepped aside, maintaining his hands in pockets lazy posture. Can you stop smelling me? Gu Tang was taken aback. I hate green tea. Grass ah. So rude. Please, Director Pei Feng, your father has passed away due to hiring such an unrefined artist. Laughing until I banged the bed. Is Nan Zhou really like this? Suddenly I'm kind of fangirling for him. By the way, is it possible that Nan Zhou means Gu Tang should control his pheromones? Even funnier after that explanation hahaha. It's still super impolite even if it's about pheromones. Are Gu Tang's fans not brain dead? This is a live show with alphas present. What does he think he's trying to seduce as an Omega? Gu Tang also seemed a little dazed at first. He identifies as beta but pretends to be Omega publicly and has a green tea scent of pheromones. To cover up his real identity, he had deliberately sprayed a hint of green tea fragrance today. I don't have a stylist, said Nan Zhou again. So you didn't do any makeup or styling today? Jiang Zhen asked this time, surprised as she looked Nan Zhou over. No way, this skin condition is too good. Annoying, so envious. Hi, my name is Jiang Zhen, I'm a singer. Jiang Zhen introduced herself proactively to Nan Zhou. Wolf's sister Zhen is so confident and graceful. Jiang Zhen contrasts sharply with someone else, seems like they think they're so high profile. People might mistake their status completely. I'm so curious. What does this enviable skin Jiang Zhen mentioned look like? Can the camera zoom in closely? Nan Zhou lifted his eyelids slightly. I've heard your songs, your smoky voice is very distinctive. Have you ever considered? Before Jiang Zhen could finish her sentence, Director Pei Feng interrupted her. Please, guests, come forward to pick up your task cards. Would Professor Wen Yu kindly read out the task instructions? Standing quietly beside them all this while without saying a word, Wen Yu took the task card, opened it, and began reading aloud. Please go into the room directly ahead and choose one token. Note, the 4 tokens are respectively provided by the other 4 guests. Selecting a token represents choosing that guest as your partner, and together you will embark on this season's heart-skipping journey. With that, the double doors facing the 4 slowly opened, revealing several objects inside. They were a mechanical keyboard, a pack of instant noodles, a gift box filled with envelopes, and an electric guitar. I bet $100 that the mechanical keyboard belongs to Su Xiao. He's still being, utterly unrestrained, stupid. Is the gift box full of love letters? Oh my god, is it Zhang writing to our precious Bo? Instant noodles. Nan Zhou, your item's calling you. Why haven't you gone yet? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Jiangzhen stepped forward looking torn between laughter and tears, picking up the mechanical keyboard. I'll take this. When you then moved towards the right where the gift box and electric guitar were placed. At that exact moment, someone beat him to it, grabbing the electric guitar. This single action made the entire live stream erupt in chaos. Go away, Is this true? Nan Zhou openly competing with Wenyu for Luzhou. Yikes. Who is this person? Chapter 6, tell me what you want me to do. Teacher Nan Zhou, why are you holding an electric guitar? Gu Tang asked. Nan Zhou didn't answer immediately. Instead, he hugged the electric guitar and showed his first genuinely happy smile since arriving at the recording site. Wenyu turned her head and picked up the gift box next to her, filled with envelopes. Look how proud he is, does he really think he has won Luzhou? Woo, my heart breaks for you baby. He's so cheap, how can someone be so disgusting, it infuriates me. Are they really going to pair him with Luzhou? Fans of Luzhou must be sick, who could guarantee that the electric guitar represents Luzhou? Come on, fans should have some brains. The show always has a script, and as long as Pei Feng has a brain, he wouldn't separate Wenyu from Luzhou. On the field, only one box of instant noodles remained. Since Gu Tang had not taken anything yet, he naturally obtained the box of instant noodles. Director Pei Feng spoke up appropriately, are you sure about what you're holding now? Is there anyone who wants to make a trade? Gu Tang looked at Wenyu, Teacher Wen, would you like to ask Nan Zhou to exchange with you? Wenyu shook her head. Gu Tang was about to say something else when a crisp sound of the guitar broke out. It was Nan Zhou strumming the strings lightly. He smirked slightly, then looked up towards the director's team, once it's grabbed, it's mine, right? This is the rule, isn't it? Pei Feng nodded, that's correct. Great, Nan Zhou strapped the electric guitar onto himself. It was unexpected that in this program, he could still get this guitar. At first glance, he recognized it, it was produced by F Family in 1960. He once owned a similar guitar and liked it very much. We've seen people with thick skin before, but never someone with skin as thick as this. The director even suggested exchanging it, is he deaf or pretending not to hear? Hey, do you all not realize that Nan Zhou is not interested in people, but rather the guitar itself? Tang Bao and Beauty, you are just too adorable. The friendship between O and O is wonderful indeed. No matter if it's the guitar or the instant noodles, hurry up. I want to see the mystery guest. Let me see who it is. Pei Feng said, since no one wants to exchange anymore, please follow your respective cues and go to the room where the token guest is located. Wishing everyone good luck. After the guests dispersed, apart from the main live broadcast room, the production team also opened several other sub-live streaming cameras. In 3 rooms with lit lights, Lu Zhou, Zhang and Su Xiao were sitting respectively. The remaining one was a dark small black room. When Jiangzhen pushed open the door, Su Xiao, who was sitting on the couch, sprang up like a wolfhound and happily embraced her. Su God, look at your cheap happiness. Sister Jiangzhen, my silly younger brother. Spoiled.jpg. Too sweet. Real couples are the sweetest ever. On the other side, Gu Tang knocked on the door mischievously first, then took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Upon seeing the person standing inside, he jumped excitedly, it really is you. Zhang Shi, looking affectionate, opened his arms, would you like a hug? Ahahaha, I'm dizzy. Warning of excessive sugar content. Boss and his cute little O, I'm loving this. In the other 2 rooms, Wenyu and Nan Zhou were waiting outside the doors respectively. In one room, Lu Zhou stood on the carpet, looking somewhat sternly at the direction of the door. Another room was completely pitch black, with nothing visible. Under the camera lens, Nan Zhou pushed open the room door first. The light flooded into the room, shining a delicate layer of light in the dark space. The tall and elegant shadow was reflected in the light in front of the door, inexplicably exuding a special kind of allure. Nan Zhou's dark pupils suddenly widened like a kitten, how can it be you? The person inside chuckled softly. After a brief silence, he spoke, his voice deep and magnetic, do you like the gift I gave you? This voice. I've died. So romantic I never believed ears could get pregnant until this moment. Who is it? Who exactly is it? Director Pei Feng, don't disrespect the audience. Reveal his identity immediately. Nan Zhou knows who's inside, it's truly his CP, right? Can be anyone, thank heaven it's not Lu Zhou. Hurry and check neighboring Lu brother and Beauty you, haha so funny. Am I hearing wrong, it couldn't be him, tell me it's not him. Impossible, absolutely impossible. In Lu Zhou and Wenyu's live streaming room. Wenyu pushed the door open, and Lu Zhou quickly turned to look. His tense expression relaxed instantly when he saw her. Baby, he walked over, took her hand, and his voice deepened, you're really smart. When you glanced up at him, you were just so nervous, who did you think it was? Lu Zhou's movement slightly froze for a few seconds before he helplessly smiled. I don't doubt our understanding, but I'm worried that someone might bully you, taking your things. When you pulled back her hand from his grasp and handed him the gift box, no one has bullied me, stop making dramas out of nothing. Lu Zhou. Ha ha ha, died laughing. The criticism from the wife. When you is so cold. Am I imagining this? When you lives up to being the cold beauty, even towards her boyfriend she's distant. Suddenly feel bad for the guy, how could when you be like this? I pity our when you more, what an unlucky guy she got. Better keep your mouth clean, fans of when you. Shut up if you can't say anything nice. This live stream room is too funny, hahaha. Phew, good thing baby found the right person. Wonder if Nanzhou will die of anger seeing his partner in the next room. Won't happen, dear. Things escalated quickly in the next room, haha. Surprising. After nearly 2 weeks, when Nanzhou stood in front of Huaxingye again, Huaxingye's mood lifted instantly. Especially when he saw Nanzhou carrying the guitar he had picked out for him. What are you here for? Nanzhou asked. Running into his one-night stand during work, how bizarre. What made it worse was his body instinctively wanting to approach the man, his heart rate involuntarily quickening. How Jia's voice echoed in his mind, this is all due to pheromones. Nanzhou stopped mid-step. Huaxingye observed every single movement of Nanzhou without missing a detail. Sitting casually on a high stool, his posture exuded dominance. I want to see you. Come over. A few simple words brought Nanzhou back to that burning hot night immediately. The passionate kisses, fervent embraces, sweet whispers shared between their lips, and the intoxicating aroma lingering in the air. His breathing unconsciously grew heavier as Nanzhou moved closer toward Huaxingye, stopping only when they were merely half an arm's length apart. He reached out, grabbing Huaxingye by the collar, staring at those alluring thin lips, with a voice screaming in his head, kiss him. In the dim lighting, a hand with clearly defined knuckles and long fingers covered Nanzhou's cheek. Your face is burning hot. What are you thinking about? Tell me what you want me to do, like that day. Chapter 7, the only one you should focus on is me. A familiar aura and a voice identical to that night connected memories with reality, making Nanzhou feel as if he were back in that disoriented place. His Adam's apple moved up and down. His breathing began to grow heavy and moist. Heart racing, he suddenly let go. In the next second, his wrist was grasped. The hand resting on his cheek slid down to his shoulder, caressing gently down his arm, and paused at his waist through the hoodie. A thumb grazed teasingly. Huaxingye leaned slightly forward, his breath brushing against Nanzhou's neck as he whispered softly, your ears are red too. The sexy, deep voice sounded like the strings of a cello being played. Nanzhou felt, at that moment, that both his body and heart had been captured. It was as though he was prey held by the neck, unable to move except for his breathing. And the hunt had started the moment he pushed the door open. In the dimly lit room, it was so quiet one could hear breathing. Viewers in the live stream could vaguely see the two figures by the light but couldn't clearly discern their faces or detailed movements. The shadow on the ground showed the man sitting on the high stool seemingly encompassing Nanzhou, the intimacy unmistakable. What are you two doing? Can I really see this in a live stream? Mom, I'm about to faint. Starting so strong, who can take it? Too sweet. Which day? What day? Can we have some elaboration about what happened that day? Sorry, my mind's full of dirty thoughts, my face is all flushed. Beep, adult card. In front of him was a broad chest and an irresistible aroma, causing Nanzhou's waist to soften involuntarily but in a way that felt incredibly comfortable. Giving in to himself, he leaned onto Huaxingye's shoulder, why? This unexpected closeness and senseless question made Huaxingye pause his thumb mid-motion, what? As soon as I get close to you, I feel so relaxed. Reaching out, he embraced the slim waist before him, rubbing lazily like a cat and whispering a laugh, this show isn't bad. Gifting him an electric guitar up front relaxed his previously tense body greatly. Is it the program that's good, or am I good? Probably because of you, it's good. Is this really Nanzhou? Mom, he's such a flirt, so good at sweet talk. Already imagined a super fast-paced 100k word sweet romance novel. Too enticing, just from voices and shadows, the mystery guest has already made me swoon. Most people with good voices tend to look, impossible, absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. It must be something wrong with my ears, there's no way it's him. Who is it, who? Identified, quickly tell us the name so sisters know. Ugh, annoying pay phone again controlling everything. At the main live broadcast studio where Nanzhou and others were originally located, under the guidance of the production team, the other 3 groups of guests gradually gathered there. Gu Tang, upon seeing Lu Zhou walk in together with Wen Yu, was surprised enough to put down the milk sponsored by the program. Wen Yu's partner is really teacher Lu Zhou. Why wouldn't it be? Lu Zhou glanced at him coolly. We initially thought the electric guitar would represent you, teacher Lu Zhou, Gu Tang said sheepishly, his voice getting quieter and quieter, teacher when you initially wanted the electric guitar, but Nanzhou. I didn't intend to take the electric guitar. When you interrupted. Gu Tang froze. Nanzhou. What did he do? Lu Zhou reined in his expression, asking coldly and disdainfully, assumed the electric guitar was my symbol, so just grabbed it. Gu Tang didn't say anything, but the subtle change in his expression seemed to imply yes. Because they shared a bit of distant family ties, from the time he was old enough to understand things, he'd been fiercely envious of Nan Zhou, jealous of how he possessed everything he longed for. Such jealousy reached its peak when Nan Zhou became an Omega at 16. However, what subsequently happened to Nan Zhou quickly brought Gu Tang immense joy, and over these past 2 years, he even developed a feeling of superiority, believing he now towered over Nan Zhou. What good does having a good background do when poor judgment ruins even enormous wealth? If he treats Xia Yu like this, then I won't be friends with him, Lu Zhou said coldly. He must be regretting it now, Gu Tang added, I wonder which guest he will face. Humph, the program team urgently found a replacement. Maybe he's just some amateur. Zhang Shi draped his arm around Gu Tang's shoulder, whoever he is, the only one you should focus on is me. Gu Tang shyly smiled and looked down, pushing him away with her hand, I'll focus on your instant noodles then. Subtle declaration of ownership, so sweet. Our sugar CP is definitely the sweetest. Sorry, I'm feeling greasy. But, Teacher Lu Zhou's words earlier were so disappointing. South Zhou fans are pretending to be passers-by and attacking our brother again. Truly, followers mimic their idols, they're good at spreading rumors. Quick look at Sun Shen and Jiang beside them, these two are completely lost in their own world. Sun Shen's eyes seem glued onto Jiang. This is real devotion, my eyes have no one but you. Is this Gu Tang having a grudge against Nan Zhou? Why does she keep stirring trouble with every word? Our baby isn't like that. The show has a script, Pei Feng is so evil giving our treasure an antagonist role. So, does anyone else notice why the token of a rich second generation is instant noodles? This was exactly the effect Zhang Shi wanted. The reason he chose instant noodles as his token was to create a down-to-earth persona for himself. Before coming to the program, he had already discussed with Gu Tang, which led to the current performance. What's wrong with instant noodles? They're convenient and quick, and if made well, quite delicious. I'll cook it for you when there's a chance. Zhang Shi smoothly added. Comments gradually appeared in the live stream praising how relatable he was, even mentioning sudden fandom conversion. Just then, the door to the main live studio was pushed open once again, revealing a tall and statuesque man within the frame. With perfectly chiseled features as handsome as a computer-generated model, exuding an air of noble aloofness, paired with a pair of sharp legs, he instantly commanded attention with an undeniable presence. The cinematographer seemed equally struck, momentarily freezing the lens. The next second, the chat overflowed with exclamation marks. My goodness heavens and oh. Must be fake. Kneeling to Pei Feng, you're my true dad, literally. No way, this absolutely cannot be real, he wouldn't possibly come onto a dating reality show. Not just the viewers in the live room, even the guests on site and the staff unaware of who the mystery guest was, widened their eyes in shock. Gu Tang couldn't help but cry out, Director Hua. Lu Zhou also snapped into realization, his pupils contracting sharply. Wow, what's going on? Director Pei, did you invite Director Hua as a guest? Jiang Jin exclaimed, both shocked and delighted towards the director group. This was Hua Xingye after all. The megastar among stars, the youngest actor in film history to claim Best Actor honors, the guarantee for box office success, and the darling of the fashion circle. If the production team really managed to get him as a guest, wouldn't this show become a massive hit? Impossible, considering director Hua never participated in any variety show, let alone making his debut in a dating reality show. Among everyone, only Su Xiao noticed that Hua Xingye had come alone, without Nan Zhou. So, he asked, where's Nan Zhou? Under the camera, Hua Xingye, clad in a well-tailored dark gray cashmere coat, had an expression originally aloof transform into immense tenderness in that moment. His lips curved upwards as he said, I've hidden his precious item away. Chapter 8 I like. Oh my god, husband. I'm dying, you're so handsome, too appealing. No wonder it's called divine beauty. Even though they are both alphas in the entertainment circle, Lu Zhou looks so ordinary compared to him in the same shot. Please, fans of the film Emperor, don't drag others down while praising your idol. Let's take our beloved brother and leave. We don't make agreements. Why is he this good looking? My brain cells working together for 1 trillion years still can't figure out why he is so handsome. I wear prayer beads around my neck, hold a cross in my left hand, and paper talismans in my right. But when I see him, blood spurts from my nose. I slap myself harder and harder but tears uncontrollably flow from the corners of my mouth. What should I do? I am going crazy, how could there be a man as perfect as Hua Xingye, licking screen, licking screen. Those who said before that his voice was ugly, step forward now. Ah. So just now, film Emperor Hua and Nan Zhou. Ah. The guests approached one by one to introduce themselves to Hua Xingye. Just kidding, this is Hua Xingye, a big star in the industry, not at all like Nan Zhou, who's surrounded by scandals. Hua Xingye might not know them, but they certainly couldn't refrain from introducing themselves to Hua Xingye actively. If possible, they even wanted to build a connection with him. Gu Tang finally came back to her senses from her astonishment. With flushed cheeks and shining eyes, she looked at Huaxinye. Hua, teacher Hua, I am Gu Tang, a streamer on D platform. He was very tall, even taller than Lu Zhou, who is over 180 centimeters, and much taller than Zhangshi, who is about 170 centimeters. The powerful aura of an alpha made Gu Tang feel somewhat unsteady on her feet, despite being beta. Not a trace of pheromones had been emitted from the other side. Huaxinye gave a light nod, glancing casually at Lu Zhou standing aside. Lu Zhou never thought Huaxinye would participate in this dating variety show. Among all the original participants, the biggest celebrity and highest flow star had been Wen Yu and himself. But now Huaxinye was here. Hello, teacher Hua, I'm Lu Zhou. I know you. Lu Zhou's pupils slightly widened. This was the first time Huaxinye responded during introductions among everyone. He actually knows me. Could it be that some famous director in the film circle has noticed me? At that moment, Lu Zhou felt nervous yet expectant and excited. However, the next second, he heard Huaxinye say, former teammate of Nan Zhou. Laughed so hard haha, he even emphasized the 3 words, former teammate. In 2 sentences, Lu Zhou's heart fell from its peak into a deep valley. So Film Emperor Hua is taking up for Nan Zhou, what a pairing. Just acting, how could Huaxinye possibly know someone like Nan Zhou? The production team must have planned this. Did some people not watch the live broadcast from the small black room earlier? It's making people ship them non-stop. From today on, I declare myself a fan of the Xingzhou couple. If it's scripted, please let Nan Zhou act better so I won't lose interest. I can watch this like a romance drama. Begging you. Lu Zhou still couldn't believe Huaxinye knew Nan Zhou. Come on, if Nan Zhou knew Huaxinye, and they were close enough to attend a dating show together, would Nan Zhou still be doing boy bands? He would already have endless resources lined up for films and TV series. Teacher Hua, you and Nan Zhou. Teacher Hua, come sit over here. Gu Tang interrupted Lu Zhou, gesturing eagerly toward Huaxinye. What a fool, Lu Zhou. Obviously, pairing Huaxinye with Nan Zhou is the arrangement of the production team. With Huaxinye's status, current Nan Zhou isn't even close enough to reach him. Asking about their relationship in front of Huaxinye now is just making things difficult for Film Emperor Hua. Even though he was also curious, why did Film Emperor Hua come to this program? But this is Film Emperor Hua. Building a connection and climbing on board with him is the best option. Huaxinye didn't even glance at him, subtly turning his body sideways and looking towards the door in that moment. There, holding a black windbreaker in his arms, walking confidently back without hesitation was Nan Zhou, who had disappeared for quite a while. So where did Nan Zhou go just now? To collect his guitar. That look like he wouldn't let it go, in case the program group took it away, was adorable to death. No doubt a performance artist, Nan Zhou can play a little bit of Jay Chou's guitar. Upon reaching Huaxinye, Nan Zhou handed the coat over. Here you go. Huaxinye lowered his gaze, fixing it on the black coat. He neither extended his hand immediately nor said anything. Quickly take it, or I'll regret giving it to you. Nan Zhou urged. In fact, he didn't want to return the coat at all. Even though time had gradually faded its scent, it was still the only thing that could currently soothe his discomfort. But they'd just given him an electric guitar. What's going on? Nan Zhou has Huayingding's clothes. Shit. This person's play acting is over the top. What with the clothes, making them seem so intimate. Just wait for the backlash. Huayingding has obsessive-compulsive disorder. Even Luo Nan wouldn't dare touch his stuff casually. This coat. Wasn't this the one worn when he went to the hospital? Scream in outrage. Can Nan Zhou go away already? Is it possible? Please keep a 5-meter distance from my idol. Huaxinye looked back into Nan Zhou's eyes, do you not want to part with it? I like it smells so much. It makes me very comfortable, like you. I know. Huaxinye reached out and took the black windbreaker from his hands, we'll talk about the rest privately. I have another gift for you. This action instantly made the live broadcast audience erupt like a pot of boiling water. Privately talk, why privately? Is there something my VIP status can't hear? Sniffle sniffle so adorable who understands. The idol treats Nan Zhou completely different from everyone else. That look in his eyes, I'm done for. Is this what they call Oscar-worthy performance? Did no one catch Nan Zhou's words? Smell, comfort, like. Imagination goes wild. So the coat really belongs to Huayingding? Could he really take back a coat someone else touched? Where's the cleanliness phobia gone? Cleanliness phobia. It's selective cleanliness phobia, more like. A cigarette after hardship.jpg. Too gross, I can't watch anymore. Is Huaxinye's brain broken, joining this dating show aside, but also having feelings for Nan Zhou, unsubscribing? Don't watch if you don't like uncultured comments. Another gift? Nan Zhou was surprised by Huaxinye's generosity, and his eyes immediately turned into big round cat eyes. Seeing the change in his expression, Huaxinye's lips curled slightly upward as he added calmly, you'll like it. It was an extremely sure expression and tone. Fine then fine, why bring anything? Though seen through, Nanzhou wasn't flustered at all, his posture remaining casual. You're too polite. He then glanced at the other guests one by one. What were you guys talking about earlier? Nanzhou, are you and teacher Hu acquainted? Gu Tang immediately asked. Just from those few moments ago, Hu Xingye's behavior didn't seem unfamiliar with Nanzhou at all. But to say he and Nanzhou were in a relationship, how could that be possible? Nanzhou likes Lu Zhou after all. Know each other? Nanzhou looked toward Hu Xingye, as if seeking his opinion. Hu Xingye said nothing. Nanzhou seriously asked, do you want to know? Gu Tang. Duh. Nanzhou smiled brilliantly, that'll cost extra. Chapter 9 The bed is too small. I'm fucking laughing my way to riches. Nanzhou vs Gu Tang, Round 2, complete victory. Gu Tang's bitchiness could practically be felt through the screen. Whoa, who bought the PR army? Dragging our sugar baby is just too obvious. Be ugly things should be careful not to backfire on yourselves. Gu Tang was momentarily speechless after Nanzhou's sentence. At this exact moment, the show host stepped in to cue the procedure. Dreams are the lighthouses of the soul, they are the power that drives us forward. On the path to pursuing dreams, we may encounter difficulties and challenges, but it is precisely these experiences that shape us, making us more resilient and mature. The theme for this season of the show is Dream Apartment. The guests will work hand in hand with their lovers, with unwavering beliefs and relentless efforts, to create a future filled with hope and possibilities together. As the host finished speaking, the big screen lit up, displaying the first game segment, which also happened to be the most classic house-picking segment from A Little Serendipity. In this season's program, the guests' roles within the game will be determined by the rooms they select, starting their journey towards chasing their dreams. Now, let's take a tour of the dream apartments where our guests will reside one by one. When the first apartment appeared, everyone was greatly surprised. It was only a 45 square meter single room, you could see everything at a glance except for the bathroom. The cramped space, a single bed in the corner of the wall, and the messy stacks of cardboard boxes scattered across the floor. Shit. I know the director's team can be ruthless, but this is too. Single bed, barely enough for me, Su Shen, to lie down in. Does Jiang's sister plan to sleep in Su Shen's arms? Her cheeks are flushed red. Ha ha ha, check out Su Shen's face. He's dumbfounded. The most valuable thing in the whole house, a high-end computer. Do we even need to choose? Gu Tang immediately turned around and joked to Su Xiao, Su Shen, do you fancy this one? Let's keep looking, Su Xiao replied. Clearly visible was a top-of-the-line computer, and perhaps a guest who chose this room would have an identity related to gaming. Even though he had some interest, the environment. He didn't want to subject Shen Zhen to suffering in such a small place. Gu Tang, teacher Jiang Zhen. Do you want to choose this one? Jiang Zhen smiled and asked her in return. Gu Tang's eyelid twitched. How could it be possible to live under such poor conditions? Soon, a second apartment also appeared on the screen. This one was much better than the first, a 70 square meter double room. Though the furniture leaned towards being a bit old-fashioned, there was plenty of space. Not only were there a living room and kitchen, but there was even a wardrobe. The third room was another single room. But compared to the first, its conditions were far superior. It boasted a 5-foot double bed, simple modern decoration, rational layout, cleanliness, and orderliness. Moreover, it was equipped with smart home technology throughout the house. The fourth one was yet again a double room. Compared to the second one, it was slightly smaller, but its decoration was more avant-garde and contained almost no furniture. There was no sofa in the living room, instead, there was a carpet laid out with small cushions piled on top, giving the entire space a larger and more open feel. I hereby declare that the worst one is undoubtedly the first one, no contest, right? The 75 square meters double bedroom is also weird. They actually went for a walk-in closet. The last one is great both in size and condition, fits perfectly with our beauty, sort of has a cool, aloof feel to it. Seems like everyone clearly prefers the last two. Su Shen is in a tough spot here, does he have to stay in the worst as an unknown person? They haven't selected yet, but why do some people act like they've already picked for the guests? Dead hilarious. Who knows who'll end up with the worst? In the live stream scene in the footage, each guest pairing was discussing among themselves which one to pick. Nanzhou gestured for Hu Xingye to lean down and whispered something quickly into his ear. The next moment, Hu Xingye's eyes slightly narrowed, a brief look of surprise crossing his gaze. Are you sure? Can you do it? Nanzhou seriously countered. Hu Xingye looked at the screen again, on which 4 frozen images of each room respectively were shown. His deep gaze lingered on the small twin bed for several seconds. Nanzhou must be crazy, picking the worst one. Talking about creating drama, no one dares to claim first if Nanzhou claims second. Get lost. Don't drag my idol into your personal agendas. How could someone like my idol live in a place like that? That bed. Would Hu Star really even fit in there alone? Desperate Ho trying to take advantage of my idol, planning to sleep together. Get away. Throw yourself out. My idol wouldn't possibly agree. Seeing Huixingye's prolonged silence, Nanzhou thought he found the conditions too shabby. Even in the past, Nanzhou wouldn't have been willing to accept such conditions. But, he was extremely curious about the contents of the boxes in this room. From amidst the clutter on the floor, a certain leaked disc was a black vinyl record that he had once collected and liked very much. If the box contained a record player, along with several cherished vinyl records, it would be practically too wonderful. Huixingye retracted his gaze and calmly muted both their microphones before leaning in close to whisper in Nanzhou's ear, "The bed's too small." "Ah, so that's what it was about." Nanzhou grinned, "I'll give it to you, I'll sleep on the floor." After saying this, he flicked his eyelids up and added, "Didn't you still squeeze me on KJNGSJ's bed?" Upon hearing this, Huixingye paused briefly before giving a soft laugh. "Alright." "What? Why mute the mics?" They're exchanging whispers again, ugh. Ah. What are these two talking about? Why is Nanzhou smiling so pervertedly? Huixingye is laughing too. What are these two saying, talking about some risque matters? I believe all our guests already have their preferences in mind. However, your preference might not necessarily be yours. We will decide the order of room selection through a set of mini-games. Ultimately, the allocation of rooms will depend on how well each guest performs. Let's cheer for them. The host timely announced. In the blink of an eye, the screen transitioned to show a comic illustration along with game rules. Harmony minigame, pick up victory battle. Each pair of guests must eat one single p.ckv together. Both holding one end of the p.ckv with their mouths, they simultaneously start eating until either one of them lets go or the p.ckv breaks. At the end, whichever team has the shortest p.ckv left gets the first pick of the room. The comic image depicted a prince hugging another person while eating, looking exceptionally intimate. Oh my gosh, of course it's Yu Feng. Incredible. Hurry up and make them eat already. I can't wait to see it. Eating like a prince embracing someone, this level of difficulty. Ha ha ha, Sushin, why is your face red? It's not like you haven't kissed Jiang's sister's lips before. I'm a dog of Pei Feng. Being able to see Zhou Gu holding you Bao and kissing makes me crazy. I'm shattered, just thinking about seeing Ying'er and Nanzhou snuggling up to eat cookies makes me want to split apart. Nanzhou, get out of the entertainment industry already. Stop butting in. Some exclusive fans, calm down. If you don't want to watch, leave, plenty of people love watching. Let me enjoy a little Starjo, hee hee. Chapter 10, Prince's Embrace. Even though Nanzhou knew he was on a dating show, the level of ambiguity from the start still surprised him. A few meters away, Wen Yu subtly furrowed her brows without any obvious movement. Only Gu Tang looked eager and volunteered to act more enthusiastically. The princess hug is no big deal for brother Zhangshi. As a well-known wealthy second-generation celebrity, Zhangshi had posted countless pictures of his muscles, so when Gu Tang brought it up, Zhangshi couldn't resist showing off. Does little sister want brother to hold you? With these words, he grinned devilishly, lifted Gu Tang into his arms by the waist, and gestured to the crew for AP.ckv. Beside them, Jiang Zhen patted Su Xiao. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. I won't comfort you if you cry because you can't choose your favorite room. Su Xiao's ears turned red. I'm not going to cry. Lu Zhou coughed and opened his arms toward Wen Yu. Little Yu, don't worry. I won't let you stay in a bad house. Wah, so sweet. Brother carrying me. Young Master Zhang is so manly. Is Su Xiao really that innocent? After such a long relationship, how can you still blush when sleeping together? I can't believe it. Zhou Gezi is too indulgent. What a gentleman. Nope, only I think Zhangshi is being too cocky. Nanzhou, stay away from my god. Compared to others, Huixingye and Nanzhou seemed much calmer. Especially Nanzhou, who even asked, shall I carry you or will you carry me? After comparing their body types silently, Nanzhou reached an evident yet reluctant conclusion. Huixingye was bigger than him by a whole circle, stronger too. In fact, during those previous 2 nights, he had already experienced this. Nanzhou casually smirked and leaned against the shoulders of the man next to him. Alright, you're stronger, you carry me, while I'll handle eating. Huixingye chuckled lightly, wrapped his arm around Nanzhou's narrow waist, and lifted him with one hand. The familiar warm breath surrounded Nanzhou, and at the moment his eyes met Huixingye's deep pupils, his mind went blank again, while his ears flushed a soft pink. Subconsciously, the hand resting on Huixingye's neck tightened slightly, drawing their bodies closer. Huixingye paused almost imperceptibly, his Adam's apple moving. One-handed lift. I'm swooning. This is such a burst of hormones. A random trivia fact, our Emperor Hua could easily lift 240 kilograms. Hua, embrace me, not that stinky lotus blossom Nanzhou. Whose Adam's apple moved, whose pink ears held tightly. He, shipping goals reached. At just the right moment, the crew passed over a p.ckv to teacher Nanzhou. Regaining his focus, Nanzhou handed the p.ckv over to Huixingye's mouth. Open wide. Don't bite too much, just a tiny bit. And be gentle. The man beneath him obediently parted his lips slightly, clamping down gently on the p.ckv, his eyes filled with tender affection. Nan Zhou's heart raced slightly, and his ears turned even pinker. He focused entirely, one hand holding Huixingye's neck, the other on his shoulder, before biting the other end of the p.ckv, quickly chewing it. The camera zoomed in, capturing their handsome faces magnified, the p.ckv shortening steadily, and their lips inching ever closer. Through the screen, the audience seemed to hear their deep breaths and the crunching sound of the biscuit. Ah, I died. Emperor Hu looks so good with those eyes, anyone would be lost in them. Open wide, don't bite too hard, be gentle. What are you saying, Nan Zhou? Cheeks completely flushed. Too sweet, I give up resisting, I'm fully invested in this CP. Nobody can stop me. Check out Luge on the side, lol I can't stop laughing. Poor Wenyu, feel sorry for her for 2 seconds. Next to Huixingye and Nan Zhou, Lu Zhou carried Wenyu after lifting her, then made her hold the p.ckv in her teeth while he started chewing the other end. But due to clothing restrictions and awkward movements, his actions resembled those of a large pet dog desperately trying to get closer to its owner. More despairingly, some biscuit crumbs fell onto his face, prompting an instinctive urge to brush them off, which was impossible with his princess-style carry position. Ultimately, Lu Zhou made the most confused decision, he began shaking his body. So what the audience saw was Lu Zhou hugging Wenyu, munching on the p.ckv while shaking both of their bodies slightly back and forth. It wasn't exactly aesthetically pleasing, rather comical. Finally, the p.ckv gave way prematurely under all the movement, breaking off earlier than expected. Wenyu's face was pale after she landed, and it wasn't clear whether it was due to the premature break of the p.ckv or the discomfort of being held. In contrast, Nan Zhou's scene played out like a perfectly romantic drama. Soon, the p.ckv was almost entirely consumed by him, leaving their lips extremely close. Under the interplay of light and shadow, Nan Zhou's eyes were crystal clear, his flushed lips slightly parted. Huixingye effortlessly cradled him in one hand, his gaze fixed on Nan Zhou's face, his expression seemingly nonchalant but also contentedly indulgent, his eyes brimming with endless tenderness. It seemed as if Nan Zhou could do anything to him at that moment. Finally, under the spotlight, just as their lips were about to touch, Nan Zhou bit through the p.ckv. The moment the p.ckv broke, he let out a quiet sigh of relief from deep within. Who knew how much restraint it took for him not to kiss those inviting lips before him? Wow, looks like we'll need a ruler to determine the ultimate winner. Among several plates, Gu Tang and Zhang Shi's remaining p.ckv was clearly longer by a segment, securing them an early third place. Su Xiao and Jiang Zhen's, however, appeared visually quite similar to Nan Zhou and Huixingye's. Huixingye set Nan Zhou gently back on the ground, and the staff immediately brought a ruler to measure the p.ckv pieces. Ultimately, Su Xiao and Jiang Zhen secured first place with a slim advantage, earning them the right to choose their room first. Su Xinjia, a high-end computer definitely matches you best. Exactly, although the conditions are somewhat lacking, sacrifices for dreams mean nothing. Gu Tang and Zhang Shi were already brainwashing Su Xiao. Zhang Shi had his eyes on the third room, a trendy single room oozing modernity. Meanwhile, Gu Tang, driven by personal preference, was more inclined towards the last double room. He certainly didn't want to share a bed with Zhang Shi. Collaborating on the variety show was one thing, but sleeping together would tarnish his image as a live streamer. Not that they hadn't shared a bed before. Although Lu Zhou didn't wish to stay in the worst room either, his low ranking combined with his idol-like pride meant he wouldn't open his mouth. Of course, roles like cannon fodder were meant for these amateurs, weren't they? Fully automated smart home, sleek and modern design, clean and tidy. I can't think of any reason why you wouldn't pick it. Or are you eyeing the double room? Nan Zhou's voice suddenly cut in, if it's the double room, they're all fine with me. Nan Zhou, are you only considering the conditions without thinking about compatibility? The rules did state that our identities will be decided based on the room selection, Gu Tang remarked. On purpose, right. Being second place, even if Su Xiao chose the third room, Gu Tang could easily select between the second and fourth rooms. Leaving the two inferior ones for the rest, huh? Jiang Zhen gave Su Xiao's hand a squeeze, I'm fine with whatever you pick. In that case, we'll go with the third room. Almost as soon as Su Xiao finished speaking, Nan Zhou quickly picked up the key to the first room. So this one's mine. Chapter 11, Can Someone Be Overly Enamored? Nan Zhou's actions left everyone present almost speechless. He must have made a mistake. Choosing any other room would have been fine, but who in their right mind would willingly pick the worst one? In the live stream, Huixingye's fans and Nan Zhou's detractors had known earlier that Nan Zhou seemed to be aiming for this particular room. But when it really happened, they still couldn't help losing their composure. This green tea is unmatched. Intentionally capitalizing on couple rumors to take advantage of my idol, right? Cursed be Nan Zhou, I'll report you. Hey Feng, if you don't change the rules, you'll regret it, you'll get trashed. How could Emperor Hu tolerate sharing a bed with someone else? What nonsense. Is it real or staged? They actually chose this room. Stimulating. So stimulating. I can't wait to skip ahead until night falls, haha, pants flying everywhere, lewd emoji, lewd emoji. Among the guests on site, Gu Tang's expression changed repeatedly, and he finally couldn't help but sneer, "Nanzhou, you're quite capable." Lu Zhou fixed his gaze on Huixingye, and his eyes grew darker by a degree. On the contrary, Huixingye himself was surprisingly composed about Nanzhou's choice, even saying carelessly, "The gift I'm going to give you might not fit after all." "What are you planning to give me?" Nanzhou asked. "Secret," Huixingye whispered sensually in his ear, "I can't wait to see your face when you receive it." Warm breath mingled with a magnetic scent overwhelmed Nanzhou, leaving him momentarily speechless. By the time he regained his senses, the other two groups of guests had also chosen their rooms. The host announced that the identity cards were located in the rooms each guest had chosen. The guests would need to follow instructions to go to the corresponding rooms inside the apartment complex. The dream apartment prepared by the production team was in an older neighborhood, naturally without elevators. Nanzhou and Huixingye had aimed at a single-person room on the third floor, next to which was the last selected best double room occupied by Lu Zhou and Wenyu. Intrigued by the vinyl records in the room, Nanzhou ascended the stairs briskly with his newly acquired guitar, sometimes skipping steps altogether. However, whether due to an accidental oversight by the program staff or intentional sabotage, at the very top of the staircase on the third floor, a worker had left behind a cloth used for construction work. Moving too quickly and not paying attention, Nanzhou stepped on it. The cloth, greasy with machine oil, slipped out from underfoot instantly, causing Nanzhou's body to fall backward. His head pointed down as he tumbled down the stairs. In that split second, rather than grabbing the railing, his instinctive reaction was to pull the guitar swiftly to the front to shield himself. Just as he was about to crash headfirst onto the hard ground, a familiar aroma reached his nose. In the next moment, Nanzhou fell into a warm, sturdy embrace. Huixingye glanced briefly at the slipperiness-inducing cloth on the floor before looking toward the person cradled in his arms. Nanzhou leaned against him, surprise still etched across his face. Thump. Thump. It was the rapid heartbeat of both. "Thanks, for saving my sorry life," Nanzhou said aloud. Huixingye. His lips parted slightly, preparing to say something. But before he could utter a word, Nanzhou had already darted away from his arms and continued running into the apartment complex like there was no tomorrow, showing absolutely no sign of lingering affection. Like a stray cat that accidentally wandered into his arms, it hadn't even stayed long enough for him to stroke it before fleeing. Tightening and then loosening his left hand, Huixingye felt the lingering warmth from the chest and arms still clinging to him. Only then did he stretch out his long legs and walk towards Nanzhou. As he walked, he casually informed the cameraman about the forgotten cloth. Despite his seemingly calm expression, the deep tone of his voice and imposing presence silenced the PDs of the production team. Could Emperor Hu be angry? Huh? What's going on? What is Nanzhou doing? Hero saves beauty, and this is what we get. No reshoots. How could this Omega be so indifferent to romance? Isn't it strange? Why does it seem like Nanzhou is more interested in the apartment than in Emperor Hu? TSK, such small movements, but isn't someone possibly overloved? A match made indeed. After opening the door, Nanzhou immediately rushed to the clutter box in the living room. Sure enough, the box contained CDs, many of them vinyls. Under the bed, there was another storage box, inside which was a vinyl player. Nanzhou gave himself a celebratory whistle for making such a wise choice. In the adjacent double room closer to the hallway, Lu Zhou and Wenyu were discussing how to allocate the room when suddenly a soothing melody drifted through. Following the music, the two looked towards the balcony near the neighboring room. Lu Zhou immediately spoke with deep affection to Wenyu. "The second bedroom is close to the neighboring room, and this apartment building doesn't have good soundproofing. Nanzhou makes a lot of noise, it might disturb you. Look at the noise he's making right now." "Noise? This song is great, it's from a record Alice released 10 years ago. Don't you like her?" Wenyu asked instead of answering. Lu Zhou's gaze flickered slightly, he played it way too loud. "Speaking of which, the neighboring room is a single person's room. Does that mean tonight, Emperor Hu will sleep in the same bed as Nanzhou?" Wenyu continued. At this moment, Lu Zhou didn't reply. It seemed only now had he realized the fact that Nanzhou and Huixingye would be lying in the same bed tonight. Lu Zhou's expression suddenly grew dark as if lost in thought for a moment, and then he casually bent down to pick up Wenyu's suitcase. "That's their business. Let me help you take your luggage to the master bedroom." "Ha ha ha, who knew Ms. Yu also gossiped? Zhou Gu really dotes on her. He considers everything for little Yu, even the noise, he loves her so much, woo woo." "Not really. How come I feel every word by when you was stabbing Lu Zhou with knives? The guy cracked me up, ha ha ha." Lu Zhou considers his idol's songs noise. Trolls pretending to be passers-by, don't go crazy here when you clearly hate Theza next door. Watch another stream if you want. In the adjacent live stream, Nanzhou sat on the carpet, listening to music while fiddling with those vinyl records. He had rummaged through all the boxes, taking out the vinyl records and piling them at his feet. Right now, Nanzhou resembled a dragon sitting atop its treasures. Huixingye went in and out of the small apartment, bringing in both their suitcases, moving the obstructive cartons near the entrance, and even starting to do chores. Despite wearing an expressionless face characteristic of someone practicing abstinence, not a single task escaped his hands. When lifting the last box, something fell out. His gaze landed on it for less than a second, his deep black eyes flickered slightly, and his Adam's apple moved. He subtly picked it up and put it back into the box, intending to toss it out along with the rest. The cameraman carefully reminded him, "Teacher Hua, this is from one of our sponsors." Hua Xingye glanced over. The cameraman's voice became quieter, "It should be displayed. *T. Am I seeing this right? Is it M brand's newest anti-bite ring? No wonder this is heartbeats. Sex toys are never late, just fashionably early. Did Emperor Hua refuse directly because of unwillingness, or was he specifically refusing to use it on Nanzhou? Dude, did you imagine something there? I swear I caught micro-expressions. Nanzhou, don't tell me you're blind. Can't you see my idol doing all the chores? I can't believe, isn't their family dynamics clear enough? Sigh, Emperor Hua spoils too much. Unsure whether it was due to hearing the cameraman's words or sensing something, Nanzhou finally tore his focus away from the vinyl records and turned his head toward Hua Xingye, sponsor. It's sponsored by the M Company. Their latest release from last month. Normally, guests were supposed to promote sponsors' products whenever they appeared. At the very least, mention them. But judging from Hua Xingye's previous reaction, that wasn't going to happen. With uncooperative guests and the M Company being one of the big sponsors for this event, what could be done? Only gritting teeth and giving it a direct cue remained. Now, the cameraman silently hoped that Nanzhou might be more cooperative. And Nanzhou didn't let him down. Anti-bite ring? Glancing at Hua Xingye, he opened his mouth, "Don't you think this thing suits you perfectly?" Chapter 12, Hua Xingye's Pheromones. The original purpose of developing the bite-proof ring was to protect omegas. When an omega wears it, it effectively prevents marking behavior by an alpha who loses control during intimacy. So, when Nanzhou made that comment, the live chat immediately exploded. What nonsense is this little talking about? Did he hit his head on a door? Hua Yingdi is nothing like you. He's a real alpha. Alpha through and through. I think he's lost his mind. Pretending to be beta while being omega isn't even the problem, saying such obvious lies. Can Hua Yingdi possibly be omega? But the next unfinished sentence from Nanzhou, along with Hua Xingye's attitude, ignited another wave of thoughts in the audience's minds. Nanzhou, the last time you bit. Do you want to see the gift I brought for you? Hua Xingye nonchalantly kicked the cardboard box toward the entrance. Sure, I'd love to see what kind of gift makes you so confident. I'll tell you, I'm not someone who's easily pleased. Beside them, the cameraman seemed somewhat dazed. Just now, it seemed like some major drama erupted, didn't it? Director Pei Feng sat in the director's booth, his face glowing with happiness. He had known all along that Hua Xingye volunteering for their show wasn't without reason, there were bound to be some dramatic moments. And they'd only just started streaming, yet they almost blew a juicy secret already. This season's ratings and live streaming effects would definitely be amazing. The popularity was guaranteed. Cue the character card. He instructed calmly. The cameraman finally snapped back to reality and motioned for Nanzhou to check out the scattered task envelope beside the vinyl record. Nanzhou opened the envelope. Congratulations, this season, you are a bar singer who longs to write a chart-topping hit song, while your lover is someone who runs errands on set during the day and mixes drinks at the bar at night. What rubbish is this? Nanzhou couldn't help but criticize. You two must hustle in this apartment, striving for your dreams and lives, hoping that one day, your fates will change, and your dreams come true. He tapped the mission card with his bent finger. This is ridiculous. My songs are already hits, no need to long for anything. Wait, didn't Nanzhou say something before? Hua Xingye bit. Holy *T. Is it really as wild as I'm imagining? Daydreamer, you think you're worthy of being marked? Ha. Hua Yingdi clearly doesn't want to respond at all, changing the topic right away. Why does someone insist on adding drama? I'm sick of it. Some viewers in the live chat room, particularly Hua Xingye's solo fans, were still obsessively ranting about the previous topic. They wished their words could verbally beat up Nanzhou to death. Meanwhile. Exactly, what nonsense. Dragon Extra. Let Hua Yingdi run errands, seriously. What production company dares let an emperor-level actor run minor roles? They'd risk overshadowing the main characters. Nanzhou's arrogance is unreal. An idol pretending to be beta and acting as omega has no business claiming their music will be hits. Disgusting. Shouldn't the role of the singer go to Lu Zhou instead? Nanzhou lacks composing talent completely. Dislike towards the assigned character reached its peak. Nanzhou didn't want to glance at that mission card for another second. Right at this moment, Hua Xingye pulled out a present packed in a transparent gift bag from his luggage. Glancing over, Nanzhou's already disdainful face showed increased astonishment. His pupils expanded and his mouth involuntarily twitched slightly. Is this for me? Hua Xingye said nothing, just placed the present in his arms with a self-assured smile on his face. Nanzhou, hold on, what kind of joke is this? How could a big-shot dude like me possibly like such stuff? Open it and see. Does it even need opening? Once opened, it won't be a doll anymore. Nanzhou's voice quickly dropped as the gift bag opened. A rich scent drifted out from the bag. It was the smell he detected that night. It was the aroma lingering from several nights spent alongside that windbreaker coat. It was Huixinya's pheromone. Nan Zhou's face flushed red instantly, even his round eyes acquiring a tint of pinkish glow. Take it out and have a look, Huixinya hinted again. Under the influence of his alpha's pheromones, feeling slightly dizzy, Nan Zhou obediently pulled the stuffed toy out. At this moment, he was shocked once more. The stuffed toy was a Heku Tibetan Mastiff with cute little eyebrows. Before the time travel, Nan Zhou had raised a Heku Tibetan Mastiff named Aaron. Aaron was calm in temperament, handsome in appearance, and particularly attached to him. It had been by his side for 3 years and was a very important family member. The plush doll filled with Huixinya's pheromones resembled Aaron a great deal. Like it? The man's deep voice laced with laughter rang out. Nan Zhou shoved the stuffed animal back into the gift bag instantly, turned his head, and touched his nose. It's okay. Shit. Why was this man so attractive in every way? Not only were his voice, looks, physique, and demeanor perfect for him, but he also understood him perfectly. There must be something wrong with my eyes. Why do I see so many pink bubbles? Damn. This CP is fake. Not to be believed. So sweet. Mommy. The way Nan Zhou quickly blushed when opening the gift bag is just too cute. Like a Tsundra little kitty, now I think Nan Zhou might be an Omega after all, that combination of actions left me dizzy. Acting. Definitely the performance of a film emperor. Just an idle drama. Ugh, I'm not planning to rewatch it 30 or 40 times or anything. That, Teacher Nan Zhou. The cameraman's voice came weakly from the lens again, you haven't finished reading the mission card yet. You read it. Nan Zhou handed the mission card to Huixinya. Anyway, before coming, he had made up his mind, absolutely no effort on this. He didn't care if he stood or lay while filming this show, as long as he showed up, it wouldn't count as breaching the contract. The content on the task card detailed their first meal together post-cohabitation, which was simple enough, asking the guests to cook themselves meals. However, before cooking, they needed to buy ingredients. Upon hearing the mention of cooking and grocery shopping, Nan Zhou, who had been lying on a bean-bag sofa listening to music, didn't even budge his bottom. Cooking is impossible. Let's order takeaway. Anything goes, except leafy greens. Teacher Nan Zhou, we cannot order takeaway, the cameraman reminded him. Look at our characters. Is it really suitable to have takeaway? If you won't allow it, then let's just skip it. One missed meal isn't fatal. Hahaha, this is hilarious, never seen such a guest before. The production team is speechless. Pretense or real, Nan Zhou seems too rough for an Omega act. Apparently exposed, he can't even bother pretending anymore. He may not feel hungry, but what about our Mr. Hua? Isn't it selfish to refuse food like this? Chapter 13, I won't let you go hungry. Do you feel like having seafood hot pot? Huixinya squatted on the carpet next to Nan Zhou. Mushroom soup with ginseng base, and add some truffles. Let's also buy some swimming crabs and scallops. Can you cook it? Nan Zhou's eyes lit up. However, before Huixinya could respond, the cameraman interjected, Mr. Hua, our activity budget for each group is 200 yuan. 200. At that moment, Nan Zhou felt as though one by one, the swimming crabs and crayfish were waving their claws out of the window. TSK. What kind of show do you run when you're so stingy? The entire director team. Dear, our family is too poor. I'll just skip it so you can eat more. Nan Zhou lay back down. If he didn't eat, he wouldn't have to leave the house. And they could save the money for his own couple's consumption instead. Looking at the other person's physique, he figured the guy could eat a fair bit, right? Huixinya stood up from the carpet and looked at the camera, do we talk? Although his expression was calm, but through the screen, Pei Feng could feel an overwhelming presence radiating off him. Shit. Is he really pampering him this much? For the sake of Nan Zhou, Huixinya was actually going head-to-head with their production crew right in front of the camera. But what could they do? The biggest sponsor of this show was H Group. While outsiders might not know, Pei Feng certainly did, H Group's crown prince was none other than the alpha in front of them who wanted to chat. Chat? About what? Huixinya obviously couldn't take it anymore, could he? This partner is really pulling something, had it been me, I would have lost patience long ago. Only Huixinya has such a good character. What shockingly funny joke are people telling earlier? Do you truly understand Huixinya? Laugh dead, if anyone gets it, they'd be obsessively fangirling already, he loves this all. Exactly. As a 5-year-old fan, I can say he genuinely loves her. Nan Zhou called Huixinya dear, yeah. So sweet woo-woo. Though Huixinya's negotiation with the directing team had the mic turned off, the cameras were still rolling. The audience didn't know what they discussed, but after a while when the mic came back on, Pei Feng announced an exception to raise the starting funds of the guest to 500 yuan. 500 wasn't enough for a seafood hot pot either, but Huixinya said to Nan Zhou, how about crab roe noodles? Humph, I only agreed because of how hard you've worked, not because I'm afraid of being hungry. Finally, Nan Zhou got up from the couch. As he followed Huaxinya to the door, he continued lecturing, next time, don't talk with them. Save yourself from being criticized as arrogant later. Let me handle it. I'll definitely make sure they know, you get what you pay for. Huaxinya paused at the door and removed his own scarf, placing it around Nan Zhou's neck. Hey. Comfortable? Alpha's close personal items carried residual pheromones, mingling softly with the lamb's wool and enveloping Nan Zhou in warmth. So comfortable. Just keep it if it feels good. Huaxinya pulled the scarf a little higher, covering half of his face. As the two left the apartment building, they just happened to meet Jiangzhen and Su Xiao. Jiangzhen's gaze often drifted toward Nan Zhou. Unable to contain herself any longer, she opened her mouth to gossip. Mr. Hua, I once read an interview of yours. In that interview, you mentioned someone you like. Is this person? Nan. She spoke, glancing at Nan Zhou with the sharpness of a fox ready to steal something sweet. Just as Jiangzhen asked Huaxinya about the person he liked, despite his lower half-face hidden under the cashmere scarf, the sudden wide-eyed expression of Nan Zhou was captured both by the camera and everyone else. Jiang sister, you're my sister. You ask everything. Nan Zhou doesn't know Huaxinya likes someone. If it's fake, it's fake. They're clearly not a real couple. How could my godlike man possibly like him? But before he could answer, Huaxinya naturally cut across her words mid-sentence. Wait, I haven't finished asking yet. What does your even mean? Jiangzhen rushed, this is so subtle. Does it mean yes, or that the person you like is right beside you? Huaxinya smiled faintly, do you want to know? Jiangzhen, why does this feel oddly familiar? That comes with a different price. Her companion, Su Xiao, quickly changed the subject. What role did you draw? The pair, consisting of one online game player and one coffee shop barista, exchanged roles. To be honest, getting paired up as gaming companions came as quite a surprise to both of them. So, they became even more curious about the roles chosen for Nan Zhou and Huaxinya in the high-spec computer room. Could this be part of another hidden cost? Su Xiao said. A bartender at work. Nan Zhou replied. Su Xiao's eyes widened in shock. High-spec computers, just like this. The production team really was cunning. At that moment, Lu Zhou and when you also arrived at the building's lobby behind them stood Gu Tang and Zhang Shi, who seemed to bicker and tease each other playfully. Upon seeing their quartet, Gu Tang immediately asked, what do you guys plan to eat for lunch? Without waiting for an answer, he continued, Zhang Shi mentioned he wants some home-style dishes. I'm thinking of making steamed sea bass, cold mixed tripe, sweet and sour spare ribs, along with a soup of 3 fresh ingredients in tofu. Since Xinjin is on a diet, I'll prepare her a salad for fat loss, Su Xiao chimed in. Our precious Tang Bao Bao is so humble. Capable beyond measure, a paragon of virtue. Su Xiao God, I'm tearing up. Jiangzhen is so lucky Hua. I feel sorry for Emperor Hua, who still has to attend to that dead green tea girl. Hilarious, isn't Gu Tang just pretending like how someone studies secretly at night but says they haven't revised anything? You feel sorry? Go ahead and feel sorry for your own master instead. Of the 4 pairs, neither Lu Zhou nor Wen Yu had spoken much yet, but Gu Tang addressed Nan Zhou, Teacher Nan Zhou, can you cook? You wouldn't want to serve Teacher Hua something from the dark cuisine category, would you? Nan Zhou kept his hands stuffed in his pockets while musing over the earlier conversation between Jiangzhen and Huaxinya. Huaxinya liked someone, but it wasn't clear whether he was dating that person or not. If yes, didn't that make him an adulterer? He, Nan Zhou, certainly disliked getting entangled in such messy affairs involving others' relationships. No, he had to find out clearly at the right opportunity. I can't. Nan Zhou answered. That's what Gu Tang was waiting for, preparing to open his mouth. But before he could speak, Nan Zhou suddenly quipped, seems like you're quite adept at cooking. Whip up a few imperial dishes and show your real skill. Chortle, from Wen Yu's direction came a faint chuckle. Lu Zhou glanced at his side in astonishment, only to see Wen Yu maintaining his usual cool, indifferent demeanor, without any trace of upward curl on his lips. The dishes Xiao Tang makes are only for me to eat, Zhang Shi interjected protectively, no one else should try to snatch them. Gu Tang swiftly adjusted his expression and attitude, all Omegas must know this stuff. We surely can't let our alpha starve, right? In the next second, Gu Tang caught a strange look of curiosity on Nan Zhou's face, quickly scanning him from head to toe. Nan Zhou, if you insist on perceiving things that way, there's nothing I can do. After finishing, he leaned close and tiptoed to whisper near Huaxinya's ear, is he serious or faking it for effect on the show? Huaxinya. In a low voice, he explained, indeed, many people have such notions, but I don't. Besides, here, you don't have to worry either. I won't let you go hungry. Chapter 14 Hold tighter. Nan Zhou. My goodness, hasn't the wind of liberal thinking reached here yet? Haha, Nan Zhou's sarcastic expression is hilarious. His humor when he asks Gu Tang to cook and check her ability is at 100%, but his serious question to Hua Yingdi about whether it's just a show effect hits 10,000%. Zhang Xiao spoils them too much, if they weren't filming, he might have resisted scolding Nan Zhou for being so impolite. How could Nanzhou think that Gu Tang is only doing this for the show? He seems brainwashed by his own assumptions. Wow, it's really eye-opening when diligent people get bashed by lazy ones who do nothing. Huayingdi, I'm crying my eyes out. Which direction should I kneel in to gain such an alpha? Since it was a major hit variety show with long-term location shoots, to avoid gatherings affecting the guests, the production team chose an apartment building located more remotely with not too many permanent residents. The guests had to walk quite a distance to reach the market, so the production team provided 4 electric scooters for the 4 guest groups. When the crew showed the 4 e-scooters to the guests, their faces were priceless. Among all of them, Zhang Shi and Gu Tang stood out as immediately showing changes in expression. Zhang Shi, the second-generation rich heir, had already inquired thoroughly about various conditions prior to the recording, including the fact that the accommodation wasn't ideal, but never expected something like this operation would be included. And guess what, he couldn't ride an electric scooter. Neither could Lu Zhou, though his emotional management was excellent, leaving no trace on his face. Director, it's nearly 0 degrees today. Have you considered the frail Omega like Nanzhou might freeze? Gu Tang said teasingly to Director Pei's team. He definitely didn't want to endure the winter winds on the scooter, it wouldn't be pretty. However, right after he finished speaking, he heard the unlocking sound of one of the electric bikes. Before anyone could blink, Nanzhou had already straddled one of the scooters with his long legs. Tossing a safety helmet toward Huixinye with a loud whistle, he buckled his own securely in place. With both hands on the handlebars, his left leg swung up elegantly as he nudged the stand up with ease. Let's go, darling. Okay, Huixinye gave a soft laugh and sat behind him on the scooter. In the next moment, the scooter sped away as if they hadn't even heard Gu Tang's complaint. I laughed so hard I couldn't stop for 3 miles. Nanzhou must be the kryptonite to Gu Tang. Gu Tang seems like those ridiculous secondary villains, provoking repeatedly, only to be brutally defeated each time. Can't he just quit while ahead? Who bought these PR armies online anyway, constantly dragging others down? Be careful of reverse effects. The fans of someone should not joke around like this. Hasn't your master leaked his tea flavor onto the screen already? I hereby crown Nanzhou as the tea-spilling general. I don't usually enjoy pairing couples either, but calling each other darling. Annoying. After Nanzhou and Huixinye left, Su Xiao and Jiangjin followed suit. Su Xiao drove the scooter, with Jiangjin sitting at the back. Before getting on, Su Xiao conscientiously fastened the safety helmet for Jiangjin and told her to hold on tight, offering to shield her from the cold. Jiangjin teased him back asking if he was subtly hinting that she should hold on tightly, turning his little face bright red. The audience cheered at how sweet it was. In the biting cold, Lu Zhou gritted his teeth and mounted an electric scooter as well, just like Su Xiao intending to help when you secure her helmet. But before he could act, Wen Yu had already strapped her helmet herself and took the rear seat. From this point forward, Gu Tang no longer had an excuse to mention weak omegas. But Zhang Shi still resisted looking at the scooter. Can we take a taxi? He asked. The cameraman politely replied, sorry, Mr. Zhang Shi, you don't have the budget for taxis. If you don't want to ride a scooter, you can consider walking. It's just 30 minutes away. Zhang Shi grew visibly upset, but Gu Tang timely interjected, Brother Shi, let's walk. It will feel like strolling, plus, we can take in the scenery, it will be romantic. Zhang Shi turned his cold face away without answering. Gu Tang thought for a moment and grabbed his hand, come on, alright. Flattery worked its charm, but Zhang Shi wasn't satisfied with just holding hands. He smoothly pulled Gu Tang into his embrace, subtly grabbing his firm buttocks under cover of the overcoat. I'm worried you might freeze stiff because of the cold weather. This action carried obvious implications, and Gu Tang's expression changed slightly. But realizing the importance of this variety show to his transition from a social media influencer to entering the entertainment industry as an actor, he forced a sweet smile, as long as you're by my side, I'll be warm. Zhang Shi gave a mischievous smile, which was his way of agreeing. Gu Tang's fans seized this moment to comment that it was ultra-sweet and super addictive. The electric scooter traveled down the road at 30 miles per hour, cold winds hitting their faces. Huixinye's scarf played a critical role at this moment. Nanzhou's voice filtered through the scarf, almost dispersing in the cold air when the wind blew. Are you cold? He couldn't see the relaxed, tall figure sitting behind him. All he heard was the other's question, if I said I was cold, what would you do? The tone seemed as if the other were actually cold, with the sound of sniffing faintly detectable. Nanzhou had sharp hearing and immediately caught onto the nuances conveyed in his voice. If you're cold, hold tighter. The next second, strong arms encircled his waist, pressing their bodies together through the layers of clothing. There was also Huixinye's familiar scent that accompanied this. And then came the deep, pleasant voice by his ear, one that instantly sent an electric shock through Nanzhou's body, so cold. He responded uncomfortably. Leopardy kitty cat, I'm born. Isn't this better than a typical idol drama? Sorry everyone, but I have to start obsessing over them. At this point, the live stream had already generated heated discussions on Weibo, and with some users uploading recorded clips to Weibo, the hype only grew higher. Especially after learning that Huixinye participated in this reality dating show, swarms of his fans flooded the live stream room. Saw the Weibo trending topic and rushed over, 5-year-old Huixinye fan here. Heard that our Huashinya lost his mind and got into something scandalous on this dating show. No way I'd believe that. Holy cow, are my eyes failing me or Brother Yi behaving so badly? Brother Yi, how could you dare to bully such a pure little Omega in broad daylight? Xiao Bao, why don't you turn around? Does he even look cold? Not bothering to pretend. Whoa, there's some substance in this variety show. A hardcore fan for years, I've never seen our Brother Yi being this shameless before. Hey up front, check out the earlier recorded clips. He was super gentle, can you believe it? Wait, did the hired commentators come in? Are people really buying into this fabricated sweetness? Come on now, is Nanzhou establishing a pure image of himself? It's killing me laughing. Chapter 15, Jealous Much, Buddy. Nanzhou and Huashinya rode their bikes to the vegetable market. As a young actor with significant fame, even in such a small marketplace, Huashinya's presence drew considerable attention. Thankfully, the production team had arranged for order to be maintained, otherwise, both would have been unable to buy groceries properly. The two were selecting seafood at a seafood stall run by a middle-aged man with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, his unkempt beard giving him a gruff and silent demeanor. Was what you just discussed with Jiang Zhen at the apartment building earlier true? Nanzhou asked Huashinya. Nanzhou hesitated for a moment. That. I hate being involved in troublesome things. If you have a girlfriend or... Let's go with this one. Huashinya pointed to one of the large crabs and told the uncle. After saying that, he turned to look at Nanzhou. No. Huashinya's gaze was serious as he stared into Nanzhou's eyes. There is no one else but you. Nanzhou was slightly surprised by the sincerity of Huashinya's gaze, as if it were an oath. It seemed like in that moment, he wasn't answering his question but making a confession to him. Too intense, too professional. This acting skill, this business maneuver, impressive. Oh, alright then. He looked away and pointed towards a nearby sundry shop. I'll check out over there. As long as he was single, it didn't matter. Who cared about his romantic interests? It was irrelevant to him. They only had a fleeting relationship fostered for promotional purposes in a reality show after all. Wouldn't you like to ask more? Huashinya stopped him. Ask what? Nanzhou was confused. At that moment, it felt like he caught a fleeting glimpse of disappointment in Huashinya's eyes. Huashinya, nothing, go ahead. I'll catch up with you once I'm done here. No one but you. I'm totally shipping them again. What a dumb green tea question. Who does my idol even date? Phew, Nanzhou's pretty bold, bringing up whether they're in a relationship right there on a live show. Sigh, they're clearly fake, but still fun to watch. Ah no. I support Wildhua privately having someone, it's me. I'm confused. Isn't this real? Nanzhou seems jealous, and our actor gives an honest declaration of feelings, isn't it? The boss of the seafood stall handed over the cleaned and packed seafood to Huashinya. Young man, do you know how to prepare these? Aha. Make sure you cook them well so people can enjoy it. Best of luck. The boss encouraged him. Huashinya chuckled softly, taking the seafood bag from the uncle's hands. Thank you for your kind words. When Huashinya found Nanzhou in the sundry store, and they returned together to where their bike was parked, they coincidentally met Lu Zhou and Wen Yu who had just arrived. Nanzhou stood there with his hands in his pockets, staring at the ground, lost in thought and unaware of their arrival. On the contrary, Huashinya fixed his gaze on Lu Zhou. That glance gave Lu Zhou a chill far worse than the cold wind on the road. Did you ride here? Huashinya asked. Huh. Huashinya subtly glanced in Wen Yu's direction before smiling warmly and said, not easy keeping up with you, huh. Even if Lu Zhou was slow, he understood now, Huashinya was poking fun at him. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. He managed a smile. Nanzhou doesn't excel at pretending. Knock knock. Was this fake after all? He's obsessed. Super obsessed. Turn black on him, abusing power because he's a star. So unpleasant. Good riddance, Lu fans shouldn't harass my brother Hua. You're insincere. Wait, is brother Hua actually sticking up for Nanzhou? As the two talked, Nanzhou finally snapped out of his reverie and looked up, locking eyes with Lu Zhou. When Nanzhou raised his head to meet his gaze, Lu Zhou felt a jolt in his chest, opening his mouth as if wanting to say something but instead heard Huashinya say, I see a bubble tea shop up ahead. Want some? Where? How come I didn't see it? Nanzhou's gaze instantly turned toward Huashinya. Just around the next corner down that alley. We can swing by it along the way. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Without hesitation, Nanzhou unlocked the e-bike, straddled it, and deftly took the shopping bag from Huashinya and hung it on the storage hook at the front of the bike. Huashinya climbed on behind him, wrapping his arms around Nanzhou and flashing an even warmer smile at Lu Zhou. We're off first. As the e-bike drove off by itself, Lu Zhou was left standing there, struggling to keep his expression in check. Beside him, Wen Yu turned her head slightly and let out a brief smile before quickly composing herself again. Haha, is Huashinya actually this kind of person? He must have done that on purpose. He's jealous, aren't you, buddy? It's all scripted. There's no way Huixinye would stick up for Nanzhou against someone younger. After buying 2 warm cups of bubble tea at the store, Nanzhou handed them over to Huixinye. Here, take them. Instead of rushing back onto the bike, he stuffed his hands into his pockets and gestured for Huixinye to lower his head a bit. Huixinye didn't quite understand but still followed through, slightly bending down. Then, on camera, everyone saw Nanzhou pull out a fluffy earmuff from his coat pocket like it was a magic trick. Placing the earmuffs on Huixinye's head, Nanzhou himself seemed drawn to the look, hesitating briefly before instinctively reaching out to pat Huixinye's head. At the very moment his palm fell away, Huixinye's pupils constricted suddenly. Huh, looks so cool. Right now I kind of get why some people are into playful antics. Nanzhou pulled his hand back, noticing Huixinye's expression, paused momentarily then quickly explained, this should keep you warmer. Oops, he shouldn't have just randomly patted someone's head. That wasn't polite. Ha ha ha, I get it. Who could resist wild brother with those dog ears, Oh, this year has been sweet enough already. Folks, it's mutual. Crawling, wriggling, forking, distorting, excited, screaming. Nanzhou, doubting funniness first, appreciating it afterward. Chop off the green tea claws. Roll out. A gift for me? Huixinye asked. Courtesy requires return, Nanzhou rubbed his nose. The gift might be light, but the sentiment behind it is heavy. Amidst Huixinye's increasingly radiant smile, Nanzhou's face began to heat up as well. I'm too poor right now. Once I make more money, I'll give you something better. Forget that guitar, even the scarf around his neck could probably buy an entire box of such puppy ear-shaped earmuffs. Alright. Huixinye straightened up, his towering figure standing tall amidst the wind. Let's say it's a deal. Winter sunlight shone on his body, making him seem bathed in radiance, akin to a divine being descending. Back at the apartment, Huixinye prepared dinner while Nanzhou went into the bathroom. Not long after the door shut, Agent Hao Jia called in. The alpha who marked you, is it Huixinye? Chapter 16, What a Perfect Lover. The bathroom is a private space that is not filmed, and muting the microphone there is perfectly acceptable. Many artists appearing on variety shows or live broadcasts choose to discuss matters or take work calls in the bathroom. Nanzhou had already received a message from his agent Hao Jia, asking him to find an opportunity to go to the bathroom as he needed to call and ask him something. Hao Jia also repeatedly reminded him to make sure to turn off the microphone. The loud voice coming from the phone made Nanzhou frown slightly, and he moved it further away as he said, it's him. Why didn't you tell me earlier, for heaven's sake? Hao Jia shouted loudly. Originally, today was supposed to be the day he came along personally to accompany Nanzhou to record this variety show, but the company had assigned him last minute to handle important contracts for another artist. Added to that, Nanzhou himself expressed no issue with going alone, so after dropping him off at the program site, Hao Jia left. But even on the road, he didn't forget to keep an eye on the live broadcast on his phone, always monitoring Nanzhou's performance. In fact, before coming to the program, Hao Jia had communicated with Nanzhou, anyway, they wouldn't incur any breach of contract penalties just by showing up. If the guest collaborator was polite, they could go along with appearances. If they were rude and tried to exploit situations for fan pairing, then they should just ignore them. What Hao Jia didn't expect was how much Nanzhou's behavior had changed after the breakup, making him surprisingly popular among the show's audience. Even more shocking to him was the fact that Nanzhou's CP on the show turned out to be the top-tier film emperor Huixinye, who was currently blazing hot. And what completely floored Hao Jia was learning that Nanzhou and Huixinye actually knew each other, with the latter having marked Nanzhou as his alpha. The whole situation was surreal beyond Hao Jia's comprehension. It felt like a dream. Nanzhou, I didn't know him until then. How should I have told you? Hao Jia lost it, are you serious? That's Huixinye. How could you not know him? Is he famous? Nanzhou asked. After hours of filming, through the attitudes of the other guests and production team towards Huixinye, Nanzhou had more or less sensed that Huixinye must be doing pretty well within the industry. But since the production team hadn't formally introduced him yet, and neither he nor Huixinye had mutually introduced themselves, his understanding was still limited. After hearing this question, Hao Jia finally couldn't hold back his anger anymore and blurted out, do you only have eyes for Lu Zhou, that scum? Let me tell you, comparing Lu Zhou to Huixinye is like moon rocks pretending to be porcelain. Now, Nanzhou understood, Huixinye was very famous. The youngest ever emperor in cinema history, every movie he leads stars in sells big-time box office hits, and he's a highly sought fashion icon. The resources and connections in his hands, if even the tiniest bit leaked down, would have that wretch Lu Zhou willing to kneel down to do anything for him. He came to this variety show. Not just online buzz, but the entire entertainment industry is shocked, okay? While Hao Jia was passionately educating and trash-talking, Nanzhou showed no interest whatsoever. Calm down. The voice was too loud, hurting his ears. How can I calm down? That's Huixinye we're talking about. Which freakin' wind blew him here? It's definitely not, because of... Hao Jia's words weren't fully finished when Nanzhou interrupted, saying, we'll talk again once you've calmed down. Then, the call ended. Hao Jia. As Nan Zhou stepped out of the bathroom, the smell of crab roe wafted into his nostrils. He sat down at the dining table, leaning his elbow on it to support his head as he looked at Ho Xingye in the kitchen, who confidently cooked noodles with his back turned to him. His gaze swept over the broad spine, then downward to the narrow waist, and eventually landed on the plump rear encased in an apron. Ho Xingye turned around. Hungry? Nan Zhou shifted his gaze away and pretended to flip through a fashion magazine on the table. Inside pages unfolded, still showing Ho Xingye. Damn, he's handsome. Almost done. Ho Xingye's gaze briefly flickered over the magazine before turning back to the stove, his Adam's apple rolling slightly, his pupil color deepening a little. Earlier, that gaze behind him was like a current traveling downward, electrifying his blood, almost making it impossible to suppress the deeply buried desires and impulses inside him. Ah, so handsome, the alpha cooking attentively is the hottest. Brother Ye's physique, size. LOL, Nan Zhou, wasn't your staring just a bit too obvious? Hungry? Where exactly are you hungry? Huh. I wish you all wouldn't go too far. You're sexually harassing my husband repeatedly with your dirty talk every time, and as Ho Xingye's wife, I can't endure it anymore. Please stop this unlimited misconduct immediately and consider my feelings. That dead green tea smelling someone actually expects Ho Xingye to cook for him. Ugh. The crab roe noodles were served by Ho Xingye and placed in front of Nan Zhou, a full large bowl. Every strand of noodle soaked in crab roe sauce shone with golden luster, topped with several large shrimp, scallops, abalones, and abundant crab meat. The fragrance was irresistible. Nan Zhou took a deep breath, couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks, and began eating. With one bite, the fresh sweetness of seafood filled his mouth, making Nan Zhou's eyes half closed in bliss like a cat that had stolen some fish. Ho Xingye watched his expression and smiled while asking, tasty. Extremely tasty. While eating, Nan Zhou gave Ho Xingye a thumbs up. If you like it, have more. Ho Xingye sat opposite him and, with his long dexterous fingers, peeled a shrimp in no time and placed it in Nan Zhou's bowl. Nan Zhou didn't hesitate, ate the large shrimp graciously, and once again gave a thumb up very cooperatively, praising without reservation, "You're truly a perfect lover." His appearance was cute yet interesting, and Ho Xingye said with a smile, "I'm glad you like it." Of course, he liked it. Being able to meet him in this variety show, he was extremely satisfied with this encounter. Beautiful indeed. A bowl of crab roe noodles, and Nan Zhou soon finished it. Seeing Ho Xingye peeling shrimp for him while slowly eating and almost finishing himself, the cameraman finally reminded them under Pei Feng's repeated urging, "Mr. Ho, Mr. Nan Zhou, it's about time you prepare to head out for work." Nan Zhou was just planning to finish his meal and check on his computer when he heard this and immediately widened his eyes. Work? Bar work. I've always thought your character is unreliable. Nan Zhou leaned back against the chair, exuding an air of authority. The songs I wrote, only idiots wouldn't want them. Is he crazy? After Ho Xingye humored him all day, he got so high-headed that he doesn't know who he is anymore. What songs has Nan Zhou written? Did he write the songs for the obscure group? What are you pretending? Without my brother, what representative works would your group have? And what about bowing down to kiss your feet earlier? You don't deserve to clean Wild Brother's toilet seat. To be honest, their group songs sound terrible. Chapter 17, Are you insulting Brother Yi? No matter whether Nan Zhou was willing or not, he had to work in the bar. It was arranged by the program team beforehand as part of his character. Perhaps in order to maintain this character, the two still used the same two-wheeled electric vehicle from the afternoon for their trip to the bar. The bar where they would work was farther away than the dry vegetable market. It took about 40 minutes for Nan Zhou to ride there. The bar manager, who had been contacted by the production team in advance, waited at the back door. He introduced the work while guiding the two through the employee entrance to the locker room. As bartenders and waiters at the bar, both Ho Xingye and Nan Zhou needed to change into a unified suit. After handing over 2 sets of clothes, the manager stepped out, leaving Ho Xingye and Nan Zhou alone with the cameraman. Compared to his resistance to working, Nan Zhou didn't seem to have much objection to the uniforms. By the time Ho Xingye noticed, Nan Zhou had already taken off his coat and was gripping the hem of his sweater, preparing to take it off. He wasn't wearing anything under the sweater, revealing a section of his pale, slim waist and abdomen. Ho Xingye quickly raised his hand to block the camera lens. "You're still filming." The deep, cold voice made the cameraman jump slightly, snap out of it quickly, lower the camera, and step outside the door. The door was shut from the inside. What a cold tone, almost got caught on camera when the wife was changing. Brother Yi is upset. TSK TSK TSK, taste it, savor it. That glimpse of that slender waist just now, who understands, so spicy. Cameraman, be bold, open the door and film. I want to see Ho Xingye undressing. Scream. Sigh in this narrow space, AO changes alone, something's not right with me. Ho Xingye stood by the door, listening to the rustling sound coming from less than 2 meters behind him. His eyes became heavy, and he did not turn around immediately until Nan Zhou's voice came. "Aren't you changing?" "Are you done?" he asked. "Almost." Nan Zhou replied. Ho Xingye turned around, his breathing suddenly quickened, and his pupils constricted sharply. Nan Zhou was facing him, standing in front of the storage cabinet with his hands holding the open waistband of his trousers innocently. His upper body had already swapped the sweater for a white shirt. Only the bottom 2 buttons of the shirt were fastened, exposing a large area of skin from the collar down to his chest. Perhaps due to static electricity on the sweater, his hair was slightly disheveled, pairing with the innocence in his clear eyes and adding an extra touch of naivety and obedience to his young face. Hu Xingye quickly looked away, his Adam's apple moving involuntarily twice. Closing his eyes, he took 2 deep breaths before squeezing out 2 low tones from his throat. Wait a moment. Okay. Nan Zhou nodded and continued with what he was doing. A few seconds later, he slowly realized, was Hu Xingye trying to avoid impropriety? Was that really necessary? They were all men after all, nothing different between them. Besides, they had already seen each other naked before, and there had even been touching and kissing. He thought about it for a moment and asked, so can I watch later? What? There was a brief silence in the dressing room. A short chuckle soon followed from Hu Xingye. As you wish. It carried a hint of helplessness and a bit of indulgence. Although the cameraman had stepped outside, the microphones worn by the 2 weren't turned off. The live streaming room was bustling with activity. What are you looking at? Your faces are turning yellow. What color are you 2 playing behind our backs? What is there that I, this noble Vying, cannot watch? Distortedly crawling forward, screaming, fierce-looking, trying to squeeze into the screen, pressing forward, failed and fell down, screamed, attempting again. They must be looking at a luminous watch, right? Compared to Nan Zhou, Hu Xingye dressed much faster. At first, Nan Zhou was leisurely leaning against the wall watching, but the longer he watched, the more he felt the temperature in the room rising. Whether it was the figure, the movements, or the fleeting expressions at every moment, everything about the person in front of him was like a delicious and appetizing meal, driving him crazy with temptation. Finally, when Hu Xingye started unfastening his belt buckle, he uncomfortably turned his eyes away, his gaze falling onto the hanging painting on the wall. In the hanging picture, a cheeky O-version little man said, I don't do HNEV, I don't do MNEV, only full body fun NV. Knees hurt so much. This small movement didn't escape Hu Xingye's notice. He curved his lips slightly and finished changing his pants rather quickly. The cameraman had waited outside for quite a while, finally seeing the door open from the inside. He immediately lifted the camera and aimed it towards the doorway. The next second, Hu Xingye appeared on the screen wearing a shirt, suit pants, and a tie. The black waistcoat accentuated his chest and waistline, making it extremely attractive. Facing the camera, he slightly lifted his eyelids, exuding a powerful presence that instantly struck the audience with his handsome and perfect features, creating a very impactful impression. This is too good looking. Someone told me nothing is perfect. I pointed at the screen and shouted that my God is perfect. Ha 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 ha, is Nan Zhou's bow tie crooked? What have you 2 done? How come after 13 minutes, Nan Zhou's clothes still aren't neatly arranged? What can be done in 13 minutes, are you insulting Brother Yi? The manager standing behind the cameraman was also impressed by their appearances. He praised them, you 2 will absolutely be our bar's most handsome employees. Do you have ducks? Nan Zhou asked out of nowhere. What? The manager was confused by the question. Realizing it, he quickly shook his head frantically and insisted earnestly, no, absolutely not. Our bar is very law-abiding. Nan Zhou sighed, I was thinking about taking a roasted duck home after work. It smelled so good on the way here. Manager. All bar in this city could almost be considered more than just a bar, it's a well-known upper-class lounge. In addition to providing alcohol services, there is a resident band inside the bar, and various musicians are often invited to perform live. Many renowned music producers, critics, and talent scouts occasionally visit here as well. People who come to don't solely come for leisure but also hope for chance encounters, which causes the place to always be bustling and lively during the nights. Hu Xingye stood behind the counter wearing a mask while skillfully mixing drinks. Even the veteran bartender sent by the production team to train and assist him was amazed by his expertise. Under the dim lighting and cover of the mask, who would have thought that the bartender behind the counter right now is none other than the famous Hu Xingye himself? A man dressed in a gray uniform shirt and wearing black-rimmed glasses sat down at the bar and started talking to Hu Xingye. I observed you from afar for quite a while earlier, thinking I must have been mistaken. But then when I saw everyone in the circle spreading news about you being on some reality show working at a bar, I finally confirmed it. If Lu Zhou and Jiang Zhen were here at the moment, they would immediately recognize his identity. Xiao Sheng, the vice president of Qinghua Entertainment, an elder in the music circle with numerous signed famous singers and bands under his belt. Chapter 18, I got a duck for you. Hu Xingye didn't reply. He placed the mixed drink in front of Xiao Sheng, then his gaze briefly swept over to Nan Zhou who was weaving through the crowd. Following his line of sight, Xiao Sheng noticed a young man dressed in waiter's uniform with a mask on. Although the bar's lighting was dim, there was something unmistakably attractive about the figure and unique aura of the person. Who's that guy? Xiao Sheng nodded his chin in the direction of Nan Zhou. Just as he finished speaking, an overwhelming roar of cheers erupted from inside the venue. The lights changed and a spotlight focused on the stage where a band appeared in everyone's view. Notes can resonate, we hope our music brings you strength. Hey, this is the Dawn Band. Tonight, let's all follow us into the feast of music. As the lead singer finished the opening words, the guitarist strummed and the drummer dropped the beat, igniting passionate music that thundered throughout the space. The crowd cheered, danced, and the atmosphere inside became even more fervent. While the Dawn Band wasn't widely known in the entertainment industry, those who enjoyed rock music rarely failed to know them. They were quite popular in the rock band circles and often invited to various music festivals. The record company that signed the Dawn Band was precisely Cheng-Lo Entertainment. Amidst the music, Nan Zhou stood next to a booth. Inside the booth sat several foreigners, one of whom was awkwardly ordering drinks in broken Chinese. In the noisy environment, coupled with poor Mandarin, even the black-haired Chinese people standing nearby couldn't hear very clearly. But Nan Zhou seemed completely unaffected, his fingers moving swiftly on the order screen while fluently confirming the order in impeccable English. His posture was carefree and casual, yet his tone was calm. In the clamorous setting, it radiated an inexplicable sensuality. As the light flickered, the slender yet not frail figure encased in the uniform, and the long straight legs accentuated by the black trousers, offered a pleasurable visual experience for those watching secretly. At that exact moment, the band's lead singer made a minor mistake on stage, singing off-key. Although few in the audience noticed, Nan Zhou furrowed his eyebrows slightly in reaction. Xiaoxing licked his lips, not bad body, good temperament too. It'd be perfect if he's an Omega. I wonder how much it would cost for a night. As he spoke, his eyes remained fixed on Nan Zhou, completely oblivious to the sudden change in expression on Hu Xingye's face behind the counter. Even masked, the abrupt surge of energy sent shivers down the mixologist beside him. He's mad. Really angry. I finally understand what it means to kill with a look. If that glare was aimed at me face to face, my heart might stop. Who is that guy? So annoying. Your mouth is meant for speaking, not for spewing garbage, right? Some lowlife piece of crap thinks they're boss. Maybe some people don't know how many times they've shared a bed in private, or else why would he ask like that? Hu Xingye, dare to talk about my wife like that? Do you want to die, kid? Omega? Ha, that's laughable. That's a beta, get your facts straight. A dominant and aggressively sharp pheromone wave emanated from behind, exerting intense pressure that made Xiaoxing's fingers tremble. With a clang, the glass slipped from his hand and shattered on the ground. Cold sweat drenched his spine. Nearly half a minute later, Xiaoxing turned around slowly, his face deathly pale. Before him, Hu Xingye was leisurely wiping a glass in his hand, smiling amiably. How much? For collecting the corpse, he asked. Xiaoxing swallowed hard, dryly laughing, hee. It was obvious, the alpha pheromone wave earlier came from Hu Xingye. An S-class pheromone that crushed his lower-ranked alpha until his limbs went limp. It was a warning. After placing a few orders, a colleague signaled that Nan Zhou could take a short rest. Nan Zhou thought for a moment, then approached the bar area. With no hesitation, he moved behind the bar where the bartenders worked and casually asked Hu Xingye what he wanted to drink. As he spoke, he pulled down his mask, and Xiaoxing immediately recognized him. Isn't this Nan Zhou, the former member of that male idol group who recently had strong public discussions online? Hu Xingye passed him a low-alcohol beverage while leaning close to whisper in Nan Zhou's ear, I got a duck for you. Really? Is it paid? Nan Zhou asked. There's still some left from noon, so just right. Nan Zhou grinned and gave Hu Xingye an appreciative hand gesture, let's go back together. Xiaoxing, sitting across from them, overheard their conversation and his eyes widened like saucers. What a nerve, warning me like that. You two are worse than I am. Just then, Nan Zhou also noticed him at this moment, who is he? Did he come to deliver the duck? Hu Xingye glanced coldly at Xiaoxing. Xiaoxing hastily picked up his glass and left the bar counter. Oh my god, ha 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 ha. A person laughing so hard from home, these two's dialogue even scared away the oily man. They were just talking about roast duck. Girls, didn't you notice? Brother Ye's tone of voice when talking to others versus when speaking to Nan Zhou is completely different. Hu Xingye's aloofness was my biggest misconception, fuck. Could it be possible that his tenderness is reserved only for specific people? Nan Zhou raised the glass to his lips to take a sip but suddenly remembered something and asked, if I drink this, will the production team dock your pay? No problem. After looking around, Nan Zhou said to Hu Xingye, then I'll drink it sneakily. As he spoke, he quickly squatted down behind the bar. The camera crew's movements couldn't keep up, capturing only his action of squatting, followed by the top of his head as he crouched. In the frame, Nan Zhou squatted in front of Hu Xingye's waist, tilting his head slightly upward and lowering it again. Soon, he stood up once more. Under the lights, his pink lips shimmered with moisture, gleaming with light, and his eyes slightly reddened. Nope, that moved just now. Reddened cheeks. Something's off about this live stream. Every second I stay longer makes me feel like the sharp edges of our youth are being worn away, turning us all into perverts. Camera guy gets chicken legs. Perfect shot. Nan Zhou, I'm not drinking alcohol, I'm sipping. Undies flying everywhere. Does no one care in this live stream anymore? The live stream chat buzzed with excitement, but the two behind the bar seemed completely unaware. On stage, the Dawn Band was performing their fourth song of the night. Huixingye gestured toward the stage and asked Nan Zhou, "What do you think?" "Alright, I guess. The bass player is good, the rhythm is spot on, and the low-end performance has quite some highlights." At this point, Nan Zhou paused briefly. For the second song, they mispronounced a note during the transition between interlude and verse in the second stanza. Chapter 19, Cash Payment, No Blank Checks. Did he really make comments? A cold fact, the songs by the Dawn Band have much higher quality than those of a vague band. A hot fact, Nan Zhou is the vocalist in the team. He did break his voice, I could hear it too. Not everything he says can be taken seriously. Fanshipping CP doesn't need to get so real. Huixingye, change someone for your CP. Why must it be this guy? After chatting for a few more sentences, with the break almost over, Nan Zhou was about to step out from behind the bar when he saw the manager rushing over. "Teacher Nan Zhou, please come with me for a moment." Nan Zhou and Huixingye exchanged a glance. "No way, we just secretly had one drink, and so quickly got caught and punished." "What's going on?" Huixingye asked. "There's something that needs Teacher Nan Zhou's help," said the manager. His anxious manner didn't seem fake, so Nan Zhou bid farewell to Huixingye and followed the manager through the crowd to a lounge. As the door opened, in the spacious and luxurious space stood or sat members of the Dawn Band who performed on stage earlier. In addition to them were director team personnel, cameraman, and the person who delivered the duck to Huixingye at the bar earlier. Facing the camera, the manager wiped his sweat while explaining the situation to Nan Zhou. "The band's guitarist accidentally cut his hand just now. There's still one more song to sing later, can Teacher Nan Zhou fill in and help?" Upon finishing his sentence, the on-site director in charge of program coordination sharply widened her eyes as if she was about to say something, but Nan Zhou interrupted first. "It can be done, but..." Nan Zhou paused momentarily and looked toward the director group. "Money needs to be added." The on-site director fell silent. On the way there, the program team sent out a new task card, specifying that their daily wages working in the bar would become the next day's funding. Huixingye as the bartender earned 300 yuan per day. Nan Zhou as the waiter made 200 yuan per day, adding up to 500 in total. "Agreed," Xiaoxing responded. Since Huixingye wasn't present, he felt himself becoming relevant again. None of these people here could hold him down. "My appearance fee is this amount." Nan Zhou pulled out his phone, opened the calculator, and typed in a string of numbers. Upon seeing this, the on-site director nearly spat blood. Xiaoxing was also slightly shocked. As the vice president of a large entertainment company, he had a certain level of understanding regarding the performance fees of artists. This price quoted by Nan Zhou was at the very top of the pyramid. A relatively unknown idol combination like him, what kind of joke was this? Fortunately, at this moment, the on-site director stated, "Teacher Nan Zhou, Director Pei mentioned that extra funds obtained through special means within the program cannot exceed 500. At this point, Nan Zhou's eyes widened, "Am I only worth 500? The on-site director, your current character setup is as a bar server." Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou loosened the tie around his collar's necktie. "I need to remind you, cheap goods are never good." The lead singer of the Dawn Band, who had been quietly observing for quite some time, couldn't help himself anymore. Someone whose skill isn't good enough cannot perform. Dawn. Dawn was the piece they would perform shortly. This song was also the representative masterpiece, signature hit, of the Dawn Band. Nan Zhou glanced at him and smiled. That smile carried a trace of mockery from an upper position. "Motivating me won't work, don't give empty promises." "You." The lead singer was held back by teammates. "Ha ha 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 ha, when will the day come where I don't laugh when Nan Zhou argues with the production team? What madness is this? It's absurd. Nan Zhou probably knows how to play the guitar. He's just teasing himself down to avert attention. Spoiler, leave the haters alone. To me, he doesn't seem like someone who wouldn't know how to play. I'm sitting here waiting to see if I'll be proven wrong." Huixingye is asking about his personal filming situation. "Oh, my CP fans feel it again." Xiaoxing took 2 steps forward. "Details regarding the variety show, you discuss with Director Pei yourself. Regarding the price you set, I can offer you 80% off and deposit it into your personal account. However." He also mimicked Nan Zhou by pausing, "We'll check the goods first." After thinking for a moment, Nan Zhou nodded, "Fine. Give me the music sheet and the guitar." The guitarist handed a tablet, his own guitar, and a pair of finger guards to Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou's gaze lingered on the tablet for about half a minute before he placed it onto a nearby staff member's device. "Let's give it a try." With that, he slung the guitar onto his back and his fingers brushed over the strings. Immediately after, an extremely pleasant-sounding chord echoed through the room. The chords were not from the sheet music but were incredibly captivating. Yu Yang, the bassist who had been playing with his phone in the corner all along, raised his head upon hearing the sound. The next second, a familiar melody rang out, "Dawning." Complete silence fell over the room as only the guitar continued to play. Even though he was standing in a small room of just over 20 square meters, Nan Zhou's manner of handling the guitar felt like he was performing at a stadium filled with 10,000 people. He stood there freely and leisurely, one hand gripping the neck of the guitar while the other played up and down on its body. His expression was utterly relaxed. But in those clear, dark eyes, it seemed like there was a wildly passionate soul ready to burst forth from this physical form alongside every note. The members of the Dawn Band couldn't help but widen their eyes, and the drummer even patted the guitarist's shoulder, communicating through a look, impressive, better than you. Is this real or is it a recording? Did he really just look at the sheet music and get it? Cripes. He's so handsome. I'm about to switch fans here. Wake me up if this is a dream. A complete fake. If Nanjo had this level of skill, why would he bother with being an idol? Madness. It must be the script and recordings. Was I mistaken? The dawning that Nanjo played sounds a bit different from the version I've heard before. To the person above, it's real. I think it sounds even better. I announce that starting today, I'm officially Nanjo's career fan. This level of expertise has me bowing already. When the piece ended, Nanjo looked at Xiaosheng, Alipay, or WeChat. Xiaosheng. At this moment, Xiaosheng was still fully immersed in the previous performance, the shock in his heart not yet completely settled. As someone within the industry, he understood better than the audience just how valuable the ability Nanjo displayed was. His eyes flickered slightly as Xiaosheng opened his WeChat, add me as a friend, and I'll transfer the money. The on-site director was also thrilled. Originally, per the production team's plan, they were going to have Nanjo come up with a reason to sing with the band instead of playing the guitar. After all, in public settings, he had never revealed his ability to play guitar. Suddenly, when the manager mentioned replacing the guitarist rather than the lead singer, she assumed it was an error in communication and prepared to correct it. However, not only did Nanjo agree without hesitation, but he also delivered such a stunning result. Did you modify the score? Suddenly, the voice of Dawn Band's lead singer cut through the room, loudly questioning, who authorized this? Chapter 20, I've liked him for a long time. Nanjo glanced at him, still exuding the same air of superiority, like someone looking down on an inferior. Did you write this? The lead singer paused for a moment, then shouted, this is our band's song. Who are you to change it? I did. Yu Yang, the bassist sitting on the couch stood up, walked over to Nanjo and extended his hand. Yu Yang, what's your name, brother? Nanjo. Nanjo shook hands with the other party and casually bumped shoulders. I look forward to our cooperation. Yu Yang took down the tablet. Later, can our band play the version you just played? Yu Yang. The lead singer opened his mouth to say something but was held back by the drummer and guitarist. Except for the guitar part, I think the bass and keyboard. Nanjo hummed softly while picking up a pen to make changes on the sheet music. Yu Yang completely ignored the lead singer, seriously discussing with Nanjo while taking out his own bass to strum along. Nanjo, this bastard must have slept with Pei Feng, such an arrogant act. Some people shouldn't be ridiculous. Do you know who is chatting with Nanjo? Yu Yang. Ah, some toilet sisters complain about the directors without knowing themselves. Those who don't understand Yu Yang, please Google him before coming back. Laughing so hard I want to die. What level is Yu Yang in the rock circle, need to come along and perform such a show? He genuinely admires Nanjo's talent, right? Nanjo's skills aren't weaker than Luzo's. Then why was he only responsible for singing before? Stop sending water army to love our Zogo so much. Please walk independently. As a few seconds of passionate music resounded, the lights at J.U's changed dramatically, refocusing on the stage once again. In the center of the stage stood members of the Dawn Band and Nanjo under the spotlight. Compared to the outfits of the others, Nanjo's waiter uniform attracted most of the audience's attention. He stood on the left side of the stage, holding the guitar, gazing downwards as if lost in thought. It wasn't until after the lead singer finished the opening speech and Nanjo's fingers brushed the strings that the prelude of Dawn began. His eyes finally lifted toward the crowd below. That gaze, although calm, contained a quiet arrogance and defiance. When the drum beat sounded and the bass followed, the lead singer began singing. The atmosphere at J.U surged again. Many were singing along from below the stage, and when the lead singer reached the climax, he even placed one foot on the front loudspeaker of the stage. At the end of the song, the lead singer, the bassist, the keyboardist, and the drummer all paused. A beautiful solo on the guitar rose, like a ray of light shining through the darkness, penetrating the crowd below the stage, akin to the dawn breaking in the sky. Huixingye looked at Nanjo under the spotlight, a slight smile curved his lips as his deep black eyes were filled with pride and even a touch of yearning. When the performance ended, many people shouted for encores. After Nanjo descended from the stage, even more fans rushed forward trying to make connections and talk. Fortunately, the production crew and the bar had made arrangements, blocking the crowd outside. It was past midnight when Huixingye and Nanjo finished their first day of work at the bar and changed back into their regular clothes before stepping out from the back door. When they pushed open the door, a cold midnight wind blew, making Nanjo involuntarily hiss. He told Huixingye about the things in the restroom while pulling out the keys to the electric scooter from his pocket. The duck delivery guy added me on WeChat. You added him on WeChat? Huixingye paused momentarily while handing the thermal bag containing the roasted duck to Nanjo upon hearing these words. He came knocking on my own, I needed money and couldn't resist. But if he doesn't pay me, I'll spread his WeChat business card to 100 or so gay groups, and accuse him of being sleazy and easy. Blazing with life, ha 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 ha. Duck deliverer. Haha, oily man loses face. No, you're treating him like a duck delivery guy. He's clearly a senior member of Shenla. Sleazy zero. Is it sleazy O instead, haha, Nanjo, you're truly a little genius. Duck guy. So both of you, one plays with my body, the other plays with my heart, huh? Before Nanjo got onto the electric scooter, Huashinye grabbed the handlebar with one hand and pulled him to the back with the other. I'll ride. Nanjo was a little surprised but didn't object. Small matters, he never cared about them. After settling securely in the back seat, Nanjo heard Huashinye ask, cold? Before Nanjo could answer, Huashinye said again, if you're cold, hold me tight. In the night, the electric scooter started moving out, the cold wind of the night rushing like sharp-edged ice knives slashing onto their bodies. The temperature felt much colder than when they came. Even though he was seated behind and shielded by Huashinye's tall figure, Nanjo still felt a chill running through him. It was even colder than when he was riding himself. If he gives you the money and then blocks you, from the front came Huashinye's deep, melodious voice, just report him. Of course. Nanjo tightened his arms around Huashinye's narrow waist and looked up at the crescent moon hanging in the sky, shouting, the duck delivery guy and I are just having a monetary transaction. A few seconds after speaking, the quiet night erupted with the sound of both their laughter. Huge bro who must have swapped places so that Nanjo wouldn't catch cold. Another OTP collapses to this pure love. Isn't this sweeter than those idol dramas airing simultaneously? How can we not ship? There's such a good match, wow. I'm dying laughing. Does the duck delivery man know you're calculating his moves behind his back? Delivery man, I already told you, I'm not a delivery man or any duckhead either. When they reached the apartment, Huashinye let Nanjo take a shower first while he went outside to answer a phone call. It was a private call, unsuitable for cameras, so Huashinye turned off his microphone. As soon as the call connected, his best friend Xia teased him, if it weren't for the trending topic, I wouldn't have known you Huashinye are such a dog. Don't tell me, what happened? No one else knows, but could I not guess, you really like the other person, don't you? Huashinye smiled. Yes. What about the guy? I heard he likes someone, and it's even someone on his team. Are you not being fooled? When did you two meet? Is he an alpha male or omega? Do you really plan to bring some B-born alpha home for mother? In response to Xia string of questions, Huashinye gazed into the stars in the night sky, revealing a tenderness in his deep eyes rarely seen before. I've liked him for a long time. For a moment, there was silence on the other end of the call, followed again by Xiayan's voice, surprised, could it be, the one you mentioned earlier, the one who? Yes, it's him. Hell. It's him all along. No wonder you agreed to this dating reality show. Xiayan changed his tone completely, hey, about the trending topic, do you need me to help out? Someone seems to be buying black PR searches against him. Chapter 21, Your current behavior is really servile. Your heart skips a beat, as one of the most popular and acclaimed large-scale reality shows in previous seasons, has exploded on the internet this time with the addition of Huashinye. Today's Weibo hot search list was almost completely dominated by this show. There were several entries related to Nanjo, all ranking high on the list. Hashtag Nanjo, Dawn hashtag Huashinye hugs Nanjo tightly hashtag script of Your heart skips a beat hashtag were the top 3 in terms of popularity. Especially the script entry climbed rapidly from the 20s and seemed ready to enter the top 10 of hot searches. Huashinye listened quietly while Xiayan explained the Weibo trending topic issue, maintaining an unchanged expression but his eyes turning cold. Who bought it? I don't know. Does he have any rivals? Xiayan thought for a moment. Could it be his secret admirer? I heard their breakup was quite messy. Now they're back on the same show. Before Huashinye could respond, the sound of the bathroom door opening came from inside the room. Let's talk about this via WeChat. He quickly ended the call and pushed the balcony door open to go back into the room. Inside, after taking a warm shower, Nanjo had changed into cotton pajamas and leisure pants, holding a big white towel to dry his hair. The warm lighting gave him a gentle aura, emanating soft omega vibes. But when he opened his mouth, porness has already exceeded my imagination and become a reality. This broken apartment's water feels like it's been in the supermarket fish section for decades. Huashinye's phone buzzed. He glanced at it, it was a WeChat message from Xiayan. Xiayan invitation declined, ha 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 ha, where did you find such a treasure? I couldn't help but laugh when he opened his mouth. Huashinye ignored replying and turned his gaze back to Nanjo, looking extremely serious. You washed with cold water. As soon as those words left his lips, he turned sharply, giving the cameraman following them an icy glare. The cameraman hurriedly justified, it might be because teacher Nanjo has a colder constitution. It should be hot water. You're cold, but I'm young and full of fiery blood. Nanjo settled confidently on the sofa, continuing to dry his hair as he urged Huashinye. Go wash up quick, or I'm afraid this tightwad production team will make you wash with cold water. The cameraman remained silent. Without even grabbing a change of clothes, Huixingye walked straight into the bathroom and turned the shower head to its hottest setting. Warm water flowed out from the nozzle, rapidly filling the bathroom with steam. Not cold, on the contrary, it felt somewhat too warm for his alpha body. The cameraman, stationed at the doorway, spoke up, "Teacher Hua." Huixingye quietly switched off the faucet before turning around and addressing the cameraman. "In such cold weather, are you responsible if I catch a cold?" The cameraman paused. Huixingye's phone flashed with another message. "Xie, an invitation declined. Do you know how servile your current behavior looks?" Seeing that the cameraman still hadn't moved away from the door, Huixingye added, "Aren't you going to leave?" Thinking Huixingye was about to take a shower, the cameraman retreated a few steps. Huixingye stepped out confidently, nodding toward the door with his eyes. "The live broadcast hasn't started yet." The cameraman murmured hesitantly. Faced with Huixingye's seemingly calm expression but actually intense vibe telling everyone to scram, the cameraman immediately left. Even though the human cameraman had gone, there was still an automatic tracking camera in the room that captured the ongoing footage. Although it wasn't as good as a real person doing it, it was sufficient. "Ha ha ha ha. Fiery youth, laughed me to death. Nanzhou's financier sponsor is great. Getting an emperor-level actor to pair up, plus having access to a royal storyline, amazing. Some people's quality is just too low, scolding heaven and earth, acting as if everyone owes them something. What happened?" Suddenly, some nasty comments showed up in the live stream. "If you don't like it, just scroll. Stop making unnecessary remarks here. I want to see Brother Yi showering. Quick, let me see. Ha ha ha. Didn't let the cameraman stay. Are you worried your wife might interact with others privately?" He caught something again. While Huixingye was washing up, Nanzhou dried his hair and browsed Weibo on his phone. Of course, he didn't miss the Weibo hot search topics about himself, they were quite dramatic. There were many criticisms directed at him, but supporters were also plenty. Among those defending him, quite a few were fans of Huixingye. At first, the black push seemed to have the upper hand. But somehow, Huixingye's fans and some bystanders got wind of the fact that he was being smeared, so they rushed in to counterattack, thoroughly suppressing the trolls within the malicious trending topic. While professional trolls and opposition forces were certainly formidable, they couldn't match the sheer numbers of Huixingye's supporters and random netizens. In no time, the public opinion surrounding the alleged script-related hot search began to shift dramatically. Nanzhou casually forwarded a comment to a marketing account that criticized him for playing the impoverished persona and mocked his reliance on reality show begging tactics with, "How about it? If you're not begging for money, are you instead looking for love?" Just as he finished replying, the notification sound from WeChat played. A contact he had labeled as Duckhead sent a video call invitation. Nanzhou accepted it, and the next second Xiaoxing's face filled the screen while an affected, deliberately lowered voice asked, "Teacher Nanzhou, are you resting already? Do you want me to rest, or don't you want me to rest? Is there something you need?" Xiaoxing, sensing that Nanzhou's tone wasn't great, quickly got straight to the point. "So here's the deal, due to personal reasons, Don Xiaowu's contract will be expiring next month and he won't be renewing. We're scouting for a new, suitable guitarist. Is Don Xiaowu really leaving the band? What is this supposed to mean? Does he have his eye on Nanzhou? Holy crap. Is Nanzhou going to join Don now? This is insane." Just when it looked like he was about to fade into obscurity, a company comes offering him a chance. And it's Xing Music Group. "So. You gave a very impressive performance tonight. Our company held an emergency internal meeting, and after consulting with Dawn members, we'd like to sincerely invite you. Teacher Nanzhou, would you be interested in joining Dawn?" Xiaoxing asked. Although he appeared humble, internally he felt almost 100% sure that Nanzhou would accept the offer. An idol originating from an obscure group, without any notable works under his belt, and currently embroiled in negative press wouldn't let slip an opportunity to make a stunning comeback. Sure, forming a CP with Huixingye on this dating reality show garnered him plenty of attention. But from a long-term career perspective, he'd still need substantial musical works. Xiaoxing believed that someone like Nanzhou with evident musical talent wouldn't be content simply riding on fan engagement and continuing as a reality show regular. However, the moment Xiaoxing had finished speaking, Nanzhou replied immediately, not interested. His rejection was curt and decisive, as if it hadn't even been given a second thought. Chapter 22, What, Does It Burn Your Ass? Xiaoxing was slightly surprised by Nanzhou's immediate rejection without hesitation. But after all, he is the vice president of a major entertainment company and can maintain his composure during negotiations without revealing his true emotions. The entertainment industry isn't as simple as you think. You're still young, with a long way to go. While chasing traffic might seem popular now, in order to have a long-term career, you need more than just traffic. Xiaoxing advised patiently. He thought that the reason for Nanzhou's quick refusal must be related to the news that the program has become explosively popular, and his CP with Huixingye has gained enormous traffic. If it weren't for fear of offending Huixingye, Xiaoxing would have even wanted to say things like, relying on creating an alpha CP will not last forever. On the other end of the video call, Nan Zhou yawned. That's your interpretation, don't force it onto me. Xiaoxing hesitated for a moment, thinking that this guy really thinks traffic is omnipotent. In the entertainment circle, there are all sorts of people. Suddenly obtaining astronomical traffic without any background also comes with dangers. There have been cases in the industry where someone became explosively famous overnight, but what followed were explosive scandals and overwhelming attacks. In the end, while they may still be in the entertainment business, their reputation has already been tarnished. The entertainment industry appears vast, but in reality, the size of the pie remains constant. No one wants others to take up a big chunk. Whether it's rival parties or similar artists, the teams behind them will fight tooth and nail, hungry wolves tearing at each other just to get a bigger slice of the pie. Yes, you have Hu Xingye now, perhaps he can help you. But ultimately, you should think about yourself more. The real path forward is standing on your own 2 feet rather than relying on others. I'm saying this for your good. For my good. On what role and position are you speaking? Nan Zhou asked. Of course, as an elder. Can your words convince even yourself? Nan Zhou couldn't help yawning again. Deceive outsiders, fine, but don't fool yourself. Is it not laughable that capitalists start talking about feelings? Not giving Xiaoxing a chance to speak, he said, all right, transfer the money quickly, then sleep well. With that, Nan Zhou ended the video call and went back to playing on his phone. Signing up. No way. Working oneself to death, once this job is done, he's leaving the circle. He is so arrogant. Just counting on Hu Xingye, right? He doesn't listen to others' good advice. Hilarious, do people just believe whatever they hear without using their brain? Flattery alone means good advice for Nan Zhou. I checked, this guy is one of the bigwigs of Chang'e Entertainment. Boldly confronting him, Nan Zhou is really courageous. Feeling like he changed drastically after being dumped by Lu Zhou, living life like the world's going to end tomorrow. They didn't date, how could there be dumping? Stop jumping into unrelated gossip. Nan Zhou tapped on his phone for half a minute before a message suddenly popped up on WeChat. Did you act this way just to upset me today? Rolling his eyes dramatically, Nan Zhou cursed, stupid bee. A row of question marks appeared in the live chat. On the other end, Lu Zhou lay on the bed in his room, eyes glued to the screen anxiously awaiting a reply from the WeChat chat window. The contents of the Weibo posts he had scrolled through earlier while returning home caused a great ripple inside him, making it impossible for him to calm down. The couple popularity between Nan Zhou and Hu Xingye far outweighed his relationship with Wen Yu. Whether looking at the number of trending topics or their rankings, Nan Zhou's data performance outperformed his own. This made Lu Zhou very uneasy. When seeing some screenshots of Hu Xingye and Nan Zhou's intimate moments shared by CP fans on the trending topics, jealousy and sourness surged within him like never before. Even though liking him, how dare he follow another alpha to create a CP? Thinking back to the way Nan Zhou treated him all day today, Lu Zhou felt increasingly dissatisfied. Nan Zhou must have deliberately acted this way to provoke him. Waiting and waiting, almost 10 minutes passed, and Lu Zhou still hadn't received a reply from Nan Zhou. It was nearing 1 o'clock in the morning. At this time, Nan Zhou must be at home in the apartment. His lack of response meant. All sorts of suggestive scenarios uncontrollably flashed in Lu Zhou's mind. Clenching his teeth, he fiercely poked his fingers at the screen. I know you still like me. But does it make sense to ruin your reputation and purity just for hyping up with a stranger? It's not worth it. Do you know who Hu Xingye really is? Getting into this kind of CP publicity is very dangerous, it's playing with fire. Just as Lu Zhou was about to send another message, a notification popped up on his screen. Nan Zhou had replied. Nan Zhou, what, does it burn your ass? Lu Zhou. This is for your own good. Nan Zhou, talking doesn't help, do something practical. So he still loves me deep down. By saying these words now, his aim must be to get me to admit my feelings and persuade him to break up with Wen Yu. Lu Zhou smiled as he typed into the chat box, baby. Before he could send it, Nan Zhou's next message came through. Call me. My number hasn't changed, the one from China Merchants Bank. Lu Zhou. As Hu Xingye stepped out of the bathroom, he saw Nan Zhou half lying on the couch, lazily tapping at his phone screen. The towel he'd used to dry his hair was casually tossed onto the coffee table beside the program's microphone. Hu Xingye approached and bent over to pick up the towel. Nan Zhou suddenly straightened up a bit, his half-closed eyes quickly opening as he glanced at Hu Xingye with an almost imperceptibly strange expression. What? Hu Xingye asked. Nothing. Nan Zhou quickly looked away, refocusing on his phone screen. Hu Xingye studied him quietly. On the phone, Nan Zhou's agent and close friend Hao Jia's messages dominated the entire screen. First, Hao Jia gave a detailed explanation of Xiaoxing, lamenting that Nan Zhou had lost a great opportunity. Then, at the exact moment Hu Xingye emerged from the bathroom, Hao Jia abruptly asked if Nan Zhou really planned to sleep in the same small bed with the movie star tonight. Before Nan Zhou could reply, Hao Jia added another line, once alpha marked, no alpha would agree to let their omega sleep separately. For some reason, those words made Nan Zhou feel uneasy. Guilty, he exited the conversation with Hao Jia and clicked into another chat. Don't go to sleep wet, you'll catch a cold, Huaxingye said, somehow producing a hairdryer as he stood next to Nan Zhou. From his standing position, with the perfect vision of an alpha, Huaxingye could easily see every word on Nan Zhou's phone screen. Although Huaxingye hadn't intended to read it, a casual glance was all it took for his eyes to darken slightly at what he'd seen. Nan Zhou was chatting with Lu Zhou on WeChat. Lu Zhou, when did you practice guitar? It's not easy to reach this level, was it for me? Nan Zhou burst out laughing. Lu Zhou, promise me you won't stir things up with Huaxingye anymore. While muttering a curse under his breath, Nan Zhou slowly replied, frogs should stay out of human affairs. Not only will I keep stirring things up with him, I'll tear him apart too. Bow out respectfully and stop delaying our bedtime. Chapter 23, If you don't come to sleep, I feel uncomfortable. Lu Zhou suddenly sat up in bed, his burning gaze almost piercing through the phone screen. Every word of the text Nan Zhou sent him was familiar, but when put together, every sentence made no sense to him. What did it mean? Did Nan Zhou sleep with Huaxingye? No, he said they were shipping. What does going to bed mean? What do they want to do on the show? Huge amount of information flooded Lu Zhou's already lacking brain, and instinctively, he pressed his ear against the wall. He remembered that this room was only separated by a wall from Nan Zhou and Huaxingye's apartment. Swallowing, Lu Zhou held his breath for quite a while with a complex feeling of either wanting to hear or not hearing any sound. It was definitely a trick on him. He heard nothing. Leaning against the wall, Lu Zhou regretted his own behavior, and once again looked at the phone, quickly tapping on the screen to send a message to Nan Zhou. If you like me, why can't you trust me? Everything I do is for all of us. After sending the message, a small circle appeared on the left side. Then, a red exclamation mark appeared, the message has been sent, but rejected by the recipient. Lu Zhou was completely dumbfounded. Did Nan Zhou block him? The buzzing sound of the hairdryer echoed in the quiet, narrow apartment in the midnight. The long fingers and warm air passing through slightly damp hair made an exhausted Nan Zhou close his eyes comfortably. He locked the screen of the phone and casually threw it onto the sofa. Monkey shows are indeed entertaining, but watching too much could hurt the eyes. Still, the man in front of him was truly the most attractive one, so beautiful as to be flawless from every angle throughout the year, perfectly fitting his dream partner's image, like someone specially designed for him. But Nan Zhou firmly believed that something abnormal must have a sinister cause. Such good things falling from heaven usually came with traps that could cost lives. Huaxingye soon dried Nan Zhou's hair. Looking at the person lying on the couch with closed eyes motionless, he couldn't help but smile gently. If you're sleepy, go to bed. Nan Zhou didn't respond, continuing in his original posture. As the youngest Emperor Award winner in the industry, his amateur performance failed to fool Huaxingye. But Huaxingye didn't expose him, instead, he bent over and inserted his hands into the gap between him and the couch. With a bit of strength, he lifted the person off the couch horizontally. The moment his body was suspended, Nan Zhou's eyelids twitched quickly but he didn't open them. His long legs took a few steps in the narrow apartment, and Huaxingye reached the bedside, gently placing the person on the bed and pulling the covers over them. Good night. With the deep and rich voice fading away, Huaxingye turned toward the camera, and with the towel used earlier to dry his hair, slapped the lens cover down. Huaxingye, what are you doing? Frustrating, is there something my noble membership can't watch? Not letting us see means you're planning something bad with your wife, kid. When the camera was on, they hugged each other, now it's covered I literally can't imagine what will happen. Xingye, this isn't being very nice to our loyal fans, right? But then, Huaxingye did something even less friendly, he muted both their microphones, making the chat filled with question marks. Turning off the light, Huaxingye lay down on the couch. The narrow couch barely accommodated the tall alpha, with his long legs resting on the armrest still hanging outside without any support. In the darkness, Nan Zhou stole a glance, and some irritation welled up inside him. This was his own fault. He said he'd sleep on the couch, leaving Huaxingye on the bed. Nan Zhou flipped over, deciding to respect others' fate, out of sight, out of mind. There was a faint pleasant smell in the air, making his already tired and weary body sink further, almost falling asleep instantly. After prolonged sleep disturbance, comforted by the warm comfortable scent, Nan Zhou felt entirely at ease and snuggled against the pillow. It seemed the smell was stronger on the couch. Something indescribable rose uncontrollably from deep within. Unlike the previous discomfort, it was a more secretive craving, a craving to approach, to touch, desiring to be enveloped by that warm and dry aroma. No alpha would agree to separate from their omega after marking. How Jia's words popped up like a spell. Nan Zhou abruptly opened his eyes in the darkness. How credible were these words? He saw that Huaxingye didn't seem to mind at all. On the contrary, he himself felt like he'd taken some illegal drug and was addicted to that smell. Nan Zhou wanted to send a WeChat message to Hao Jia to ask about it, but as soon as he made a move, he suddenly realized he had left his phone on the sofa. Truly, misfortunes never come singly. That said, wasn't Hao Jia just an example of a beta pretending to be an alpha? How could a beta posing as an alpha reasonably comment on the relationship between an alpha and omega? It was just like a theory not based on practice. Nan Zhou turned over again. Right now, we're forming a CP, correct? He opened his mouth to speak. After his words hung in the air for a moment, there was silence in the room for quite a while before Huixingye's response came from the sofa, If we're a CP, then in others' eyes, it's normal for us to sleep together, isn't it? Nanzhou finished speaking and shifted his body closer to the wall side of the bed. He patted the empty spot in front of him. Come over and sleep. Huixingye didn't move. You'll sleep uncomfortably this way. Anyway, we've slept together before, hurry up, if we delay any longer, it'll be morning soon. Hao Jia, that fool, his B's AO theory was obviously nonsense. Seeing that Huixingye still didn't move, Nanzhou finally pulled out his ultimate move, sacrificing himself heavily to defeat the enemy. I feel uncomfortable if you don't come to sleep. The person on the sofa finally moved. Huixingye got up from the sofa and walked towards the bed. It was unclear whether the darkness deepened the sense of presence or some other factor, but every step he took brought with it an increasingly intense calming warmth, dry and soothing, like drumbeats knocking against Nanzhou's heart one by one. Finally, that scent along with its source arrived at the edge of the bed, looming over him from above. Nanzhou's whole body tingled, as if immersed in pleasant warm water. You smell so good, he said this without realizing the slight hoarseness in his own voice. Huixingye didn't answer. After staring at him in the dark for a while, he finally lifted the blanket and climbed onto the bed. The narrow bed became even more cramped with another person added, and the two almost had to stick together. Nanzhou could even hear his own heartbeat pounding like drums. Their breaths intertwined, just like the warm sweet aroma of roasted chestnuts from a fireplace in snowy nights. Nanzhou sighed contentedly and closed his eyes. Suddenly, Huixingye's deep voice echoed in his ear, that day, were you very upset? Chapter 24, embraced you countless times in my dreams. That day, which day? It's already this late, can we stop chatting? Why are you going to the hospital? Huixingye asked again. Afraid of getting pregnant. The word pregnant was hard for Nanzhou to say, and besides, he was extremely tired. So he said, go to sleep quickly. Your thoughts are already perverted, your body needs to stay healthy. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he fell into a sweet dream. In the darkness, listening to the soft breathing beside him, Huixingye traced the facial outline of the person before his eyes again and again with his gaze. He let out a low chuckle, then reached out to contentedly pull the person into his arms. At the moment their bodies touched, the part of his heart that had been missing seemed to be filled up completely, slotting together seamlessly and soothing the anxiety that had plagued him for days. After being marked, an omega who leaves its alpha will feel insecure, uncomfortable all over, and may even have trouble sleeping. But in fact, the alpha also has similar feelings, strong possessiveness makes them restless. In recent days, Huixingye would sometimes take special time during his off hours to fly to wait downstairs outside Nanzhou's apartment. Even though he couldn't touch or see him, it made him feel a little more comfortable. In front of others, Huixingye always acted as if there was no difference from usual, but only he himself knew that his emotions were on the verge of breaking, and what he was doing was almost morally indefensible. He even hired a private detective to keep a 24-hour surveillance on Nanzhou. Fortunately, during this period, apart from shooting for a magazine outside, Nanzhou stayed at home and didn't even leave the door. Not to mention other alphas, even his beta agent met with him rarely. Other alphas. His mind flickered with the photos that the private detective had sent him earlier, showing Nanzhou with the famous photographer Liu Bei. The way Liu Bei wagged his tail like a dog left no doubt in Huixingye's mind about what the latter was thinking. A streak of severity flashed through his eyes. Picking up his phone, Huixingye messaged his agent Luo Nan, I remember that in the first episode of the show, the top-rated pop will receive an opportunity to shoot for the leading magazine. Brother, aren't you sleeping yet? Luo Nan replied quickly, but the content was completely unrelated. Still, this couldn't be blamed on him. After watching live streams all day, Luo Nan felt numb throughout. Initially, he watched just out of curiosity about what exactly Huixingye was doing and the mysterious nature of Nanzhou. However, the more he watched, the more shocked he became. His client wasn't simply infatuated with the other person, it was like dealing with a dog in front of a bone, not only licking but guarding its food. Others might not know, but Luo Nan understood clearly. Such intimate actions, such overt protective behaviors, and that overly gentle tone. Luo Nan felt like a clown. So many years of cooperation, yet he hadn't managed to penetrate his client's heart, letting the other one reveal their most genuine self. As the clown observed more, his mindset gradually calmed down. Eventually, he even started to ship them a bit. Without mentioning anything else, Nanzhou truly had talent. That song, Dawn, after hearing it, he highly praised it and couldn't wait to add it to his playlist. As a well-known ace agent in the industry, who would have thought that most of Luo Nan's day was spent watching a dating variety show? When Huixingye covered the camera, Luo Nan felt unsatisfied like any other audience member and even wanted to send a message asking if Huixingye was struggling tonight. The omega he liked was only a few meters away. As a physically and mentally intact alpha, it was difficult not to want to do something. What does it say in the contract? Why are you asking this, brother? Luo Nan questioned. No matter how much gossip there is, work still needs to be done seriously. Tell Pei Feng to specify Liu Bei as the photographer, Huixingye issued instructions. Liu Bei. Don't you know what kind of person he is? Even if you give him a lot of money, he might not necessarily agree. Luo Nan responded. He will agree. Just tell him the subject is Nan Zhou. Ah. Brother, this is a double cover shot. This time, Hu Xingye did not reply. As a mature agent, Luo Nan had already learned to automatically digest any attitudes of his artist. He consoled himself, estimating that Hu Xingye must be having a tough night. Being alone with the Omega he liked in the dead of the night, able to see and imagine but not touch, naturally led to bad moods. However, Luo Nan did not know that after his artist put down the phone, he gently patted the Omega who was nestled in his embrace, contentedly retracted the trace of pheromones mingled with soothing ones. The Omega, deeply lost in a sweet dream, had no guard up. Instinctively, he reached out to tightly embrace his alpha, curling almost entirely into the other's arms. The alpha's soothing pheromones and the warmth of his embrace were more than enough to give the Omega a comfortable night's sleep. Deep into the night, as the guests gradually went to bed one by one, the live stream of the first day of Pingran Shindong Denai, Heart Flutteringly Yours, came to an end. But on Weibo, things remained lively. Especially topics related to Hu Xingye and Nan Zhou saw a stunning level of engagement. Fans of their pairing had quickly set up a super topic for them and were wildly celebrating inside it. Screenshots from the live stream, detailed clips, and even derivative works like fanfiction and fan art had already surfaced. I have embraced you countless times in my dreams, just for your single command to hold on in the snow. A beautifully crafted video montage was uploaded to the super topic. Focused on unrequited love, it combined scenes from Hu Xingye's past films with the content of the live stream, telling a story from Hu Xingye's perspective about his hidden affection for Nan Zhou. It opened with the scene where Nan Zhou rides an electric bike and asks if Hu Xingye is cold. It then segues into moments of collaboration between Nan Zhou and Liu Bei and their various interactions within their team. Mixed among these are displays of Hu Xingye's brilliant acting in his movies, vividly showing the struggle and pain of watching the person you love being attracted to someone else. Next comes Liu Bei's widely known announcement and Hu Xingye's reaction of anger. Finally, the climax, two of them meeting again during the live stream, under the snowlit sky, Hu Xingye urging Nan Zhou to hold on tightly while riding. The last frame freezes on the moment when Nan Zhou embraces Hu Xingye closely under the snowy night. Although only a little over a minute long, the seamless editing, accompanied by a melody of unrequited love, instantly garnered hundreds of thousands of views. Fans left comments beneath, saying, "At the word of Madam, we, the Xingzhou ship enthusiasts, will wholeheartedly support you as the producer of Hu Xingye's next movie." This edit grew so explosively popular that it trended, further pushing the popularity of Hu Xingye and Nan Zhou as a couple alongside Pingran Shindong Denai. Many who hadn't watched the live stream yesterday now asked when the broadcast would start, eager to find out if it would deliver enough material to ship or criticize. By morning, at 8 o'clock, the live stream resumed and immediately drew in even more viewers than the previous day. Quick, I need to see what Hu Xingye has done behind our backs. Who ultimately slept on the couch? Time's running out, place your bets. What the heck, wasn't it supposed to start at 8? It's already 8:13, why hasn't it started yet? Urgent, urgent. Xiao Pei, what's going on here? Are you unwilling to take on this tremendous influx of traffic? Sister Jiang from the neighboring room has already finished makeup and eaten breakfast prepared by Su. Even Zhang Xiao, who got intimate with Gu Tang last night, has jogged back. Why isn't this live stream making any move yet? Hold on, the camera is on, but the towel is still hanging on it. Chapter 25, Say Something for Brother to Hear. It wasn't just the audience who found it strange that there was no movement from these two yet, even the staff of the variety show production team wondered about it. The ones who stayed up the latest last night weren't Hu Xingye and Nan Zhou, but Jiang Zhen and Su Xiao, who chatted enthusiastically in bed until nearly 3 o'clock about their future. The content with the largest broadcast scale came from Gu Tang and Zhang Shi. Although Zhang Shi and Gu Tang didn't directly get affectionate in front of the audience in the live stream, they were daring in flirtation right at the beginning of the live session. But after turning off the camera, the things they said became extremely sensual, causing a frenzy in the chat comments. The live stream almost teetered on the edge of being banned. The crew did not know what these two were doing, but they could not help but suspect that they had truly engaged in some serious action. Even now, the audio from their activities last night was still hanging on the trending topics list. Say something for brother to hear. The way you cry is really beautiful. Amidst these words, there were other ambiguous sounds intertwined. Finally, although the microphone was cut off, it was rumored that when Zhang Shi left in the morning, Gu Tang's assistant entered their apartment for a while and then left with a bag of trash. No one dared to ask what was inside the garbage bag. As for Lu Zhou and Wen Yu, they were the most boring. These two already had little interaction, and after work, Wen Yu directly stated her intention to maintain good health and went back to sleep early. Thus, they were also the first CP pair to end their live stream. Gradually, the time approached 8:30. Watching as the other group's guests would start new tasks for the day, the live stream lens of Hu Xingye and Nan Zhou remained unopened, and the microphone was still muted. Facing more and more doubt and teasing in the live stream room, Pei Feng made an immediate decision, instructing an assistant director and cameraman to open the door of Hu Xingye and Nan Zhou's room using a spare key. At first, hearing this task, the cameraman rejected it. Director Pei, it's fine if nothing happens, but if we accidentally capture something, will my life even be safe? Your life will definitely be safe if you capture nothing, but your money will surely increase if you do. If Hu Xingye attacks you, just lie on the ground and sue him. The fluttering heart you can't resist has exploded in popularity within the industry thanks to Pei Feng's fearless attitude of not minding offending people. Even facing veteran figures well known in the circle, Pei Feng dared to invite someone's ex-wife as a guest participant. Pushed by the assistant director, the reluctant cameraman came upstairs to the second floor, carrying the camera and standing in front of the door taking deep breaths. Hurry up. Stop procrastinating. I want to see immediately. A single live stream makes me like ants in a boiling oil pot, crawling around anxiously. What if the content inside can't actually be aired? Up front, these are all premium V subscribers, be bold, anything can be aired, anything can be seen. Something's wrong, very wrong. My wild brother never sleeps in. Adhering to the principle of quick speed, precise actions, and cleanly capturing before leaving, the cameraman exchanged glances with the assistant director, who then quickly unlocked and pushed the door open. The cameraman pointed the lens inside. In the tiny apartment where everything was visible at a glance, it was quiet as ever. Sunlight penetrated through the curtains, falling onto the carpet in front of the corner bed. The light intersected with shadows. In the narrow bed of the apartment, two figures were tightly pressed against each other. Or, more precisely, the person lying closer to the wall curled entirely into the embrace of the larger man lying on the outside. Nothing was visible except for his head. Exclamation marks flooded across the screen. Even the cameraman, planning to shoot briefly and withdraw, paused in place. Hundreds of kilometers away, Luo Nan, watching the live stream, dropped the coffee cup she was holding with a bang onto the carpet. Among everyone's astonishment, Hu Xingye turned back, revealing disheveled black hair strands covering his nose bridge, which cast sharp, perfect lines under the semi-lit ambience. His piercing eyes revealed no pretense and emitted a chilling intensity. The cameraman instantly weakened in his legs, but his strong sense of professionalism prevented the camera from shaking despite the overwhelming pressure and alarming alpha pheromones. And at that moment, the lens clearly captured a pale white arm emerging from the blanket, naturally and intimately circling around Hu Xingye's neck. The blankets rustled slightly as movement could be faintly discerned. In the tranquil room, Nan Zhou's hoarse voice rang out, "It's too noisy." Out of the camera's sight, he rubbed Hu Xingye's neck with his cheek and nose like a kitten. His warm breath brushed against the exposed skin, causing a tingling sensation. This overly intimate little gesture greatly pacified the alpha whose territory had been invaded. Hu Xingye gently patted his head, his eyes no longer as intimidating, but his voice was still quite cold when he spoke. "Are you done filming yet?" At this, the cameraman finally snapped back to reality, along with the assistant director, who was then dragged out by Hu Xingye's assistant who had arrived upon hearing the commotion. Before closing the door, the assistant director didn't forget to place a task card at the edge of the door as a reminder. "Teacher Hua, the guests from the other groups have already woken up. You too, don't forget to check the task card later." Bang! As if fearing that the next second would bring certain death at the hands of Hu Xingye, the assistant director quickly shut the door. The live stream content had now become completely unwatchable. Did I do something wrong? Why are these two sleeping together? CP fans are winning big. With such closeness, I can't even imagine what they did yesterday. Forget A/O pairings, A, B is definitely better to root for. From today on, I'm Star Zhou's #1 fan. Nothing was filmed, but it feels like everything was captured. Is this really what I'm seeing? Haha. Give the cameraman a drumstick. Wawa, Brother Yi was so fierce just now, but incredibly, impossibly cool and handsome. Scream. Is this real? Is this actually true? Can they possibly sleep together like this? Calling pure love. This has nothing to do with pure love. What kind of innocent couple starts off by sleeping together? Light edits just won't cut it anymore. Let the chef serve up a feast, I need some meat. Who understands, the micro-expression change on the film Emperor after embracing Nan Zhou made me run laps downstairs immediately. Though separated by only a door, even though the door was closed, the people inside could no longer go back to sleep. In fact, Hu Xingye wasn't asleep at all. His excellent biological clock woke him up early in the morning. In the tranquil morning, holding his omega close and feeling the sun slowly rise while light poured into the room onto his omega's face, it felt as if he were watching an incredible artistic film. Immersed in Nan Zhou's flawless sleeping beauty, Hu Xingye's usually sharp senses momentarily failed, not noticing the commotion outside right away, hence making him slow to react when the door was opened. Even though the crew retreated promptly, the sound of their departure still woke Nan Zhou. The person in his arms scrunched up their entire face, stretched, and opened their sleepy eyes, delivering the first outburst of the new day. I start to understand roosters. After all, who wouldn't want to scream when woken up too early? Chapter 26, Are you guys playing this extravagant? The live streaming room's camera and microphone in the Nanzhou apartment where Hu Xingye lived were finally turned on at 9:30. At this moment, the live streaming room was bustling with activity due to the content filmed in the morning. CP fans were still immersed in that brief lens of a few dozen seconds. Our sticky little couple has finally separated from the bed. Is there anything that us CP fans shouldn't see? Last night, it was so distant, tonight it's not allowed anymore. Growl. Xiagu, I've been a fan of yours for so many years, how could you treat me like an outsider? Huixingye, you really let me down. You actually like Nanzhou, this dead green tea, insincere, girl. How can you face our fans? Wu Li Jin, baby Nanzhou eats her husband at night and has breakfast cooked by him in the morning. She is so happy. Nearby Zhou brother and Nanzhou are not in their best state today either, right? They must have done something sexy with you beauty last night, ha ha ha. This is Xingzhou live stream room. Can you roll off to others' live stream room when queuing others? Nanzhou sat by the dining table in the room, one hand holding coffee, the other slowly munching on the breakfast Huixingye made. Even though he was eating breakfast, his clearly distracted expression showed that he had drifted away mentally for a while. But strictly speaking, last night was the most comfortable night he had slept since leaving Huixingye's house. Just, waking up early is truly terrible for someone who stays up late all the time. Mac's grumpiness after waking up. Mac's resentment towards the production team. Not tasty. The cameraman asked cautiously. That shouldn't be the case, this breakfast was specially made by the big film emperor himself, his loving husband. Although it was simple, it was appetizing in terms of color, aroma, and taste, making even him drool. Perhaps it is. Teacher Huo went to shoot his task announcement for the day, he especially asked us to let you sleep longer. The cameraman hurriedly added. If it wasn't for the big film emperor kindly requesting them, Nanzhou would have been dragged out of bed at 9 o'clock by the production crew already. Speaking of which, what exactly did these two do last night? In contrast to Nanzhou's absent-mindedness, Huixingye looked refreshed and full of vigor. A black high-neck cashmere sweater paired with a beige long coat enhanced his handsome and perfect features, along with his tall and upright figure, making him appear even more charming. His elegant demeanor under the morning light only accentuated his air of self-restraint. Not just Huixingye's fans and passers-by were hissing with excitement, but even many staff members of the production team, many of the little interns and assistants, were secretly swooning over him in their work chat groups, making inappropriate wolfish comments. After quite some time, Nanzhou finally gathered his attention back onto Huixingye's face. No farming team would torment their donkeys as much as you guys. Cameraman. Adhering to the principle of pretending not to hear if I don't answer, he pushed the task card in front of Nanzhou. Here's your task card for today. Nanzhou lowered her gaze and skimmed through it but didn't move. Or, you should give Teacher Huo a call. He should be on his way to the set now, the cameraman said again. It was understandable that they felt uneasy upon waking up without seeing their alpha first thing in the morning. Mentioning Huixingye multiple times eventually awakened the little bit of conscience Nanzhou had left. Huixingye got up early to work in order to cover their strained living expenses. As his partner, he couldn't be lazy too, at least he needed to contribute to the household income. So, he reached for his task card. Let me see, what's this about, you're playing this extravagant. Ha 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 ha, this expression from Nanzhou is killing me with laughter. The shocked cat picture.jpg. Let us quickly take a look, what are we playing extravagantly? Huixingye's card says, let Nanzhou proactively ask for a hug or kiss before midnight. Perhaps that's why Nanzhou looks, flushed cheeks. Pei Feng, admitted, you're the ultimate fan in our Xingzhou CP fandom. So extravagant, but isn't that not about fierce embraces in bed with wild mouth kisses, injecting chicken meat into each other? This doesn't make sense. Drip. Yellow code. When Nanzhou came out of the apartment, it was almost 10 o'clock. He carried the guitar borrowed from the program that Huixingye got for him, put on his hoodie cap without caring who saw, and kept quiet. The task card actually contained a very simple mission, go and rehearse with his band for the upcoming performance. Yesterday, after Nanzhou's stunning appearance on JVH.use, the production team spent the entire night enriching his character profile. Originally set to passionately practice songs at home, they changed it to rehearsing at a band's training location. Since Nanzhou had rejected the Dawn Band's invitation, the production team hastily arranged for an obscure local band to cooperate with the program recording. As he reached the building entrance downstairs, Nanzhou met Gu Tang coming out of the apartment. Seeing Nanzhou, Gu Tang's eyes flickered with a brief surprise before locking onto the guitar strapped to Nanzhou's back. Of course, Gu Tang hadn't missed last night's trending search results. Not only did he catch those high points from Nanzhou's performance on JVH.use, but he also carefully watched each close-up segment multiple times. It was impossible not to feel jealous. Through the screen, he seemed to see once again that brash and confident young man who haunted his dreams, someone whose identity he'd longed to switch places with. With the advantages of being an Omega and coming from a wealthy family. Why, even though he'd lost all those things and fallen into the abyss, was he still envious? Just because he was now attached to Huixingye. Gu Tang's gaze moved from the guitar to Nanzhou's face, where the unpleasant expression was clearly visible. Wow, what poor complexion. Could it be, did he have an argument with Huixingye? This thought greatly improved Gu Tang's mood. Wearing a friendly and cute smile, he quickly approached Nanzhou. What's wrong, Nanzhou? Your complexion looks so bad. Is something the matter? Nanzhou didn't answer. This silence only confirmed Gu Tang's suspicions further. He added, are you heading out for a task at this hour? I'm doing one too. Guess what my role is? Without waiting for Nan Zhou's response, Gu Tang began bragging immediately. My role is a dreamy online shop model aspiring to be a supermodel, and soon I'll be shooting in the studio. At this, Nan Zhou finally reacted and glanced at him briefly. You're probably a bartender going to sell drinks, right? I've heard the pressure on bar drink sales can be pretty intense. Gu Tang said, feigning concern but secretly belittling him. He felt his assigned role card was better than Nan Zhou's, indirectly acknowledging his beauty. Not like Nan Zhou, who was merely working odd jobs at the bar and performing there as well. Gu Tang followed Nan Zhou all the way to the e-bike shelter, and just before Nan Zhou mounted the bike, spoke up for the first time since meeting him, you could do an app promotion. Gu Tang was taken aback. What kind of promotion? When you post your photos later, make sure to add a note thanking Meitu Xiuxiu for their strong support. Having said that, Nan Zhou turned the handlebars, and sped off on the electric scooter, leaving Gu Tang standing there in stunned confusion. Chapter 27, Play Some Fun with Him. Red fire confused ha 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 ha. Gu Tang, why did you provoke him? Meitu Xiuxiu, I'm dying of laughter. Sarcasm about someone's photos needing editing, right? Nan Aka master of snide remarks Zhou. No, where does this little internet celebrity get her confidence to constantly challenge Nan Zhou every day? She should urinate and look at herself in the reflection. TSK, the fans of green tea are as vulgar and stinky as the person herself. Why it's very reasonable that Nan Zhou doesn't care for Gu Tang, there's a wall between internet celebrities and stars when it comes to looks. Nan Zhou's comment about Meitu Xiuxiu caused strong outrage among Gu Tang's fans. They directly posted this segment on Weibo and combined it with previous incidents of Nan Zhou's sarcasm during the program group CU production process to manufacture public opinion. They attempted to label Nan Zhou as having no class and being vulgar, nailing him to the pillar of shame. However, they didn't expect that their actions would provoke resistance from Hu Xingye and Nan Zhou's couple fans. The opposing fans, including some who had just become Nan Zhou's new fans after yesterday's live stream, stood up against them. Many talented editors among the Xingzhou fans spliced out several segments where Gu Tang provoked Nan Zhou, making a funny video similar to a martial arts fight. Key phrases such as, numerous provocations, numerous failures, if you don't stir up trouble, you won't die, and, what a big white lotus, spread widely among netizens looking for entertainment. Gu Tang's fans failed in their attempt to smear Nan Zhou. Instead, the trending topic was washed into content about how weak Gu Tang is at dealing with conflicts. According to the navigation provided by the production team, Nan Zhou drove an electric scooter for 15 minutes from his apartment to the basement of a certain building in an old neighborhood. This was the destination arranged by the program team for his daytime task today. From the basement faint music could be heard. Nan Zhou bent down to enter through the opened roller shutter door. The few people inside immediately stopped what they were doing, looking slightly awkward at him. Nan Zhou scanned his eyes over the lead singer, guitarist, drummer, and bassist one by one. The band's lead singer was a cute-looking girl, dressed in Lolita fashion, not at all like someone who plays rock music. Compared to the others' discomfort, upon seeing Nan Zhou, she had a flash of excitement in her eyes. Teacher Nan Zhou, hello. We're the S-Upper Band. I'm the lead singer Jie. This is the guitarist Ah He, the drummer Jian Gu, and the bassist Lei. There's also the keyboard player. When mentioning the last member, Jie looked a bit embarrassed. Tang Yang probably overslept. I'll call him in a moment. It was quite embarrassing to say that someone could still be late even though a popular variety show invited their small band to appear on it, especially since it was live. But what worried Jie more was whether Tang Yang, who had a strong aversion to traffic, idols, might act arrogantly and refuse to give face to Nan Zhou. Unexpectedly, although Nan Zhou looked sour-faced, he didn't seem to mind such impolite behavior. Did the program team already explain everything to you? Jie nodded. In that case, let me hear the love song you prepared for Hu Xingye. Nan Zhou unstrapped the guitar, pulled over a chair by the door, and sat down. Both the cameraman and Jie were shocked by this statement. Prepared, a love song for Hu Xingye. Didn't we say that this song is a surprise prepared by teacher Nan Zhou for Christmas, to surprise teacher Hu? Jie asked. No, that's not my style. Seeing him completely refusing to play by the prearranged rules of the program team, both the cameraman and the on-site coordinator were at a loss. Just as they were about to remind him, they heard Nan Zhou calmly say, personally, I'd rather play around with some fun things with him. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present widened their eyes. Jie's eyes shone brightly, her cheeks flushed red, and she almost couldn't hold back from grabbing the microphone and loudly questioning. Can this be said? Fun. What kind of fun? Is it the type of fun I think it is? Dang, Nan Zhou, do you actually play such heavy stuff privately? You still have the nerve to say the program crew is playing tricks. What? So, you guys definitely did something last night. Yellow-faced. Can you tell us in detail what kind of fun you want to play with Brother Yi? Let us see better too, blushingly shy. I'm living in this live streaming room now, ready to make my fortune picking bitter tea seeds. What's wrong? Seeing everyone looking at him with a shocked expression, Nan Zhou asked in confusion. Is there really someone who performs for their lover on Christmas? That was rare. Before everyone could recover, Nanzhou added, besides, a song for him, a song of desire would be more appropriate, wouldn't it? Once again, everyone widened their eyes. Jiejia's mouth hung open. Desire? What kind of song is that? What are you talking about, Teacher Nanzhou? What exactly do you and Brother Yi do when you're together? Jiejia couldn't bear to imagine what the off-screen relationship between Nanzhou and Huixingye must be like. Do you not think so? Nanzhou asked earnestly. What? He's incredibly tempting. Jiejia finally managed to interject, no one would use the word tempting to describe an alpha. Not to mention that it's Brother Yi we're talking about. Nevertheless, this did nothing to stop her from shipping them even harder. Indeed, Xingzhou was the sweetest couple ever. TSK, don't you have anything like Walking Spring Medicine, or the list of the most desirable men in the world? Teacher Nanzhou, that's enough. It's really enough. This sugar is too much. If this keeps up, the live streaming room might get banned. Jiejia's fingers trembled, she was almost completely under his spell, while the barrage content in the live stream was simply unwatchable. It was full of and prompts warning against certain comments being censored. Following instructions remotely given by Pei Feng, the cameraman quickly steered the conversation back to the main topic, asking the Esuppersco band to play the piece for Nanzhou to hear, and then inviting Nanzhou to join them as a guitarist. However, no one expected that from the prelude itself. Nanzhou's brows had already furrowed slightly, and as he listened further, his frown deepened significantly. Could it be that the song was too difficult for him to learn? Or was it the song he played yesterday that he practiced privately? As the final note rang out, the roller shutter door of the basement was pushed upwards, and at the same moment, Nanzhou's voice echoed in the now quiet basement. This song could make even the aliens from Three Body turn back and abandon plans to occupy Earth. A flood of bright light streamed in from the fully lifted roller shutter door. Standing in the sunlight was a towering figure whose expression could hardly be called unpleasant, it was rather sour to an extreme degree. The next second, Nanzhou saw sheer horror written all over Jiejia's face and the faces of other Esuppersco members. Chapter 28, We should get familiar in the future. Tang Yang, you're here. Jiejia took a few steps forward, trying to use her body to separate him from Nanzhou. She worried that Tang Yang would lose his temper and immediately beat up Nanzhou with the electronic synthesizer in his hand. When it comes to beating up artists during live broadcasts, she's not sure if others would dare to do it or not. But Tang Yang, who has an extremely strong aversion to idols by nature, would definitely do it. Humph. Tang Yang smirked coldly as he removed his instrument from his back and stood it upright on the ground. Do the people of Trisolaris not like my songs but prefer your love? Yeah, please say love to me. Sorry, I don't have the habit of being aroused at any time. Nanzhou turned around and his gaze swept over the instrument case standing on the ground beside Tang Yang, but if you need it, I can send you a QR code to express my love for money. The basement fell silent for a few seconds, then erupted with Tang Yang's angry roar. Are you insane? His cheeks flushed strangely. I'm talking about the song, your awful song. Not telling me to say, I love you. Nanzhou furrowed his brows, looking very confused. Seeing Tang Yang about to explode again, Jiejia quickly started singing a melody. Love, love, tell me you love V. Nanzhou's expression visibly worsened within seconds. This song, if played just a bit louder, will destroy the entire galaxy. Tang Yang retaliated mercilessly. Nanzhou. Too terrifying. How could there be such an awful song? Who wrote it? I must report him to the police. This part is sung by Teacher Nanzhou. The drummer chimed in. Just last night, after hearing that their band would cooperate with Nanzhou for today's live broadcast, everyone except Jiejia spent the whole night online searching for some of Nanzhou's songs, namely, those from WJXE. Tang Yang had been holding his nose listening, and after finishing, couldn't help but spew curses. Later, Jiejia found the song, Dawn, that Nanzhou performed on stage in J.Use last night. After the band listened to it, especially Tang Yang, they all believed that everything last night was scripted by the show's producers. Therefore, they didn't actually have much anticipation for Nanzhou's visit today. Except for Jiejia, Ho Xingye's fan, a new couple shipper of the Star Zhou CP. Ha, for the first time I see Nanzhou making this face during a live broadcast. Hey, why do I feel like he really dislikes this song? This is their super popular group song, composed by Lu Zhou. How can he possibly make such a face? Did too many fake personas make him forget where he came from? A regular sentence from the drummer hurts Nanzhou so much. Is his stepping back a sign of seriousness? Let's be honest, this song is indeed hard to listen to. With this song, how does Nanzhou have the nerve to criticize love song as terrible when his is worse? Since we're going to perform a song related to love, can we consider changing it? Nanzhou didn't want to sing S on XGO's love song, nor did he want to sing love, love, tell me you love. Song of desire, right? Jiejia asked unconsciously. Nanzhou's eyes fell once again on the instruments brought by Tang Yang, then turned toward him. Can I borrow your synthesizer? Tang Yang sneered lightly and was just about to open his mouth to mock when another person walked in through the open roller shutter door. The drummer, bassist, and guitarist who were facing the roller shutter door widened their eyes simultaneously at the sight. He's here. Seeing the newcomer, Nanzhou raised his hand in greeting. Jia followed his gaze and turned around, letting out an audible gasp upon seeing Yu Yang. This shout successfully made Tang Yang turn around as well. By the door stood a tall man in a jacket and jeans, carrying a bass guitar. Wasn't this none other than Yu Yang, one of the top bassists in the industry? However, why was he here? In a flash, a possibility sprouted in their minds. I heard Nanzhou saying he was performing here today, and since I had nothing to do, I came over to take a look. Will I cause any trouble for you? Although the words were directed at the production crew, Yu Yang was looking directly at Tang Yang. Tang Yang looked down on Nanzhou, but he respected Yu Yang immensely. Brother Yu, are you very familiar with him? He asked. Yu Yang smiled, we just met yesterday. However, we should get very familiar in the future. Teacher Nanzhou, have you finally decided to join Dawn? As a CP fan, Jia hadn't missed much of yesterday's live broadcast, naturally including the part where Nanzhou argued with Xiaosheng. Nanzhou didn't speak, but Yu Yang laughed heartily twice. I wish he would, but unfortunately, this great man doesn't look up to our band. He pointed at Nanzhou. I asked him to review the new songs of our band. Although the voice was not loud, these words had a significant impact on everyone who heard them. To be invited by Yu Yang of the Dawn band to review the new songs, how capable must Nanzhou be? Faced with the shocked expressions of everyone, Yu Yang added, of course, we pay, and it's not cheap. Is it real? Is Nanzhou truly that good? Was Yu Yang actually bought over to lick like this? Is there a possibility that Nanzhou is extremely excellent in the eyes of experts? The situation is becoming absurd. I came here to ship CPs, not for career lines. Don't talk anymore. I want to hear what song Nanzhou will perform for Brother Yi. Give him the instrument quickly. By the way, what song are you going to play later? Did you write it? Yu Yang asked Nanzhou. You'll know when I play it, said Nanzhou. With arms crossed standing aside, Tang Yang couldn't stop thinking, let me see if you can pull off something grand or just make a fool of yourself while adjusting his beloved electronic synthesizer. But as Nanzhou started tapping the notes, his expression gradually changed, even his indifferent stance softened, and his hands moved from being crossed to hanging naturally. It was a melody that sounded simple yet broke through the imaginative framework. Nanzhou only used the electronic synthesizer but created the feeling of summer fireworks under the night sky. The fresh sea breeze and the magnificent fireworks, the melancholy after they bloomed, all were integrated into the melody, simple but making people feel joy and sorrow. Holy crap, this sounds amazing. It reminded me of the fireworks show I went to last year with my boyfriend. This melody feels so beautiful yet so desolate. Nanzhou, from today on, I'm your career fan. With such talent, why didn't you write songs for your group before? You'd have been famous long ago if you did. Ho Xingye, come and listen to the song your wife wrote for you. Scream. Ha ha ha, Ho Xingye is watching the live stream on the set, peeking at his cute wife on his phone. How sweet. Because the couple had separated, the live streaming room which was previously divided into 4, now split into 8. In Ho Xingye's live streaming room, his fans were drooling over his looks today on the film set. Ho Xingye himself sat in a chair on the film set, looking at his phone. What was displayed on the phone screen was precisely Nanzhou's live streaming room. Chapter 29, Everything About You is a Surprise to Me. Today, Ho Xingye's assignment was to go to the film city and act as an extra for the production crew, earning money to buy Nanzhou a Christmas gift. Though officially he was there as an extra, his identity as an Oscar-winning actor and box office sensation still held weight. No film crew or director would dare treat him just like any other extra. The current crew he was talking to was from a low-budget movie set. Though the director might not have much name value, they were close to the famous director Zhang Lianyi, who could be considered their mentor. And Zhang Lianyi happened to be the director of the movie that helped Ho Xingye win his first Oscar years ago. While on the way to the crew, they had already sent Ho Xingye the script about the extra role he was going to play today, a gang boss. Despite having less than a minute of screen time, Ho Xingye still went through the character's background quickly and seriously and added some little actions. When he appeared in front of the camera with his black sunglasses, black jacket, marten boots, and long legs moving gracefully yet arrogantly, even the male protagonist acting opposite him couldn't help being intimidated by his authoritative and unruly aura. For a moment, it seemed like the person standing in front of him was truly a blood-stained gangster who lived through bullets and swords. At Ho Xingye's level, the crew always prearranged shooting times, so there was no waiting around for him, rather, it was the crew that waited for him. After getting makeup done and changing clothes upon arrival, he soon entered the scene. Except for the one instance where the male protagonist got shocked, forgot his lines, and needed another take, the rest of the shooting went smoothly, and he wrapped up the shoot fairly quickly, then sat aside on the set, waiting for the next shot after the male protagonist changed outfits. Around this time, rumors spread among the audience watching Ho Xingye in Nanzhou's live stream, sparking a flurry of comments from fans in her channel. Big Brother Yi. Did you see what your wife said? People at the front, Big Brother Yi was filming earlier and missed it perfectly after just wrapping up. Ho Xingye, your wife said she wanted to do something interesting with you on Christmas. But there were also those fans who unexpectedly started shipping a cold door couple. Am I the only one who thinks Yu Yang matches well with Nanzhou? Yu Yang, someone who actually comes over to find Nan Zhou, isn't that dreamy? Genius cool guy bassist ex laid back idol, quite a match. Yu Yang is type B, Nan Zhou is type B too, double B lovers are a perfect fit. Within the film crew, hearing that Huixingye came as an extra, a certain Omega male actor who originally didn't have any scenes scheduled today surprisingly turned up in the crew and immediately headed toward where Huixingye was sitting. Mr. Hua, did you really come here to be our extra? Little O spoke nervously and pitched her voice while trying to make conversation. As soon as she finished, she noticed Huixingye slightly frown, with a brief shadow passing through his eyes. Little O felt her heart tremble but continued, Mr. Hua, I'm Huang Jia. We once acted together in Memory Maze. Do you remember? Huixingye remained silent, his focus entirely on his phone. Seeing other directors nearby shooting and remembering the trending topic she saw last night, Little O realized Huixingye was likely streaming live. Since this was a live stream, perhaps she could seize this opportunity. Before she could react, Huixingye suddenly relaxed his eyebrows, even bringing a slight smile to the corner of his lips. His long fingers swiped across the screen as he answered a WeChat call, his rich, deep voice sounding tender enough to make people shiver when he spoke. What's wrong? After the melody ended, there was a short period of silence in the basement. Next, Tang Yang's surprised and doubtful voice rang out, did you compose this melody? Before Nan Zhou could answer, Jia chimed in with her own question, is this a new song? Not exactly, replied Nan Zhou. This song, written a year ago, was originally meant for a particular male singer as a single. A popular love ballad. It sounds like a regretful love song. Have you written the lyrics? This time it was Yu Yang who asked. Just as Nan Zhou was about to say something, the director's assistant coordinating on-site instructed her to ask, Teacher Nan, Teacher Hua is watching your live stream. Would you like to give him a call? Watching the live stream. So he heard everything earlier? Nan Zhou asked. The director's assistant nodded. Nan Zhou sighed and directly lashed out at the production team, where's my present? Isn't this just a spoiler? I've been saying all along that the design of your task has logic issues. Live streams combined with performances, do you really think my songs and surprise elements are easy to predict? Director's assistant. Cameraman, so, do you want to ask Teacher Hua what he thinks of this song? As long as you bring up your husband, I can't believe you'll keep chattering on and on. Exactly, have him call Huixingye already. The cameraman knows his stuff, give him a chicken leg bonus. Die laughing, deceiving him with the song. The song wasn't even written by him. Neither lyrics nor complete music, just a melody fragment, maybe stolen from somewhere. A person who debuted as an idol 2 years ago and has only ever sung without showing any songwriting ability suddenly knows how to compose, so obvious it's scripted. Wow, there are so many dirty comments in today's live stream, looks like JoJo is really famous now. The song doesn't matter, I want to see him call ye brother. So urgent. Dark and twisted screams. Ever since morning, the close-up director had been constantly cueing Huixingye in front of him. After hearing the second cue, Nan Zhou assumed it was the program's arrangement, so he pulled out his phone from his pocket and dialed the WeChat contact he just added yesterday. Not long after the ring started, the call was picked up. Huixingye's voice came through the earpiece, what's wrong? The sound, adjusted by radio waves, carried a barely perceptible distortion, one that enhanced rather than detracted, giving his voice an undertone of weight and roughness. This easily evoked memories for Nan Zhou of those wildly unrestrained nights, sparking a momentary electric reaction throughout his body. He didn't know if the change in timbre was intentional or coincidental, all he knew was that his body honestly succumbed to it. Did you hear my live stream? When he spoke, even Nan Zhou hadn't noticed the subtle shifts in his own voice. It was brighter, more playful, softer. It's over then, no surprise anymore. Though his words suggested otherwise, there was no hint of regret in Nan Zhou's tone. The familiar short, low chuckle resonated in his ear. He heard Huixingye say, at any time, everything about you will be a surprise to me. Nan Zhou paused for a beat. Fortunately, in the next second, Huixingye smoothly followed up with, remember to collect the copyright fees. Ha 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 ha. Copyright fees? Bursting into laughter. What's going on here, Huixingye? Did you pick up this trick after mixing with them for a day? Payphone, good, good, good. Don't learn anything else but this, right? But I think you'll like another one better, Nan Zhou said. Which one? Saying it would ruin the surprise again. I'll sing it for you when we get home tonight. Chapter 30, Wash up and wait for me tonight. We'll sing it for you at home. Wah wah wah, so sweet, so addictive. He said, at home. Geez, this guy really knows how to flirt. No way, Nan Zhou falling in love is like this. Totally didn't see it coming, he's such a smooth talker. Everyone goes through some scum guys when they're young, but our Zhou now isn't the same as before, he's Nan Nijulu Zhou now. Don't look at how Nan Zhou normally mocks heaven and earth, but he treats He goes so well, two-way affection is truly the sweetest. We're all insiders here, we get it. Though he says, singing, in reality, he's inviting someone special to listen. Christmas present? Huixingye smiled and asked. Sort of. Nanzhou thought about it for a moment then added, but only you can hear it. In response, Huixingye's deep and sexy laugh echoed out. Even without saying anything deliberately, that kind of laugh still made Nanzhou feel like he was standing beside him, with his long fingers teasingly grazing his skin. I can't let them freeload on 2 of my songs in one day, he explained awkwardly. I'm looking forward to teacher Nanzhou's performance tonight. After all, it will be an exclusive, one-of-a-kind private show just for me. This man deserved the title of movie emperor, able to dish out sweet talk effortlessly, performing as if it were real. Nanzhou thought that since the two were C-piece on the variety show, based on the principle that he couldn't lose during flirting, his flirtatious words came out naturally, wash up and wait for your brother tonight. After the call ended, Huixingye took down his phone and looked up to see little O who had been standing next to him for quite some time. Something up? His expression and tone were entirely different from what they'd been while talking WeChat with Nanzhou over the phone. Though he was smiling, the smile was detached and indifferent, not reaching his eyes. Even his tone carried an obvious cold distance, a dignity that was hard to approach. Little O was momentarily startled by this sudden contrast. Just that second, the crew staff arrived to invite Huixingye to shoot the next scene. Watching his departing figure, Little O pursed her lips, with a face full of uncontainable disappointment and embarrassment. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou was secretly watching live broadcasts while sitting on the toilet in the restroom of the entertainment company practice room. He and Wenyu drew the same identity card, both being trainees of the entertainment company dreaming of successfully debuting. Therefore, except when they were in the apartment, most of their time was spent in the entertainment company for shoots. Today, according to the production team's arrangement, he and Wenyu had to rehearse a song-dance number, and his hidden mission was to make Wenyu hold hands with him within 24 hours and say she liked him. However, starting from waking up in the morning, Lu Zhou was completely out of sorts. Even during dance practice, he kept making mistakes. As an idol who had debuted for 2 years, these kinds of errors shouldn't have occurred on him. Finally, his assistant couldn't help but suggest to the production team to let Lu Zhou rest for half an hour. During this half hour, Lu Zhou lied about needing to use the restroom, hid inside, and couldn't control the urge to take out his phone and click into the live stream of You Who Made My Heart Pound, where Nanzhou was streaming live. Last night, after being blocked by Nanzhou, Lu Zhou felt as if struck by lightning. This was the first time he experienced such a loss of control over Nanzhou. That sense of being unable to grasp things, coupled with uncertainty, stirred unease, preventing him from sleeping and leading him to scroll through Weibo compulsively. Before sending the WeChat message to Nanzhou, he had seen Nanzhou's performance on the upper stage. But with a superior mindset, he hadn't expected much from Nanzhou's performance and therefore didn't finish watching the whole thing. Yet, browsing through Weibo late at night again, not only did he finish watching the entire performance, but he even watched the part from the backstage. Lu Zhou found himself more restless than ever. Nanzhou's performance went far beyond his expectations. Whether it was rearranging the music piece or that technically superior solo, everything surpassed his understanding of Nanzhou. Skills like these certainly weren't developed overnight. But if Nanzhou knew all these things from the start, then had his previous performances all been pretense? Had he been doing it for him, not wanting to compete with him for the captain role and the C position? Lu Zhou barely slept all night, preoccupied with thoughts of what exactly Nanzhou intended to do until just earlier, seeing Nanzhou confidently playing the electronic synthesizer in the restroom. Compared to surprise, what surged in Lu Zhou's heart was more anger. If he could compose, why in the past 2 years had he refused to give him any of his compositions? If he said he liked him, why wouldn't he even offer this much? Suddenly, as his gaze fell on a few specific bullet comments, a thought arose in Lu Zhou's mind. He quickly opened WeChat and found one of his contacts. Regarding the first single after solo flying, I have new ideas. Nanzhou ended the call, and as he looked up, he saw the members of SXGO band looking at him with various expressions. First to react was Jiejia, whose smiling eyes exuded a kind of maternal affection that made Nanzhou feel strange. Next was Tang Yang. This guy didn't care that they were live streaming as he asked directly, do you have other songs prepared? And only for Huixingye to listen to. Is that song very special? Before Nanzhou could answer, Tang Yang's face turned red as he loudly asked, is it something you specifically wrote and sang for your alpha to hear? This question was interesting. Nanzhou countered, well, do you have any songs specifically written for your omega? Tang Yang's cheeks instantly flushed bright red. Nanzhou said, then you should carefully consider, so as not to scare your lover. I don't have an omega. With his face bright red, Tang Yang glanced around quickly to explain, I'm writing for my future omega. You'd better be cautious. Be careful about staying single all your life. Nanzhou glanced at the time and said to the camera crew waiting for filming, I'm tired, when is dinner? The cameramen were dumbfounded. What's going on? You've just woken up, and already want to eat? Nanzhou slumped into an old chair in the basement, I don't like hard work, I prefer McDonald's. Yu Yang readily chimed in, let me treat everyone to McDonald's. The cameraman. Tang Yang pulled out a notebook from his bag, gritted his teeth, clutched it tightly with shaking fingers, closed his eyes to take 2 deep breaths, and then decisively turned around to approach Nanzhou. He extended the notebook. Could you please take a look? What is it? Nanzhou took the notebook and opened it. The song I wrote for my future omega. Upon hearing this, Nanzhou looked up at him. At the same moment, Yu Yang, who had been ordering McDonald's takeout on his phone, paused and looked over too. Ha! A shrewd field. Not you, Tang Yang. What do you mean by this? Are you confessing to Nanzhou? What's up with Yu Yang's movement and gaze? Got a hit here. Hua Xingye. Your wife has been targeted again, and this time it's an alpha. Chapter 31, Who is Whose Wife? In the sudden silence that descended upon the basement, Tang Yang belatedly realized the shocked look on Jiejia's face. I just wanted him to give me some feedback. I'm not chasing after him. Tang Yang shouted loudly. Not only his face, but even his ears turned red. I thought you were reckless enough to compete with my bro Yi for a wife, Jiejia instinctively teased. After speaking, she sensed something was off and quickly glanced at Nanzhou, meeting an inquisitive and amused gaze. Wife. Nanzhou grinned. Who is whose wife? Needless to say, of course, you are He Xingye's wife. What about it, Nanzhou? You're just a beta trying to reverse the natural order and make He Xingye your wife. Since the beginning, I've felt that this lead singer is one of us. Did he expose himself? Haha. Everyone waited for the next exchange between Jiejia and Nanzhou, except Tang Yang, who was still clueless, awkwardly finding excuses in the previous topic. Anyway, even if he had suggestions, I wouldn't listen to all of them. Nanzhou glanced down at the sheet music on his notebook. If you want me to evaluate it, you'll have to pay. Yu Yang nodded. It won't be cheap. Tang Yang gritted his teeth. Then, I will bow to you as my teacher. Will you teach me, alright? Looking for a freebie? If you form a band yourself, I'll play the keyboard for free. I have no interest in forming a band. Nanzhou flipped to the next page. Now out of options, Tang Yang's voice lowered. Although your songs are terrible, your keyboard playing is decent. Nanzhou closed the notebook and handed it back. Have you thought it through? What? Tang Yang didn't understand. To follow the brother, 3 meals missed every day, occasionally getting hit by a steel rod. Starvation or not, no problem. As an alpha, what hardship could he not endure? But... Tang Yang quickly scanned Nanzhou up and down. With your small build, you wouldn't stand a chance against He Xingye with a steel rod, right? Unable to resist, he let loose his soul-piercing question. Jiejia was stupefied. Yu Yang involuntarily twitched, glaring like he was looking at a fool. On the contrary, Nanzhou burst out laughing. With a brain like yours, what kind of love songs do you write? After finally calming down, he wiped the tears from his eyes and leisurely said, darling are meant to be pampered. Which good man would beat their darling? This is basically a public confession, isn't it? Nanzhou really likes our bro Yi. Baby you're my baby. He himself is also He Xingye's baby. Hug.jpg. This dense one is making me die laughing. Grass, where did Pei Feng find such a treasure? How come doesn't he dare? He beats quite fiercely when it's time in bed. Sisters, have you seen the trending search yet? On Weibo, within the trending search for heart-skipping beat, there was one related to Lu Zhou. A marketing account had captured snippets of Lu Zhou returning to the rehearsal room as a trainee during the live stream, along with clips of him dancing, heavily promoting this young idol sensation. Lu Zhou's fans plastered screenshots and video promotions from his various stages on the trending topic in comments, praising Lu Zhou as an all-around ace, singing, dancing, rapping, and composing. An alpha overlord, a premium specimen. There was nothing unusual about this, until some marketing accounts and fans subtly dragged Nanzhou down, posting unflattering pictures of him being overly nervous, questioning why the show favored Nanzhou instead of giving the treatment to Lu Zhou just because Nanzhou was paired with He Xingye. Die laughing. All Nanzhou has got going for him is capitalizing on big actor. He totally stole the character. It's a stolen persona anyway. And guitar genius? Laughing. Seriously, who'd he learn from? It's common knowledge that our Zhou plays the guitar well, composing his own songs at 17. Not like someone who suddenly becomes skilled post-hype. Faced with the dragging, some bystanders couldn't bear it and directly urged everyone on the trending topic to watch last night's edited rebroadcast of the live stream, highlighting Nanzhou's performance on stage. But Lu Zhou's fans refused to accept this, even claiming that Nanzhou bought traffic bots to piggyback on Lu Zhou's trending topics. They said that aside from riding coattails, whether in the show or on Weibo, sucking blood from former teammates was all he was good for. Come on, CP shippers indulging in fictional fluff is fine, but how can anyone take that script seriously and think that, fake, talent is real? They say he can sing, but he's just passable. He's far behind our Zhou. This overhyped idol shouldn't come here to ride on the success of others. Who even writes songs? One Piece doesn't even have proper lyrics. Wait for him to get embarrassed. The drama on the trending search heated up significantly, but the guests in the program had no time to take a look. Jiang Zhen, who had drawn the card for a chain coffee shop clerk, was busy making coffee with orders stacking up both on-site and for delivery, spinning like a top. Flu Xiao, as an in-game companion, was boosting his boss ranking while simultaneously keeping an eye on Jiang Zhen through private messages to see her make coffee. The chat suggested that he order one of Jiang Zhen's heart-shaped coffee creations, but he said pityingly that she was already very busy and didn't want to burden her further. Zhang Shi, being the owner of a Taobao store, was prepping for a live streaming goods endorsement later that evening. When you didn't need much mentioning either, his dance performance gave netizens and fans plenty of meme-worthy material, and there was still a trending topic about how it seemed like his limbs were brand new attachments. The only one who managed to glance at the trending searches during a wardrobe change was Gu Tang. His agent told him they would specially select some good-looking photos from today's shoot to post on Weibo and even buy another trending topic regarding his good looks and charm. But now, Gu Tang's trending topic went completely unnoticed. The most popular comment under the pictures he posted wasn't a compliment, it was someone mocking him by saying, "Thanks to Mei to Xiao for the sponsorship." Gu Tang almost threw his phone in anger. After grabbing McDonald's, Nan Zhou and the S.XGO band continued to practice their songs. Or rather, it felt more like teaching Tang Yang how to write songs. Yu Yang also joined the creative process. The intense training sessions led by Nan Zhou, along with Tang Yang's repeated cycles of resisting and getting suppressed with bursts of profanities, made for some of the best live stream effects yet. Viewers humorously likened them to a family of three, the quiet father, the fiery mother, and the clumsy son. However, the CP fans of Star Island, Xingzhou, disagreed. They joked that it was a B-generation child raised by an awkward Omega father and an absentee Alpha father, along with their dumb Alpha son. Regardless of what netizens thought, Tang Yang and the S.XGO band found these free masterclasses extremely valuable. What embarrassed Tang Yang, though, was that this idol mentor of his had radical ideas and spoke directly. All he did was mention using a steel rod on Xingye, but this teacher somehow thought he had strange sexual preferences and suggested he try writing about something in that direction. Listening to the occasional 18n-up words spilling out of Nan Zhou's mouth, Tang Yang, a pure alpha with zero dating experience, couldn't help but turn red-faced. What he didn't realize was that Nan Zhou's mind wasn't as calm as his outward demeanor when speaking those words. Control, conjured thoughts of an alpha whispering huskily into his ear, leading him. Violence, remembered the grip that tightly held him, marking his waist with palm prints. Domination, stirred desires of being played with like an instrument, hearing sounds from himself he'd never imagined possible. Chapter 32 The car door has already been welded shut by me. Shit, this is killing me. Nan Zhou's Adam's apple moved as he thought, had it really been too long since his last release? After all, having experience makes certain desires more specific and harder to suppress. No, he had to chat with Xingye. He'd ask if he was interested. Think as he might, Nan Zhou didn't let his hands idle on the task at hand. As Tang Yang wrote down on the music sheet, "I want to kiss you," Nan Zhou opened his mouth and said, "I want to explore every inch of your skin." Tang Yang blushed and said, "I am a pure love advocate." Pure love advocates wouldn't directly write about doing it in a car. TSK, your language skills are barren, no grass can even grow here. Yu Yang covered his mouth and chuckled, you could change it to something like, the car sways like a jellyfish in the water. What on earth are the three of you creating? Covering face. Is this a serenade an Omega should listen to? An Omega would probably call the police after hearing it. These three, 1A, 2BS, are writing a serenade for Omegas. But I have to admit that under Nan Zhou's guidance, these few notes from Tang Yang are pretty decent, I actually found them somewhat interesting. The sky gradually grew darker, and the winter wind still carried a faint scent of earth. None of the people who were seriously creating and playing inside noticed the impending heavy rain. Wind blew through the rolled-up door, making the pages flutter and rustle loudly. Some objects placed in the corner fell over because of the gusts. A figure emerged from the wind, with light illuminating his tall and well-built silhouette as though sculpting some perfect piece of art. As an alpha, Tang Yang was lost in the creation, and his 5 superior senses did not react at all, his 6th sense wasn't sharper than Jiejia's. Jiejia, humming softly beside her, glanced at the rolled-up door by chance and immediately widened her eyes with surprise and joy on her face. She was just about to speak but saw him put his finger to his lips with a faint smile, gesturing her a shu. Simple movements done by different people produced completely different effects. Jiejia was instantly enchanted, and her mind and body instantly turned into his puppet on a string. Nan Zhou continued to tell Tang Yang that writing a song needed more than emotions, it required brains. Someone handed him a hot milk tea with a straw from the side. He glanced at the label, it was exactly the flavor and sweetness he liked. Thanks. His thin lips bit onto the straw, taking big gulps before continuing his speech to Tang Yang. After finishing his monologue, Tang Yang usually would argue a bit according to custom, but this time, Nan Zhou noticed this kid kept glancing at him absent-mindedly, looking as if he wanted to say something but held back. Following his gaze, Nan Zhou turned around and saw a familiar attire. Looking up, their eyes met, Xingye's deep eyes that seemed to contain starlight. Why are you here? Xingye only smiled slightly after staying silent for quite a while since his arrival. He squatted down next to Nan Zhou so they were eye level. Saying, I'm here to pick you up after work. Though his movement looked casual, the long arms resting on Nan Zhou's chair obviously expressed the possessiveness of claiming someone as his own. You're off work. Nan Zhou's eyes brightened instantly. Xingye was originally standing very close to Nan Zhou, and squatting pulled the distance between them even closer. At this moment, Xingye's knees were almost touching Nan Zhou's. As they spoke, their warm breath intertwined, creating a quiet intimacy in the basement amidst the approaching storm. It was unclear whether due to the pose or something else, but Huixinya's voice was lower, quiet yet extremely sexy when it reached Nan Zhou's ears. I'm off work, but I wonder if teacher Nan Zhou is willing to go home with me. This, teacher Nan Zhou, address. I'm losing my mind. This tone, so indulgent, who understands? Can we quickly fill in some steamy scenarios already? Tut tut tut, Brother Ye's hands reach far out, almost like a peacock spreading its tail feathers. Across 1A and 1B couple who spent the whole afternoon chatting intimately with their wives. The actor couldn't wait to drag them both home. There's no one here to fight you for your wife. Die laughing. Yu Yang quietly raises his hand, I have something to say. Heretical groups prohibited from speaking. AO car doors have already been welded shut by me. Yu Yang, please quickly leave from under the car. Tang Yang, if I may, then can I be in the car? That's all for today's class. Nan Zhou immediately said. After finishing, he stood up from his chair. Who wants to work overtime when they can clock out? Huixinye slowly rose along with Nan Zhou, and his extended arm casually rested on his shoulder from the back of the chair. His gaze quickly flicked between Tang Yang and Yu Yang across from them before returning to Nan Zhou's face. What do you want to eat at home? Nan Zhou blurted out without thinking, Master Nan plans to have a packet of Kong Shifu after a busy day. The cameraman trailing them. The director's team has prepared a group dinner for the guests tonight. He said meekly. Our show crew isn't that stingy. No matter what, we still have a budget, it's not like anyone would just live off instant noodles. This makes us seem abusive to the guests. Hongmen feast. Nan Zhou commented. Nan Zhou, so, is there a trap in the dinner later? Cameraman trailing them. On the side, Tang Yang quietly raised his hand. Otherwise, I could treat everyone to dinner tonight. An official banquet seems more proper than a Hongmen feast. I'm ha almost spitting water laughing. Is insanity contagious or why have these people around Nan Zhou all become so amusing? This show production team has been left speechless. Eat tomorrow instead, but don't pick McDonald's again. In private, I eat McDonald's, KFC, anything junk, professing universal love and never favoritism. Nan Zhou grabbed his guitar, slung it over his back, and gave Tang Yang and others a goodbye gesture. Tang Yang replied with an oh. Yu Yang also returned a wave. Chat on WeChat later. Nan Zhou nodded. Huixinye's eyes slightly narrowed imperceptibly as if preparing to say something, but then he heard Tang Yang calling him. Huixinye, something wrong? His tone was bland, carrying his usual aloofness and distance. I just want to know if my master actually beats you sometimes. Tang Yang walked closer and asked earnestly in a lowered voice. He thought only the two of them could hear, completely forgetting that Huixinye was still wired with a microphone. The director's team and the audience in the live stream were rendered utterly speechless. The chat messages either filled with ellipses or ha. Having been attacked by Nan Zhou's words all afternoon, even Tang Yang's confidence took a hit, making him start to doubt whether he truly was incompetent. He believed that Nan Zhou's occasional need to get beat with steel pipes wasn't a lie, he'd be getting one sooner or later. If he had to get beaten, he might as well ask fellow Alpha Huixinye for some advice worth learning. Though Nan Zhou said no beating the darling, who knows if the hands slip accidentally. Besides, how could domestic violence be admitted, let alone if the victim is an alpha? Where would the face go then? Upon hearing this, Huixinye first paused briefly in surprise, then smiled enigmatically the next second. You'll understand once you have your own Omega. Chapter 33, could you wear it again for me? Huh? Tang Yang was confused. What did this have to do with whether he had an Omega or not? Huixinye. I suspect you're being dirty. But I don't have any proof. Is this something I'm supposed to listen to? Did you really do it? Did you? So apparently you guys were playing in bed, huh? MHM, that's why Nan Zhou mentioned foreplay before. Newlyweds sure know how to play around. Your cheeks turned yellow. Did you do it on purpose or by accident? Disgusting. A normal sentence has made me think so much. Why don't you just broadcast it and let us see? Nan Zhou and Huixinye got onto the electric car. This time, there was no exchange between them, Huixinye naturally took the front seat. After a busy day, Master Nan leaned on the back seat with one hand holding a bubble tea drink and the other around Alpha's narrow waist asking, where did you work today? At the film set. What role? Black boss. Huixinye finished, then added, want to watch? Anyway, since there wasn't anything else to do, Nan Zhou really wanted to see what Huixinye would look like as a black boss, so he simply gave an approving hum. The phone is in the right pocket. Just take it yourself. The password is. Huixinye hesitated momentarily and was about to continue speaking when Nan Zhou interrupted with a hush. We're live streaming. Everyone can hear. He reached into Huixinye's coat pocket and pulled out the phone, raising it towards the front. Look at the lens. The facial recognition unlocked the phone, and following Huixinye's prompt, Nan Zhou found the video clip of Huixinye acting as the black boss during the daytime filming. The camera couldn't capture the content on Huixingye's phone, but the viewers in the live stream had already seen Huixingye act as the black boss from the previous broadcasts. Brother Yi, I am such a handsome black boss. Enough to make you dizzy. Ah, he's too affectionate, who understands? He just lets Nan Zhou grab his phone and tells him the password. Huixingye, didn't you say you were hard to approach? Clearly double standard. Someone even willing to show his private stuff. Terrible, someone is shedding tears after seeing this couple. Hayes, black boss portrayed by the film Emperor is enough to make people drool by looking at his outfit alone. Too handsome. Is tonight's pairing going to be black boss x little teacher? Even just waving 2 sticks at the live stream can get a double line result. Selling pants. Since Huixingye originally only played a minor role, the video was very short. But whoever filmed it had great quality, along with the neat and efficient black boss outfit. Huixingye looked overly charming and stylish, almost spilling out of the screen in pure charm and charisma. After watching once, Nan Zhou unconsciously rewound the progress bar and watched another 2 rounds before finally opening his mouth. Can you give me the same outfit as this? What for? I'll pay. Find an opportunity, wear it again for me to see. I told you, he's super good at flirting. Make him wear it, we want to see it too. A low chuckle from Alpha drifted through the wind. So interested. Very handsome, makes me want to. Stopping midway, Nan Zhou paused, did you get paid? The abrupt change of topic caught Huixingye off guard, and he chuckled, do you care so much about this? That's obvious, we're a couple. Yours is mine, your loss is my loss. Plus, you're a renowned film emperor, and if you work in a crew running small roles, your salary should not let such a stingy crew profit unfairly. Just coming up with excuses to cheat on my song, and now even coming up with ways to benefit from others' advantage. Do I look like someone easily bullied? A pair, yours is mine, these series of sweet and direct lines drove the CP fans in the live stream crazy, almost covering the entire screen with their comments. But their reactions weren't as big as Huixingye's. Though his face still maintained a gentle smile, his heart was heated up by the unexpected honeyed words. Deep inside, desire stirred subtly, making his blood warmer, surging toward a certain direction. That pitch-black gaze seemed to be gradually illuminated with starlight. Gentle yet hiding some heat. Not quite. So if they have bad intentions, you'll come over to me, why have we stopped? As the drizzle seemed about to turn into a downpour, Huixingye suddenly stopped the car, leaving Nan Zhou puzzled as he asked for an explanation. Out of battery. Ah. Nan Zhou placed both feet on the pedals, his hands resting on Huixingye's shoulders as he stood up and leaned forward for a look. The dashboard of the electric cart indeed showed that the power had run out. If you ask me, this show shouldn't even happen. They can't even bother to charge the guests' vehicles properly. With that, he quickly finished the last sip of his bubble tea and stepped off from the back seat. In just under half a minute, the sporadic raindrops turned suddenly heavy, falling like strings of broken pearls. Pitter-patter, they hit clothes, hair, and the ground. Anyway, we're not far from the apartment. Let's just leave the car here and run back. As Nan Zhou spoke, he pulled the hood of his sweatshirt over his head. Huixingye made no objections, stepping down gracefully with long strides, and at the same time, removed his coat. A shadow suddenly fell over Nan Zhou's head, cutting off the sound of rain hitting his body and separating him from its touch beneath the protection. Nan Zhou looked up, meeting Huixingye's tender gaze. Take it. Huixingye motioned for Nan Zhou to reach up and take the coat he held above their heads. The rain grew heavier, soon soaking the alpha's hair halfway through. His curled lashes flickered in the rain like a butterfly's wings flapping in the dim, yellow glow of the night, exuding a unique sensuality under the rain. His heart pounded twice sharply. Still, he reminded himself, he was no girl, so there was no need for such thoughts. Nan Zhou swiftly unzipped his own sweatshirt and, in front of Huixingye's slightly surprised gaze, quickly shrugged it off. With one hand, he took the other's coat, with the other, he shoved his own towards Huixingye, grinning as he said, it's reciprocity. Let's go. He dashed ahead into the rain, holding the warm, pleasant-smelling windbreaker over his head. Huixingye stayed rooted to the spot for a moment, gazing at Nan Zhou's retreating silhouette swallowed by the night. A deeper glint entered his eyes, casting a shadow within. About 10 minutes later, when they arrived back at the apartment, they were almost drenched to the bone. As soon as they got inside, Nan Zhou hastily tore off his soaked sweatshirt and tossed it onto the floor. Huixingye, who followed behind, blocked the camera crew at the door while reminding Nan Zhou gently, go change in the bathroom. Just as Nan Zhou, whose hands hovered over the hem of his shirt, turned around, his movements froze upon seeing the tall man standing in the doorway equally soaked. Huixingye gestured subtly toward the cameras planted in the apartment by the program producers. Nan Zhou nodded, then walked a few steps into the bathroom. But the next second, he stuck his head out from the bathroom door. Together. Chapter 34, Yi Gu gave Nan Zhou drugs. What nonsense are you talking about? Double bath? Is it what I think? I want to see. Num, who could resist this? Hurry up and nod, Huixingye. Big brother Yi, look at your wife's slim waist, figure, and delicate face. If you don't agree, have you ever done drugs? I want to sneak into your production team and secretly install a camera in the broken bathroom. Sisters, please be cautious with your comments, do not trigger criminal law warnings. Huixinye was stunned for a moment. Just in that moment, Nan Zhou pulled his head back. Never mind, I'll hurry up. Wait a moment. With a bang, the bathroom door was mercilessly closed, leaving Huixinye still standing by the door of the apartment. Nan Zhou took off his wet clothes in the bathroom. I almost forgot, he cares quite a lot about this. The microphone wasn't turned off. Not only could it hear the rustling sound of changing clothes, but also his words. The viewers in the live streaming room were all anxious. The lens in the room was open, showing Huixinye bending down to pick up Nan Zhou's wet clothes on the ground, long fingers faintly revealing a few veins. His expression was as usual, indifferent, but the color of his eyes was very deep. Regardless of his mood, at least in the eyes of the viewers in the live streaming room, it absolutely didn't seem like someone who would care about sharing the same bathroom with Nan Zhou. Some CP fans who were too into CP discussions even said in the chat that he looked like he wanted something more, adding things like having a bathtub would be better, etc. As the viewers in the live streaming room were enthusiastically discussing the sounds from the bathroom, they saw Huixinye toss Nan Zhou's clothes into the dirty laundry basket and hang the towel over the lens, blocking the view just like last night. After hastily drying himself with a towel in the bathroom, Nan Zhou put on a bathrobe and walked out with his phone. Both had been caught in the rain, yet Huixinye gave him priority to use the bathroom, and he, Nan Zhou, wasn't someone who didn't know how to reciprocate favors. I'm done, you can go wash now. Since he had already changed out of his wet clothes, it was better to let Huixinye take a hot shower first. Nan Zhou came out very quickly, and Huixinye wasn't sure if he had actually taken a shower or not. His thoughts had been scattered earlier, so he hadn't paid attention to the sounds inside the bathroom. He was just about to ask when Nan Zhou didn't even look at him, instead sitting on the couch first, tapping his fingers on the screen. I've got something to take care of for a while. Something that happened on their way back inspired him. As a professional music producer, Nan Zhou was always good at and enjoyed recording inspirations. Promptly jotting down inspirations was his habit. Huixinye's gaze deepened slightly, and his movements became heavier, making a soft sound as the cup lightly tapped against the table. Drink this. After placing the cup from the bar counter onto the coffee table in front of Nan Zhou, he stepped into the bathroom with long strides. Nan Zhou, who had just finished hastily recording his inspiration, looked up to see Huixinye's retreating back. His damp high-collar sweater and pants had been replaced with a shirt and trousers. Maybe due to the rush, the bottom of his shirt wasn't tucked in like it usually was, pairing well with his broad, straight back and long legs for an easygoing and free-spirited charm. When did he change? Nan Zhou diverted his gaze, looking at the ginger tea in front of him that was emitting heat and a spicy aroma, and instantly furrowed his eyebrows. He hated this the most. Lifting the cup to the edge of his lips, he pinched his nose and drank a small sip. Instantly, the spicy taste of ginger flooded his mouth, rushing down his throat, causing his entire face to scrunch up. Can't drink it, really can't drink it. Nan Zhou placed the cup down and cautiously extended his neck towards the bathroom, listening intently until the sound of trickling water arose from the bathroom. Only then did he quickly get up, pick up the cup, and swiftly walk toward the kitchen. While doing this, he deliberately turned off his mic. Thus, after the camera was covered, and Huixinye's mic was turned off, even Nan Zhou's mic was turned off. So, what did he drink? Turned off the sound right after drinking. Bold guess, Brother Yi gave Nan Zhou drugs. Sisters, you can be bolder, such as drinking Brother Ye's. I often feel incompatible with you all because I am not as risque. Huixinye didn't spend too long in the shower. Nan Zhou even felt like he came out shortly after he secretly poured away the ginger tea and cleaned up the crime scene. Feeling guilty for tarnishing the other's goodwill, Nan Zhou hastily entered the bathroom with a set of fresh clothes, moving incredibly fast. Turning on the shower head, hot water poured down, much hotter than last night. Even so, Nan Zhou still managed to sneeze twice softly. He sniffed his nose but didn't take it too seriously. After hastily taking a hot shower and changing into fresh clothes, he left under the urging of the production crew to join the communal dining room on the first floor of the apartment complex for dinner. Since the production team had come to urge him even while he was bathing, from the time he finished washing up until sitting next to Huixinye, Nan Zhou failed to notice that Huixinye had remained silent all along. After they left the apartment, the viewers in the live streaming room finally got another glimpse of them through the camera. After his shower, Huixinye changed into a simple white shirt and dress pants. The bottom of the shirt tucked neatly into the dress pants accentuated his broad shoulders and slim waist perfectly. His long legs highlighted an athletic backside, a handsome face, and a distant yet noble demeanor that made the viewers and fans in the live streaming room endlessly compliment Nan Zhou's fortune. Nan Zhou, on the other hand, did not dress as lightly as Huixinye. He wore a beige turtleneck sweater and even took Huixinye's scarf from yesterday to wrap around his neck before heading out. He looked soft and cozy, nothing like the sharp-tongued individual he was during the day. Baby Zhou is so soft after his shower, just like an omega. Brother Yi definitely has good taste. So what exactly did these two do during those 30 minutes? Baby Zhou seems a little tired. Nonsense. Absolutely not. How much could Brother Yi have done in half an hour? Refuse to spread rumors. Hey, why isn't Huixingye speaking? Is he unhappy because there wasn't enough time to cuddle with his wife? Is anyone going to tell us what Nanzhou drank? This is very important. Nanzhou and Huixingye arrived later than the other couples. Everyone except Zhang Shi had already gathered. Gu Tang smiled gently at everyone and explained, Shi has a live stream tonight, he's so busy that he doesn't even have time to eat. I'll pack some dishes for him shortly. At this moment, Nanzhou just sat down in his seat. Coincidentally, his spot was directly next to Wenyu on the left, and Lu Zhou was seated beside Wenyu. Huixingye sat to his right, with the empty seat reserved for Zhang Shi to the left. Gu Tang subtly leaned closer to Zhang Shi's vacant seat and casually initiated a conversation with Huixingye. Teacher Hua, have you seen the trending topics? Chapter 35 I'm not some Lu Xiaohui. Huaxingyi didn't answer him but instead, Jiang Jin curiously asked, are you talking about that hot search about the family of three? Gu Tang waited for a while, didn't get Huaxingyi's response, feeling a little disappointed in his heart, but still had the idea to stir things up. Following Jiang Jin's words, he shook his head, no, the hot search is all saying that Nan Zhou's guitar playing is good because brother Lu Zhou taught well. After speaking, Gu Tang also smiled and added, this talk refers to the fact that they were originally a duo. They almost stayed together every day these past 2 years, so it's quite normal for them to learn from each other and exchange ideas. He said it was learning and exchanging, but the emphasis was on how they almost stayed together every day for the past 2 years. The subtext suggested that Nan Zhou and Lu Zhou used to be very close, so much so that even Jiang Zhen, who has been rolling in the entertainment circle for several years like an old fox, could understand it clearly. Even the audience in the live streaming room got the gist. The Star Zhou CP fans cursed Gu Tang for being tasteless, and the Zhou Yu CP fans quickly distanced Lu Zhou from Nan Zhou. But beyond that, there were many fun seekers and onlookers in the live streaming room. What's the deal? Now that they've formed their own CPs, the past can't be mentioned anymore. Their relationship before, only they themselves truly know. It's not that easy for Lu Zhou to distance himself. Relationship is one thing, ability is another. Nan Zhou's guitar skills are much higher than Lu Zhou's. How could he have learned from Lu Zhou? Haha, are certain people professionals? Judging professionalism based on nothing. If it weren't for taking our brother Zhou's script, what else does this little green tea girl have to sell? Just leeching everywhere. Lu Zhou's fans don't go too far. If someone wants to leech, why not leech onto your brother? He already has Huaxingyi as the great Buddha protecting him. Compared to the heated arguments in the live streaming room, the guests' reactions to Gu Tang's remarks were not as intense. Especially Nan Zhou and Wenyu, who were the direct and indirect parties involved. After listening, Nan Zhou just sneered with a cold laugh as a response. Wenyu was more focused on eating the salad in front of her, ignoring all outside distractions. Only Lu Zhou, who had originally been staring at Nan Zhou, suddenly shifted his gaze towards Gu Tang, his eyes slightly narrowing, emanating coldness. This time, Jiang Jin cleverly didn't follow up. She didn't want to be caught up in such public opinion storms. After all, being a bystander watching the drama wasn't bad either. Huaxingyi inconspicuously replaced the cold drink in front of Nan Zhou and placed a bowl of hot soup in front of him. Watching Nan Zhou pick up the spoon, he slowly asked, was it him who taught you? It looked like he was asking a counter-question, but it was actually directed at Nan Zhou. The tone sounded less like a counter-question and more like mockery of Gu Tang's earlier words. Nan Zhou contemptuously sneered again. Gu Tang always felt that there was a kind of distance between these two that others couldn't intrude upon, especially Huaxingyi, who seemed so handsome and gentle when watched live, was the most caring guest except for Su Xiao besides. Moreover, compared to Su Xiao, Huaxingyi's indulgence and care for Nan Zhou almost broke the boundaries. But when facing him directly, that sense of distance seemed as if solidified, impossible to break or penetrate. For instance, just now, although he was asking Huaxingyi did not directly reply but took the opportunity to ask Nan Zhou instead. Hey, it's just what people say online. Gu Tang found a way out, they also say that Nan Zhou has been leveraging off your popularity, Teacher Hua. In fact, there were also haters claiming that it was 8 out of 10 chances that there was dirt on Huaxingyi in the hands of the financial backer behind Nan Zhou, which was why a star of Huaxingyi's status stooped to appear on a love show and form a CP with Nan Zhou. But what level was Huaxingyi? As an internet celebrity, he dared not say it directly, so he could only shift the focus of the discussion to Nan Zhou. At first, it was just a casual comment by Gu Tang, but he didn't expect Huaxingyi to respond. Is that so? If he wishes to take advantage of me, it would be my honor. After all, I came to this program because of him. What? Wasn't that a self-exposure? It's a confession, isn't it? Isn't that the real couple? Was that Nan Zhou's plan in bringing Huaxingyi to the show? Didn't some gossip say that the movie Emperor came here because someone had leverage over him? Is this a side confirmation by the person involved? All the people present except Nan Zhou stared wide-eyed. And that wasn't all, Huaxingyi propped himself up on the table, gazing sideways at Nan Zhou, speaking word by word in a slow manner, if I want to see him, I'll come, and it's not related to anyone. Ha! These two are such a perfect match, each one more skilled at flirting than the other. Covering my heart, I can only lie down slowly. Another day of shedding crazy tears for this beautiful love story. Nanzhou, your husband has spoken so openly, why don't you give him any reaction yet? Is Huaxingyi directly supporting Nanzhou's position? Jiangjin covered her mouth with bright eyes, glancing incessantly between Nanzhou and Huaxingyi, fully immersed in their dynamic. When Yu also paused her actions and glanced once toward both Nanzhou and Huaxingyi. Su Xiao gave Huaxingyi an understanding look. Gu Tang and Lu Zhou couldn't help but stare wide-eyed, incredulously doubting if they had just heard correctly. Under everyone's gazes, Nanzhou calmly finished the bowl of hot soup. He turned around and stared at the handsome alpha face, locking his gaze into the deep dark eyes, and then, slowly lifted his right hand, forming a heart shape. Pooh! Su Xiao burst out laughing. Before him, another very soft laughter rang out. Soon after, even Jiangjin couldn't suppress herself, laughing loudly, showing a heart. Lu Zhou regained his composure slightly, his complexion still not looking too good. But he could control himself already, starting to attentively peel shrimp for Wen Yu while forcing himself to try not looking much more at Nanzhou anymore, worried that it might expose secrets in front of the live streaming lens. I'll let you know a secret, Nanzhou leaned towards Huaxingyi's ear. I'm not some Lu Xiaohui. Huaxingyi's pupils slightly narrowed. If things get too flirty, I may cross the boundaries. For unknown reasons, perhaps intentionally or otherwise, his voice sounded hoarser than usual. And his breath on Huaxingyi's ear was scorchingly warm. Coughing up blood, fainting. Hurry up and break those boundaries. We want you to do it, show us how far you're willing to go. Huaxingyi, take him now. Are you even an alpha? I order you to have him right in front of everyone. I cannot believe that Nanzhou ever liked Lu Zhou. If he's this good at teasing, would Lu Zhou be able to resist? You green tea fandom people, step aside. Do you think our dear brother Zhou eats whatever trash others throw at him? Huaxingyi squinted his eyes, curving his lips into a smile. Just due to too much flirty atmosphere. Nanzhou acted as though he didn't hear, taking a sip from the cup next to him. How is it hot again? The program team said it was a dinner gathering, but just as Nanzhou had guessed, there wouldn't be a free meal here. As guests enjoyed about half of their food, Director Pei Feng made the staff turn on the prepared projection screen. It showed, please answer fan-posed questions if your name is drawn. Pei Feng invited Wen Yu as the first picker. Well, I'll pick the third one. As she spoke, the cover-up animation for the third line on the screen slid away, revealing its content. To Nanzhou, what was your first impression of Huaxingyi? Chapter 36, Want to Sleep with Him. The first draw revealed a highly anticipated couple for this episode, sending the entire live broadcast studio into a frenzy. Ah. That's what I wanted to know. Which sister asked that? You are speaking exactly for me. Nanzhou, stop being sarcastic and answer honestly. Everyone was eagerly awaiting Nanzhou's response. However, after waiting for half an eternity, there was no reply. In the camera shot, Nanzhou sat on the chair with half his face buried in Huaxingyi's scarf, eyes slightly closed as if lost in thought. It seemed like he was daydreaming. The audience in the live stream chat was speechless, whose artist daydreams during a live broadcast. Thankfully, Jiang Zhen, a member of their team, stepped in. Teacher Nanzhou, this question is directed at you. Only then did Nanzhou slowly lift his head to look towards the screen. It smells really good. The crowd? He's very handsome. He hits all my fantasies. He's the type of character I always want to draw in games, an SSR rarity. I want to sleep with him. With each phrase he muttered, the comments in the live stream were filled with screams and exclamation marks, covering the entire screen. Especially the last three words ignited the passion of fans of the Star Continent couple. Non-stop candy throughout the evening, who has a fan group so lucky? Such bold answers were also beyond the anticipation of the production team from Flutter Heart. Just as they watched the live broadcast data about to explode again, they already had a Weibo trending topic in mind. Nanzhou wanted to sleep with Huaxingyi the moment he saw him. Lu Zhou, after hearing it, instinctively gripped the cup in his hand tighter. Beside him, Wen Yu glanced sideways and quietly poured some vinegar into a saucer, pushing it aside. After saying all those flirtatious lines so calmly, Nanzhou remained unfazed. Is that enough? What, wasn't there more? We can have some more, Pei Feng interjected. They were broadcasting a romance show, naturally, they welcomed more confessions from the guests. However, Pei Feng's subtle plan was quickly unveiled by Huaxingyi. He said to Nanzhou, that's enough. Any more, and we'll both lose control. Nanzhou, oh. Pei Feng. That please allows teacher Nanzhou to draw the next question. Nanzhou picked the first one, which turned out to be for Gu Tang. Did you confirm your relationship with your #1 supporter before appearing on the show? This was a tricky question, but it was also something the netizens cared about deeply. On the first night of the variety show, the risque content between Gu Tang and Zhang Shi made waves, leading to much speculation about their true relationship. After all, Zhang Shi was previously Gu Tang's top fan. If that were the case, then Gu Tang must have privately connected with his top fan, even doing intimate things together. What would other alphas and B substitutes in his live streaming room think? Gu Tang wasn't someone to take such accusations lying down. After being put in this situation during the program last night, he'd already prepared various countermeasures. Not at all, it was just mutual attraction before. But after starting the show yesterday and getting closer up close, feelings grew rapidly and we officially became a couple. He adopted a bashful pose. Who asked this? How annoying. Suddenly find the word rapid unpleasant. It's kind of disheartening. Woolage sugar baby is definitely not someone who'd do that. The rumor spreaders should rot away. If developing love too fast is considered wrong, then I have nothing to say. Let's take our sugar baby home. Just attraction. You shouldn't imitate my wild brother or Joe brother, talking like this makes me feel sick. Dead funny, only attraction, looks more like only physical transaction to me. Apparently, Gu Tang didn't want this question discussed too much, so he quickly moved on to the next one. The next question was directed at Wen Yu. As the second most popular actor in terms of traffic on this show, Wen Yu's performance in the variety show was overly calm. Even though he maintained a cold yet tender image, showing indifference tinged with softness toward Lu Zhou in the show. Compared with Lu Zhou's various acts of caring and pleasing behavior, this pair of CP appeared like Lu Zhou was doing all the unilateral licking without the flushed heart palpitations of new lovers. Compared to other couples, this pair lacked hormone-driven chemistry. Lu Zhou's fans were also dissatisfied with this sister-in-law, but they couldn't compare to the number of Wen Yu's fans. So the question came up, what do you think of Lu Zhou? Upon seeing this question, Wen Yu first glanced at the person beside him, smiling gently under the hopeful gaze. A person who knows how to make me happy. Anything else? Pei Feng pursued further. He's quite attentive, sometimes even more sensitive than Omega. The livestream chat was flooded with messages about how sweet the moment was, and many people commented that it was clear Wen Yu still liked Lu Zhou. After all, Wen Yu wasn't someone who laughed often, so being able to make him laugh indicated a truly great partner. However, some different voices emerged as well. Am I the only one who feels that Wen Yu is kind of mocking Lu Zhou for being petty? To cheer me up equals clowning around. Ha 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 ha, this plastic CP is just too fake. Wen Yu clearly doesn't like Lu Zhou. Next, the guests continued drawing questions for Su Xiao, Gu Tang, Jiang Zhen, Lu Zhou, and others. Although Zhang Shi wasn't present, he was connected via phone. Zhang Shi's remarks were wildly flirtatious, disregarding Gu Tang's feelings entirely, but the fans of the sugar-eating CP claimed they were thrilled, though Gu Tang looked deeply uncomfortable despite trying to feign shyness. Finally, after several rounds, Lu Zhou drew a fan question for Huixinye. Your birthday was recently. How did you spend it? In response to this, Huixinye first paused in surprise, then his entire face softened, his eyebrows curving gently with a smile that radiated deep affection in his eyes. It was spent with someone I've liked for a long time. His lips curled into a gentle smile as he glanced at Nan Zhou, reminiscing, it happened quite suddenly, but for me, it was the most beautiful gift I've ever received. Someone he likes, he said the person he likes. Is it the same person from the previous interview? Brother Yi kept looking at teacher Nan while saying this. That someone is probably Nan Zhou, right? No way, what did you actually receive that made it so marvelous and left you daydreaming like this? Dang. Didn't Brother Huo once say in an interview that there was someone he liked? Could it be teacher Nan? Now that I think about it, it fits. The livestream comments flew by rapidly, everyone stimulated by Huixinye's words, their curiosity and gossip heart exploding. The CP supporters cheered, declaring how much fun it was to ship Xingzhou, they felt like they were soaked in honey, every day spent shipping making their teeth decay. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou sat on the chair as if sitting on pins and needles, relying solely on his willpower to appear normal. In fact, he was alternately burning hot and freezing cold, very uncomfortable, feeling dizzy with a nose that burned as if a fireball resided within it. Huixinye's words were completely lost to Nan Zhou due to the ringing in his ears. Under Pei Feng's direction, Huixinye drew a fan question for Nan Zhou. When was your first kiss? Chapter 37, Nan Zhou's fever period. Nan Zhou still didn't react immediately. Huaxingyi noticed that his cheeks were slightly redder than normal. His eyes narrowing, he held Nan Zhou's hand under the table. It was burning hot. Before he could speak, Nan Zhou reacted because of this touch. He first glanced at Huaxingyi, then looked at the big screen. First kiss. Last week, what date was it? Nan Zhou pulled out his phone and opened Weibo. The day he left Huaxingyi's place had rumors spread about him being pregnant by a marketing account, moving back 3 days, it was 3 days ago in the evening. December 11th. As soon as his words fell, Jiangzhen, who reacted fastest, quickly covered her mouth, her gaze shifting towards Huaxingyi. Even Lu Zhou, who intended to focus solely on Wen Yu, couldn't help but raise his eyes again towards Nan Zhou and Huaxingyi's direction. Gutang's eyes also revealed an expression of disbelief. They're real after all. December 11th isn't Huye's birthday. He said he would spend it with someone he likes, and Nan Zhou says he gave his first kiss away on December 11th. So sweet it has me rolling around everywhere. Get married, just get married right here. Maybe it's montage effect. The one with Huaxingyi might not be Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou kissed someone else on the film Emperor's birthday, who is this other person? Is it Lu Zhou? The live stream exploded with arguments between Xingzhou couple fans, neutral observers, and detractors. December 11th is Teacher Hua's birthday. Jiangjin, holding both cheeks, smilingly asked Nan Zhou, "Little Nan Zhou, could you be his present?" This question came straight out, and the audience cheered, calling Jiangjin knowledgeable, living up to expectations. However, Nan Zhou did not answer her. Huaxingyi leaned close to him, lowering his voice. "Are you feeling unwell?" "Probably. Maybe. I have a fever." Nan Zhou answered. His low voice emerged from his throat, hoarse as if scorched by fire. "Feeling feisty. Why are the two of you whispering again, and talking about arousal? Annoying yellow face. Nan Zhou, this shameless little hussy. Is it a fever? Is Zhouga sick? Could it be due to the rain earlier? Is there a possibility this is Nan Zhou's heat period? What heat period for BE couples?" Huaxingyi's expression darkened. He turned and signaled the production staff, intending to take Nan Zhou to the hospital. But Nan Zhou seemed to know what Huaxingyi was about to do and preemptively said, "It's fine, I'll be good after a nap." As soon as his words fell, Director Pei spoke, posing the next question of the questioning session. "Excuse me, Professor Nan Zhou, is Huaxingyi your first love?" After Nan Zhou answered the previous question, the quiet conversation between him and Huaxingyi had stalled the segment. As director, Pei took personal responsibility to uncover the next question. At the same time, he overheard what Nan Zhou had said through the monitor. Nan Zhou having a fever, Huaxingyi's protective husband demeanor surely wouldn't let him stay any longer. But how could Pei, notorious for getting content even if it meant angering guests, let the pair go easily? Aside from this current question, there was still another highly explosive one proposed by a fan which hadn't been directed at Huaxingyi yet. "He's sick," Huaxingyi said as he stood up from his chair. His tone and attitude were very authoritative. He was definitely going to bring Nan Zhou out early. What happened? Jiangjin stood up too. Huaxingyi remained silent with a somber face, his long arms encircling Nan Zhou's waist, lifting him off the chair. "I can walk myself." Just as he was about to lift him up, Nan Zhou hurriedly said. In front of such a Huaxingyi, Pei could only silently abandon his pursuit and pressure on the duo. After all, there were plenty of future opportunities, offending the guests entirely wasn't feasible. He had just gestured for relevant staff to make adjustments based on the changes when Lu Zhou's voice suddenly broke in, "Nan Zhou, you haven't answered the fans' questions." With these words, not only Jiangjin, even Su Xiao and Gadon casted shocked looks toward him. Wen Yu raised her head and took a peek at the suddenly standing figure beside her, pulling at her lips faintly. Nan Zhou faced away from him, half supported by Huaxingyi heading out, and upon hearing this, opened his mouth and said, "No." His voice wasn't loud, his tone extraordinarily calm. However, to everyone's ears, it was as if a tsunami had been unleashed. The relationship between Nan Zhou and Lu Zhou had been the talk of the town since the day the team disbanded due to Lu Zhou's interview. Even the production crew previously assumed they were a couple. Yet, on this show, Huaxingyi's appearance shattered everyone's preconceived notions, leaving fans speculating wildly about the nature of the relationship between Nan Zhou and Huaxingyi. And his relationship with Lu Zhou, as well as that between Lu Zhou and Wen Yu, the dynamics among these four individuals. When Feng Pei and the director's team sifted through the mountain of fan questions, they naturally didn't choose randomly. Questions that couldn't spark discussion wouldn't make the cut for their variety show. Of course, overly private or borderline content wasn't allowed either. Thus, this question seemed simple but had a great deal of buzz potential. As soon as Nan Zhou casually uttered those two words, Pei had already confirmed what tonight's trending topic would be. So he did like Lu Zhou before, right? Shit, then what am I supposed to think of Yex in his heart? I'm suddenly grossed out. Ah, what face does an ex-lover make, huh? Depreciating someone when they liked you, now you secretly gloat after finding out the answer. What about when you? Lu Zhou expression highlighted. Numb. This ship has gone sour. Huaxingyi. Can you please be more aggressive? Not liking him isn't an option. We also have our own fiery winter here on Pengran. Not sure whether to pity Huaxingyi or Wen Yu. Ah, both are my beloved idols, but they ended up paired with those guys. Come on, does a person only ever love one person in a lifetime? Who among us young ones hasn't met a few jerks? Just because it's not a first love doesn't mean he can't like someone now. Some trolls and haters are stirring trouble for no reason. Seeing Lu Zhou noticeably relax and almost uncontrollably wear a smug grin while returning to his seat, Wen Yu rolled her eyes almost involuntarily. But as a professional actor, his control over facial expressions was far better than Lu Zhou's. The eye roll never quite made it past his forced willpower suppression. Under his assistant's alarmed gaze and persistent gestures indicating restraint, Wen Yu grabbed her rice bowl and wolfed down 3 big mouthfuls. It was fragrant. Perfect with rice. Even Gu Tang couldn't hide his joy. But compared to Lu Zhou, who was personally involved, Gu's behavior was much more composed. He merely harbored silent delight. Nan Zhou, that imbecile, would definitely offend Huaxingyi with such a reply. For a renowned alpha like the big movie star, he surely wouldn't tolerate betrayal in mind or body from his lover, especially since the former flame was sitting right there at the scene. It was essentially throwing shade in his face. Given any rift, he could take advantage of it. Compared to the pervert Zhang Shi, Huaxingyi was infinitely better. While everyone else had their own thoughts, Nan Zhou and Huaxingyi alone remained calm, at least outwardly so. Nan Zhou cared about something else entirely. I'm not going to the hospital. The hospital around here went too far, especially the Omega specialty departments. They treated him outright like a girl. Chapter 38, Do you have to make me treat you this way in order for you to listen? Huaxingyi didn't say anything, his eyes darker than before, but in the end, he still didn't take Nan Zhou to the hospital. The two returned to their apartment. He had someone deliver a thermometer to measure Nan Zhou's temperature. 38 degrees. Sure enough, he had a fever. Compared to the dining and rest room downstairs, Nan Zhou seemed much more relaxed. When Huaxingyi was measuring his temperature, he leaned back on the couch with complete disregard for his image, half-closed eyes fixated on the handsome face in front of him as if entranced. Go lie down on the bed, Huaxingyi said while having his assistant bring up antipyretics and other things. His tone was different from usual. Since participating in the variety show, his attitude toward Nan Zhou had always been indulgent and gentle, evident in his speech as well. But at this moment, Huaxingyi's voice carried an undeniable dominance, tinged slightly with a commanding note. Is Huaxingyi angry? He seems different from usual. He doesn't act like this with others either. He's usually polite on the surface but keeps a distance. Jealousy. The close-up camera was still filming inside the apartment, and Huaxingyi hadn't let it leave yet. It would stay until the last moment, otherwise, leaving both of them in one room with only the automatic camera wouldn't suffice because its view was easily blocked. However, even under these circumstances, the close-up cameraman felt uneasy. Hua's low-pressure aura wasn't something just anyone could bear. Alpha pheromones faintly permeated the room. They were deliberately released by Huaxingyi. Though half reclining on the sofa, Nan Zhou didn't really want to move, but the alpha scent reaching his nose made his willpower surrender involuntarily. His body couldn't resist and could only obey. At this moment, Huaxingyi appeared more like the man from that night than ever before. As Nan Zhou reached the edge of the bed ready to sit down, he heard Huaxingyi again, take off your clothes. A sea of exclamation marks swept through the livestream chat room. Even the close-up cameraman widened his eyes. What? I'm still here. As if hearing his unspoken thoughts, Huaxingyi turned around and briefly glanced at his face. That imperceptible authoritative presence sent shivers down the cameraman's spine. Hua teacher, we're broadcasting a variety show live. The cameras can't be constantly turned off, the cameraman muttered under immense pressure, then quickly left the apartment and considerately closed the door behind him. Therefore, his figure was actually better than people thought. Naked, he was definitely more attractive than clothed, particularly catching attention. And Huaxingyi knew this better than outsiders. Every inch of the person in front of him, he had once touched with his fingers, pinched and ground, kissed meticulously with his lips. Nan Zhou's hand hovered over the button of his jeans, asking, do you want to look? Huaxingyi remained silent, expression calm as he watched him, his gaze cold and unambiguous without any trace of flirtation, exuding the air of a supreme ruler. Alpha pheromones saturated the entire room far stronger than when the cameraman was present. The sole function of the Omega pheromone patch on the back of Nan Zhou's neck was to prevent others from discovering that he had already been marked. In front of his alpha Huaxingyi, who had already marked him, he was nothing but an accessory. Fine, since Huaxingyi didn't mind, neither did he have any reason to be upset. Nan Zhou's fingers moved deftly. At the same moment, Huaxingyi casually grabbed the towel that Nan Zhou had used earlier to dry his hair and threw it at the automatic camera lens. The viewers in the live broadcast only managed to see the towel flying towards them before the screen was blocked in the next second. Throughout this entire process, Huaxingyi never glanced at the direction of the camera once. Damn! I said it, how could he actually let us see? He is still as loving as ever, tears are streaming down my face. Anyway, this is Nan Zhou's privacy, right? As an entertainer, how could he possibly undress during a live stream? He must be wearing thermal underwear, right? In such cold weather, there's no way Nan Zhou wouldn't wear thermal underwear, or else he's insane. It turned out that Nan Zhou indeed wasn't wearing thermal underwear. He, a real man and ironclad tough guy, preferred style over warmth, and would absolutely not wear thermal underwear. Huaxingyi let out a cold snort from his nose. Nan Zhou didn't understand why, but with his fever, he lacked the energy to think much about it. This time, without Huaxingyi having to say anything, Nan Zhou pulled the blanket back and lay down on the bed himself. Even with the heater on, he still felt cold. The quilt that had been warm last night seemed useless now, perhaps due to his fever. Cold, he muttered. Do you realize it's cold now? Huaxingyi asked. If we both got drenched in the rain, why am I the only one who caught a cold? Nan Zhou questioned. He truly couldn't comprehend it. Could it be because he hadn't drunk the ginger tea? Huaxingyi didn't answer. Nan Zhou curled his body into a ball, pulling the quilt high, almost covering his head, and mumbled, did you drink the ginger tea? That was cooked for you. Huaxingyi walked closer to the bedside. So, he hadn't drunk it. How infuriating, what was the reason for this disparity? The quilt that covered half of his face was lifted by Alpha Huaxingyi, long fingers pinching Nan Zhou's jaw and then caressing his sliding Adam's apple. Huixingye gazed into Nan Zhou's blurred eyes and spoke deliberately. You took off your coat in the winter rain and acted tough, refused to drink the ginger tea I made, and didn't even wear pants. You need me to treat you this way for you to finally listen, isn't that right? The overpowering presence was hard to ignore, the controlling nature was unyielding, the binding strength undeniable, and the alpha pheromones commanding obedience. And the deliberate lowering of tone and attitude. Everything was so familiar. A wave of intense heat mixed with memories from that night exploded in Nan Zhou's mind, making his breathing heavier. Uncontrollably, he rubbed his cheek against the gentle large hand, only to find himself immobilized in the very next second. Unable to help himself, Nan Zhou protested, I didn't expect to be so weak. Getting a fever after being caught in the rain was something he never would have imagined happening to him before. As he gazed into Huixingye's deep eyes, he awaited his response. Alpha's typically gentle expression vanished, replaced by cold and unreadable eyes, somewhat terrifying now. Chapter 39, The warmth of human body temperature is the most comfortable. Ah. So Huixingye was angry because Nan Zhou didn't cherish his own body. Ginger tea, what ginger tea? The truth comes out, it turns out that the drink Nan Zhou had before was ginger tea. You wouldn't drink it when I offered, and wouldn't even wear pants. Sorry, I'm too dirty-minded, this is sinful. Not really, don't you think, Brother Yi in such a state feels so fresh, sexy, and makes one want to immediately lie down in front of him. Tea leaves fell onto my face, disgusting, apparently no one cares about anyone in this live stream. My cheeks turned yellow. Facing such a Huixingye, Nan Zhou's heart didn't feel any fear. He's never been afraid of anyone. In fact, at this moment, Huixingye appeared exceptionally alluring in his eyes, making his heart race wildly and deep desires surge uncontrollably. I'm cold, Nan Zhou looked into Huixingye's eyes and said each word deliberately. His voice sounded slightly hoarse, but the tone at the end rose, carrying an enticing intimacy. I'll have them bring a quilt, Huixingye remained aloof. Nan Zhou chuckled softly, I don't want the quilt. They say the warmth of a human body is the most comfortable. The apartment was extremely quiet, the air carried the fragrance of alpha pheromones, dry, warm, pleasant, and slightly intoxicating. Hao Jia once told Nan Zhou that his reactions towards Huixingye were entirely due to the influence of these pheromones. But at this moment, Nan Zhou doesn't agree with this view. For the man right before him, he has always had deep feelings. This admiration isn't limited to scent, it also includes his face, physique, aura, voice, character. Even in bed, the immense spark between them, and everything Huixingye did for him, made him completely lost in desire. In short, he finds everything about him very appealing. Even if there might be some effects from the pheromones, Nan Zhou has never thought sleeping with Huixingye is solely influenced by those substances. Viewers in the live stream went crazy. Nan Zhou knows how to charm. Is this a direct invitation? Huixingye, snap out of it. It's just a beta pretending as alpha, no way can it affect you via pheromones, surely you can handle it. Brother Yi, you actually refused this. Did you go through detoxification? The orange lighting in the apartment cast its glow on the bed. Half of it was blocked by Huixingye's towering figure, while the other half illuminated Nan Zhou's face. In the alternating lights and shadows, Huixingye's previously calm face now bore a trace of impatience in his eyes. Lying on the bed, Nan Zhou's lips curved up faintly. Those eyes that normally looked soft and pitiable were sharp and elongated at their corners. Coupled with naturally drooping eyelashes, they exuded a slyness akin to a fox's, every blink full of wit and allure. They were lively, beautiful, and enchanting. Swallowing audibly, Huixingye cut the microphone connection, pinched Nan Zhou's chin, and slightly increased the pressure of his fingers, forcing him to tilt his head back and open his lips. Leaning forward, he kissed down. Tongues intertwined in passionate embrace. The smell of pheromones in the air grew more intense, mixed faintly with the aroma of roasted sweet chestnuts. Nan Zhou lay back with his head tilted upward, his hands resting on Huixingye's chest. His breathing became heavy, and occasional short moans escaped his throat. The pristine white shirt got creased, his beautiful foxy eyes tinged pink, shimmering like misty waters. At the door of the apartment, a knock could be heard. One after another. But those inside paid no attention. Huixingye pressed Nan Zhou down on the bed, their bodies intimately pressing together under the blanket. After waiting a while, perhaps knowing no one would open the door, a male voice came from outside. Brother Yi, I've placed the things you wanted by the door. Then, no further sounds came from outside. After what seemed like an eternity, Huixingye pulled away, lightly biting Nan Zhou's lips at the moment their tongues separated, seemingly unable to help himself, sucking on them again. Lying on the pillow, Nan Zhou panted, his breathing uneven, filled with scorching heat. Originally dry and pale lips, dried from fever, had become plump and red, giving a tingling sensation. But there was still laughter in his eyes and expression. You kissed so aggressively. Wouldn't you get infected by being this close? The voice was hoarse, almost inaudible. Huixingye remained silent, his gaze fixed on Nan Zhou's opening and closing lips. From kissing and fever, Nan Zhou's entire face radiated a disheveled sexiness. The pheromone-blocking patch on his nape had been rubbed off at some unknown point, and the familiar sweet aroma now permeated the air as if issuing a fervent invitation to his alpha. Huixingye leaned down and kissed those beautiful lips once again, his other hand grazing Nan Zhou's nape, teasingly rubbing over the omega's gland. There, where he had once bitten and left a mark, it had already faded significantly, soon it would vanish entirely without a trace. The bond and connection of pheromones between them would also gradually dissipate, leaving Huixingye no longer influenced by him. Closing his eyes, Huixingye tightened his grip, deepening the kiss. He wanted to claim him as his own once more. He wanted to keep him by his side forever. Deep within, base and despicable desires mixed with fleeting sweetness that an unguarded omega provided made Huixingye feel both pain and indulgence. After watching Nan Zhou take the fever medicine, drink a full large glass of hot water, and lie down again, Huixingye finally took time to freshen up in the bathroom. By the time the lights were turned off and he lay down in bed, it was already quite late. In the darkness, Nan Zhou rolled over, facing him. Almost forgot. As the words trailed off, a soft, low hum of melody resonated through the quiet apartment. Lying on his side, Huixingye silently gazed at the person before him in the song. His profound pupils seemed flooded with countless emotions. A familiar tune, familiar lyrics. They carried his memories back to many moments of heartfelt emotion in the past. Do you like this song? Nan Zhou asked. After the several-minute-long song ended, it felt as though it had only lasted mere seconds. Huixingye didn't answer immediately. I knew you'd like this song. That day when I rang the doorbell, you wouldn't open the door no matter what, but after I played this melody, you finally opened it. Nan Zhou chuckled softly. I also like this song the most. Why? Huixingye asked. Among so many songs written, why did he favor this one? It's different in meaning, Nan Zhou said simply. Afterward, the apartment fell silent again. Huixingye didn't press further, and Nan Zhou didn't elaborate either. Actually, even if Huixingye had asked, Nan Zhou might not have told him. Because this song remained unpublished. This song was for his unfinished first love, written by himself and lyrically composed by the other party, telling the story of a touching secret affection. Though, on that sweltering summer afternoon, due to the other's broken promise, he had already terminated this unilateral emotion. Yet Nan Zhou still maintained a WeChat friendship with the other. They had never met, yet there was innate. Chapter 40, Nanzhou's Pheromone Scent. Another day of live streaming ended, and the hit romance show, Heartbeat for You, still firmly dominated a large portion of Weibo's trending topics. Among them, the entries related to Nan Zhou and Huixingye were the most numerous and hottest, stably occupying the top 10. Hashtag Nanzhou's first love isn't Huixingye hashtag Lu Zhou's expression hashtag Huixingye's birthday and Nanzhou's first kiss hashtag, several entries in particular caught the eye. Clicking on any of them would reveal extremely high levels of discussion. But there was still one more entry that, though not in the top 20 of the trending list, drew in those who love drama for some discussion. Hashtag Nanzhou's Pheromone Scent hashtag. Under this entry, a marketing account posted a clip from the live stream. After Nan Zhou and Huixingye left their seats, the guests continued methodically answering fan questions pre-screened by the production team. Although the two had left, the questions had already been displayed on the program slides, so when the guests revealed them, a fan's question to Huixingye about what Nanzhou's pheromones smelled like appeared before everyone. Whether in the live stream or outside the show, or even among the on-site guests, upon seeing this question, everyone was very surprised. That question was too provocative. Nan Zhou had already been attacked online due to Lu Zhou's comments, criticized for being an alpha pretending to be Omega, a White Lotus-type character. However, if Huixingye said the scent of Nan Zhou's pheromones in front of everyone during the live broadcast, it would completely change the current public opinion trend. Conversely, if Huixingye avoided answering or was more direct, it would further confirm the fact that Nan Zhou was a beta pretending to be an alpha. Not bad, Payphone plays his cards well. No matter how cleverly Payphone plans, he doesn't match up to the timely arrival of Nanzhou's illness. Now I'm starting to doubt whether Nanzhou's illness is real. Wow, some people are really vile. A guest being sick gets turned into a means to avoid or cover up some sharp issues, don't be so malicious. Wu LJ Zhou is really sick, okay. Haven't you watched the live stream? Even Hua Yingtai, Emperor Hua, was mad. Who is Huixingye? He's an emperor actor. If he wanted to, he could easily fool everyone with acting. In this trending topic, netizens and CP fans argued fiercely. Some black-hearted individuals took advantage of the chaos but were soon chased down and cursed by Nan Zhou and Huixingye's fans. Compared to the chaotic situation on the trending topic, the super forum of Star Continent CP fans was bustling with hormones thick in the air. The person who edited the secret admirer video of Star Continent the other night had actually stayed up all night and cut together another high-speed car video of outstanding quality. In the comments, it was said that the music in this video was scorching hot as well. Once the pregnancy test stick was placed inside, it instantly showed 2 lines. The entire video started with Nanzhou's line, "I heard human body temperature is the warmest," followed immediately by J. Yusa's scenes where Nan Zhou secretly drinks alcohol behind the bar and tilts his head in front of Huixingye. Then, came scenes inside the apartment, where Huixingye tells Nan Zhou to take off his clothes, the fitting room scene where Nan Zhou asks Huixingye, "Won't you change?" And also after getting drenched in the rain, Nan Zhou says, "Together." Even though not all the footage was from the live stream, the dialogues were authentic, extremely stimulating. Let alone Huixinya's lines, such as, "You wouldn't drink, and won't even wear pants," which made the CP fans shout that it went too far. Finally, the scene was from the morning when the two were photographed sleeping on a narrow bed together. Instantly, the click-through rate of this video broke through several 100,000, charging towards 1 million. At the same time, many original works and fan illustrations appeared in the super forum. Some of these fan illustrations were quite suggestive, with even one drawing depicting Huixinya marking Nanzhou. Of course, besides that, there were also pure shipper analysts. She meticulously dissected in her post about Huixinya's supposed liking for someone for a long time, and various behaviors toward Nanzhou shown in the live stream, along with the gaze Huixinya directed at Nanzhou while answering fan questions. And naturally, she did not miss Nanzhou's responses. To put it simply, she believed that Huixinya had harbored unspoken feelings for Nanzhou for many years, but Nanzhou liked Lu Zhou. It wasn't until the event involving Lu Zhou and Nanzhou on the trending topic occurred that Huixinya resolved to pursue him. And it was likely, precisely on Huixinya's birthday, something happened between them. She also analyzed in her post based on Nanzhou wearing Huixinya's clothes to visit the Omega Specialist Clinic, and remarks made in the live stream, conjecturing that Nanzhou might be an Omega, and perhaps they had marked each other already. This shipper went into great detail, pointing out and screenshotting every bit of live stream content, comparing Huixinya's normal behavior with his performance during the live broadcasts, etc. The Star Continent CP fans, already deep into shipping them, all agreed, finding it even better to root for. The entire CP's super talk heat not only did not decrease, but became even more fiery because of these contents. At 9 in the morning the next day, the follow-shooting cameraman knocked on the door of Nanzhou and Huixinya's apartment. With an 8 o'clock live broadcast, these two people had failed to show up on time for 2 consecutive days, leaving the production team helpless. It was acceptable yesterday morning, after all, they did capture some explosive scenes in the end. But this morning, although everyone in the working group knew that Nanzhou indeed had a fever last night, by nearly 9 o'clock, the cameras inside the apartment still hadn't been turned on. Pei Feng still believed it necessary to make another surprise attack. But he didn't expect that this time, the door to the apartment was directly locked from the inside. Having no other choice, the follow-shooting cameraman could only shoulder the camera and knock on the door. Oh my goodness, new day, new wild brother. Handsome. Huixinya's outfit today is just too handsome. Ah, the Emperor actor has already gotten up and changed clothes. Does that mean I won't see any sensual content today? How annoying. Today's Emperor Hui seems rather silent, is he still upset over yesterday? They've quarreled. After Huixinya opened the door, he slightly stepped aside, allowing the follow-shooting cameraman to immediately use the lens to film the indoor situation. In front of the dining table, Nanzhou was bundled up like a little white bear, sitting on the chair while eating breakfast and looking at his phone. On his phone were a series of messages from Hao Jia, all sent last night. I wanted to call you when you were caught in the rain. But then I thought that Emperor Hui cared about you so much, there shouldn't be any problems, but it turns out you still got a fever. What happened with you? Aren't you usually very careful? How are you feeling now? Have your fever subsided yet? Wear more clothes, getting a fever isn't good for you. Your glands have issues originally. Nanzhou replied, my fever is gone, thank you. Is the reason I get fevers so easily related to damage to my glands? He asked. On the other end, Hao Jia did not immediately reply to the message, it seemed she was busy doing something. Nanzhou flipped his phone over and placed it face down on the table. Huixinya sat back down beside him again, asking, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? As soon as these words were spoken, the small yellow people in the live stream chat instantly perked up. Where do you feel uncomfortable, After giving his wife a thorough education last night, today he starts caring about her again, right? Am I the odd one out, or are you all acting strange? Didn't he just ask about being sick? Don't ask, just hug and comfort her. I'm really fine. Nanzhou put down his spoon, leaning his body toward Huixinya, pressing his forehead against Huixinya's. If you don't believe me, feel it yourself. Chapter 41, Your father's talent is beyond your reach even after death. The action of pressing their foreheads together brought the distance between them rapidly closer, intertwining each other's breaths, with nothing in their pupils but one another. Nanzhou's eyes sparkled as they locked with Huixinya's deep and profound irises, under the illumination of the morning light, producing a fairy tale-like beauty indescribable in words. Audiences and CP fans in the live stream were left dazzled by this sudden scene. The two-dimensional world finally becomes a reality in the three-dimensional space. So sweet, woo-woo, I knew it, Xingzhou never disappoints. As a follower, I'll eat vegetarian for 3 days to exchange for Xingzhou kissing me before my eyes. Humph, you thieving wretch, still engaging in flirtation for heat here. Please stop brushing up on everything, don't steal from everywhere. What nonsense are you speaking? How can someone be unlucky so early in the morning? Didn't you see the trending topic? Your master was unlucky. He kept stealing other people's kids. Huixinja nodded slightly, but you still need to take your medicine. Mentioning medication made Nanzhou pout his lips unhappily as he sat back down. Why do you have to tell me these things? Without giving Huxinjai a chance to respond, he quickly added, "Don't say it's for my own good." It sounded like a complaint, but in reality, it was more like self-deprecation. The cameraman. Never seen such a nasty-talking person. Huxinjai seemed completely immune to those words, ignoring Nanjo's vicious attack, placing the pills and warm water in front of him. "If you think it's better for me to feed you, I'll feed you." Nanjo. Damn it, isn't this guy learning too fast? The speed at which he chewed food became slower, seemingly thinking that eating slowly would avoid taking the medication. Huxinjai didn't urge him, just sitting beside and responding to work messages on his phone while sipping coffee occasionally. The quietness of the morning apartment surrounded the table where both sat, separately busy yet harmoniously coexisting. Nanjo's upside-down mobile on the table buzzed twice. He put down the cup in his hand, unlocked the screen for a glance, immediately letting out an "ah" sound, appearing quite enraged. Huxinjai looked over toward him, seeing how Nanjo had set down his spoon and rapidly tapped away on the screen. After some time, Huxinjai's phone screen popped up with a large-eyed prompt: "The blogger you especially follow, Nanjo V, has released a new message." When opened, it was revealed that Nanjo had posted a Weibo several seconds ago. At Nanjo V, "A bunch of mamas, dare you steal my song?" Half a minute earlier, Nanjo received a belated reply from Haojia. "Of course. Omega's constitution tends to be weak anyway, and your gland was severely injured all those years ago, so you easily fall ill. Did you see the Weibo? Luzu, that despicable man, released a new song, and part of it resembles the melody you played yesterday in the basement. Now online, everyone's saying that section of the melody was written by him." After posting the Weibo, Nanjo hadn't calmed down at all, coldly snorting twice, then unlocking his blacklist on WeChat, removing the person noted as Zogu. After entering, perhaps feeling the nickname was bothersome, he quickly renamed the contact Steel Dog in a few quick movements. After dialing a voice call and placing the phone back on the table with a bang. The music that played for a long time through the WeChat voice call was eventually picked up. It seemed intentional, as the voice and tone exuded a sense of avoidance. "Is there something? Where are you? Between us, I thought I'd already spoken, previously. Don't act like Empress Shin around me, just tell me where you are. What do you want to do?" Nanjo laughed as he began massaging his wrist. "Do what? Beat you. Luzu. As adults, I have no time to play house with you." With those words, he quickly cut off the call. Staring at the disconnected WeChat call on the screen, Nanjo felt even angrier inside, though his face appeared calm, his gaze ominous as if ready to kill someone. "Wah, it's the first time we've seen Zhoubao get mad. Saying his angry look is handsome, is this something worth mentioning? The couple really exists, doesn't it?" Nanjo's manner when upset closely resembles Huxingye. Was this a call to Luzhou? Holy cow, how come Luzhou sounds so pretentious? Is Nanjo insane? Since Luzhou clearly doesn't want to talk to him anymore, why does he keep harping on? It's divine gold, slang, dot. Some individuals are truly godlike gold, idiom, when your song is stolen, instead of confronting the thief, should you hide and cry? Who stole whose? Some green tea girls don't joke around too much. In just a few seconds, Nanjo dialed the call again. This time, Luzhou picked up slightly faster than before. "I was saying. What's going on? You hang up when I call you. So fragile, why don't you just be an Omega?" Nanjo launched into his attack preemptively. "Last night, when you joked that Luzhou's sensitive heart was like an Omega's and it trended, which stung Luzhou upon hearing it. He got angry. That's enough. Luzhou said. Enough? Your ways are more numerous than any student failing exams. I'm telling you, you can plagiarize my song, but even in death, your father's talent is beyond your reach." Nanjo severed the call first this time. He turned to Huxinjai. "How come your entertainment circle doesn't do garbage sorting well? Collects all sorts of trash." Huxinjai chuckled softly, asking leisurely, "What do you want me to do?" His composed demeanor suggested that as long as Nanjo spoke, no matter how outrageous his request might be, Huxinjai would make it happen for him. Is Huxinjai stepping in for Nanjo again? Ugh ugh ugh. The green tea drinker has nothing but leans on alpha. The movie Emperor really should have been more selective about his partner. Oh my goodness, fans of non-recyclable trash have as many tricks as steaming methods. Running to others' live stream every day, aren't their own idol streams good enough? Laughing to death, the popularity of his brother's live stream isn't even close to half the population we have in our Xingzhou live room. Zhoubao, our outspoken entertainment mouthpiece, so well spoken. Nanjo grabbed the spoon again. Forget it. You can play a roles watched by C workers. If you were O, you'd definitely work as an O worker, or simply take on AC substitute roles. R. The cameraman. Can this be wrapped on? Ah. Could he really be a genius? Amazing. AC substitute. Ha 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 ha, did Huxingye hear that? His wife is telling him to focus on acting, clean up and stop slacking, get back to filming. Huxinjai lowered his eyes and smiled with an expression full of indulgence. In a few swipes, Nanjo finished his porridge. Just wait and see, unless I whip his face raw, I'll change my surname to yours. The cameraman asked, why not change to his surname? Nanjo, don't gross me out. The chat room was filled with laughter. Meanwhile, at the CBD center of Haishur, inside a spacious and luxurious office on the 30th floor of a skyscraper, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses sat in an extravagant office chair. On the other side of the desk, stood respectfully a young, pretty secretary with curly hair. On the desk, a tablet played the montage version of Heart Fluttering for You, with the scene being exactly when Nanjo reached out from the covers to embrace Huxinjai. A sharp gleam flashed through the man's ink-black eyes as he lightly tapped the table twice with curled fingers, and said, "Contact this show, and have them figure out a way to get me a guest appearance." "Yes, Mr. Gu." Chapter 42, Was it a kiss or a hug? After breakfast and under Huixinya's supervision taking his medicine, Nanjo reluctantly slung his guitar on his back and went out to work. He was still going to the basement to practice singing, but because of last night when both Nanjo and Huixinya got caught in the rain causing Nanjo's illness, and with the growing popularity of the live stream, there were many fans nearby who had come especially to watch. Out of concern for the safety and health of the guests, Pei Feng and the production team held a meeting and decided temporarily to cancel the use of electric scooters for travel, instead sending guests to their workplace locations using the program's dedicated vehicles. Today was the last day of the first live stream episode and also happened to be Christmas Eve. The schedule for the guests was very full. Nanjo was rehearsing in the afternoon and performing at the bar tonight with S and Sko, performing the songs they had rehearsed. Although it was said to be a gift for Huixinya, it was essentially just a platform provided by the show for the guests to display their talents. For instance, Lu Zhou and When You appeared on the surface to be performing a small dance test tonight, but fundamentally, its nature was similar. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed, never have I thought 3 days would go by so quickly. After watching today, we'll have to wait 2 weeks before we can see Wulju and Brother Yi again. I heard that Huixinya will leave tonight to catch up on announcements, then he won't be able to spend Christmas Eve with Nanjo, right? Pei Feng, can you take more behind-the-scenes shots, otherwise how am I supposed to survive the next 14 days? Couples can't even spend Christmas together, how cruel. In the car, Nanjo quickly scribbled on the tablet borrowed from Huixinya with the stylus, no one knows what he is doing. As the destination was about to be reached, the cameraman, remotely controlled by Pei Feng, reminded him, "Teacher Hua, your hidden task from yesterday wasn't completed, so there will be a punishment." "Hidden task?" Nanjo asked. Afraid of the shocking words he might say next, the cameraman hastily answered, "Yesterday Teacher Hua took a hidden task, requiring you to ask for a hug or a kiss within 24 hours. The last few words were somewhat ambiguous. As a man, the cameraman felt ashamed speaking them, and his voice involuntarily lowered a bit. But Nanjo loudly protested, "Isn't this already done?" The cameraman, I knew it. I knew it. They turned off the cameras yesterday to do something spicy. Brother Yi, you beast, didn't let go even when your wife was sick. Not surprising since he's my idol, too. Love it. I bear witness, Nanjo sought a hug. We just didn't get to see the aftermath. Strongly request for a retake. Agreed. Nanjo stopped his movements and looked up at Huixinya sitting beside him, right? Last night you didn't. What punishment? Huixinya asked. Nanjo paused. Through the Bluetooth earphones, Pei Feng remotely controlled the question being asked by the cameraman, "Is it done? Was it a kiss or a hug? What's wrong with you?" Nanjo gave both of them a disdainful look, how could you forget after just one night? Huixinya grasped his hand, dark and deep eyes staring at the cameraman, more precisely through the lens negotiating with Pei Feng. He has no experience on the show, don't bully him. Everyone in the live stream room slowly typed a question mark, even Pei Feng and all the staff couldn't help but laugh sarcastically. Who's bullying who? Don't lie like that, haven't we been pushed by your partner enough? At this point, even Nanjo realized it was a trap. He chuckled, leaning closer to the camera with a smile, "If you don't believe me, you can always check the recording. Anyway, I said it's done, if you punish him, the show will bear the corresponding risk." The cameraman, what kind of risk? The risk of being taken off the shelves. Huh. Nanjo wrote a few words on the tablet, then covered the screen with his hand, showing the content on the tablet to the cameraman. The cameraman. Damn. Which artist behaves so recklessly, willingly revealing super scandalous material leading to getting banned? Although they didn't know exactly how true Nanjo's words were, it successfully deceived the entire directing team. After all, these days, whether it's TV series, movies, or variety shows, being able to broadcast well is already quite impressive. The worst part is if any of the artists suddenly gets into trouble mid-process, resulting in the entire project going down the drain. Nanjo removed his hand, and the viewers saw the live stream again. This time, the few people in the car, especially the follow-up cameraman, no longer mentioned anything about the task last night. So what did he do? Did he do something big in front of everyone? How big is this scale? Like winning a game of PUBG or what? I often feel out of place because I'm not as spicy as all of you. This live room is terrifying, but so entertaining. Hee hee. No matter what, Nanjo does take good care of Brother Yi. Hug hug. After sending Nanjo to the rehearsal location, Huixinya finally went off to complete his own task for today. The money earned from yesterday's bit part was meant to buy Nan Zhou a Christmas gift, so his job today was to pick out a present, and then later pick up Nan Zhou after work, heading together to the bar to continue working. More people were gathered in the basement compared to yesterday. Not only had the entire SCO band arrived early, even Yu Yang was there. The moment Nan Zhou walked in, his eager apprentice Tang Yang rushed over to file a complaint. "Master, that Lu from your team is stealing your songs." As soon as these words came out, the chat exploded with comments praising Tang Yang's boldness. After all, no matter how one looked at it, Lu Zhou was a popular idol with many fans, vastly more well-known than Tang Yang, who was merely an obscure keyboardist in a little-known band. In the entertainment industry, popularity and status decided everything, and often higher-ups enjoyed criticizing those below them. By bringing this up on the live stream, Tang Yang was essentially antagonizing Lu Zhou, his fans, and his team, likely inviting trouble for himself. Jiejia, being female, focused on different concerns. "Teacher Nan Zhou, are you really okay? Don't you need more rest?" "My head hurts," Nan Zhou replied. Then. "A rat is stealing my intelligence." Nan Zhou sprawled casually in a chair, exuding the aura of a big shot, "So, I've decided to give this shameless rat a heavy punch. Did all of you see the message I sent to the group just now?" SCO members paused for a moment before fishing their phones out of their pockets. They'd been so busy discussing whether Lu Zhou was stealing Nan Zhou's song that they hadn't bothered to check their phones. As Tang Yang clicked it open, he said, "Master, I support you. That guy's talent falls 10 streets short of yours. You could crush him with a single finger." Only Yu Yang gave a faint smile while idly strumming his bass guitar. Who would have thought that Nan Zhou suddenly called out, "Stop." Yu Yang halted, and the others looked up confusedly. "There might be a rat lurking around in the bathroom watching us. For this afternoon's practice content, I want it to be silent," Nan Zhou told the director coordinating the scene. At that exact moment, Lu Zhou, who had excused himself for a break and was secretly watching the live stream on the toilet, widened his eyes in disbelief. Shit. Chapter 43, A Forced Kiss in the Live Stream. I'll mute. Yama. Damn it. Dead funny, I said Nan Zhou is braver than his apprentice, and directly mocked Lu Zhou as a smelly rat. TCH, isn't this just for show? Hard punch. I think Brother Zhou released a song, and this guy doesn't know what to do. How did our live streaming room get fans of rats? Better spread some rat poison quickly. I'm dead laughing. The news from the next door stream, Lu Zhou is currently in the bathroom. In romantic variety show live streams, there's never been such a thing as muting during the broadcast. Of course, the on-site director couldn't make such a huge decision, so he quickly communicated with payphone. Nan Zhou also intervened to cut the audio feed. After some competition, he managed to win by guaranteeing that something big would happen, or else he'd force a kiss on Huixingye live on air. Thus, for the entire afternoon, his live stream was muted. Time flew by, the sun dipped below the horizon, and night fell again. Huixingye came to pick up Nan Zhou after work, and they drove together to the bar. The other members of S.XGO took another vehicle arranged by the production team. The journey was short, less than 10 minutes. Even though their communication was still incredibly sweet, Huixingye had yet to give any gifts, making the audience in the live stream anxious. On the car, the camera operator told them that due to the explosive popularity of the past 2 days' broadcasts, the current footfall at the SUL bar had broken its usual peak operating hours. Fearing chaos, the bar limited its crowd, making VIPs and regular customers unable to enter tonight. Nevertheless, fans who caught the wind surrounded the bar's entrances and exits completely. As soon as the car door opened, an overwhelming wave of screams burst into Nan Zhou's ears. Baby Zhou, go for it. Huixingye, I love you so much. Xingzhou is real, we have even moved the Civil Affairs Bureau here for your marriage. Security personnel separated the crowd, and Huixingye half-held Nan Zhou as they swiftly entered through the back door of the bar. While changing clothes in the dressing room, Nan Zhou heard Huixingye say, I heard you proposed a condition today for the mute. Yep. Do you trust me? Of course. But I made a bet without consulting you. As Nan Zhou fastened his buttons, he continued, all right then, you propose a condition. Huixingye turned around, staring at him for a while. What? Relax, as long as I can achieve it, I'll agree to it. After securing the last button, Nan Zhou stuffed his clothing into the storage cabinet. Huixingye had also finished getting changed. Today, they dressed side by side, he was more dexterous than Nan Zhou. He picked up the wadded-up clothes, neatly folded them, and returned them before speaking lightly, I didn't mind. What then? Nan Zhou looked perplexed. Huixingye closed the cabinet door with a soft click and pushed Nan Zhou against it. His tall figure pressing behind him, warm breath landing on his ear as he murmured lowly, I feel a little regretful. Regret about what? Nan Zhou turned around. The distance between them suddenly became shorter, his nose almost brushing Huixingye's thin lips. With a deep gaze, Huixingye planted a feather-light kiss on Nan Zhou's nose. Accompanied by an alpha sensual voice, kiss. Nan Zhou hesitated for a moment but then understood clearly. Within the narrow space created between the wardrobe and Huixingye's arms, he turned around, slightly standing on tiptoes, placing his lips on the sharp jawline in front of him. His tone was sultry, then ask for something from me. Ah, what are these two doing again behind our backs in the dressing room? Dang, this conversation feels off. Girls, I'm burning up. And I am an honorable V.P member, pay phone, can you be reasonable enough to install a camera in the changing room? Kiss. Steady. What exactly are they talking about? I don't understand, but their voices are so ambiguous. There will be plenty of material for today's clips, right? Madam will definitely edit a new video, right? She has to. Hua Xingye let out a low chuckle. Why are you laughing? Let me think. After saying this, he stepped back 2 steps, creating some space. Not understanding why, Nanzhou cared more about how the upcoming performance would go and didn't probe further. When they exited the dressing room, Hua Xingye went to mix drinks at the bar, but Nanzhou wasn't assigned to serve different booths anymore. He came to the S.XGO band's lounge for their final rehearsal before the performance. However, just as the few of them had picked up their instruments, the lounge door was pushed open from the outside, and a young long-haired girl of about 20 walked in with her head held high. Accompanying her were a middle-aged man in his 40s and the bar manager. The girl's gaze swept over everyone present and quickly settled on Nanzhou. Her pupils dilated slightly in surprise, but soon this shock was replaced by another emotion. She let out a soft snort. The manager then introduced the man as the owner of the SUL bar, and the girl as the owner's daughter. The young miss is a fan of WXJE and heard you're rehearsing here, so she wanted to come take a look, said the manager. At this, the girl immediately corrected him, I'm not a fan of the band. After saying that, she looked at Nanzhou again, scrutinizing him with critical eyes, then said haughtily, I hear you stole my brother's song. Tang Yang frowned, about to retort, when he was stopped by the drummer beside him. I think you're crazy for fame. Can't do it yourself, so you steal others' work. Dad, how could you invite someone like this to perform here? You would do anything for money. Should I leave? Nanzhou suddenly interjected. Upon hearing these words, everyone's eyes widened. The owner shook his head repeatedly, and the manager hurriedly tried to smooth things over, not at all, Teacher Nanzhou, don't take it to heart. The young miss didn't mean it like that, it's just rumors circulating online. She just wants to get to the bottom of it. What a joke, their bar was getting so much attention today thanks to the collaboration with Love at First Sight. Besides, Nanzhou and Hua Xingye were currently the hottest CP artists on the web wherever they went, traffic followed them. They couldn't afford to lose such a stroke of wealth for their small bar. I haven't taken it to heart. Nanzhou grinned and pulled at his pocket, but here I am. You're too greedy for money, the girl exclaimed. Yes, I am a greedy artist. Nanzhou nodded toward the manager, so remember to give me more pay. The manager. Fuming, the girl stomped her foot, about to say something more when news arrived that the stage was ready and they should prepare to go backstage. Hearing this, the owner quickly had the manager take Nanzhou and the S.XGO band to the stage area to prepare. He couldn't risk leaving him there any longer. Pouting, the girl took out her phone and opened the fans group, Nanzhou is so rude. He's so greedy. The people in the fans group immediately chimed in agreement, almost burying Nanzhou in a torrent of saliva. Gigi, didn't you say you were at SUL? Did you see Nanzhou? Suddenly, one of Lu Zhou's fans asked, is he as ugly in real life as they say? Lin Ji paused in her typing, involuntarily recalling the moment she walked in when Nanzhou glanced at her briefly with a faint expression, and his slightly raised head. Even though it was just a casual movement, it appeared inexplicably cool. Her cheeks turned red all at once, and she hastily replied, what's good looks useful for anyway? So vulgar. Chapter 44, he's so handsome, my goodness. At J.U.'s, the atmosphere was livelier than usual. Some fans had even pulled strings to get in, just to hear Nanzhou's song up close and be among the first to experience it. Of course, they were also eager to see the interaction between Nanzhou and Hua Xingye. Hua Xingye's bar counter had been temporarily adjusted. He stood about a meter away from the customers ordering drinks, with security personnel ensuring that no one could easily approach the counter unless they had passed an identity check. In the anticipation of all, the stage lights finally came on, revealing the S.G band along with Nanzhou standing on the stage. With them was also Yu Yang, the sole bassist of the Breaking Dawn band. What shocked everyone though was that Yu Yang wasn't holding a bass, but instead, a folk guitar. WTF, what's going on? Yu Yang, guitar. A random fact, Yu Yang's guitar skills aren't worse than those of an ordinary guitarist. Look at Nanzhou fast, what's he holding? I'm stunned, what doesn't he know how to do? Are you kidding me? Is this a script? Suddenly, I feel like Nanzhou saying he'll punch Lu Zhou wasn't a joke. Is he preparing to release his ultimate attack? Nanzhou stood on the right side of the stage wearing the same waiter uniform as the other day. But today, instead of a guitar on his back, he carried a violin in his hands. When he placed the violin on his shoulder, the white shirt tucked into his dress pants made his slim waist and long legs stand out even more. Apparently, for convenience while playing, Nanzhou had unbuttoned his cuffs and rolled up his sleeves, exposing a stretch of pale arm. Jia stood in the middle, dressed in a sailor outfit, her hair tied in a ponytail, and wearing black patent leather shoes, resembling a Japanese high school student. Thank you all for coming tonight to enjoy our performance. We're dedicating the song, Summer Flame, to all of you here in winter. Jia even made a gesture typically seen in Japanese anime. Cheers broke out below, then she signaled quiet with a shu. The sound inside Yu's gradually softened like receding waves. At the quietest moment, the sound of a violin and piano-like keyboard music started. The mellifluous melody instantly transported everyone to a summer beach caressed by sea breezes. On stage, Nan Zhou moved his body gently as he played the violin, maintaining a composed expression that made him irresistibly captivating. Particularly under the light, his pale arm pulling the violin revealed long, slender, distinct fingers that looked extraordinarily seductive. The melodious strains of the violin swept across people's eardrums like a summer night's ocean breeze. As classical guitar and drum beats joined, the scene became akin to fireworks blooming in a starry seaside sky. Jia started singing, her voice sweet and crisp, perfectly complementing the ambience created by the melody of this song. This song was originally written by Nan Zhou for another female singer with a similar vocal tone, with piano being the primary instrument. However, in this version, he adapted it for the band presentation, emphasizing certain elements to better fit the style of the upper G band. The lyrics are beautifully written. I understand why Nan Zhou dislikes Tang Yang now. These lyrics resemble poetry. I may not have much culture, but all I can say is, wow, this is really well composed. As the song approached the midsection, it transitioned into an interlude. A piano-like key sound formed the bass, occasionally joined by drum beats, accompanied by violin solos, creating an image of magnificent fireworks bursting in the highest sky. Afterward, the piano sound returned softly as the soprano voice took over again, narrating a young romance brought to a halt due to insurmountable reasons during its most beautiful moment. Following Jiajia's last note was a short segment of piano music. Tang Yang's keyboard proficiency was exceptional, embedding the regretful feelings of the girl entirely within the melody, leaving everyone spellbound by the time the entire song concluded. After a brief silence, a shout of "Bravo" from an unknown booth triggered thunderous applause and cheers from the audience. Standing on the stage, Nan Zhou gave a faint smile to the camera, his charming fox eyes brimming with challenge. "Lu Zhou," he called out. The venue fell silent. Next, before hundreds of thousands of viewers, Nan Zhou raised his middle finger to the camera in a standard international rude gesture. Both the camera crew and the production team were startled, quickly moving the lens away. After all, such a gesture is prohibited from appearing on air. Shit. He's so handsome, Wow. Lu Zhou, take that from brother Nan. Sis, I'm melting, he's so gorgeous and dashing, my goodness, you know that kind of vibrant charm, right? I thought I was watching a dating show, but this turned into a music show. Zhou's song is incredible. Who listened to Rat's song? Can it compare to this? No way. This is the type of song I want to add to my playlist on repeat immediately, it's so good, truly beautiful. Lin Ji stood at the front of Yu's, gazing at the man glowing under the spotlight on stage as her heart beat like thunder. The cheers around her seemed distant, with that beautiful yet sorrowful melody still echoing in her ears. When Nan Zhou put his hand down, he cast a glance at the audience below. Even though she knew he wasn't looking at her, for that brief moment, Lin Ji held her breath and blushed. Behind the bar counter, Hua Xingye looked far away toward the person on stage, his eyes brimming with intense passion. This performance was soon edited and uploaded to Weibo, causing an uproar. Lu Zhou's single was compared to Summer Flame, leading to heated arguments between both sets of fans on the trending topics. Casual viewers first listened to Summer Flame and then opened Lu Zhou's new single, Watching Fireworks Together. They didn't even finish half a minute before turning it off. If it really is plagiarism, I'd rather believe Watching Fireworks Together plagiarized Summer Flame. Don't some fans pretend to be bystanders and stir up trouble here? My brother Zhou released the single first, this lowlife Nan Zhou just performed this song later, who copied who should be obvious. Stop joking, Lu Zhou's fans. It was clearly Nan Zhou who played the melody on TV first. Ha 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 ha, in my opinion, having similar songs isn't scary, whoever makes the less enjoyable one ends up embarrassed. As hard as Lu Zhou's fans tried, they couldn't overcome the honest opinions of real listeners no matter how many bots the company paid for. At this point, a well-known music blogger with millions of followers on Weibo and Douyin posted a comment. This blogger was notoriously picky, especially about idol songs, offering no mercy in their reviews. Once, he called WJXC's hottest group song, cheap and meaningless, saying it wasted his time. But this time, regarding Summer Flame, he gave it an exceptionally high evaluation, praising the simplicity yet sophistication of the song. This naturally angered the overly emotional Lu Zhou fans further, prompting them to flood the blogger's Weibo comments accusing him of being bribed. Just as discussions around these two songs were about to dominate Weibo's hot search rankings, a surprising trend appeared out of nowhere. #C.Puli climbed explosively to number 1, with its suffix marked in red as a breakout topic. #C.Puli was the title of Sushi's latest single, an idol who had faded from the spotlight after the team disbanded 3 years ago. The straightforward song title instantly grabbed people's attention. Driven by curiosity, those who clicked through only needed to hear a snippet before being completely captivated by the song's fiery lyrics and mesmerizing melody for at least 10 or 15 minutes. Chapter 45, Aren't You Going to Do Something? Wow, this song has me sweating. I played this song in the office and almost turned it off because I was startled, but I couldn't help wanting to listen. Sushi, are you in love? Is this the song you sing when you're with your alpha? I'm about to have a reaction just from listening to it, damn. Did you notice how clever the title of the song is? It doesn't use ma or si puliching. Instead, it emphasizes si puli, highlighting the action itself. So intense. Just by listening, I can feel the pheromones filling the entire space. So intoxicating. Too lewd, too lewd, too lewd. Sushi, don't you remember that you're a female idol? Desperate entanglement, crazy embraces, passion so intense that it clouds the eyes and nearly suffocates. The air is filled with sweet scents, both intimate and chaotic. An advanced melody, high-quality lyrics, sexy and fragrant but not vulgar at all. The ambience is perfectly executed, strikingly appropriate. Absolutely brilliant. The entire trending list was brimming with heated discussions about this very song. Of course, some claimed that the song was just capitalizing on hype, deliberately written with such provocative content for attention. But more people were saying the song was spicy and extremely enjoyable. There were many music critics and influential figures analyzing the song's melodies and instrument choices, writing lengthy blog posts and creating video lectures, pushing the depth and professionalism of the song to a new level. In particular, industry leaders were paying far more attention to the songwriter behind this track, Ganjera Ozdoraljas. They had never heard of this songwriter before, nor listened to any of his previous works, if there were any, but it wasn't difficult to see the solid foundation of musical skill in this single. If this was his first piece, he'd be a genius among geniuses, something entirely illogical and impossible. But if he had other works, then he must indeed be an expert in the field. So why would a master open up a secondary account? Thus, gossip blogs smelled intrigue and rushed to speculate what Sushi had been doing during her 3-year absence from the spotlight. As one of the prominent members of a once popular singing and dancing girl group, Sushi suddenly disappeared from the entertainment circle after the team's disbandment, no longer releasing new music. Some said she got pregnant and married, while others suggested she'd been shelved by the company. Being an Omega and also known for her pure and sweet looks, Sushi was often surrounded by rumors of romance. At the time these scandals were exposed, neither Sushi nor her management provided any response. This was her first public appearance after her disappearance, and she returned with a song completely opposite in vibe to her previous girl group persona. Didn't someone say her boyfriend is a musician? Did he write this? Ganjera Ozdoraljas? Was this person around in the industry before? The compatibility between this song and Sushi's voice is too high, it's incredible. Listening makes you immediately want to go with your alpha. Too wild. Starting to imagine what Ganjera Ozdoraljas might have been thinking when he wrote this song. At S.O Bar, which always stays at the forefront of trends, songs like this wouldn't be missed on their playlist after reaching online trend lists shortly after its release. Not long after SXGO band performed, the bar's sound system began playing the now trending song, Si Puli. In the late-night bar with its dim, inviting lights, paired with this song, patrons quickly became lost in the seductive vibes. After stepping down from the stage, Nanjo casually went behind the bar counter to ask Hishinya for a drink. Like he'd foreseen this, Hishinya handed over a freshly mixed drink as soon as Nanjo approached. Different from yesterday's blend, this one shimmered like fireworks over the sea, but it shared the same characteristic, low alcohol content. Nice, fits perfectly. I like it, Nanjo said, accepting the glass. Right at that moment, the prelude of Si Puli began playing in the bar. Hishinya paused briefly in his movements. Nanjo, however, remained calm, his expression unchanged as usual. He even took the same precaution as yesterday, checking camera placements first. Turning sideways, using Hishinya's towering figure and his own back to block out the lens, Nanjo tipped his head back and drank a few sips of the liquor. His movement was graceful, eyes half closed, relaxed and content. Sushi's voice and melody echoed in the bar. In Hishinya's phone, WeChat Moments had updated 10 minutes ago with a post from a veteran industry insider who uploaded this song and asked everyone if they knew who Ganjera Ozdoraljas was. After Nanjo stepped down from the stage, Hishinya briefly glanced at his moments. At this very moment, he lowered his gaze to the person in front of him. Though his face remained expressionless, out of sight of the camera, the hand holding his phone clenched tightly until veins bulged. A burning desire rose in his eyes as his Adam's apple moved up and down. His canine teeth itched momentarily as beautiful, sweet memories surfaced in his mind. He turned away, taking a deep breath discreetly. This bar is playing Si Puli. Good taste indeed. Seductive place, seductive song, and seductive couples. I'm not saying this, but Wild Brother and Joe Bao, with such a romantic moment going on, aren't you planning to do something? Nanjo finished drinking a third of the wine in his glass, then looked at Hishinya. From his angle, all he could see was the excellent jawline of the alpha under dim lighting. It looked very kissable, just like he had gently tasted in the fitting room. Below, was the sexy Adam's apple. When it slid up and down, Nanjo, who had just had some alcohol, felt even thirstier. Do you like it? He began, his voice imbued with the aftertaste of wine. What? Xingye appeared to be focusing intently on mixing drinks, refusing to meet Nan Zhou's eyes. The song. The movement of the alpha clearly paused for a second. Which one? Nan Zhou froze for a moment before bursting into laughter, leaning closer to Xingye, nearly touching his earlobe with wet lips. Whatever you think it is. Which one? Isn't there just one? Am I missing something? As someone who never missed a minute of live streams, I'm now full of question marks. Isn't it Summer Blaze? Any other songs? Isn't it asking about Si Puli? Hey, Zhou Bao, flirting with alpha like this will get you trampled to death. Xingye probably doesn't feel much about Si Puli, seems like he prefers Summer Blaze. It's his wife's song after all, and it sounds really good. Ugh. Damn it, I knew it. After muting last night, you two must have done something else. What about Si Puli? Aren't they talking about Summer Blaze, or that song only sung for Xingye? Annoying couple, refusing to sing it for us. Want Nan Zhou to sing Si Puli for my brother Xingye. It'd surely be spicy, making him immediately stand straight. I like them all. Xingye replied. His briefness was unlike his usual self, leaving Nan Zhou feeling oddly unsettled inside. Just as Nan Zhou was about to ask why, he heard Xingye inquire, does this song hold a different significance in your heart? Chapter 46, You Have a Crush on Me. Nan Zhou thought seriously for a moment, it's kind of different. Huaxingyi finally stopped what he was doing and looked over at him, with a faint hint of restlessness in his eyes. What I meant was. He suddenly paused mid-sentence. After all, for me, it was an incredibly wonderful and unforgettable experience. After Nan Zhou finished speaking, he tilted his head back and took a few more sips of alcohol. Si Pulada was merely one of the many hit songs that he had written, but to him, this song was closer to reality than others. It wasn't born out of imagination or detached from reality, rather, it vividly captured their passionate union. Huaxingyi's deep pupils trembled slightly, his thin lips pursed a bit, and in the end, he didn't ask the question lingering in his heart. How come it feels like the movie Emperor has something hidden beneath his words? This doesn't seem to be about Xia Yan, does it? An extremely wonderful and unforgettable experience. Surely Zhou is talking about this performance. After all, he used to sing only those bad songs written by Xu before. LOL, now I'm starting to suspect why South dominated in bullying Nan Zhou in the band back then. Why did they let Rat take credit all the time? Lu Zhou lost his true name in this live stream. Ah, Nan Zhou is so sexy. I want him. The moment Nan Zhou placed his glass down after finishing his drink, he suddenly remembered, Huaxingyi might not know that Si Pulada was written by him. So, was Huaxingyi referring to Xia Yan? For Nan Zhou, Xia Yan was just one of his many hits and nothing particularly special. Should he correct it? The song was nearing its end, the melody entwined tenderly, like the atmosphere after the rain stops, still carrying a damp air. The lingering notes seemed to resemble an embrace after extreme intimacy. Nan Zhou's mind flashed with some fragments, making his body feel slightly warm. He couldn't say if it was due to the alcohol or the reminiscence of those moments in his memory. When he looked at Huaxingyi again, their gazes accidentally met, with a gaze both profound and burning. His heart skipped a beat as he spoke, this song. Just then, Si Pulada in the S.O bar came to an end, switching to another track. What? Never mind. Forget it. He also wondered what Huaxingyi would think when he found out that he wrote a song based on their story and released it. They were still going to record programs together soon, so creating an awkward situation wouldn't be convenient for work. After a perfect job at S.O bar, it was nearly midnight, close to 12 o'clock. Huaxingyi and Nan Zhou took the cruise car back to the apartment building. As the car stopped, Huaxingyi stopped Nan Zhou, who was about to get up. I have something for you. With that, he conjured up a beautifully packaged gift, as if performing magic. It was flat and square-shaped. It's a Christmas present. Is it a task assigned by the production team? Nan Zhou accepted it, lightly touched it with his fingertips, and a confident smile curved at the corner of his lips. A vinyl? Huaxingyi didn't look surprised at all that he guessed correctly, giving a similar smile in return, thus admitting it. To be honest, you really understand me. Nan Zhou licked his lips. Do you know what this means? What does it mean? In the narrow space of the car, with dim light, voices seemed abnormally quiet during the midnight hour. The alpha's breath and voice magnified around Nan Zhou, creating a comforting envelopment. Nan Zhou chuckled softly, full of cunning in his eyes. You have a crush on me. It felt less like a secret crush and more like a sweet trap that lures someone in without them knowing how deep it goes. Huaxingyi stared at him, remaining silent, but his deep eyes seemed to narrate indescribable emotions. Actors' eyes can talk, and a movie emperor's eyes are especially good at speaking love stories. Nan Zhou thought, if Huaxingyi wanted to deceive someone, he would find it very easy to do so. The car window was gently tapped a few times. It was Huaxingyi's assistant urging him. An overnight flight abroad, there wasn't much time left to make it. I won't go upstairs. Remember to lock the door once you're back inside. Huaxingyi opened the car door, and don't avoid taking your medicine. Nan Zhou. How did he know I no longer wanted to continue with the medication? Take care of yourself. Call me if there's anything. As Huaxingyi finished speaking, he instinctively reached out to touch Nanzhou's face. Halfway through the action, it was as if he remembered something. He gave a self-deprecating laugh, subtly lowering his hand to Nanzhou's shoulder instead. Nanzhou nodded, then, see you. See you. Nanzhou got out of the car with the vinyl record. Huaxingyi sat inside, watching his retreating figure. His reluctance almost became impossible to hide. As the car door closed, he sighed. Suddenly, with a splash, the closed car door was pulled open from the outside. Nanzhou's face appeared in Huaxingyi's line of sight. He grabbed the car door with one hand, squeezing his upper body into the car, and before Huaxingyi could react, he planted a warm kiss on his lips, carrying a hint of omega sweetness. Huaxingyi's deep pupils suddenly widened. Nanzhou stood properly by the car door again, shaking the vinyl record in his hand, almost forgot, goodbye kiss, safe travels. The car door closed once more. So sweet, Mom. Nanzhou, how are you so good at teasing? Kittens and cubs, I'm born. Who understands, my brother Yi looks like he's still sitting there, but his soul has already followed Nanzhou. Damn Lu Zhou, what garbage schedule did you assign to Huaxingyi? He can't even spend Christmas with his wife. Wah, can we have an encore? I want to keep watching, I don't want it to end. Huaxingyi's departure also marked the conclusion of the first live broadcast of this season's Pounding Heartbeat, You. Nanzhou tucked the vinyl under his arm and slowly ascended the stairs with his hands in his pockets. He would continue staying in the apartment tonight, waiting for Hao Jia to pick him up tomorrow morning. When he arrived at the apartment entrance, Nanzhou was about to take out his keys when a hand suddenly shot out from behind him, swiftly snatching the keys from his hand. Nanzhou turned around and saw Lu Zhou, his face full of anger. Holding the keys in one hand, Lu Zhou reached out to grab Nanzhou's arm but was skillfully dodged. Are you crazy? Looking for a beating, huh? With that, Nanzhou's expression darkened as he raised his arm and threw a punch directly hitting Lu Zhou's face. As if not expecting him to strike back, Lu Zhou froze in place. Nanzhou rubbed his wrist. You should be grateful I didn't hit you first. And now you dare come to my doorstep. Damn. Why does it hurt so much? Is this guy's face made of stone? After all, there is a significant difference in strength and physical constitution between omegas and alphas. That sudden punch from Nanzhou barely inflicted any damage on Lu Zhou, but it carried great insult. His eyes reddened with fury. Tell me honestly, did you sleep with Huaxingyi? From upstairs, Lu Zhou had witnessed the entire scene of Nanzhou kissing Huaxingyi downstairs. In that moment, overwhelming anger surged in his mind. This explosive rage surpassed what he felt upon seeing Nanzhou flipping him off on the trending topics by hundreds of times. Chapter 47, I Can't Feel Your Love. He clearly said he liked him. He was supposed to follow obediently after just a little affection. He had always listened to his every word and never spoken coldly to him. So why the change? When did it start? Lu Zhou couldn't figure it out. The huge sense of disparity, coupled with Nanzhou's intimacy with Huaxingyi, made him feel deeply betrayed. And alongside the betrayal, there were the secrets that seemed deliberately hidden from him. In the past, you claimed you liked me but wouldn't even let me touch you. Now, any alpha can apparently have their way with you. In his anger, Lu Zhou didn't hold back, harsh words tumbled out one after another, I truly misjudged you. You weren't having trouble because of anything physical, but you were simply being picky. You're just a beta pretending to be an alpha, without pheromones, how can you compare with a real omega? Do you really think Huaxingyi loves you for real? Once he tires of you, he'll dump you sooner or later. After venting, Lu Zhou noticed that Nanzhou stood there calmly, looking at him as if amused, not showing a trace of shame or discomfort. This version of Nanzhou felt exceptionally strange and also extremely terrifying to Lu Zhou. What scared him wasn't the idea of getting beaten by Nanzhou but rather the indescribable sense of loss of control. It was like everything they'd once shared no longer fell under his dominion. He needed to set everything back on track, make Nanzhou obedient again. Especially after discovering that Nanzhou possessed abilities he still hadn't revealed. With this thought in mind, Lu Zhou's hands trembled slightly, and his expression changed rapidly from wild frustration to melancholy. Tell me it was all just hype. Just say that, and I'll forgive you. The deep silence following these words enveloped the second-floor corridor of the apartment complex during the quiet night. Lu Zhou fixated intensely on Nanzhou, waiting anxiously for his reply. A light laugh broke the cold winter air, followed by Nanzhou's cool tone, how about you like it clean? Well, I've just spent all my money, so don't fall too hard for me. Besides, when animals seek mates, they usually choose the most attractive female or the strongest male. What's wrong with being selective? Don't you do the same? I see you're keen to rise to fame. If you're not picky, here's a tip, why not crawl into some rich old man's bed? Your music career won't get you anywhere. Though his voice remained low, each sentence cut like a sharp blade, striking accurately at Lu Zhou's vulnerabilities. One insult followed another, growing more hurtful and offensive with each utterance. Especially the last comment, your music career is hopeless, hit Lu Zhou as if sentencing his dream of stardom to death. Don't think you can judge me just because you wrote a decent song. He shouted back. Yet, after shouting, Lu Zhou became uneasy under Nan Zhou's gaze and lowered his tone, feigning sympathy. It's all your fault, you kept hiding the fact that you could write songs. We wouldn't have come to this point. Yes, that's right. If Nan Zhou had told him from the beginning that he could write songs, their band would have had a higher chance of success, making him a top star admired by millions and bringing in countless wealth. Frustrated, Lu Zhou accused, you said you liked me, but you never put in any effort for me. What does love mean to you? Is it just talk? I can't feel your love. Nan Zhou responded icily, that's your problem. I have no obligation to be responsible for your feelings. You. Stumbling over his words, Lu Zhou finally broke down, why are you acting like this now? People change, unlike you, who has always been despicable. Nan Zhou glanced at his phone, it was almost 12:30. The temperature outside was low, and with Huixinya's departure, lacking the alpha's pheromones left both his body and spirit feeling uncomfortable, shortening his patience even further. Give me the keys. Nan Zhou nodded towards Lu Zhou. Why should I give them to you? Knowing what a jerk you are now, I should have been firmer earlier. Clutching tightly onto the key, a trace of madness flickered in Lu Zhou's eyes, no, it's not too late, even now. As he spoke, he took a step forward, extending his hand toward Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to act, suddenly came a rapid rustling sound approaching quickly. A suitcase raced from the right and forcefully slammed into Lu Zhou's legs, knocking him off balance with its speed and weight. Lu Zhou nearly fell, losing grip on the keys, which then clattered onto the ground. Oh, I'm sorry. From the direction where the suitcase slid came Yuan's voice, the suitcase was too heavy, and I accidentally slipped. Nan Zhou quickly bent down to pick up the keys. Lu Zhou's pupils suddenly widened, and he sharply looked toward the source of the sound as if he hadn't expected Yuan to be there. On the other hand, Yuan seemed like she hadn't heard their previous conversation and quickly stepped forward to Nan Zhou and Huixinya's apartment door. Are you okay? Did it hurt you? With an outsider present, Lu Zhou didn't say anything more and just silently shook his head. That's good. Then could you help me carry the luggage downstairs? Yuan said. Lu Zhou stared at her in disbelief. What? Can't do it. But you're such an impressive alpha, aren't you? Yuan blinked. Lu Zhou. He glanced at Nan Zhou but saw that Nan Zhou had already used the key to open the door and walked inside. With a loud bang, the door was slammed shut without even sparing him a glance. In the dark night, vehicles rushed along the road. Huixinya answered a call from his friend Xia Yan on the back seat. Had it not been for the fact that he had been busy recording and couldn't take calls before, Xia Yan would have called much earlier. The moment the live stream ended, Xia Yan seized the chance to dial through. Your little sweetheart has quite some personality, huh? No wonder you like him. I thought it was super badass when he flipped the bird to that shameless idiot. Xia Yan started off with a shower of compliments about Nan Zhou. From his character, talent to his looks and temperament, Xia Yan praised him without pausing for almost half a minute. Afterward, Xia Yan shifted his tone and asked, is his personality usually like this or was it just an act in the past? I watched a few of his older videos, and he seems completely different. He's always been like this, Huixinya replied. At least, during their conversations, he had always been this way, never changing, never concealing. So he was just pretending before? Hard to say. Hey, by the way, have you told him your identity yet? Have you asked why he stood you up that day? Not yet. Why not? It was clearly he who invited you. To see him, you skipped the annual charity gala and got trolled heavily online, waiting from noon until sunset, until the shop closed down, and he never showed up. That's outrageous. Chapter 48, you wouldn't really want to compete with Huixinya for someone, would you? Perhaps at that time he had more important things to do, or someone else he cared about more. The last two words were left unsaid by Huixinya. The poison of jealousy began to spread in his heart when Nan Zhou mentioned having a first love. Even though Huixinya knew that such jealousy was both disgraceful and unreasonable, he couldn't help but speculate on the identity of that person. Who was the lucky one to gain his affection? Was it their former teammate on the team, who seemed to have no special talents and was completely unworthy of him? Or was it someone else he didn't know? Xia Yan could only sigh in exasperation over his good friend who willingly drowned himself in the marsh of emotions. Sometimes I really don't know what you're thinking. You can just tell him that you are the very net friend he invited but stood up, right? Since you guys clicked so well before, and you even wrote lyrics for his songs, there's no reason for him to dislike you. Speaking of which, it's weird that this guy has written so many songs but never released any. Even a turtle isn't as slow-moving as him. What is he waiting for? Xia Yan, jumping from thought to thought, soon digested his own concerns and moved on to the next topic. I don't know, Huixinya said. You really don't know anything when asked. With your qualifications, being strung along for 3 years by someone you've never met, someone who could be A, B, or O, and then standing you up during the only meeting, no one would believe that story if you told it. Xia Yan sighed in frustration. I chose to do so voluntarily, Huixinya replied. Alright, the most devoted alpha in the world is none other than you. You dare say second, and no one would claim first. You deserve to fall head over heels for him. After saying that, Xia Yan shifted topics abruptly. By the way, next week is your grandfather's birthday banquet, you should attend, shouldn't you? Let me tell you, this is different from a charity dinner. Missing that might earn you a scolding at most, but missing this would label you as unfilial. Your stepbrother will probably find ways to rub salt in your wounds endlessly. I have no interest in competing with him for the family inheritance. Sure, you're too noble to care about billions of dollars in assets. I'll go. That's more like it, I'm counting on you. My old man insists that I tag along with you to meet more people. Each time it's the same group of people, either licking boots like dogs or acting high and mighty. It's always boring. Fishing with you would be far better, at least it's peaceful. Xia Yan complained. Unexpectedly, Huixingye said, didn't you used to always complain that fishing was boring? Brother, not everyone has the patience to wait for hours like you do. After saying this, Xia Yan brought up some other random topics, and the two ended their call. Huixingye exited WeChat, opened a music app, and found the extremely popular song that still firmly held the #1 spot, C. Polade E. Single loop, play. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and surrendered all his senses to his ears. The enchanting melody, the sultry female voice, bold yet restrained lyrics, all converged into the images and atmosphere of his birthday that day, playing in Huixingye's mind. The soft laughter of the omega, the furrowed brows, the falling tears, the charming humming, the sweet pheromones, complete relaxation, and the scratch marks left on his body, all were incredibly seductive and perfect, surpassing scenes imagined countless times in dreams. Reason almost failed, letting the senses rule everything. Intensely gratifying yet far from enough, irresistible again and again, every time felt like the last in life. Afraid to open his eyes and find the lover no longer in his arms, that it was just another identical but varied dream experienced countless nights. When you got into the nanny car. The door closed, and the vehicle drove away from the place where they had been shooting for several days. His agent turned around from the front seat and saw their normally gentle and aloof Omega star pull out a hidden pack of cigarettes from the storage box in the car, lighting one skillfully. With his eyes closed, when you indulged in deeply inhaling twice before speaking, his usually cool voice now tinged with a raspy darkness caused by tobacco. Why didn't we create CP hype with Lu Zhou earlier instead of Nan Zhou? The agent rolled his eyes. Lu Zhou worked on a TV series with you, what does Nan Zhou have to do with you? How much relation can a TV series create anyway? Relationships need to develop, otherwise, there won't be any connection. Compared to Lu Zhou the clown, Nan Zhou suits might taste better. You two look alike, okay? A strong omega with a weak beta is better than a strong omega with a weak alpha. At this point, when you laughed loudly several times and tapped off the ash, do you know, that Lu Zhou guy bragged about his muscles in front of me. That protein powder-fed stuff almost made me unable to hold back. Agent, do you even restrain yourself sometimes? Others didn't notice, but he did, several times during moments when Lu Zhou stumbled into embarrassing situations, these small gestures of theirs caught his attention. Even riding an electric scooter wobbly, no fun at all. Back in the day when brother was racing cars on Mingqiu Mountain, this guy probably didn't know where he was nursing yet. When you crossed his legs and leaned against the backrest. I've told you countless times not to bring up your dark past. If someone digs it up, how can you still have a career? And Lu Zhou is actually a year older than you, what nursing are you talking about? When you half closed his eyes and took a few puffs on his cigarette, Director Liang is recently looking for someone to do the opening and ending scenes, I might as well recommend Nan Zhou to him. Don't cause trouble. You can only recommend Lu Zhou, recommending Nan Zhou would be weird, right? Could you listen to what Lu Zhou writes? Ignoring what the agent said, when you pulled out his phone and started contacting Director Liang Feng of his just-wrapped ancient costume fantasy drama. He had acted this arbitrarily before, so the agent just let him go his way. As long as in public, when you could maintain his current persona without being exposed, it was the best outcome for them. The car was quiet for a while. The agent asked, you wouldn't really want to compete with Huixingye for someone, would you? Feelings are everyone's skills. The agent's face looked as if he were suffering from constipation. After sending the message, when you put his phone back in his pocket, crushed the cigarette in his mouth in the ashtray, and then casually pulled out alcohol. Alright, stop overthinking. Some things, one strives because there might be results. But some things, you can see from the start there won't be any results, why bother, I'm not like Lu Zhou, that fool. After unscrewing the cap, when you drank directly from the bottle. Watching his manner, the agent shook his head continuously, unable to bear it. Other people like Nan Zhou eat anything from KFC to McDonald's in private, but the ones they represent? Smoke and drink everything privately. Wait, what did he mean just now? Are Nan Zhou and Huixingye together? Does Nan Zhou like Huixingye? Then what was going on between Lu Zhou and Nan Zhou? Chapter 49, Brother, you're so bad to reply this late. After returning to the apartment and taking a shower, Nan Zhou lay down on the bed. When the narrow bed was left for him alone, his body could finally stretch out, yet he felt an emptiness. The apartment also felt overly cold and quiet without Huixingye's presence. Is the pheromone that strong? Nan Zhou didn't quite understand. His peripheral vision caught sight of the vinyl record Hoshinya had given him, sitting on the coffee table, and the guitar placed beside the sofa. The record, the guitar, and... He suddenly sat up, ran to the wardrobe, and yanked it open. There, in the wardrobe, was the beautifully packaged toy dog that Hoshinya had neatly placed inside. It was looking back at him. Swallowing hard, Nanjo reached out and took the package, then carefully opened it again. A familiar and intense scent from the gift-giver instantly filled his nose. Pulling the stuffed mastiff from the bag, he cradled it in his hands by its front paws and held it high toward the light. Nanjo realized how much this little dog resembled his Elon. Its clear eyes, endearing round eyebrows, fluffy fur, and robust lion-like body were just like Elon's. Elon. Wrapping his long arms around, Nanjo buried his face into the plush chest of the toy dog and inhaled deeply. The alpha pheromones mixed with the soft comfort of the stuffed toy made him purr like a pleased kitten. He wondered how Elon was doing in the other world he had somehow been transported away from. He assumed Elon was probably fine, since he had written a will already, leaving Elon as a free gift to a girl who occasionally came to take care of him if he ever passed away unexpectedly. She liked Elon so much, she'd treat him well. To be honest, he hadn't really had any friends in that world except Elon and an anonymous online friend he'd never met. Thinking of the other person, a shadow of loss crossed Nanjo's eyes. His daily chatting partner on WeChat had stopped responding all of a sudden. Would the other side feel sad? What would they think? Would they inquire about his whereabouts? Forget it. For the other person, he might just be one among many regular friends. Missing communication would make them uneasy, but they would soon get used to it. Hugging the toy dog and lying back in bed, Nanjo turned on his phone screen to find a series of messages waiting for him on WeChat. Brother, our song hit the top of the charts. Did you see? Brother, when do you have time? Let's set a date to celebrate. I'll treat. Brother, why aren't you replying? You're not enjoying yourself on some pretty thing's bed, are you? Brother, can you reply please? I want to chill with you so badly, I almost missed the ice snacks. Nanjo clutched the stuffed dog in one arm and let his long fingers dance over the phone screen. In such a freezing weather, how come your love-addled brain hasn't frozen? Almost immediately after sending the message, a big red fox emoji blowing a kiss appeared on the screen. Brother replied. So late to reply, you're really bad. If you keep this up, I won't be able to sleep again. Without changing expression, Nanjo said, I can't sleep either. Does brother have something on his mind? The weather is too cold, I'm considering starting a private chat with 8 strong men to warm my bed. First responder gets priority. For several seconds, the other side stayed silent. Then, typing. Showed up. After a few more seconds, a response came, stop teasing me, brother. Hundreds of kilometers away, singer Sushi, who dominated today's trending topics list, pushed away a small wolf dog who leaned over to ask why her sister wasn't paying attention to him, while continuing to text her contact named Worker A. What theme will brother's next song be about? However, before she sent it, she received a message from the other side, don't think too much. Go to sleep early. That song doesn't fit your taste. The little wolf dog widened its eyes, who is Worker A? Who dares to speak like this to our Miss Sue? Sushi smiled, seemingly unfazed, locking her phone and sipping 2 mouthfuls of wine offered by another little wolf dog. With money and looks aplenty, alphas and betas line up from the door to overseas just for my hand. If I really wanted someone, wouldn't it be as simple as snapping my fingers? A third little wolf dog enthusiastically handed Sushi a fruit platter. Sister, your new song sounds so good. Listening makes me emotional, recalling all those wonderful moments we spent together. In the private room, 3 alpha little wolf dogs vied to serve Sushi, saying all sorts of flattering words to please her. Sushi said it was a good day for her and asked the 3 little wolf dogs to perform High Mountain and Flowing Water for her. As she watched the 3 alpha juniors fawning in front of her, Sushi's mind was still on the conversation she had just had with Worker A. 3 years ago, not long after her group was formed, she almost worked underhandedly for the company due to a contract. Luckily, a lawyer came knocking, telling her that a distant relative of hers had passed away and left her everything. That relative only had her as family, so the will gave all the assets to her. Overnight, Sushi went from being an ordinary girl to a billionaire lady. She promptly terminated her contract with the company and paid the compensation. However, there was one condition attached to the inheritance: she needed to take over her relative's factory overseas, ensuring the workers there wouldn't lose their jobs. Thus, Sushi traveled abroad and spent nearly 3 years managing the factory. Half a year ago, after confirming that the professional manager at the factory could run things conscientiously, Sushi began planning her comeback. She truly loved singing, her participation in auditions back then was simply to be able to sing for others to hear. After gaining wealth, Sushi became much more composed. Knowing she needed an exceptionally powerful and attention-grabbing work to help her return to the public eye, she was very serious about selecting a single track. But despite choosing among many, she hadn't found what she was looking for until 2 weeks ago. After listening to the demo, Sushi was sure this was the song she had been searching for, and thus eagerly contacted the composer's left information to inquire about the price. I don't charge money. But you must do as I require, and after your comeback, post a Weibo for me. The other side was strange. Despite being a new artist with no existing works, needing to cooperate with her to gain exposure, the tone of voice sounded entirely like a big shot, as if never considering the possibility of the song failing to hit it big. Sushi tested him, "I'm not obligated to cooperate with you." The other side was very confident, "Between us, the one who needs cooperation is you. Without you, I have 8 other candidates. Do you want this chance to skyrocket your fame? I'll give you 10 minutes to think. Decide clearly before answering me." He was conceited, but his attitude resonated with Sushi. She decided to take a gamble. It turned out she made the right bet. Worker A was indeed an extraordinarily talented, experienced, and exceedingly brilliant professional producer. Moreover, he was intriguing. She couldn't help but wonder who exactly the person behind the screen was. Chapter 50, I Am Truly a Beast. Late Night Weibo was still buzzing with activity. The trending search had been dominated for 3 consecutive days by Heart Flutter of You. Although today's top spot was taken by Sushi's Si, Pula de E, the rest were all related to live broadcasts. Hashtag Hoshinya's farewell kiss in Nanzhou hashtag Nanzhou signals land rush hashtag Lu Zhou's small exam mistake hashtag, and more, nearly 10 trending topics, with an unstoppable force declared its status as the hottest winter variety show. As regular visitors to the trending list, the super topic forum for the Xingzhou CP was bustling with fans actively constructing it, flying with fan art, derivative fiction, and clips. Suddenly, someone in the super forum posted a complaint thread, which was quickly pushed to the top by countless comments from Xingzhou CP fans. Have you seen the video clip from the neighboring group? It's sickening. Do they even deserve it? Damn it, now that Zhou Bao is giving the middle finger to Lu Zhou, how can they keep shipping them together? And they're even using Summer Flame. It's outright disrespectful to this song. What era are we living in where people are still pushing these toxic couples? Are they insane? Just because Nanzhou is getting popular, so they think they can jump on board, as disgusting as their masters. Are we talking about another couple's super forum using Summer Flame for some sugar-fueled clips? Aha, a bunch of crazy women, I want to call the police and arrest them. Just half an hour ago, in the Lu Zhou CP Super Forum, someone posted a B-direction video featuring Lu Zhou and Nanzhou, with the background music being Summer Flame. In the video, Nanzhou and Lu Zhou were portrayed as lovers unable to be together. All because of the company's manipulation, Lu Zhou chose to ship himself with Wenyu in order to protect Nanzhou, and was forced to hurt Nanzhou, despite loving him very much. Although the video's editing quality was just mediocre, due to Summer Flame's high popularity at the moment and Nanzhou's significant traffic, quite a number of people ended up watching it. Xingzhou fans were entirely repulsed by the video, unable to hold back, starting a war of words. That trashy video makes Zhou Bao look fake, who would believe he likes Lu Zhou? Count me out. I've also been digging into a lot of WULJ Zhou's past videos recently. Honestly, I couldn't bear to watch many of them, not sure if it's because of those rats around him, but his good looks definitely dropped. Right, I thought it might have something to do with his partner, after all, Hua Emperor has an unmatched godly face. Call him what? From today onwards, he's my brother Nan. My brother Nan isn't the same old Nanzhou anymore. After leaving that lousy team, he's become stunningly handsome again. Abuse within the garbage group has been proven. But brother Nan's personality, it doesn't feel like someone who would have been bullied. Discussions abounded in the super forum, each one speculating on the reasons behind Nanzhou's changing demeanor. Around 2 o'clock in the morning, the mysterious editor, known only for her late-night appearances, released a new edit, also using Summer Flame, but the video quality was far superior to the one in the Lu Zhou CP super forum. The same B-theme, yet in this version, the story between Nanzhou and Hoshinya came off beautifully, closely tied to current events utilizing Hoshinya's big boss skin. A narrative of a reluctant to consensual relationship between the big boss and a young star, ending with the fall of the big boss, froze in the tearful gaze of the young star, garnering floods of tears from the CP fans. Xingzhou CP, hats off to your brilliance. Lady Editor, you're our deity. Your videos are good for our eyes. No more words, shedding tears here with you. Grr. Because I've eaten too well recently, I suddenly find the footage insufficient. Why don't you pay Feng shoot more? Ha. Heard there might be some bloopers, but it's uncertain. The next day, Nanzhou woke up, opening his eyes and gazing at the Alaskan Malamute plush toy in his arms. For a second, he was dazed. For the past few days sleeping, he had been surrounded by the comforting scent of alpha, which felt really nice. But last night, although there was still the alpha scent, compared to Hoshinya, the plush toy was simply too small. From being held by alpha, it turned into him tightly hugging the Malamute plush. Moreover, whether it was because of the song or his own desire reaching a critical point, he actually broke a long-standing pattern by dreaming. Nanzhou threw off the quilt. Nanzhou. He sighed heavily while supporting his forehead. He was just about to get up and freshen up when he noticed the Malamute plush had also gotten dirty. His pupils widened in shock as he stared at the clear-eyed doll and whispered to himself, I am truly a beast. At that exact moment, the doorbell rang, startling him. Right after that, the phone on Nanzhou's bedside rang. It was a call from Hao Jia. Nanzhou slowly picked up. Hao Jia's loud voice immediately boomed through, "Is our big star awake? If you're up, come open the door for me." "Nanzhou, no. If you're not up, then who's speaking to me?" "Your auditory hallucination." With that, Nanzhou ended the call, grabbed the plushie, and dashed toward the bathroom. After hastily taking care of himself, he used wet wipes to temporarily clean the Malamute plush, stuffing it into his suitcase and covering it with layers of clothes before lazily walking to open the door for Hao Jia, who had been waiting outside for a while. Hao Jia didn't get upset at being left waiting. With a flushed face, she immediately told Nanzhou about the latest gossip regarding Lu Zhou's blunders on the trending list, making sure to remind him how popular he himself had become. "By the way, the magazines you shot a while ago went online this morning and were sold out instantly," Hao Jia announced cheerfully. "Everyone online says they're impossible to find, and they're demanding reprints. Even though it's not a major publication, this still shows just how famous you've become now. Hey, all of this has to thank our Emperor of Films. Speaking of which, are you two really together?" Hao Jia asked. At the mention of Huixingye, Nanzhou's pupils trembled slightly as his mind involuntarily recalled last night's dream and the embarrassing state he'd been in this morning. He quickly took a few gulps of the coffee Hao Jia had brought over. Thankfully, Hao Jia was already used to his attitude, so when she didn't receive an immediate answer, she continued chatting. "You know, Emperor Hua is truly a master actor, his schedule is completely packed. Luo Nan is practically working him like an animal." Just as Nanzhou set down his cup, he casually asked, "How busy is he?" "How busy?" Hao Jia slapped the table. "I bet there won't even be any time to rest in bed for a while." "Nanzhou. If it weren't for this variety show, things might have been fine. But because Luo Nan arranged for him to take on this variety show, all of his time recently has been squeezed away. Tell me, isn't Luo Nan acting like a monster as an agent?" "Nanzhou, he was the beast. Just minutes ago, he had thought about contacting Huixingye and asking if he'd be willing to help solve his physical problems. Otherwise, if things kept going this way, he feared waking up one morning during the next round of variety show filming, only to find something catastrophic happening on the other person's body. Social death would surely follow. But now that Hao Jia had said all this, how could he possibly bring it up? Ultimately, people must rely on themselves. "Oh, right, there's a sponsorship offer for you." Hao Jia stood up, her eyes scanning around the apartment before heading to the shoe cabinet by the door and pulling out a box. She took something familiar from inside the box and grinned at Nanzhou, saying, "Embrand's anti-biting ring." Chapter 51, I've never lost at playing with men. This thing, since the first day he saw it in Nanzhou, he hasn't seen it again. He thought it was lost. But "Nanzhou, I don't bite people, why should I endorse this stuff?" Hao Jia was totally speechless. Previously in the live broadcast, he had also heard Nanzhou say this, but he always thought it was just for show effect. It turned out that this guy didn't even know what a bite guard was for after all this time. As a B2A substitute, Hao Jia didn't need to use this thing, and he was still inexperienced in this role. Having him explain the use of the bite guard to Nanzhou, who was an Omega, made him feel quite embarrassed. After Hao Jia stammered for half a day, Nanzhou understood, "It's like a condom." "So, you're asking me to endorse condoms? How much money? How disrespectful is that?" "Not so fast. Did you really understand? This isn't a condom, it's a bite guard. They are two different things." Thinking that he hadn't explained clearly enough, Hao Jia re-explained before answering Nanzhou's previous question, "The M family is very generous. They've offered us this amount." He extended his hand to form the number 5. 500,000 yuan. 5 million yuan per year. Nanzhou stood up, smacked Hao Jia on the shoulder firmly, and said resolutely under the other's astonished gaze, "Please let them humiliate me as much as they want." Although 5 million wasn't a lot, he needed to buy some musical instruments lately, and also wanted to change where he lived. After counting, it was about right. Isn't it just shooting an erotic advertisement? He had such impure thoughts already, he might as well learn about the market and make some money while he's at it. Has the mark left by Hui Emperor faded?" Hao Jia pointed to the pheromone inhibitor patch on Nanzhou's neck. "We can't wear this when shooting advertisements. If the mark is still there, given Nanzhou's current popularity, wouldn't he be completely exposed?" Nanzhou peeled off the pheromone inhibitor patch. "I haven't noticed, can you take a look? It's very faint now. It will probably disappear entirely within these few days, no problem." Hao Jia glanced, then reapplied the inhibiting patch for him. "How have you been feeling recently?" "Much better, right? The influence of pheromones should have metabolized roughly by now." Nanzhou's pupils flickered slightly, awkwardly rubbing his nose, "Pretty much." "You think, did Hua Emperor come to this variety show also because of the influence of pheromones?" Hao Jia had thought for 3 days and nights, but couldn't figure out why someone of Huixingye's stature would lower himself to join a romance reality show. To say he truly liked Nanzhou, Hao Jia didn't quite believe it. Who is Huixingye? What Omegas hasn't he met? He shouldn't become deeply attached after a one-night stand. The only plausible explanation was the impact of pheromones after marking. "Do alphas get affected too?" Nanzhou asked. The doctor wasn't wrong. You really should seriously study your health manual. Hao Jia felt utterly exasperated. After speaking, there was a brief silence in the apartment. But it's really unbelievable how Hui Emperor could not resist marking you during sleep without even using a bite guard. What poor self-control. Hao Jia criticized. No matter how others view Hu Xingye as excellent, in Hao Jia's eyes, the act of sleeping with Nanzhou and marking him without being in a relationship was undeniably real. Putting aside the influence of pheromones, how would one know if Hu Xingye hadn't marked other omegas outside? These words, Hao Jia dared not tell Nanzhou. After having experienced Lu Zhou's jerk behavior, if another Lothario comes along, who knows how his good friend's personality might mutate. It's scary enough as it is. It's all the influence of pheromones. Besides, he is an emperor of film, extremely adept at acting. Don't be naive and take it as true, getting played by him without realizing it, Hao Jia warned. I actually enjoy playing with him. Nanzhou patted Hao Jia's shoulder. Relax, I may lose at love, but I've never lost at playing men. Hao Jia. What exactly do you think of Mr. Hui Emperor? After the two got in a car, the car drove straight towards Lin City. A 3-hour drive, Nanzhou took a nap again in the car. Just before reaching the rental neighborhood arranged by the company, he sat up from the back seat and earnestly instructed Hao Jia, let's sign that contract with M family later. Why? Hao Jia asked. Did he regret again? Signing the contract now means that 5 million will leave my hands quickly. Nanzhou said. He had just remembered that the original body's exploitative contract with the company doesn't expire until next week. Signing now would mean getting taken advantage of once more. But isn't this kind of unethical? Would the company agree? Whether it agrees or not has nothing to do with me. I eat everything, except for losses. Speaking of which, the company mentioned a few days ago. Before he finished his sentence, Hao Jia suddenly paused and looked down at the apartment building where Nanzhou lived. What's going on? Nanzhou followed his gaze and saw a crowd of young men and women gathered below the building, many of them holding professional-looking cameras like seasoned journalists. From afar, Nanzhou could even hear a fat man on the phone saying, can we get a key card for the same floor? Best would be to block him inside the door. As the car passed, 2 girls carrying bags of eggs shouted, if he dares to treat our idol like this, I'll make him pay. Turn around. Nanzhou patted Hao Jia's shoulder. Although Hao Jia was chatty, as an agent, he was quite reliable. When the crowd noticed the car, Hao Jia slammed on the brakes and made a sharp U-turn that almost went sideways but ultimately turned sharply. He then floored the gas and sped off in reverse direction. Nanzhou watched from the rear window as the mob ran toward the car and sighed, Resident Evil. Hao Jia was tense as hell and almost lost his breath hearing that. Do you know what the situation is now? You've lost your home. The damn one who leaked your address. Hao Jia was furious. This neighborhood had average rent but poor privacy. Previously, when Nanzhou was relatively unknown, living here posed no problem. Now that he became famous, the company hadn't thought to move him somewhere more private. Initially, Hao Jia considered, given Nanzhou's current hermit-like style, that they could continue staying here until the variety show ended and then find a more secluded place. However, plans couldn't keep up with changes. Go to the company. Nanzhou tapped his seat back. What are we going to do at the company? Hao Jia asked curiously. To collect debt. Even though Nanzhou and Hao Jia escaped quickly, the news about the location of Nanzhou's apartment being exposed and surrounded by stalkers and paparazzi exploded rapidly on Weibo. By the time Nanzhou sat down in the conference room of the company, the internet was already buzzing with the scandal. Across from him, a chubby middle-aged man smiled broadly and said, our Nanzhou is truly famous now. There's news about you all over the web. You know Hu Xingye, why didn't you tell us earlier? This left us unprepared. What if someone accidentally reveals what happened between you and Lu Zhou? What will we do then? Chapter 52, in the future, I plan to have a lot of children. Threat, a naked threat. Hao Jia glanced at her friend Nanzhou beside her, trying to confirm through his expression what he was thinking. Unfortunately, Nanzhou's face showed no emotion, as if he didn't understand the implications coming from the upper management. Didn't I just tell you in the car? They saw your anger and want you to renew your contract. He leaned closer, lowering his voice when speaking to Nanzhou. Nanzhou patted his shoulder and loudly announced, I know, that's why I'm very scared now. What? The upper management immediately displayed a satisfied pride, but before they could speak, Nanzhou added, my belly is getting bigger, I can't handle being frightened. Hao Jia's eyes nearly popped out. Not, what's happening? The 2 members of upper management were equally confused. The tall man beside the fat guy quickly asked Hao Jia, why haven't you informed the company that he's pregnant? Hao Jia. Whose child is it? The fat guy in the middle asked. If it's Lu Zhou's, well then it's straightforward, they would simply deal with him. But if it's Hu Xingye? He dared not even imagine that outcome. Though Hu Xingye agreeing to appear on You Make My Heart Beat Faster to form a CP with Nanzhou indeed surprised them among the group of senior executives, none of them believed that Nanzhou and Hu Xingye were truly in a relationship. After all, it was common knowledge within the company that Nanzhou had entered for the sake of Lu Zhou. Just recently, when Lu Zhou made an official announcement about a romantic relationship, Nanzhou cried his eyes out, appearing heartbroken and desiring death. Without answering, Nanzhou continued talking to himself, in the future, I plan to have a lot of children, but with the current environment in this company, it isn't conducive for their birth. Having, a lot, many children. Does he even intend to continue working? The higher-ups were dumbfounded. Originally, they planned to coerce Nanzhou into continuing his contract with the company through threats. It's not easy for the company to cultivate an artist with such massive popularity, this was their cash cow. Even if it was the traffic accumulated from a dating variety show, it would be enough to keep them fed for several years. However, if this artist keeps having children non-stop. You're still young. The fat man wiped his sweat, having children so early. Because I'm young, I should have more kids now so I can rest on my laurels when I'm older. Have you discussed it with the child's father? Are you even married? The tall man immediately contacted Lu Zhou's agent for confirmation while muttering, your contract with the company hasn't even expired yet, how did you end up in this situation? What's the company supposed to do? Exactly, we also arranged for you to guest on a music variety show, the fat man chimed in. As high-level executives, you guys don't know anything, so how am I supposed to know? Since the company hired me, it needs to take responsibility for the associated risks. Nanzhou leaned back on his chair, showing an attitude like, whatever. Lu Zhou's agent also seemed unaware, unresponsive despite numerous attempts to call. With no way to confirm who the father of Nanzhou's baby was, the tall man looked at the fat man, alright, since the contract hasn't expired and your belly doesn't show much yet, you can go ahead and accept the music variety show role. As for renewal, we can negotiate later. The music variety show, I can accept it, but there are two conditions. Nanzhou paused briefly, glancing between the two high-ranking officials. First, I want an early termination of my contract. The kid can't wait any longer. Second, find me a place to live. Have you watched our variety shows? Shouldn't you know my personality? I don't hold back on anything and will say whatever comes to mind. The fat man and the tall one stared. More than just watching, they were shocked. Who would have thought, after being stimulated by Lu Zhou, his personality could transform this much? Perhaps he was just pretending earlier, which is terrifying. We here at Creative Star Gravity aren't some small company. Why don't you think about it again? Or is it Hua, the film emperor, planning to let you join MHK? By this point, the fat man couldn't resist probing once more. Just what kind of relationship existed between Hua Xingye and Nanzhou? If he truly was the lover of a movie emperor, they definitely couldn't mess around recklessly. Nanzhou didn't answer, but his phone on the table buzzed. A WeChat call appeared, showing prominently on the screen, the words, babe. Under everyone's gazes, he calmly picked up the call, did you already miss me so soon? The person on the other side hesitated a moment before laughing, I've been missing you all along. Is your longing crossing boundaries already? So, have you heard? I'm not sure. I'll need to listen more carefully. On the other side, a brief low muffling sound occurred before an alpha voice asked, where are you? Nanzhou glanced at the two higher-ups and smiled, we're just discussing some small matters in the company. Do you need me to talk with them? I can handle it myself. If they don't want a peaceful parting, then, boom. Nanzhou made an exploding gesture towards the fat man. Alright, try not to get yourself blown up. It's hard to say. By the way, is there anything you need? I heard your place has been staked out by fans. That's right, so I'm dealing with it now. I'll show you my new place later. There was a brief silence on the other end of the call. After a moment, Hua Xingye said, alright. Once the call ended, the fat man immediately asked, was the person you were just talking to Hua Xiangye? Before Nanzhou could answer, he quickly had the tall one bring out the music variety contract while retracting the previously presented renewal contract, the conditions you mentioned earlier, we agree. Let's proceed this way. As soon as they exited the elevator from the company and got into the car, Hao Jia couldn't help but ask, did you and Hua Xingye do it on a dating show? Wow, your thoughts are pretty wild. I suggest buying a bottle of Mr. Muscle to clean up your mind. Nanzhou tossed the two contracts aside. So, why is your belly getting bigger? There are so many, inside me. How could it not grow larger? Seeing Hao Jia's jaw nearly dropping, Nanzhou finally grinned, each song is like my child. I only need to consider ending the contract, and the company has much more to think about. Let them figure it out themselves. Hao Jia. Inside the meeting room of Creative Star Gravity Building, the tall man finally managed to connect with Lu Zhou's agent over the phone. Before he could utter a few sentences, an incredulous voice came from the other end, Nanzhou is pregnant. He must have done it with Hua Xingye. No, if he's be substituting for A, how could he possibly? At this point, the tall man also realized, glancing at the vice president fat man, isn't Nanzhou be substituting for A? The vice president pointed at the gender section in Nanzhou's profile in the documents, he wrote Omega when he applied for the job here. Didn't Lu Zhou say he was be substituting for A? So is he be substituting for A or is he Omega? Everyone fell silent. Only Lu Zhou pounded the cushion with a heavy fist. Impossible, Nanzhou absolutely cannot be an Omega, he doesn't even produce pheromones. On the other side, Luo Nan saw Huixingye put down his phone and couldn't resist criticizing, "Why didn't you directly tell my older brother South to stay at your place?" Chapter 53, In Prison You Like a Goldfinch. Huixingye didn't respond. "Hey, are you even up to the task? Can you chase someone or what? Do you understand, seize the opportunity when it presents itself?" "Ugh, I'm going crazy with anxiety." Lifting his eyelids slightly, Huixingye looked at Luo Nan with a cool gaze. "You're quite good at shipping, huh? How come I never knew you liked to ship CPs before?" Luo Nan gave a nervous laugh, scratching his head sheepishly. He hadn't realized that shipping CPs could be so fun until now. After following the variety show for these few days, Luo Nan not only became a fan of the Xingzhou couple but also turned into a supporter of Nan Zhou due to his charm. "He doesn't need me," Huixingye said. "Eh?" Luo Nan widened his eyes in surprise. Just as he was about to ask further, Huixingye stopped responding. Even though the first episode of Fluttering Heart, the live broadcast, had ended, Nan Zhou was still on the trending list. Apart from today's incident where his whereabouts were revealed, there was also one about the cover of the magazine he photographed. The magazine sold explosively well, making this small publication feel like they'd hit the jackpot. They continuously issued several announcements praising Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou's fans and Xingzhou couple supporters were extremely supportive, reposting and commenting extensively to highly praise Nan Zhou's beauty. "Ah, too handsome, Zhou baby. Too charming. This makeup, this outfit, this demeanor, don't tell me who hasn't fallen for this. I've never noticed how handsome Nan Zhou is before. Lately, it feels like I've been given divine sight, his looks have improved a lot, hasn't romance really made him more beautiful? Did you notice? In this photo by Wulju, it was taken by Liu Bei. And Liu Bei is known for only photographing beauties. Liu Bei. He's been much quieter recently on Weibo. The last time he posted seemed to be about attending a cooking class. What's a great photographer doing cooking classes instead of taking photos? Is he transitioning into a food blogger because there aren't any beauties left? This wasn't all. The official Weibo account of Fluttering Heart, the live broadcast, also reposted these popular photos of Nan Zhou, captioning them, "Already lost my breath over the handsome at Nan Zhou v. Oxygen, oxygen, oxygen." In the comments section, variety show viewers and Xingzhou couple supporters commented widely. "TSK TSK TSK, such a fresh and different big brother Nan. This will definitely drive our emperor Huo wild with admiration. 100%, it's all the fault of the agency. Zhou baby has suffered unnecessarily for 2 years. Slim waist, long legs, and a sexy backside. Ha ha ha, isn't our wild brother eating well too?" As everyone got wildly obsessed with Nan Zhou's good looks, Nan Zhou himself unexpectedly forwarded and replied to a very unexpected comment, "If my backside is this lifted, can we skip one day of live streaming?" Never had an artist picked such a flirtatious comment to reply to, let alone one with such peculiar content. Suddenly, Nan Zhou's comment section was like a pot that exploded. However, it didn't stop there. The allegedly disappeared Liu Bei actually reposted Nan Zhou's Weibo, commenting, "Your gaze unlocked the lock on my heart." Accompanying this comment was a photo of a freshly baked 3-tier cake. The decoration atop the cake resembling a candle was a sugar-made key. Now, Liu Bei's comment section also exploded. "What's wrong with you, buddy? At Huaxingyi v, brother Yi, someone's flirting with your wife. I don't know if you've unlocked the door to his heart, but it feels like Huaxingyi will soon hammer away at your life force. Wait, bro, haven't you been ignoring variety shows? Nan Zhou already belongs to someone." Amidst all the ruckus on Weibo, the music apps were also bustling. The latest weekly hot songs chart had just come out, and among its top 3 were the upper G versions of Summer Flame and the collaboration version of Dawn between Dawn Band and Nan Zhou, occupying positions 2 and 3 respectively. Position 1 was undoubtedly held by Si Pula Dei. Su Shi, the singer of Si Pula Dei, promptly reposted the musical ranking update on Weibo and posted an advertisement on his personal Weibo. The previously much discussed Gara Ausd Rauch unveiled his personal work email publicly, welcoming various artists to request songs from him. Ordinary lyricists usually waited for requests from the artists, but Gara Ausd Rauch was different. He set many requirements for the artists seeking collaborations. For example, one had to provide past representative works, singing techniques, the highest pitch they could reach, the lowest sounds they could produce, etc., almost like submitting a resume. Many casual observers noted and expressed that this man, who gained unexpected fame from writing one song, was acting like he was above others. Who would bother to hire him? Some people also said, maybe he has the capital to be arrogant. Others said, you'll know when his songs get tested. Let's see if anyone will collaborate with him for songs. Amidst all the online buzz, Nan Zhou didn't even pay attention. After forwarding the program's Weibo post, he went on to do other things. He moved from the old apartment to a new one. Though not large, it was more private and spacious than the previous one. Nan Zhou took out the black vinyl that Huixingye had given him, finding an unused photo frame to place it inside. This frame used to hold their band's photo, where Lu Zhou stood at the center position, which caught the eye. Placing the frame on the bedside table, Nan Zhou snapped a photo and sent it to Huixingye. Forgetting that I don't have a record player, I can only frame it. It wasn't meant as a gift. I just wanted to share it with you. Huixingye made a WeChat video call right after, such quickness making Nan Zhou wonder if this guy was really that busy. When the call connected, Nan Zhou noticed Huixingye seemed to be on a film set. Outdoor shooting, the lighting wasn't very bright, snowflakes were falling onto his head. How's your new place? Huixingye asked. When he spoke, Nan Zhou could see his white breath being exhaled, the screen feeling cold, but Huixingye was dressed in thin acting clothes. Raising the phone slowly while spinning around a circle, Nan Zhou's face reappeared on the screen. It's just twice as big as our previous apartment. Huixingye smiled. With your ability, soon you'll be able to upgrade to better accommodations. Of course. Now I'm pure gold. Nan Zhou finished by asking, what time do you finish work? What's up? Just asking. There are 2 major scenes. If everything goes well, 4 o'clock. What time is it there? A little after midnight. That was tough. He, Nan Zhou, certainly couldn't endure this hardship. He clicked his tongue, too bad I'm not a billionaire. And if you were? I'd keep you. Nan Zhou lazily switched channels on the TV while talking nonsense, buy an island down south, build a huge villa, and pamper you like a goldfinch. Before Huixingye could respond, he sighed deeply, unfortunately, I don't own an island now. Only impoverished despair. Huixingye laughed. He looked really handsome when he laughed. Especially under the snowy night, his deep eyes and sensuous thin lips were extremely charming, stirring in Nan Zhou an urge to kiss him. What are you laughing at? My life experiences tell me, any game related to men has only one guide, money. As they say, we'd never meet if I didn't spend money. On me, you don't need to spend money, Huixingye said smilingly. His gaze, tender yet intense, carried meanings worth pondering. Chapter 54, This Way We Can't Kiss. The cheapest things cost the most. Nan Zhou, with an alertness like a small cat sensing a trap, nimbly jumped away. Huixingye smiled faintly, his smile carrying unclear meanings. I'm very petty. If you take care of me, you can't take care of others. A good man doesn't have mistresses. Besides, you alone could exhaust me. With those words from Nan Zhou, there was a moment of silence between both ends of the screen. As if they silently thought of something. Nan Zhou suddenly felt thirsty and instinctively swallowed. Huixingye. He had barely opened his mouth when the screen suddenly dimmed. No matter how he pressed the switch button, it wouldn't light up again. Damn, the phone was out of power because I forgot to charge it. When Nan Zhou hurriedly found the power cord, charged his phone, and logged back into WeChat, he saw Huixingye had also left him a message. Think carefully before you say certain things. I'm serious. Even through text, he could read the expression and tone in which Huixingye spoke. Commanding and calm, composed and unruffled. In every confrontation with Huixingye, it seemed as though he held the upper hand, but in reality, he was controlled from start to finish. Huixingye remained consistently calm. Nan Zhou lay sprawled on the sofa, muttering, what exactly does he want to gain from me? After the call was abruptly disconnected, Huixingye first froze momentarily, then his fingers moved to make the call. Just as his finger touched the dial button, he paused, switching to the messaging window to type some text. On the table before him, a magazine lay open. The new magazine, which sold out immediately upon release today, was an unknown publication. On the cover, Nan Zhou was dressed in a tight-fitting black turtleneck sweater tucked into a wide-legged denim trouser with a pair of black boots on his feet, holding a windbreaker behind him, his head slightly tilted upward, his arrogant gaze looking directly at the camera. A breeze blew by, flipping the page over. Inside, it was still Nan Zhou, but this time he was in athletic wear. The black and white sportswear sleeves were rolled up to his elbow, revealing his healthy, white arms. Squatting halfway up a long staircase, a lollipop dangling from his mouth, his gaze wandered far off, seemingly lost in thought. Whether in any photograph, that overwhelming sense of youth and charm made people involuntarily exclaim at how beautiful it was. Not the kind of beauty associated with femininity, but rather the pure vitality that existed between a young adult and adulthood. The assistant noticed Huixingye once again picking up the magazine, quickly moving the umbrella from the desk above his head. His slender fingers brushed over the pristine cover, untouched by snow or water, as his deep eyes overflowed with undisguised affection and a strong possessive desire. Like keeping a goldfinch caged. And didn't he have similar thoughts? But his desires were even dirtier, more disgusting. He wanted to monopolize that sun, lock it away, allowing no one else to peek, so its warmth only fell on him, burning exclusively for him. But, the sun was born to hang in the sky, illuminating all, looked up to by all. He had no reason nor desire to extinguish its glow. For several days after returning from the company, Nan Zhou stayed at home until New Year's Eve. Hao Jia drove and picked Nan Zhou up from his house to M Group for the shooting of anti-biting ring advertisements. M Group was located in a bustling area of the city where every inch of land was valuable, possessing an independent skyscraper. Inside and outside the building, everything shone brilliantly, even the floor was polished to a shine. PR representatives of the group waiting by the door immediately took Nan Zhou into a private elevator and brought him directly to the exclusive photo studio within the company used for shooting products and advertisements. When Nanjo stepped out of the elevator, his eyes met with a variety of sex toys he had either seen or never seen before, as well as some young colleagues who had specially come to watch him. Among them were not a few handsome alpha males and omegas. Hao Jia, acting as a beta representing an alpha, blushed red under such scrutiny in such an environment. Conversely, Nanjo did not feel even a bit uneasy, curiously examining each item with his inquisitive gaze. Pausing beside a stop-biting device, he examined it carefully. The PR girl couldn't hold back anymore and quickly introduced, "This product is specially designed for alphas by our company. After wearing it, a password is needed to unlock. Moreover, this hood-type stop-biting device has optional accessories. For example, these furry ears next to it, and that tail over there." Nanjo reached out and touched those furry ears, enjoying the soft texture. If Hua Xingye were to wear it. In fact, the moment he saw the stop-biting device, an image of Hua Xingye wearing it instantly formed in his mind. His Adam's apple involuntarily slid down. It looked so fierce, as if in the next second he could be pinned and killed by him. The higher the alpha's good looks, the better they look when wearing it, the PR girl added. She actually meant Emperor Hua. Nanjo nodded, "Just thinking about it makes my legs weak." Hao Jia. He wildly signaled Nanjo, "Are you even aware of what you're saying? Teacher Nanjo, would you like to take it home and try it with your alpha? As our endorser, we can give it to you for free." The PR aggressively pushed her suggestion. Although it might be unlikely to see it in a live broadcast, dreams are always worth having. If not possible, imagining it is still great. "Wearing it does look good, but then you can't kiss," Nanjo thoughtfully commented after a moment. He said, "Kissing. So they're definitely kissing behind closed doors." The PR girl almost couldn't hide her anti-smile. "You can undo it when needed." Do you really enjoy kissing your alpha that much?" Nanjo suddenly turned around and smiled at her. Before the PR realized it, she heard him say, "Are you trying to get information out of me?" PR. Alright, hurry up and do your makeup and styling. We have plans tonight." Hao Jia feared that if they stayed any longer, Nanjo might say something earth-shattering again. "What plans do we have tonight?" Nanjo was confused. Hao Jia completely ignored his lie being exposed on the spot and quickly pushed Nanjo into the nearby dressing room. The PR immediately pulled out her phone and sent messages in the group chat. Girls, Joru's real-life appearance is even more handsome than on screen. His skin is flawless. And he looked at our stop biting device." The group chat exploded. Hua Xingye and the stop-biting device. "Oh my gosh, I'm going to start nosebleeding. They obviously play big games behind closed doors. Send it, quick send it." The PR continued sending. He also said, "If you wear it, you can't kiss. Taste this, think deeply about it. I'm so happy I almost faint. Nosebleed unstoppable. Play a song, see, pull a day E for Starjo celebration. Shipping Starjo is just so easy." Chapter 55, Pheromone Chaos. This endorsement deal for the bite-proof collar between M Group and Nanjo is for their latest model of the year, which also appeared frequently in the show, Heart Skipped a Beat. M Group's products are bestsellers worldwide, with top-tier female idol Shang LJV as the global spokesperson. Shang LJV, an omega, emits a sweet white peach scent. Her pure yet sultry style aligns perfectly with M Group's brand image, allowing her to secure 2 years of endorsement deals with them. She has also become the only full-line endorser in M Group's history. Although Nanjo only signed for a single product endorsement, the PR representative believed he might have the potential to become the company's male omega global endorser in the future. After all, our Zhou treasure is not only good-looking but also talented. And he's super compatible with Wild Brother. When Nanjo came out after makeup and styling, the PR representative's eyes lit up. A simple white shirt and jeans highlighted his youthful charm. His sharp, narrow fox-like eyes give him a sly look that most omegas don't possess. The black metallic bite-proof collar on his pale neck, against his clean and fresh aura, made it even more ambiguous and sensual. Onlookers, whether they were alpha, omega, or B/the representatives, couldn't help but gossip about it. Even George Wan, the director of this ad, didn't hesitate to compliment Nanjo as looking very handsome. Under the guidance of the staff and George Wan, Nanjo first took some still photos before beginning the filming of the commercial content. Although he lacked acting experience, the script of this little ad was well suited to his natural personality, somewhat extravagant while quietly exuding a lazy mischief. The shooting went smoothly, wrapping up by just past 4 in the afternoon. As Nanjo was about to change clothes, the PR person approached with a gift bag. "These are some small gifts from our company for teacher Nanjo." Hao Jia took it, glancing at the contents and widened her eyes. "No way, absolutely can't give these things to Nanjo. There will be trouble." Before she could decline, an acute alarm sounded throughout the office building. Then, someone rushed in and collapsed on the floor, shouting, "An omega in this floor is entering heat. The alphas around him are all stimulated into high sensitivity. Everyone, evacuate quickly." The moment those words left his mouth, chaos erupted among people inside the studio, like birds scattering in a frightened forest. The PR representative, being an Omega herself, was terrified and her face turned pale, yet she still managed to remind Nan Zhou. Our company, once such incidents happen, immediately seals off the elevators and floors. When you leave, under no circumstances take the elevator, take the stairs. And if you can't escape, find a room, lock yourself in, and under no condition open the door. Just as she finished speaking, a strong alpha pheromone wafted towards her nose. It was from an alpha in the studio, who had been stimulated by the pheromones released by the Omega colleague lying down earlier, quickly entering a heightened state of sensitivity. Who's eating stinky tofu? Nan Zhou looked back while following the smell. What's stinky tofu? That's the smell of alpha pheromones. Even at such a tense moment, he still found the energy to joke around. Hao Jia was on the verge of a breakdown from nervousness, grabbing Nan Zhou's hand and running out. Let's go. When alpha's biological pheromones affect their brains, they lose all sense of rationality. The power of stinky tofu was immense. Initially, there were still some unaffected B/D members in the studio. Once they smelled it, they wrinkled their brows and fled immediately. Two individuals picked up the Omega colleague lying on the ground and moved awkwardly yet eerily. Behind Nan Zhou and Hao Jia, the PR representative's face was gradually turning red. While running, Hao Jia noticed Nan Zhou casually pulling out an N95 mask from his pocket and putting it on. You finally, realize your responsibility as an artist. Although Hao Jia was a little out of shape and already panting, she still felt relieved to see his awareness. However, that feeling didn't last long as it was shattered by Nan Zhou's next move. Seeing him pull out another mask and offer it to her, Hao Jia asked, what does this mean? To prevent viruses. Prevent what virus? Where is any virus? Hao Jia almost spat out blood, but Nan Zhou continued to speak with a straight face, this thing spreads fast, 1 infects 10, high virulence. Viruses from our place are nowhere near as potent as your pheromones, this is top tier. If they weren't literally running for their lives right now, Hao Jia would have stopped to give her client and friend an on-the-spot biology lesson. But he was already nearly breathless from the run, so she had no choice but to let it slide. His ability to still put one foot in front of the other proved his dedication to their friendship. Nan Zhou looked back for a moment and said, I wonder where that girl who smelled like milk tea went. The PR representative's pheromone smell resembled sweet burnt sugar bubble tea, which Nan Zhou happened to like. Take care of yourself. Finally too exhausted to continue, Hao Jia leaned heavily against the glass door of a small meeting room and shouted, turn left ahead, there's a fire exit. Go. I'll catch up later. Unexpectedly, without hesitation, Nan Zhou stepped into the small meeting room. Hao Jia thought he had also run out of steam and was trying to hide, so she dragged herself inside with the last ounce of strength. But the sight that greeted them when they entered made Hao Jia's pupils dilate with shock. Because of the spread of various pheromones, the entire M Group office area was filled with different types of pheromone scents. Among them were unpleasant smells akin to stinky tofu. As a B/D male, Hao Jia hadn't noticed that there were actually two people in this little meeting room. A young Omega woman curled in the corner, showing symptoms brought on by pheromone exposure. Her uncontrollable scent of sweet gardenia filled the meeting room and mixed with the pungent kimchi odor emanating from a towering man, who stood at close to 6'5". This created an eerie aroma in the air. The man's eyes reddened as he squatted before the woman and reached toward the anti-bite collar around her neck, his veins protruding from his strained arm. There was a sharp crack, as the collar broke under everyone's shocked gaze. No. No. The woman's face contorted in despair. Behind her, someone suddenly swung a spiked bat and delivered a heavy blow to the kimchi-smelling alpha. With a dull thud, the alpha collapsed directly onto the woman, eliciting a terrified scream from her. Hao Jia froze in shock, but almost instinctively turned and closed the meeting room door behind them, preparing to lock it. However, even more terrifying was the realization that the door lock was completely broken. Chapter 56, My Glands Are Broken. In his line of sight, Nan Zhou calmly grabbed the power strip wire from the meeting room and directly used it to tie up the alpha. His movements were swift, and the knots he tied were tight and beautiful. A terrified Hao Jia couldn't help but ask, when did you learn that? Basic operation for fishing enthusiasts. What? Nan Zhou looked around on the ground for a moment, suddenly stood up and quickly walked toward Hao Jia. He snatched the bag from his hands, took out a bite inhibitor, and forcefully put it on the kimchi-smelling alpha. While doing so, he said with great confidence, kimchi really does have the skill to transfer objects from A to B. After finishing all this, he grabbed the front of the bite inhibitor like a dog's mouth, shook it slightly, and instructed the young lady who had just slightly recovered from extreme fright. I'm borrowing this from you, remember to return it, and make sure it's new. Hao Jia. At a time like this, you still have the heart to fool around. Do you even know the current situation? If you also get affected and enter a heat phase, you will be marked on the spot. They are not like. Before finishing, Hao Jia suddenly realized there was a third person present. He almost let someone know that Nan Zhou had been marked by Huaxinya. Other than feeling like I'm in an exploding biotech lab, I feel fine right now. Nan Zhou walked over with the bag. Realizing the abnormality later than usual, Haojia noticed it too. Nanzhou is an omega, this floor has already been heavily scented with various pheromones. Even him, a beta-acting alpha, beta, feels overwhelmed, yet Nanzhou shows no sign of weakness in his legs. He even knocked out a brute alpha with a wolf tooth club. Is it your gland problem, or? Haojia shook his head. Huixinya's mark was long gone, it shouldn't be the suppression of alpha pheromones. More likely, it's Nanzhou's gland problem. Even at such a critical moment, he didn't detect any scent of Nanzhou's pheromones. To say he is stable, it is truly unnaturally stable. But caution must not be relaxed. In any case, you should leave through the safety channel. When this incident gets reported, it won't look good for you. Haojia said. Nanzhou nodded, I see you can't run far either. You might as well use your remaining energy here and protect them a bit. After the plane landed in the city in the afternoon, Huixinya took a nanny car to a pastry shop in the city center. Half a month ago, he had reserved a birthday cake in the store, planning to deliver it to his grandfather at today's birthday banquet. Grandpa loved this, but since blood sugar and lipid problems were found in recent years, the family rarely lets him eat these things. However, since it is a birthday, having 1 or 2 bites as an exception shouldn't cause much harm. From time to time, Xia Yan would send him messages asking where he was on his phone. Look at this, M Group stock prices are about to drop. At this moment, Xia Yan sent Huixinya a short video, shot by an employee during the chaos. In the video, some people were running, others were crying and shouting, interspersed occasionally with beta conversations saying there were omegas entering heat, forcing all the alphas on the entire floor into a susceptible phase. M Group. Huixinya abruptly opened his friend circle. A few hours ago, Nanzhou had just updated a post. Lying flat is fine, but meals still need to be eaten at mealtime. Accompanying picture was the building of M Group. His eyes narrowed, Huixinya swiftly initiated a voice call to Nanzhou. However, after a long while of the ringtone sounding, it remained unanswered. The assistant who had picked up the cake got in the car, just ready to praise how nice the cake looked when they heard their star give the command, go to M Group. The assistant hesitated, wasn't it said we're going? Just go faster, no delay. Okay. After all, M Group was only less than 10 minutes away by road. The car raced on the road, and Huixinya's expression was very solemn. After failing twice to reach Nanzhou by phone, he called the private detective. Nanzhou. He's inside M Group now. He hasn't come out yet. It's been sealed off, apparently because of pheromone-triggered chaos. Huixinya immediately instructed the other party to arrange access for him. He took out 2 vials of suppressants from the storage compartment, injected himself with one under the astonished gaze of the assistant, and then slipped the other one into his clothing. Wearing a mask, pulling the hood of his sweater over his head, just as the driver parked the car, Huixinya threw open the door and jumped out, ignoring the assistant's shouts, rushing into the building. The private detective was waiting beside the fire exit door in the underground parking lot. As soon as he saw Huixinya leap out of the car like the wind, he immediately opened the door. A tall figure darted inside and disappeared in the corridor within moments. Nanzhou carried a gift bag in one hand and a wolf tooth club in the other, hurrying downstairs. Although he felt nothing was wrong with him, the memory of being bitten by Huixinya still instilled an instinct to escape his current situation. That bite had been excruciating. He didn't even want to imagine if getting bitten again would send him to see his great-grandmother. Besides, being bitten by Huixinya was tolerable, but being bitten by some riffraff would be no different from being gnawed on by stray dogs. Moreover, Haojia was right about one thing, being an artist, if photographed under such circumstances here, no matter how much they defended themselves, it would leave a very bad impression. Inside the fire escape, it was extremely quiet, only his footsteps echoing. When he descended from the 10th floor to the 9th, sounds of other footsteps echoed from below. Those footsteps were hurried yet steady, and incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, they reached the turning point on the 9th floor. Nanzhou almost unconsciously swung the wolf tooth club toward the approaching figure. However, he was startled when the person easily used just one hand to firmly grip the club. His heart leapt, and Nanzhou instinctively lifted his leg. South Zhou. In the dim hallway, accompanied by a familiar low voice, the yellow sensor light lit up. Under the light, Huixinya, wearing a cap and mask that revealed only his eyebrows and eyes, appeared before Nanzhou's eyes. Huixinya. There was a brief silence in the hallway. The emergency lights that had turned on flickered off again. In the darkness, Nanzhou felt the force gripping the club loosen, and he quickly retracted his half-lifted leg. How did you come here? And through the emergency passage. Huixinya didn't answer, instead asking, how do you feel? I don't feel anything special. Having descended from the 20th floor, he could go down another 10 levels, feeling completely fine. Huixinya slightly leaned closer, his breath brushing against Nanzhou's neck, causing a warm tingle. Stop sniffing, I'm practically marinated in a mixed scent of kimchi, durians, stinky tofu, and floral fruity aroma, it's super foul. Nanzhou leaned back, uncomfortably moving away a little. He wouldn't admit it, but Huixinya's movement and the dry, warm fragrance from his body made his heart race for a second. It's fine then. Huixinya moved aside, allowing Nanzhou to descend next to him. Oh, so you're worried about this. Don't worry, my glands are damaged, so it doesn't affect me, Nanzhou said casually. But as soon as the words left his mouth, the expression of Huixinye beside him in the dark quickly turned serious. Your glands are damaged. That usually deep voice was now lower than ever, each word heavy, knocking hard like a hammer at their meanings. 3 years ago there was a car accident, it caused pretty severe damage. Chapter 57, Our Yega's Arm Strength. For dry omegas, the gland is more than just a gender organ. The quality of the gland not only affects fertility, scent, and attraction to the opposite sex, but can also influence an omega's overall physical condition. An omega's constitution is generally weaker than the other two genders, and for those with damaged glands, their health can be even worse. That day, when it rained, Nanzhou caught a fever almost immediately. Huixinye had originally thought it was due to the omega's natural weaker constitution. Reflecting on it now, it was likely closely related to Nanzhou's damaged gland. Huixinye wanted to say something, but faint footsteps could once again be heard from upstairs. Someone was coming down via the emergency stairway, and it wasn't just one person. Let's go. He gripped Nanzhou's hand and pulled him downstairs. In the quiet hallway, only footsteps and breathing could be heard. Nanzhou looked at the towering figure ahead of him, his heartbeat quickening, as though something was transmitted through their connected, warm, dry palms into his body and blood. Was this a delayed reaction to pheromones? The two made their way down to the underground parking lot. In front of his assistant's surprised gaze, they got onto Huixinye's nanny car. After seating themselves in the back seat, Nanzhou put down the gift bag and wolfsbane stick in his hand and asked Huixinye, "Why are you here?" "Just passing by." "Really passing by?" Huixinye chuckled softly, looking straight into his eyes and answering with composure, "I was handling some matters nearby, heard that group's omega pheromones were causing chaos, and noticed you were there, so I thought I'd check things out while I was at it." Nanzhou laughed. He gently shook their still joined hands, saying, "Then I thank you for risking your life to save me from the biochemical lab." In the narrow space of the car, after the events that just happened, Nanzhou's carefully maintained hairstyle and clothes were slightly disheveled, but right at this moment, in Huixinye's eyes, he was absolutely beautiful. A simple white shirt and jeans suited the youthfulness of Nanzhou well, paired with the shiny metallic collar around his pale neck, which gave off a pure yet seductive charm. Huixinye's throat bobbed as he reluctantly yet seemingly naturally released their intertwined hands. Nanzhou retracted his hand and instinctively reached for his phone, but midway through the motion, he remembered that his phone, along with his uniform, was left in the makeup room of Group's photography studio. He couldn't remember how Jia's phone number, so contacting her was out of the question. Do you have any plans tonight?" Nanzhou asked Huixinye. "What?" "You helped me, so I'd like to invite you to dinner." This unexpected invitation caused a slight tremor deep within Huixinye's dark pupils, making his chest unconsciously warm. "However. Sorry." After a pause, he finally spoke, his low voice tinged with regret and a sigh. "No problem," Nanzhou waved his hand casually, "since I didn't make arrangements with you in advance, it's normal for you to have other plans. Besides, I've heard you're very busy. So busy that even time for sleeping is scarce." Though outwardly nonchalant, Nanzhou inwardly felt a little disheartened. According to what he had planned initially, if Huixinye had no other plans tonight, then he would hint to Hu about that matter. How Jia said his feelings for Huixinye were influenced by the pheromones. Before, he also thought there might be such a possibility. But a week after the shooting ended, during the time Huixinye held his hand and led him downstairs earlier, the itching sensation returned in Nanzhou's heart. This time, he couldn't tell whether it was psychological influence or the effect of the AO pheromones. Regardless, with Huixinye's good looks, charm, and tall physique, coupled with their perfect compatibility last time, it seemed entirely reasonable. The two remained silent for a moment. Finally, the assistant in the front seat could hold back no longer. "Yega, big brother Yi, we'll miss it if we don't hurry." Huixinye nodded. Nanzhou also said at the right time, "Go ahead and take care of your business. I'll take a taxi home later." Saying he would go home, he didn't even have his phone, nor any money. It was most likely he would wait beside Hao Jia's car in the underground parking lot. Huixinye took a look at him briefly and turned to instruct the assistant, have Luo Nan contact his agent. Afterwards, he shifted his gaze back to Nanzhou's face, "I'll leave after your assistant comes to pick you up." "Alright," Nanzhou nodded. After the brief silence that followed, Nanzhou suddenly remembered something and said to Huixinye in a tone of discussion, Group's bite-proof ring involves false advertising. If I get into trouble after endorsing it and suffer reputational damage, can I claim compensation from Group?" Huixinye asked, "False advertising?" Nanzhou immediately recounted in vivid detail everything that had happened in the small conference room. It snapped with a crack, this thing broke apart right away, it simply didn't work. Huixinye's assistant. It should be just an extremely rare case. He couldn't help but join the conversation after calling Luo Nan, not all alphas can dismantle a bite-proof ring by hand. Moreover, during their susceptible period, alphas might exert more strength than usual when losing control. Teacher Nanzhou yourself admitted that the alpha was extraordinarily built and bulged his veins to break it apart. Nanzhou thought about it and found it quite reasonable, but still. The fact remains that the bite-proof ring broke. The industry standard allows for 1% margin of error. This is actually higher than the failure rate for condoms, explained Huixinya's assistant. This fell within Nan Zhou's comprehension. Upon being clarified, he felt relieved. Just as he was about to say something, Huixinya, who had remained silent for quite some time, suddenly reached out and gripped both ends of the bite-proof ring. Don't move. The next second, before Nan Zhou could react, there came a familiar crack sound, and the sensation of restraint around his neck vanished without a trace. Staring at the broken bite-proof ring in half, now held in the hands of the alpha, Nan Zhou was speechless. Huixinya's assistant also fell silent. So even wearing it, you shouldn't let your guard down since it's not absolutely safe. Amidst the silence of the two, Huixinya calmly instructed Nan Zhou, the best way is to avoid getting close to alphas during their susceptible period. But big brother, you're not in your susceptible period either. And yet, you made it look so easy to snap it apart. Huixinya's assistant finally regained his senses and quickly added, rest assured, only a very small number of alphas can build up arm strength like Brother Yi. Nan Zhou tugged at the corner of his mouth and sighed, I've just realized a truth. Some truths are meant never to be comprehended. Like, isn't Huixinya's arm strength a bit too exaggerated? If he used his full strength on me that day, would I have been split in half? Huixinya's assistant. Chapter 58, Would you like to spend the night at my place? A few minutes later, Hao Jia arrived in a hurry with a bag of stuff. From afar, Huixinya's assistant pressed down the front window of the car and waved as a signal. Hao Jia ran over, glanced into the back seat briefly, and saw Nan Zhou and Huixinya sitting on either side, keeping a safe social distance. I'll go and fetch the car over. You just get in when it arrives. After speaking to Nan Zhou, Hao Jia quickly left. Nan Zhou picked up the gift bag from group and the bat, said goodbye to Huixinya, and prepared to get out of the car. Just before opening the door, he suddenly turned around, are you free tonight? Huixinya furrowed his eyebrows slightly. My meaning is, if you're done working and have nothing much to do, would you like to come over to my place for the night? Almost immediately after these words were spoken, Huixinya's assistant widened her eyes as if her jaw might drop. The deep pupils constricted momentarily, revealing a dark enigmatic hue. After waiting for a while, Nan Zhou didn't get a response, but just then Hao Jia parked the car right in front of Huixinya's chauffeured vehicle. He opened the door. An alpha's low voice rang out behind him, do you mean it? Life's too short. Keeping everything bottled up can be problematic. If it bothers you, forget about it. Having said that, Nan Zhou got out of the car, and the door slammed shut, leaving Huixinya's assistant whose jaw nearly dropped and the driver who had silently witnessed several dramatic moments, along with Huixinya whose expression was grave, lost in thought. As soon as Nan Zhou got into the car, Hao Jia immediately asked in an unfriendly tone, why is he here? I heard something happened at group. He stopped by to check things out. He's just looking for another opportunity to take advantage. That's not right. I need to talk to him properly. What sort of skill does it show for someone claiming the title of best actor always taking advantage of Omega celebrities? Saying this, Hao Jia started to undo his seatbelt and prepare to leave the car. Nan Zhou tossed something to the front seat, take a look. Hao Jia took a glance and froze, how did the bite guard break? If you've made up your mind, just go for it boldly. Leave the consequences to karma. Nan Zhou patted his shoulder and leaned against the backrest. Hao Jia opened his mouth, his tone dry, this bite guard, was it torn apart by Ho best actor? Nan Zhou pulled out his phone from the bag Hao Jia brought, I wish I had such skills. His eyes swept across the unopened bite prevention hood inside the bag and added, effortlessly, it snapped with a crisp sound. Hao Jia. When the car entered the booth and drove onto the Forest Lake Road, Huixinya received a call from Xia Yan. Where are you anyway? I've been through 3 rounds of drinking already, and there's still no sign of you. Almost there. Don't give me that, I won't believe you anymore. Your so-called stepbrother's smirk reached his ears, I even heard him talking about you disrespectfully in front of your grandfather and uncles earlier. Huixinya looked at the vague outline of the Chinese-style mansion behind the woods, 5 minutes. Listen, your plane landed ages ago. What on earth were you doing, making us wait so long? I'll tell you later. Huixinya ended the call. At the edge of the forest reflecting the sunset glow in golden ripples across the lake, the words spoken by Nan Zhou an hour ago continued to linger in his mind, refusing to fade away. In his mind, 2 voices were tugging incessantly, one eager for him to agree, the other harshly warning him not to court disaster. Even though rationally he knew that Nan Zhou's invitation carried no sentiment, it was a gesture where if he accepted, the two of them would only drift further apart. Huixinya understood clearly that Nan Zhou found interest in his physical form, which, while pleasing, was all there was to it. Once he agreed, given Nan Zhou's nature, it would be unlikely for him to consider pursuing any emotional development. He'd become merely a release object sought out during times of unbearable loneliness. However, what Huixinya craved wasn't just a fleeting joy. He wanted to hold on to that sun completely, without reserve. When Huixinya stepped into the old house, Xia Yan, who had waited long outside, quickly came forward and followed the housemaids to lead him inside. Today was the birthday of the Hua family patriarch, and numerous commercial magnates and industry elites had gathered at the estate to celebrate. These upper-class individuals usually unreachable to common folk, seeing Huixingye arrive under Xia Yan's company, couldn't help but instinctively approach to strike up conversations, their tones dripping with flattery. After brief greetings with everyone present, Huixingye approached the main table in the banquet hall. At the head of the table, Patriarch Hua, who had ruled the business world for many years and created various commercial legends before retiring to enjoy his twilight years, sat smiling at him. "You made it. I thought you weren't coming today. Grandpa is teasing me." Under the gaze of Patriarch Hua, Huixingye handed the cake over to the female housekeeper standing beside. Patriarch Hua's gaze softened considerably as it swept across the cake. He pointed to the empty seat beside him. "You know me best. Sit down and chat with me for a while." Huixingye nodded and took his seat. Beside him was his father, and next to his father was his older brother Hua Jiqing. Seeing their grandfather invite Huixingye to sit by his side, Hua Jiqing's face turned rather unpleasant. When he caught sight of Xia Yan smirking at him challengingly on purpose, the anger in his heart flared even more. Why, despite all his efforts, did Grandpa still treat him worse than Huixingye? Neglecting family matters and focusing solely on being an actor, yet today, such an important day, Huixingye was still late, and yet, Grandpa didn't give him so much as a reprimand. Could it be just because Huixingye was born from the properly wedded wife of the family, whereas he wasn't? But come to think of it, he was the eldest son. He was the one striving hard for the family within the group company. As night deepened, the guests gradually dispersed. Huixingye and Xia Yan stood in front of one of the courtyards in the old house, idly chatting amidst the sound of artificial mountain streams. After listening to Huixingye roughly recount what had happened that afternoon, Xia Yan felt quite unsettled. So it's because of him again. Last time, it was about not attending, this time, it's about being late. I think he must have been sent by heaven to counter you specifically. I volunteered to do it, it has nothing to do with him. On the other side of the courtyard wall, Hua Jiqing stood with a wine glass, letting out a derisive laugh. In front of him, someone approached carrying a gift. His eyes lit up as he stepped forward. "Mr. Gu personally came to deliver the present to our grandpa?" Gu Jing nodded. "Father and mother are still in Antarctica and couldn't make it back, so they asked me to come in their place to wish grandfather Hua a happy birthday. Come, let me guide you there." Hua Jiqing gestured with an inviting hand. "By the way, my younger brother is also here, would you like to meet him?" Gu Zheng's eyes darkened slightly. "There's no need for that." Hua Jiqing chuckled. 3 years ago, the Gu family had proactively contacted their grandfather, who was still in power at the time, suggesting that the two families unite through marriage. Their chosen partner was Huixingye. However, Huixingye had rejected them without hesitation. Because of this, the Gu family still harbored some resentment towards Huixingye. For Hua Jiqing, this was extremely gratifying. After all, if Huixingye were to marry the Omega from the Gu family, it would be very detrimental to him. Chapter 59, I've let go. What? His gland was damaged? How serious? Xia Yan was very shocked when he heard Huixingye mention Nan Zhou's gland issue. The importance of an Omega's gland goes without saying, and Nan Zhou seemed perfectly normal, not at all like someone whose gland had been damaged. Suddenly, he remembered an interview with Lu Zhou he had seen before and immediately asked, "It's not severe enough that he has no pheromones, is it?" Huixingye didn't respond. He wasn't sure how serious Nan Zhou's gland problem was. But the fact that today's pheromone chaos incident at the M Corporation had almost no effect on him was enough to indicate there was a significant issue. Then does he have heat cycles? Can he be marked? An Omega who can't be marked is unable to soothe an alpha during their susceptible period, cannot bear children, and appears no different from a beta, but in all aspects is unlike one and far inferior to one. Thinking about how deeply his friend was trapped, Xia Yan swallowed. Damn, wasn't his friend's emotional life in jeopardy for the rest of his life? Brother, otherwise you should. I like him. It has nothing to do with his gender. Whether he's an alpha or a beta, or even an Omega who lost his gland, it doesn't matter to me. After Huixingye finished speaking, he smiled at Xia Yan. Besides, it's not as serious as you think. How do you know? Xia Yan instinctively asked. Then, he read something in his friend's meaningful expression. Shit! Xia Yan exclaimed loudly. They were supposed to be friends, yet Huixingye had secretly marked the young Omega without telling him. When did this happen? After a while, he couldn't help but gossip. On his birthday. Honestly, I'm a little jealous. He hadn't even experienced marking an Omega yet. Damn! Huixingye didn't take Xia Yan's so-called jealousy seriously, pulling out his phone from his pocket and opening WeChat. Nan Zhou posted a short video clip. In the video, Tang Yang and the SXGO band were recording a performance lasting less than a minute in the basement. Passionate music, straightforward and bold lyrics, interpreted the burning love of an alpha. Huixingye replied, "Isn't it supposed to be written for his Omega?" He didn't know what Nan Zhou was up to, but received an instant reply. The song can be written for anyone, but its existence ultimately matters only if more people hear it. Then why, among all the songs he'd composed before, except for Summer Flame, had none been released? Huixingye originally thought that Nan Zhou wrote songs but didn't release them because they held special significance, such as being sung only to specific people. Although this explanation sounded absurd, it could reasonably explain why he only wrote but never released. But now that Nan Zhou said this, Huixingye couldn't figure it out, but Xia Yan, who had sneaked over at some point to look, said, "Didn't he write a song with you two working together?" As the other half creator, why not ask? Huixingye hesitated for a moment. "Will the song sung to me that night be published afterward?" He sent the message to Nan Zhou. "No." Nan Zhou replied. Before Huixingye could ask further, a new message popped up, "The lyrics have no copyright." "Tell him you're the lyricist," Xia Yan said. Huixingye moved aside, cutting off his friend's chance to peek at the screen. Before he could reply, Nan Zhou sent the third message. Moreover, the piece itself was written for the lyricist. His heartbeat quickened sharply upon seeing this message. If there was anyone other than Nan Zhou who understood the piece best, it would be Huixingye. He knew the emotions conveyed by the piece, and based on the same emotions, he wrote the lyrics. The lyrics expressed all his feelings for the other person, hidden within the same emotional tune, as a secret yet grand confession gifted to the other person. Before this, he had never imagined that the other person's composition was also created for him. "Do you like him?" Huixingye slowly typed and then sent the message. After a while, in anticipation and excitement, he received Nan Zhou's reply, "Liked." Not liking, but having liked in the past. As the blood boiled and then gradually cooled, Huixingye asked, "Why don't you like him anymore? Is it because there is a new person you like? The former teammate? Could it be that he unintentionally made a mistake and thus lost this hard-earned, long-desired affection before even realizing it?" Nan Zhou didn't reply. "If he confessed to you, would you like him again?" Knowing full well it wasn't appropriate to ask, Huixingye still couldn't help but blurt out the question. This time, Nan Zhou replied with a voice message, his tone light yet laced with a touch of languor, "No, I've let go." Already let go. A mere 4 offhand words, but they delivered a resounding thud to Huixingye's heart. But he couldn't let go. Because he couldn't let go, that was why when he pressed the doorbell that day, he couldn't suppress himself for the first time, nor did he want to anymore. The tumultuous upsurge of dark negative emotions almost drowned Huixingye's reason. He nearly couldn't resist asking Nan Zhou whether it was because someone else more appealing had come along that he let go. Not knowing what Nan Zhou was thinking about, he added another sentence, "I'm all about money now." Likes nothing but money. Xia Yan, standing beside him, watched as his friend barely exchanged a few words before his face darkened, the low pressure surrounding him palpable even to him. "What's wrong?" he asked. Huixingye didn't answer. At that moment, a new message appeared on the screen. It was from the private detective he hired to keep an eye on Nan Zhou. The person sent a picture. In it, a man wearing a cap and sunglasses was seen walking into the apartment building where Nan Zhou lived. "You yawned." Huixingye clenched his fists. In the afternoon, Nan Zhou's invitation and words came unbidden to his mind. "Would you like to spend the night at my place tonight? Live in the moment. It's not good to always hold back." Combined with what he said earlier. "I'm all about money now." Intense jealousy, frustration, anger, and other negative emotions almost extinguished his rationality. Even though he repeatedly warned himself that Nan Zhou wasn't the type of person to be frivolous like that. By the time Huixingye realized it, he found himself already seated in his car. As he pressed the gas pedal, the luxurious sports car roared, speeding away along the road. If there must be one person, then it could only be him. After having New Year's Eve dinner with Hao Jia and being forced by his unofficial apprentice via video call to endure a music creation update, Nan Zhou finally had some leisure time. Hao Jia, slightly tipsy, recalled something before leaving and started nagging repeatedly, "Oh, don't forget, the team from Peng Ran will come to shoot behind-the-scenes footage tomorrow morning. Make sure to wake up early." Nan Zhou, who had been worn out all day, was already fed up. After giving a perfunctory nod, he went into the bathroom. On the sofa just beyond the closed door, his phone kept vibrating, stopping, vibrating again, over and over multiple times. Chapter 60, Is the afternoon invitation still on? After making nearly 6 or 7 voice calls without getting through, Huixingye could no longer sit still in his car. In the short span of time, he couldn't help but imagine Nan Zhou in another man's arms, giggling and flirting with the other person, tenderly calling their names. Jealousy washed away what little rationality remained. Huixingye turned off the engine, slammed the car door shut, and was about to head into the building. Just at that moment, his phone buzzed. It was Nan Zhou returning the call. In an instant, Huixingye's mind and body tensed up, and the next second, all the pent-up emotion solidified as he picked up the call. Before he could speak, Nan Zhou's voice came from the other end. "What do you need?" Huixingye narrowed his eyes and adjusted both his voice and state to sound natural. "I'm downstairs." "Ah. Is the afternoon invitation still on?" After his words landed, there was a brief silence on both ends of the call. A moment later, Nan Zhou's light laughter came through the receiver, effortlessly charming. 16th floor, code 5362, come up. The elevator ascended, and these mere few minutes felt like a century to Huixingye. Even though he wasn't an inexperienced kid anymore, the tension coursing through him made him feel as if he had been transported back to high school. It wasn't until he opened the door and saw Nan Zhou standing by the entrance in casual clothes that Huixingye felt his soul return. No one else, just him. You. Though the person before him still wore the same expression as usual, Nanzhou faintly sensed that the Huixingye in front of him seemed slightly different than usual. Before he could finish his thought, the other grabbed the back of his neck with one hand, forcefully closed the door with the other, and bent down to seal his lips in a kiss. Nanzhou had just drank peach-flavored soda, and the sweet white peach scent lingered on his lips. As the kiss deepened, the sweetness grew stronger, enticing the person in front of him to deepen the kiss further. After a long while, until Nanzhou's eyelashes trembled, did they slightly part. In the narrow vestibule, he leaned against the cabinet, looking at Huixingye before him as he caught his breath. So eager. Huixingye pressed against him, holding one hand tightly at the nape of his neck, while the other slowly caressed his waist. Silent and speechless, the alpha exuded an intense pressure, his profound eyes displaying the focus and fervor of a predator on the hunt. Do you have anything with you? Nanzhou gently asked, brushing her fingers over the sexy Adam's apple in front of her. Huixingye's eyes darkened deeply. You're not in heat right now. Not in heat. Even when they kissed earlier, Nanzhou's mind had already been a bit dizzy, unable to catch up now. The alpha seemed to understand his confusion. Simultaneously pressing kisses to his earlobe, the words spoken were tinged with terms that left his cheeks burning. Nanzhou rubbed Huixingye's nose with his own. Let's get this straight, don't bite me. As the alpha carried him towards the bedroom, their lips locked once more. Passing the sofa, Nanzhou's leg brushed against a bag on it, tipping its contents onto the carpet. But neither cared. The night stretched long, but for the two mutually attracted AO, it was too short. Snow began falling outside the window, forming frost on the glass, yet the temperature inside the room was as hot as summer. At around 8 in the morning, Huixingye's assistant stood outside, clutching some clean clothes nervously as he pressed the doorbell. Hardly had the bell rung when the door opened from the inside. Afraid to peek inside, the assistant quickly handed over the bag and reminded in a lowered voice, Brother Yi, your flight is at 10 o'clock. You can stay at most half an hour longer. Huixingye nodded, and just as he was about to close the door, he suddenly remembered something and gave instructions to the assistant. Go downstairs and bring up some food. Got it, the assistant replied. Once Huixingye closed the door, the assistant began walking toward the elevator and pressed the button while muttering under his breath, Man, Brother Yi is surely hooked, should I tell Brother Nan? After all, this was the first time, after following Brother Yi for so long, that he'd seen him spend the night at someone else's place. And the other person? The rumored object of affection due to their online dating show fame. Ding! The elevator bell sounded. Someone emerged from within, but the assistant didn't notice. Just as he entered, intending to close the door, that person suddenly dashed forward and squeezed in. Aren't you Huixingye's assistant? What are you doing here? Huixingye's assistant was greatly surprised. Thinking he had encountered a stalker, the assistant let out a sigh of relief upon seeing the other person's familiar features. You scared me there, broker Hao. Why are you dressed like that? Hao Jia. Wasn't it because there was a live broadcast today, so he had to dress up properly in case he ended up on camera? Moreover, to prevent Nanzhou from not waking up, he had specially arrived a bit earlier so that he could also tidy up the mess for the other party. But who would have thought that as soon as he came upstairs, he met a familiar person going out? Why was Huixingye's assistant here? With this thought, Hao Jia followed into the elevator. What are you doing here? Hao Jia pursued. I'm delivering something for Brother Yi, the assistant replied. What things? Hao Jia widened his eyes in disbelief and asked, Does Huixingye live here? That didn't make sense. On this floor, only Nanzhou lived here, and the remaining 2 rooms hadn't been assigned to any other artists by the company and were still vacant. The assistant touched his nose. Isn't teacher Nanzhou living here? At that moment it was as if something had descended from the rooftop, rushing down through the elevator shaft and striking the top of Hao Jia's head. You say, Huixingye is at Nanzhou's place right now? Damn Huixingye, the scoundrel who preys on innocent little OS, I'm going to report you to the police. As they went back and forth, neither noticed that the elevator had already descended to the ground floor. Ding! The door opened, revealing 2 or 3 people with work badges standing outside. Huixingye's assistant, running late, hurriedly stepped out, with Hao Jia following closely. If I can't beat up Huixingye, can't I at least curse out his accomplice? What's wrong with your movie star? Hao Jia's words were cut off as he suddenly saw, parked outside the hallway, a live broadcast van marked with, Heart Flutter for You. He turned around and saw the digital display on the adjacent elevator rising from the 15th floor and stopping at the 16th. Hao Jia. It's over. Outside the door, Tang Tang, the temporary host of Heart Flutter for You, knocked while smiling brightly at the camera. I wonder if teacher Nanzhou has woken up at this time. I bet a cucumber that Zuru Obayabai is still in bed. Sniff sniff, we're about to see freshly woken up Zuru Obayabai. Hey Feng, do you know how I've managed without the live broadcasts these days? Click, with the opening of the door, an unexpected face appeared before the camera. The next second, the entire livestream chat was flooded with a swarm of comments. Chapter 61, Tidying Up the Room for Your Wife Temporarily. Holy cow, is this real or am I hallucinating? This must be Nanzhou's house. Right now, I feel like an ant on a hot pan, burning and screaming madly, even wanting to run downstairs in circles. Ah, they are actually real. Cohabitation. The staff of The One Who Makes Your Heart Beat Faster, including Tang Tang, obviously did not expect such a bombshell of a surprise when they knocked on the door. But as highly professional corporate slaves, everyone quickly regained their composure after a brief moment of shock. Tang Tang, under the gaze of Hua Xingye, asked what was on everyone's mind. Teacher Hua, why are you here? She knew it but still asked. If he hadn't spent the night here, who would open the door so early in the morning? Besides, this was Hua Xingye, the overbooked emperor of film. In less than half a minute, Hua Xingye had already understood the situation before him. Before opening the door, he thought it might have been his assistant missing something, so he opened the door without checking the surveillance at the side. However, the sudden close-up of the camera made him immediately realize things were not as he'd assumed. So early? With just a flicker of his eyelids, Hua Xingye greeted Tang Tang and the audience in the lens with his eyes. His composed demeanor left Tang Tang and the program staff thinking, Is this something prepared ahead of time? Impossible, they had come earlier by half an hour to catch him unprepared. Not early at all. Everyone in the live stream has waited quite some time just to see Teacher Nanzhou. Tang Tang said. Hua Xingye slightly frowned. Before he could say anything, the cameraman responsible for filming Nanzhou in the program thrust his camera through the door. Nanzhou's house wasn't large, the living room was right behind the entrance. Yet, there seemed to be no sign of Nanzhou in the living room. This action alerted Hua Xingye. I'll call him. As he spoke, he casually glanced into the living room behind the entrance. He hadn't looked closely at Nanzhou's house yesterday when he first came, especially not the living room. Still, there shouldn't be anything private there. But his eyes landed on a familiar paper bag on the carpet. Quickly pressing his hand down to prevent the trailing cameraman from entering further. Wait. He strode toward the living room, using the blind spot between the camera lens and his body to swiftly pick up the bag. Tang Tang was puzzled, as was the trailing cameraman. But upon seeing Hua Xingye apparently picking something up off the ground, the two exchanged a knowing look and rushed into the living room. Hua Xingye moved quickly, with one swift motion, the drawer opened and closed again, and the bag disappeared into the coffee table cabinet. What's our brother Yi doing? Tidying up the room for his wife temporarily. Ah. Where's Nanzhou? Not that way, you're calling out for brother Nan on the ground? First visit to our treasure Zhou's house, hahaha, what's inside Zhou's home? Are you hiding something scandalous? Hiss, without a doubt, our brother Yi shines brightly even in the early morning. Everything he does looks handsome. Tang Tang and the cameraman reached the living room. The camera panned around the house, almost finishing its capture except for the bedroom and bathroom. Looking at the closed bedroom door, Tang Tang smiled mischievously, our teacher Nanzhou is reluctant to get up, huh? What time did he sleep last night? Hua Xingye walked to the door and glanced back at the cameraman. The cameraman immediately and very appropriately lowered the lens. When aiming at the bedroom door was fine, but once it dipped down, an overlooked item from the corner of the sofa on the carpet appeared in the frame. Let us take a peek, just a glance. Hua Xingye, you're too stingy. Our wife's bedroom is something we're unworthy to even see, is that right brother Yi? Hey, check out the lower right corner. What is that? OMG. Hiss, if I'm not mistaken, this is the latest model of M-brand biting deterrent, right? So what brother Yi collected earlier was. I knew it. They're like this on the live broadcasts already, and clearly they go all out in private. Our brother Nan never lies. Others may only talk about it, but he truly lives it. Just imagining it is enough to make one's nose bleed. It was New Year's Eve yesterday. Brother Yi was working all day but still came to find Zhou Bao in the evening, and then the two of them, hahaha. M-brand, you should quickly have Hua Xingye endorse this anti-biting deterrent, I want to be Nanzhou too. The live stream chat was already filled with imagined scenes unsuitable for airing, yet none of the people outside the screen noticed. Especially not Hua Xingye and Nanzhou. In the bedroom, Nanzhou was still fast asleep on the bed. Hua Xingye sat down beside him, watching his sleeping face for a while before lightly patting the quilt. No more. So sleepy. Baby, can't do it anymore. Nanzhou instinctively burrowed deeper into the quilt, muttering incoherently until his mouth was covered. The production team has arrived. Hua Xingye's deep voice reached his ears, they're broadcasting live right now. Production team. Live stream. What kind of live stream could possibly be more important than sleep? He was utterly exhausted. Good boy, wake up quickly, Hua Xingye patted again, his voice gentle, just like when he coaxed last night. Nanzhou jolted awake instantly. Did your agent not tell you that Pong Ran would come today to shoot bloopers? Seeing that he had woken up, Hua Xingye gently stroked his face while asking. Bloopers. Nanzhou blinked, fully awake. Even the work team doesn't torture donkeys like they do. This job will lead to sudden death if done even a month longer. Which normal program makes guests wake up as early as roosters every day? Behind the closed door, Tang Tang, the cameraman and two other staff members from the production team fell silent at once. After Huixingye went inside and closed the door, they immediately aimed their microphones toward the crack under the door. However, the voices inside were too soft, allowing them only to vaguely hear some sounds without understanding any content until Nan Zhou's final curses reached them. Laugh to death, it's definitely my Zhou Bao. Ah, this familiar scolding tone, who else could it be but our brother Nan? My happiness has returned. No, am I the only one wondering what these two are doing inside there? You annoying couple, how dare you shut the door and hide inside, secretly snuggling away from our view. After a while, the bedroom door cracked open slightly, and Huixingye stepped out swiftly, closing the door behind him faster than before when he picked up the M brand bag. Despite the intrusive camera shoved directly in front of him and the overly curious eyes of others, Huixingye maintained his usual seemingly detached and aloof demeanor. Ping Feng had already given instructions to Tang Tang the moment the news came. Thus, under everyone's watchful eyes, Tang Tang asked, Teacher Hua, did you celebrate New Year's Eve together with Teacher Nan Zhou last night? Chapter 62, Don't treat yourself like a beast of burden. When Huixingye arrived at Nan Zhou's house last night, it was well past midnight. I hope so too, Huixingye smiled. Didn't they spend New Year's Eve together? Tang Tang was shocked. If Huixingye had come to Nan Zhou's place so early in the morning and Nan Zhou hadn't even woken up yet, what was the point? Huixingye glanced at his phone and strode towards the living room, reaching a spot from where he could see the entrance. By the open door stood his assistant, expressionless as ever, carrying a steaming bag of breakfast like some kind of automaton. Beside him was Hao Jia, Nan Zhou's broker, looking downright menacing. At Huixingye's gesture, the assistant carried the breakfast bag inside and handed it over to Huixingye, watching as he took the food out in front of the camera and laid it on the table. Is this special delivery of a loving breakfast for Teacher Nan? Tang Tang asked. Not exactly. Huixingye couldn't help but smile as he recalled the barren fridge in Nan Zhou's home except for junk food. So then, what is he doing here? I don't believe it. I bet 50 cents he spent last night with Teacher Zhou. Ye brother, your words are meaningless while that bike guard still lies on the floor. Not celebrating New Year's Eve doesn't mean there wasn't an intense battle with his wife last night, he. The assistant quietly reminded Huixingye beside him, Ye brother, the flight. We'll leave once he's done, Huixingye replied. Hardly had the words left his lips when the closed room door finally creaked open, accompanied by the movement of the camera, revealing Nan Zhou yawning in front of it. While yawning, he scratched his hair and slowly made his way toward the living room. The cameraman deliberately zoomed in on the open door, capturing the interior shot. Minimalist furniture filled the space. Besides the bed and bedside cabinet and a bathroom partition, there was nothing else inside. Even if there was anything, it probably got tidied up by Huixingye earlier. To say the least, the framed black vinyl sitting on the bedside table caught attention. Wah, Teacher Zhou has placed the vinyl Ye brother gave her on the bedside in a frame. What is this if not true love? What is this? Ah. Framed vinyl instead of stuffed toys. Aren't stuffed toys more suitable for the bedroom? Nan Teacher really dislikes stuffed toys, doesn't he? People before, you're referring to the one hanging on the balcony, aren't you? Teacher Nan, greet everyone, shall we? Tang Tang said. Hello, everyone, Nan Zhou greeted, following her gaze towards the screen. In today's world where live streaming grows and becoming famous gets easier, this program makes me reconsider why I wanted to be a celebrity. Tang Tang. Cameraman. After speaking, Nan Zhou calmly turned around, pulled out a chair, and sat down. The next second, his face drastically changed. Uncomfortably shifting position, his complexion worsened further. Huixingye observed his expressions and movements and suggested gently, how about eating on the sofa? Nan Zhou waved a hand. What kind of hellish nightmare is this? Aching waist, sore butt, lack of sleep, and now shooting to be done. Even beasts of burden get vacations, yet he didn't have the privilege. Wulj Teacher Zhou's skin is so good, blemish-free even under harsh early morning camera flashes. He's beautiful. Ah, I adore his fox eyes so much. When he cries, it must be stunning. Ah, what am I saying? Ye brother, even if she's pretty, you won't see it. Ha ha ha, Teacher Nan's nihilistic expression clearly shows how much he hates getting up early. Did anyone notice Teacher Zhou's action just now? Teacher Nan, how did you celebrate New Year's Eve last night? Tang Tang asked. Just managed to make it through, Nan Zhou replied after sipping some congee. Tang Tang. No, his mouth was even stricter than actor was. What she and the audience wanted to know was whether he and Hua actually spent New Year's Eve together. Huixingye's assistant subtly reminded him again, Ye brother, we're really going to be late. Huixingye nodded. I'm leaving first. Call me if something comes up, he said to Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou nodded slightly. Huixingye thought for a moment, and then comforted softly, they won't shoot for too long. After finishing soon, you can go back to sleep. Nan Zhou nodded again. Ah. Is it my delusion or does Teacher Zhou seem cold towards Hua actor? Did they argue? Wasn't it because he was upset about his short stay? Young couples just like to stick together. Huixingye turned and strode toward the entrance. Hey, Nan Zhou's voice suddenly sounded. Huixingye looked back. No matter how busy you are, remember to rest. Don't treat yourself like a beast of burden, Nan Zhou said. Huoxingye lowered his eyes and smiled, all right. Ah, he cares about him. As expected, only my brother Yi can get sweet words from brother Nan. This couple makes me so jealous. People only care about how many awards he'll win or how much money he earns, but Nan Zhou really cares about his health. This adorable couple is killing me. Yes, I've been wanting to say this for a long time, brother Ye's work intensity is truly exhausting. After Huoxingye left, Tang Tang finally revealed a cunning smile. She took out something she'd retrieved earlier from under the sofa. Teacher Nan, you dropped something on the floor. The camera zoomed in on the table, a close-up of an M-brand bite guard. Then it panned to focus on Nan Zhou's face. However, under the spotlight, Nan Zhou's expression didn't even flicker as the host blatantly placed such an item on the table. Thank you. Tang Tang, that's it? Isn't there supposed to be some kind of explanation or at least an attempt to hide it? Probably noticing her burning gaze, Nan Zhou asked, is there a problem? Tang Tang took a deep breath and asked, did you buy this for Teacher Hua to use? Not. If not for him, then who else could it be for? Surely, you wouldn't use it on yourself. Then. Not bought. Huh. It was sent by M Group. Nan Zhou pointed to the sofa, they also sent other things. Would you like to see them? Tang Tang. As we all know, there's nothing on the sofa. The mystery solved, sisters. Is it possible that brother Yi hid something from M Group earlier? No way, why would M Group send these kinds of items Aya? What do they want us to do with them Aya? Sorry my mind's too dirty. So did they use it or not? The shield-style bite guard is still unopened. Even if the bite guard is new, it doesn't mean they haven't used something else. Don't forget brother Yi picked up something from the carpet this morning. Drip, adult card. Sisters, did you notice? Teacher Zhou never clearly stated who it's for. Even though one of their show sponsors is M Group, digging through artists' intimate products in their own homes is just too. Tang Tang's face flushed red. Chapter 63, The Real Fiancé is Coming. Nan Zhou was restless. It wasn't out of nervousness, but discomfort. Last night, although Huoxingye treated him more gently compared to the previous time they were together, still. It has to be admitted that pheromones are quite effective at certain times. At least during the heat period before, he didn't suffer much besides a sore neck. But last night. TSK, we're both men, why do I feel so different from him? And isn't he being overly dramatic? And endurance too. Nan Zhou let out a heavy sigh. Upon hearing his inexplicable sigh, Tang Tang immediately asked, what's wrong? Are you upset because our Mr. Hua came and then left so quickly? Nan Zhou, I just feel exhausted, like Mount Wu is pressing on my waist, where my limbs can move, but I can't get up. Tang Tang. Is he accusing us of exploiting him? Question, when would your waist be pressed down to the point where you couldn't get up? I have every reason to suspect they dead. What exactly did you do, Zhou Bao, that you're this tired? Tell us specifically, we want to hear all about it. Since the guest said as much, everything that needed filming had been done. Since it was just an extra clip anyway, after Tang Tang gave a signal to the director on site and asked Nan Zhou a few trivial questions, she left. As soon as they left, Nan Zhou went straight toward the room. How Jia blocked his way, why was Huoxingye here so early this morning? Didn't he spend the night with you? Or what? Did we stay up all night reading the script? Nan Zhou yawned, I'm very sleepy and tired, we'll talk about whatever when I wake up. Sleep. Everyone on Weibo is wondering what exactly happened between you two last night. The trending topic now is hashtag Huoxingye Nan Zhou bite inhibitor hashtag. Could you really be in love with Huoxingye? Outside the heat period, without the influence of pheromones, yet you sleep with Huoxingye. Even back when you liked Lu Zhou, you never did anything like this. Nan Zhou, there's no such thing as so much true love in the world. You're thinking too idealistically. How Jia? That and why else would you engage in sexual activities with him? Do it if you like. Hesitation leads to failure. After saying this, Nan Zhou walked into the bedroom and shut the door behind him. How Jia? Damn you, Lu Zhou. Jerk. It's all your fault that Nan Zhou doesn't believe in love anymore. The door opened again from the inside, Nan Zhou asking, where did you put the physiological manual that the doctor gave me last time? How Jia confused, why do you ask? To study it. Last night, Huoxingye didn't take precautions. Although he told him that pregnancy wouldn't occur outside the heat period, Nan Zhou was still somewhat unclear. What exactly does this have to do with the heat period? Hao Jia was delighted to see his willingness to learn and quickly found a book from one of the cabinets in the living room, handing it over. You really should study thoroughly. Nan Zhou took the book, yawned again, and climbed back into bed. He flipped to the page on the heat period according to the table of contents. There, a lot of knowledge related to the heat period was written down, including one with a detailed illustration that answered his doubts. Nan Zhou stared at the picture for a while and felt even more pain in his waist. He tossed the book aside, turned over, and closed his eyes. On the other hand, at the airport. Ho Xingye received a call from the private investigator. Mr. Hua, the matter you asked me to investigate about Mr. Nanzhou's car accident 3 years ago seems a bit tricky. How so? Someone has sealed off the information. I need some time. Understood. As he hung up the phone, Ho Xingye boarded the plane. It is a major issue for a regular person's glands to be damaged in a car accident, but it wouldn't necessarily lead to information being sealed off. Unless Mr. Nanzhou has an unusual identity. Recently, You Who Makes My Heart Beat Faster continues to be a frequent presence on Weibo trends. Even though it's not the live broadcast period, the edited version still makes both viewers who watched the live broadcasts and those who didn't crave more. Not to mention, there have been new behind-the-scenes clips released these past few days. 2 days ago, it was the footage of Zhang Shi. The production team visited the two-story villa with a garden belonging to this second-generation rich kid under Zhang Shi's introduction. Yesterday, it was the clip of Jiang Zhen and Su Xiao. The production team made a surprise visit to Jiang Zhen's home on New Year's Eve evening, giving viewers a glimpse of their warm candlelit dinner for New Year's Eve. Today, the appearance of Ho Xingye at Nanzhou's place, and the bite inhibitor on the carpet in Nanzhou's home, ignited the hot search again. Tomorrow, the production team will go to the set for a field visit to meet Wenyu. Speaking of which, we've visited 3 homes. Zhang Shi aside, didn't you notice how small Nanzhou's place is? A friend of a friend works at Chuanxing. I heard that the contract Nanzhou signed was quite exploitative, so he didn't make much money. Isn't that normal? Not everyone in the entertainment industry earns tons of money, right? Besides, their group isn't very famous, and Nanzhou doesn't have much popularity either. But last time during their group show, they went to Lu Zhou's house, remember? Lu Zhou's place was pretty big. Back off. Stop trying to stir things up. Our brother Zhou is on a whole different level from those who just ride on other people's shows. Hey, stop arguing already. If you're going to fight, take it somewhere else, it's annoying. Let's focus on the guest stars instead. Every season of You Who Makes My Heart Beat Faster invites guest stars to temporarily join the program, usually starting from the second episode. As the director of this flagship show, Payphone wouldn't invite just anyone. Guests who can't create buzz or spark discussions aren't even considered. A few days ago, rumors began circulating online that the guest for the second episode of this season would be Zhang Shi's fiancé. Oh, poor little Miss Green Tea now, the real fiancé is coming. What's going on here? These internet trolls really think they know everything, calling others green tea. Do your pheromones taste like sewage or something? Zhang Shi has never publicly acknowledged having a fiancé anyway. Moreover, our Tang Bao is in an open relationship, what's there to fear? The fans of Gu Tang were recently clashing with netizens over this topic. The recent public sentiment hasn't been favorable toward Gu Tang, causing some of his fans to unfollow him because of this show. One reason is his intimacy with Zhang Shi during the live broadcasts, which Gu Tang's team anticipated before he joined the show. They weighed the potential value boost against the loss of fans due to his appearance on the show. The second reason lies in Gu Tang's performance on the show itself, something his team didn't foresee. No one expected Nanzhou to behave the way he did on the show. Gu Tang's excessive concern for Nanzhou and his constant tendency to give him opportunities only worsened the situation for the team. Whatever you feel about Nanzhou, in the next live broadcast, you're not allowed to provoke him anymore. Focus on doing your own job. The agent repeatedly instructed Gu Tang. Gu Tang reluctantly agreed, though he felt deeply dissatisfied inside. What's so great about Nanzhou anyway? Everything he has now came from Ho Xingye. If his CP object were Ho Xingye, he could do better than Nanzhou and gain more popularity. Every time he closed his eyes these past few days and thought of Nanzhou's confident smile and indifferent tone, Gu Tang felt both hatred and fear. Why didn't he die back then? Why doesn't he stay obsessed with Lu Zhou? Why does he always have to outshine me? Chapter 64, Eating Away Worry Bite by Bite. Before they knew it, it was already time for the second episode of the third season of The You Who Makes My Heart Flutter to be streamed live. By 9 o'clock, the live streaming rooms of Nanzhou and Ho Xingye were already packed with audiences. Hey Feng, do you know how I've been these past 2 weeks Aya? Just thinking about being able to see fresh Zhou Bao and brother Yi soon makes me so happy I cry and eat 3 bowls of rice. Granny, the variety show you've been following is finally updated. The live stream's camera opened, capturing a scene in which Ho Xingye was making breakfast in a kitchen bathed in the morning light. The sunlight poured through the windows into this narrow apartment, spilling over the carpet and shining on the countertops. Steam rose from the freshly prepared food, emitting an enticing aroma. The handsome alpha stood bathed in the sunlight, a white high-neck sweater underneath a black wool overcoat that highlighted his tall and slender frame, exuding a certain refined allure. He was pouring milk, his long fingers holding the milk carton with graceful elegance, a sight pleasing to the eyes. Blowout beauty attack, he's so handsome it makes me want to die. Ho Xingye, why are you so handsome today? Are you playing with my feelings on Go app? Are you trying to make me commit a crime? I put my pants in the fridge, thus becoming the person with cold pants. I cut my pants into pieces, thus becoming the person with broken pants. I showed off my pants, thus becoming the person who flaunts pants. Now, I am throwing away my pants, hence transforming into Brother Ye's person. It's clear he was hundreds of kilometers away at midnight, but here early in the morning, making breakfast for Zhou Bao right away, showing just how much he loves him. I'm tired just talking about it. Where's Nan Zhou? Surely not sleeping again. Of course, Nan Zhou wasn't asleep. The apartment was so small that when the camera swept across, it captured almost the entire house, including the small bed tucked away in the corner. But no one was lying on the bed. There was a click as the bathroom door opened from inside, and Nan Zhou emerged. Upon seeing Huixingye standing at the countertop, his eyelids flickered slightly. Are you here? Huixingye's gaze quickly ran over his pale, delicate face down to his body clad in sleepwear, before returning to his eyes. He gave the first smile of the day on camera. You woke up quite early today. Nan Zhou yawned, scratching his hair which already had a piece sticking out from sleeping. I've tried so hard, why hasn't this terrible variety show gone bankrupt yet? The cameraman following them shot. Ha 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 ha. Here we go, the daily scolding might be late but it never misses. Zhou Bao really must hate this variety show a lot. We love it though, because without it, we wouldn't be able to see you. How would we survive? Huixingye brought the breakfast he had prepared over to the coffee table in front of the couch. Nan Zhou took out a bottled water, twisting the cap as he approached the sofa and sat down. After twisting for a while and even exerting all his strength like a baby feeding effort, the cap still did not budge. Huixingye took the mineral water bottle from him, effortlessly unscrewed the cap, and handed the bottle back to him. Nan Zhou. Is it a problem with this bottle, or is it a problem with me, or maybe it's your problem? Can be anyone's problem, except yours. Huixingye placed the warm milk in front of him. Nan Zhou refused to give up. He set down the bottle, stood up from the couch, quickly went to the dining room, and grabbed another sponsored bottled water, successfully opening it this time. As it happened, next to the bottled water, there was also an unopened can of cola. Nan Zhou picked up the can of cola in one hand while drinking from the bottle with the other, then returned to the sofa and placed the can on the table, asking seriously, can you crush this can? Huixingye. Change the question, do I have any chance to train myself to be like you, said Nan Zhou, lifting his arm to show his bicep. Honestly speaking, your skill of breaking bite-proof rings is extremely cool. What kind of bite-proof ring and breaking? Not to mention, what have you two done behind our back secretly? Breaking the bite-proof ring? They definitely didn't. Isn't Nan Zhou the beta type A? What use does he have for a bite-proof ring? M family's bite-proof rings have all been broken by Brother Yi, indicating just how intense it must have been. Distorted, screaming, crawling and slithering against the wall, falling, moving around aimlessly, producing incomprehensible sounds, dragging out a trail. Zhou Bao, what are you thinking about? It's impossible. Look at Brother Yi, he's speechless. Huixingye, how to say no tactfully so that my wife won't get angry? Have breakfast first, Huixingye said. Nan Zhou. You avoided the question. I'll help you practice when we have time. After finishing breakfast, Huixingye went to the filming site as usual. However, things were different for Nan Zhou. Because of the previous silent shooting episode, the director's team, aiming for a better effect, decided to have him write songs at home during the day and perform with the S on XGO band in the bar at night. Thus, this was the first time since the start of the recording that Nan Zhou had such a happy moment without needing to go out to work. At the very moment Pei Feng announced it, he rarely clapped in front of the camera. His sparse applause made the production crew feel as if they were being mocked. Under the indication of the shooting camera, Nan Zhou finally opened the high-performance computer after living in this apartment for so many days. The high-performance computer booted up incredibly fast, beating 99% of computers nationwide, entering the desktop within 3 seconds. On the desktop, aside from one My Computer icon and a recycle bin, there was only one folder. It was labeled, Step-by-Step Guide from 0 to 1. Nan Zhou looked at the words on it and asked the shooting camera, is this what I think it is? What do you think it is? It says here, from 0 to 1. To be honest, Nan Zhou didn't believe he could transform from 0 to 1 in front of Huixingye. The other person could easily break him with just one hand. Besides, being a 0 felt pretty good, Huixingye gave him great pleasure. With the mentality of, since I'm here anyway, Nan Zhou clicked on the folder, and dozens of video files popped up. The complete video titles then appeared before Nan Zhou's eyes, from 0 to 1, teaching you how to become an independent musician from scratch. Nan Zhou, what is this? Shooting camera, tutorial. Snap, a mouse click, and the folder closed. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Bao's expression has me laughing until I vomit. No, what were you thinking, Bauer? What is from 0 to 1? Damn it, this, from 0 to 1, thing is disrespectful. As if our brother Nan needs to start from 0 to 1. In the footage, Nan Zhou opened the browser and searched for Tomato Video website, entering and randomly opening one of the currently popular web series playing online. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, he got up and picked up the can of cola from the coffee table, pulled out 2 bags of chips from beneath it, and returned to sitting in front of the high-performance computer. Shooting camera, teacher Nan Zhou, you need to work. Work is done. Aren't you asking me to learn how to become an independent musician? I finished learning, so isn't it over? Nan Zhou snapped open the bag of chips. On the screen, the chip commercial shot by Wen Yu who played Little Fairy Lord was being broadcasted. Eating away worry bite by bite, eating out happiness bit by bit. Chapter 65, Prefer Romance Over Life. I was laughing so hard that I couldn't stop crawling around on the floor when Nan Zhou turned out to be watching The Naughty Little Immortal. Isn't this drama supposed to be headlined by our next-door neighbor, Wen Yu as its lead actor? Is this real? Wen Yu, immortal romance, and Nan Zhou, excuse me, but I just can't put these words in a sentence together. And he's even up to episode 16, girls. Is there really anyone who can watch their ex-boyfriend's current boyfriend's show? Am I now starting to suspect that he may have never liked mice at all before? The camera crew and production staff obviously didn't expect Nan Zhou to be watching this either. But love reality shows are all about creating buzz. Initially, the triangular emotional tangle between Nan Zhou, Lu Zhou, and Wen Yu was already one of the highlights and selling points of the program. It had previously sparked quite a bit of online chatter during the first live stream. Now, with the celebrity himself adding more fuel to the fire, it would be foolish not to take advantage of the moment. Under Pei Feng's direction, the cameraman asked, "Teacher Nan Zhou, I never expected you'd actually enjoy this drama. This show is great for unwinding over meals, it's especially amusing." The cameraman remained silent. If he remembered correctly, this drama wasn't meant to be funny. Instead, it depicted the story of Wen Yu playing the male lead Lu Xiaoyun, an innocent young celestial who, after his sect was ambushed and wiped out overnight, embarks on a quest for truth, enduring hardships before avenging his destroyed sect. A standard large immortal, romance plot. Another male lead, played by the popular idol Xiao Yiming, portrays Deng Yi, whose relationship with Lu Xiaoyun has been described as deeply tangled, reducing many viewers to tears. How could this be a comedy? Particularly funny? The show? The cameraman questioned. Wait until you see it yourself. This guy surnamed Deng is really funny, Nan Zhou commented casually while munching on some chips. At that exact moment, the video showed Deng Yi getting tricked by Lu Xiaoyun into stealing an invaluable flower cultivated by his master for hundreds of years. Deng Yi then presents this flower to Lu Xiaoyun with feigned indifference, saying, "It's no big deal. Since you want it, I'll give it to you." Lu Xiaoyun stared back at him but made no move to accept the flower. Nan Zhou remarked, "Go ahead and take it. Sure, the flower was stolen, but the love behind it is genuine. This guy Deng, I'm almost sure uses roses to wipe his butt whenever he goes to the toilet. He prefers romance over life." The cameraman. Chat bubbles filled with uncontrollable laughter erupted across the screen, nothing but ha-has everywhere. This is, after all, a hit drama on the Tomato platform, and however it happens, Nan Zhou's public comments within the variety show will definitely offend fans of Deng Yi's actor Xiao Yiming. What's worse, Xiao Yiming's fans are notoriously aggressive, known for clashing online with other artists' fan groups. While creating hype is one thing, having someone piggyback off your momentum is another matter entirely. Pei Feng doesn't want the project hijacked by another drama. So quickly under his instruction, the crew cut off this little farce. Forced to close his beloved soap opera, Nan Zhou's face expressed disgust beyond mere disapproval. "Why don't we practice singing?" suggested the cameraman. Fan reactions have shown teacher Nan Zhou hasn't sung in a long time. Nan Zhou glared at him. His eyes seemed to say, "Are you trying to exploit my talents again?" The cameraman. "Well, what about some dancing?" Having originated from an idol group specializing in both singing and dancing, though as a vocal dancer, he was still certainly capable. Nan Zhou pointed towards the small living room space in front of the computer chair. "There's barely enough room here for square dancing, let alone any other fancy moves. Or do you mean stuff we can't broadcast?" The cameraman. "Let's talk specifics here, what exactly can't be broadcasted?" "Wild brother, tell me that again, I should let my wife dance for whom?" "Dance. Dance. Let him dance, I want to see it. Wife woo 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 woo. Not even watching a show or eating snacks in peace, right? You guys always want something extra from people, fine, you've scared me." Nan Zhou stood up and retrieved two 10 kg dumbbells from the shoe cabinet by the door, returning to his room. Confused looks followed him as he opened a new video. Goodbye skinny arms, dumbbell workout at home. In the video, a young alpha trainer appeared on screen. He wore a tight-fitting vest, showing well-defined pecs straining against the fabric. His arm muscles were bulging and testosterone-filled. Within this video, plenty of small OS posted risque comments like sliding down the trainer's abs like a slide, among others. With the sounds and motions provided by the male trainer, Nan Zhou started exercising with the dumbbells. Grunt grunt, grunt grunt. The young alpha trainer was full of energy and very good at motivating people. And since his channel likely had many small OS subscribed, he occasionally said some seemingly ambiguous motivational words. Too scandalous. Where are the morals, conscience, links, addresses, and bloggers D? Huixingya, look at your wife. He's checking out another alpha's muscles. So brother Nan, do you like this type? Isn't our brother Yi better built? I refuse to believe this. But soon, public opinion shifted. Come on, Zhou Bao, finish this set, you can do it. Trust yourself. From 0 to 1, you're the best. Baby, there's no need to push so hard. If you can't make it, let brother Yi help you. In the camera frame, Nanjo exercised so hard that in the dead of winter, he was drenched in sweat inside his heated room, his cheeks flushed red. Is this my limit? The video content wasn't even halfway through yet. Was his body serious? Was it going to act up? After performing a particular move, Nanjo collapsed onto the couch. The cameraman couldn't help but zoomed in on his rosy face, slightly pale lips, and his misty eyes hidden under damp bangs from exercise. Well, is this something we can say? I just couldn't help but imagine things. Is this what brother Yi sees at night? Hasu, with just a pair of shorts. Wife, you're so beautiful, I'm gonna go crazy, roar, transform into a monkey, fly into the primeval forest, swing from vines, create passing by monkeys eating bananas, roar, transform into a monkey, fly into the primeval forest, swing from vines. It's too lewd, too steamy. Huixingye, how dare you eat so well normally? Annoying. The cameraman, teacher Nanjo, we haven't even reached the halfway point, get up and keep going. Nanjo took quite a while to steady his breathing before speaking with a hoarse voice, whenever life knocks me down, I won't immediately rise. Instead, I usually just lie here and take a nap. The cameraman. In his headphones, Payphone issued a new command. So the cameraman said, I heard Teacher Hua is filming a scene at a bathhouse right now. Do you want to watch the live stream? Bathhouse scene? Nanjo asked. Huixingye clearly mentioned earlier that this time, the extra role was an undercover contact for the male lead, an important figure within the police department. The fitness coach shows more skin, the cameraman replied. The next moment, Nanjo sprang up like a tightly wound string, sprinted over to the computer, and quickly opened the live streaming app from the taskbar on M platform, entering the live stream room. Due to his haste, he accidentally clicked into the one below. On screen, Lu Zhou appeared rapping toward the camera, stripping off his shirt for a sexy display. From the audio, it was clear when Yu's mouse sound was playing. Nanjo, what a strange form of art. Chapter 66, Brother Yi, are you showing off like a peacock? After saying these words, Nanjo exited the live stream and entered Huixingye's live stream. As the cameraman mentioned, Huixingye was shooting a scene set in a bathhouse. He was meeting with the male lead who played an undercover agent in the bathhouse's pool. Steam rose from the hot water of the bath pool, while excitement filled the live streaming room. The chat moderation warnings were constant, but the comments remained explosive, full of innuendo hidden behind seemingly innocent remarks. Under the camera's gaze, Huixingye sat in the pool wearing a white bathrobe. The front of the robe was open, revealing his well-defined chest and abs that were sculpted to perfection. His partially covered arms were both evenly toned and muscular, a classic example of looking slim in clothes but having muscle underneath. His thick black hair was dampened by the water, enhancing the noble charm of his features and adding an indescribable level of sensuality. Below the water, what lay beneath the robe was unclear. Today I learned that the phrase, breathless due to someone's handsomeness is absolutely true. Help. I might die from losing all my blood through my nose if I keep watching. Tears uncontrollably rolled down from the corners of my mouth. Huixingye, you're so handsome. Without beating around the bush, can I touch your big thighs? The overwhelming number of Huixingye's live stream comments surprised Nanjo slightly. By liking one comment about touching the big thighs, Nanjo caused all other comments on his screen to disappear momentarily. There were also many bullet comments in his own live stream. I can't believe I've been reduced to watching another person's live stream inside someone else's studio. Huixingye, it seems your wife is really impressed with your physique, and she even liked the comment. He even turned off the bullet comments just to watch more clearly how much he adores you. Does he know his wife is watching him? Huixingye, already absorbed in character, had no idea of this. His performance on camera differed significantly from any time Nanjo had ever seen before. While possessing the aura of someone superior, his actions and tone perfectly embodied the persona of an authoritative figure within the police force. Though the leading man shared a decent physique, there was a noticeable gap between him and Huixingye. Moreover, possibly due to the character's traits, his presence lacked the strength of Huixingye's, combined with issues inherent to the actor himself, which resulted in the initial exchanges lacking tension between them. Therefore, the director had to cut this particular scene twice consecutively. Embarrassed, the male lead apologized repeatedly to Huixingye. Instead of getting angry, Huixingye not only encouraged him but also explained the lines to him, advising him to relax. In the end, they finally managed to shoot the segment successfully on the third attempt. Although the content seemed short, Huixingye had actually been sitting in the bath for more than half an hour, nearing an hour. When he got up, ripples formed as water splashed everywhere. On camera, his long and solid legs, taut thighs, and strong calves once again stirred up a great deal of discussion in the bullet comments. Off-screen, the voice of Huixingye's cameraman could be heard. Teacher Hua, Teacher Nanjo has been watching your live stream for more than 30 minutes. Caught off guard, Huixingye raised his eyelids slightly upward. In the next moment, he looked toward the camera. Beneath his slightly wet bangs, his deep-set eyes became tender, completely different from the role he had just played. Gazing into the lens as if seeing through it to the person behind, he curved his lips and gave a gentle smile. Ah, I'm going to faint. Don't look at people like that. It's embarrassing, lick screen, lick screen, lick screen, lick screen, lick screen, lick screen. I truly don't understand alphas today, showing off their abs, collarbones, and Adam's apples. Where's the morality, where's the dignity, where's the bed, and where am I supposed to sleep? Huixingye, the alpha among alphas. Husband. Spouse. Alpha power emperor. Alpha mudslide. The most masculine male. The ultimate man. Dominator alpha. Ruler alpha. Lord of alphas. Terminator of alphas. King. Master. Godlike male. Emperor. Devilish man overwhelmingly strong. Quick. Look at Joe baby, did he secretly swallow saliva? Ugh. These smelly lovebirds showing affection remotely are terrible. Who's shipping them hard? It's me, obviously. Yi brother, are you strutting around like a peacock? So suggestive, you're surely doing it for Nan Gu. At this point, under Pei Feng's instructions, Nan Zhou's cameraman spoke appropriately. Teacher Nan Zhou, do you want to visit Teacher Hua today, and perhaps pick him up after work? After this scene, there would be others, and Huixingye, having stayed in the bath for such a long time, needed to change clothes and tidy himself. Naturally, the content inside the changing room could not be filmed. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhou didn't hesitate. Sure. Visiting Huixingye on set was better than being ordered around here. Besides, Huixingye had picked him up after work before, so it was only polite to return the favor this time by picking him up in turn. With that, Nan Zhou got up, grabbed his phone, and together with the cameraman, boarded the production team's car, heading to the film studio where Huixingye was working a minor role. Compared to the band basement arranged for Nan Zhou, Huixingye's filming location was much farther away, about an hour's drive. When Nan Zhou arrived at the studio and the staff contacted Huixingye, they received a shocking piece of news. Sensitive period. Shit. The crew member ended the Bluetooth call and told Nan Zhou, who was still unaware of the situation. Apparently, 10 minutes ago, an Omega extra was hiding in the makeup room and got caught by Teacher Hua. That Omega, in order to seduce Teacher Hua, triggered their own heat cycle using some improper devices inside the makeup room. Rumor has it that Teacher Hua has been somewhat affected and is showing signs of entering the sensitive period. These words might have been confusing for Nan Zhou under normal circumstances, but coincidentally, he'd experienced an information pheromone chaos last week at M Group. So, in front of everyone, Nan Zhou calmly pulled out his N95 mask. So does he need to bite someone now? Heard that Teacher Hua locked himself in the rest room and wouldn't let anyone in while asking his assistant to fetch an inhibitor. The staff added, but since you're here, Teacher Nan, maybe an inhibitor isn't necessary. What do you mean? Nan Zhou asked. Wasn't this suggesting he should let Huixingye bite him? The crew member quickly realized he'd made a slip of tongue. Since Nan Zhou was beta to alpha, BDA, he couldn't soothe an alpha in the sensitive period. Hastily correcting himself, the staff member said, just a suspicion, it's not necessarily the sensitive period. Teacher Hua is an S-level alpha, he's basically immune to low-ranking Omega's pheromones. As they were talking, they reached the door of the makeup room. Just then, Huixingye's assistant stood there holding a bottle of inhalation suppressant. Spotting Nan Zhou, his eyes lit up as he thrust the bottle into Nan Zhou's hands. Teacher Nan, you're just in time. Please deliver this to Brother Yi. He knocked lightly on the door and announced, Brother Yi, Teacher Nan has arrived. The next moment, with the sound of a lock opening, a strong arm reached out from behind the door and dragged Nan Zhou inside. The door slammed shut again. Chapter 67, I Want to Kiss You. Right before everyone's eyes, and before anyone could react, Nan Zhou vanished from the camera frame. The staff and cameramen on site involuntarily sucked in a breath. The live chat erupted with unsavory comments. Holy shit, oh my god. What's happening? Did he just get dragged away like that? Wild brother, you're making me nosebleed. An alpha in heat and his lover. What will happen behind closed doors? My face is burning, and so are the tea's leaves. That move earlier, will Zhoubao survive this one? His little face looks all flushed. But isn't Nan an Omega substituting as an alpha? There's no way he can soothe Yi brother, it's getting too cruel. Didn't he have suppressants already? Soothe him. With what? Zhoubao's beautiful body. In the makeup room just beyond the door, Nan Zhou was pressed against the thin wooden panel by Huixingye. He had no time to respond when he was pulled inside, not even managing a single sound, until the bottle of inhalable suppressant in his hand hit the floor with a dull thud, bringing him back to reality. Under the light, Huixingye looked no different than usual, but the aura around him instantly reminded Nan Zhou of their first meeting that night. His face betrayed no emotion, yet the condensed presence surrounding him seemed ominously still, akin to the calm before a storm. Long, powerful fingers grazed over Nan Zhou's neck, rubbing softly, increasing pressure bit by bit with each pass. Why did you come? Huixingye spoke, his voice deep, and upon closer listening, slightly hoarse, carrying a thread of cruelty. It was the exact same tone from that fateful night. Visiting set. Nan Zhou met his darkened gaze. Beneath that seemingly nonchalant exterior, there swirled what felt like an impending, catastrophic tsunami. Are you alright? He asked. Huixinye gave no reply, releasing the wrist he had been gripping and pinching Nan Zhou's chin instead, his thumb accurately finding its way to massage gently over Nan Zhou's lips through the mask. At that moment, the overpowering pressure emanating from him was unmistakably strong, radiating a uniquely domineering alpha presence throughout the enclosed space. Already much taller than Nan Zhou, this posture now effectively pinned him down, meeting his gaze downwardly, which made Nan Zhou feel as if he were prey at the mouth of a beast. Yet he continued staring obstinately into Huixinye's eyes. Clear and innocent, naive and fearless, the look in his eyes caused Huixinye's pupils to constrict tightly, his breathing becoming heavier, throat muscles sliding up and down. The air feels warmer, noted Nan Zhou uncomfortably shifting his head as the patch of skin under the pheromone-suppressing adhesive near his neck was being pressed painfully. But quickly, he was held firmly in place. Alpha Huixinye's cold voice broke through the tension. In a gentle yet commanding tone, he warned, "Don't move." Then directed him, "Take off your mask." Though both videographers following Nan Zhou had been shut outside, and there were no cameras in the makeup room, Huixinye had already turned off his microphone earlier. However, the microphone had been on when Nan Zhou entered. Thus, within the live stream. Fuck. Girls, I can't handle this. This vocal tone of Brother Yi, oh wow, I'm about to collapse here. What are they doing? Oh my god. This conversation has my cheeks burning yellow again. No, Nan Zhou refused. You said not to move. Before he could finish, his lips were covered forcefully. Huixinye's expression remained unchanged, and even the corner of his lips curved upward slightly, but the oppressive intensity surrounding him only grew stronger. Take it off, I want to see your face. Nan Zhou swallowed instinctively. There was no denying it, these words sped up his heartbeat somewhat. Ever since the first time, he'd always found this side of Huixinye very alluring, extremely sexy, causing a hidden pleasure to stir within him. Raising his hands, Nan Zhou removed the mask. Beneath the bright lights, his handsome features were flawless. A peculiar blend of rebelliousness and obedience melded harmoniously on his face, presenting itself to the alpha like a tempting feast filled with sight, smell, and taste. G-D-B-V, he whispered. Nan Zhou's breathing grew deeper. Just as he was about to speak, the hand holding his chin suddenly lifted upward, covering half his face with warm palms. Leaning down, Huixinye rested his chin on Nan Zhou's shoulder, his heated breath tickling the pulsing skin of his neck, sending involuntary tremors throughout his entire body. I want to kiss you, came the low and heavy voice next to his ear. His Adam's apple moved visibly as Nan Zhou slowly nodded. Kisses fell on the neck, jawline, bridge of the nose, and the corner of the eye. In the quiet surroundings, every sound of movement was so clear. Nan Zhou's heartbeat quickened. Instinctively, he switched off his own microphone. Noticing his action, the alpha emitted a low, short laugh, and then loosened his large hand. A kiss landed on Nan Zhou's lips, probing into the moist petals within. Nan Zhou's waist was encircled and pulled forward, tensing up before gradually softening. After a long while, he suddenly clutched tightly onto the strong arms of Huixinye in front of him, his Adam's apple moving intensely, as the beautiful corners of his eyes took on a peach-like hue. Their lips parted. A low, raspy voice filled with amusement reached Nan Zhou's ears, peach flavor. On the way here, Nan Zhou had just drunk a bottle of peach-flavored sparkling water. He acknowledged without denying it. I prefer. Huixinye bit his earlobe, his voice deep, sweet chestnuts. His pupils trembled, and Nan Zhou's ears turned pink. Huixinye let go of him, stroked his cheek, stepped back half a pace, bent down, picked up the inhalable suppressant at his feet, and handed it back to Nan Zhou. Put it on me. By the time Huixinye and Nan Zhou emerged from the makeup room, a full 30 minutes had passed since both vanished from the live stream camera. 30 minutes may not seem long, but given what happened before, the chat room was filled with all sorts of indescribable discussions. They're out. That short amount of time couldn't possibly have led to anything, right? Are you kidding? No way would they be. On a variety show. They're celebrities. Ah. Did Zhou Bao just put the mask back on? Could it be that my brother Yi made his lips swell? Is this heat period even real? My brother Yi looks no different than usual except for that one kiss. What else did you two do inside? Girls, doesn't Huixinye look relaxed and satisfied? Don't say another word, I'm handing over a month's worth of. The production staff and cameramen, including Huixinye's assistant, were concerned about what had transpired inside. But due to the sensitivity of the matter, there was little they could ask about it in public. Moreover, South, usually very talkative, said nothing after stepping out. Because of the commotion caused by that Omega, today's filming segment involving Huixinye was rescheduled for tomorrow, so the two returned together to the apartment by car. Pei Feng had just announced to everyone, Dream Apartments will host a dinner gathering tonight. This so-called dinner wasn't just a meal, it was another one of those tricky little activities. Chapter 68, He's not as deviant as you think. In the car, it was quieter than usual. The two guests seemed lost in their own thoughts. Nanzhou wore earphones, leaning against the car window, gazing at the traffic outside but thinking of Huixinya by his side. Though he'd had 2 pleasant encounters with Huixinya, none were like this afternoon where he'd carefully observed every detail of the other man's body. It really was aesthetically pleasing. It suited his taste entirely. This led to earlier when he was dragged into the break room, facing a different side of Huixinya as they kissed. Thinking of this, Nanzhou uncomfortably adjusted the position of his legs and touched his nose. Fortunately, he was wearing a heavy long-down jacket today. The glass by the window reflected Huixinya's handsome profile. The streetlight's gleam illuminated his eyes, reminding Nanzhou once more of how Huixinya had looked in the break room. He was quite different from usual, at least initially. Nanzhou could sense that he truly wanted to bite him, just like the first night they met, biting him like a wild animal, leading them both into a world of sensual pleasure. "Why did you come over?" When Huixinya said this, he sounded angry. Because before, he had warned Nanzhou, avoid getting close to an alpha during their sensitive period. But in the end, Huixinya merely held him with restraint and gave him a kiss. Beside him, Huixinya turned on his phone screen. It was a message from Luo Nan. "I heard from Xiao Zhang that you ended up using the suppressant again." Huixinya replied with a simple, yes. He understood Luo Nan's intentions for instructing assistant Xiao Zhang to have Nanzhou bring the suppressant. Luo Nan knew that Nanzhou was an omega, and that he had been marked by him. During a sensitive period, Nanzhou was the most suitable person to calm him down. After all, continuous use of suppressants twice within a short time could harm an alpha's body. Avoiding it would be ideal. But what Luo Nan didn't know was Nanzhou's physical condition. Earlier in the makeup room, Huixinya could distinctly feel his body tightening as soon as Nanzhou appeared. What might have been controllable originally became entirely out of control upon touching the other. His canines ached, his saliva glands secreting excessively, screaming at him to mark the person in front of him according to instinct. There were moments when he almost couldn't hold back from tearing off that ineffective barrier patch and marking that soft, fair skin. But he couldn't do that. The person in front of him seemed innocent and fearless, not understanding just how tempting and vulnerable he was to an alpha in a sensitive period. Besides, his glands were damaged and couldn't respond properly to his pheromones, thus unable to smoothly enter the fever phase. Most importantly, he refused to be bitten. "Don't bite me." These words Nanzhou spoke passionately one evening echoed in Huixinya's mind, a reminder and a warning. Constantly cautioning him that he didn't want to be marked by him. Buzz buzz buzz. Nanzhou pulled out his phone from his pocket. Hao Jia had sent him a message. "I heard that Huixinya was in his sensitive period earlier and dragged you in there for nearly an hour. Oh my god, did he mark you again? Is this guy some kind of beast? He's not as deviant as you think. He didn't mark you." Hao Jia was shocked, sending dozens of exclamation marks right away. Then, he added, "Alphas in their sensitive period don't even spare their boyfriends who are substitutes for omegas. Your current situation is pretty much the same as a substitute. Him not biting you makes me barely respect him." "Do substitutes get bitten too?" Nanzhou asked. Even though they lack the glands, alphas at that point are practically dogs. Biting their boyfriends' necks in fits isn't unheard of. Some substitutes have been bitten so hard they passed out from the pain. Nanzhou. Last time, it already hurt a lot. Apparently, there was a level worse that would make one pass out. What sort of terrible torture was this? Come to think of it, if someone in your situation gets bitten, will they be marked? Hao Jia asked. This touched on a knowledge-blind spot for Nanzhou, leaving him without a reply. At 7:30 in the evening, all guests gathered again in the apartment's common lounge to have dinner together. Pei Feng stood in front of the camera, holding a megaphone and announcing, after living together for a while, the guests should have built deeper bonds with their respective partners and gained a better understanding of each other. On the journey towards chasing dreams and striving for success, significant progress has also been made. Therefore, there should be some small changes and mementos in the apartments of our guests. For this reason, the production team has prepared a little gift for all the guests. As he finished speaking, the production team staff pushed over a cart. On it were placed several photo frames. Pei Feng picked up the first one, and Jiang Zhen immediately laughed. The photo in the frame was taken on a night when Jiang Zhen, after finishing her shift at the coffee shop, complained that her hands were about to fall off, and Su Xiao asked her to sit on the sofa and give him a massage. In the picture, Jiang Zhen had her eyes closed with a smile on her face, while Su Xiao stood behind her, earnestly pressing her shoulders and arms. The entire photo exuded an aura of ordinary happiness. "Teacher Jiang Zhen, Teacher Su Xiao, please come up to claim your happy moment," said Pei Feng. Next, he sequentially took out the happy moment photo frames of Zhang Shi and Gu Tang, as well as Lu Zhou and Wenyu from the cart. For Zhang Shi and Gu Tang, the photo chosen was one of them intimately embracing each other on an evening street. For Lu Zhou and Wenyu, it was a scene from the dance studio where Wenyu handed water to Lu Zhou who was sitting on the ground wiping sweat. When it came to Huixinya and Nanzhou, Pei Feng pulled out an empty photo frame. Finally, congratulations to our teachers Huixinya and Nanzhou. In the first episode of Season 3 of Heart Flutter, they have been voted by our audience as the most popular lover couple. Su Xiao and Jiang Zhen led the applause. Wenyu also clapped. Zhang Shi followed suit when he saw everyone clapping, and only Lu Zhou and Gu Tang clapped half a beat later symbolically. For our most popular couple, the production team has a special reward. Upon hearing the words, special reward, Nanjo stopped what he was doing and looked over at him. Pei Feng, meeting his gaze, smiled widely, an opportunity to shoot the cover for C Family magazine. Almost instantly after these words left his lips, Nanjo's spoon tilted, and the salad on it plopped onto the plate. Are you serious? How is this reward any different from winning a dinner with the boss during the company year-end meeting? Nanjo lamented, I am truly foolish, I actually still had some expectations for you guys just now. Chapter 69 Looking forward to meeting you tomorrow. The scene was dead silent. Gu Tang almost couldn't help but shout an insult aloud. Is Nanjo deliberately doing this? This is the cover photo for the C Family magazine. The C Family, one of the top 4 high-end luxury journals, the artists who can make it onto their cover are either well-respected artists with accomplishments in the industry or currently extremely popular young stars. Most people don't even have a chance to get on there, yet Nanjo still has the audacity to be picky. One of Gu Tang's goals when signing with Heart Beating for You and confirming his participation in this variety show was to seize this very opportunity. Now that he hasn't managed to get it, while Nanjo did, Gu Tang really feels like exploding with anger. If not because his CP pairing is with Huixingye, where would Nanjo even get such qualifications? Director Pei Feng, having experienced big events before, quickly snapped back into focus and continued with the program's flow. Moreover, we are fortunate to have invited the well-known photographer Mr. Liu Bei in the industry to take your photos. As soon as the name Liu Bei was mentioned, let alone Gu Tang, even Liu Zhou widened his eyes. Other people might not know much about Liu Bei, but Liu Zhou knows him quite well. Previously, he had secured a cover shoot opportunity for a second-tier magazine, and the photographer originally assigned was Liu Bei. But just a few days before the shoot, word came that the photographer was changed. They said officially it was because Liu Bei didn't have time, but accidentally Liu Zhou overheard the company executives cursing in private. Apparently, Liu Bei said he doesn't photograph ugly people. What does Liu Bei think he is? Isn't he just a rich second generation with some connections? And he dares to call him ugly. Since then, Liu Zhou has always felt aversion at hearing that name. But after spending more time in the circle, he learned that many others have been rejected by Liu Bei as well, so he gradually stopped caring too much about it. Now, upon hearing that the photographer is Liu Bei, Liu Zhou chuckled darkly. I heard this photographer has quite a strong personality. Is he sure he'll be shooting? He asked. Yeah, it's teacher Liu Bei, Gu Tang chimed in. He also heard about Liu Bei's picky and hard-to-please nature. Pei Feng laughed arrogantly, of course, this job was proactively taken up by him. Proactively took it. Gu Tang and Liu Zhou stared wide-eyed. Our Heart Beating for You is truly famous, even teacher Liu Bei actively took up jobs. Jiang Jin smiled and said. While saying that, her eyes were looking towards the direction of Huixingye and Nanjo. Nanjo had already begun shoveling leaves of vegetables into his mouth. Before sleeping last night, I made a wish to the sky, hoping it would add a little sweetness to my current miserable life, but all I got was absurdity. He muttered lowly to Huixingye. His tone was filled with resentment. Huixingye laughed and placed chicken breast meat onto his plate. Teacher Nanjo. Director Pei called his name again. Nanjo ignored him. Teacher Liu Bei has a message for you. He says, he now knows 23 ways to handle housework, 36 kinds of home-style dishes, 47 types of desserts, and is currently furthering his education in child-rearing and illustrative art. He looks forward to meeting you tomorrow. What kind of stuff is this Liu Bei? Aren't you a photographer? Pei Feng, are you sure you invited the photographer Liu Bei, not Wanxiang Technical School's Liu Bei? Sisters, haven't you noticed the highlight here? Liu Bei willingly took up the work, and even left a message for our beloved Zhou. Didn't Nanji's photos from last time also come from Liu Bei? Could it be they met last time? What situation is this anyway, what does Liu Bei mean here, and why does it seem like he wants to chase after our brother Nan? The chat messages erupted in chaos. The guests on site also showed varying expressions. Only Nanzhou and Huixingye remained unmoved, continuing to be lost in their seemingly two-person world. Next, the production team has prepared a small game, said Pei Feng, and behind him on the large screen appeared an animation. Couple chemistry test. Each couple will answer 6 questions. When both members of the couple give the same answer, 1 point will be scored. The couple with the highest score will gain a privilege in the next episode. The couple with the lowest score will face punishment in the next episode. Nanzhou really has no interest in this activity at all, and considering the previous hit he just took, he questioned, can I not participate? The couples who choose not to participate will automatically receive the lowest score and be punished live-streamed in the next episode, stated Pei Feng. Clearly, he had foreseen this scenario. Nanzhou twitched his lips. Gu Tang, however, was delighted. In his view, Nanzhou's question is intentionally trying to avoid this segment. The test of couple chemistry is something even real couples can't guarantee they'll win, let alone he and Huixingye, a temporary CP formed for the show, there's no way they'd manage it. Participating in this would only expose their lack of actual chemistry. I'm not afraid of you, Shi Gu. He spoke up at the right moment, flashing Zhang Shi a sweet smile. During the day, Gu Tang's schedule was to model for Zhang Shi's online store. That clip of Nan Zhou from earlier gave him some ideas, so he specifically requested a photo shoot theme involving less revealing adult clothing from the production team. After all, M Group, as one of the major sponsors of the variety show, had plenty of such products. Thus, while shooting adult-themed clothes, Gu Tang's live-streaming room garnered significant traffic, and the photos posted on Weibo received numerous comments. Of course, many people said his photos looked like cheap silicone, purely selling flesh without an ounce of sensuality. But Gu Tang didn't care, as long as he gained recognition outside his usual circle, that was all that mattered. Recently, Zhang Shi's interest in him had dwindled considerably. He needed to become famous quickly, to climb higher before Zhang Shi dumped him. Thinking back to what Zhang Shi said in bed the other day filled Gu Tang with disdain for Nan Zhou sitting across from him. Zhang Shi had said, "You're so wild, if you were an omega, your stomach would have been filled countless times already." If he, Gu Tang, were an omega, perhaps he'd be standing beside Hu Xingye now instead. The question sequence for the couple chemistry challenge began with Lu Zhou and Wen Yu. Tang Tang, who acted as the substitute host after Pei Feng, took charge of this mini-activity. The first question, please tell us, Wen Yu teacher, which position does Lu Xiaoyun, your character in Reckless Immortal Lord, hold among the celestial sex? 3, 2, 1. Answer. Big brother. Sixth. Number 6. Tang Tang turned to Nan Zhou teacher, although your answer is correct, it doesn't count. Only answers by Wen Yu teacher and Lu Zhou teacher are valid for this question. Then, she regretfully informed Lu Zhou that he had answered incorrectly, the correct answer was 6th. LOL, haha, what are you doing, Zhou? How could Lu Zhou miss such an easy question? These questions are more suitable for fans than couples, since they don't necessarily watch each other's dramas, frustrating. But Nan answered it correctly. The next question went to Gu Tang and Zhang Shi. It was also relatively simple, both of them provided identical answers, earning 1 point. Subsequently, Tang Tang directed her attention to Nan Zhou and Hu Xingye. The next question will be answered by Hu teacher and Nan Zhou teacher. Listen carefully, at what age did Hu teacher win his first Best Actor award? 18. 21. Nan Zhou and Hu Xingye both responded simultaneously, their tones indifferent, speaking independently without much emotion afterward as if they weren't bothered about their differing responses to the question. Tang Tang was slightly surprised. The audience in the chat room was even more shocked. Even 3 points, and they got it wrong. Wild Good doesn't know Hu Xingye won his first award at 21. Spending all those years fawning over Lu Zhou must have caused this oversight. Gross glass shards everywhere. Starting to doubt if these two aren't actually a fake couple, too sweet almost makes them look like hiding something. Chapter 70, Uncontrollable Heartbeat. Tang Tang's expression was also a little surprised. Privately, she had been shipping the Xing Zhou couple, especially after the last behind-the-scenes footage. Now she's more obsessed than ever. In her eyes, this question was just a textbook example of an easy one. With the relationship Xing Zhou has, how could he possibly get it wrong? I thought you were following the script of Debut as the Peak. Nan Zhou said to He Xingye. Getting the timing of his partner's glorious moment wrong didn't seem to bother him at all. He Xingye didn't care either and explained with a smile, I wasn't in the industry when I was 18. Back then, he was still studying abroad. When I was 18, I had already. At this point, Nan Zhou suddenly paused. What? Nothing. Nan Zhou smiled. Compared to the situation back then, what he faces now is much, much better. While they were whispering to each other, Tang Tang had already finished asking questions to Su Xiao and Jiang Zhen. This old married couple from the entertainment circle handled the beginning easy questions effortlessly. After the first round of questions, Pei Feng arranged for the guests to sit face to face. Nan Zhou, who was listening to He Xingye talk about his school days, was suddenly arranged to sit opposite, with a look of utmost disdain on his face when he took his seat. When Tang Tang asked them, a new rule was added, please write your answer on the answer board first, teacher, before Nan Zhou answers. Everyone, please pay attention. What is teacher He Xingye's pheromone type? With Tang Tang's words landing, the live chat erupted into chaos. Up until now, He Xingye hadn't explicitly disclosed his pheromone information, the official records listed it as S-class but did not disclose specifics. It's a very comfortable scent, very warm, like dry wood burning in a winter forest, Nan Zhou said. He had never heard He Xingye mention it, so he described it based on his own feelings. Oh, there was once when it was mixed with a bit of sweet roasted. Enough, He Xingye interrupted him, flipping over the whiteboard in front of him, which clearly read, Forest Bonfire. Wow, looks like Nan Zhou perfectly described it, Tang Tang was pleasantly surprised. Because what Nan Zhou answered wasn't the standard answer, but a sensory evaluation. In other words, he had smelled He Xingye's pheromones more than once. When do alphas release pheromones that make others feel comfortable? Such a fresh and warm scent. Who would have thought, thanks to Zhoubao's description, it smells so good now, like camping in the forest. Dry yet warm scent, it matches our Jaeger perfectly. Sisters, notice this. Zhoubao mentioned it happened more than once. You think about it. He Xingye, you better not be constantly releasing pheromones around my Nanji, you peacock. Sweet? How can it be sweet? Roasted what? Afterward, Tang Tang continued to ask a few questions about other couples. Lu Zhou and Wen Yu continuously got 3 questions wrong, leaving fans astonished. Lu Zhou's fans vented online accusing Wen Yu of not caring about Lu Zhou, while Wen Yu's fans shouted out loud, "If you're kidnapped, just blink." The best performers overall were Su Xiao and Jiang Zhen, who maintained an undefeated record of consecutive victories. The next round goes to Teacher He and Teacher Nan Zhou. Tang Tang winked at the screen. This time, Nan Zhou will write his answer on the answer board, and he teacher will answer. What food does Teacher Nan Zhou dislike the most? Upon hearing the question, Nan Zhou was a little surprised. He personally isn't picky about food, as long as it isn't particularly bad, he can eat it. But there is one thing that used to make him allergic, so he really dislikes it. Nan Zhou swiftly wrote down his answer on the answer board. After he stopped writing, Tang Tang gestured for He Xingye to respond. He Xingye looked into Nan Zhou's eyes and calmly replied, "Strawberry." Huh. No way, Zhou Bao hates strawberries. I don't believe it, impossible. How could he hate the strawberries grown by our Yega, so embarrassing. In the previous WJXE variety show, someone even said Nan Zhou's favorite fruit was strawberry. Seeing He Xingye's answer, Lu Zhou snorted in his mind. But the next second, when Nan Zhou revealed the whiteboard, his eyes widened involuntarily. Strawberry. Tang Tang excitedly announced the content on Nan Zhou's answer board. Living up to Xing Zhou's expectations, Yigo clearly knows a lot about Zhou Bao. Shipping successful. How could that be possible? Lu Zhou stood up, then immediately sat back down when he realized his outburst. After all, Nan Zhou had previously told him that his favorite food was strawberries, something he'd always craved but couldn't have. At the time, Lu Zhou thought that Nan Zhou's family must be in such bad financial condition that they couldn't afford strawberries. Beside him, Wen Yu quietly replaced the strawberry juice Lu Zhou had poured for him. By the 4th question, Wen Yu and Lu Zhou finally answered correctly for the first time, the date they confessed their feelings. They both wrote down the day of their official announcement. This confirmed that the day they became an official couple was also the day of their public announcement, causing some fans of Lu Zhou to exclaim how responsible Zhou Gu is as an alpha. This is the kind of partner you should look for, they cheered. Meanwhile, even the unbeatable Jiang Zhen and Su Xiao disagreed on the date of their first kiss. It turned out Su Xiao confessed that during their ambiguous period, Jiang Zhen drunkenly forced a kiss one night, and forgot all about it later. This made the live stream audience go wild with excitement. As the game circled around again, it was He Xingye and Nan Zhou's turn once more. Please write down on your answer boards the dates of your first kisses. An easy one, as this question had been asked before. Without a moment's hesitation, Nan Zhou wrote down, December 11th this year. Both revealed their boards simultaneously. Ahahahaha. WTF 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 WTF, Yi Ji's board says December 11th. Again. Yi Ji's birthday. What exactly did they do that day? Can someone explain everything? My CPU is overheating. December 11th, Yi Ji's birthday. Yigu said he spent it with someone he liked, and now we know their first kiss was on that day. Mystery solved, girls. Nan Zhou's first kiss was taken by Yigu, blushing face included. So, in previous interviews, He Xingye was talking about liking Nan Zhou for a long time. I knew these two were real. They're so close privately but don't even show us a kiss in front of cameras. The chat room erupted in frenzy, yet Tang Tang kept the surprises coming. For the 5th question, she started directly with He Xingye and Nan Zhou. Please describe your understanding of the word like. To like. Nan Zhou wrote on his answer board, uncontrollable heartbeat, cautiousness born of fear of loss, and an overwhelming urge to see the person despite abandoning all reason. Across from him, He Xingye revealed his answer board, where it read, endless heart-fluttering moments, wanting to reach out only to pull back, and the impulse to rush to their side without a second thought. Chapter 71, Zhou Bao calling Yigu her husband. OMG, if this isn't lovey-dovey, there's no justice in the world. This absurd question actually received identical answers from Brother Yi and Zhou Bao. I'm crying now, they're just so perfect for each other. Ding ding ding, I've moved the Civil Affairs Bureau over here for you two to get married. Don't make me beg. If Xingzhou romance isn't real, then I refuse to believe there is such a thing as true love in this world. So frustrating. At the recording site, in the apartment's lounge area, everyone was equally shocked. When Nan Zhou saw what He Xingye had written on his board, he also paused slightly. Although it wasn't exactly word for word identical, their responses could be described as perfectly alike. He lifted his eyes and met He Xingye's deep gaze, in those pupils seemed to lay a thought process that matched his own. Then, who was the person making him want to throw everything aside to be by their side? Nan Zhou smiled at him and then turned away, focusing again. Meanwhile, Tang Tang had already started questioning Lu Zhou and Wen Yu. Seated at his spot, He Xingye appeared focused while listening, but his mind kept going back to the previous question, to Nan Zhou's answer. Had he too once cast aside reason to rush towards the girl whom he called his first love? He Xingye glanced at Lu Zhou, his dark gaze impenetrable. However, according to the private investigator's report, 3 years ago Nan Zhou had actively joined Chuanxing Yingdu to pursue Lu Zhou, thus entering the entertainment industry. Was it him? Does he even deserve it? He clenched his jaw tightly under his breath. As Lu Zhou was writing down his response on the board, he suddenly sensed an icy glare. His hand slipped unconsciously, leaving a long winding streak across the writing. He raised his head, catching sight of a large mouse drawn on Nan Zhou's answer sheet, a rat whose tail was being bitten by a tyrant flower. Just then, Tang Tang had asked, "Please represent your relationship with an anthropomorphic animal sketch." Lu Zhou himself had sketched a small wolf protecting a small rabbit. Aware of Lu Zhou's glance, Nan Zhou grinned mischievously and tapped on the oversized rat with his pen. Lu Zhou. Beside Nan Zhou, when you held up his answer sheet, an incomprehensible lump of black ink stains. Finally, as time approached 9 o'clock, this impromptu lovers' challenge organized by the show had reached its final heated phase. Jiang Zhen and Su Xiao got one question wrong and were leading in first place. Tied with them were He Xingye and Nan Zhou, who missed only the giveaway questions but got everything else right. Next were Zhang Shi and Gu Tang. At the bottom were Lu Zhou and Wen Yu. This ranking came as quite a surprise to Gu Tang. It must be a script, right? Since He Xingye had a large enough star power, and their CP pairing brought high traffic since the first episode, the show producers must have prepared scripts in advance for their benefit. Otherwise, how could abstract questions like preferences possibly produce nearly identical answers? Gu Tang looked at the man sitting opposite under the spotlight, with handsome features and noble aura, the adoration in her eyes impossible to conceal. Tang Tang smiled sweetly at Nan Zhou. The final question, "May I ask Professor Nan Zhou and Professor He Xingye, how do you address each other?" After she finished speaking, Nan Zhou surprisingly didn't answer immediately but instead raised his hand to ask, "Do we need to include everything?" "Of course." Tang Tang laughed, her grin wide as if splitting the sky. "How many pet names does this couple really use in private? That's not broadcast appropriate content." Nan Zhou said again. Tang Tang widened her eyes. The live streaming room momentarily quieted. "What? What's not broadcast appropriate? Tell us what you guys call each other privately." "Ayawa, this couple has clearly been playing all sorts of games behind our backs, disgusting." "Right, write it. The expensive V2P ship can't be cut, but my SV2P must watch." "No, not suitable for broadcasting." Tang Tang blushed while asking. Nan Zhou smiled, "I'm joking." After saying that, he picked up his pen and began rapidly writing on the board. A moment later, upon Tang Tang's request to flip their board simultaneously, both Nan Zhou and He Xingye revealed their answers. On Nan Zhou's board, "Dear, baby, me toward him." "Babe, baby, little wild cat, him toward me." On He Xingye's board, "Him, dear, baby, husband." "Me, babe, baby, kitten. Little wild cat. OMG. I'm dead. No saving me, let me lie quietly for a bit. They really call each other treasure, oh my goodness. Husband. Does Zhou Bao actually call Yi Gu husband? These words are making me warm again from the grave, and I'm even burning now. Am I the only one who finds this so embarrassing, oh heavens? He Xingye, how come I haven't heard you calling like that during the live stream? Are you treating us differently?" As everyone was still astonished by these sweet and intimate terms of endearment, Nan Zhou spoke up first. "When did I ever call you husband?" He Xingye looked at him, not answering, but with a mysterious smile on his face. Nan Zhou furrowed his brows and carefully recalled. Finally, a particular scene popped into his mind, instantly making his ears turn red. It was on the night they first met. That night, indulged in a sensory feast, he indeed had called out this term unknowingly while being subtly led. "You took advantage of me," he complained. He Xingye said, "You can take it back. Verbal advantage is meaningless. I want to say privately." "Privately? What's privately? We need to know immediately. Please tell us loudly what you're going to do. Come on, when exactly did Zhou Bao call Yi Gu husband? What secret language are you speaking? Isn't husband something called in bed, right? It must be, isn't it, ha ha ha. This right here is private enough, just treat us as air and speak fast. I see now, He Xingye, you're the culprit preventing us from enjoying Zhou Bao's sweetness every time." The live streaming comments were bustling, and the scene itself even livelier. Their seemingly empty yet filled with meaning conversation sparked everyone's curiosity and gossip. As the only female among the guests, Jiang Zhen mischievously said, "Teacher He, let Teacher Nan Zhou say it. In case he has unreasonable demands, we can arbitrate for him." Su Xiao immediately chimed in, "Exactly. South Zhou shouldn't take advantage of you without any consequences." Zhang Shi smiled slyly, TSK. Gu Tang had already been furious upon seeing the answers, but due to his agent's warning, he could only grip his cup tightly at this moment. Lu Zhou was even more dazed. He couldn't help but recall a previous phone call between his agent and the management. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Saying he likes him, they've clearly been secretly together with He Xingye behind his back. Chapter 72, Would you let me love you properly, please? The small event to test couples chemistry ultimately crowned Huixinya and Nan Zhou as the winners with a score of 5 points. Jiang Zhen and Su Xiao, who were leading at the beginning, stumbled on the last question and dropped to second place. As for Lu Zhou and Wen Yu, they had already been informed well before the final question that they would end up in last place. After announcing the rankings, Pei Feng made another major announcement in front of everyone. Tomorrow, 2 flying guests will be moving into our dream apartment. One of them will be staying on the first floor, in the apartment next to Zhang Shi and Gu Tang. The other will stay in the vacant room left of Mr. Hua and Ms. Nan Zhou's apartment. This was the first time within an episode of Heart Skipping You that 2 flying guests were scheduled, which quickly set off chatter among viewers in the live broadcast chat rooms. 2 guests. Leaks say one guest is Lo Man Man, the B2A fiancé of Mr. Zhang, but who's the other? Fiancés here. Certain plastic surgery fans better behave themselves. I remember, every time Pei Feng invites guests, things get very disruptive. I'm curious to see what kind of trouble these guests are going to stir up. Mix this sugary pool thoroughly. More drama equals more entertainment. Guests or no guests, Nan Zhou couldn't care less. What he did care about was that after the small activity ended, the production team still exploited his remaining energy, bundling him together with Huixinya and sending both of them to work at the S.O bar. Our treatment is worse than beasts of burden, there's nothing that could adequately describe the ruthlessness of being exploited. At this point, what's the difference between us and black slaves digging potatoes in Siberia? If I keep working like this for a few more days, my hair will start emigrating from its homeland soil. Huixinya straightened Nan Zhou's bowtie around his neck and patted Nan Zhou's head. Tell me if you're really tired, and I'll negotiate with them for you. Never mind. I don't care about people talking behind my back. You still have to play nice in this industry. The house band at S.O was the sole band. The performance by S.UPSCO was only arranged due to the program team to shape Nan Zhou's persona. Thus, S.UPSCO's performance didn't last long. Today, the song performed by S.UPSCO remained as Summer Flames, and there was also a track remixed by Nan Zhou himself titled, Come Along With Me. After their stage performance, Yu Yang, who had stayed behind the entire time, approached Nan Zhou. Do you happen to live in? Perhaps concerned that the production crew might overhear some secrets, he wrote down the words on his phone and showed them to Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou, how did you know? My friend also lives there. On the 19th floor. Yu Yang smiled. Had I known you lived there too, we should have celebrated New Year's Eve together with drinks. Nan Zhou touched his nose. Maybe another time. That night, he wouldn't have any free time anyway. Due to the recording of the couple chemistry challenge, by the time Nan Zhou and Huixinya returned to the apartment, it was already late, so the live stream of the program was turned off immediately after they went indoors. After taking a shower, Nan Zhou switched places with Huixinya, letting Hua take his turn. However, not long after Hua entered the bathroom, Nan Zhou changed his clothes and opened the door of the apartment. It was freezing cold in the middle of the winter night, and Nan Zhou pulled his hood over his head as he walked downstairs. Most of the production staff had wrapped up for the day and weren't paying attention to him. Even if someone did notice, they just assumed that the guest had gone out on urgent business. Nan Zhou exited the apartment building and crossed an alleyway. His already pale complexion became stark white. In the next moment, he rushed to a trash can nearby and threw up. There wasn't much left in his stomach to come out, so Nan Zhou knelt by the trash bin, gagging violently. You're pregnant, aren't you? A voice suddenly rang out behind him. Nan Zhou turned and saw Lu Zhou standing a few meters away, his face twisted in anguish. He felt sick already, and though vomiting slightly alleviated the discomfort, he simply had no interest in dealing with Lu Zhou at this moment. Therefore, he started to walk away. Explain yourself. Lu Zhou rushed forward, grabbing Nan Zhou's arm. Nan Zhou pushed him off. Yes, I'm pregnant. And guess what? It's your father's child. Are you happy now? Congratulations, soon you'll have a dad. Lu Zhou. His expression changing repeatedly, he pleaded, Baby, I've realized my mistakes, can you forgive me? Please. Baby, talk to me. Tell me, what exactly is the relationship between you and Huixinya? I don't believe you two are actually dating. Nan Zhou shoved him off. In your eyes, is the relationship between people limited to love alone? Then, what is the relationship between you and me now? After hearing his response, Lu Zhou felt slightly better but still pursued the question. We have no relationship. But I want to have a relationship with you. Nan Zhou paused in his steps, casting him a sidelong glance. All right. In the next moment, amidst Lu Zhou's yet to be completely unfurled smile, Nan Zhou said, transfer me 50 yuan, and once I conquer the 6 kingdoms and become the first emperor of Qin, you'll be my sponsor. Lu Zhou. What thing? By the time he realized what had happened, Nan Zhou had already turned into an alleyway, disappearing from sight. Nan Zhou found a neighborhood convenience store that was about to close and bought something. Actually, on the way back from S.O, he had vaguely felt a bit unwell, and after taking a shower, he started feeling even more nauseous. Thinking that he might have eaten something bad, he had intended to go out and buy some digestive pills. But after throwing up, he felt somewhat better, so he went to the store to buy mineral water to rinse his mouth. After leaving the store and walking to a turning corner, familiar voices came from the quiet alleyway at night. Will you let me love you properly? I am much better than that poor guy, and also better at caring for people. I can support you. Treasure, I had dinner earlier. Guess what kind of food? It's the compliant sweetness of missing you. Nan Zhou. The other person in the alley said something unintelligible, then the speaker's voice became louder. Am I too oily? I'm like this because I like you, don't force me to get rough if you don't appreciate gentleness. Nan Zhou scratched his head and walked into the alley. Under dim streetlights, Zhang Shi, criticized for being greasy, faced the person in front of him, walking briskly forward. Zhang Shi could only think of how fragrant and smooth-skinned the person in front of him was, as well as the gentle demeanor that surrendered under alpha pheromones. Gu Tang was someone who lost interest quickly after playing around with him for a while. Ultimately, there was nothing better than an Omega when it came to such play. In the program, the person before him was clearly an Omega, and to top it off, this Omega was fresh talent without any strong background. Just as Zhang Shi was about to grab Wenyu, Nan Zhou kicked from behind and delivered a kick to his buttocks. Off balance, Zhang Shi stumbled forward in confusion. Amidst the chaos, he seemed to glimpse a fist coming toward him. There was a click, sounding like bones dislocating, followed by a bang as flesh collided with the wall. With Zhang Shi collapsing, Nan Zhou's vision landed on Wenyu, whose fist had just been swung but hadn't yet retracted. In the silent alley, the two locked eyes under the cold wind. A few seconds later, Nan Zhou glanced down at Zhang Shi lying on the ground with his jaw dislocated and drooling all over, raising a thumb toward Wenyu. One Punch Man. Chapter 73, in fact, Nan Zhou is an Omega. Wenyu was also quite speechless. Originally, his punch aimed at Zhang Shi's face, the pervert, preparing to give him a stupid knockout punch. But he didn't expect Nan Zhou to kick from behind, causing Zhang Shi to lose balance and fall forward. That punch hit his jaw instead, not only knocking him out but also dislocating his jaw. Nan Zhou slowly walked to Zhang Shi's side and squatted down, carefully looking at him, furrowing his brow, too unbecoming. Drool was everywhere. Wenyu walked over and squatted down, reaching out. With two crisp sounds, Zhang Shi's dislocated jaw was put back in place, and his mouth was closed by him. However, he lay unconscious on the ground with his butt sticking up in an extremely ugly pose. Those two sounds were really loud just now, it must have hurt a lot, but even so, Zhang Shi showed no signs of waking up. Nan Zhou asked, is he done for? Wenyu. Not completely dead, can still be saved. After saying that, he paused for a moment, it's just that I don't know how to explain this later. He was an Omega who walked the route of a gentle cold beauty, he couldn't possibly be associated with a one-punch alpha KO superhero. As for Nan Zhou. Seemingly knowing what he was thinking, Nan Zhou shook his head, don't look at me, my way of solving problems is to find the problem, complain about it, and then ignore it. Wenyu. Under the moonlight, the two stared at Zhang Shi's face for about half a minute. Nan Zhou hesitantly took a cucumber out of his bag and placed it behind Zhang Shi's buttocks. Wenyu. With your professional experience, how credible do you think this is? Nan Zhou asked. 0. Zhang Shi is an alpha, why would he be playing with cucumbers? Moreover, what kind of cucumber could make an alpha smash his head into a wall at night and get knocked out with a dislocated jaw? Nan Zhou put the cucumber back in his bag and took out a large apple from it, placing it on the ground next to Zhang Shi, this should make sense now. Life is like a play, all depends on acting skills. On you, brother, let my 9.9 value apple's sacrifice be meaningful. Wenyu was already speechless from his antics and now felt even more powerless to criticize, do you take me for Huxingye? How could they act so convincingly that people would believe Zhang Shi got like this because he was hit by an apple? Unexpectedly, in response to his complaint, Nan Zhou actually thought seriously for a while before correcting, if it was him, after one punch, this ugly thing would already be on its way to reincarnation. With luck, it might have finished drinking Mengpa soup by now. Wenyu. Just as the two were deep in thought trying to fabricate a story for this damaged scene, footsteps and voices were heard from the alleyway. It seemed like people from the production team had arrived. At this point, who cares if it makes sense or not? In that instant, Wenyu and Nan Zhou made eye contact. The next second, both stood up simultaneously. Wenyu shouted, Zhang, Mr. Zhang. What happened to you, wake up, wake up. Nan Zhou quietly moved toward the corner near the trash can under the street lamp. After moving just a few steps, people appeared around the corner. The leader was a deputy director of the production team, followed by a female on-site coordinator, and then Nan Zhou saw Huxingye, and beside him, Gu Tang. 10 minutes ago. Gu Tang knocked on the door of Nan Zhou and Huxingye's apartment. When the door opened, Huxingye, dressed in home wear, was drying his hair. The wet bangs partially covered his eyes. Under the light, they gave his deep-set eyes an extra touch of wildness and charm. Along with the movement of drying his hair, his strong and capable arm muscles looked especially sexy. That perfectly sculpted face praised by fans as a paragon of male modeling was even more handsome in the dim night. Perhaps having just taken a shower, Huixinya's body still carried the scent of shower gel mixed with a hint of alpha pheromones, along with the warm breath hitting Gu Tang straight in the face. The strong hormonal impact caused Gu Tang to unconsciously swallow her saliva, her cheeks turning red, and her voice becoming even cuter. Hua, teacher Hua. I have something to tell you. Huixinya frowned, not responding. It's about Nan Zhou, Gu Tang quickly said. Huixinya's action paused slightly, using his eyes to signal her to continue. Gu Tang cleared her throat, trying to act as if she were a righteous passerby, and said to him, I just saw Nan Zhou and Lu Zhou talking in the alley downstairs. They seem to be saying something about Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou he is pregnant. As she spoke, she observed Huixinya's expression, deliberately emphasizing the word pregnant. However, Huixinya's expression remained unchanged in response to her words, without a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Could it be that Huixinya also thought that Nan Zhou was an alpha? So there was no way he could be pregnant. After all, an omega like Nan Zhou, who lacked pheromones and heat cycles, was no different from an alpha. I overheard it by accident. It is their private matter, I didn't mean to listen too much. In reality, had she not received a sudden call from her agent, Gu Tang would have listened until the very end. By the time she hung up the phone, Nan Zhou was already gone. But after some consideration, I felt I couldn't hide this from you. After all, you and Nan Zhou. Where are they? Huixinya interrupted her. His voice was faint, but his tone carried a detached nobility and aloofness. Even his intonation sounded slightly different compared to when he spoke with Nan Zhou normally. Gu Tang was solely focused on making Huixinya feel repulsed toward Nan Zhou, so she was eager for him to witness the intimate scene between Lu Zhou and Nan Zhou. They were in the alley near the apartment just now. They probably won't go far, maybe, they found a more secluded place. Huixinya nodded, then slammed the door shut in the next second. Leaving Gu Tang outside, staring at the tightly closed door, unsure of what to do. What was going on? Was Huixinya really unconcerned about Nan Zhou meeting another alpha secretly in the middle of the night? They must be fake CPs, shutting off the cameras and stopping pretending as soon as they're off air. That was fine with her. A smirk crept onto Gu Tang's lips as she turned around and started to hum a song while heading downstairs. But the sound of the door opening again reached her ears from behind. She turned around and saw Huixinya, who in such a short span of time, had changed his pants and shoes. He was currently putting on his coat while walking out the door. Her heart skipped a beat as she quickly went over to him. Are you really going? Huixinya did not speak, but the steps he took announced his decision. Gu Tang quickly caught up, in fact. Nan Zhou is an omega. Huixinya remained silent. I heard it accidentally from someone I know. They said Nan Zhou was involved in a car accident 3 years ago which injured his glands, so he lacks pheromones. Huixinya paused briefly, his eyes narrowing. Chapter 74, I am actually part of the Gu family. Under the cover of night, Gu Tang completely failed to notice the subtle changes in Huixinya's emotions and small actions. After all, the pace and expression of the people around her remained unchanged. Do you know this person? Huixinya asked. I am actually part of the Gu family. Our family discussed a marriage alliance with you 3 years ago, do you remember that? Gu Tang asked. Huixinya didn't speak, but a slight smile appeared at the corner of his lips. So it was the Gu family. The strictly controlled information had somehow reached the Gu family, suggesting only one possibility, Nan Zhou must be someone from the Gu family. And quite likely, the Omega youngest son of Gu Jingqiao and Nan Yuan. Seeing his silence, Gu Tang pursed her lips slightly. This matter had also been a heartache for him. Although he wasn't fully aware of the specific details of the marriage proposal from back then, he knew the outcome. Huixinya had personally rejected the proposal from the Gu family. He definitely hadn't found the offered Omega suitable. If only at that time, instead of selecting just Omegas from the eligible pool, they had included beta males too. Perhaps by now, he might already be married to Huixinya. Teacher Hua. After waiting for a long while without a response from Huixinya, Gu Tang couldn't help but ask again, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Huixinya's gaze fell on Nan Zhou under the street lamp, who seemed suspiciously eager to hide behind a trash can. He sighed in relief and strode towards him quickly. Passing by Wenyu, who was half kneeling beside Zhang Shi who looked as if he had lost consciousness, Huixinya's eyes momentarily narrowed. Sensing the sharp scrutiny from behind, Wenyu acted even more convincingly, young Master Zhang, where did this apple come from? Who threw it at you? In a few strides, Huixinya arrived next to Nan Zhou. Under the light, he swiftly scanned him, making sure there were no injuries. He merely noted that Nan Zhou's complexion appeared somewhat pale. What happened? He asked. Nothing. Nan Zhou shook his head and lowered his voice, I'll tell you later. While speaking, his eyes never left Zhang Shi and Wenyu, signaling to Huixinya that something significant was up. This matter surely involved Nan Zhou. If Zhang Shi was truly struck by an apple so badly, there was no way Huixinya would maintain such a composed demeanor. Not breaking out into laughter already showed restraint. Typically, when a cat accidentally does something wrong, it has this exact look of guilt, afraid of being reprimanded by its owner. His gaze swept around, and Huixingye's focus ultimately landed on the surveillance camera in the corner. That camera was perfectly aligned with this alley, capable of recording everything that happened inside it clearly. He pulled out his phone, discreetly finding someone and sending them a message. After finishing these tasks, Huixingye extended his hand toward Nan Zhou. The program team will handle young Master Zhang's situation. It's very late and cold outside, let's go home. Nan Zhou nodded, extending his hand from his pocket to clasp Huixingye's. The cold, slender hand instinctively prompted Huixingye to tighten his grip slightly, as if doing so could transmit warmth quicker. On Zhang Shi's side, the staff had quickly rushed over to provide first aid. The associate director was making a call, informing the paramedics to arrive. Only Gu Tang still stood there, staring at the hands clasped together between Huixingye and Nan Zhou, with an extremely sour expression. When Yu stood up from the ground, she first followed Gu Tang's gaze and glanced back at Nan Zhou and Huixingye, then indifferently remarked, "Director Gu, young Master Zhang isn't dead yet, don't cry so prematurely." The associate director who was on the phone and the emergency responders immediately. Gu Tang's face changed abruptly, as if realizing something. He immediately ran over to Zhang Shi's side, crying like a storm, "Brother Shi, wake up. Please don't scare me." At the filming site of Heart Fluttering for You, due to such a major incident involving the guests, half of the production crew had been called to action. The entire apartment complex area was illuminated even in the middle of the night. But online, there was not a single report about this incident. Everyone was still immersed in the hot search trends from the daytime live broadcast, sparking intense discussions. Nan Zhou and Huixingye almost made the top 10 hot searches today. During the day, topics like hashtag Nan Zhou watches confused little immortal hashtag Nan Zhou says Dang Yi Rose can wipe but hashtag Nan Zhou's field of melon hashtag were enthusiastically talked about by netizens. Especially Xiao Yiming, who played Dang Yi, seemingly responding to this trend, posted a photo on Weibo using his mouth to hold a rose, instantly earning praises from many saying how romantic he could be, disregarding safety for romance. In the evening, trending topics like hashtag Huixingye suspected sensory period hashtag Huixingye I want to kiss you hashtag, and hashtag Huixingye Nan Zhou dressing room hashtag were filled with enthusiastic CP fans, who made all kinds of romantic bubble content in their posts. A particular blogger, well known for making many premium videos about the Star State couple, was even shouting online, "What virtue have I accumulated that I could hear such audio?" After listening to it, a water channel formed around my house covering 10 li. The Star State fans quickly replied asking her to cut a new video as soon as possible. And some even replied, "It's because your love flows endlessly that City's mountains and rivers exist." The blogger excitedly sent out another Weibo post, doing. Damn, so much heat, damn. Can't help myself, punched through the earth with one blow. Auntie's eggs, cousins cantaloupe sisters peaches, grandpa's kiwis, car cherry great-grandpa's pineapple grandma's durian oh yes, do. Upper hooks. Lower hooks. By nightfall, topics such as hashtag Huixingye pheromones hashtag Huixingye South Zhou like hashtag South Zhou called Huixingye husband hashtag took the lead. Of course, other trending topics like hashtag Jiangzhen drunkenly kissing Su Xiao hashtag or hashtag Lu Zhou when you fake couple hashtag did not go unnoticed either. In summary, on the first day of live broadcast of Season 3, Episode 2 of Heart Fluttering for You, the show had an overwhelming reception across various social platforms, sparking heated discussions. And the Star State fans were celebrating this day in the Super Talk section, saying they ate too much sugary content. After Huixingye and Nan Zhou returned to the apartment, Huixingye went to the balcony to take a call. Someone has already dealt with the surveillance recordings, but... what is it? You should see it yourself. When the call ended, a contact in WeChat sent him a video from the alley's surveillance camera. In the silent footage, every detail of Nan Zhou's kick and Yu's punch was clearly recorded, how Zhang Shi was slammed against the wall so hard he couldn't even crawl up again. Not only that, the recording also documented the moment when Nan Zhou and Yu squatted down pretending to conspire while exchanging a cucumber for an apple. Huixingye. After turning off the video and locking his phone screen, he walked inside from the balcony. On the reclining sofa, Nan Zhou turned his back to him, lifting his loungewear completely to reveal a patch of snowy white spine and inviting waist dimples. The beautiful butterfly bones were adorned with a few pink claw marks. This sight momentarily stunned Huixingye in place, causing an involuntary movement of his Adam's apple. Nan Zhou's voice sounded inside the room, carrying hints of irritation. Do you have any ointment? There are mosquitoes here even in the dead of winter. They bit me, and now it itches. Chapter 75, You are important to me. Mosquitoes? Where did the mosquitoes come from on such a day? Huixingye walked over, forcing himself to suppress the alluring thoughts in his mind, and carefully examined Nan Zhou's pale back. Maybe it really itched a lot. Nan Zhou couldn't sit still, squirming around and scratching his neck with his hand. I don't know how many times I've been bitten. There wasn't a single mosquito bite on his back, but there were small, tightly packed red rashes dotted on his shoulder blades. Going up along the shoulder blades, there was also redness on his neck. Just as Nan Zhou was about to scratch his lower back due to the unbearable itch, Huixingye caught his hand. Don't scratch. It itches so much. You're having an allergic reaction. Huaxingyi said. He pulled down the raised-up loungewear of Nanzhou, and his expression turned somewhat serious. Allergic reaction? Nanzhou blinked, looked back at him. I just threw up. Seeing Huaxingyi's suddenly stern expression, he quickly added, but I feel comfortable now after throwing up. Change clothes, Huaxingyi said. What for? Nanzhou was confused. To the hospital. Nanzhou wanted to say no, but Huaxingyi's expression was very serious, his tone deep and heavy, leaving no room for argument. Perhaps realizing his resistance, Huaxingyi squatted down before the sofa, looked him straight in the eyes, and said very earnestly but gently, let's go to the hospital, all right? I will stay by your side all the time. Nanzhou's eyes flickered, pressing his lips together, can't we just buy some medicine? No. Huaxingyi held the hand of Nanzhou which was resisting the urge to scratch again, if you don't go to the hospital, I won't be able to sleep tonight. I'll keep worrying about you. It's just an allergic reaction. A severe allergy can lead to breathing difficulties. Huaxingyi's voice grew even gentler, as if he were trying to coax him, even if there is just a slight possibility, I cannot ignore it. You are important to me, and your health is crucial to me. I can't take this risk. His eyes were deep like ink, his words gentle yet sincere. Whether they were true or not, at that moment, Nanzhou had a feeling of being cherished and handled with great care. Facing such eyes, such a Huaxingyi, he couldn't refuse. All right. The staff of the production team had been unable to sleep because of Zhang Shi's matter and were holding a temporary short meeting downstairs in the apartment complex. When Huaxingyi descended from upstairs with Nanzhou, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. A staff member rushed over to inquire about the situation. After learning that Nanzhou had an allergic reaction and the two were going to the hospital, Payphone quickly arranged for follow-up shooting and one staff member to accompany them. Thus, in the middle of the night during what was already supposed to be post-live stream hours, the Heart Flutter live streaming room suddenly had images and sounds. Damn! Staying up late truly brings good things. What's going on? How could this happen in the middle of the night? Wild Brother and Zhanbao are in the car. Am I seeing things wrong? Zhanbao actually being held in Wild Brother's arms? Is this special content? Nighttime broadcasts are under the late-night slot, obviously different from daytime, hehehe. Brother Ye's expression seems quite serious. Why aren't they talking? After the live broadcast ended, Huaxingyi had already turned off the microphones for both himself and Nanzhou. In the haste earlier, he naturally wouldn't have brought the microphone along. So the only sound equipment on site was the microphone beside the camera. Within the short span of less than 10 minutes, Nanzhou's allergic reaction worsened, his face even started to turn red. Even for him, at this point, he understood that his condition wasn't something to overlook. In his memory, Nanzhou had experienced allergies before. Eating strawberries would trigger allergies for him, causing him full-body itching, so he never ate that stuff. Moreover, even if eating strawberries led to an allergy, it would usually result in rashes and itching but had never become this severe, developing so rapidly. Strawberry? Upon hearing Huaxingyi inquire about dinner items, the staff was puzzled. Teacher Hua, are you suggesting that Teacher Nan consumed strawberries inadvertently? It was known that Nanzhou was allergic to strawberries. In the bar, everything he drank passed through Huaxingyi's hands, meaning there couldn't possibly be anything related to strawberries. Thus, it must have been something eaten at dinner. It's not necessarily fruit, it might have been mixed with other foods, like a salad, Huaxingyi said. After hearing this, the staff immediately called the person responsible for dinner arrangements to inquire further. Nanzhou, whose chin was already breaking out in a rash, was held gently in his arms, his head buried in Huaxingyi's chest as he uncomfortably rubbed against it. Huaxingyi lightly patted him with the hand that was holding him, as if to soothe him, while the other hand still held onto Nanzhou's hand to prevent him from unconsciously scratching himself. Zhou Bao is having an allergic reaction. Ah, he seems really uncomfortable. I've never seen our brother Nan like this before. The baby has his face buried in his husband's chest, he must be very uncomfortable. Wah, poor thing. That's fake, it's just an allergy, no need for such drama. I think they must have done something bad and got cursed, or else why would their faces get disfigured? Definitely guilty, only dirty people sneak around at night because they can't show their faces in the daylight. If you're talking nonsense now, you're either ugly or vulgar. The car moved swiftly through the night, reaching the hospital in no time. When getting out of the car, Huaxingyi blocked the camera from capturing Nanzhou's face and stopped the live streaming crew from entering the emergency building with them. This is a hospital. The filming staff paused momentarily, then seemed to understand and nodded. Back to the car. There's no need to follow, Huaxingyi said before striding quickly into the ER with Nanzhou in his arms. He looks really serious. Brother Ye's voice is so cold. Did you notice? From earlier until now, he wouldn't let the cameras film Nanzhou's face. Could he really have been disfigured? Some people are too spiteful, casually throwing around words like disfigurement. May your entire family disfigure. LOL, I suspect it's part of the script. CP fans, stop obsessing over every little detail. They've only filmed for a few days and your precious lord has already gotten sick twice, his constitution isn't even as weak as an omega. The audience in the live stream who hadn't gone to sleep yet were arguing amongst themselves. Inside the hospital, Huixingye took Nanzhou to a consulting room with a nurse. In the room sat a young female doctor wearing glasses, someone Huixingye had contacted beforehand, a good friend of his at this hospital in the city. Are there any prior medical records? The doctor asked after doing a brief examination. Nanzhou shook his head, I'm not sure. You could contact my agent. By this point, even his voice had grown hoarse. The female doctor frowned and glanced at Huixingye. During their previous conversation, Huixingye had mentioned Nanzhou's damaged glands. Given her knowledge and experience, she believed that Nanzhou's severe allergic reaction was likely due to problems with his glands. Chapter 76, a second too late would be torture for him. Huaxingyi took Nanzhou's phone to call Haojia. Receiving a midnight call from Nanzhou and hearing Huaxingyi's voice right off the bat, Haojia was nearly driven mad. He instinctively thought that Nanzhou had once again been messed around by this shameless alpha. However, when Huaxingyi inquired about Nanzhou's medical records, Haojia became cautious. What do you want with those? Give the phone back to Nanzhou, I want to talk to him. He has a severe allergic reaction. Send me his medical record, instructed Huaxingyi. This is Zhozhou's privacy. I know about his gland condition. Don't waste time, every second of delay is torture for him. The cold tone of the alpha, even through the phone, made Haojia feel some pressure. Not only did he instinctively show weakness, but there was also another point, Huaxingyi's words weren't wrong. If Nanzhou was so sick that he couldn't even answer the phone, then chatting nonsense here indeed wouldn't help, it would only increase suffering. Therefore, after ending the call, Haojia immediately sent Nanzhou's medical records via Nanzhou's WeChat account to Huaxingyi. Of course, he didn't forget to ask, Zhozhou, how could you tell him such a secret as your damaged gland? Ignoring this message, Huaxingyi transferred the medical record to his own phone and handed it to the doctor. The doctor carefully looked it over and started understanding the situation. His allergy looks severe, but it's not a big issue. The main problem lies in his gland. After her statement, she turned to Huaxingyi, have you two engaged in any marking behavior? Huaxingyi slightly froze before nodding. That simplifies things. Since you've already engaged in marking. The doctor paused mid-sentence, but Huaxingyi interrupted her, he doesn't like being marked. The doctor was momentarily stunned. Her gaze shifted to Nanzhou, who had almost buried his entire upper body in Huaxingyi's embrace. I assumed you were so intimate because you had already marked each other. Due to marking, an omega naturally depends on their alpha, thus explaining why they subconsciously exhibited such behavior under these circumstances. Nanzhou's voice came faintly and hoarsely from Huaxingyi's chest, I'm introverted, and whenever I go out, I love hiding into burly, handsome alpha's arms. The doctor. Huaxingyi gently rubbed his nape, a very soothing action. If you're uncomfortable, don't talk much. Then kiss me. Huaxingyi leaned down and kissed the top of his head. The doctor. Pushing up her glasses, while operating the computer to open test orders and drug prescriptions, she said, according to standard therapy, we need to give him a shot now. Nanzhou remained silent. His silence meant consent, and Huaxingyi nodded. The doctor stood up and retrieved a syringe and medication from the emergency medicine cabinet. It will hurt a bit. If you can't bear it, bite, you're handsome alpha. Standing beside Nanzhou, the doctor pushed the syringe to its apex and indicated for Huaxingyi to remove the pheromone-blocking patch on Nanzhou's neck. With just this simple motion, Huaxingyi felt Nanzhou unconsciously clutch his shirt tightly. Where to inject? The gland. The word gland instantly made Nanzhou stiffen his whole body. Sensing the change in his body, Huaxingyi gently patted his back, his deep and melodious voice soft in the night, otherwise, I'll tell you my bank card password. On grandma's way to withdraw cash. After Nanzhou spoke, it was obvious he'd relaxed somewhat. Seeing this, the doctor proceeded with disinfecting the area using alcohol for the injection. At the moment the needle pierced the gland, Nanzhou's body trembled. With the drugs entering his system, Huaxingyi could even feel the pain through the strength with which Nanzhou gripped his arm. Nanzhou endured the injection almost entirely trembling. In barely a few dozen seconds, he was drenched in sweat, as if pulled out of water. If Huaxingyi wasn't holding him, he might have collapsed softly to the ground. Moreover, likely due to the medication, he became somewhat hazy, resembling a bit the state after being bitten by Huaxingyi when he first arrived. The difference was that at that time, he desperately wanted to be with Huaxingyi, but now, all he wanted was to sleep. After a while, Nanzhou fell asleep in Huaxingyi's arms. The doctor discarded the used medications and syringes into the medical waste bin, removed her gloves, prepared the drugs at the computer, and instructed the nurse to fetch and deliver them via the internal line phone. Then, she looked at Huaxingyi holding Nanzhou and said, his gland is very weak. A normal omega's gland secretes pheromones that can, in turn, protect the gland. But he's different. The inability of his gland to secrete pheromones means the already damaged gland lacks a layer of protection. The doctor made a simple illustrative gesture, like this. Without protection, it's easy for various viruses or bacteria to invade. The gland is an important organ for omegas, yet also fragile. Once it's unprotected and infected by viruses, it easily leads to illness, turning minor ailments into severe ones. He does get sick quite easily. Huaxingyi briefly recounted how Nanzhou caught a fever right after getting drenched in the rain. This issue, one could say, is serious, or one could say it's not. The doctor pointed at Nanjo. I've reviewed his medical records. In most families, if an omega's gland gets so severely damaged, they generally lose their gland altogether. What losing a gland means for an omega goes without saying. However, the person who treated him had a high level of medical expertise, so the gland was preserved. And the post-operative care team was undoubtedly highly professional too, as his gland has recovered quite well. But, damage is damage. Simple medications cannot cure his problem. Huaxingyi's expression grew solemn as he gazed deeply at Nanjo with eyes brimming with tenderness. But, it's not completely incurable. As I mentioned earlier, this issue of his, though significant, isn't insurmountable. The doctor then took out another vial of the same medication injected into Nanjo's body earlier. This medicine contains 60% artificial alpha pheromone components. Huaxingyi's eyes slightly narrowed. The current problem is that his body lacks the protective effect of pheromones. If a high-level alpha were to mark him, the alpha pheromones entering his body would naturally follow biological instincts to protect the omega's gland, thus solving the problem effortlessly. Generally speaking, permanent marking is the best solution. Permanently marked omegas are naturally protected by the alpha pheromones of their marker, and once both parties' pheromones merge, the omega's health condition improves to a certain extent. Almost as soon as the doctor finished her sentence, Huaxingyi immediately recalled their soul marking event. That night, when Nanjo appeared outside the villa, drenched from head to toe and standing in the cold wind for a long time. Yet, after they experienced a dreamlike 2 days and 2 nights together, not only did Nanjo not come down with a fever or catch a cold, but even found the strength to leave on his own following the heat phase. Chapter 77, What do you want by tempting me? The doctor continued, so for him, having an alpha partner is beneficial. A high-level alpha's body is a naturally harmless agent for his health. I see that you two have quite a good relationship. You might consider permanent marking during his next heat period. The doctor suggested. Huaxingyi didn't respond. He and Nanjo are not even lovers at this point. Although they have been to bed together, this does not mean that Nanjo likes him, he only enjoys the pleasure Huaxingyi brings. Moreover, Nanjo originally resists the act of marking. Not to mention permanent marking, he even opposes temporary marking. Most importantly, Nanjo is not the kind of person who would compromise on this matter just because medication is needed for maintaining health. He only follows his heart. Seeing his silence, the doctor didn't say anything more. After the nurse brought the allergy medicine, the doctor hooked up a small drip for Nanjo before leaving to treat other emergency patients. It was nearly 3 o'clock in the morning when Huaxingyi and Nanjo finally left the hospital. The cameramen and staff who had waited patiently in the car immediately got out once they saw them. One of the cameramen lifted his camera again. When they arrived at the hospital, Nanjo could at least walk on his own. By now, he was entirely held in Huaxingyi's arms in a bridal carry. No one dared to ask what happened inside the hospital. Once in the car, Huaxingyi adjusted his arm to let the person in his embrace sleep more comfortably. After receiving the injection and the 4, Nanjo's condition stabilized, and he fell into a deep sleep in Huaxingyi's arms. His previously reddened face returned to normal, and even the little red rashes on his neck had subsided. In the dim interior of the car, the lens captured his sleeping face, which looked extremely obedient, showcasing a beauty distinct from his daytime appearance. What about those maggots who were talking about disfigurement earlier? Come out here. Whimper such a beautiful baby, like Sleeping Beauty. I can't help but kiss him. Mooah. Woolj baby Zhou has suffered so much, falling ill every live stream. Poor thing, my heart aches. Ye brother held baby Zhou all night without sleep. He barely slept last night too. Ah, what kind of divine love is this? I feel like the stray dog kicked on the street. At this moment, while lying in Huaxingyi's arms, Nanjo murmured something in his dream, so big. An already quiet car suddenly became even quieter. Viewers still watching the midnight live stream flooded the screen with exclamation marks. Huaxingyi's body stiffened slightly as he silently took Nanjo's wandering hand off his chest. What do you want by tempting me? Even in his sleep, Nanjo's mouth wouldn't rest after being caught. Huaxingyi didn't reply but instead lifted his hand to his lips, giving it a gentle kiss. His eyes brimmed with unguarded tender affection. The dreaming Nanjo wasn't truly asking for an answer. Afterward, he instinctively buried his face back into Huaxingyi's embrace, adjusted his posture, and drifted off to sleep again. Darn it, who understands kissing the hand? Nosebleed, too pure and lustful, I can't take it anymore. Huaxingyi, your eyes. Ah, I'm dead. Where is it big? Say clearly. Where is it big? TSK, in the middle of the night, Yega should be set ablaze by now. Baby Zhou is right. Our brother Yi originally has a large chest anyway. Perfect miner's build. I don't believe it unless I get to touch it too. Hee hee. Tempting you is because wanting to eat you up, honey. You will be eaten till no bones remain. Answer him, Huaxingyi. Let us hear too. What exactly are you going to do? Nanjo woke up groggily, the room still dim. Huaxingyi lay beside him, his arm around him, sound asleep. The narrow bed for 2 people, especially with someone as tall and muscular as Huaxingyi, was exceedingly cramped. As soon as Nan Zhou slowly turned over, the person next to him seemed to sense it, and the large hand embracing him gently patted him down again. Even though still asleep, his instinctive soothing actions were natural and practiced. In the dark room before dawn, Nan Zhou looked at Huixingye's handsome face, and gradually a warm glow filled his clear transparent eyes. In his mind, countless memories of the look in Huixingye's handsome eyes flashed by. The intensity of their first meeting, the tenderness of their second encounter. The concealed affection beneath the anxious heat on New Year's Eve, and last night, the concern and love that flooded his gaze. Deep affection can be acted out, but performances don't have to be perfect all the time. In front of or behind the lens, every minute Huixingye spent with him was always the same. There was nothing worthwhile for Huixingye to plot against him except for himself. Nan Zhou let out a soft breath, resting his hand on Huixingye's chest, feeling his steady heartbeat, one by one. The rhythm of heartbeats started to synchronize, their breathing intertwined. He slowly closed his eyes. When consciousness drifted back into darkness again, Nan Zhou recalled his first love. As he had previously told Huixingye, 6 months ago, he invited the other party, waiting in a cafe from daybreak to night without success. Afterwards, he buried the young bud of this nascent emotion within him. After all, human relations aren't confined only to romantic relationships, many ties are equally significant, like friendship. Compared to not being able to fall in love, Nan Zhou feared losing this precious friendship even more. Therefore, although the other person didn't show up, he never asked about it afterward. The other side clearly shared the same understanding, their subsequent conversations never mentioned meeting again, and their relationship remained as usual. Moreover, now that they could no longer sustain their friendship either, though regrettable, he was not someone who would drown in past memories and had moved on long ago. So, when faced with a new romance once again, should he summon up the courage to accept it? Even though it appeared temptingly deceptive, like a lie-laden trap. Nan Zhou slept until 10 a.m. before waking up again. Maybe because he was sick yesterday, the production team didn't even come to wake him up this morning. Huixingye, who was replying to messages on the couch, soon noticed after Nan Zhou opened his eyes. Awake? As he spoke, he stood up and walked over, sitting down at the edge of the bed, asking gently under the winter sun, "How are you feeling?" Nan Zhou flipped over. "Tired. Without historical records, I would have thought I built the pyramid last night. Check if my back is branded with a slave's mark." Chapter 78, Can I Have a Kiss? Huixingye reached out and pulled back Nan Zhou's clothes, carefully inspecting his back. "It's very clean, not even a single rash." Nan Zhou, who was facing the bed, didn't expect him to follow through, but somehow, his cheeks instantly heated up. He pretended to be calm, sat up, and pulled his clothes back down. "What time did we come back from the hospital last night?" "Around 3. "Ah. That means he only slept for a little while." "When you wake up, get up to eat breakfast and take your medicine," Huixingye said. Just as he was about to get up and head to the kitchen to warm up their meal, his wrist was caught by Nan Zhou. Huixingye looked down. Nan Zhou tilted his head upward, looking into his eyes with a smile curling on the corner of his lips. "Baby, you look so handsome today. Can I have a kiss?" There was a moment of silence in the apartment. Nan Zhou touched his nose. Just as he was about to let go, Huixingye clasped his hand and bent over in the sunlight. Accompanied by a warm, dry, and pleasant smell, a gentle kiss landed softly but firmly on his forehead. A deep and melodious voice rang out, tinged with laughter, echoing by Nan Zhou's ears, "You're cute today too." After getting up and eating breakfast, Nan Zhou finally started his day-long live stream again. Today's broadcast was several hours later than usual, but there were no complaints from the CP fans in the live room. They all sent comments asking after Nan Zhou's health and encouraged him to rest well. Even though Zhou was sick last night, I must say the sugary moments last night were so sweet. Those who haven't seen it yet should check the recorded version. Dang. I made the mistake of going to bed too early and missed that amazing midnight broadcast. It's rumored Zhou commented you was so big, tsk tisk tsk. What? The late night session, let me catch up immediately. Have you watched the video clip edited by the wife overnight? I suspect she doesn't need sleep, she's been busy surfing the web this whole night. I've watched it. The wife is really good at cooking food, drives men crazy, makes women miss their periods, it cures depression, revives vegetative state patients, and is my lucky star today. This morning, the wife of the Xingzhou CP fan actually released a new edit. The content of the new edit was super explosive, accompanied by a currently trending song on the internet, C.Pulla.E, making the Xingzhou CP scream that this fake car feels more real than ever. The video starts with Nan Zhou being pulled into the restroom by Huixingye, capturing some dialogues like, "I want to see your face." It also included clips from when Nan Zhou had a fever and Huixingye asked him to remove his pants. Subsequently, there are scenes like, "I want to kiss you," as well as clips of Nan Zhou sneaking drinks in the bar, saying, "Good boy." The final scene shows Huixingye carrying Nan Zhou out of the hospital last night and putting him in the car. This. Wife. Too much, can't handle it, is this real? The music is genius, perfectly describing how intense Xingzhou DS actions are. Ah. From slithering in the darkness to standing straight in the sunlight. Shout. Stretch straight. Fly freely in the sun. Shout. Stretch straight. Fly freely in the sun. Ah, the final soft and cuddly image of Zhou nestled in Brother Ye's arms. I could watch this scene 100 times, 100 times. I knew Zhou would be dazzled by Brother Yi. New Xingzhou fans. Roar, turn into monkeys, fly into the jungle, swing on vines, pass by banana-eating monkeys flying past, roar, turn into monkeys, fly into the jungle, swing on vines, pass by banana-eating monkeys flying past, roar, turn into monkeys, fly into the jungle, swing on vines. The program staff announced that due to Nanzhou's illness, the magazine cover shoot would start in the afternoon instead. So today Huaxingyi didn't need to work as an extra in the film set, and Nanzhou didn't have to stay home to write songs. All they needed to do was complete the magazine photo shoot, then work at the bar later in the evening. Nanzhou's phone was filled with endless messages from Hao Jia checking on his condition. Of course, Hao Jia didn't forget to scold Huaxingyi for not taking good care of his own CP, making Nanzhou sick twice and saying there's only filth on his mind. Nanzhou replied to part of the messages, mainly telling her that he was already fine. Omega gland is such a private matter, especially when it's severely damaged. How can you tell him something like that? What if he tells others? Hao Jia replied. He's my partner, isn't it normal for me to tell him? An honest man lays everything bare, while small people hide behind facades. Who told you to use the phrase this way? And besides, you're just CP partners for a reality show. Ah, lately I feel like my head is itchy, am I growing love brain? While chatting intermittently with Hao Jia, Nanzhou went downstairs from the apartment with Huaxingyi. As soon as they reached the building's entrance, they ran into Gu Tang, who was carrying a lunchbox out of the apartment. Her gaze swept briefly over Huaxingyi's face before Gu Tang turned to look at Nanzhou. What exactly happened last night? Nanzhou said, I had an allergic reaction and my sweetheart took me to the hospital, that's all. Last night, Zhang Shi got mysteriously injured, and on site there were only Wen Yu and Nanzhou. While no evidence existed, Gu Tang suspected that it was highly likely that Nanzhou did it. He was already upset about the matter, but hearing Nanzhou calling Huaxingyi so affectionately made him even angrier. Stop dodging the question. I'm asking about what you did to Shi. What's wrong? Not long after Gu Tang finished speaking, Wen Yu's voice came from behind Nanzhou. Everyone turned around and saw Wen Yu and Lu Zhou walking out of the public lounge. Nanzhou locked eyes with Wen Yu, instantly recalling their solidarity from last night. He spoke, Gu Tang is going to deliver food to that Teddy who'll stick his nose in anything. Wen Yu. Sticking his nose in anything, so Zhenbao is hinting that Zhang Shi is a huge pervert. I'm dying laughing, this is too funny ha 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 ha. Isn't this indirectly saying that Gu Tang has not only been cheated on but is also acting like a devoted little housewife cooking and cleaning for Zhang Shi? Not to mention, how come overnight we found out from official posts that Zhang Shi got hospitalized for dislocating his jaw? What have I missed here? Is anyone willing to explain? Let me boldly guess, Zhang Shi tried something with Zhenbao last night and got beaten up by Yi Gu. After Rat, Zhang Shi now proudly bears the title of Teddy. Has anyone else noticed that Nan Gu said this toward Miss Yu? When did they become so close? Nanzhou, what do you mean? Gu Tang narrowed her eyes and asked coldly. Nanzhou said, don't get mad, hear me out, I'll make something up for you. Don't. Before Gu Tang could finish her sentence, Wen Yu's voice sounded. In her usual calm tone, she added, and last night, he was still kneeling by young Master Zhang, wailing over his fate. There was a moment of silence at the scene. Then, amidst everyone's stares, Nanzhou started clapping loudly, greatness speaks for itself, no need for more words. Gu Tang turned red with anger, gripping the lunchbox tightly, looking quite aggrieved. At that very moment, a cold, stern voice rang out from nearby. His greatness certainly doesn't need your evaluation. In the footage, a man of about 30 years old emerged from behind the program staff. He was dressed in a black high-end tailored suit, wearing rimless glasses, exuding an air of aristocratic refinement. Chapter 79, What level is he, worth making you go? Didn't they say the one who came is Zhang Shi's fiancé, Lu Manan? Who is this one? Me. I feel like a skyrocket shooting straight into the sky. Is that, our president? I'm not hallucinating, am I? To be fair, this one is more handsome than Zhang Shi. A whiff of elite status hits your nose, it feels like someone Sugarbao knows. Please elaborate from the beginning. You're what, president? The person in front must have been caught watching live streams at work. In the camera shot, Gu Tang's face instantly turned deathly pale. He stared at the man approaching from afar, his heartbeat accelerating and his ears buzzing as if his eardrums were about to shatter. Oh, how could it be him? How did he come here? Gu Tang subconsciously glanced at Nanzhou but saw that he wasn't even looking at the new arrival, instead, he was whispering something to Huaxingyi. Brother. Brother, when the visitor approached, Gu Tang managed to force out a title from his dry throat. His entire state was like someone who had just been pulled out of water, utterly dispirited. If he hadn't acted hurt after being insulted by Nanzhou just now, the audience would have probably noticed his abnormality by now. Honestly, when Gu Tang made that call, he didn't have any certainty inside. Because although he claimed to be from the Gu family publicly, in reality, he only had distant ties to the main branch of the Gu clan. He and the current head of the Gu family weren't truly cousins, they were actually nothing more than acquaintances through his own cousin, whose surname also happened to be Gu. In the past, during family gatherings, he had occasionally followed his cousin to greet this man. In Gu Tang's memory, this alpha cousin who had taken charge of the family business at such a young age was an extremely stern and solemn figure, much like a strict elder. Gu Zheng slightly nodded toward him. I watched the live stream. These few words immediately left Gu Tang feeling weak-kneed and almost collapsing on the spot. But the next second, he heard Gu Zheng say, "You've done well." Gu Tang. Huh. Gu Zheng's gaze started with Gu Tang, scanned over each of the guests present, and finally landed on Huixingye and Nan Zhou. That sharp gaze flickered with a distinct glimmer of coldness when it met Huixingye's eyes. Gu Zheng. Gu Zheng spoke again, revealing his name. Sisters, I just went back to check the recognition results, and this guy is no ordinary figure. He is the CEO of GY Group. CEO of GY Group. And guess what, this happens to be Sweet Bao's older cousin. Our baby is from a wealthy family, and yet has been so modest until now. Y'all saying Sweet Bao lusts for Zhang Xiao's wealth should come take a walk. With her kind of family background, why would she even need Zhang Xiao's money? She herself is already from a powerful clan. Certain Zhoubian fans, get ready, you're about to run out of good days. Houses are divided into different classes too. Though Zhang Xiao's family is rich, Zhang Xiao himself is merely a carefree second-generation rich man, which can't compare at all with someone in power like Gu Zheng, right? Huixingye remained silent, but Nan Zhou's eyes lit up upon hearing this and quickly turned to Gu Tang, telling him, you don't need to argue anymore because Zheng is here. Gu Tang. A faint smirk appeared on Huixingye's lips as he opened his mouth and said calmly, Operation Gu Zheng. Nan Zhou burst out laughing, as if he'd just stumbled across some great joke, laughing so hard tears streamed down his face. Seeing this, Gu Zheng's already gloomy expression darkened further. I'm laughing my ass off, Zhou Bao, you really fear nothing. Kidding, have you ever seen Brother Nan afraid of anything? Girls ahead, don't talk too confidently, yes, there was a time he feared elder brother Yi, but only in bed, ha ha ha. Some people shouldn't laugh too hard now, soon they'll cry so much they won't have tears left. Remember, Gu Zheng isn't someone Huixingye can easily offend. Gu Tang wanted to say something, but he nervously glanced sideways at Gu Zheng and quietly closed his mouth. At a moment like this, better say less lest a wrong word offend this cousin of his. Not to mention the repercussions, how his family might deal with him once he goes home would be unimaginable. Teacher Gu Tang, young Master Zhang should be hungry by now in the hospital, breaking the awkward atmosphere, the usually quiet when you surprisingly chimed in, bringing the focus back onto Gu Tang. Gu Tang felt like he'd just been rescued, hurriedly nodding, that's right, Shirgu is waiting for me at the hospital. After speaking, he looked toward Gu Zheng, Big Brother Tang, I need to go to the hospital and bring food to Shirgu. Bring food? Gu Zheng interrupted him. Why are you bringing food to him? Before Gu Tang could react, he heard Gu Zheng speak forcefully and dominantly, what class does Zhang Shi belong to? Does he deserve for you to bring him food? Gu Tang's secretly extended foot froze in place, his eyes slightly widening. Then, if not to bring food, what was he supposed to do? This was a dating show. At this exact moment, the program staff came over to urge Huixingye and Nan Zhou, Teacher Hua, Teacher Nan Zhou, it's time for you two to head out for filming. Nan Zhou's cheerful smile immediately faded. He wiped away the tears from the corner of his eye and shoved his hands into his pockets, silently walking forward. After taking a couple steps, he whispered stealthily to Huixingye beside him, Gu Zheng, Gu Tang, G, DJ, B. Huixingye maintained an aloof expression on his face but casually replied, J, VB.V. Nan Zhou burst out laughing again, leaning so hard this time that he collapsed against Huixingye's shoulder, his entire body shaking with laughter. TSK 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 TSK, who's fangirling over these childish couples? Oh, it's me. They're so in sync. It feels like no matter what Zhou says, Yi can always pick up where he leaves off, perfectly hitting every button. Yi appears mature and stable, but when he's around Zhou, he's as childish as a 3-year-old. Let's be real, these two didn't even care about what Gu Zheng or Gu Tang thought. They left them wallowing in self-pity. After Huixingye and Nan Zhou got into the car, Lu Zhou and Wen Yu politely greeted Gu Zheng and Gu Tang before leaving the apartment building as well. In the blink of an eye, only Gu Tang and Gu Zheng remained at the scene. Faced with Gu Zheng's imposing presence, Gu Tang swallowed his saliva, pondering how he might subtly inquire from this elder brother why he had deigned to participate in the reality show. Originally, he assumed that Gu Zheng came because of Nan Zhou, and earlier, he had been scared to death. But after a series of actions by Gu Zheng and Nan Zhou, Gu Tang was thoroughly confused. These two didn't seem to have any intention of recognizing each other. Especially Nan Zhou, who during the live broadcast had completely disrespected Gu Zheng without a second thought. Keep in mind, this was Gu Zheng, the current leader of the Gu family and his very own older brother. Chapter 80, Your Devout and Virtuous Knight Liu Bei. Gu Zheng glanced down at Gu Tang, and you, don't you have to go for filming? I do, I really do. Gu Tang nodded repeatedly. Where are you filming? Is it at the same place as them? Gu Zheng asked. How would he know? In the variety show, his identity was that of an online store model, and he was shooting clothes arranged by the online store. Nanzhou and Huixingye were shooting the cover for C magazine. This wasn't even in the same league. Seeing Gu Tang didn't answer, Gu Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly. He pushed up his glasses and walked towards the follow-up cameraman. Surely you should know, right? The follow-up cameraman. Through the working earpiece, instructions from pay phone came. He coughed and replied, Gu Tang's shooting location is at the same place as Huixingye and Nanzhou. Upon hearing these words, Gu Tang lifted his head in surprise. At the same place? How could the C magazine cover possibly be shot at the same place as him? But Gu Jing didn't give him a chance to ask questions. He gave a slight nod, inclined his head towards Gu Tang as an indication, let's go. Wow damn, this Mr. Gu, so domineering. He doesn't even consult our Candy's opinion. Probably because he feels Mr. Zhang isn't worthy enough for Candy. Didn't he just say what level Mr. Zhang was to warrant Candy delivering food? But I ship Candy with Mr. Zhang. Don't you think Gu Zheng is disrespectful? Haha, all kinds of strange people in this live streaming room. Are they all monkeys sent over? With the lunchbox in hand, Gu Tang followed Gu Zheng onto the car with full-hearted concerns. Inside the car, the atmosphere was quite solemn. Gu Zheng said nothing but sat in a chair reading a tablet, his handsome face bearing an imposing aura that made Gu Tang dare not relax even while sitting. Even when his phone vibrated in his pocket, indicating a WeChat message, he didn't dare take it out to check. In the hospital, Zhang Shi lay on the bed waiting left and right for Gu Tang to come over with porridge, his impatience almost evident on his face. But at this moment, facing the camera, he still tried hard to control his expression, pulling out his phone again to send a message to the other party. However, like the previous few messages, they disappeared into the void. Under normal circumstances, he would have made a call by now, but with his jaw dislocated, it was very difficult for him to speak, and he needed complete rest. Thus, he could only communicate via text. Damn. Zhang Shi closed his eyes and immediately thought about last night's events and that final punch. At the time, he clearly felt someone kick him from behind, so the person who punched him was most likely that person. This morning, after Zhang Shi woke up, the production team immediately asked him about the situation at the scene. According to them, apart from Wen Yu at the time, there was only Nanzhou on site. Nanzhou. That beat OA. It wouldn't be anyone else. How dare that ignorant little brat hit him? Did he get tired of living or what? Zhang Shi immediately ordered someone to retrieve the surveillance footage, but the person dispatched told him the alley's surveillance had malfunctioned and hadn't captured content during that time period. Son of a. Zhang Shi forcefully hit his pillow. You good one, Nanzhou, legal consequences may not reach you, but I, Zhang Shi, can't deal with your little idol status either. With a rustling sound, the door to the ward was pushed open, and a stylishly dressed BOA woman with tea-brown curls entered wearing high heels. Upon seeing her, Zhang Shi immediately put down the phone in his hand. Haven't you heard that your jaw is dislocated? Lu Man walked up to the bedside and bent down to look at him once. Zhang Shi nodded. Lu Man held up her phone, opened the camera, and framed both herself and Zhang Shi's bandaged head into the lens, making a yay gesture and snapping several photos in succession. Her expressions changed continuously, pouting, smiling, pouting lips, winking, all sorts of different facial expressions came one after another. After finishing this, she stood back up, lowered her head to edit the pictures taken earlier while saying, what about your little boyfriend, not coming to deliver your meals? Zhang Shi. Unable to speak, he wanted to defend himself, but in front of the camera, an alpha fiancé actually explaining their behavior to his BOA fiancé, that was too weak. Even though their engagement was due to family arrangements, being given to the Lu family as a husband-in-law, he couldn't appear too humiliating on the camera, right? Lu Man seemed unconcerned about his response. After finishing editing the pictures and posting them on social media, she put away her phone, then you rest well, I won't disturb you anymore. Then, she raised her hand and instructed her bodyguard to place a fruit basket on Zhang Shi's bedside. At the top of the fruit basket were several large apples. Zhang Shi. Red-hot laughter, families, Zhang has no position at home. Lu Man pays no attention to him at all. Laugh to death, this girl only cares about her photos. And these photos seem so fatal, huh? Gu Tang should take a look, see others' attitudes, and then look at yourself, aren't you ashamed? Brilliant gold. Is it our Candy's fault of Zhang's problem? Can our Candy be belittled by you? So is there anyone who knows how Zhang Shi's jaw dislocated all of a sudden? After delivering the fruit basket, Lu Man left the hospital without any hesitation and drove to the cafe where Jiang Jin was working part-time. Standing in front of the order counter, she ordered a coffee and a blueberry bagel, and smiled sweetly at Jiang Jin. Sister, you pulled my flowers into hearts. On the other side, Huixingye and Nanzhou arrived at the dressing room of the shooting location. The two had just sat down and hadn't even started their makeup when someone pushed open the door of the dressing room and entered with a meal cart. Teacher Liu Bei, let me help. A photography assistant came forward wanting to lend a hand but was indicated by Liu Bei that he didn't need the help. Pushing the meal cart inside, his eyes lit up like beams as he looked at Nanzhou sitting in front of one of the mirrors. Tisk, my muse descended from heaven, why didn't you tell me earlier? The photography assistant. Upon finishing his sentence, he strode toward Nanzhou. Hey my beautiful princess, your devout and virtuous knight Liu Bei has prepared a small gift for your shoot today. Nanzhou, who was busy texting on WeChat, didn't even lift his head. Oh. Liu Bei, don't you want to check now? That's a masterpiece I spent 5 hours on. Before Nanzhou could answer, he turned around and took a plate from the meal cart over to the table in front of the mirror. I don't have big dreams, I just hope you'll be happy when you see it. Then he uncovered the plate, revealing a beautifully decorated shaved ice bowl right before everyone's eyes. On top of the shaved ice was a small angel figure made of ice. The small figure resembled Nanzhou. Liu Bei, you're better than carving radishes, why not become a pastry chef? What the hell? Is this Liu Bei? Isn't he usually arrogant? Who's this guy licking boots like a dog? Nanzhou put down his phone and brightened his eyes at the sight of the shaved ice bowl. He grabbed a spoon and was about to start eating when he suddenly remembered something, glancing at Huixingye beside him. Can I eat this? Last night, he fell asleep halfway through seeing the doctor, unsure whether he can still eat ice after such severe allergies. It was only at this moment that Liu Bei seemed to notice Huixingye's presence. Following Nanzhou's gaze, he looked at him. The next second, on camera, his expression changed like turning a page. Narrowing his eyes, clearly displeased, he asked, what are you doing here? Chapter 81, I'll just have to land in your heart then. What, you're just realizing he's here? The romance show is already on its second episode, Liu Bei, there's no way you're just finding out now. At this pace, they might as well have a kid already. Is he being sarcastic or serious? But Liu Bei seemed completely uninterested in the presence of Huixingye. He turned back to shower Nanzhou with flattery instead. Ah, damn. Just one glance and my heart is racing. This suffocating appearance. Simply put, it's face genius talent. Nanzhou ignored him, but Huixingye next to him nodded at Nanzhou, it's okay to eat a little. Upon hearing those words, Nanzhou scooped off the head of the ice-sculpted angel figurine with his spoon, took a bite, and popped it into his mouth. His expression slightly changed. The next second, under Liu Bei's wide-eyed gaze, he calmly dug out another scoop of the small figurine's right arm and popped it into his mouth. The headless part is edible. Liu Bei. Do you want to try some? Nanzhou asked. Try some? Did that mean for them to eat him? Though it was just an ice-sculpted miniature figure carved in his likeness, this. Liu Bei instantly blushed deeply, covering his nose with his hand and shook his head. Nanzhou looked at Huixingye. Which part tastes good? Huixingye asked. No idea, but the head doesn't taste good. Try the little wings, said Nanzhou as he scooped down the wings of the angel figurine and handed them to Huixingye's lips. Huixingye parted his thin lips. Hua. That's enough. Reacting suddenly, Liu Bei shouted loudly. In the next second, Huixingye ate the little wings presented to his lips and closed his mouth. Liu Bei sharply inhaled, reaching out to grab Huixingye's collar. Spit it out, was it meant for you? Huixingye leaned back, dodging his outstretched hand. After Nanzhou retracted the spoon, he took another scoop for himself, putting it into his mouth while saying, since you've eaten my little wings, I won't be able to fly anymore. Yes, that's true. Demon. Liu Bei chimed in. Then, Nanzhou added, so, I'll just have to land in your heart then. Liu Bei. I swear I'm all fired up ha. Liu Bei seems like a big fool. 3 people's scene, 2 people's love, 1 person's dog. The wind of Bear Ridge can never blow again to the green prairie. The angel named Nanzhou refuses to land in the northern continent. Landing in Wild Brother's heart. Wow, our baby really knows how to speak sweetly, how could Wild Brother possibly resist? Huixingye chuckled softly, then steady yourself, I'm worried your heartbeat will knock you over. Really? Yeah, you can listen. Enough already. Liu Bei yelled, pointing his finger at Huixingye, Mr. Hua, my angel needs makeup and costume change. Please leave our shooting spot. Huixingye said nothing. Instead, one of the quietly watching photography assistants and makeup artists raised their hand to remind, Teacher Liu Bei, Teacher Hua is also today's shooting subject. Another one chimed in, right, we're shooting couples today. The word couples hit Liu Bei like an ultra-high-speed missile, causing a thunderous impact. His body wavered twice, his long legs stepped back half a step. With an incredulous look on his face, he glared at Huixingye, couple. Teacher Liu Bei. Liu Bei wiped his face several times with his hands, inhaled deeply twice, and regained his normal color. Fake, Mr. Hua isn't virtuous nor obedient, his mind is sharper than a fox, ambitious, flying all over the world every day, not having time to take care of family or children. Not fitting any of my beauty's partner standards at all. As for me, it's different. I, Liu Bei, was born to serve my beauty. But Teacher Nanzhou said earlier on the program that Teacher Hua fits his ideal type, and is the SSR card he most wants to draw. He wanted to sleep with him, one makeup artist said. Yes, Teacher Nanzhou even kissed Teacher Hua voluntarily, the photography assistant added. Once the words were spoken, they exchanged a look, reading mutual fandom in each other's eyes and smiles. Kiss. Liu Bei stepped back a few paces, bumping into the food cart and creating a loud clanging sound. He stared at Hu Xingye in disbelief. Hu Xingye gave him a faint smile, his gaze holding cunning satisfaction. I think my hearing is a bit off today. Maybe it's because I've been struck by Nan Zhou's beautiful little arrows, so I can't hear anything you're saying clearly. Liu Bei shook his head, it must be that the wrong approach was used. Let me cool down for a while, and I'll come back later. With that, he turned and walked away quickly from the makeup room. As the door closed, there erupted an exaggerated burst of laughter in the room. The female makeup artists and photography assistants laughed until their eyes teared up. Even Liu Bei has a day like this. I think he's sulking somewhere right now. Are they a couple? They aren't a couple. Are they a couple? They aren't a couple. Alright, get back to work. C Magazine, as one of the top publications in the fashion industry, has covers with extremely high value, so utmost care is always taken in styling and shooting content. Even with premium looks like Hu Xingye and Nan Zhou, everyone paid meticulous attention to every detail and spent ample time ensuring perfection. When Nan Zhou appeared after completing his makeup and changing into the outfit for the shoot, everyone couldn't help but marvel at his appearance. If beauty could be graded, our Zhou treasure is certainly the top grade today. Absolutely stunningly beautiful. How did this happen? There isn't much change from before, but right now, he truly looks irresistible. A beautiful person doesn't need weapons, just a glance and your soul is captured. Wild brother really needs to eat healthier. Cry. Nan Zhou's look today was a perfectly tailored suit paired with a dress shirt. The shirt tucked neatly into the pants, combined with the black slim-fit suit, accentuated his slender waist and rounded, curvaceous posterior prominently. His bangs styled with gel swept back, adding a rebellious touch to his pretty face, blended harmoniously with his natural demeanor. And those gorgeous lips, glistening with gloss, radiated an inexplicable allure that made people want to kiss them. Even the female makeup artists couldn't help but marvel repeatedly. Behind Nan Zhou, Hu Xingye also stepped out of the dressing room. Almost instantly upon entering the scene, exclamations flooded the live streaming chat room. Holy sh*t. I'm dead. Hu Xingye, can you please spare me? Why do you have to trap my heart entirely with your good looks? Dinosaurs went extinct because their arms were too short to applaud for how handsome my wild brother is. Too perfect. You can always trust C Magazine's sense of aesthetics. I can't even imagine how breathtaking Starzu's photo will turn out. I need to buy everything they release. Chapter 82, My Favorite Is You. For the couple's cover, Hu Xingye's outfit matched Nan Zhou's, both in a black theme. The difference was that Hu Xingye's shirt had 3 buttons undone, revealing an alluring clavicle and a set of impressive chest muscles that made others envious. On top of the white shirt, Hu Xingye wore a black coat with a thick, fluffy white fur collar resembling a tail beneath it. His sleek appearance paired with the white fur collar gave him a regal demeanor, making him look like a foreign mafia boss. Even Nan Zhou couldn't help but swallow unconsciously when he saw Hu Xingye's attire. Hu Xingye's gaze scanned over Nan Zhou carefully, his eyes filled with admiration and joy. You look very handsome. Am I only handsome today? Nan Zhou retorted. Of course not. Your good looks come naturally. Every time I open my eyes to see you in the morning, it is the best start to my day. Hu Xingye said. He already looked incredibly handsome, his voice pleasant to hear. Coupled with his natural charisma and his status as an Oscar-winning actor, when he spoke this sentence, there was a sincerity and seriousness, deep affection that was entirely genuine. Nan Zhou's lips curled up as he leaned closer. Then take a closer look. Is it better for me to wear makeup or without makeup? You're beautiful either way. But what I like the most about you is your innate sense of humor, it shines like the sun. Every time it reflects, it makes my heart flutter. I lost. How could he have lost in the battle of flattery? So does that mean, compared to my looks, you value my humorous soul more? Nan Zhou asked again. Not exactly. It's just that your good looks make me worry that other alphas will envy me for having such a good-looking partner. Hu Xingye replied with a smile. If anyone ever says again that brother Yi doesn't know how to say sweet words, I'll be the first to throw this segment in their face. This is called not knowing how to say sweet words. Record this section and send it to my boyfriend, so he can learn well, study seriously, and analyze closely. Even if he doesn't look as good as Hu Xingye, his words of love fall short of Hu Xingye, what use is he? So sweet, woo. So no matter what shape Zhou is in, brother Yi thinks he is the best of the best, right? In the same building, Gu Tang and Gu Jing also arrived at the studio where Gu Tang usually takes photos. As usual, after arriving, Gu Tang went to the dressing room according to today's shooting schedule and changed into her outfit. Gu Jing, on the other hand, took a look around the studio and revealed a dissatisfied expression on his face. When Gu Tang came out, she saw the photographer and assistant calling him to stand before the green screen backdrop with the lighting setup ready, and Gu Jing said, shooting here? What else could there be? Gu Tang didn't understand. Mr. Gu, are you dissatisfied with this place? The shop owner asked. Just now, through the live stream, he had learned that today's surprise guest was the executive president of the GY Group. The GY Group was one of the top companies with multiple industries under its umbrella, far exceeding the scope of his tiny online store. If he could build a relationship with Gu Zheng, then the money he would earn later would far exceed what he has now. Didn't you say Hu Xingye and Nan Zhou were also shooting here? Where are they? Gu Zheng asked. The shop owner froze for a moment. Hu Xingye and Nan Zhou? Were they coming too? How did he not know? That was Hu Xingye and Nan Zhou. Right now, the absolute top-tier celebrities in the entertainment industry. A monotonous voice from behind the camera responded, they're shooting on the top floor. Go to the top floor. After saying that, Gu Zheng didn't care about Gu Tang's reaction and strode toward the elevator. Gu Tang, the photographer, the lighting assistant, the shop owner, and others exchanged puzzled glances. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and follow. Gu Zheng turned around and said to Gu Tang. Oh. Gu Tang immediately jogged over. What exactly was this cousin coming here for? Cousin. Did Director Pei invite you? In the elevator, Gu Tang couldn't help but ask. Gu Zheng remained silent. Cousin, although I know my abilities are limited, if there's anything you need help with, feel free to tell me. Gu Tang said cautiously. That goes without saying. Gu Zheng's expression remained stern, his eyes behind the lenses dark with cold light. Gu Tang. He's really not being humble. When the elevator doors opened, the environment of the top floor came into view of the two of them. An aerial courtyard lush with trees and covered with flowers. The courtyard was planted with unknown flowers, those blossoms in full bloom, filling the entire courtyard with a faint, delicate fragrance. Under the winter sunlight, watered flower buds were surrounded by halos, appearing fresh and beautiful. Gu Tang involuntarily widened her eyes. She had never been to the top floor before and had no idea there was such a beautiful rooftop garden up here. Following Gu Zheng's steps inside, they arrived at the center of the courtyard where several staff members were busy working. In the middle of the courtyard's lawn stood a black Steinway grand piano. Surrounding it were white hydrangeas scattered all around, the holy floral bundles contrasting beautifully with the black piano, exuding an atmosphere of romance. Unable to resist, Gu Tang walked over, sat down in front of the piano, took out her phone, turned on the front camera, set it up, and planned to shoot a video of herself playing the piano. Her hands landed on the black and white keys, and music began to sound through the aerial garden. Wow, our sugar treasure is truly a rich young master after all, since she knows how to play the piano. This place is absolutely gorgeous, and seeing Sugar Treasure play the piano here makes her look just like a fallen angel from heaven. Having brother as support really does make Sugar Treasure's treatment better, huh? Suddenly, Nan Zhou's voice rang out in the courtyard, what a unique performance. Each note seems to have its own thought. Those unexpected variations almost made my blood pressure rise. Gu Tang froze, stopping the music abruptly. She had indeed played several wrong notes, but only someone who wasn't professional wouldn't be able to notice that. Gu Zheng followed the sound and looked behind him, spotting Nan Zhou and Hu Xingye walking over. Their outfits clearly indicated matching couple attire, which slightly narrowed his gaze. Nan Zhou walked past Gu Zheng as if not noticing him, approaching the Steinway. Gu Tang subconsciously looked toward Gu Zheng. Gu Zheng remained silent. At this moment, a crew member spoke up, Teacher Nan Zhou, you're here. Try the piano for a bit, we'll need it for shooting later. Gu Tang pressed her lips together and stood up, moving aside, I haven't played in a long time, I can't remember the sheet music. Nan Zhou softly chuckled, sitting down on the piano stool, coincidentally, I also haven't played in a while. As he spoke, his slender fingers touched the black and white keys, tapping one key quickly in succession, creating crisp sounds. Then, both hands placed on the piano, his fingers moved rapidly across the keyboard, producing a series of continuous melodies. A smile appeared on his face as his foot stepped on the pedal, and at the same time, his fingers leaped widely across the keyboard playing chords. A familiar melody resounded throughout the aerial garden. It was unmistakably the same piece Gu Tang had been playing earlier. The same piece, when played by different people, seemed to give life to the music in different ways. After entering the interlude, Nan Zhou spontaneously performed, playing an unconventional modulation. Even though it was different, it captured the audience even more, sounding very pleasant. Standing next to Nan Zhou, Gu Tang watched the dexterous fingers dancing over the keys and Nan Zhou's radiant, confident, and bold demeanor. Her heartbeat nearly thundered in her ears, and cold sweat soaked her back. He's back. That Nan Zhou, whom she envied, jealousy, and also feared, he has truly returned. Chapter 83, here's a 5 million check, please leave. The speed of the comeback was so quick that it truly left Gu Tang speechless. Haha. Copying outfits isn't scary, it's awkward when someone looks ugly. Whether one is good at playing the piano or not becomes evident once Nan plays. Speaking logically, if we follow the logic of Gu Tang's fans, wouldn't that mean our Zhou Bao must be from a top-tier wealthy family? Laugh out loud. In front of the camera, Hu Xingye picked up the violin next to the Steinway piano and joined the performance. The resonant sound of the violin entered, blending with the piano, giving the audience and on-site staff a unique experience. Nan Zhou was highly proficient in playing the grand piano. During the performance, he made appropriate and clever modifications, which harmonized perfectly with Hu Xingye's violin. In the courtyard filled with white hydrangeas, on the green grass, in front of the black piano, Nan Zhou sat elegantly in his suit, playing beautiful melodies with flair. Huixingye stood beside the piano, his handsome face gentle as he played an exquisite chapter on the violin. Everyone present couldn't help but stop what they were doing, standing still to enjoy this rare audiovisual feast. When Liu Bei arrived, the piece had reached its climax. Nan Zhou and Huixingye exchanged glances, the sounds of the piano and violin paused briefly before resuming in perfect rhythm together. Liu Bei stared intently and began snapping photos continuously with the camera in his hand. He walked around in the courtyard taking continuous pictures. After taking more than 10 photos, he stopped and called out to the photography assistant, "Take that troublemaker away." The photography assistant, who was initially immersed in a top-tier audiovisual feast created by the Xingzhou CP, momentarily hesitated but quickly went over, whispering a few words into Gu Tang's ear. Without much regard for her reaction, she asked Gu Tang to step away from the side of the piano, among the white hydrangea bushes. As the music gradually neared its end, the violin sound ceased first. Huixingye took the violin off his shoulder, his gaze shifting toward Nan Zhou beside him. Nan Zhou smiled faintly at him, the piano playing a crisp and melodious final note, flawlessly concluding this impromptu performance. Clap clap clap. None of the staff present knew who initiated it first, but as the first clap fell, the venue erupted into applause. Gu Tang stood beside Gu Zheng, watching Nan Zhou and Huixingye, feeling both sour and worried inside. "Are you not going to say anything?" Suddenly, Gu Zheng's indifferent voice rang out. It sounded like a question but was more like a command. "Say what?" Gu Tang looked at him confusedly. "Say what? Aren't you usually pretty good at this kind of thing? Why ask me now?" "Brother Tang, I don't understand what you mean." "Go create a wedge between them." Gu Tang's eyes widened in shock, almost becoming blank. "'Cause a rift between Huixingye and Nan Zhou? On the live streaming camera? No way. He might be jealous, maybe even bitter, but he wasn't stupid. Go, join them." Gu Zheng directed. "Join them? Me?" Gu Tang started finding it absurd. He, at least, already had a CP in this dating reality show. Even though Zhang Shi was now hospitalized, it didn't give him the right to openly flirt with Huixingye, did it? Not really. What does this General Gu mean? Is his brain malfunctioning? Is this how the high-class CEOs play, liking to watch three people interact? Sisters, I can't catch my breath laughing. Gu Tang looked so, like, am I ready to take on Su Na? Ha ha ha. In the center of the lawn surrounded by hydrangeas, in front of the piano, Nan Zhou invited Huixingye to perform a four-hand duet. Huixingye stood behind Nan Zhou, slightly leaning forward, his hands placed on the keys, his broad chest making it seem as though he had encompassed Nan Zhou entirely within his arms. They were fully immersed in each other's world, completely unaware that these two nearby were loudly plotting to break them apart. Nan Zhou struck down notes. The piece was one of the songs from the black vinyl record Huixingye gave him. Huixingye followed along, creating the same rhythm. Four long fingers danced on the keyboard, one pair delicate and fair, the other knuckle-defined and even longer. The two pairs of hands look so intense together, who gets it? Sisters, me too. And Brother Yi like this makes Zhou Bao feel like he's being embraced in his arms. Woo. Even the liveliness brought on by the corpse spots is fading. Even Liu Bei seems to have forgotten that these two are a couple, completely devoted to filming. Seriously, he is so professional. Too beautiful. So dreamy. To say nothing of Liu Bei, whose aesthetic obsession leads to a true visual feast like this, it wouldn't be in his style to stop filming. Claiming to dislike it, Liu Bei has never refused to film Brother Yi. Laughing my head off. Just as everyone was being sweetly indulged in the scene, a sudden and jarring piano note rang out from the scene. Gu Zheng no one knows when had picked up the violin that Huixingye had set aside and joined in the performance. Although his violin playing was passable, it didn't blend well with the piano sounds, disrupting the previously melodious piece and making it sound somewhat strange. Nan Zhou stopped what he was doing, looking toward Gu Zheng in the distance. "I hope you can see my vulnerability and say this, here's a 5 million check, please leave this place." Gu Zheng paused mid-motion. "So dramatic and hilarious, ha 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 ha. Too bold, Bauer. Zhou Bao flying solo, carrying his own risks, we fans are just here for the spectacle." Gu Zheng voluntarily joined this family, then was forcibly charged a membership fee of 5 million. "Answer me one question, if you can convince me, I'll agree." Gu Zheng handed the violin over to a nearby staff member. Nan Zhou raised an eyebrow, gesturing for him to continue. Gu Zheng's gaze shifted to Huixingye, pushing his glasses up as he quickly asked, "Huixingye rides a bicycle at 35 km per hour on a road with a speed limit of 30 km per hour. Is this behavior considered speeding?" Almost as soon as he finished speaking, there was a dead silence throughout the venue. Even Gu Tang couldn't help but gape open-mouthed. I thought he'd ask some mind-blowing difficult question, and this is it. Just this. Suddenly deeply worried about the future of the GY group. Though I'm not their shareholder, I remain silent. After several changes in expression, Gu Tang chose to remind Gu Zheng, "Big brother Tang, bicycles don't have speeding laws. Gu Zheng glanced at him, maintaining a serious look as he opened his mouth. Hu Xingye's bicycle is actually an invisible supercar, its speed transcending human imagination. Gu Tang. Nan Zhou's voice cut in, still that usual lazy yet calm tone. No speeding. Speed limit signs are stationary, while bicycles are moving. According to relativity, stationary objects cannot impose speed restrictions on moving ones, so the speed limit sign is invalid. Chapter 84, Money is just a means, hugging you is the purpose. Gu Zheng furrowed his brows slightly and was about to say something when Liu Bei peeked out from behind the crowd. Although the speed limit sign appears stationary in three-dimensional space, it might have dynamic properties in higher dimensions, thus restricting Mr. Hu's bicycle speed. After finishing, he shot He Xingye a challenging glance. Facing the provocation, He Xingye's expression remained calm as he replied slowly. According to relativity, speed is relative. If the speed limit sign has dynamic characteristics in higher dimensions, then its speed relative to the bicycle might be infinite. Therefore, compared to infinite speed, the bicycle's speed is actually zero. Nan Zhou added, if we use the properties of higher dimensions to restrict the bicycle's speed, we are imposing an unfair dimensional bias on the residents of three-dimensional space. He stared at Gu Zheng's face, speaking deliberately, this is dimensional hegemony, long-arm jurisdiction, the Gu-style bullying. Gu Zheng. Gu Tang felt completely overwhelmed, her expression bewildered. Every word they said makes sense on its own, but combined I can't understand any sentence. Gu Tang represents my confusion exactly right now. Gu Tang, am I the only normal person here? Can someone save me? The only one among these geniuses who's struggling academically, Gu Tang. Bullying? Who would bully my angel? Liu Bei reacted, glancing quickly at Gu Zheng. Is it you? Looking so dignified and proper, yet still practicing this sort of bullying? Gu Zheng glanced at him, his gaze icy, even tinged with condescension as if looking at an idiot. Or maybe you're the one being bullied. Nan Zhou stood up and patted Gu Zheng's shoulder. With a mischievous grin under Gu Zheng's slightly stunned look, he said, in that case, let me arrange for my baby to secretly protect you for a month. Gu Zheng. Taking Nan Zhou's hand off his shoulder and brushing away non-existent dust, Gu Zheng calmly adjusted his glasses and maintained his aloof demeanor, saying, speak properly. Who is your baby anyway? He's it, Nan Zhou pointed at He Xingye. He's extremely strong, don't believe me? Just try hitting him, one punch and you'll end up bedridden. Ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. I'm rolling on the floor laughing, Gu Zheng looks like he's about to explode. Wait, why do I feel like this Gu CEO might have feelings for Nan Zhou? Sis, I noticed too, he seems like a stalker of Zhou's black fan group. Someone obsessed with Nan Zhou but can't get what they want. They can't destroy it either, so they just seethe with powerless rage, lurking darkly. Gu Zheng's expression turned serious as he looked at He Xingye's smile and unleashed a piercing, sharp glare. Did your family approve already, calling him yours? Not mine, surely not yours then. How dare you try to steal my partner? Such arrogance. You. You. Me. Anti-hegemony champion, the societal waste, mom's prideful prodigy, grandpa of mice and godfather of teddy dogs, and your lifelong nemesis. Closing his eyes, Gu Zheng took 2 deep breaths, and upon reopening them, he firmly said, good. Very good. With that, he turned around and strode toward the elevator. Gu Tang hesitated briefly before rushing after him. Hold on for me, big brother. After they left, only He Xingye, Nan Zhou, and Liu Bei were left from the lively scene. Liu Bei somehow managed to pluck a hydrangea flower and, kneeling on one knee, handed it to Nan Zhou. Beauty, you just need some charm. You really didn't need to score a perfect 10. The entire photo shoot for the magazine didn't finish until nearly 5 in the afternoon. After removing their makeup and changing back into casual clothing, He Xingye and Nan Zhou walked outside, their winter sunlit steps accompanied by discussions about dinner. However, just as they got in the car, a large 5-layer insulated food container was presented to Nan Zhou. Besides this, there were also 2 cups of coffee and a small box of desserts. A staff member informed them, Mr. Gu is inviting everyone to dinner. Miss Liu has invited all to coffee and desserts. The food inside the thermal box smelled irresistibly delicious. As Nan Zhou drank contentedly from the cup of coffee handed over by He Xingye, taking a big gulp, he lifted the lid of the thermal box. Steaming hot dishes appeared before him. On the first level, a huge king crab, the second level featured high-grade wagyu beef, the third layer contained abalone, Australian lobster, and Bellin oysters. Although he is my rival in love, the crabs and cows are innocent. Nan Zhou's fingers twitched at the sight of the food. If they weren't in the car, he would have eaten directly then and there. It was all his favorite food. The staff obviously hadn't expected this food box to contain such delicacies, because even though others' boxes were also very high-end, they were far inferior to the one in Nan Zhou's hands. What is this disparity, girls? The truth has come out, Mr. Gu just wants to pursue our treasure Zhou. Hu Xingye, you need to be more spirited, get all these for our treasure Zhou too. Damn. Do a little bit of gourmet food mean to catch our brother south? If that was true, Liu Bei would have already achieved what he wanted long ago. It's snowing outside. Nan Zhou looked out of the window and said to Xingye. Are you cold? Xingye asked. Not cold, just miss you a little. Nan Zhou turned back, his dark clear eyes looking at him. Hugging you on snowy days makes me feel warm. Xingye put his arm around Nan Zhou's shoulder, leaning down slightly, and smiled as he asked, rich warmth or hugging me warmth? Money is just a means, hugging you is the purpose. What are you thinking about? Thinking about you. Nan Zhou moved closer to Xingye's ear and whispered softly, do you have the password to my heart door and a personal map of my body? Xingye's Adam's apple moved up and down, and the action of holding Nan Zhou became a little tighter. Serious? Guess. The couple is whispering something behind our backs again. Noble SVP applied for a higher microphone volume, scream. They must be talking about something sexy content, shy. So what was the sentence before serious? What did Pangolin finally say? What did Zhou Treasure say to Wild Brother He's ear? The S.UL bar at night, filled with bustling voices. Nan Zhou dressed as a waiter stood on the stage, performing along with the SXGO band. At the bar counter, Gu Zheng sat on a stool, speaking to Xingye who was behind the counter, and both had their microphones off. TSK, they're arguing right? Stop arguing and start fighting already so we can watch rivers of blood flow. Laughing to death, cousin of Gu Tang doesn't go support his cousin but runs over here to Zhou He's place instead. Zhou-loving fans don't be too funny. Our sweet baby goes to see young Master Zhang in the hospital, and the elder cousin follows him thinking some words, hence finds fun in your entertainment places. Gu Zheng, previously flatly rejected our family's arranged marriage, now you come to chase him on variety shows, for family assets even alphas can bend so low. Chapter 85, My morals are as low as my salary. Faced with provocation, Xingye's actions of mixing drinks remained methodical. He even had spare attention to observe Nan Zhou on the stage. How can I compare to Mr. Gu, who twists 18 turns outward and still shamelessly claims concern when it matters most? Where were you, Mr. Gu, during his greatest need? Gu Zheng's expression changed slightly, but his tone remained forceful. At least my concern for him is genuine, unlike some people who approach him only for their own private interests. Xingye chuckled lightly, so in Mr. Gu's world, the definition of family is simply those who can bring benefits. I am his true family. My love for him does not need to be tainted by any interest. As for you, you're just a petty person who took advantage of his vulnerability. Your love is certainly unique, always absent when he needs help the most, yet grandly appearing when he shines the brightest. At least I'm better than you, who wants to use him to contest for family assets. My love for him is unconditional. Gu Zheng lowered his voice, speaking bitterly. Unconditional doesn't mean no cost. Conditional doesn't necessarily mean for money. I admit that my kindness towards him has selfish motives, but the real purpose cannot be disclosed. Xingye placed the mixed drink in front of Gu Zheng, this one's on me, don't thank me. Gu Zheng was about to say something more, but there came an uproar from the stage side. In an instant, as the sound rang out, Xingye darted out from behind the bar. A few minutes ago. Nan Zhou stood on the stage, performing with the SXGO band, a song written and composed by Tang Yang, said to be for his future Omega lover. Under his and Yu Yang's joint guidance, the performance immediately caused a strong reaction once played. Whether below the stage or in the live streaming room, all listeners felt refreshed. The slightly flirtatious lyrics, combined with a bold melody, seemed to present an alpha who boldly pursued true love after encountering it. The teasing and emotional struggle between intimacy and reason constantly sparked fireworks of emotion. In short, the whole song was very catchy, and on stage, Jia performed passionately with the members of the SXGO band. Only in one corner of the stage, holding a triangle, did Nan Zhou appear carefree, occasionally tapping the instrument, which made fans in the live stream comment. Slacking off again, are you Baoi? Zhou Bao, why not sing a few lines? We haven't heard your songs for a long time. Are they reserved for your husband alone? We haven't seen Brother Nan dance for a while either. How about a dance? Beneath the dim lights, amidst the noisy crowd, there suddenly rang out several crisp snapping sounds. Nan Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly and looked toward 11 o'clock. There, a young man was filming close to the stage with his phone. On stage, Jia wore a short skirt. When the young man took a step forward toward the front of the stage and crouched down. Before anyone could react to what he was about to do, his hand reached out, snatching the man's phone. This action created a disturbance among the audience beneath the stage. Especially the Korean man whose phone was taken shouted something and instinctively tried to climb up the stage to retrieve his phone. But Nan Zhou acted more arrogantly, without regard for being under the spotlight and visible to millions of online viewers. He stomped hard on the man's head with his hard leather soles, forcing him off the stage. Simultaneously, he raised his right hand and swiftly operated the screen with his left, finding inappropriate pictures within. Since the camera couldn't capture the contents of the screen held by Nan Zhou, the audience in the live stream didn't know exactly what he was doing. What's going on? Why did Brother Nan snatch the phone of a viewer? Damn, that kick was badass. Zhou Bao, why favor him instead of letting me get crushed? Sisters in the front row should prepare tea. There must be someone important to you still watching this live stream. Shiba, why did you take my phone? Give it back. The man yelled in Korean. Holding the phone, Nanjo was about to delete the content when another message popped up on the screen. So, did you manage to take photos? Let everyone see what color this slut is wearing. His clear eyes suddenly flashed with an icy light like never before. Nanjo squatted down again and warned fluently in Korean, don't shout. My morals are as low as my salary. After saying that, he made a gesture at the Korean man. Shiba. The Korean man became furious. At this moment, Jejia had just finished singing the last note and looked over here in confusion. Call the police, he instructed her. After that, Nanjo directly jumped off the stage, and amidst the shocked cries of the crowd, he pinned the perverted Korean man to the ground, throwing a punch at the man's face. The production crew of Pengran Xian Dong Denai quickly rushed to the area below the stage, and several members of SXGO band, led by Tang Yang, also jumped off the stage. Huixingye and Gu Jing both ran toward the front of the stage, one after the other. After being hit with 2 punches by Nanjo, the Korean man finally came to his senses and was about to swing his fist at Nanjo when Huixingye grabbed his arm. Then, a punch so powerful it equaled 10 punches from Nanjo landed on his face, knocking him out cold immediately. Meanwhile, the close-up cameras following them were already strictly prohibited from filming moments before Nanjo threw his second punch, thanks to Gu Zheng's stern orders. Thus, the audience in the live stream only heard the chaotic crowd and cries of shock but did not see the moment when Huixingye struck the Korean man. This incident happened too suddenly. Additionally, the scene was obstructed by the tall figure surrounding the central area where Tang Yang and others stood, placing Huixingye's actions and angles in a blind spot for the large lenses of the cameraman assigned to Pengran Xian Dong Denai. So, quite coincidentally, no one present managed to capture the punch thrown by Huixingye either. By the time Huixingye pulled Nanjo up, all the crowd saw was the perverted Korean man lying on the ground, bleeding from his nose profusely, seemingly unconscious. Jejia, the sole female party involved, stood on the stage and said to Nanjo, I've called the police. What happened? Asked Gu Zheng with a deep tone. His eyes swept over Nanjo's face and finally settled on the right wrist held by Huixingye. I don't like looking at him. Nanjo replied simply. Even though the second punch wasn't filmed, the first one was certainly captured by the camera as Nanjo jumped down. Hearing this comment, the haters in the live stream couldn't contain their anger and began cursing heavily. Definitely no class, how dare he, as an artist, beat someone openly. What an awful influence on youth. Oh come on, he should be banned immediately if he can still appear on variety shows without getting penalized. He has to quit the entertainment industry. South Zhou, get out of showbiz. Chapter 86, feeling like everyone's going to crack. Are some people deaf, blind, and heartless? Didn't they hear Zhou Bao say he was going to call the police? If you're not sure of the facts, can you please stop spreading rumors here? Star Zhou CP fans are truly blind and deaf. They hit people on their own sites, yet they keep deceiving themselves. The live streaming room was in chaos with chatter. When Nanjo said that if someone is annoying, just beat them up, Gu Zheng's expression turned more serious. He opened his mouth to say something, but Huixingye spoke first. What's on your phone? A bunch of maggots. Huixingye nodded slightly and asked quietly, are you hurt anywhere? No, Nanjo replied. Jia also came down from the stage. She pulled out a handkerchief from her clothes and handed it to Nanjo, Teacher Hua has blood on his hand. Nanjo immediately looked down at Huixingye's other hand that wasn't holding his wrist. On those clearly knuckled hands, there was quite a bit of crimson color. It's not mine, Huixingye said. Nanjo took the handkerchief from Jia and wiped him, that still doesn't count, he's dirty. Jia. At this moment, could they still be teasing? What should she do, keep shipping or not? Anyway, let her secretly ship for now. When filming resumed again, the police had already arrived, and the pickled weirdo man who Huixingye knocked out cold had been treated by the program's medical staff. Huixingye's punch looked severe, but it conveniently avoided any vital areas. It merely rendered the person unconscious, and it carried more insult than harm. Faced with the policeman's inquiry, Nanjo handed over the weirdo's phone. He was taking private photos of girls' private parts. There's even a group of similar voyeurs among his friends. The policeman understood after listening, but still educated Nanjo, that still doesn't justify hitting someone. Once you do, you're at fault and they can sue you anytime. There's no help for it. My disposition and mood fluctuate. In any case, when he wakes up, we'll take a statement, then check the victim's attitude. I said it before, our Zhou Bao wouldn't hit anyone without reason. It was clearly the dirty guy who did something nasty first. Taking private pictures. How disgusting, how could there be such trashy individuals? The cops have said, that doesn't mean one should hit others randomly. Then wish you won't fight back when you're forced upon. There's a saying, if you're weak, they'll use you as a footstool. The more you hold back, the angrier you get, taking a step back makes your anger boil inside. Advice for my sisters, when encountering such garbage, just imitate Zhou Bao and punch hard. Due to this small incident, the second day's live broadcast of the third season second episode of Falling in Love with You ended early for Nan Zhou and Huixingye. Gu Zheng, as a guest star, ended the live stream more irresponsibly due to his status. After recording the statements at the police station, the team returned to the apartment, nearly squeezing into midnight at 12 o'clock. In the car, during the final few minutes of the live broadcast, the production team handed Nan Zhou a task card. After multiple complaints about our program by teacher Nan Zhou, the main creators of our show deeply reflected and learned lessons, carefully considering valuable experiences. As a result, we've prepared a special activity for tomorrow's guests. Tomorrow, all the guests will have a rest day. This day will be their dating day. The task card has 4 themes: wilderness pursuit, shadow hunter, child dream fantasy, and body and mind healing. Without a second thought, Nan Zhou pointed to the last option, body and mind healing. My spirit is becoming impoverished, my body is close to collapse. I really need this project. The cameraman smiled cunningly, ignoring the potential scolding from Nan Zhou, and loudly announced, "Alright, teacher Nan Zhou, the theme you and teacher Hua have chosen is body and mind healing. So, we'll see each other at 7 in the morning tomorrow." Look at Zhou Bao's face quickly, I feel like he might explode. Are you guys from the production team deliberately bullying our baby? Your voice is so vile, but I love it, huh? What kind of body and mind healing requires meeting at 7 in the morning? I think Zhou Bao is about to curse. Nan Zhou, other love reality shows allow hugging and cuddling, but here I'm treated like cattle or horses just checking in. Give me another less strenuous project. The cameraman replied, "Teacher Nan Zhou, Director Pei says give up, once chosen, there's no changing." Nan Zhou, my heart is dead, but my mouth still lives, I'll keep cursing at you. How terrifying. The cameraman. After a round of debate, the producers of Falling in Love with You ultimately set the start time for tomorrow's body and mind healing theme to 8 o'clock in the morning. When they reached the apartment building, Huixingye received a call from Luo Nan. The incident of directly assaulting someone live on social media had stirred quite the controversy on Weibo, with mainstream opinions not being very favorable. Although the cameras didn't capture Huixingye striking the man, his large fan base and the many people present who knew him well fueled significant discussion even through mere text descriptions. Huixingye let Nan Zhou head back to the apartment first while he stayed downstairs to talk on the phone with Luo Nan. Nan Zhou easily went up to the second floor and was about to enter the door of his apartment with Huixingye when the neighboring apartment door opened. Gu Zheng stood there, looking as serious as he had all day. Carrying that sour face around all day, are you scared people will use your expressions to make memes? Nan Zhou quipped casually. Gu Zheng ignored him and pointed toward his room. Come inside. I need to talk to you. Nan Zhou sighed and turned around. Do I look like some naive teenager who follows strangers home? Gu Zheng's eyes widened instantly. Is it okay just because you eat, sleep, and hug with Huixingye? He's my partner, what's wrong with us hugging and loving each other? We also do adult things at night. Nan Zhou scoffed. Isn't it strange how all you Gus here seem to follow feudal master-slave ideas? Controlling everything from sky to earth to air, I suggest you cut down on salt if you're so bored. For once, the usually stern-looking Gu Zheng finally showed some emotion. Like a cracked mask revealing fissures, his expression became more vivid. Anger and hurt swirled together on his face as he spoke through a lump in his throat. So now, you won't even acknowledge me as your older brother anymore. Nan Zhou froze, examining Gu Zheng from head to toe for a moment before gasping. No wonder you looked so familiar when I saw you earlier. You really are my brother. In an instant, Gu Zheng broke down, his eyes reddening in sorrow, and this 6-foot-tall 30-year-old man started to sob. Xiao Bao, if I hadn't come after you, would you have never returned home? Chapter 87, The past is the past, now is now. These words were like opening the floodgates of a dam. Gu Zheng's mouth unleashed torrents of sentences one after another. Xiao Bao, do you know how worried I am about you every day? Worried whether you eat well outside, if you are bullied by wild alphas, and if you secretly cry at night. Every time I wanted to call or send you a message, but thinking about those final words you said, I could never press the call button. Xiao Bao, ever since your car accident, I have actually been extremely guilty. I've been thinking, was it because of my selfishness that you became like that? Xiao Bao. The people in Nanzhou all felt dazed. In his eyes, Gu Zheng had turned into an Xiang Lin Xiao, and the room next door where Lu Zhou and When You Stayed seemed to be making sounds as if someone was opening the door. Don't cry, no one wants a watered-down pig. As he spoke, he pushed Gu Zheng inside, and Nanzhou closed the apartment door. Gu Zheng. As a guest star who was living alone, Gu Zheng's room conditions were much better than those of Huixingye and Nanzhou, even featuring a low-key luxury style in its decoration. Nanzhou walked in and casually sat on the sofa in the apartment's living room, lazily looking at Gu Zheng. Don't beat around the bush, just tell me your bank card password. Gu Zheng froze for a moment, recovering some of his usual seriousness and coolness. You said when you ran away from home that you wouldn't take a single penny from the family. After speaking, he quickly added, you said you want to make a living independently, not wanting to become someone who lives off the family. Nanzhou sneered, what the old Nanzhou said has nothing to do with the current Nanzhou. Right now, I just want to become a useless person who depends on the family. Gu Zheng asked, are you willing to go home now? Whether giving money or going home are two different things. Hurry up, Huixingye will be back soon, and I want to take a shower before he returns. Mentioning Huixingye was fine, but once Huixingye was brought up, it was like poking at Gu Zheng's sensitive spot, his expression becoming grotesque. How come you address him so casually? To you now, isn't he more important than me, your brother? Nanzhou, what else? Gu Zheng got stuck there. Angry, he pulled at his tie, took a deep breath, placed one hand on his hip and pointed the other towards the direction of Lu Zhou and Wen Yu's room. Then what about that damn Lu Zhou? What does he mean to you? He means nothing to me. Gu Zheng's face slightly brightened, but his tone still wasn't pleasant. At that time, you liked him just like you like Huixingye now. For him, you were even ready to run away from home and cut off ties with us. The past is the past, now is now, you can't keep bringing up the past. You used to be red-green color blind. It's color weakness, not blindness. I'm still red-green weak now. The apartment was quiet for several seconds. Gu Zheng sat down beside Nanzhou. Xiaobao, did you remember something? Remember what? He just mentioned it randomly. Seeing that Nanzhou didn't respond, Gu Zheng didn't pursue it, instead starting a new topic on his own. You and Huixingye. Have you slept together? What kind of slept are you talking about? Nanzhou countered. Gu Zheng's face stiffened, somewhat uneasily saying, like Alpha and Omega, mutually willing, leading naturally to that kind. Permanent marking? Nanzhou questioned. Hearing this, Gu Zheng suddenly stood up. You've marked each other permanently. No. Gu Zheng let out a sigh and sat back on the couch cushion. I knew Xiaobao you aren't the kind of person who would give yourself to someone so easily. The next second, Nanzhou said, but he bit me. Not yet fully seated, Gu Zheng abruptly stood up again, his expression changing several times, eventually squeezing out harshly, Huixingye, you depraved bastard. I initiated it. Silence returned to the apartment again. Gu Zheng swallowed hard, slowly sitting down on the couch again, showing a hesitating demeanor. Seeing Nanzhou somewhat impatiently taking out the phone to check the time, he clenched his teeth, seriously asking, how do you feel? Great, I really enjoy it. We're very compatible. A blush rose to Gu Zheng's ears, and he roared, I'm asking about your body condition after being marked. Oh. I just always miss him, always want him to hold me. Enough. The blush was about to cover Gu Zheng's whole face. As a 30-year-old alpha who has never experienced first love, even someone as commanding on the business field as he was couldn't help but turn red in the face and ears from the intimate conversation. Not to mention that the person he was confessing to was none other than his own younger brother. He forcefully wiped his face, adjusted his glasses, and tried to adopt an uninvolved and professional tone, asking with the air of an elder, what I mean is, did you feel better physically during that time? For example, healthier or more energetic? After Gu Zheng finished speaking, Nanzhou's lips twitched slightly. He looked up and down at Gu Zheng with an expression like he was inspecting a pervert, then patted his shoulder. Stop reading unhealthy books. The nutritional value of protein water and peptide mixtures doesn't even qualify as a health supplement. I suggest you eat more walnuts instead. After finishing his words, Nanzhou stood up from the sofa, stretched, and walked toward the door. I'm going back. Remember to give me the black card later. Gu Zheng sat there on the couch, mulling over his words for several seconds before finally realizing what Nanzhou meant. Damn. By the time he stood up, Nanzhou had already pulled the door open and left. With a bang, the door closed. Gu Zheng clenched his fists tightly, swinging at the air. Huixingye, you're despicable. How dare you make our Xiaobao do such things? Not only are you taking advantage of him, but you're also messing with his mind and body. You deserve worse punishment than Lu Zhou. Watch my left hook, right hook, uppercut, lower cut, punch you out of the earth and straight into the universe. Nanzhou returned to the apartment, quickly showered, and stepped out just as Huixingye was coming in. There's not much time left to sleep, hurry up and go wash so we can lie down. He urged. Huixingye chuckled softly, pointing to the neighboring room with his finger. Did he talk to you? How do you know? Nanzhou asked. He was practicing boxing. Huixingye took off his coat and hung it on the hat rack. The soundproofing in the rooms isn't good. I heard him when I passed by. Nanzhou turned to glance at the wall shared between the two apartments. He might be unwell. After saying that, he lowered his voice and gossiped darkly with Huixingye, and maybe his brain's not doing well either. Huixingye's lips curled upward slightly. What do you mean? I'm not sure if it's because he's read too many unhealthy color books, but he actually asked me earlier whether my health improved after doing it with you. Chapter 88, It used to be one person, now it's two. Huixingye. Although he was happy that Gan Nanzhou considered Gu Zheng his future brother-in-law as somewhat foolish, out of basic morality, Huixingye thought it was necessary to explain to Nanzhou. Besides, from yesterday after seeing the doctor until today, he hadn't even gotten a chance to talk with Nanzhou about his condition yet. Gu Zheng, Huixingye started to speak. Nanzhou didn't give him the chance and quickly interrupted, all right, you go wash up. Romance doesn't die, but people do get tired. It was nearing 1 o'clock in the morning when Huixingye and Nanzhou finally got into bed after their busy day. Nanzhou closed his eyes almost as soon as his head hit the pillow. Originally, wishing Yi wanted to tell him about his gland issues, but seeing how exhausted he was, he decided not to say anything. Anyway, it's not like Nan Zhou's gland problem could be solved right away. After tomorrow's second live stream, he would find the time to seriously discuss it with him so he could make his own decision. Wishing Yi closed his eyes, ready to fall asleep, but then beside him, Nan Zhou whispered softly, "I feel guilty, although I really want you to sleep more, but there are some things on my mind that keep me from sleeping." Wishing Yi opened his eyes and looked at the clear pair of eyes in the darkness. "Gu Zheng is my brother," Nan Zhou said quietly. "I know," said Wishing Yi. "He said he wants me to go home. Do you want to?" "I don't know." Nan Zhou moved closer into his arms. "He said a lot, but in the end, I only asked him for the black card." Wishing Yi. Silently in his heart, he lit a candle for his future brother-in-law. "At my age, instead of being open-hearted with me, it's better to directly give me money. Because love or no love has never been something we express with words, but through actions," said Nan Zhou. Wishing Yi nodded. On this point, he agreed. Gu Zheng may have said sweet things, but over the past 3 years, he hadn't seen any practical action that showed genuine care towards Nan Zhou. Though Wishing Yi did not know all the reasons why, every time he thought of those dark days Nan Zhou went through, he couldn't help feeling unfavorable towards Gu Zheng from the bottom of his heart. "So, when will you ask me for the bank card password?" Wishing Yi asked. Nan Zhou smiled, leaned up and gave him a kiss on the corner of his lips. "Good night kiss, let's sleep." Wishing Yi sighed inwardly. "If you don't want to go home, then don't. If Gu Zheng tries to force you, let him come to me," he said. "Okay." With these words, Nan Zhou closed his eyes and fell asleep shortly after. In the dark, Wishing Yi watched his peaceful sleeping face and remembered the first time, nearly 3 years ago, he saw him on WeChat Moments, a cold winter afternoon. That day, it was very cold. Wishing Yi came out after saying farewell to his biological mother for the last time in the convalescent hospital, and heavy snow began to fall from the sky. Vehicles passed by on the road, but inside the car, it was eerily quiet. The voice in his ears still echoed with the final words his physically weak mother had said after her cleaning marking surgery. "Afterwards, you shouldn't visit me anymore. My bond with the Hua family ends completely from today. Seeing you reminds me of so many things from the past 20-odd years, it's truly too painful. In these 20-odd years, I've done my best as a mother. So I hope that in the future, I can live my life happily. I'm sorry, please forgive my selfishness." The car heater was set high, but Wishing Ye's hands remained cold. 21 years of life flashed through his mind like a slideshow, not all joyful, but certainly not filled with pain. His father didn't just provide him with material conditions that most ordinary people couldn't attain, but also gave him fatherly love and strength mentally. He listened to his thoughts, respected his dreams, and encouraged him to do everything he wished to accomplish. The only mistake he made was not loving his mother and thus being an unqualified husband. Dad had maintained an affair outside the family with his childhood sweetheart and raised their son together. His parents' marriage had begun because of a pheromone-induced error, which was further solidified by the mutual benefit calculations between the two families, eventually leading to the current situation. These two people who should not have been together, and who were not in love, had forced themselves to stay bound for 21 years due to his existence. His mother's departure was her choice, her liberation. Wishing Yi could understand, and believed he ought to understand. But, he couldn't help wondering why his mother wasn't braver back then. If she had been braver, cleaned her markings earlier, firmly rejected the arranged marriage, and cared less about him, could she have suffered less over all these years? Now that their lives are set to no longer intersect, they wouldn't have to feel so embarrassed and pained. Or if she had been even braver, it would have been better if he hadn't existed at all, wouldn't it? With his slender fingers aimlessly sliding across the phone screen, he entered his Moments feed. At the very top, a friend named Gong A had just posted a new status 1 minute ago. In the photo, only the lower half of a teenager was visible, lying on a hospital bed in a ward with poor conditions. His right leg was bound with a heavy cast and hoisted high, appearing to have suffered a severe injury. Yet, he extended his right hand to give a thumbs up beside his injured leg. The caption read, "I'm lame now, but I've become stronger." For this particular friend, Wishing Yi didn't have any particular impression. Due to work, his WeChat had many contacts added, ranging from artists within the industry to directors, producers, staff, and various other people. Among them, there were many who had never exchanged even a single word. He thought that Gong A should also be one of those. At first, when Wishing Yi saw this WeChat post, he merely felt that the person had an attitude towards life that was transcendentally optimistic. But later, as Gong A kept posting daily updates about his rehabilitation on his Moments, Wishing Yi gradually developed interest without realizing it. It was like watching a series through someone's Moments. He watched as Gong A went from lying in bed, to eventually being able to leave the bed in a wheelchair, then standing with crutches, relearning how to walk. Each step was difficult, every day was hard, yet every day was optimistic, and each day was lived with strength. One day, by around 11 p.m., Gong A still hadn't posted anything on his Moments. After hesitating several times, Wishing Yi finally opened the other party's WeChat and sent his first message, "Are you encountering some difficulties?" There was no immediate reply from the other side. It wasn't until almost 12 o'clock when Gong A replied, today's wind was wilder than the wild men in the Amazon forest. This strong man was actually blown down. So, he had fallen. Huixingyi asked, are you hurt? Nothing serious, just a little scratch. Mainly, my wallet got slimmer again. From the photos taken by Gong A, the conditions of the ward weren't good, so Huixingyi inferred that his financial situation probably wasn't optimistic. Also, considering that in all the previous photos, there had only ever been him alone in them, Huixingyi asked, are you alone? Yeah. But before, it was one person, now, since you're chatting with me, it's two. The other party sent an emoticon, a cool and cute yellow minion wearing sunglasses. Huixingyi chuckled, so, do we need to perform a duo comedy act? Gong A, I think performing Arenzuan has more potential. Chapter 89, he had already discovered that I was the one you planted beside him. In the S.ul bar, Gu Jing said a lot, most of which Huixingyi did not agree with. But there was only one sentence he believed Gu Jing didn't get wrong. His kindness towards Nan Zhou has never been unconditional. Nan Zhou had once asked him, why do you seduce me? Actually, all he wanted from the beginning was just one thing. All his tenderness was but a trap, his goal was to possess him, from the hair to the fingertips, each inch of him, and he yearned to monopolize it. The long night has no end. In every lonely moment not favored by destiny, Nan Zhou's existence to him is like sunlight through the dome. To obtain him, he is willing to be the deep rose, secret and endless. In the darkness, Huixingyi tightened his arms around the person in his embrace, slightly lowering his head, giving a light yet solemn kiss on Nan Zhou's forehead. On the other side, Gu Jing lay on the bed in the room, staring at the dark ceiling, unable to close his eyes for a long time. From when he understood things, he vaguely realized that his family wasn't normal. Father and daddy loved each other too much, occupying too much emotion of each other, so the love left for him became very little. He was the eldest treasure in father and daddy's mouths, but father and daddy were the treasures in each other's eyes. When Gu Jing was 5 years old, the second child, a girl, came into their home. Gu Jing naively thought that the birth of the second child would put an end to his long-standing loneliness. But as he grew older, Gu Jing found that his sister seemed different from other sisters. Since childhood, his younger sister showed no interest in things girls liked, lacked enthusiasm for interpersonal communication, and preferred to stay alone reading books. The younger sister believed that dignity was on the edge of the sword and truth only existed within the range of canons, dedicating herself to science at a young age. It was as if she poured all her emotions into scientific research, calm and cold like a pre-programmed machine. At the age of 20, Gu Zheng's 15-year-old sister successfully differentiated into an alpha during the summer. A few days after she became an alpha, 2 black cars suddenly arrived at their house, and a graceful elderly man stepped out from one of them. Together with a mild-mannered youth wearing glasses, they were protected by other men in plain clothes, full of martial bloodlines and the aura of alphas, entering their home. That night, the younger sister left home with them. Gu Jing remembered that it was the day with the loudest cicada sounds that year. Even though the younger sister wasn't close to the family, her departure still made Gu Jing feel that something in the household had quietly disappeared. However, fortunately, they still had a third child. Gu Jing comfortingly thought. The third child was 9 years younger than him. Although mischievous and naughty, compared to the younger sister, the third child was far more normal. Gu Jing hoped the third child could differentiate into an omega. Because the omega younger siblings of his friends were all kids with exceptionally gentle and obedient personalities. Omegas seemed to have a naturally tender disposition. Even the worst-tempered children next door would become more gentle after becoming omegas. Gu Jing felt that their home could bear no more demons like alphas. But as the third child grew up, his style of speech and actions became increasingly rebellious, which made Gu Jing anxious again. He felt, almost certainly, the third child would also differentiate into an alpha, or at the very least, a beta alpha. So Gu Jing began to silently pray that the third child would differentiate into an omega according to his wish. Not sure if heaven was pulling back and forth between his wish and the predetermined arrangement, Gu Jing waited until the third child turned 18 before finally seeing the delayed differentiation. As he wished, the third child successfully differentiated into an omega, but soon after, came an unexpected car accident. After the car accident, the third child's personality changed drastically. He really became what Gu Jing expected, an omega with a gentle character who would cry at even a few stern words. But he became unfamiliar in a way that scared Gu Jing. Compared to the departure of the second child, the changes in the third child brought Gu Jing a stronger sense of fear, which reached its peak when the third child announced he wanted to leave home and independently develop in the entertainment circle. The second child seldom returned home after leaving, only sending greetings messages during holidays. Gu Jing didn't dare imagine what the house would be like if the third child also left home. Overly affectionate parents, an alpha sister who never comes home like a robot, an omega brother who threatens death to pursue his lover at all costs, and himself, broken. If you don't let me go, I'd rather just die. I don't like this family. Never contact me again. If you do, I'll only hate you more. Whatever happens to Lu Zhou is my concern. If you interfere in our relationship using the Gu family's influence, I will never forgive you. The little Bao from before, no matter how rebellious, had never spoken such resolute words. Little Bao's transformation into an Omega revealed his deep hatred for the family and his determination to flee, leaving Gu Jing feeling powerless. He had no experience handling this situation, nor anyone to consult with, so he sought out Hao Jia, Little Bao's only confidant classmate, turning him into the last eye in the game, ensuring that even if Little Bao rebelled, his life would remain protected. With this, at least when his life was under threat, Gu Jing could still protect him. Gu Jing picked up his phone and made a call. "Why didn't you report to me about Nan Zhou being marked by Huixinye?" There was a brief silence on the other end of the call as Hao Jia hesitated. "Big brother Zheng, you already know about this? Is there anything else you haven't told me?" "Well, the truth is, Nan Zhou long ago discovered that I'm your spy placed beside him. But I figured, since your ultimate goal was only to protect him, not control him, I decided not to tell you things that don't involve violating his will or hurting him physically or emotionally. A traitor's still a traitor, and your sweet talk won't change the fact. Brother Zheng, Nan Zhou has long grown up. He's entitled to make decisions about his own life," Hao Jia said. Hearing this, Gu Jing paused. Yes, Little Bao had grown up long ago. Even fledgling birds leave the nest once they're old enough, but Gu Jing remained rooted in place, guarding a broken nest waiting for everyone to return. "But you're still just one of my men." Clenching his teeth, Gu Jing hung up the call. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Nan Zhou stood yawning on the beach with a cold expression, facing the sea breeze and hearing the announcement from the staff. "The first activity for today's couples therapy date is beach partner yoga. Teacher Nan, your discontent is clearly written all over your face." The cameraman following closely behind reminded him. Nan Zhou responded lazily, "Should I hang my emotions on the wall instead? Do I look like the Mona Lisa?" Chapter 90, Playing This Big, Huh? On a winter morning, the sea breeze was icy. Though it was described as a morning duo yoga session, out of consideration for the guests' health, the production team of Love That Makes You Flutter specially arranged a newly renovated gym by the sea that hadn't officially opened yet. This gym, built right next to the ocean, had a wall entirely made of floor-to-ceiling glass windows on the side facing the sea, providing members with an excellent view of the sea while they exercised. After putting on their sportswear, Nan Zhou and Huixinye arrived at the stunning yoga room according to the program's directions. "Ah! Look at Brother Ye's long legs. Ugh, I'm dead. Those cheetah-like powerful long legs. The muscles. It feels like one kick from him and I'll be reborn. Not just the legs, don't Brother Ye's chest, arms, and even but look absolutely perfect. Huixinye is perfect in every single aspect, okay? Wah." Usually, Baby Zhou wears puffy jackets and overcoats, so the body differences aren't that obvious, but now. It seems Brother Ye's figure could easily cover up Baby Zhou. My favorite part about the size difference. I can't even imagine how spicy things get when they're together privately. Hee hee. Temporary host Tang Tang reappeared. Yoga is a very beneficial exercise for couples. It not only wakes up the body but also directly connects emotions with the exercise. By practicing yoga, you increase the likelihood of your body being awakened. And during partner yoga, couples can emotionally support each other, build emotional attachment, and deepen their feelings. Moreover, during exercise, not only are endorphins released, but hormones are released as well. She talked a lot, but Nan Zhou wasn't having any of it. "I think we're doing fine, and we don't need these fancy gimmicks." Is he talking about his relationship with Brother Yi or hinting at something naughty? Am I being dirty-minded or what? Baby Zhou. Your statement is way too inappropriate. You should immediately add scallions, ginger, star anise, and bay leaves into the pot, add soy sauce, pour a can of cola, salt, then cover the lid and simmer for 10 minutes. Mix with water starch for thickening, finish with white sesame seeds. This is how you make delicious cola wings. After delivering her long introduction, Tang Tang began instructing Nan Zhou and Huixinye through some warm-up exercises. Getting up early in the morning, Nan Zhou had no energy, fidgeting through the warm-ups while whispering secretly to Huixinye. "You think? Can I pretend to faint later and swindle money?" Huixinye said calmly, "Extend your arms, spread your legs." Nan Zhou muttered under his breath, "But judging from how stingy this show is, I doubt I can scam a house out of them." Huixinye replied, "Stretch further, lower yourself a bit. You're too tense. Relax. Beep beep beep, my body needs VP verification. Only accepts exclusive access, you first input the password." Huixinye adjusted Nan Zhou's arms, straightening them out. "Stop fooling around. If you don't warm up properly, you might pull a muscle." Nan Zhou stuck out his tongue mischievously. "And," Huixinye leaned down slightly, his breath grazing Nan Zhou's ear with a small, deep, and seductive voice, "Didn't I already own the map and the password to you?" After finishing his words, Huixinye returned to correcting Nan Zhou's position seriously, all while continuing his own stretching exercises. His expression remained unchanged. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou swallowed and licked his lips. Waking up this early just to do this much already? Nope, the dialogue between Brother Yi and Baby Zhou, my face is turning yellow, blushing, dot. Huixinye. How dare you talk private things to us noble SVs without permission? What did Brother Yi say last? Why isn't Baby Zhou talking anymore? Even his ears seem red. Could it really be the password? EWEW. Sweet, ambiguous, and sensual Emotional upheaval. Tail wagging and whipping everyone. Emotional upheaval. Tail wagging and whipping everyone again. After warming up, the production team displayed the first pose for the morning's partner yoga routine on a large screen. When Nan Zhou saw the picture, his blood pressure almost went through the roof. Right off the bat was a headstand position where both participants would have their heads down and bodies upright. Was this serious? The viewers watching live reacted wildly via comments. Can you handle it? Hua Xingye asked. Nan Zhou gave him a sideways glance. Are you asking if I can do it? Before Hua Xingye could answer, Nan Zhou gritted his teeth and said, a real man can have his head broken, can bleed, but must never back down. With that, Nan Zhou clenched his teeth, put his hands on the ground, flipped himself up, and completed the headstand with the help of the wall. Seeing this, Hua Xingye effortlessly flipped up, without even needing the wall, and smoothly replicated the exact pose from the picture. Hold it for 5 seconds, Tang Tang announced. In his upside-down position, Nan Zhou's face was red, yet he couldn't resist complaining, with my feet off the ground, I feel like my smart IQ is conquering new heights. How did I agree to this at all? Finally, after 5 seconds, as soon as Tang Tang counted to 5, Nan Zhou immediately flipped back and sprawled ungracefully on the floor. Hua Xingye stood up and extended a hand to pull him up. The force was just right, yet my mind still feels utterly confused. Nan Zhou panted in complaint. Hua Xingye wiped the sweat from his forehead. As Tang Tang giggled secretly, she revealed the second move. The second move was even crazier than the first. Nan Zhou, who had already thought the first pose was outrageous, completely froze upon seeing the second pose. Are you telling me this is for mental and physical healing? You're trying to kill me. Tang Tang said, but the audience in the live stream is looking forward to you and teacher Hua attempting this yoga move. The second move was a dynamic one. One partner would stand while holding the other's lower legs, while the other would suspend their legs on the first person's waist and perform sit-ups. This action heavily tested both partners' core strength. Moreover, possibly because it was couples yoga, the production team's illustration showed that every time the woman performing the sit-up rose, she kissed her lover accordingly. Zhou Bao, sacrifice yourself and fulfill our wish. We'll burn incense high enough for you during holidays. Baoer, remember how you used to dance. We believe in your flexibility. And wild brother, we don't worry about you at all. Whimpering, if I don't get to see this, I won't have a good day. Please fulfill this CP fan's wish, bang bang bang. This probably isn't a challenge for wild brother, it's mainly watching Zhou Bao. Pei Feng, you are truly talented. Hurry up, I want to see this. Chapter 91, Destined to Last a Lifetime. But, contrary to everyone's expectations, this time it wasn't Nan Zhou who opposed the suggestion, but He Xingye. Change it, said He Xingye. You need to think carefully. Maybe the next move will be harder than this one, Tang Tang reminded him. He Xingye just looked at her and didn't say anything. As an alpha, he was tall and imposing by nature. After putting on his sportswear, the physical advantages of He Xingye were even more concrete. Combined with his natural dignified aura, when he didn't talk, he still gave off a strong sense of pressure to the crew members. Pei Feng gestured to Tang Tang to agree to He Xingye's request. Then, amidst the size of the audience in the live streaming room, another action appeared on the big screen. When this action came out, the audience in the live streaming room screamed again. Pei Feng, you really know how to create situations. You deserve to make money, it's destined for your show to blow up. The master of romance variety shows, there's no one else but you. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, is this something I'm supposed to be watching? This isn't yoga. This is clearly the antics of a young couple. Just as Tang Tang had mentioned, the third move wasn't easier than the second, it might even be said to be harder. It was still an animated picture. For this action, one person needed to do push-ups on the yoga mat. And the other person would have to split their legs into a side split over the partner who was doing the push-ups. Nan Zhou was truly shocked by all these pictures from the production team. Unable to help himself, he made a comment, people cannot imagine what they've never seen. Thank you for broadening my horizons. This makes me feel like our show isn't a romance reality show, it's a circus full of fun. So, Professor Nan Zhou, teacher He, are you ready to accept the challenge? Asked Tang Tang with a mischievous smile. Without hesitation, Nan Zhou replied, knowing that the mountain has tigers, I'll beat a fast retreat. Knowing it's a trap, only a fool would try hard. Then you'll have to accept the punishment, said Tang Tang while indicating for the staff to showcase the penalty content under Pei Feng's gesture. Refusal to participate in the action challenge meant being punished with dancing. The dance music selected, MV Baby I Wanna Kiss You. Original singer, WSG. On the screen, WJX, led by Lu Zhou, was vigorously performing a boy band-style dance routine. The style of the song and its lyrics were extremely direct, and the dance moves were full of intense undertones of flirtation. Nan Zhou, if I've committed any crimes, please arrest me. Don't play this for me. This move is fine, said He Xingye. Nan Zhou looked at him, are you serious? He Xingye stared at him, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips, exuding an air of mystery. Frowning after some thought, Nan Zhou realized. Damn. They actually could pull it off, similar actions, they had done before. It's just that the location, orientation, and details were somewhat different this time. Let's do it then, indicated Nan Zhou. He Xingye lay down on the yoga mat, propping his hands on either side of his body. In this pose, his sturdy back, sleek muscle lines along his spine, and well-toned buttocks looked extremely attractive. Sigh, 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 my brother Ye's backlands, his glutes, I could lick them 10,000 times. Preparing in the live room now to pick up various heartbreak seeds from sisters who've lost hope. This is the chance to get rich. Who exactly is dating such a kind of alpha? Oh, it's our treasure Josie Ah. Kicking the dog boyfriend next to you awake, let him see what a real man should look like. Ugh. Hester, don't lie on the yoga mat, lie on me. After He Xingye laid down, Nan Zhou took a deep breath, lifted his foot, straddled over his body, supported himself on both hands on the yoga mat, stretched his body wide open, and did a split using his body as a base. This action immediately set the live streaming room ablaze. Furthermore, as He Xingye extended his arms upward to start doing push-ups, it reached a peak. Even with Nan Zhou sitting on his back, He Xingye's push-up posture remained extremely standard, without any signs of slacking off. Under every movement, his arm muscles and core muscle groups stood out prominently. And what was most precious was that Nan Zhou sat firmly on him, completely steady and not tilting left or right at all. What is called boyfriend power? This is boyfriend power. Sisters, find a man like this. If you fall in love with He Xingye in this life, the type you like will be set for this life, and you'll no longer be able to stand any ordinary people. He Xingye, why are you so perfect? Scream. Oh my god. I like it so much. I'm destined to be Ye's dog for a lifetime. Compared to the audience in the live streaming room, Nan Zhou appeared much calmer on the surface. However, his mind was racing with thoughts that couldn't possibly be broadcast. Sitting atop He Xingye, with every rise and fall of his movement, Nan Zhou could feel the undulations and strength of the muscles beneath him. The warm breath seeping through their clothes mixed with the scent of hormones, causing Nan Zhou's heart to race faster. 10 push-ups were done by He Xingye neither too fast nor too slow, with perfect posture, leaving him only slightly out of breath at the end, not looking particularly tired. On the contrary, Nan Zhou felt his cheeks getting a little hot. After having witnessed such an intense sugar-high moment up close, Tang Tang eagerly announced the fourth move. The fourth move was pull-ups. However, unlike single-person pull-ups, the double-person version required one participant to wrap themselves around the other. With the combined weight of both individuals, this added significant difficulty to the pull-up, heavily testing the partner's core strength and arm power, as well as their latissimus dorsi muscles. But for the person being held, this task was far simpler, it merely required trust in their partner. Which meant, compared to the previous move, this one placed fewer demands on Nan Zhou. I want this one, I want this one. Zhou Bao holding on to Brother Yi, would Brother Yi even have the energy to do anything else instead of thinking about, giggles. What yoga? What yoga? This is just the production team intentionally letting Xingye and Zhou give us some candy. Pei Feng deserves to be immortalized. He Xingye showed no opposition to this move, glancing at it confidently. Approaching the equipment, He Xingye extended his arms toward Nan Zhou. Without hesitation, Nan Zhou embraced He Xingye's neck and wrapped his legs around his sturdy narrow waist, hanging onto him like a koala. This was the first time the two had embraced so intimately in front of the camera, making the CP fans in the live streaming room scream with sweetness-induced dizziness. Hold on tight, He Xingye said, gripping the bar with both hands, taking a deep breath before exerting force to lift them both upwards. During the action, his arm muscles flexed, his core tightened, and his pose was unbearably handsome. Nan Zhou listened to the sexy breaths near his ear, feeling the rise and fall of He Xingye's body lines as he moved, his ears gradually turning red. The warm breath grazing his neck felt like electricity coursing through his body, making him numb. Perhaps because of He Xingye's movements, at such close range, Nan Zhou could even smell the faint alpha pheromones from his body. So damn sexy. Chapter 92, Darling, for you, I can endure any hardship. Although it's our brother Yi who is doing all the work, how come your face turned red first, Zhou Bao? He. Husband's waist skills are impressive, aren't they? Zhou Bao truly has good fortune. Are you two really practicing proper duo yoga? I feel like this position seems quite sensual. I, as a member of the yellow race, will say it first, brother Ye's panting is too sexy, I'm melting. What is going on in this live stream? This broadcast is also making people think dirty thoughts early in the morning. When He Xingye finished 10 pull-ups and got down from the equipment, Nan Zhou's legs were still wrapped around his waist, hugging him as if lost in thought. He Xingye let out a low chuckle, his warm breath brushing against Nan Zhou's pale neck. Holding his thighs with both hands, he softly asked in his ear, "Do you want me to keep going?" At this moment, Nan Zhou finally snapped out of it. His face, already slightly red, grew even brighter with clear eyes. His long eyelashes fluttered, his ears turning a bright pink. Let me touch you later, he said before quickly jumping off Huixingye and stepping onto the wooden floor. Touch where? Tang Tang asked curiously. Moi, Nan Zhou replied. Tang Tang. After completing 4 actions, the production team still wouldn't let Huixingye and Nan Zhou off easily. They used Huixingye's abandonment of one action as a reason to make them do an extra set of movements. The 5th set was more challenging, demanding much from both their physical capabilities. When Nan Zhou saw the motion diagram, he couldn't help but say, choosing physical and mental healing, I sincerely apologize. You wouldn't expect us to go through all these steps and difficulties, would you? For me, this project is 81 tribulations. Fetching scriptures from the West wasn't harder than what Nan Zhou goes through. Other participants carry the whole game when joining your program, but I'm only capable of sorrying everyone else. Huixingye suggested replacing the 5th action with another. After hearing Huixingye's suggestion, Pei Feng didn't oppose it. Walking back in front of the live camera, Huixingye asked Nan Zhou, do you know what a reverse hug is? Nan Zhou placed his hands behind his back, like this. Huixingye pressed his body forward, making him lower his head and stretch out his arms upwards. This position was so strange that Nan Zhou couldn't help saying, darling, for you, I can endure any hardship, but this. Before he finished his sentence, Huixingye standing in front of him grabbed his upward stretched hands and pulled them forcefully. Before Nan Zhou could react or even the audience in the live stream could see clearly, Nan Zhou flew into the air and flipped once, landing firmly into Huixingye's arms. The usual gesture of holding his waist and tightening his legs changed only because of this sudden shift in movement. Nan Zhou stared at Huixingye's handsome smile right before his eyes, his heart beating faster and heavier in that instant. Winter morning sunlight poured in through the floor-to-ceiling glass window, falling on both of them, making it seem like they were bathing in light. Outside the window lay a golden beach and a blue sea. Waves crashed against the sand with a rushing sound. Is it fun? Huixingye asked. Nan Zhou's Adam's apple moved. The next second, an unexpected kiss landed on Huixingye's lips. Ayahewa. What is this? Too sweet. I've cried on my bed for 9 hours, collapsed 1996 times, hit the wall 903 times, scratched my arms 8 times, had hallucinations 3 times, auditory hallucinations 9 times, slapped myself 16 times, experienced near-death sensations once, passed out earlier. When I woke up just now and saw this scene, I immediately fainted again from sweetness. As a fan of Xingzhou, I'm the happiest girl today. After the kiss, Nan Zhou smiled at Huixingye. The boy's pure, innocent smile was more captivating than the kiss itself, making Huixingye's heart leap. He followed the joy with an increased heartbeat, adrenaline surging wildly, throat moving up and down. The person in front of him had fair skin and beautiful, enchanting fox-like eyes. Though he normally speaks boldly and acts without restraint under millions of watchful eyes during broad daylight without any inhibition when kissing him. Only he knew the charm of the other when they were alone, so pure yet filled with longing, requiring just a slight guidance to reveal alluring expressions and honest words. The two of them stayed silently hugging in the morning light for a while, until Tang Tang couldn't help but speak up. Teacher Nan Zhou, Teacher Hua, we need to move on to the next project. At this, Nan Zhou immediately jumped off Huixingye. Huixingye also released his arms from around him. Tang Tang stuck out her tongue. Sniff sniff, she didn't want to interrupt the couple either, but the director had pushed her. Since they needed to exercise that morning, neither Huixingye nor Nan Zhou had eaten breakfast. On the way to the next location, the two quickly ate the breakfast prepared by the production team in the car. It was almost 10:30 when the production team's vehicle stopped in front of a cinema. Tang Tang happily informed Nan Zhou, the next project is to watch a movie. Our production team has carefully arranged this viewing session for you and Teacher Hua, so don't complain, Teacher Nan Zhou. Watch a movie. Watching a movie would be great. In the dimly lit cinema, all he had to do was sit down on the seat, close his eyes, and easily sleep for 2 hours with no issues. But. So thoughtful. I don't believe it. Nan Zhou pursed his lips. You'll see when you watch, Teacher Nan Zhou, said Tang Tang. This made sense, and Nan Zhou nodded, getting out of the car with Huixingye and entering the cinema. During the workday morning, there weren't many people in the cinema anyway, and for filming purposes, the production team had cleared out this relatively secluded cinema during this time slot. However, as soon as Nan Zhou stepped into the cinema, he came face to face with Lu Zhou and Wen Yu standing inside. Seeing them, Lu Zhou was equally surprised. He had just been taking a photo at a promotional poster for a certain movie in the cinema with Wen Yu. Prepared to embrace Wen Yu, Lu Zhou's arms suddenly turned and instead ended up draped on the human-sized cutout of Huixingye, the male lead of that movie. Wen Yu. Nan Zhou turned to Huixingye and said, is he secretly in love with you? Huixingye. When you approached and greeted the two actively, did you choose the Light Shadow Hunter, too? Is Light Shadow Hunter watching movies? Nan Zhou exclaimed in shock. When you shook his head, it's taking photos at several scenic spots. The first one is this cinema, with an additional movie screening. What movie? Nan Zhou asked. When you pointed to the large poster next to Lu Zhou and the life-sized cutout of Huixingye, the movie that Teacher Hua starred in a month ago. I played the 5th male role in it. Chapter 93, it's for you, it suits you well. Nan Zhou took out the movie tickets given by the production team and checked the names. Perfect, they were also watching this movie. Why didn't you tell me in advance? He didn't know that either, but this was Huixinya's leading role in a movie, how could he not know? Moreover, since Huixinya was already the main actor, the production team still arranged for him to watch this movie. What did that mean? There should be surprises, you said it yourself, Huixinya said. After speaking, he leaned close to Nan Zhou's ear and whispered, what we're watching doesn't matter, what matters is that you can take the opportunity to sleep. Nan Zhou's eyes widened instantly, having been caught in his little scheme. Lu Zhou, who had been quietly observing the interaction between the two, clenched his teeth slightly and pulled his arm off the standee. Isn't it just because of Huixinya's identity as an award-winning actor that he managed to attract Nan Zhou? If it weren't for that, Nan Zhou wouldn't have stooped to being with him, and... Just thinking about Nan Zhou being pregnant sent a shockwave through Lu Zhou once again. While he was lost in wild speculation, Huixinya had already gone to buy popcorn and drinks for Nan Zhou. Having nothing better to do, Nan Zhou decided to visit the restroom. When you turned back and looked at Lu Zhou, his lips barely twitching as he walked towards the lounge area near the cinema entrance, planning to head inside when the show was about to start. However, as soon as he reached the waiting area, another person walked in from the cinema entrance. Seeing Wen Yu, the person quickly approached. Hello, I'm Gu Zheng. Wen Yu looked up at him without a word. Excuse me, have you seen Nan Zhou? Gu Zheng asked. Since the beginning of today's program recording, Gu Zheng had intended to follow Nan Zhou and Huixinya. One reason was to monitor Huixinya to prevent him from getting too touchy-feely with Nan Zhou. The other was to find a chance to chat more with Nan Zhou and give him some items he had brought along. However, early in the morning, both Huixinya and Nan Zhou had vanished. Gu Zheng took out his phone and entered the live broadcast room of Heart Beats You, finding Huixinya and Nan Zhou's live stream room. As soon as he went in, he saw something that made his blood pressure soar. His baby, both legs wrapped around a man named Hua, whose motive seemed impure, and rising and falling with his body movements. Can this really happen? Gu Zheng pointed at the screen and lodged a protest with the production team. Mr. Gu, this is just regular partner yoga, the cameraman said matter-of-factly in response to Gu Zheng's reddening face. What nonsense, pretending to be pure. Being a big president, what scenes hasn't he seen? So what's the problem with this? Gu Zheng became very upset, wanting the production team to take him to where Nan Zhou and Huixinya were shooting, but the production team refused. The production team said that today's couple CP activities were chosen according to personal preferences, while he, as a flying guest, had to use his own judgment to find the people he was looking for. Thus, Gu Zheng embarked on his search mission. He originally thought that with the help of the live stream, he might be able to get some clues, but later, the production team outright banned his account from watching the live stream. No cheating, Mr. Gu, you need to rely on your own abilities, the cameraman reminded him. Gu Zheng was furious. Fortunately, with some of his own tricks, Gu Zheng managed to find this secluded commercial street. In response to his question, Wen Yu raised his hand and pointed to the arcade across the street. Ha 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 ha. Not that, Mr. Yu. With the prettiest face doing the worst things. What does Mr. Yu mean? Why doesn't he tell Gu Zheng that Nan Zhou is here? Is Mr. Yu secretly fangirling over Star Zhou? Upon receiving the answer, Gu Zheng inwardly sighed, this is a normal little, oh. Beautiful, gentle, and obedient. Not like their family's little devil at all. However, if given the choice, he'd rather their little devil remain one for life than leave home for a man any day. Thanks. After saying this, Gu Zheng turned and walked away. Wen Yu was about to sit down when he suddenly saw Gu Zheng coming back to him again. Thinking his lie had been discovered, he prepared to pretend to know nothing when a beautiful fluffy green hat appeared before his eyes. Staring at the green hat for a while, Wen Yu looked up at Gu Zheng again. It's for you, it suits you well. Placing the hat in his hands, Gu Zheng hurriedly left again. After watching his tall figure disappear from sight, Wen Yu looked again at the green hat in his hand. Putting the hat on his head, he smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. No, May, that's a green hat. A green hat, it's not auspicious. Laughing to death, I feel like when you saw something strange about Lu Zhou earlier. What do you mean? Who is acting strange? Our Zhou has always been kind to him, but he's always so sly. South Zhou walked out from the restroom and was just about to go to the rest area when he noticed the bright green color of the hat on Wen Yu's head. His eyes widened instantly. Did this happen so fast? What? Wen Yu asked. The green hat, South Zhou pointed to the fluffy hat on Wen Yu's head. If you're facing trouble, don't hesitate to tell me. Let's see if I can create some confusion for you. Wen Yu. He explained, Mr. Gu came by earlier, asking where you were. I pointed to the opposite direction, and then he gave me this hat, saying it suits me well. Ah. So that's what happened, South Zhou sat down. He has red-green color blindness, probably mistook this hat for a red one. Wen Yu. Ah. Is Mr. Gu red-green color blind? How does Brother Zhou know this? Are you kidding? Is Mr. Gu really red-green color blind? Looks plausible, otherwise why would he give you a green hat? No one would casually gift a program guest a green hat no matter how rude they are. Where's Gu-Tang gone? He sent green hats while looking for people here, what's wrong with him? Climbing the mountain with Lu Man. Lu said his P skills are amazing, and they took lots of pictures edited by Gu-Tang. For a moment, I didn't know if this was praise or an insult. Ah. Lu Man and Gu-Tang. What about Zhongshi? Zhongshi is lying on the bed watching their live stream while climbing the mountain. Praying for them. 10 minutes before the movie started, South Zhou entered the theater holding the big bucket of popcorn Huixinye bought for him. Finding his seat in the middle, he was just about to sit down when Lu Zhou showed up beside him and plunked himself down next to South Zhou. When you approached, do you mind if I take this seat? Can you move to the side? South Zhou took 2 steps back, and Wen Yu sat next to Lu Zhou, taking South Zhou's original seat. South Zhou then sat next to Wen Yu. Huixinye naturally took his place on the other side of South Zhou. The movie hadn't started yet, advertisements were playing. When you asked South Zhou, which activity did you choose? Mind and body healing, South Zhou sighed. I think my waist is going to break. What have you been doing? When you asked. Morning exercise for 2 people, extremely exaggerated style, South Zhou said. Next to him, there was a rustling sound as Lu Zhou nearly dropped the popcorn bucket. Chapter 94, It's all in the past, I've always been here. Although Wen Yu's reaction wasn't as strong as Lu Zhou's, he was still a bit shocked. Is the production team really going this far? Will this be aired? Yes, it's the kind of exercise I understand, right? Just those moves, I've never seen them before. They're really eye-opening. Nan Zhou gestured to Wen Yu with his hand, like this, having him hold me like this. I almost felt like I was going to break. Can you do that move? Wen Yu. Even if he could, he couldn't admit it at this moment. And even if he could, what good would it do? The key is whether Lu Zhou, that goofball, can do it. Beside them, Lu Zhou finally couldn't resist interjecting, your body's already like this, and Master Hui is making you do these stunts. What about this? What does this have to do with Huixinye when all the hard work is being done by him? Nan Zhou, annoyed, said, you can criticize me, but why are you criticizing my darling? Lu Zhou choked. He was actually defending Huixinye. Clearly, in the past, whenever something like this happened, he was the one who spoke up for him. What, do you think you're so capable? In my opinion, you're not even as good as Wen Yi. I mean, Wen Yu. Too weak, yet too full of himself. Red fire and confusion, ha 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 ha, what the heck is Wen Yi? Did baby just call Wen Yu the wrong name? Laughs, it seems brother Nan no longer takes squirrel into account, not even beautiful brother Yu. How dare they insult our brother Yu? Take brother Yu away, let him stand out alone. Wait, what's wrong with Lu Zhou? Isn't he supposed to be just an ordinary teammate with Nan Zhou? Why is he breaking down like this? Zhou baby, you can say I'm incapable, but don't say my husband isn't. Lu Zhou's face turned green. He was just concerned about his physical health. Hadn't he? How could he possibly perform such movements without risking trouble? Could it be? Lu Zhou's eyes gleamed slightly. That's right, their status is unequal. Chances are, Nan Zhou might have just surrendered himself to Huixinye for the sake of exposure. Someone like Huixinye could effortlessly manipulate an Omega without any background. Even if Nan Zhou had really done it, he wouldn't dare tell him. But then again, is Nan Zhou truly an Omega? Why hadn't he ever smelled his pheromones over the past 2 years? If he wasn't an Omega, how could Huixinye possibly do something like that to him? Then there was the vomiting incident. Lu Zhou felt like his CPU was about to burn out. Meanwhile, Nan Zhou continued chatting with Wen Yu about the pair yoga session arranged by the production team that morning. As Nan Zhou got to the part where he vented his frustrations, a straw appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he sucked a few gulps before continuing, how do you train? Let's exchange WeChat, and you teach me someday. Wen Yu. Taking out his phone, they added each other on WeChat just as the movie commercial finished. Suddenly, Nan Zhou remembered something else, and loudly shouted toward the crew, my event focuses on body and mind healing. Half an hour on this massage chair should be the minimum, shouldn't it? Unexpectedly, even standing this far away doing absolutely nothing, he still managed to get targeted. The crew staff were also quite impressed. Half an hour of massage? Just give it to him. The massage chair started working, and as Nan Zhou leaned back on it, enjoying the massage, he opened his mouth and accepted the popcorn Huixinye offered at the edge of his lips. Tut 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 tut, our Zhou boy seems really comfortable. Xinye seems too indulgent, will he spoil our baby to the point of becoming completely dependent on his husband for food and drink? Some people seem to be feeding their wives popcorn, but their eyes look like they're devouring her instead. Is she really eating popcorn? Huixinye. Are you playing with your cat or what? Can you let me play too? Wen Yu doesn't drink carbonated drinks, nor does he eat junk food like popcorn, so the popcorn and cola Lu Zhou bought were entirely useless, forcing him to eat it all by himself. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the subtle interaction between Huixinye and Nan Zhou, which made him both angry and jealous. In fact, he could tell Nan Zhou that he didn't care about whatever happened between him and Huixinye. They could reunite, and perhaps even have a happy family and adorable children in the future. Each piece of popcorn was like a bullet aimed at Huixingye, swallowed hastily by Lu Zhou, until they almost lodged in his throat. Pausing for a moment, Lu Zhou quickly chugged down some cola. Still, the popcorn that had lodged itself in his throat wouldn't go down. His noise was rather loud. By this time, the movie had already begun on screen, with Huixingye as the male protagonist now on the big screen. Nan Zhou couldn't help but say, the symbolic meaning of popcorn is not to disturb others while watching a movie. Lu Zhou. In the darkness, when you silently raised an eyelid and reached out to clench his fist, delivering a stealthy punch on Lu Zhou's back. With a loud cough, the popcorn lodged in Lu Zhou's throat was dislodged by the punch. Lu Zhou took a deep breath, sat straight again, and glanced at the person beside him. But when you was sitting there perfectly fine, posture elegant, side profile handsome, attentively watching the screen as if he knew nothing. Lu Zhou turned around and looked behind him, the seats behind were completely empty. He swallowed hard, a trickle of cold sweat breaking out on his spine. Although saying he wanted to sleep soundly in the cinema, after the movie started, Nan Zhou didn't even eat the popcorn anymore. He sat up straight, immersed in the story. This movie was a suspenseful tale. Though it was a suspense story, the main theme revolved around the evil and brilliance of human nature under calamity. Huixingye's male protagonist differed from mainstream movie characters. This role represented the pure light of human nature, being purely positive. He had two sides, his bad aspect was truly despicable yet his good qualities were admirably noble. Such a complex and contradictory character tested acting skills thoroughly. The detailed parts of the script required meticulous refinement of actors' performance capabilities, but Huixingye accurately portrayed this character vividly. The Huixingye in the movie seemed like a different person from the real-life Huixingye. Nan Zhou could clearly differentiate between them, but when he saw the moment where Huixingye's character lost one leg and instinctively held on to someone next to him, he couldn't help but grab onto the hand of the person next to him. For Huixingye, if this movie had any special significance, it was this part about losing a leg and relearning how to walk. He thought of certain aspects, about the pain and difficulties that the person next to him endured 3 years ago. At the moment Nan Zhou grabbed his hand, Huixingye thought it might be because he remembered the past. So, he returned the grip with extreme tenderness and consoled him softly, "It's all in the past, I've always been here. Always by your side." Nan Zhou said nothing, just leaned his body toward Huixingye, gently rubbing his shoulder with his head, seeking comfort or providing comfort. Huixingye then embraced him naturally, their postures looking like they were hugging each other. Chapter 95, Not even spare the underwear. Though I don't know what happened, it's so sweet, wah. Young couples watching movies will hug each other. Not only do they hug but their mouths are busy kissing, and then comes the part that can't be broadcast. Zhou Bao must feel sorry for Yi Gu, such empathy, my baby is too good. Did Brother Yi say something in secret? After 2.5 hours of the movie ended, when the lights came on, Nan Zhou hadn't fully recovered yet. Under the light, he and Huixingye still held hands, clinging together closely, in an intimate pose. Lu Zhou stood up and saw exactly this scene where the two were sitting side by side. His eyes immediately widened. No way. This wasn't a love literary film. It was a suspenseful film. There was a part that even made him feel goosebumps. How could these two people watch it like this? Then he looked at Wenyu beside him, although Wenyu didn't get up, she appeared as usual, showing no interest in anything, with a calm expression. Only now did Lu Zhou notice that in Wenyu's hand, there was an extra green hat at some point. Honey, when did you buy it? Lu Zhou asked. Is it nice? When you put the hat on her head, I heard it suits me. Suit what? This is a green hat, not a disguised satire on him. Dry-mouthed, Lu Zhou said, the color doesn't look good, it doesn't match your clothes. I'll buy you a red one later. Wenyu smiled. Nan Zhou and Huixingye came out of the cinema. Under the arrangement of the program team, they had a fairly romantic lunch and headed to the next date spot in the afternoon. Are you tired? Huixingye asked in the car. Nan Zhou shook his head. Actually, he just disliked waking up early, but wasn't sleepy. The reason why he was so upset yesterday was that he thought Huixingye hardly slept the day before, and getting up so early today was too exhausting. Why should I be tired if all the effort was from you, he said. Dude Nan, did you just drop a hint there? They couldn't have overworked themselves last night again, right? Didn't you guys mean Huiye's set of morning exercise with a bang bang sound? Guys, I'm worried about this live stream being banned someday. At the right moment, Tang Tang asked, Teacher Nan Zhou, did you enjoy the movie? She had observed earlier that during the latter part of the movie, the two were almost hugging tightly. Yes. Nan Zhou nodded, the music was also great, I liked the lyrics at the end. That song was written by Teacher Hua. Tang Tang smiled. Nan Zhou's pupils slightly widened. The ending track was a rather melancholic tune, narrating the difficulties and struggles of the underprivileged characters in the movie. Beyond these, the lyrics viewed the matter from another angle, offering warmth that gave him a sense of familiarity and comfort. My dear, you're so talented. Nan Zhou sincerely praised. Huixingye touched his head, you're better than me. Though he tried his best to portray the process of regaining standing and walking after becoming lame, thereby gaining deeper insights into the challenges involved. Still, he wasn't the person who had truly regained walking after becoming lame. To this day, Huixinye can barely think deeply without being affected by thoughts of how, alone in such circumstances, Nan Zhou took care of himself, sustained himself, enduring unimaginable hardships. Despite all this hardship, he never revealed a word to anyone else. So, what's the next date about? How many items are left in this dating itinerary and when will it end? Nan Zhou asked Tang Tang. Tang Tang. Do you dislike dating with teacher Hu this much? What I dislike is your arranged dates. If it was just privately with him, I wouldn't hope. In the middle of speaking, he probably thought of something, changing his tone abruptly. Everything has its end. Tang Tang gazed deeply. Some things can be done every day, no need to finish them in one day or one night, it's too tiring. Tang Tang, what does Nangu mean? Is it what I'm thinking? Sorry, my mind went somewhere inappropriate. Key takeaway, Zhou Bao likes being alone with Yi Gu, he. At the right time, Huixinye spoke, sea fishing. Almost instantly after he finished speaking, Nan Zhou's eyes lit up. It's also the last item on the schedule. Huixinye observed his expression change tenderly, his soft pupils filled with entwined laughter. Tang Tang watched the two as pink bubbles formed again between them, and she secretly stuck out her tongue. Lovers in the heat of romance really don't let others join in at all. Actually, the project team had arranged for a chess game in the park in the afternoon and an evening stroll until the moon rose. But after the couple yoga session ended, Huixinye privately inquired about the program's arrangement with Pei Feng and then took it upon himself to change the chess game and evening stroll into sea fishing. Originally, Pei Feng did not want to agree. Sea fishing has a higher cost and comes with some risks. However, Huixinye stated that he would provide the fishing boat, and even prepared a special gift for Nan Zhou in the night. Faced with a guest who brought his own shooting material, how could Pei Feng say no? He immediately instructed the staff to change the process. When Nan Zhou arrived at the dock with the program, fully prepared for the crew to dig a pit for him and Huixinye by preparing a broken-down fishing boat, he was told instead that the most luxurious and eye-catching yacht on the dock was their ride for today's sea fishing. I don't believe it. Even if you sold your entire production crew, there's no way you'd be able to rent a yacht like this. This isn't just plucking a feather from an iron rooster, it's shaving its head clean. The chicken would look at it and be astonished. There's a catch somewhere, stop this deal. The filming cameraman dryly said, if you don't believe us, you should at least trust teacher Hua. This is Hua's yacht. Being on your show requires bringing my own gear. Nan Zhou cursed loudly, it's like eating someone and spitting bones back at them. You're just like swamps, you don't even spare the underwear. Usage fees, rental fees, management fees, maintenance fees, pay up. The filming cameraman started acting dumb and cast a pleading look towards Huixinye. Let's go take a look, Huixinye signaled Nan Zhou. Featuring a spacious outdoor area, equipped with top-notch devices, combining leisure and sea fishing functions, the luxury yacht was something Nan Zhou had long wanted to tour. Also, he never went against Huixinye's face. As they were heading toward the yacht, he kept saying, you're too kind. People shouldn't be so moderate. Demand saintly standards from others, but set low-life standards for oneself. The filming cameraman. Meanwhile, Gu Zheng, who had finally regained access to the live streaming room and was rushing over here, hearing this, angrily yelled, where is he good? His skills in exploiting others can indeed be compared to sages, only sages use wisdom, while he uses people. You need to snap out of it. The one who needs to snap out of it is you, Mr. Gu. We have our own Chow Chow in Peng Ran now, Mr. Gu, you are truly talented. Laughed to death, breaking up the couple, digging under Nan Zhou's feet, sending when you green hats, why does he like other people's wives so much? The following is a prompt. 1. Zhou had the car accident 3 years ago, as mentioned in multiple places. 2. He met Zhou half a year ago, chapter 77. 3. Zhou's pen name is Gong Era Aus Di Raljas, online abbreviation Gong A, which is the same person Yi has been chatting with continuously. There hasn't been any writing about Zhou meeting Yi 3 years ago or Yi paying attention to a world post-accident. Zhou's situation belongs to 3 years ago. This is all brain supplements discussions on plot are welcomed, and if errors are pointed out, I hope evidence is provided. Please don't suggest logic issues based on your imagination, as this might cause other readers to misunderstand. In summary, just a slight reminder, nothing else meant, love you all sending hearts. Chapter 96, Confession of the Heart, showcasing one's own advantages. This yacht is 24 meters in total length and has a displacement of 52 tons. The main deck is an open design, featuring spacious sofas and an open kitchen. You can enjoy cooking while basking in the sunlight. On the sun deck, there are shade tents installed so you can enjoy your food there without direct sunlight. As for the interior space, no need to say more, it's luxuriously decorated, spacious yet private. Besides the large common areas, there are 2 cabins equipped with double beds. Not Yi Gu, what do you want to do? Poverty limits my imagination. I feel something big is going on with Yi Gu. You really, with such a big speedboat, why must it be in the cabin? Isn't the deck, the sofa, etc., good enough? Of course, what satisfied Nanjo the most was the fishing cockpit made of wooden flooring. Besides the soft sofa seats and delicate small tables, there were also rattan armchairs provided. Professional fishing equipment was fully available, like left/right live bait tanks with LED lighting, rod holders, and electric reel sockets. When the hydraulic folding transom was unfolded, fishing there felt absolutely amazing. After touring this speedboat, Nanjo's satisfaction was written all over his face. In the end, he sat down in the soft chair in the fishing cockpit. This is exactly what I need for mental and physical healing. The cameraman and staff accompanying him. Such high-spec items are beyond the capability of our production team. When everything was ready, the speedboat set off from the dock and raced across the sea surface. Gu Zheng, who had just arrived at the dock, only caught a glimpse of the waves churned up by the stern of the speedboat. Gu Zheng. Previously, Nanjo had only tried wild fishing and river fishing, he had no experience with sea fishing. But many fishing techniques are universal. After consulting a few questions with Huixingye, Nanjo understood the process well. Moreover, he was extremely excited about the upcoming fishing spots and the type of fish he could catch today. Winter sea breezes blew one after another. Although the weather had started to warm these past few days, it was still a bit chilly. As the speedboat cruised along, they passed a very small forest island. On the forest island, flocks of birds flew over and landed on the trees. Within visual distance, close to the seawater tree tips, there stood many pretty little birds. Two of them were even playing on the branches, apparently fighting for territory. On another branch, a little bird stretched its neck and let out a crisp chirp, carrying a small branch in its mouth and shaking its head, showcasing its beautiful feathers to the bird beside it as if it were dancing. Is it courting? Nanjo found it interesting and recorded the scene with his camera. It's revealing its heart and showing its advantages. If the female bird nearby is satisfied, then. Before Huixingye finished speaking, both their eyes saw the female bird step forward and peck with the courting male bird. Kissing. Nanjo said, then turned and smiled at Huixingye. Under the sunlight, his pale face was free of any impurities, his clear eyes shining with rare curiosity and desire for exploration. Huixingye responded with a gentle smile, looking at the two birds that were already grooming each other's feathers, his pitch-black deep pupils as if lit by light. Wee, so sweet. Xingzhou is so sweet. Who understands? They haven't done anything, but I think pink bubbles will flood the screen. Even the birds have kissed, how can you not kiss or embrace to satisfy us? This pair watched the birds kiss and groom, we watched them kiss and hug, everyone will have a beautiful future. Cheers. The speedboat sailed on the sea for about an hour and stopped at a stable part of the sea area. This was a deep-sea zone with a huge rock reef nearby, resembling a tooth sticking out from the depths of the ocean. Huixingye and Nanjo started to lower their rods. Their actions were skillful, obviously experienced anglers. During the period, the content they chatted about was quite professional, and Nanjo was clearly more energetic than usual when he was on the show. He even talked more, no longer spouting words that would cause headaches for the production crew. Fishing is mostly waiting, testing one's patience. Huixingye usually appears before the public with few words, so it wasn't surprising to the audience that he liked fishing. On the contrary, after casting the line, Nanjo quietly sat on the chair without saying a word. He was drinking the prepared beverage earlier, blowing sea breeze, gazing at the ocean surface as if lost in thought. Huixingye didn't disturb him. After checking both of their equipment, he sat back in his position, eyes on the float, seemingly lost in thought too. The entire environment became extremely quiet, even the sound of wind brushing across the sea surface could be heard with splashing sounds. No one knows how long it had been when Nanjo's float moved, then suddenly plunged downward sharply. Nanjo, who looked like he was daydreaming, had a sudden change in his expression. He grabbed the fishing rod with both hands to reel it in. However, the weight of the creature that bit the bait was completely beyond his expectation. The heavy feeling startled Nanjo. Underneath the flowing seawater, a fierce big fish wanted to escape after biting the hook, exerting tremendous strength while swimming. Nanjo's body almost got pulled forward by it. Although he was wearing a life jacket and there were sufficient safety measures, the experience still exceeded Nanjo's imagination. Someone stepped over, grabbing his wrist from behind, the familiar warm and dry presence coming closer, a deep voice sounded above his head. Grab tightly. This instantly calmed Nanjo's heart that was thumping heavily in his chest. It's a big one, Nanjo said. Huixingye gripped Nanjo's hand, operating the fishing rod orderly, guiding Nanjo to together play the large fish beneath the ocean. Under the lens, the robust figure of this alpha completely enveloped Nanjo. From the back view, besides the legs, it was impossible to capture even a glimpse of Nanjo. The hormone surge caused by the physical difference directly made the CP shippers in the live stream room shout out, "So easy to ship," and quickly published various borderline comments. Nanjo and Huixingye stood side by side on the transom, observing the ripples of the sea and the movements of the fishing line, acting at the same moment. Nanjo reeled in quickly, Huixingye netted the fish. With a splash, a big fish was scooped out from the sea, appearing on camera. It was a swordfish nearly a meter long. Even out of water, it remained highly active, looking very fierce. What the hell? This is incredible. Hey, remember this is a dating show, yes, a dating show. People and their fishes, this fish's mouth looks like it could stab right through me, just like our Zhoubao's little mouth, a thrust and he'll get what he aims for. Being able to catch a swordfish during his first attempt at sea fishing left Nanzhou feeling indescribably elated. His eyes bright with excitement, instinctively, he opened his arms and hugged Huixinya. Chapter 97, I am not someone who is stuck in the past, what about you? On the shimmering sea surface with the sea breeze blowing, the passionate embrace of the youth was more comforting than anything else. Just as Huixinya was about to return the embrace, Nanzhou slipped out of his arms and excitedly went to look at the fish. Huixinya let out a low chuckle and slightly tidied up his gear before walking to the fish tank. Sensing his approach, Nanzhou turned and said to him, one isn't nearly enough. I want to continue setting records in this sea area. Alright. Nanzhou recast the fishing rod, and the two sat on the chairs again. However, this time Nanzhou specially sat next to Huixinya. The two occasionally whispered to each other. At the joyful moments, Nanzhou would smile brilliantly, his eyes filled with radiance. Even the cameraman following them could feel that the unbreakable distance between these two was very obvious. Time gradually passed by, the sun sank into the sea horizon, and the sky grew darker. A mist began to rise over the sea. Have you heard the story of the siren? Asked Huixinya. Nanzhou blinked, is it the legend about the siren using their songs to lure ships passing by and keeping sailors and ships forever in some waters? Huixinya shook his head and smiled. It's a love story. Legend has it that long ago, a siren living in the deep-sea bare rock zone met a sailor trying to escape from a stormy area during a stormy night. In the heavy rain, the figure of the sailor still remained tall and his face firm. He was battling against nature with his small body. His courage and determination made the siren admire him. So he used his song to guide and help him leave the stormy sea. When everything settled down, the sailor standing on the deck saw a beautiful siren sitting on a distant barren rock and was immediately captivated by her beauty and voice. Soon, they fell deeply in love. Huixinya paused here. Nanzhou didn't urge, silently waiting for him to continue. But humans and sirens are different species. The sailor can't always stay at sea, and the siren cannot walk on land. Therefore, in order to fulfill the sailor's dream, the siren used her song under the moonlit night to send her lover away from those seas. Ayaha, what a sad story. Why did Brother Yi tell this story? It feels like an allusion to something. Impossible, absolutely impossible, my OTP must not have such B-flag. What happened later? Nanzhou asked. Later, in memory of this wonderful love, no matter where the sailor goes, he will teach local people the song sung by the siren. After Huixinya finished speaking, silence returned around them again. The night sea, quiet and mysterious. The sky meets the sea level, drawing a line between deep and shallow. Nanzhou looked at the calm sea level and quietly drank a few sips of drink, not knowing what he was thinking. Until after quite a while, he softly spoke up, though the excitement of the past is beautiful, the past is the past. Perhaps in the future, the sailor will meet someone more suitable, and the siren will find her own partner in the clan. I am not someone who is stuck in the past, how about you? Huixinya did not answer, but Nanzhou knew the answer. On the sea, the crew members of the speedboat still prepared a sumptuous dinner. Seafood naturally goes without saying, fresh and delicious. They even prepared candles, red wine, and flowers. After indulging themselves in the warm cabin, Nanzhou came to the deck again. The evening sea breeze carries a touch of coldness. Under the night color, the sea is tranquil and profound. Behind him, familiar footsteps came, and then a warm coat with residual body temperature fell onto his shoulders. Nanzhou instinctively wanted to turn back, but the person behind stopped his movement with a hand. Look. The gentle and low sound landed near his ear. In his view, on the sea level, clusters of lights lit up unknowingly when. These clusters slowly formed into a blue whale that seemed to have jumped out of the bottom of the sea on the sea surface. After the blue whale fell, the lights formed a seal-like creature lying on the water surface. Nanzhou was completely captivated. He never expected that he would watch a drone light show performance on the sea. And the content of this performance especially catered to his preferences. After the seal, the drones again formed a huge, fat penguin. No one knew how it was done, but the big penguin waddled gracefully as if walking on the waves of the sea. Suddenly, it fell onto the sea surface, sliding on its belly as though the water were ice made of sponge. The adorable sight brightened Nanzhou's eyes, softening his heart. Damn! Penguins, seals, and whales, it's Antarctica, right? This was a subtle confession from Brother Yi. The light show has me all gooey, and just look at Zhou's expression. It's giving me motherly vibes. Huixinya, are you this good at romance? No wonder you have a wife. My boyfriend would never learn to be this romantic, well, mostly because he doesn't have these kinds of resources either. Xingzhou keeps bringing us different surprises, this is so sweet that I'm rolling around on the floor. The lights on the speedboat deck had gone out sometime without anyone noticing. Under the dim moonlight, the sea breeze brushed past Nanzhou's bangs. Far away, the tiny lights reflected into Nanzhou's eyes, and when he glanced at Huixinya by his side, they shone together in their gazes. At that moment, their hearts beat with steadfast resolve. Thump thump, like drum beats, telling of some kind of undeniable tremor deep inside. In both sets of pupils, each other's reflections could be seen. This calls for some background music, said Nan Zhou softly. Hu Xingye replied with a smile. Nan Zhou grinned as a light and slow melody started playing. The young man hummed quietly, and in the stillness of the vast ocean, it sounded like the song of a siren. Hu Xingye lowered his gaze to look at his face, gazing at Nan Zhou's thin lips moving as he sang, his eyes filled with boundless affection. This was the first time Nan Zhou had sung on camera since participating in the variety show. It was nothing like when he used to sing with his boy band, he didn't fully open up his voice. Instead, he only softly hummed, his low tone being enough to stir the hearts of listeners. The melodious tune, in this very moment, felt like the perfect embellishment. As the last note faded, Nan Zhou looked into the close-up deep eyes brimming with yearning, placed his hands on Hu Xingye's shoulders, tipped his head back, and slowly tiptoed upward. Hu Xingye leaned down, and their lips met, then parted. With their foreheads touching, Nan Zhou rubbed his nose against Hu Xingye's bridge of the nose and smiled sweetly. Their intimate and ambiguous gestures spoke louder than words ever could. Hu Xingye's gaze darkened somewhat, and he wrapped an arm around Nan Zhou's slim waist, pulling him closer into his embrace. Chapter 98, Would you like to be my boyfriend? Long fingers caressed a slender, pale neck. Nan Zhou, like a kitten, affectionately rubbed his cheek against the warm and dry large palm. Hu Xingye's eyes darkened further. His fingers tightened as he leaned down and kissed. This kiss was different from Nan Zhou's earlier fleeting peck, it was deep and heavy, brimming with emotion and desire. As Nan Zhou unconsciously opened his mouth, the kiss deepened even more. The microphone even captured the increasingly heavy breathing of the two. Holy sh*t. I'm dead. WTF, they don't show us anything normally but come up here and start French kissing. Who can handle that? Let me explode into fireworks to celebrate Starzu's passion. I am the happiest girl today. My body is getting warm, and even wants to stand up again. Is this something I should see or hear? My face is so red right now, damn it. Mr. Gu, don't watch. This is lethal. Drones above the sea transformed from penguins into light points rising over the water surface, resembling the Milky Way or blooming fireworks, breathtakingly beautiful. Even though the sea breeze had been blowing for a while, Nan Zhou's lips were surprisingly warm and soft. There was still a sweet aftertaste from the drink he'd just consumed, which subconsciously made Hu Xingye want more. Not until a hazy murmur escaped from Nan Zhou's throat did Hu Xingye slowly end the kiss. As their lips parted, his teeth lingered on the moist lower lip before reluctantly letting go. In his gaze, Nan Zhou's eyes were faintly pinkish, his breathing uneven, and there was a hint of dampness in his pupils. Fingers loosened around his neck, landing softly at the slightly reddened corners of his mouth. Hu Xingye stroked gently before speaking, his voice deep and hoarse. Very sweet. The color in Nan Zhou's irises flickered. My lips are numb, he whispered softly. Hu Xingye's gaze fixed on his lips. Suddenly, there was a subtle sound nearby. A sharp, eagle-like glance immediately swept through, causing the camera to wobble briefly. Blood everywhere. I can't take it anymore. It feels like I'm flying. TSK, how fierce Wild Brother was kissing, Baby Zhou's lips went numb, and his cheeks turned red. Hey, cameraman, why are you shaking? You're interrupting us. Hu Xingye said coldly, his tone completely different from just seconds ago when he was tenderly talking to Nan Zhou. Cameraman. Not fair. I've always been here. I haven't left. What interruption? It was just that he felt a bit weak-kneed and adjusted his posture, which made a slight sound. That shouldn't merit this reaction. After all, not everyone can maintain composure when an alpha releases pheromones, especially during the courtship process of a high-ranking alpha who instinctively gives off such powerful signals. Plus, wasn't what teacher aware how potent his own pheromones were? The cameraman could only suffer silently. Although the camera was still aimed at them, the sultry atmosphere had already vanished. Realizing this, Hu Xingye would never continue kissing Nan Zhou in front of the lens. He didn't even want anyone else to see Nan Zhou at this moment. So he pulled the large coat tighter around Nan Zhou, buttoning the topmost button and raising the collar, covering half of his delicate face. Wild Brother, aren't we all colleagues here? Isn't this a bit too much? Hu Xingye, stop being so stingy. You kissed him, so what? Why not let us see how soft your wife looks after a kiss? That was too spicy before. Who gets it? I feel like if we weren't filming, they'd probably get into it any second. Zhou doesn't talk anymore. Hasn't he been kissed speechless by Brother Yi? Come on, give us another one. The last one was so sudden, I didn't even have time to react. Ha ha ha. Is Manager Gu watching? Can you please mediate this? Indeed, Gu Zheng was watching. Not only was he watching, but when Nan Zhou took the initiative to kiss Hu Xingye, he couldn't help standing up from his car seat almost bumping his head. After that, during the mere minute Hu Xingye took advantage of his little treasure, Gu Zheng's face turned crimson, and he even covered the lower half of his face with his hand. And we're not even counting the words exchanged between them afterward. It was too much of a shock for him. All Gu Zheng could think about were the few words Nan Zhou said to him last night, making him so restless that he asked the driver to stop the car on the road in the middle of winter. He then got out of the warm car and stood outside for quite a while, letting the cold wind cool him down. While in the live stream, fans of Xingzhou CP were thrilled by today's date between Starzhou. On Weibo, however, another voice emerged. A trending topic named #Nan Zhou's sugar daddy quickly climbed up the charts. Several marketing accounts led the charge, speculating that Nan Zhou's sugar daddy was Gu Zheng. They referenced the highly discussed posts on Douban from someone who claimed to be an insider, revealing that Huixingye agreed to join this dating reality show and stir up CP chemistry with Nan Zhou solely due to Gu Zheng's pressure. However, Huixingye and Nan Zhou's on-screen chemistry went far beyond what sugar daddy Gu Zheng expected. They were too sweet, too convincing as a real couple. Gu Zheng became upset and personally joined the show as a way to warn them. The posts also mentioned how Gu Zheng sent Gu Tang to break up Nan Zhou and Huixingye, emphasizing their close relationship. The fact that Gu Tang didn't even know such a private detail as Nan Zhou being red-green colorblind, yet Nan Zhou dared to openly share it on the show, doesn't that prove something? Moreover, Gu Zheng's obvious attention towards Nan Zhou couldn't go unnoticed by many viewers who started speculating about their relationship. As a result, the post on Douban gained tremendous heat, complete with various supporting evidence. Sensing the potential for traffic, marketing accounts couldn't resist reposting it onto Weibo, causing public discussion. However, none of this reached Huixingye or Nan Zhou. The filming of Crush on You, Season 3 Episode 2 had just concluded. After disembarking from the yacht, both stood at the dock waiting for their respective teams to pick them up. Huixingye had to fly to a western city to shoot a movie directed by director Zhou, while Nan Zhou would take a car to a neighboring city to participate in the recording of a music variety show. Huixingye's car arrived earlier than Hao Jia's, practically moments after the two got off the yacht. With strong winds at the dock, Huixingye didn't want Nan Zhou standing around in the cold and invited him to wait inside his car instead. But Nan Zhou did not agree immediately. Under the night sky, standing in the wind, gazing at the handsome, tall man before him, he smiled and asked, Huixingye, would you like to be my boyfriend? Chapter 99, I want to take you home with me. At that moment, the sound of the wind seemed to cease. In Huixingye's world, there was only Nan Zhou standing in front of him and himself. His heart pounded strongly, thump-thump, as if it were going to jump out of his chest in the next second. His blood almost boiled, and every nerve in his body felt like being electrified, blanking his mind for a few seconds. I really like you. I think you like me too. So, shall we give it a try to be together? Nan Zhou was still speaking. The thin lips opening and closing, each sentence, every word, was like a sweet bullet that accurately hit Huixingye's heart. Even though his actions have always been influenced by the person before him, at this very moment, Huixingye felt more deeply that all his emotions were completely swayed by Nan Zhou. He had no control over him. And he willingly surrendered everything for him. Huixingye stayed silent for a long time, and Nan Zhou began to feel slightly surprised and anxious. He wasn't fully aware of the other party, judging solely from their few meetings. He had impulsively extended an invitation to start a relationship, indeed overly impulsive. Moreover, Huixingye once had someone he really liked. Even though he kept saying it was him on the show. Nan Zhou was uncertain whether Huixingye was just like him, planning to pursue a new romance. If he began. I'm very happy. Huixingye's deep voice sounded in the night breeze. He smiled at him, a smile so very gentle and captivating. Nan Zhou's heart raced quickly in Huixingye's smile without any reason. I'm truly extremely happy, thank you for willing to let me be your boyfriend. Huixingye said earnestly, and I'm glad to hear you say you like me. So now, I am yours. The last sentence was like the arrow shot by the most proficient archer, hitting the target swiftly. With a whoosh, a certain string in his brain snapped clearly in that instant. Nan Zhou's body turned soft and tingling at that moment. His Adam's apple moved as he gazed at Huixingye, instinctively wanting to reach out and embrace him. Just then, two hands came from behind, grabbing each of his arms and pulling his entire body backwards. Alpha sweet talk can't be too easily trusted, they're all organ-driven creatures, you calm down. Hao Jia's voice sounded from the right. Surname Hua, I'll settle accounts with you later for taking advantage of my little treasure. Gu Zheng's voice shouted from the left. Nan Zhou was thus carried into the car by Hao Jia and Gu Zheng, one on the left and one on the right. After the car door closed, he suddenly realized what happened, lowered the window, and shouted to Huixingye who was still standing there finding amusement in what had just happened, let's keep in touch on WeChat. Huixingye nodded with a smile. Nan Zhou was about to say something else when Gu Zheng beside him swiftly rolled up the car window with a smack. Why are you being so nice to him? It's so easy for him to get things, he won't know how to cherish them. Hao Jia sat in the driver's seat and stepped on the gas pedal to drive away. Maybe he just wanted to do this reality show couple act. Nan Zhou didn't bother with them. His gaze looked through the car window at Huixingye who was still standing there watching them until the car drove far away and he could see nothing anymore, then slowly sat upright. His eyes first scanned over Gu Zheng, finally landing on Hao Jia's back of the head. So, the two of you have actually been colluding all along. Hao Jia. Gu Zheng. The most similar charm between the two of you is that unparalleled imagination. Two people born single, commenting on others' feelings. What, do you have some hidden tasks for the FFF group or something? I see the two of you become sworn brothers, talking about not being able to fall in love but solving personal problems through brotherhood assistance. Hao Jia wiped his sweat off his forehead which didn't exist. Ancestors, did you speak to Emperor He this way? Wouldn't Hu Xingye be considered a masochist? Listening to these words every day, wouldn't he eventually feel ashamed of being human? How about it, do you want to listen? Nan Zhou took out his phone. I'm afraid I might embarrass you, you little virgin. Hao Jia. Gu Jing nearby finally couldn't help it, little treasure. You're an Omega, don't bring up such topics all the time, how would others perceive this? I'm saying, now you're not only controlling the sky and the land but also people's thoughts. Are you going to taste the sewage with a spoon when the waste truck passes by our company? Nan Zhou's venomous attack was like a needle soaked in poison, piercing through Hao Jia and Gu Zheng until they were drenched in cold sweat despite the winter. Previously, Nan Zhou had merely cried and made harsh demands, but as long as they complied, there weren't any major problems. But the current Nan Zhou. The nightmares of the past seemed to have returned, and both Gu Zheng and Hao Jia instinctively swallowed hard. Finally, it was Gu Zheng who hesitantly asked, little treasure, since you no longer fancy Lu Zhou, shouldn't you consider going home? Nan Zhou ignored him, tapping on his phone to chat on WeChat. Gu Zheng just asked me again if I'd go home. My sister and my parents won't come home because Gu Zheng is too annoying. Even the monk's chants aren't as much as what spews out of his mouth. Are our competitors driven dead by his endless talks? In the chat window, a reply appeared soon after. Actually, just now, I also thought about luring you home. Then next time, remember to act. Lure me to a place where there's only us two. After sending this sentence, Nan Zhou quickly added another one, I want to kiss you. Alright. Whatever you desire, I will fulfill for you. Everything you say, I will take you step by step to achieve it. Glancing at these lines, Gu Jing nearly exploded with anger, blood rushing to his face. Surnamed Hua, disgusting pervert. Not only did he corrupt his little treasure, but he also deliberately enticed him into initiating such indecent actions. He yanked off the tie from around his neck and took several deep breaths. As long as you don't go home, I'll do as before, I won't use family connections to give you any assistance in the entertainment industry. No black card either. If you get insulted and trended online, I'll ignore you entirely. Hope your words match your actions as much as your body does. Nan Zhou gave him a sideways glance and thrust the phone screen toward him. On the Weibo interface, prominently displayed, was an official statement issued half an hour ago by GY Group. At GY Group, recently, we have noticed untrue rumors circulating on the internet regarding our group director and president, Gu Zheng, and board member at Mr. Nan Zhou, stating that Mr. Gu Zheng is the financial backer of Mr. Nan Zhou. This claim has caused us immense shock and outrage. Therefore, we issue the following official statement against these baseless rumors. Chapter 100, about to enter the prestigious family as a son-in-law. GY Group and Mr. Gu Zheng firmly deny all unfounded allegations regarding the support of Mr. Nan Zhou. These rumors have no factual basis, are completely fabricated, and seriously deviate from the truth. They maliciously defame the personal integrity of both Gu Zheng and Nan Zhou. Gu Zheng and Mr. Nan Zhou are full-blooded siblings born to the same father and mother. We have gathered evidence related to these rumors and are cooperating with our legal team to take all necessary measures, including but not limited to legal litigation, to protect the legitimate rights and interests of Gu Zheng and Nan Zhou. We urge all media and the public not to spread or propagate this misinformation and to retract and correct any previously disseminated information. We believe that reason and facts are the best weapons against rumors. GY Group has always upheld an honest and upright corporate culture. As the leader of the company, Gu Zheng's personal conduct strictly complies with laws, regulations, and moral standards. We thank all friends who support and trust GY Group and Gu Zheng. We commit to continuously monitoring the development of this matter and promptly informing everyone of the latest situation. GY will spare no effort in protecting its own reputation as well as that of Gu Zheng and Nan Zhou. For any actions that damage our reputation, we will take firm action. We reiterate that GY Group and Gu Zheng adopt a zero-tolerance attitude towards any form of defamation and rumor-mongering and reserve the right to pursue legal responsibility. After this statement was issued, GY Group forwarded it and mentioned Nan Zhou. The president reiterates, he has red-green color weakness, not red-green color blindness. These two contents, filled with immense information, directly caused a reversal of public opinion. Especially Nan Zhou's family background, which did not only stir excitement among fans but also sparked turmoil throughout the entire entertainment industry. Several executives of Xingshi Entertainment and Chuanqing Gravity, after their PR department informed them about this news, couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Chuanqing Gravity especially, even though their company had not forcibly asked artists to do things violating public order and good morals over the years, the fact of using yin-yang contracts to exploit Nan Zhou for 3 years is real. Moreover, letting artists attend dinners and drinking events wasn't considered a big deal back then. Initially, when Nan Zhou entered the circle, they had intended something similar, but under the strong opposition and resistance of Hao Jia, they could only abandon the plan. Every single incident, if Nan Zhou and Hao Jia were willing, would cost the company dearly. Executives of Chuanqing Gravity immediately held a video meeting late at night, discussing the various actions taken by the company during the 3 years since Nan Zhou joined, along with gossiping and speculating why someone of such noble status would come to their company as an entertainer. As an artist, one would just act like an ordinary young person without any relations or background. The internet was fiercely engaged in the topic due to this event. Particularly, Xingzhou fans and Nan Zhou supporters immediately stood up proudly with pride restored. Laughing to death. Saying our brother Nan is being kept. Who's keeping whom? Gu Zheng, huh? I've become my brother's sugar daddy. Our Lord Zhou himself comes from a prestigious family, does he need anyone else to keep him? Some blackers' hearts, eyes are bad and their mouths are stinking. Are your faces hurting now? Tell me, do they hurt? So, actually it's wild brother getting pampered by the young master of a wealthy family, laugh cry laugh cry laugh cry laugh cry. Wild brother, you have to catch this sudden wealth falling from the sky, and be prepared to become the son-in-law of a prestigious family, let's all rise together. I wonder if some rats will be stomping and jumping madly regretting their decisions after seeing this. Of course, whether Lu Zhou jumps around or not, netizens wouldn't know, but on the hot search lists, quite a few people were furious. Take away our brother Zhou, not interested. Just don't like it. Not liking means not liking, no matter how wealthy the other party is. Brother Zhou is upright and steadfast, not coveting wealth and honor, dedicated to doing his own thing. Hu Xingye is the snobbish one, no wonder a grand master actor is willing to lower himself in a dating show just to be paired with a white lotus flower. TSK. Hahaha, laughing to death, Gu Tang's fans should come forward. Who said Nan Zhou is going to be snow censored by Gu Zheng soon? Probably it's your families, Ji Shangyi, who's getting censored. No wonder Gu Tang's performance yesterday in the live broadcast was so strange, provoking Nan Zhou everywhere, only to be scared to death by Gu Zheng. Older brother's bond is deeper than that with the blood relative younger brother. Under normal circumstances, with such heated online discourse, the Gu Tang team would definitely issue a statement sooner or later. But this time, they were as quiet as chickens. Especially Gu Tang himself, who, after seeing Gu Zheng's evident care for Nan Zhou today, felt his heart break in sorrow. The only solace was that Gu Zheng seemed to have no intention of holding him accountable for his sarcastic remarks about Nan Zhou. In fact, he even thought Gu Tang's repeated provocations were justified. Thus, all day today, Gu Tang devoted himself diligently to his work. He first visited Zhang Shi at the hospital early in the morning, tolerating his nauseating advances, then accompanied Yuman Man on a mountain climb. Yuman Man had him editing pictures, leaving him unable to complain while doing everything she asked. Exhausted and half dead, he still took good care of this young lady. During this time, he also received quite a few positive reviews. But once the live broadcast ended, Gu Tang received an urgent notice from the production team, due to Zhang Shi's severe jaw dislocation, it wouldn't heal quickly enough for filming. Therefore, they would bring in substitute guests for the next episode, and Gu Tang and Zhang Shi wouldn't need to participate in the recording of the next variety show. This news left Gu Tang utterly baffled. To take part in this variety show, he and his team had sacrificed some of their alpha and beta fan base. Now with one less episode, it equated to one less exposure opportunity, causing significant damage. Besides Gu Tang, Lu Zhou was also shaken. Lu Zhou's agent directly questioned him, if his relationship with Nan Zhou was so close before, why didn't he know Nan Zhou was the younger brother of the president of GY Group? Nan Zhou was actually the younger brother of the president of GY Group. The young master of that top-tier wealthy family. It couldn't be true. The Nan Zhou he knew always acted as though he had no connection to any noble offspring. He didn't seem rich, nor did he have any special relationships or resources. Could it be? Apart from composing songs, how many more things have you hidden from me? Enraged, Lu Zhou's eyes watered red, gritting his teeth as he violently kicked over the chairs and tables in front of him. Luo Nan scrutinized Hu Xingye thoroughly from head to toe and gave a faint smirk, right now, every pore on your body is radiating the stench of an alpha in deep infatuation. Earlier, while sitting in the car, both he and Hu Xingye's assistant had clearly seen Nan Zhou confessing to Hu Xingye. After getting into the car, Hu Xingye hadn't stopped smiling. Now, as he clutched his phone, chatting away with someone, his mood appeared even better. For so many years, Luo Nan had rarely seen this side of Hu Xingye. Even after winning the Best Actor award, Hu Xingye never looked as happy as he does now, like a big dog wagging its tail happily. Babe, you should help me find Aunt Rong to sew Gu Zheng's mouth shut, I really can't bear it anymore. Chapter 101, He's super cute. Huaxingyi chuckled softly, glanced up, and locked eyes with Luo Nan. His smile faded, and once again, he became the usual aloof figure who seemed warm but actually kept others at a distance. Luo Nan. GY Group issued a statement acknowledging Nan Zhou's identity. Now, it's all over the internet that you only paired up with him on the show for money. Luo Nan handed over the tablet. Huaxingyi cast a glance down at it a few times. At this very moment, in the trending search about him being supported by Nan Zhou, a new Weibo post popped up. At Nan's house, brother, promise me one thing, will you go to the hospital after posting this Weibo? Neurology, ophthalmology, otolaryngology, psychiatry, go check them all out. He had retweeted another offensive Weibo post. That blogger had portrayed Huaxingyi as being extremely snobbish, making it seem like all his achievements were gained through relying on wealthy women or rich young masters. Really cute, Huaxingyi said softly. Luonan was full of question marks. What? You're looking at your own hate trend, how can you find it cute? Is it the way you opened it, or is it the way I opened it? He took out his own phone and clicked into the trend, and upon seeing it, his eyes widened. No wonder, my Mr. Nan really has a knack for verbally sparring. My brother Nanzhou's mouth is truly. Luonan stopped mid-sentence, realizing Huaxingyi's gaze was slightly off-target, quickly changing the tone, particularly cute. He's super cute. Huaxingyi emphasized. Luonan. The saying, beauty lies in the lover's eyes holds absolutely true. Although Nanzhou indeed looked quite handsome, his words were truly venomous. But speaking of which, when talking to his own artists, his little lips were honeyed. Thinking of what was shown during the live stream of Your Heartbeat, Luonan let out a hiss. Could it be, this is an exclusive privilege? These two are indeed well matched. What are your thoughts on the public opinion online? Luonan asked. Huaxingyi handed the tablet back, don't worry about it. Just let them say things about you. I'm planning to enjoy the pleasure of being taken care of by him. Alright, anyway, our artist doesn't go for traffic-based popularity, all achievements have been won through hard work within the circle. This level of black material will not affect any future resources. Let him be. I bow to the whimsical games of the young lovers. Nanzhou was heading to Lin City, Guzheng, as the president of GY Group, was too busy with work to accompany him. In order to be the guest star on this episode, he worked overtime for many days, just to spare these 2 days. If he didn't go back to work tomorrow, the pile of work would grow like a mountain. So, at their parting spot, Haojia stopped the car. On the roadside, Gu Zheng's car had been waiting there all along. Just before getting out of the car, Gu Zheng wanted to give Nanzhou some last instructions, but he paused the words mid-mouth. In this brief moment, Nanzhou suddenly called out to stop him, when I'm free, I'll come home for a meal. Gu Zheng's eyes lit up, Xiaobao, You've said so much in the car, promising everything will be fine. I just want to ask, when will my wallet get better? Gu Zheng. He straightened his clothes, got out of the car, clenched his teeth, and turned back to Nanzhou inside the car, your wallet will be good when you're willing to come home. For now, the black card is absolutely not going to you. The car door slammed shut, and the world returned to silence. The car drove off again, Nanzhou sat inside, gazing through the window at Gu Zheng still standing by the roadside, biting his lips. Haojia glanced back from the rearview mirror, Mr. Gu cares about you a lot. Nanzhou retracted his gaze, leaned back against the chair, and slowly asked, do you know how to remove someone else's spy? Haojia. Later, buy a bottle of makeup remover and clean yourself up. And Gu Zheng is 30 years old, not 3 years. He should learn to lead his own life and deserves a better life. Limited Melody was a music variety show launched by Tencent platform a while ago. It aims to invite singers and behind-the-scenes creators within the industry to collaborate, creating or rearranging a song within a short period, then having the singer perform it on stage. This variety show has far less popularity than Tomatoes' Your Heartbeat. It could even be considered unpopular. The only thing that went viral was a video of singer Cui Heng going crazy on stage. Since this is a collaborative creation show, the compatibility between singers and creators becomes very important. However, the rule of temporary teaming up and creating or adapting within a short period makes both sides anxious. Especially for the singers who are in the spotlight, they bear greater pressure. This program occasionally bursts into some minor frictions, and there are even singers and creators questioning the fairness of voting. Before Cui Heng went crazy on stage, these matters were only known to the audience watching the variety show and discussed within a small range. As a popular singer of the new generation, Cui Heng's performance on Limited Melody can be described as shocking. His unconventional style and requirements for songs often fail to align with those of the creators. Creators pursue the aesthetics of songs, while Cui Heng pursues creativity, self-expression, and all sorts of his own ideas. Compared with him, other singers' fussiness is trivial, Cui Heng's behavior is simply unreasonable. Just 2 weeks ago, he openly added elements not included in the piece during a performance due to conflicting ideas with the creator, improvising his own creation. After the performance, when questioned by the host, he claimed he was a creative genius. However, during the voting phase, their song received only about a dozen valid votes, ranking dead last. The creator he worked with couldn't help but burst into tears on stage, recounting some of their frictions. This segment was edited and reposted on Weibo, quickly sparking intense reactions and buzz. Especially Cui Heng's outburst, and the creator's seemingly pitiful yet sarcastic tearful rant, became hot topics among netizens. The related videos were reposted across multiple short video platforms, directly causing a breakout effect. Limit Melody blew up in an unexpected way, bringing previously unnoticed frictions to the forefront and becoming amusing after-dinner conversations. Clearly a music show, but recently this variety show has been humorously called the stage of misbehavior, come if you dare. So worried, tomorrow Zhou Bao is going to that insane show. Light a cigarette. Can only pray that he doesn't run into Cui Heng, the madman. But to be fair, Cui Heng versus Zhou Bao, I think Zhou Bao would win. In Xingzhou's Super Topic section, as well as Nan Zhou's Fan Super Topic section, after seeing the official announcement of the latest flight guest list being Nan Zhou, everyone expressed concern. Chapter 102, If You Had a Little Shame. The live broadcast of the second episode of Season 3 of You Make My Heart Skip a Beat had just ended. The after effects of the show were still lingering, and with the statement released by the GY group, Nan Zhou's popularity was currently at an all-time high. Limit Melody naturally couldn't miss this golden opportunity for publicity and had already consecutively announced on Weibo and various social platforms that Nan Zhou would be participating in the live recording of tomorrow's program. Looking forward to our Zhou Bao tomorrow. Nan go, fly boldly, should things go awry, take responsibility yourself. The fans only want bloodshed, ha ha ha. Will there be a second Summer Blaze? This is something to look forward to indeed. Sobbing, I just want to see my baby making moves more often. The fans of the Star Zhou couple and Nan Zhou supporters also left positive comments under the official Weibo account. But since the fans of romance reality shows don't entirely overlap with those of music reality shows, and Limit Melody started off as a professional platform for song creation, aiming to produce new era music, so the resumes of the early creators looked impressive. Nan Zhou himself being an idol-originated artist without notable works made him very unpopular among the original audience base of this variety show. Although some viewers of You Make My Heart Skip a Beat tried their best to explain Nan Zhou's creative abilities, they were still met with harsh criticism. Do you remember this is a music show? Can we focus on music instead of all this nonsense? Who is Nan Zhou? Does he have any major hits? Inviting him is just for traffic, isn't it? His popularity, in the end, comes from Xingye. Asking an idol to be a guest singer might be one thing, but making him a creator? What are you thinking? Just hope he and Cui Heng 99 don't ruin it for everyone else, thank you. If you had a bit of shame, Nan Zhou, stop competing, please. I'm begging you. With the chaos on the internet reaching a fever pitch, even Hao Jia couldn't help but ask Nan Zhou about it when they checked into a hotel late at night in Lin City. Obviously, this broken variety show was forced upon you by the company, yet all the online blame is directed at you. To put it bluntly, their variety show heat doesn't even reach a fraction of your heat. You joining is doing them a favor. Why are they blaming you? But anyway, what are you planning to do tomorrow? Although this buddy of his did display significant creativity during the performance in a bar in the show, You Make My Heart Skip a Beat, and received quite a lot of praise. In Hao Jia's eyes, Nan Zhou ultimately lacked real creative experience, and making him compete against these professionals was genuinely difficult. At first, he thought the company had scheduled Nan Zhou to be a singer on the show. But when the detailed contract content arrived, Hao Jia suddenly realized that the program actually placed Nan Zhou in the category of creators. Even though there were a couple of singers in the creator group, they were legitimate singer-songwriters, capable of both singing and composing. Also, regarding Limit Melody, it was rumored that the singers there were all extremely difficult to work with. Each had their own ideas and wanted to become famous through the program, hoping at least one or two songs would get popular, thus harboring certain ulterior motives in their hearts. Especially that Cui Heng, thinking about the videos he saw online, Hao Jia involuntarily smirked. I'm also worrying. Nan Zhou sighed. Hao Jia immediately continued, right, the opponents are strong to begin with, and if you get paired up with a terrible teammate. Earning such little money, while trying to boost someone else, doesn't seem like a good deal, said Nan Zhou, letting out another heavy sigh. Hao Jia. But slacking off goes against my professionalism, said Nan Zhou, appearing somewhat distressed. Aren't we discussing the same issue? Hao Jia swallowed, feeling a bit exasperated. Nan Zhou gave him a sideways glance and patted his shoulder, our understanding is like stars in the sky, you can't see me, I can't see you. After saying that, Nan Zhou walked toward the bathroom. Hao Jia. The next morning, Nan Zhou and Hao Jia went to the filming site of Limit Melody. Compared to You Make My Heart Skip a Beat, the filming schedule of Limit Melody was much friendlier towards Nan Zhou. It showed full respect to artists, especially musicians who lived a topsy-turvy lifestyle, starting the recordings from 2 p.m. in the afternoon. However, due to the need for makeup transformations, the artists usually arrived at the filming location between 11 a.m. and 12 p.m. Without Xingye around, Nan Zhou's struggle with getting out of bed became even more severe. Hao Jia almost cried trying to get him out of bed, and by the time they arrived at the show's location, it was nearly 12:30. Since most creators work behind the scenes and don't require as much exposure, the makeup requirements weren't as high as for singers, and the program hadn't allocated separate dressing rooms. The spacious makeup room buzzed with people coming and going, some conversing while others stared at their phones to avoid socializing. As Nan Zhou had his hair and makeup done while eating breakfast and lunch simultaneously, someone suddenly sat down in the chair next to him. Hi, I'm Xiang Yang. You've probably heard of me. The man greeted him openly. Nan Zhou didn't respond, instead fully concentrating on battling the vegetables and eggs before him. After announcing he would train his arm muscles, Xingye sent him a detailed meal plan and workout list, filled with many specific items that were just within reach if he worked hard enough. Not so arduous that it was painful, but also not easy. Take the food aspect, for instance. Seeing Nan Zhou didn't answer, a fleeting shadow of malice crossed Xiang Yang's eyes. Then he laughed softly and introduced himself once more, the person who was hired for, You Make My Heart Skip a Beat, Season 1, that was me. If it weren't for a scheduling conflict, we might be screen CPs by now. At the mention of, You Make My Heart Skip a Beat, and this talk about screen CPs, Hao Jia, who was busy helping Nan Zhou, suddenly stopped what he was doing. Ah, he remembered now, the one who skyrocketed to fame from another music show and then withdrew from, You Make My Heart Skip a Beat, and paid a 3 million yuan penalty fee. Clearly, Nan Zhou remembered too. Glancing up at Xiang Yang briefly, Nan Zhou refocused on his meal, saying only, Oh, 3 million. Xiang Yang. 3 million, what? You're actually quite good looking, and your personality is interesting in ways I didn't expect. If time cannot flow backward, you should still eat with the kids' table, Nan Zhou replied coolly. Xiang Yang's lips twitched awkwardly. Online rumors suggested that after being dumped by Lu Zhou, Nan Zhou underwent a significant change in character. And judging from this, it seemed true. When Xiang Yang initially reviewed Nan Zhou's profile because of the potential for joining, You Make My Heart Skip a Beat, there was nothing about him that attracted any attention. No notable works, no topics, and someone else owned his heart, which meant no benefits for Xiang Yang. If they paired up as CPs, it was highly likely Xiang Yang would suffer a loss. This was one of the reasons why he turned down the offer for, You Make My Heart Skip a Beat. What he didn't anticipate was that Xingye would end up on this show and that Nan Zhou was actually the younger brother of the GY Group president, a twist of fate indeed. You're new to this show, so you might not know much about them. I think we share some karma, so I want to leak a little inside information to you, Xiang Yang said. Chapter 103, The Wind Brings Your Embrace to Me. Nan Zhou remained silent, continuing to eat with his head down while pulling out his phone to take a picture of the nearly finished food box for Huaxingyi. Eating so much vegetarian food, my wallet is getting thinner than my weight. If it were anyone else, Xiang Yang would have given up trying to win their favor long ago. But this was Nan Zhou, the younger brother of the president of GY Group. If he could get on good terms with him, he might gain access to more resources in the future. No wonder after quitting the live broadcast of Pengran Xindong Denai, Huaxingyi still agreed to come to the show. Perhaps it was because he already knew Nan Zhou's identity. All of our show's participants, besides the guest stars, are 4 singers I am quite familiar with. Let me tell you about them. Xiang Yang continued enthusiastically. According to his explanation, the variety show included 4 regular singers per episode and invited 2 guest singers. Together with unfixed creators, 12 people formed 6 pairs for PK matches. Besides himself, the regular singers also included famous female singer Ho Qingqing, King Zhao Shen, and Chui Heng. Teacher Zhao tends to like old-school music. He has recently become interested in Chinese-style music. Teacher Ho Qingqing, as the only resident female singer, her preferences are varied. I can't even guess what theme she'll choose this time. As for Chui Heng, you probably know about him. After introducing the others, Xiang Yang talked about himself. I'm a young singer, able to handle most styles. This episode, I've heard that the theme is somewhat related to youth. I will likely consider it. In fact, by saying these things, his purpose was to lead Nan Zhou towards the results he desired. Xiang Yang believed Nan Zhou definitely wouldn't choose Chui Heng. In this day and age, there's no one with a normal brain who knows a little about the variety show that would actively choose him. However, he also didn't want Nan Zhou to pick him either, because even though he wanted to flatter Nan Zhou, he did not want to sacrifice his reputation on the show. Compared to other creators, in Xiang Yang's view, Nan Zhou's level would definitely be much lower. Although he had listened to Summer Flame, one song wasn't enough to represent anything. Thus, Xiang Yang deliberately mentioned that he would likely choose the youthful theme, hoping Nan Zhou would also consider something similar. After all, Summer Flame revolved around naive love, consistent with his age and experiences. It was highly probable that Nan Zhou would consider choosing this category. While Xiang Yang thought about many things and provided substantial information, Nan Zhou stayed silent throughout. Only after his last word, a sound of laughter came from Nan Zhou. What? Xiang Yang asked. Nan Zhou ignored him, typing quickly on his phone screen. Just then, Huaxingyi had replied, Alright, then I'll eat less and take more gigs. Striving to make my sponsor's wallet bulge. Endure the hardships to serve the great ones. And the great ones shall reward. Nan Zhou responded. What's the reward? I gave you a distant embrace just now. If you didn't feel it, it's your problem. After sending the message, locking the screen, and placing the phone on the table, he finally turned his head slowly and seriously asked, Are you selecting the youth theme? Xiang Yang froze before nodding. Nan Zhou, a promise worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Xiang Yang. A promise worth 1,000 pieces of gold. For heaven's sake, surely he wouldn't think that Xiang Yang really wanted to pick him. The phone on the desk vibrated again, and Nan Zhou picked it up. In the WeChat voice message, Huaxingyi sent back, The wind brings your embrace to me, listen. The background sound was the cold wind of northwest China. Paired with his deep, sensual voice, Nan Zhou felt momentarily numb all over. His lips curled slightly, licking them before replying, I'm going to eat jelly soon. I'll use it to mimic your kiss. This final sentence, said softly by Nanjo, came naturally affectionate, carrying an allure in the voice message he himself hadn't noticed. Seeing this, Xiangyang nearby couldn't help but widen his eyes. If he hadn't been ignored several times earlier, he would have assumed that Nanjo always had such a sweet attitude toward everyone. This disparity was too great. The timed melody live broadcast started right on schedule. Because of Nanjo's participation, today's live room attracted a lot of viewers from Pingran Shindong Denai, especially Star Continent fans and Nanjo supporters. It's been only a day, yet we can already see a fresh Zhou Bao. I'm simply thrilled. Who will our brother Nan team up with today? Otherwise, Wild Brother, can you give us a recommendation? Wild Brother, it's fine for our wife to team up with others in other variety shows, but no physical contact allowed. Some of the original viewers in the live broadcast room felt uneasy about such comments, so a group of people began arguing in the bullet chats, creating quite a lively scene. Following the predetermined rules, the show started with the host introducing the resident singers and the two guest singers as usual. Then, they moved straight into the theme selection segment. During this phase, creators sitting in their own small recording booths could not watch. After the singers made their choices, the creators were then allowed to choose their themes, and multiple parties could select the same theme simultaneously. If two or more creators chose the same theme, the singers would have the final say among the creators. On the big screen in the studio, this episode's themes appeared. Sweet First Love, School Violence, War and Peace, The River of Time, Sailor of Dream Chasing, Field of Hope. As soon as the 6 themes were revealed, all the singers fell deep in thought. I bet 50 cents that Teacher Zhao will choose War and Peace. Am I the only one curious about what Cui Heng would pick? Does Cui Heng have any other choice? Isn't school violence his destiny? Besides, he always bullies behind the scenes on variety shows. Although I really hope Yang Yang would sing love songs and select Sweet First Love, I feel he might prefer the Sailor of Dream Chasing theme. Of these 6 themes, Sweet First Love and School Violence both belong to the youth category. Xiang Yang believed Nanjo would tend towards choosing Sweet First Love. Nanjo had just finished publicly showing affection on a dating show. There was plenty of material for a Sweet First Love, making it easier to write. Xiang Yang quickly decided in his mind not to choose either of these 2 themes. Still, it wasn't something within his control. This variety show determined the order of theme selection based on the main sponsor, Jinyo Pure Milk. Each bottle of Jinyo fresh milk had a number underneath. Unfortunately, Xiang Yang drew the 4th number. And who got the first number? Under everyone's gaze, Cui Heng stood up, walked to the front of the large screen, and grabbed the War and Peace theme with an assertive wave of his hand. I've always wanted to sing an epic song. This theme perfectly matches what I desire, I choose it. Cui Heng displayed great confidence, but the chat room presented a completely different reaction. What a wonderful theme, and he just took it, Let's light a candle for whoever gets stuck with this theme. Why doesn't Nanjo make a sacrifice and pair up with Cui Heng? It'll be less of a disaster for everyone else. Chapter 104, Can You Do It? Following Cui Heng, the guest performers Xue Hui and Ho Qingqing selected Dream Chaser's Sail and River of Time, respectively. At the scene, only 3 themes were left unchosen, Field of Hope, School Bullying, and Sweet First Love. It was now Xiang Yang's turn to make his choice, but there was no way he'd select Field of Hope, so he had to grit his teeth and pick between the other 2. Nanjo, please don't pick the theme of school bullying. Xiang Yang clenched his teeth and made a decision, I choose school bullying. School bullying being a major topic of heated discussion in today's society, his choice would undoubtedly earn a lot of praise and traffic. Furthermore, if the song turned out well and his performance was strong, there was a significant chance of him breaking out of his niche audience. The live stream chat also showed optimism towards Xiang Yang's selection, even praising him for courageously voicing against unfairness. After Xiang Yang made his choice, King of Pop Zhao Shen and guest performer Zhou Jingchuan picked Sweet First Love and Field of Hope, respectively. Zhao Shen's selection of Sweet First Love truly surprised the audience. The King of Pop sings a sweet little love song. Some people shouldn't be so shocked. Our brother Zhao's love songs became super hits long before your brother was born. After many years, brother Zhao is singing a sweet little love song again. I'm very excited. Just don't know who the creator is. Once the singers made their choices, the live streaming camera focused on the small room where the 6 creators were located. These 6 themes were also projected onto the television screen in the creators' small room. To keep the suspense alive, creators didn't have to publicly declare their choices like the singers did, they simply needed to write their selection on a small card placed on the table. Of course, during their selection process, creators could provide commentary about the themes. Creator A, I like Field of Hope. I've never tried this theme before. Creator B, none of them are easy. Let me think. Dream Chaser's Sail, School Bullying, River of Time. Ah, so difficult. Creator C hummed an indistinct melody. In Nanjo's live stream room, he took just one glance at the 6 themes before quickly writing down his choice with a bold stroke of his pen. A member of staff present in the room as part of the coordinating team saw this and twitched at the corner of his mouth. Teacher Nanjo, this is. Is it not allowed? Asked Nanjo. It could be allowed, but such a situation had never occurred before. Possibly because the staff's expression was too strange, the viewers in the live stream started to wonder which song Nanjo had chosen. I bet $100 he chose Field of Hope. Ha 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 ha, Zhoubao never lets the production crew of any variety show have an easy time. Sweet First Love. Write about your story with Brother Yi, we want to hear it. Wow wow wow. Fans are so annoying. This is a music competition, not a romance show. Stop causing trouble everywhere. He probably just writes something like Sweet First Love or Dreams. These big themes aren't ones he can handle well. Don't bite off more than you can chew, otherwise, you'll embarrass yourself later. Remember, this is live, no fake performances. Why should some people be so snobbish when watching a variety show? They talk about romance shows as if they weren't also broadcast live. Why can't our brother Zhou display talent? After the creators filled out the cards and handed them over to the director's team, the next phase soon began, mutual selection pairing. Singers, according to their own choices and under program guidance, would enter the room of the creator who selected the same theme. If two creators chose the same theme, the singer would meet both creators after meeting the first one, and then make their final decision based on comprehensive consideration. Xiangyang followed the staff to the door of a room. Standing outside, his heart was racing fast as he fervently prayed not to encounter Nanjo inside. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the door and his eyes lit up upon seeing the creator inside. Hello. The creator teacher stepped forward. Hello, did you choose school bullying? Yes, please guide me, teacher. Xiangyang let out a sigh of relief. This teacher in the room was a relatively experienced behind-the-scenes creator in the industry, having produced single albums for several singers. They chatted for a bit when suddenly the program group announced, Teacher Xiangyang, please go to the next room. There are other creator teachers waiting for you. Xiangyang. Would it be Nanjo? With an anxious heart, he opened the door of another room. Inside, sat a young female creator. Phew, still okay. But 3 minutes later, the staff reminded again, Teacher Xiangyang, please go to the next room. There are other creator teachers waiting for you. Xiangyang. The bullet comments in the live streaming room burst out laughing. How many people have chosen this theme? Not to mention, is this theme so popular that 3 people have selected it? Stop laughing, the craziest one has appeared. Look at the entrance of room 6. What's going on? How come the Heavenly King and Shui Hui are here? Not just them, I see Cui Heng went there too, what's happening? Wait, weren't they supposed to choose different themes? Xiangyang didn't know about the situation in the live stream. Under the guidance of the staff, he headed to room 6. Clutching his teeth, he pushed open the door and immediately saw Nanjo sitting on the sofa. Then came Zhao Shen, Ho Qingqing, Shui Hui, and Cui Heng. All the singers. All the singers had gathered in this small room. Xiangyang was completely stunned. What's going on? Seeing him, Nanjo nodded slightly and asked the nearby staff member, are all of them here? Staff member, yes. Just 10 minutes ago, he hadn't expected anyone crazier than Cui Heng. This Nanjo actually wrote, all of them, on his card. In the program, not only has no one ever selected all of the themes, but even selecting 2 themes has never occurred. Creators are generally more rule-abiding. Thus, when the card was presented to the director group was also a bit confused. Ultimately, after an emergency discussion, the director team decided to send all the singers to Nanjo's room. Nanjo has such a large fan base anyway, and he seems happy to pull off this stunt. If no singer ends up choosing him, it won't embarrass the production team. And so, this happened. I don't have much to say. You're free to choose as you wish, everything is fine with me, Nanjo told the several singers. Shui Hui spoke first, I met Teacher Mo earlier, and we had a great conversation. Since there are so many competitors here, I won't compete for it. It's too competitive. Ho Qingqing said, sorry, I don't really know you. Could you briefly explain the type of songs you specialize in? Or do you have any representative works? Zhao Shen, the cunning old fox, smiled mischievously and teased, young talent excels at writing sweet first loves, I think that would be nice. Everyone had gradually expressed their stance, except for Cui Heng and Xiangyang. Xiangyang didn't want to make a statement at all. He had already made 1,000 gold promise with Nanjo in the makeup room. If he rejected now, what if Nanjo mentioned it on the show? What then? He could only force a dry laugh. On the contrary, Cui Heng, like a complete fool, walked over to Nanjo and said, you look tiny but act arrogant. Hey, I want an epic game music piece. Just that kind, Middle Ages Euro style, classic yet magnificent, with some trendy elements like electronic sounds. Can you do it? Game music. War and Peace. Middle Ages European church style. Classic yet grand, trendy electronic sound elements. Upon hearing these combinations of elements, Xiangyang felt like he'd lost all feeling. What kind of song will this be? South Show must be crazy if he says yes. Sure. But can you sing it? Nanjo laughed once and looked into his eyes, questioning word by word. Chapter 105, If you pay, I can keep you company. I can sing up to HJGHC, but the key is whether you can put it together for me. Chui Heng said arrogantly. Nan Zhou let out a soft laugh and didn't respond. Ho Qingqing, Xue Hui, and others took the opportunity of Chui Heng and Nan Zhou chatting to leave under the guise of going to talk with other creators. Thus, aside from Chui Heng, only Zhao Shen and Xiang Yang remained. Xiang Yang had long wanted to leave, but he couldn't. He truly had grievances he couldn't express. On the contrary, Zhao Shen seemed genuinely interested in Nan Zhou, so much so that he actually sat down on the couch and said with a smile, "I've listened to your song, Summer Flame, it's very fresh. But I hope you could write me a sweet but not saccharine love song." "Teacher Zhao, you're already middle-aged, what kind of love song are you planning to sing?" Chui Heng didn't hold back at all, and didn't you see that I was having a conversation with him? "But he hasn't agreed to choose you either," Zhao Shen said and looked at Nan Zhou again, "a youthful sweet song, I think it would be more interesting if written by young people." Nan Zhou ignored him and instead noticed Xiang Yang, who had been standing by the door ever since he entered. Seeing this look, Xiang Yang broke out into cold sweat, fearing that at any moment he would say to pick him next. "Why haven't you left yet?" Nan Zhou asked. "Ah." Xiang Yang was startled. "Just leave quickly, if you stay too long, other creators may not want you." Chui Heng also glanced over. Zhao Shen added, "You won't try to compete with me for the creators, will you?" Xiang Yang. "Crazy, why would I want to compete with Nan Zhou?" Anyway, even if Chui Heng, that hothead, choosing Nan Zhou made sense, why did teacher Zhao choose him too? It must be because Zhao saw the traffic potential from Nan Zhou and wants to collaborate with him. "I have an appointment with teacher Nan Zhou," Xiang Yang replied. No matter the outcome, he mentioned Nan Zhou first, ensuring that even if Nan Zhou later went against the plan, it wouldn't be his fault. However, almost as soon as he finished speaking, he heard Nan Zhou ask, "What appointment?" "1,000 promises." Xiang Yang immediately answered. "My upper limbs aren't strong enough to lift 1,000 jin," Nan Zhou said. "Hong hong hua hua huang huang hu hu ha 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 ha." Truly deserving of our Zhou baby, never fails to surprise, I laughed so hard I fell on the floor. But he wasn't lying either. After all, baby needs her husband's help even to open a mineral water bottle cap. Xiang Yang. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shen burst into laughter until tears streamed down his face. Meanwhile, Chui Heng continued discussing matters about the song, seemingly highly invested in this theme of war and peace, with ideas brimming endlessly. "The lyrics I can handle, all you need to do is compose the music." He pulled out his phone. "As soon as I got this theme, I already had some ideas. An abyss of chaos, the storm of war raging, the light of peace devoured by darkness. On the endless battlefield, the sword in hand determines one's fate. Nan Zhou. Zhao Shen. Xiang Yang. Or, you could choose me instead." Zhao Shen sincerely recommended himself to Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou stood up and gave Chui Heng's shoulder a hearty pat. "There's no such thing as a free lunch, but if you're willing to pay, I'll accompany you until you're full. As long as you can satisfy me, everything's negotiable." Chui Heng puffed out his chest. He came from a wealthy family, entering the entertainment industry purely out of genuine love for music and singing. Nan Zhou input a number on his phone. Chui Heng, no problem. Not that, what did Nan Zhou just do? Did they make some kind of private deal? Wouldn't be surprised if he was negotiating a price, just like before. Our brother Nan really knows how to avoid being taken advantage of. Ew, so arrogant, but don't act innocent when things go wrong. Teacher Zhao even chose him, and he picked Chui Heng. Is he crazy? Poor Zhao Tianwang, King Zhao. Not that, have these people never wondered why Tianwang selected brother Nan? Regardless of the chaos in the live stream, ultimately Nan Zhou and Chui Heng successfully formed a team. Zhao Shen felt a bit regretful, but as he left, he exchanged contact information with Nan Zhou, saying they should discuss music sometime. Xiang Yang, celebrating secretly after Nan Zhou breached the agreement first, said some tactful words as if being extremely considerate, and then left. When leaving, he secretly rejoiced. With Nan Zhou paired with Chui Heng, their ranking was bound to be dead last. After the two left, only Nan Zhou and Chui Heng were left in the small room. The production team subsequently announced the teaming results and started a 6-hour countdown timer in the small room, while muting the sound. The purpose was to leave a suspense for the subsequent stage performance of the songs. "Do you know any foreign languages?" "Any language will do." Nan Zhou asked Chui Heng. "I know French." "So what? Do you want me to sing in French?" Chui Heng frowned. "Just part of it. That way it'll have more of the medieval church style that you want." After saying this, Nan Zhou began to softly hum a melody in French. Upon hearing it, Chui Heng's eyes lit up, but he still said, "But I need game music, electronic elements, something grandiose." Nan Zhou nodded. "Didn't expect it, huh? You look so small, but it seems like you really know a thing or two." Chui Heng sat down next to Nan Zhou. "Hey, can you help me win first place?" Nan Zhou moved over slightly. "Do you want rankings or recognition?" "I want both, obviously. I'm human, not a god. Don't make such ridiculous wishes with no self-awareness." If you don't know your own limits, just find a calculator and add a few decimal points. You're really insufferable. If there's anything about me you don't like, please overcome it yourself. 8 o'clock in the evening. The live stream room restored the sound again, and this time was usually the peak viewing period for limited time melody. Because the following time would be filled with singers' stage performances, where freshly created songs could be heard, along with all sorts of surprises and fun situations likely occurring. The host dressed in a suit stood on stage and announced, after 6 hours of creation and coordination, followed by a simple rehearsal, the singers and creators are finally ready to present their carefully prepared songs to us. In the lens view, below the stage, accompanied by the host's reintroduction, each of the 11 guests was individually focused on. Firstly, we have Chui Heng presenting the first song of the night. He will bring to us a collaboration with creator-teacher Nan Zhou titled Borderline War Song, The End of Peace and the Revelation of War. Choked on water, what kind of stuff is this? What is this, history? I'm laughing so hard. As expected from Nan Zhou and Chui Heng, they pulled out something big and stinky. That's not how you say it. It should be, after 6 hours, they produced something with an overwhelming smell. Chapter 106, Announcing Retirement from the Scene. The stage lights dimmed, and the melody began. It started with a sound akin to wind, followed by a gradual piano progression. The light, lively piano notes carried the mystique of the Middle Ages. Chui Heng began to sing, humming foreign lyrics in a low tone rapidly, like the leader of a church conducting a prayer, or a wizard chanting hymns. The drumbeat sounded, intertwining and separating with the crisp piano notes, as if two people were dueling. Holy crap. Did anyone notice the Chinese lyrics? Ha! It's so mid-school syndrome. The composition is amazing, so sophisticated. Combined with the lyrics, it feels like I just took a dump in the Louvre. Close your eyes, feel the high-end melody. Open them, and there's a pile of history. Step into a Roman Colosseum when you open the live stream. As the song reached its climax, Chui Heng began to hit the high notes, soaring all the way up to HJGHC. The French lyrics harmonized perfectly with the melody, vividly portraying the image of close combat on medieval battlefields with cold weapons and flesh-and-blood struggles. After entering the interlude, the music style changed abruptly, incorporating electronic music, making it feel more game-like. Then, Chui Heng sang the Chinese lyrics. The Emperor's scepter points to the future. The anger of the demon king burns the heavens. The hero stands on the battlefield, like a deity. His sword shines, piercing through the long night. Though the melody didn't change much from before, the Chinese lyrics and occasional electronic sounds transported listeners from the Middle Ages into the Middle Ages of a video game. Hello everyone, I don't know why either, but after using the bathroom at the Louvre, I opened the door and became an NPC in a game. So crazy, how could there be such a crazy song? Both foreign and rustic. These two are just outrageous. Essentially, it's history, but packaged in foreign language, it becomes imported Western history. This song feels just like Zhou Bao, laid back inside but beautiful on the surface. In less than 4 minutes, the song ended with Chui Heng delivering one final French recitation. There was silence in the broadcast studio for a moment, then applause erupted. In front of the camera, Zhao Shen clapped the loudest, even standing up. Actually, as early as when Chui Heng started singing, singers and creators in the audience were surprised to varying degrees. Ho Qingqing even exchanged glances with Xue Hui, seeing surprise and awe in each other's eyes. Xiang Yang had already sat upright with wide eyes as soon as he heard the prelude. By the interlude, his mind seemed to wander far away. This song. What exactly is this song? He had a premonition that this song would become popular. On stage, the host invited Nan Zhou to ascend. Compared to Chui Heng, who still appeared excited standing on stage, Nan Zhou was far more aloof, with his hands in his pockets as if he was just waiting for work to end. Due to previous incidents where Chui Heng had videos showing discord with the composer, the host deliberately asked him. Teacher Chui Heng, today's performance was unexpected, it seems you're quite satisfied with this song. How do you evaluate this? The host pulled out his cue card, the absolute battle song, The End of Peace and the Revelation of War. Stop reading, I'm squirming. Dad asked me when we acquired a 3-bedroom apartment, I said it was while I was digging my toes into the ground listening to this song. You don't want to read that middle school syndrome name either, host. You can't even remember what it's called. Chui Heng loudly announced in front of the camera, an unparalleled masterpiece. Absolutely unmatched. Definitely awesome. The host. He handed over the topic to Nan Zhou, who seemed more normal compared to Chui Heng. How do you evaluate teacher Chui Heng's performance of this song? Not bad. After all, this song was tailored specifically for him. He personally matches this song very well. Host, then, what is your evaluation of teacher Chui Heng? Nan Zhou, the big wild boar of the internet, ready to destroy anyone he doesn't like. Host. The audience laughed uproariously, and among the guests, Zhao Shen and another young flying singer laughed until they cried. The host tugged at the corner of his mouth, making a facial expression for the camera, then turned back to ask Chui Heng, Teacher Chui Heng, what do you think of teacher Nan Zhou? Genius. A piece of gold buried by the younger generation of the music circle. Today, this gold is shining brightly on this stage. After saying that, Chui Heng also gave Nan Zhou a friendly pat on the back. After all, he was an alpha, and as a singer, he regularly worked out to improve his lung capacity. Thus, Nan Zhou almost stumbled when he was forcefully patted on the back. Nan Zhou retorted helplessly, "I'm gold, not your buddy." Next, other singers and collaborators took the stage for their performances. Among these songs, some were pleasant to listen to, others felt a bit odd, but none left a lasting impression like the first one. During the final voting phase, Xue Hui and her creator won first place with The Sales of Dreams. Second place went to Zhao Shen and his collaborator, a well-known songwriter, for their rendition of Heartbeats Beneath the Pear Blossoms. Chui Heng and Nan Zhou came in fourth, while Xiang Yang placed fifth. Although they didn't do exceptionally well in the rankings, the Absolute Battle song, The End of Peace and the Revelation of War, gained massive traction on social media platforms. Even before the show ended, the song had been edited and shared on Weibo, where it exploded into trending topics. Before opening, what is this? History stuff. After opening, what is this? It's too powerful. I wasn't even planning to watch this variety show but accidentally clicked on the video to pass time. Now this song haunts me like a ghost. The Emperor's Scepter, pointing to the future. The anger of the Demon King burns the heavens. Resist. Fight. After listening to this song, I feel Chui Heng must be over 8 feet tall. Bao Zhou, what kind of new art are you doing with other alphas behind your husband's back? After the recording of the variety show ended, Nan Zhou walked toward the parking lot with Hao Jia. Hao Jia said, "Your previous stunt really scared me to death. Those were all our seniors in the industry, and you didn't care if you offended them all." Nan Zhou gave him a sidelong glance with an expression of, "What nonsense are you talking about?" and replied, "With my status, why should I worry about whether they choose me? They should consider how to satisfy me." Hao Jia swallowed hard and asked, "Seeing you pick Chui Heng, I was really worried for you. There were so many choices, why did you specifically choose him? Wouldn't Zhao Shen have been a better choice for love ballads, which you're better at? It doesn't matter who it is, what I cared about was whether he truly wanted to work on this song, and whether his voice and technique fitted." Teacher Zhao. Nan Zhou chuckled and patted Hao Jia on the shoulder, eyebrows hanging above two balls, "Stop winking without looking." Hao Jia fell silent for a moment, then continued, "By the way, several job offers have come in, including 2 music shows and a TV drama production." He began sharing the good news as soon as they got into the car. Nan Zhou didn't even pause as he pulled out his phone, saying firmly, "No. After finishing the current projects in hand, I will announce my retirement from the scene." Chapter 107, Terra Australis. From Hao Jia's perspective, Nan Zhou's career had just entered its ascending phase. Withdrawing at this point was simply inconceivable. The only possibility was, have you been convinced by Gu Zheng and decided to retire from the entertainment industry to go home? Nan Zhou and he had ventured into the entertainment circle alone for 3 years. Now that they had just begun to gain recognition, the thought of Nan Zhou retiring filled Hao Jia with a mix of reluctance and sadness. Retiring is just an economic issue, but not retiring could become a mental one. However, whether or not I retire has nothing to do with Gu Zheng. Hao Jia. What on earth did he mean? His brain was about to overheat. Nan Zhou took out his phone again. Lately, he couldn't stop looking at it. On WeChat, Hua Xinye hadn't replied to his messages yet. He might be busy, or perhaps unable to respond to his flirtatious words. Nan Zhou bit his lips, he really wanted to hug and kiss him. It was very comfortable and joyful, making adrenaline rush through his body and bringing an indescribable, wonderful experience. After retiring, I will establish my own studio. If you're willing, you can still be in charge of its operations, Nan Zhou told Hao Jia. If you've retired, why bother establishing any studio? Hao Jia didn't understand. In the future, I'll focus on being a behind-the-scenes music producer. What? Don't always make such a fuss. Your volume could cause earthquakes. On various social media platforms, the heat around the ultimate battle song, The End of Peace and War's Revelation remained high. When you also came across this Weibo post during a work break and found it quite interesting. At that moment, his WeChat pinged with a message from Liang Feng, the director of the previous web series. The person you recommended last time, is that really Nan Zhou? When you furrowed his brow. If not Nan Zhou, could it be Lu Zhou? Is there an issue with the song? After recommending Nan Zhou to Liang Feng last time, Liang said he'd try to get in touch. Although when you didn't know the outcome of Liang Feng's communication with Nan Zhou, he believed that Liang's team and the producers had great expectations for their web series. He felt it would become a hit. Thus, everyone was working hard in production, striving to achieve the best quality. Even though Nan Zhou may not have been the best choice in terms of creation, they weren't just contacting one producer. Picking the best among the best was never wrong. There's no problem. In fact, I can even say it's excellent. Both Director Zhou and I are very satisfied, Liang Feng replied. Then, he added another sentence, this song feels like it will blow up. When you was puzzled, so what's your meaning? I'll send you the demo. It really sounds amazing, Liang Feng sent over an audio clip after saying this. Since when you already had his headphones on, he clicked it open without hesitation. In less than 2 seconds, he immediately sat up straight. Right away, there was a very crisp flute sound, followed by the piano notes harmonizing with the flute, crafting a perfect auditory picture of a martial world through sound. Strings and drums came in next, directly leading to the song's climax. When Jiangzhen's voice began with the lyrics, her powerful singing sent goosebumps down his spine. The phoenix rises, a lone figure painting the horizon. The twilight shines, lighting up the way through the dark night. Refusing to yield to fate's shackles, writing a new legend. Whose sword cuts through despair, whose wounds inscribe glory. In the Jianghu, reflected is this unyielding light. This proud spirit does not fear frost and snow, this legend shall endure forever. Their web series focused on a grand O-style wuxia legend. In it, when you played the male lead with many action scenes, a breakthrough performance that appeared on screen, full of elegance and charm. The entire story was fiery, a classic O-style drama that provided thrills. The protagonist mirrored the words in the song, full of pride, unafraid of destiny, refusing to bow to authority. Rising from the lowest point, bathed in blood, they created a storm and rewrote history to forge legends. Jiang Zhen's voice exuded so much charisma. Her sultry, intense tone matched the song perfectly as a female alpha. Because the demo was short, after listening several times, when you messaged Liang Feng again, so what's going on anyway? He sent us the demo email address from Terra Australis. If asked what the hottest song had been recently, there was no doubt that it was C.Pulla. And the producer of C.Pulla, known as Terra Australis, had sparked wide and heated discussions in the music scene. Although he has only created one song so far, its explosive popularity and high quality have still led many singers and music companies to vie for collaborations with him. Nan Zhou, does he represent Terra Australis? Then, the song, C.Pulla. When you felt as if he was catching a whiff of some incredible scandal. Have you told anyone else about this? When you asked. Liang Feng, currently, only me, the music director, and producer Zhou know. As an experienced director in the industry, Liang Feng still possessed good judgment. Moreover, just yesterday, news of Nan Zhou's connection to the Gu family had made it onto the hot search list. Even without being on the trending topics, given the relationship between Nan Zhou and Hu Xingye, they dared not spread rumors recklessly. Can we keep this confidential for now? When you asked. That's what we thought as well. Liang Feng replied. Although the demo was sent via the email of Terra Australis, that alone doesn't mean Nan Zhou wishes to reveal his identity. What if it was a case of using the wrong email? It's necessary to discuss with the person himself before deciding anything. By the time Nan Zhou returned to his apartment, it was already 2 a.m. He stood by the door ready to press his fingerprint unlock when a clicking sound of a nearby apartment door opening suddenly broke through the silence. Wasn't this place supposed to be unoccupied? Out of instinct, Nan Zhou turned around. The next second, he quickly tried to pull open the door. But the other party was faster, rushing over in a few steps and grabbing the door handle. Don't you think we should have a proper talk? No. Baby. Lu Zhou lowered his voice, trying to mimic the aura of Hu Xingye. I was truly wrong back then. I shouldn't have said you weren't an Omega. Nan Zhou ignored him and gave a hard tug on the door. Clearly, his strength was no match against the alpha Lu Zhou. These past days, I've been completely unable to control myself. I kept thinking, but could never picture your delicate moans beneath Hu Xingye. You originally belonged to me. We could have formed the perfect family together. Nan Zhou looked at him. Right now, you're showing 3 distinct vibes, the desperate aggrieved wife, the exhausted husband, and the child who wants to destroy everything. So there's no need for us to go through marriage or the pre-pregnancy process. You yourself are already a standard Chinese family, there's no point dragging an innocent person into it. Lu Zhou, why did you become like this? You weren't like this before. You were so gentle, so obedient, so full of vitality. But now, how come everything you say and do feels so negative? Chapter 108, Darling, are you jealous? Don't say I'm negative, can't you see that I'm facing up to my poverty? It's very late, I don't have the mood to act out deep affection in the rain with you. If there's something, then speak, otherwise, I'll call the police. Nan Zhou's hand rested on the emergency dial of his phone. His attitude was too determined. Lu Zhou feared that if he continued being obstinate, they would end up not talking anymore. So, he softened his stance. I just want to talk to you, I won't hurt you. You blocked me, and I don't have any other way to communicate with you except waiting for you. Let go first. Nan Zhou said. I'll leave once I let go. Lu Zhou made a pitiful face. I don't want to. Nan Zhou pulled out his phone and pressed a few points on the screen with one hand, showing the QR code, let go. Lu Zhou thought at a glance that Nan Zhou not only blocked him but also deleted him as a friend. And now, it should be considered an agreement to add him back. As long as he softened up and consented, added back as friends, it would prove that he still had feelings for him. As long as he consoled him a bit more, they could return to how things were before. While pulling out his phone, Lu Zhou also loosened his grip on the doorknob. There was a beep, indicating successful scanning of the code. Nan Zhou stepped through the door smoothly. There was a quick click, the door was closed from inside so fast that Lu Zhou, whose attention was on his phone, didn't have time to react. In the next second, Lu Zhou's phone screen showed a page asking for the payment amount, recipient, Nan Zhou. Lu Zhou. After entering, Nan Zhou changed his shoes and was about to take a bath to wash off the stress of battle before going to bed. His phone buzzed again with a new message notification. He glanced at it, and his eyes brightened instantly. Sweetheart, are you home? His fingers started typing a few words, but Nan Zhou stopped suddenly and quickly deleted the content. Clicking on video call, after a few seconds of waiting, the call was picked up, and Hu Xingye appeared on the screen. He was wearing a down jacket with a hat on his head. In the background, there were dim lights further away against the black night sky and distant mountains, and without needing to move closer, one could hear the howling wind. The wind was making his tent rustle loudly behind him. Are you still outside? Nan Zhou asked. Just finished shooting, Hu Xingye smiled at him, just got home. Forget it, Nan Zhou sat heavily on the sofa, half lying on it. As soon as I came back, I ran into some unlucky thing. Hu Xingye frowned. What happened? That rat Lu Zhou doesn't know what's wrong with him. Move to the apartment next to mine. He better not sneak into my house at midnight through the sewer. Hu Xingye's expression became much more serious as he narrowed his deep eyes. Just now, he asked me to remove him from the blacklist, otherwise, he wouldn't let me enter. There was no choice but to give him my payment code while shedding tears. Why is your expression so serious? Nan Zhou asked. After a short moment of contemplation, Hu Xingye spoke, his low voice particularly seductive in the night breeze. What are you thinking now? Not decided yet. The apartment here is arranged by the company. But my contract has expired, and next month the company will stop renting this apartment for me. Hao Jia is helping me find another apartment recently. I'll move out later. A bit later meant that Lu Zhou would continue living near him for a while. Hu Xingye's hand tightened unconsciously inside his down jacket. With an unchanged expression, but when he opened his mouth to speak again, his voice carried a subtle hint of persuasion. I have a house in the West City. You can move there. The area around the house is a zone of ancient architecture, very quiet. It comes with a small courtyard where wild cats often come looking for food. As if not giving Nan Zhou a chance to refuse, Hu Xingye spoke quickly, and the contents hit Nan Zhou's preferences directly. Originally wanting to raise objections, after hearing about tranquility, a small yard, and wild cats looking for food, the words already in Nan Zhou's throat returned to his stomach. Hu Xingye's sharp gaze accurately captured the change in his expression relaxed a little, adding a touch of enticement to his persuasive tone. There is an old tree with squirrels living in it within the courtyard. On rainy days, sitting under the eaves, you can even see the Huang Dacian family moving house. Nan Zhou's eyes lit up. Is the ecology that good? You can check it out yourself, Hu Xingye said. Nan Zhou fell silent again. I usually don't live there. The house has been empty for a long time, which isn't good. If you live there, you can warm up the place for me. The suggestive meaning in his words was quite clear. This isn't an invitation for cohabitation, so there's no need to worry. I'll pay you rent then. Nan Zhou said. Paying rent was a trivial matter that Hu Xingye didn't even care about. What he cared about was whether Nan Zhou would move in or not. Hearing his agreement, Hu Xingye immediately smiled and replied, all right. Nan Zhou nodded slightly, indicating his consent to the suggestion. There was a brief silence between them as they looked at each other through the screen, until someone called Hu Xingye from the background. When do you plan to move? Hu Xingye asked. In a few days. Nan Zhou responded. Even though he spent most of his time at home, having Lu Zhou living nearby was still a nuisance. Who knew if this guy might ring his doorbell and bother him? How about tomorrow? Hu Xingye hinted. The weather forecast shows rain the day after tomorrow. I'll have Luo Nan take you there and help you with your move. Tomorrow wasn't impossible. But I'm afraid that if it takes too long, rats might really crawl out from your toilet, Hu Xingye added. Nan Zhou laughed. His laughter sounded especially warm in the quietness of the night. Particularly for Hu Xingye standing in the -10°C northwest wind, hearing his laughter warmed his heart. After a moment, when Nan Zhou had finished laughing, Hu Xingye heard him softly ask, Sweetheart, are you jealous? At this moment, Nan Zhou was half reclined on the sofa, relaxed after a busy day, exuding an aura of languid comfort. His voice carried a touch of hoarseness and softness, almost like seduction. Hu Xingye's Adam's apple moved as his eyes darkened slightly. Good men shouldn't let their lovers feel jealous. Since that's the case, I'll move in tomorrow. All right. Since I've listened to you, shouldn't you give me some kind of reward? Hu Xingye laughed, a gentle smile forming on his lips, which was both very attractive and charming. What do you want? Aren't you the one who knows me best? Can you guess? Good job, baby. Deep, melodic, and sexy, just like during their most intimate moments. Nan Zhou's ears turned slightly red instantly, his eyes sparkled, and his Adam's apple moved. Hey, you're outside right now. Yeah. Aren't you already thinking of something inappropriate? From the other side of the screen came Hu Xingye's low and short laugh. So what do you want? Remember to come home after you're done, the food isn't in the pot, but I'll be in bed. Understood. Greedy little cat. Hua Xingye thought silently. Chapter 109, Revenge for the Mess You Made of My Heart. The next day, Luo Nan went to Nanzhou's place to help him move. Because Hua Xingye had specially instructed him, he didn't show up until close to noon and even brought steaming hot lunch with him. It took a while after the doorbell rang for the apartment door to open. The familiar face that appeared in front of Luo Nan was the same one he'd seen on live streams. Nanzhou seemed to have just woken up, his hair was a little messy, with a couple cowlicks sticking out as he yawned. I'm Luo Nan, Hua Xingye's agent. Luo Nan introduced himself, not forgetting to raise the food box in his hand. This is the lunch Hua Xingye asked me to bring you. We can start moving after lunch. After speaking, Luo Nan also introduced a beautiful young lady who came along. She was supposedly responsible for publicity in Hua Xingye's team. Since opening the door, the young lady had been smiling broadly with bright eyes and an ever-present grin. Zhou in person looked even better than through the screen. Especially the skin, so close like this, it still looked so good, tender even. Her look right after waking up was super harmless and extremely cute, no wonder Brother Yi cherished her so much. After hearing Luo Nan's words, Nanzhou nodded, signaling them to come inside. Luo Nan had barely stepped into the apartment when he was instantly shocked by the chaotic scene inside, his pupils quaking. What on earth is this? The young lady obviously seemed a bit stunned as well, standing there unsure whether to step over the trash on the ground or pick it up for Nanzhou. Nanzhou turned around, seeing the two of them staring at the living room floor in front of the express boxes he opened last night before sleeping, scratching his hair slightly as he gave a brief explanation. I usually don't clean my room too thoroughly, in case there's only me left in the house as garbage. Luo Nan. Publicity young lady, worthy of being our Zhou treasure. Nanzhou didn't hear clearly. No. The young lady shook her head, nudging the dazed Luo Nan. Luo Nan snapped back, walking past a pile of courier cardboard boxes to the dining table where he placed the food box, opened it, and took out the food. But probably due to the earlier scene leaving too deep an impression on him, he accidentally dropped a delicate little dessert from his hand onto the ground. This sudden incident completely befuddled Luo Nan, leaving him unable to react. Should he pick it up or leave it? Nanzhou's voice sounded from behind him, surprisingly calm. Otherwise, why don't you curse it a few times? Wah. What? Curse who? The young lady asked. No way. Luo Nan, as Brother Ye's agent, counted as half her boss. Did she want to lose her job? Luo Nan was also taken aback. The dessert. Once you curse it a few times, you can pick it up and eat it because your mouth is dirtier than it. Then after eating, curse again, spit out the filth, and your mouth will be clean again. After finishing, Nanzhou added, I used to do it like this. Though his offhand comments were simple, they struck a significant chord with Luo Nan. All of those, he could pass off as Nanzhou's style of speech, but the last sentence. Wasn't he supposed to be Master Gu, a little rich kid? How did he end up eating food that fell on the ground? Had the Gu family abused him as a child? The public relations young lady was equally shocked. Does Brother Yi know about this? If he doesn't and we tell him, wouldn't he feel heartbroken for Zhou treasure? There was a moment of silence in the apartment, after which the public relations young lady quickly cleaned up the fallen dessert and threw it into the trash can. I'll call and let the store send over a new one. Luo Nan also said, it was my fault, I'll pay for it. Nanzhou glanced at the two of them, his expression unchanged. After finishing the lunch that suited his taste exactly, packed specifically by Hua Xingye and delivered via Luo Nan, Nanzhou briefly tidied up his luggage. With the help of Luo Nan and the public relations young lady, he packed his things and left the company-rented apartment. He didn't have much luggage, even if it had just been Luo Nan coming, he could have moved everything alone. Watching all this, the young publicist felt increasingly uncomfortable. Even after 3 years in the circle, Zhou treasure still lived in a place provided by the company, and among his personal items, there weren't many valuable ones. If anything, the most valuable item would be the guitar gifted to him by Brother Yi. Chuangxing Yingji, you exploitative company, you deserve to die. The young lady silently cursed at the talent agency Nanzhou had been previously signed to, as well as Lu Zhou. The car was quiet. Luo Nan contemplated that as Hua Xingye's partner, he and Nanzhou would likely interact a lot in the future, so it was necessary to build a good relationship. He thus proposed exchanging WeChat contact information with Nanzhou. He also joked, saying that if he were ever fired by Hua Xingye, he could consider coming to work for Nanzhou. Are you going to work with me? Nanzhou countered. Then, without waiting for Luo Nan's reply, he said in a very reluctant tone, it's not impossible to work with me. Would 100 yuan per month be enough? Luo Nan, this. He was an ace broker in the industry, earning no less than 6 figures annually. Not enough? Then I'll add another 100 yuan for 10 months. Luo Nan. The publicity young lady burst out laughing, even going so far as to ask teasingly, is that 100 yuan in renminbi or issued by some fictional Tiandi bank? Nanzhou hissed. Luo Nan sighed helplessly, I'm not dead yet. Thanks for your consideration. The young lady stuck her tongue out. The atmosphere in the car became cheerful, and the rest of the ride was very harmonious. Arriving at Huixinya's house in West City, Luo Nan informed Nanzhou of the password and helped the young lady carry the luggage inside before leaving. Although Huixinya rarely stayed there, his house was regularly cleaned, being much tidier than Nanzhou's messy apartment. After inspecting the place thoroughly, Nanzhou felt highly satisfied. Sitting under the eaves, he took a selfie with his camera and sent it to Huixinya. "I've moved in. I plan to mess up your home to get revenge for how you messed up my heart." Hundreds of kilometers away, Huixinya opened the photo. In the picture, the fur-clad Nanzhou sat comfortably on a rocker under the eaves. His fair and pretty face had clear, bright eyes. He looked like a petulant kitten urging its master to return. Coincidentally, behind him on a nearby ancient tree branch, a squirrel peeked out of its hole. "So adorable." "Good," he replied. Upon receiving the text, Nanzhou smiled faintly. Closing his eyes and feeling the surroundings, he murmured, "It's really peaceful." Huixinya's handsome face flashed in his mind, like a rose blooming silently in a corner of memory, sweet to the extreme. Yet it had been less than 2 days. But the longing to see him again was incredibly strong, the desire to embrace and kiss more fervent than ever. At night, lying on the large bed in the main bedroom, Nanzhou couldn't fall asleep. Picking up the AI long stuffed doll Huixinya had given him, he sniffed it carefully, his gaze dimming. Since it was washed once, it no longer carried that familiar, pleasant smell. He sniffed the pillow carefully too, all it held was a faint scent of laundry softener. He truly missed so much. Thinking about Huixinya's face, his embrace, his voice, his low laughter. Nanzhou took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Chapter 110, Would You Ever Miss Me Like I Miss You? In his mind, Huixinya's deep and sensual voice was incredibly alluring, making him yearn and get lost in it. "Do you like it?" came the low, raspy question. "Good boy," came the gentle praise. And then, mingling with the sexy breathing and brief laughter were intimate and doting endearments as well as passionate kisses landing close by. Nanzhou covered half of his heated face with one hand. The air faintly carried a hint of sweet chestnut aroma that was barely noticeable. The phone on the bedside suddenly rang, its specially set incoming call reminder music causing a momentary confusion in his mind. His breath hitched for a moment before slightly easing, and he reached out to answer the call. "Hello?" The hoarseness in his voice made the person on the other side pause briefly. Then, through the receiver, the familiar voice from his memories resounded, "Sorry, did I wake you up?" Nanzhou didn't respond. He dared not speak, afraid that if he opened his mouth, the truth would spill out. After another brief silence, Huixinya's voice emerged again. Have you noticed, my dog?" Nanzhou thought back briefly and understood Huixinya's meaning. Indeed, in this house located in the western part of the city, Huixinya had a robotic dog placed in a corner of the living room, difficult not to notice. Nanzhou responded simply. On the other side, Huixinya fell silent once more. His behavior was somewhat unusual, something that would normally catch Nanzhou's attention. However, at this very moment, his own heart was somewhat restless, leaving him with no time to think about anything else. "Don't you have any questions?" Huixinya asked tentatively. "Questions? About keeping a robot dog?" Clearing his throat, Nanzhou replied, "It's not strange. My friend also has one." Back when he informed his WeChat friend about owning Ailong and even sent pictures, the other party had responded saying they also had a dog. But due to their busy work schedule, it was a robotic dog. Hearing about robotic dogs for the first time, Nanzhou was a bit surprised, but later he learned that there were quite a few people who had such modern preferences. Although personally, he still favored real-life forms, he respected individual differences and thus no longer found it odd. There was another short silence from the other side. This felt somewhat torturous for Nanzhou at this moment. "Is there anything else?" he asked. "No, sleep well," said Huixinya. Nanzhou pressed his lips together. "That's all." A familiar, low, and brief laugh sounded, followed by a seductive voice that made his bones feel weak. "Good night, my love." Nanzhou blinked his eyes, his Adam's apple moving up and down. With a flick of his finger on the screen, he turned off the phone and placed it face down next to the pillow, then turned over. In his mind, the real sound echoed like notes, tugging at his thoughts. Nanzhou murmured softly, "Xinya, baby, I miss you so much." After a long while, when Nanzhou picked up the phone again to check the time, he was shocked almost out of his wits upon seeing that the call interface was still showing as ongoing. Xinya, he tentatively spoke. From the other end came the low, muffled reply, Jolted throughout his body, Nanzhou moved swiftly, cutting off the call and throwing the phone aside. Damn! Meanwhile, in the hotel room in northwest China, Huixinya sat on the sofa after abruptly being disconnected, unmoving for a long while. Originally, after coming off stage and suddenly recalling the matter of the robot dog, he was worried that Nanzhou might deduce something through it, so after a period of quiet contemplation, he made this phone call. Unexpectedly, Huixinya realized that Nanzhou seemed not to associate the robotic dog with him, which relieved him. But what followed? Huixinya exhaled deeply, lowering his gaze to his waist and abdomen. Fingers dancing across the screen, he typed a string of words, then stood up from the sofa and stepped into the bathroom. As the shower head was turned on and water cascaded down, wetting his hair and body, Nanjo finally managed to calm himself, wiping his face and turning on his phone again. On the screen, a message popped up from Huixinye 10 minutes ago. Dear, there's nothing shameful about having such feelings for someone you like. I want to embrace you, kiss you, touch you, and do everything couples do together. Nanjo shrank his body deeper under the blanket, covering most of his face. His pupils trembled slightly. Then, would you ever miss me like I miss you? Love was truly an unfathomable emotion, and being in a relationship could be so troublesome. Once you fell in love, it felt as though your brain had been drunk all the time, no longer clear-headed and sinking deep into it. It was terrible yet fascinating. The next few days, Nanjo stayed busy with his own affairs in this house. During this period, Hao Jia came by once and gave him a thorough critique about moving into Huixinye's house, but not concerning the house itself. The environment of this house was just too good, even Hao Jia couldn't find any fault to criticize and instead marveled quietly. Huixinye was still very busy, but Nanjo chatted with him every day. He also learned from Luo Nan that the movie Huixinye had taken on was agreed upon last year. For, you made my heart flutter, Huixinye almost turned down this movie. However, after 2 discussions with the director and making adjustments to the original plan, Huixinye eventually didn't miss out on the role as the male lead in this film. I'll tell you something, but you have to swear first that you won't leak this information to anyone else other than us two, Nanjo said. What is it? Luo Nan asked. You have to swear first. Swear if you let the secret out, you'll be single forever and have a successful career but bathe with Mr. Clean every day. Luo Nan. After swiftly taking the oath, only then did Nanjo ask about Huixinye's filming schedule for tomorrow and the name of the hotel where the production crew had booked rooms. These questions quickly made Luo Nan catch on. You are planning to visit him on set. Stay out of young couples' affairs. If the heavens don't punish you for telling, I will step in and castrate you. Winter in northwest China was colder than in the southern coastal cities. The bone-chilling cold hit Nanjo as soon as he stepped out of the terminal building in the evening after the plane landed. Tightening his down jacket, he headed toward the hotel arranged by the production team for Huixinye. According to what Luo Nan said, there were no night shoots scheduled for tonight. But by the time it was almost 8 in the evening at the hotel lobby, Nanjo still hadn't seen Huixinye's figure. Instead, a few members of the crew recognized him and approached to greet him. Are you teacher Nanjo? The young woman asked with a smile. Nanjo kept his mask on and didn't respond, his eyes cautiously scanning the two people. You're waiting for teacher Hua, right? Director Zhou and producer Lu gathered a few leading actors for dinner tonight. Didn't teacher Hua tell you? Chapter 111, You're my patron. Of course the patron is the most important. Nanjo's eyes suddenly widened, and under the facial outline obscured by the mask, he looked even more adorable. The little sister had been secretly pairing him with Huixinye, so she almost couldn't resist his cuteness. I'll tell my colleague over there to let her talk to teacher Hua. Don't tell him, Nanjo quickly stopped her, I'm here to check up. The other little sister pressed her lips together and handed her phone screen to him, but it seems too late already. Just then, they found out that the person sitting here was Nanjo and secretly took pictures and sent them to the group chat. It was originally a group for the production staff, and with Huixinye and Nanjo recently attracting a lot of attention in Fluttering Heartbeat, many people in the crew were also following. Thus, this sparked quite a bit of discussion. At that moment, on the screen, someone said that Huixinye's assistant seemed to have sent this picture to Huixinye. Huixinye, who was dining with the main creators, has now gotten up and looks like he is rushing to the hotel. Nanjo. He shrugged his mouth, then there's neither shock nor surprise, right? I swear to heaven, teacher Hua has no one else in the crew. He never gets close to any other girls or those small circle members. He's absolutely clean and self-disciplined. You can be sure of that. The little sister said. Exactly, and during rest time, some noticed that his phone screensaver was your photo. Another little sister added. Besides you, Zhou Bao, teacher Hua has never been so close to anyone. Nanjo corrected her, call me brother Nan. Yes, brother Nan. The little sister changed her address. Wow, he talks so cutely. And his temperament is so clean, looking very energetic. We watched last week's Timely Melody you participated in, that song is super catchy, has been looping for days. That's true, brother, Nan, you're really amazing. The two little sisters enthusiastically mentioned to Nanjo about last week's music show. Nanjo didn't respond to every sentence, but this did not hinder the little sisters from talking non-stop. After finishing with the music show, they started telling Nanjo about Huixinye's recent activities on the set, from which Nanjo learned that Huixinye had been working hard recently, even filming through an entire night the other day. Feeling like not much time had passed, just as the little sisters wanted to ask if Nanjo planned to become a singer-songwriter, Nanjo, who had been sitting on the sofa all along, suddenly stood up. Following his line of sight, at the front of the hotel lobby, Huixinye wearing a khaki cashmere coat entered without being noticed. He saw Nanjo sitting there right away and walked over with long strides. First greeting the two staff little sisters, Huixinye then looked at Nanjo, why did you come suddenly? In his handsome face, there was unrestrained joy in his eyes. Nanjo immediately became happy but didn't show it on his face. Instead, he deliberately asked back, "Can't I come?" "You know that's not what I mean." Huixingye chuckled lowly and reached out to hold his hand. "I'm very happy that you came." The two beside them who were in a state of ignoring the world while watching them almost fainted. If little hearts could manifest, probably the whole coffee lounge would be filled with them. Nanzhou squeezed Huixingye's hand. "Really? But I just heard that you were having dinner with the director and producer. Coming out like this. You are my patron, of course, the patron is the most important." Huixingye said. Nanzhou giggled, tiptoed, and whispered softly in his ear, "I missed you." The warm breath and words were like electricity striking Huixingye. His Adam's apple slid down as he tightened his grip on Nanzhou's hand. So. Huixingye immediately understood the implication in his words. After politely bidding farewell to the two little sisters who had already lost track of where they were, he led his hand toward the elevator. While waiting for the elevator, neither of them spoke, but their interlaced hands were tightly held. Ding! With the sound of the elevator bell, both stepped inside, and the elevator door closed. No one noticed that just after Huixingye entered the hotel, the camera crew and outdoor staff of Fluttering Heartbeat and host Tang Tang followed closely behind. The live broadcast lens recorded every move they made since they met. So sweet. How could a couple be this sweet? Last time when Zhou Bao's set was visited, Yi Gu was photographed. This time when Yi Ji's set was visited, Zhou Bao was photographed. Just how sticky can this little couple be? Even though they are so busy, they still stick together. They really love each other so much. Just now, did the girls notice the way Yi Gu looked at Zhou Bao? If they weren't outside, he would probably want to strip Zhou Bao clean and eat him up in one bite. No, am I the only one concerned about what they're going to do next? Follow them quickly. Scream. The elevator ascended, and in a narrow space, there were only the two of them holding hands tightly. Nanzhou turned around, took off his mask, tiptoed, and leaned up to kiss Huixingye's lips. The hand that was tightly gripped was held even tighter. A light brush of a kiss, like a kitten's tail grazing warm lips, left a soft and ticklish sensation. Huixingye's eyes darkened deeper, but his expression didn't change much. However, when Nanzhou tried to tiptoe again to kiss him, Huixingye suddenly extended his other hand, and his bony fingers almost covered half of Nanzhou's face. "There's surveillance." His deep voice carried a slight hoarseness. Ding! The elevator door opened as someone came in. Upon seeing Huixingye, the person first seemed surprised, then noticed he was holding Nanzhou's hand. I'll take the next trip." The person retreated outside. The elevator doors closed again and continued upward. Both Nanzhou and Huixingye laughed softly at the same moment. Drip drop, the hotel door opened, and Huixingye led Nanzhou into the room. The door shut behind them. In the darkness, just as Nanzhou was about to ask Huixingye to turn on the lights, the next second he was picked up off the ground, his feet lifted and propped against the cabinet near the entrance. A scorching kiss sealed his lips from below and moved upwards. Their interlaced fingers tightened their grip, not giving him any chance to move. Lips and teeth pressed closely together in an assertive kiss as if not even the breath spilling out from his throat would be allowed to escape. One of Nanzhou's hands rested on Huixingye's strong shoulder as he gazed into the profound pupils filled with adoration and voluntarily opened his mouth, deepening the kiss further. "You drank alcohol," Nanzhou softly said after a while during a brief separation. Huixingye replied lowly. "Are you drunk?" "Not yet." With those words, the lips that had been gently pecking returned, and a tongue once more pried open his lips, invading every inch of his oral cavity like capturing new territory. Nanzhou soon found it hard to utter a word, his brain feeling oxygen-deprived, his waist going limp. Ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Chapter 112, a bit too much. At first, neither of them paid attention. Until Nanzhou could no longer hold back the sobs in his throat, his eyes reddened at the corners and filled with moisture. When they parted, Huixingye bit lightly on his lips. In the darkness, the room was extremely quiet. Apart from the persistent doorbell, you could hear their labored breathing. "Someone's looking for you," Nanzhou said, his voice so hoarse it startled him. "Just ignore it," Huixingye replied as he gently kissed the hand he held, a deep desire reflected in his eyes. "Shouldn't you care if it's urgent? This kind of thing happens often." Some obsessive fans or young actors with ideas would do this at night, relentless and annoying, thinking constant pressing might make him open the door. Nanzhou suddenly realized this and grinned mischievously like a fox. Teacher Hui is being too cruel, letting someone ring the doorbell all night without opening. Huixingye ignored his remark and let his kiss move to Nanzhou's neck. Nanzhou's pupils widened suddenly. "Wait. Where are your hands touching? There's someone interested in you outside." But I'm only interested in you," came the deep, husky voice reverberating on the collarbone, sending shivers down his spine. "And you're already excited." Nanzhou blinked quickly, long lashes fluttering. He tightly gripped Huixingye's arm. "You drunken fool." The next moment, he opened his mouth and bit fiercely into the alpha's cheek before demanding, "Put me down." Back on solid ground, Nanzhou's legs still felt weak. He slightly pushed Huixingye away, tapping his chest when the other tried to lean close again. I hate being disturbed. I'll handle it later. Watch closely. With that, he kicked his down jacket aside, pulled up the hem of his sweater, then took it off, tossing it onto Huixinya's body. Huixinya's gaze darkened immediately. Underneath the sweater, Nanzhou wore a snug base layer shirt. Using one hand, he pulled down the collar of the shirt, while the other messed up his hair. With a click, Nanzhou opened the door halfway. Instantly, the corridor lights along with camera lenses and host Tangtang's astonished face appeared in front of him. Damn! So they really were. Ah, how dare you interrupt Brother Ye's meal. All I can say is good job. Is this even appropriate for me to watch? It's so embarrassing. Teacher Zhou looks so sexy. His lips are red and swollen. As a fan, I must comment, Teacher Zhou's figure is impeccable, damn those abs, those collarbones, blood pressure soaring. Hey, where's Brother Yi? Why did his wife have to answer the door? Brother Ye's condition probably isn't fit for visitors. He must look flustered. Caught unawares by the sudden sight of Tang Tang and the camera, Nanzhou's mind was filled with confusion. What's going on? Up close, Tang Tang had already become overwhelmed by the intimate scene, and immediately spoke out. Teacher Nanzhou, the shattered look about you right now is so strong. It was as if he'd just been cherished deeply. Although somewhat unclear about what had transpired, Nanzhou still instinctively muttered. Where does the shattered feeling come from? I only feel broke right now. The chat room burst into laughter with ha ha ha. But the next second, Nanzhou disappeared behind the door, replaced by Huixinya's stern face. Only after ensuring the person behind him was completely hidden did he speak calmly, didn't we agree to meet tomorrow? Compared to Nanzhou, Huixinya's presence was far more powerful. Especially when he wasn't trying to conceal the intense pressure around him, the group around felt it much more prominently. They've ruined something bad for him, he must be mad. When we arrived earlier, we saw Teacher Hua and Teacher Nanzhou getting on the elevator together, so we thought to stop by and greet you. Tang Tang said dryly. Greet us? Huixinya cast a glance toward the camera. His sharp and penetrating gaze seemed capable of seeing through the lens to everyone watching in the live stream. Ouch, Brother Yi looks so fierce. Naturally, he's upset that others saw his beautiful wife in such an enticing state. Isn't that strange? If Brother Yi was dressed so neatly, why did Teacher Zhou answer the door? Do you think they would assume that the person ringing the doorbell earlier was someone with ill intentions coming at midnight for some intimate encounter? TSK, it gets better and more delicious the more you think about it. Star Zhou really is irresistible. Tang Tang. Huixinya's lips curled slightly as he smiled at the camera. Good evening. The live stream chat immediately filled with a series of ellipses. Of course, there were also those who didn't catch the hint and simply replied with, Good evening, Brother Yi. Huixinya's gaze shifted back to Tang Tang and the cameraman. Now that we've exchanged greetings, is there anything else? No. Tang Tang replied. Even if there was something else, at this point the polite ones would say no. Alright, see you tomorrow then. With that, Huixinya closed the door. There was a click as the room returned to darkness once more. As Huixinya turned around, he switched on the power, and the light illuminated the entire room. Nanzhou was half leaning against the entrance cabinet, awkwardly touching his nose. I should have peeked through the peephole first. Huixinya bent down, picked up his down jacket, and hung it on the hat rack by the door. I'll go take a shower first. I haven't washed either, Nanzhou said. Huixinya glanced at him. Want to join me? Nanzhou licked his lips. Can't wait. His Adam's apple moved as Huixinya lifted him into his arms, and striding toward the bathroom, another soft yet fierce kiss fell. Nanzhou was swept away as they plunged together into ecstasy. Steam rose in the bathroom. Deep into the night, after tidying everything up, Huixinya cradled Nanzhou, who was almost too exhausted to keep his eyes open, in his arms and comforted him. Nanzhou's head, carrying the same scent of shampoo as Huixinya, nestled against his chest and let out a content sigh. What time is it? Huixinya glanced at the time, 2:30 a.m. What time is your shoot tomorrow? Nanzhou yawned. How about this? I'll tag along while I'm at it. From when they met until now, Nanzhou hadn't had the chance to watch Huixinya perform on set even once. The last time he went to visit the set, Nanzhou was affected during his sensitive period, which disrupted the subsequent rhythm, leaving him feeling somewhat regretful. The shoot starts in the afternoon. Huixinya turned off the light and lay down. Alright, great timing, Nanzhou nodded contentedly. Huixinya kissed the top of his head and massaged his waist with large hands. There's one thing I never got the chance to tell you. What is it? Huixinya relayed what the doctor had said after Nanzhou fell asleep on that night he experienced an allergic reaction. After hearing this, Nanzhou remained silent for a long time. This is just an option. If you... This is absurd. It seems way too exaggerated. Nanzhou spoke up, his raspy, sleep-heavy voice full of disbelief. It sounds like something Gu Zheng would come up with. Chapter 113, the me from 3 years ago wouldn't like you at all. Huaxingyi. Really? Nanzhou rubbed against his chest like a little kitten. I still find it hard to accept, it's too strange. It feels like the kind of thing that only happens in colored books. Before Huaxingyi could speak, he quickly added another sentence, but if you say it's true, then it's true. If a person can travel through time, encountering such absurd medical incidents isn't strange either. Huaxingyi was silent for a long while before asking, what do you think? For the treatment of this gland, one has to be bitten. And it could only last for a period of time. Unless being bitten by. Thinking about the content he saw in the manual, Nanzhou's cheeks heated up slightly, and subconsciously a resisting thought popped into his mind. I think not being bitten is also fine. There's no need to get bitten over something like this, said Nanzhou, looking up and counter-questioned, what do you think? Huaxingyi didn't answer immediately. After a pause, he softly replied, At that instant, Nanzhou felt that Huaxingyi should still hope he agreed. Holding on to the narrow waist of the person in front of him, he quietly said, you were so fierce in the bathroom just now. The motion of massaging his waist stopped momentarily as Huaxingyi lowered his gaze and asked softly, not comfortable? Yes, too comfortable. Nanzhou, I like it very much. The next day, Nanzhou woke up almost at 10 o'clock. Waking up fully rested, he heard Huaxingyi's voice by his ear when he opened his eyes, are you awake? Yeah. Instinctively reaching out to hold on to the narrow waist beside him, Nanzhou pressed his head close. A kiss landed on his forehead. Lifting his head, Nanzhou looked at the alpha reading a script next to him, this is the first time I woke up and you're still in bed. After finishing speaking, he rose slightly, moved around a bit, half crawling onto Huaxingyi's chest and abdomen, looking up with a raised corner of his lips, good morning, baby. A warm kiss with the smell of mint fell upon his lips, morning. A brief kiss that was enough to dissipate most of Nanzhou's bad mood after waking up. Rubbing the corners of his eyes, his attention shifted to the script in Huaxingyi's hand. After glancing at it twice, he turned his head, why are you so industrious? Huaxingyi chuckled. In fact, he had been slacking today. Huaxingyi had strict daily routines. If there was no work, by this time, he would have finished his exercise and dealt with some things on his hands. However, after getting up and washing up, seeing the sweet sleeping figure in the bed when he returned to the bedroom, he couldn't urge himself to do what he was supposed to do. All he wanted was to watch the sleeping face of the other person, feeling the sunlight slowly brightening. So, Huaxingyi picked up the script he had already memorized completely, sitting back on the bed. In fact, ever since the day Nanzhou proposed to him, it seemed as if he found himself in a big dream he didn't want to wake up from. The person he liked for a long time, who was always like the sun shining brightly and warmly, finally ended up in his arms, giving him an overwhelming sense of happiness that made him feel like it wasn't real. But Nanzhou's existence was real, every sweet word his ears heard was real. He not only became his boyfriend but also moved into his house, even flying hundreds of kilometers to visit him. Yesterday, from the moment Nanzhou appeared in Huaxingyi's sight, his heart kept pounding strongly. The impulse to kiss and embrace immediately surged fiercely and could withstand no test at all. Thus, after Nanzhou issued a sweet invitation, he couldn't resist. Just in the bathroom, he had him twice. Later, on the bed, he embraced him while enticing those cute lips to utter intimate nicknames and embarrassing words rarely spoken in everyday life. Finally, until Nanzhou exhausted himself and could no longer endure, Huaxingyi only reluctantly stopped, still unsatisfied. Although he still doesn't want to let him mark him, this is already sufficient. Receiving love alone is already a great gift, he shouldn't covet more. Last night when you mentioned Gu Zheng, I suddenly remembered something. Huaxingyi took the opportunity to put his arm around Nanzhou's shoulders. 3 years ago, the Gu family once approached me. To approach you for what? Nanzhou asked. They wanted a high-ranking alpha for marriage. Huaxingyi gazed into his eyes, word by word, the purpose was to treat your glands. Ah. Nanzhou reacted after a few seconds, suddenly raising his head, then they were treating you like a medicinal person. Surely you didn't agree to it. I refused. Huaxingyi smiled, even though at the time I didn't know it was for your gland. But now I occasionally think, if I hadn't refused back then. Thankfully you did refuse. Nanzhou sat up, breaking away from his embrace, a marriage without feelings cannot last long. But we could have met earlier. Don't idealize the road not taken. It may not be as good as you think. The me from 3 years ago wouldn't like you at all. Nanzhou said. 3 years ago, he was still lying in a hospital in another world. Another Nanzhou, busy chasing Lu Zhou. If Huaxingyi had encountered the Nanzhou from 3 years ago. A wave of jealousy washed over Nanzhou, making him feel inexplicable anger, causing him to throw off the blanket and jump out of bed. His legs went weak for a moment, almost making him fall onto the floor. Fortunately, Huaxingyi's movement was extremely fast. With a stretch of his long arm, he grabbed Nanzhou's waist. Nanzhou shook off his hand and stomped towards the bathroom. With a bang, the bathroom door shut. Huaxingyi looked at the bathroom door, his deep eyes slightly dimming. In the bathroom, after washing up, the fire of irritation inside Nanzhou gradually died down. Standing before the mirror wiping his face, thinking about the sudden surge of unnamed anger just now, he sighed heavily again. Too much of an embarrassment. Clearly, Huaxingyi made no mistake. For someone who likes their partner, wanting to meet earlier or be together sooner is very normal. He would probably never know that the him from 3 years ago was definitely not him. Nanjo gazed at himself in the mirror wearing an oversized shirt that didn't belong to him, slowly extending his hand. Who exactly am I? And who are you? The person in the mirror didn't respond. He withdrew his hand and unintentionally glanced at the uncovered legs reflected in the mirror beneath the hem of his clothes, and the marks on them. Yesterday, the mirror, his own expression. His cheeks instantly flushed. Too sticky. Never thought that what CP fans wrote in their fanfiction would really happen between him and Huaxinyi. Huaxinyi, surely you don't secretly read those fictions too. When his cheek temperature returned to normal and his mood calmed down again, Nanjo finally pulled the bathroom door open and walked out. Chapter 114, I Will Only Like You. On the table, Huaxinyi had room service bring breakfast, which was very abundant. Nanjo sat down on the chair, first pretending nothing happened as he sneakily glanced at Huaxinyi to confirm that he didn't seem angry, then picked up the bowl and chopsticks in front of him. The breakfast was eaten just like any other day. Before leaving, Nanjo stood by the entrance, calling out to Huaxinyi who was about to open the door. In the moment he turned around, Nanjo grabbed his arm, tiptoed, and gave him a kiss on the lips. It was my fault this morning, he said quickly. You did nothing wrong. Huaxinyi reached out and touched Nanjo's face. He slightly bent down, aligning his gaze with his eyes, looking into them. You're right, we shouldn't embellish the path without choice. His tone was sincere, and his attitude was far from being angry. Nanjo kissed his lips again, but if you pursued anyone like how you pursue me, I think no one would be able to resist you. Huaxinyi smiled and gave him a fleeting kiss. I will only like you. A simple sentence made Nanjo's body feel like it had been shocked. Even though this might be just common sweet talk, just like how he wasn't his first love, he still couldn't help but fall for it. Nanjo put both hands around Huaxinyi's neck and kissed his lips, his voice slightly hoarse. I like you so much. Like to the point where it seemed like reason began to break down. I do too. The reply was a deep voice and scorching lips and tongue. Nanjo and Huaxinyi had just stepped out of the elevator when they faced the camera lens of the Pingran Dongren Denai, Heart Beating for You, program crew, and the host Tang Tang who had waited a long time. Last night's impromptu filming brought a large amount of traffic to the program. Last night's trending topics #Nanjo probe, #Nanjo Huxinjai holding hands back to room, #Nanjo broken feeling were still hanging on the trend list and hadn't completely fallen off yet. In the trending topics, especially the super forum of the Shinjo CP fans, discussing what exactly happened last night between Huaxinyi and Nanjo inside the room. They are real little couples, of course, they would do loving things while staying in the same room. Night scene script, it must have been Brother Yi showing our Zuruobo the night scene script. Even if they didn't do anything then, there was still a long night ahead. I can't believe Brother Yi could hold out given how cute Zuruobo is. Remember those M-family items at Zuruobo's place last time? They've done everything privately. Brother Yi just doesn't let us see. One passerby has been overwhelmed since last night. She discovers here it's still full of innuendo, just like her. Thinking back later, Tang Tang felt that the production team and she herself had indeed acted quite unfairly. If it were some other artists with bad tempers, maybe they would have already lost control and got angry. Therefore, after greeting each other, Tang Tang and the cameraman sincerely apologized to Huaxinyi and Nanjo. Huaxinyi remained the same faint attitude, seemingly easy to approach but actually very hard to start a conversation. Just the aura alone was enough to make people retreat. On the contrary, Nanjo had no airs at all. Even though he was caught in such a pose yesterday, he still joked with her saying, on this day in history, Puyi ascended the throne. To commemorate this day, I've decided to act as emperor for a day, ministers rise. Ha 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 ha, you deserve it Zhoubao. Why are you so cute, scream. Is it only me who thinks that today's Zhoubao is 100 times more attractive than usual? He's glowing like an entire star. And me. That look of his, as if every hair strand to his toe has been cherished by Brother Yi, drooling. Baby's schedule today, is it going to the set to watch husband filming? Wah, Brother Yi is holding Zhoubao's hand, I feel like they've become sweeter since the sea fishing trip, what's going on? Of course, Nanjo planned to follow Huaxinyi to the set today, which was agreed upon last night before sleeping. This morning, Huaxinyi also informed the crew. However, due to the confidentiality of the movie's shooting content, the Pingran Dongren Denai, Heart Beating for You, program team could only film the incidents that occurred during their journey from the hotel to the set. When contacting Huaxinyi earlier, the original plan of the production team was to come shoot after his shooting ended today, capturing some daily life moments. But because last night they captured footage of Nanjo and Huaxinyi together, they changed the shooting time to this morning. After all, they are a dating show. The most entertaining moments in a dating show come when the couples are together. What if Nanjo goes back before Huaxinyi finishes shooting? In the car, Tang Tang asked Nanjo, the fans are very concerned about teacher Nanjo. They want to know, what do you usually do when you're not working? Selling hand-grabbed pancakes in Syria. Tang Tang, regaining her spirit, asked another question that fans were curious about. Teacher Lu posted a Weibo 2 days ago. Did you see it, teacher Nanjo? Just 2 days ago, Lu Zhou surprisingly updated his Weibo and tagged Nanjo. At WJEX, we will always be teammates and family. Even if we fly solo, there will be no distance in our hearts. Our relationship has never changed. That day, the CP fans of Wenyu and Lu Zhou directly broke down, questioning what Lu Zhou meant by this. Was he really talking about the team or Nanzhou? While he was warmly interacting with Wenyu on the show, he then went on to post these disappointing statements on Weibo. But the die-hard fans of Wenyu were thrilled, thanking him for letting go of Wenyu so she could shine alone. The CP fans of Xingzhou weren't spared either, sarcastically mocking Lu Zhou as a disgraceful opportunist who only began fawning over Nanzhou after learning he was a young master. Lu Zhou's fans were furious, but unable to argue with so many people, they could only console themselves, claiming it was a message to the group, not just to Nanzhou. And even if it was for Nanzhou, it must have been forced out of Lu Zhou under Nanzhou's authority. Faced with this question, Nanzhou didn't change expression. I've seen it. What do you think? Tang Tang asked. Nanzhou, the distance between people, too close can prick, too far can hurt. Please maintain a distance where one is ready to die for the other. Red hot, confused ha ha ha. Laughed to death, Nanzhou has long looked down on Lao Shu, yet Lao Shu insists on attaching himself. Why bother? Zzz, Lao Shu, step away. What is this? I have no idea, don't understand at all. What's going on here? No one told me. I'm so anxious, heart pounding. What does it mean? What teacher? Everyone is very interested in the plush toy you gave to Nanzhou teacher. The fans want to know, why did you choose to give Nanzhou teacher a Tibetan Mastiff plush toy? Tang Tang asked. Chapter 115, liking is one thing, but I like you more. Everyone's attention was fixed on Huixingye. After all, Nanzhou's performance in the live stream did not seem like that of someone who would like plush toys. But when Huixingye gave him a toy and he unwrapped it, everyone saw the fleeting surprise on Nanzhou's face. That kind of liking is hard to conceal. Because I thought he would like it. Huixingye smiled and looked at Nanzhou. Do you like it? Last time, during the live stream, Nanzhou had not clearly expressed himself and even said before opening it that he wouldn't like something like this. But this time. Liking is one thing, but I like you more. Nanzhou replied with a particularly radiant smile that also carried a hint of allure. Zhou Bao. Don't be so skilled. Kneeling for brother Nan to write a book specifically teaching us how to treat lovers and bastards. I will definitely study it intensively in university. Compared to dolls, husbands are better. After all, husbands can not only be hugged but also be cooked. Sister upstairs, my tea seeds have dropped. I like you too, be my wife. Screaming loudly, beaten down by brother Yi, soul ascends to heaven, continues screaming loudly. After arriving at the filming site, Huixingye went to get his makeup done. Nanzhou was captured by the production team for a bit more shooting before being let go. During the filming process, he noticed that many staff members, especially the younger ladies, were looking at him strangely. Their eyes sparkled with smiles as they whispered to each other from time to time, emitting mysterious laughter. In reality, Nanzhou didn't know that after the young ladies who were approached last night revealed their whereabouts, many female staff members of the production crew watched the behind-the-scenes live stream of Crush of a Lifetime from the previous night. That behind-the-scenes content was incredibly explosive. Furthermore, this morning, photos of Nanzhou and Huixingye together exiting the elevator and coming to the filming location were taken. It was hard for them not to make assumptions. Good morning, Brother Nan. Brother Nan, do you want to eat a small cake? Brother Nan looks so handsome today. Brother Nan, Teacher Hua is over here. On his way to the tent to get makeup applied, Nanzhou received care from all sides along the short path. Thus, when he reached Huixingye's side, the first thing he said was, your crew made me experience what it feels like to be a superstar just now. Huixingye smiled. How does it feel to be a superstar? Nanzhou sighed, it feels like I'm being used for free, and I just wanted to ask when the superstar's income will be settled with me. The two teachers in charge of costumes and props couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle. Nanzhou pointed at a bag inside the dressing room, not sure whose it was, and said, superstars use Chanel bags, V bags, Bulgari bags. And me? I use emoji packs. Huixingye said, but your collection of bags is more than theirs. Nanzhou. After chatting a little more, the field coordinator came to notify them of the start of filming. Huixingye's movie this time still revolved around the lives of people at the bottom, adapted from a real event that happened decades ago in northwest China. The production team built a massive set in northwest China to recreate the most authentic scene possible. After greeting the director and producers at the site with Huixingye, Nanzhou sat down on a chair to observe the filming process. The actual differences between movie making and what you see in the movies are quite large. And for various reasons, directors often shoot the same shot multiple times. In such an environment in the middle of winter, it is a significant test of both the actor's endurance and stamina. However, Huixingye remained dedicated throughout. Once he started working, he seemed like a completely different person, fully immersed in his character. This side of Huixingye intrigued Nanzhou, both strange and new, yet captivating in its own unique way. In one scene, a crowd acting sequence showed several impoverished extras crawling on the ground to fight for food that fell and got stepped on. They grabbed it without regard for its filth and stuffed it into their mouths to devour ravenously. Seeing this, Nanzhou instinctively pressed his lips together. Previously, when Luonan accidentally dropped some food at home, he also felt the urge to pick it up. Even though food dropped on the floor gets dirty, when you need it, you tend to overlook that. Because survival is more important. Nanzhou couldn't help but think about his past. In truth, he rarely reflected on those days and didn't enjoy revisiting them. 3 years ago, Nanzhou woke up after a car accident. In the car accident, his right leg was severely fractured and immobilized with a heavy cast. But more serious than the right leg was that he developed dissociative amnesia. Nanzhou didn't remember who he was or where he came from, but he remembered the knowledge he had once learned. He vaguely remembered that he had a family, vaguely remembered their appearances, but did not remember their names or what they did. At the time, the only thing he had with him was a phone with a screen cracked slightly on the upper left corner. The SIM card couldn't be used, and some functions of the phone's software were abnormal, but some apps could still be used after connecting to WJFJ. His WeChat contact list wasn't long, but it included his parents and brother. At first, the police tried to contact his parents and brother through Nanzhou's WeChat, but neither the voice calls to his parents nor to his brother could get through. Even when sending text messages, a red exclamation mark would appear. The police sighed sympathetically, and even their gazes carried pity. Such a situation, where one gets added to the blacklist by family members, usually happens only when all ties are cut off. Nanzhou didn't know what he had done to lead to such a break with his family. But he didn't have much time to dwell on these questions, because immediately after came the various difficulties of daily life. Due to the broken right leg, Nanzhou couldn't even get out of bed at first and had to deal with many things in bed, but without any family, he could only hire a caregiver. The caregiver's fee, medical fees, medication costs, all required money. But none of the bank cards bound to his phone could be used. The only funds available were the 8,000 yuan cash he had on him at the time of the accident. 8,000 yuan was nowhere near enough for such a large expense, but fortunately, due to his amnesia, the hospital agreed to front the medical bills for him. But even if he temporarily didn't need to pay the medical bills, he still needed food and water, all of which cost money. Thus, every day, Nanzhou lived extremely frugally. If a steamed bun fell on the floor by accident, he would pick it up, wipe it, and continue eating. At the beginning, there was no one in his life he could talk to. Until one day, close to midnight, Nanzhou received a WeChat message. The person asked him, "Are you facing some difficulties?" Chapter 116, Next time, it's my turn to take the lead. This friend appeared shortly after Nanzhou woke up from his car accident. A WeChat message notification informed him that this person was a new friend. That is to say, this person had sent a request to add him as a friend before the car accident, and later, he accepted the other party's friend request. Nanzhou initially did not send any messages to the other party because of his dissociative amnesia, so he could not remember who it was. Moreover, the WeChat profile picture and nickname of the other party were quite strange. The profile picture was a blurred mosaic, and the nickname was a string of random codes. But one day, while undergoing rehabilitation, he fell down and got injured slightly, then he overheard the nurses whispering about his overdue medical fees. In the afternoon, hungry and tired, Nanzhou drank alcohol secretly and slept from dusk until 11 o'clock at night. Thus, in the dead of night on that day, feeling something indescribable in his heart, he nervously sent a reply message to the other party. Unexpectedly, that message turned out to be the first light in his dark life. Before they knew it, the sky grew dim. There was no nighttime shooting scheduled for the film crew tonight. After finishing his acting part, Huixingye took Nanzhou to the airport. Both were unusually silent along the way. Their intertwined hands felt warm, entwined, and reluctant to part. Because of their respective identities, Nanzhou didn't let Huixingye get out of the car. Before departure, Huixingye held his hand, looked into his eyes seriously, and said, "Every single time before now, you have been the one coming closer to me. You took 99 steps forward, while I only needed to take one step to be near enough to touch you. Each step you took toward me gave me unimaginable courage. But next time, it's my turn to take the lead, and by me, I will be the one to take those 99 steps." Previously, whether it was a confession or impromptu meetings during work breaks, the first step was always taken by Nanzhou. But relationships are like bridges, they require support from both ends. If only one side continues to put in the effort, sooner or later, the bridge will collapse. Huixingye admired Nanzhou's courage in his heart and was also learning from it. After all, what he wanted was not fleeting happiness but rather to welcome every sunrise and sunset together with Nanzhou in the future, staying together forever. Nanzhou listened, smiled broadly, hugged Huixingye's slim waist, leaned close, and whispered in his ear, "I don't want you to make the first move. I just want you to come closer." Huixingye chuckled. "I'm leaving." Nanzhou let go and pulled the car door open. Huixingye leaned forward and kissed his lips. Nanzhou pulled up his mask, got out of the car, and stuck his hands in his pockets. Under the mask, his mouth was raised high with a smile. Huixingye not only has a great physique, great skills, and good looks but also knows how to say some pretty decent love words. My boyfriend really is too good. Before long, it was time for the live broadcast recording of A Moment to Remember. The pairs of guests reappeared in the live stream room. This time, they started directly from the lounge in the apartment. The production team first announced that due to Zhang Shi's dislocated jaw requiring rest, Zhang Shi and Gu Tang would pause shooting for this episode, and then publicly announce this issue's substitute guests on camera. They were none other than major streamers from Platform D, Chen Heng and Yi Xiaoyin. Compared to Gu Tang, Chen Heng can be considered one of Platform D's top streamers. His career developed rapidly this year, and he successfully transitioned from being a singer-streamer on the platform to a mainstream traffic star in the entertainment circle. And reportedly, he even participated in a period drama that will air on Tomato platform next month. Chen Heng's girlfriend, Yi Xiaoyin, is his #1 wealthy benefactor. It was rumored that the two have been together for a year. Even though Chen Heng has now successfully transformed into an entertainer, he has not abandoned this girlfriend. Instead, last month, he boldly made their relationship public. Male-female pairing, the hard-working young man changing fate paired with the rich miss, this type of combination always sparks heated discussions. Henggu. Scream. Finally, we have an ordinary mass-market pair, otherwise, I thought all the combinations in this season of Heartbeats would be fringe ones. I slowly typed a question mark. What fringe combinations? Don't they all have? And male-male, female-female as well? Some fans need to calm down. As a newcomer, Chen Heng acted very humbly and greeted each guest. Especially when facing Huixingye and Nan Zhou, he bent over 45 degrees and bowed, saying, "Hello, Nan Zhou teacher, hello, what teacher? I'm Chen Heng, you might not recognize me, but I will work hard. If the teachers have any needs, please feel free to ask me to do anything. After all, I'm a newcomer, and you are all my seniors." Huixingye didn't say anything, but Nan Zhou secretly told him 4 words, craftsman spirit. Chen Heng didn't hear this, nor did the audience in the live broadcast room. Everyone thought he was whispering sweet nothings to Huixingye again. What are Starjo secretly saying that we can't hear? TSK 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 TSK, these two lovebirds are always close, hugging shoulders and whispering. How intimate they are. Ah, another day of being obsessed with this couple. Do you understand the value of this young couple? For them, I've transformed into a werewolf, for them, I've gone mad, for them, I've changed my heart, for their live streams, I've been praying in front of Buddha for days on end. As a wealthy older sister, Yi Xiaoyin had absolutely no airs and was rather adorable. Unlike Chen Heng, when greeting Huixingye and Nan Zhou, she presented special gifts, a pair of cotton candy dolls. Subsequently, the production team also had the staff give Huixingye and Nan Zhou a belated gift. From the previous live stream, it was the photo frames for decorating their home that they hadn't won. The photo was displayed before all the viewers in the live room through the camera lens. Under the azure sky, amidst lush green grass, among clusters of hydrangeas, and in front of a black grand piano, Nan Zhou sat on the piano stool looking up, smiling radiantly at Huixingye who stood behind, leaning down. Their faces were almost touching, and the laughter in their eyes was unmistakable. It was an incredibly good-looking and blissful photo. Even someone as critical as Nan Zhou was taken aback by how beautiful the photo was. Ah, Lu Bebe, although you've lost your love, your career is really top-notch. Too well shot. Scream. I want one. Pei Feng, did you hear that? Hurry up and turn this into merchandise, post it on Weibo, create a link to sell it. I want this. Too sweet. The couple is just too sweet. Wah. Is this just a behind-the-scenes photo? Heaven. If this is what's like, then when the magazine cover comes out, I don't even want to imagine how beautiful and sweet it will be. Ah, so good-looking, I've gone crazy. Chapter 117, They're All Mine. Ask him if you don't believe me. After another period of time spent together, our guests have undergone some delightful changes in their lives and relationships. First, we congratulate teacher Jiang Zhen, who has been promoted from a barista to store manager. We also congratulate teacher Su Xiao, who has advanced from a professional gaming companion to a popular live streaming platform broadcaster. Additionally, the production team gradually announced the identity and job level changes for Lu Zhou and Wenyu as well as Nan Zhou and Huixingye within the program. Lu Zhou and Wenyu successfully passed their debut evaluation and are now set to officially debut, with the new task being the preparation of a debut performance song. Nan Zhou transitioned from a bar waiter to a regular performance guest, and Huixingye signed with an agency to become a professional actor due to his excellent work as an extra on movie sets. Upon hearing about Huixingye's career change, Nan Zhou couldn't help but ask. So does that mean he's no longer suitable to work part-time at the bar? Yes, but teacher Hui used the money he earned himself to invest in the bar. He is now one of the bar owners, responded Pei Feng. The next moment, the camera captured Nan Zhou's eyes widening in surprise. State of shock, JPG. We agreed to work hard together to become better people, and yet you've secretly become my boss behind my back. LMAO ha 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 ha, state of shock expression, eyes almost popped out. So cute like a kitten. No wonder brother Yi calls Jojo kitten, too cute to freaking faint. Carrying roses, good evening my wife, would you be willing to? Got pricked, hurriedly leaves, returns, swinging wine glass, good evening my wife, would you be willing to? Spilled wine all over pants, rushed off again, returned again, dragging garbage bag, good evening. Wiped dirty face, the bridge underpass is too cold tonight. Can I stay at your house? Gu Zheng was right when he said your bike was a hidden supercar. We were supposed to toil together, and instead, you've secretly become a farmer lord. But come to think of it, while personal success makes me happy, my boyfriend's success makes me even more thrilled. Nan Zhou embraced Huixinya's arm and said to Pei Feng and the director team, since my boss is my boyfriend, why do I need to work elsewhere? That sounds ridiculous. Teacher Hua's success is a different matter from your personal achievements, Teacher Nan Zhou. How can it be a different matter? We're lovers, we are each other's destinies. Nan Zhou proudly declared, not only will every penny in his pocket belong to me, but he is all mine. Ask him if you don't believe me. Pei Feng. He was far from foolish. Asking Huixinya would only yield one answer. Thus, Pei Feng quickly shifted the topic. New neighbors have moved into Dream Apartment, Chen Heng, a vocal teacher, and his girlfriend Yi Xiaoyin, a dog walker. The guests living in Dream Apartment not only pursue their own dreams but also plan to contribute to realizing the aspirations of left-behind children in rural areas. Hence, the Dream Apartment Committee has temporarily decided to hold a fundraising performance event. The stage will be set up in the residential lounge area of Dream Apartment, where each couple of guests needs to prepare a performance. After the guests perform, the live stream viewers will vote for the performances, with each vote equaling 1 yuan. The guest duo raising the most funds will receive a love badge jointly awarded by the Red Cross and the program team. Everyone, keep it up. After announcing the latest content edition, Chen Heng applauded first, this is great. This activity is very meaningful. I support it. I haven't finished speaking yet, Pei Feng directed his gaze toward Nan Zhou, who was whispering to Huixinya, as the winners of last week's small competition, teachers Huixinya and Nan Zhou enjoy certain privileges in this activity. Wah! They are already a popular combo, and adding more privileges, how can anyone possibly compete? Jiang Zhen joked on purpose. That's true. Teacher Hua and Nan Zhou are too strong. Even if we combine forces, we might still lose, Chen Heng chimed in. Without replying directly, Pei Feng smiled knowingly and announced, teachers Huixinya and Nan Zhou can designate the performance content for any one group of guests. As soon as his words ended, everyone immediately focused their attention on Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou looked thoroughly confused. Why look at me? When you raised her cup and hid her rolling eyes under the guise of taking a drink. Nan Gu, with our relationship, you shouldn't designate the content for my performance with Su Xiao, right? Jiang Zhen hurried to flatter Nan Zhou. Teacher Hua, I'm new to the industry and also new to the program. Please, leave me a way to survive, Chen Heng jokingly greeted Huixinya. Nan Zhou smiled at Jiang Zhen and then looked at Wen Yu, with profound meaning in his eyes and a mischievous expression on his face. Wen Yu. At this moment, Pei Feng announced again, as the guest duo who failed the last episode's mini-event, teachers Lu Zhou and Wen Yu must not only prepare their own performance but also find a friend outside the industry to perform one act. Pei Feng announced another rule. Can I specify the content of the off-industry friend's performance? Nan Zhou asked. Pei Feng. You're even managing the off-industry friend's performance. Shouldn't you be specifying what Lu Zhou performs? Why don't you follow the script properly? Can I? Nan Zhou asked again. In theory, it is possible, Pei Feng replied dryly. Alright then. Nan Zhou nodded. What exactly is he planning to do? Pei Feng couldn't understand at all. The charity fundraising stage performance was set for the evening of the last day of this episode's live stream. After these announcements, the guests went to their respective work locations according to the show's arrangements. Before leaving, Chen Heng came over and proposed exchanging WeChat contacts with Nan Zhou and Huixinya. Teacher Nan Zhou, I've listened to both Summer Flame and Boundary War Song, The End of Peace and the Revelation of War, that you composed. In the future, could you perhaps write me a song as well? Chen Heng asked. Nan Zhou smiled slightly, you indeed deserve a song. Then I thank teacher Nan Zhou in advance. Zhou being so easy to talk to. This time he didn't ask for money. Why does it suddenly feel scary? It's common knowledge that Nan Zhou is just not nice to certain people, but always approachable to polite ones. When he's feeling good or has ill intentions, his smile is especially warm. What kind of song deserves it? Tell us, Zhou, we want to know. After getting into the car, in an environment where only the two of them and the camera were present, Huixinya asked Nan Zhou, what's wrong with him? Some people are like QR codes, you can't tell their true nature without scanning them once. Nan Zhou said, burying his head in Huixinya's arms. I'm so sleepy, let me take a nap. Huixinya extended his arm around Nan Zhou and adjusted slightly to make him rest more comfortably. Suddenly, Nan Zhou lifted his head and blurted out, today is Crazy Thursday. Chapter 118, Can spending Hua Xiangjiao's money only get you a maluo? The cameraman on standby had a head full of question marks. But Huixinya's expression remained unchanged, his eyes cast down as he stared at the person in front of him, quietly waiting for the next sentence. Forget KFC, let me be your burger. The standby cameraman. A faint smile flickered across Huixinya's lips. I can already smell it, it looks really appetizing. Why don't you come take a bite then? Because I don't want anyone else to know how delicious it is. Are they making innuendos? What thing has his face all flushed? Huixingye, are you sure you're just talking about burgers being good? Did you mean Zhou Bao Bao being good? You. Ugh. Is this on purpose or what? What's going on between these two? Am I imagining things or does it feel like there's more sweet talk than last time? Zhou Bao always wants to hug her husband. This is killing me. Sweet little couple, huh? On the first day of the live broadcast, Nan Zhou performed as usual on stage while Huixingye watched from below. Without needing to tend the bar, he could even utilize his new role as the bar owner and occupy the best spot to admire the show. At one moment, Nan Zhou on the stage noticed his gaze, his eyes cutting through the crowd toward the second floor. He then, in front of the camera, brought his hand to his lips and sent Huixingye an air kiss. This action not only made the CP fans in the live stream scream with excitement but also thrilled quite a few people in the audience within the bar. In short, the evening performance was successful, and there were no unexpected incidents. After finishing work at the bar, the two returned to their apartment. Nan Zhou placed the photos given by the production team on the computer desk and studied them carefully for a long while before heading to the shower. When he came out after his shower, he played with his phone on the couch for a bit. Suddenly, he looked up toward the automatic cameras installed by the production team in the apartment. Whether controlled by someone behind the screen or operating automatically, shortly after Nan Zhou gazed over, the camera gave a nod. Nan Zhou waved his right hand, and it followed by moving to the right. He waved with his left hand, and it still moved in response. Haha, laughter erupted in the live stream chat. Zhou Bao truly acts like a cat. Cats test things this way, ha ha ha. Wait, it's the third episode now, and only now does he notice this camera. Knowing Nan Zhou, he's probably up to something. As if seeing the chat messages, Nan Zhou spoke directly into the camera. Do you like clean boys? I just spent all my money, speak. In the live stream chat, rows of ellipses drifted by, followed by a lot of ha-has. Of course, the automatic camera couldn't answer Nan Zhou's question, but that didn't stop him. I've never tasted the feeling of being rejected. Very good, you have successfully captured my attention. 1 billion, make you speak. You little mute. Why do I enjoy teasing you so much? No, Nan Zhou, what are you doing? Could this be part of their performance for the next episode with Yigo? Is this boss total domination? What kind of act is this? Whoa. I involuntarily drew in a sharp breath of cold air. If this is actually their staged performance, Pei Feng, hurry, please stop them. Huixingye walked out of the bathroom and glanced at the automatic camera following Nan Zhou's line of sight without saying a word. I suddenly have an idea, Nan Zhou said to him. What? Huixingye sat beside him and took the towel hanging from his head, using it to dry his hair. This camera, it's too ordinary. But if the production crew gives me 50V money, virtual currency, I'll make it do something interesting. Huixingye didn't respond, but the automatic camera reacted as if it understood human speech, and nodded again. Let's make it official. No turning back. Nan Zhou pointed at it. The camera nodded again. Now, it was clear to everyone that besides automatic shooting, the production team could also control the automatic camera. Nan Zhou chuckled, pulling out a luminous watch from behind the sofa cushion. Look, luminous watch. What thing, ha 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 ha. I mean, where did he get this glow-in-the-dark watch from? It couldn't possibly be a 5 yuan night luminous toy watch from Pinduoduo, right? Started suspecting that Zhou Bao might even watch the live broadcast recordings when he has nothing to do, otherwise how would he know we said he and Yigo watched the luminous watches together at night? The camera stopped moving. What's wrong? You look dissatisfied. Didn't I tell you long ago? Spending Hua Xiangjiao's money can only get you Maluo. $50, what else do you expect? After saying this, Nan Zhou suddenly stood up and pushed Huixingye, who was drying his hair, down on the sofa. He then swiftly lifted his body and straddled Huixingye's waist. This? His action was so fast that only Huixingye managed to react in time. In the moment of being pushed down, he grabbed the towel that had fallen, while also quickly extending another hand to support Nan Zhou's narrow waist. In the live stream room, the audience was discussing Nan Zhou's words just a second ago, but the next second, it was full of exclamation marks across the screen. But before they could finish their exclamations, Nan Zhou had already gotten off Huixingye, standing on the carpet. You dream too much. After finishing his sentence, in front of the lens, he walked closer and closer, and within half a minute, the camera turned black. If there's anyone heartless, it has to be our Zhou Bao. Usually Yigo only blocks the view, but Zhou Bao really cuts off the power supply. Suggestions for Pei Feng, the next time connect the power outlet outside the room. To prevent actions like our brother Nan here. Dang, the great live broadcast ended due to Xingzhou's interference again. Now I'm crying like a baby. Thinking positively, it's because our Zhou Bao wants to sleep with his husband so he doesn't let us see anymore. Ha 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 ha. Sisters upstairs, reward you a monthly floating yellow flag. Thus, the live stream room could only rely on the microphone to judge what the two were doing. Nanzhou, hurry up. Don't waste time on such a long night. Huixingye, your hair is still wet. Nanzhou, smell it. It smells the same as you. Is it fragrant? Huixingye, alright, don't move around. It'll be fine in a bit. Not, you'd better really be talking about drying hair, me. Absolutely not because I have dirty thoughts, it's because this dialogue makes one feel dirty. Just saying, sisters in the live room, does the internet really not have people you care about anymore? Crying. After drying Nanzhou's hair halfway, Huixingye went to the bathroom to fetch the hairdryer to completely dry it. Only after that did he agree to let Nanzhou change clothes. Chapter 119, It's You Who Made Me Who I Am. While at the bar, Nanzhou secretly told Huixingye that after the live stream was over, they should go eat late-night snacks in the alley outside the apartment building. He had observed last time that residents of this neighborhood all went to bed early on such nights. The alleys were empty during the night, so their visit to a nearby food stall shouldn't attract any attention. Nanzhou turned off the microphone, ignoring the abusive comments and borderline inappropriate messages flooding the livestream chat room. With a grin, he held Huixingye's hand as they left. After turning a few corners in a quiet alley, they arrived at a temporary stand for braised stew set up against a wall by an elderly man. Few people frequented this place so late at night. The old shopkeeper didn't recognize Huixingye or Nanzhou and directly asked them what they wanted to order when they approached the stall. Huixingye spoke first, ordering a few items, but noticed Nanzhou's silence. Looking around, Huixingye found that Nanzhou was staring intently at someone in the corner of the makeshift booth. Because Nanzhou's gaze was too direct, completely unmasked, the person being stared at seemed to sense it and suddenly looked over. For an instant, their eyes met. Huixingye. When you. Nanzhou turned his head and said cheerfully to Huixingye, I knew Wen Yichuan was a straightforward person. Under Huixingye's watchful eye, the ash from the cigarette in Wen Yu's left hand fell onto the table with a slight brush against his skin. What else do you want? Huixingye asked casually, diverting his attention back to Nanzhou. You've already ordered all my favorites. Just get some drinks. Saying this, Nanzhou gestured to approach Wen Yu and greet him. The tent wasn't large, and in just a moment, Nanzhou reached the table where Wen Yu was sitting. He took the seat opposite Wen Yu without asking, actually, there's something I need to tell you. Wen Yu. I don't want to hear it. Every time he encountered him, nothing good happened. In the middle of speaking, he noticed a glance and hint from an alpha nearby at the stall, prompting him to let out a TSK and extinguish the cigarette in his hand. There's nothing to worry about. As the saying goes, flashy attire without drama, slippers and tank tops encounter rivals in love. Your situation is very normal. After finishing, Nanzhou picked up a disposable cup and helped himself to some opened white liquor on the table, pouring a little for himself. He tapped Wen Yu's cup lightly. We're all brothers. Everything's in the drink. With that, he tilted his head back and drained the cup in one gulp. That's my booze. Wen Yu snatched the bottle back. Also, we're not rivals in love. Nanzhou was completely unconcerned and gave no extra thought to it. His tongue curled slightly due to the alcohol spiciness. Just then, Huixingye arrived carrying the braised food and drinks, witnessing the scene right as it unfolded. Placing the food on the table in front of Nanzhou, he uncapped a yogurt and handed it over. Nanzhou accepted it, sipping twice before relaxing, even asking Huixingye for the yogurt cap which he licked clean while Wen Yu watched in shock. By the way, drinking alone in the middle of the night, does that mean you have something on your mind? Nanzhou put down the yogurt and, using a single-use pair of chopsticks, speared a piece of pig liver and placed it in his mouth. Before Wen Yu could respond, he added, if you have something bothering you, you can always share with me, I probably can't help anyway. Wen Yu. Looking at Huixingye next to Nanzhou, he noticed that regardless of licking the yogurt cap or eating from street stalls together, this legendary film emperor known through rumors showed absolutely no surprise. His behavior couldn't even be described as indulgent, rather, it seemed more like a crazed cat lover finding every move of his lord adorable. Of course, Huixingye did not display a crazed look either. Even seated in the chair inside the simple and hastily erected booth at midnight, the handsome face and deep gaze of the actor made it seem like he was shooting some kind of high-end romantic arts movie. The tofu is amazing. Extremely tender, fully absorbing the flavor of the brine. Very flavorful. Nanzhou speared a piece of tofu and indicated Huixingye to open his mouth, try it. Ah. Huixingye leaned slightly forward, lips parting softly, receiving the piece of tofu that Nanzhou praised. From start to finish, his gaze never strayed from Nanzhou. Tender yet ardent, his eyes carried a strong desire and possessiveness, entirely unabashed. Wen Yu sitting across the table, witnessed the entire scene as if observing through a magnifying lens. Wen Yu. Snatching up the wine bottle, he took several gulps straight from the mouth. Gulping audibly, the snow-white, slender swan neck bobbed as his Adam's apple moved up and down. The moment the smell of alcohol rushed into his nasal cavity from his mouth, an unconscious flash of a figure crossed his mind. The other person was leaning over him, breathing heavily. Despite already feeling unbearable discomfort, breaking out in sweat, they were still nagging on and on about alternative solutions to the problem, carefully considering every possible option for him. That person's gaze had been gentle, and their tone sincere. When you didn't understand how an alpha could be so patient when faced with an omega in heat, especially one that triggered his sensitivity period. He slammed the wine bottle down. Once again, when you glanced across at Nan Zhou. Two brothers. One like a father, the other like a dad, perhaps. Why are you staring at me? Want to chat now? Don't worry, I won't steal your emojis, Nan Zhou asked. I have several sets of emojis made by your fans. Do you want them? Nan Zhou, thank you. I also have a set of Lu Zhou's. They're quite interesting and very useful. I've always respected my eyes enough not to look, or use them, or suffer because of them. Alright, what do you want? Asked. Nan Zhou briefly explained the situation. Was surprised but didn't object. Do you agree? Nan Zhou asked. If I don't agree, will you go ask Lu Zhou instead? Countered. No, but I might arrange a boxing match between you and Lu Zhou on stage. I'll thank Lu Zhou for you. Nan Zhou drank the last sip of the braised soup, wiped his mouth, and stood up, so if you agree, he should thank you, as you'll become his savior, akin to his parents. He ought to respectfully call you, Dad. Nan Zhou and Huixingye walked back to the apartment under the night sky. The winter night was quiet, yet they strolled back warmly. Gazing at the pitch-black sky, Nan Zhou suddenly spoke up, if one day I turned into a star, would you look at me? Huixingye held his hand, saying, not only would I look at you every night, I'd eagerly anticipate your return every morning. But what if I can't come back? Nan Zhou asked softly. Huixingye tightened his grip on Nan Zhou's hand, I would still wait for you to return. I like you, not because of who you are, but because of who I become when I'm with you. You've made me the person I am today. To me, you are an indispensable part of my life. At that moment, Nan Zhou's heart began pounding rapidly. Very fast. Chapter 120 Such thoughts are shameful. Nan Zhou's eyelashes fluttered, and he opened his mouth. Then you. The rest of the words, he couldn't bring himself to ask. So, he stopped in his tracks, grabbed Huixingye's shoulder, and chose to express his tumultuous feelings with a kiss. Huixingye's pupils were momentarily stunned, then he embraced him and returned a very, very gentle kiss. In the quiet alley, the street lamps stretched their shadows very long. The next day, Huixingye went to the filming site to work, and Nan Zhou, as before, was assigned at home for songwriting. But because of his previous perfunctory performance, this time the production team also temporarily added a segment where he would comment on anonymously submitted songs. Nan Zhou's abstract expression and sharp tongue, together with various strange songs, created many laugh points. The fans of the Xingzhou couple and Nan Zhou in the live broadcast almost couldn't stop laughing in this live stream room. Isn't this funnier than a comedy variety show? Sharper than a music variety show? More professional than a dating variety show? Bringing Nan Zhou and Pei Feng into this is such a good find. Husband works hard outside, and our Zhou treasure points fingers from home, it's truly like having a pampered wife, isn't it? Haha. What kind of pampered wife? Are you deliberately trying to attract our brother Nan's attention? Speak. Around 4 in the afternoon, there was suddenly a commotion downstairs at the apartment building. Because it was an old apartment, the soundproofing wasn't great, so the noise downstairs clearly caught the attention of the cameraman and Nan Zhou. Right by the computer desk, which happened to face the window, Nan Zhou stood up to look down and saw Su Xiao being helped out of a car. A thick layer of bandages was tied around his neck, and his lips looked slightly pale, appearing somewhat weak. Su Xiao turned back to extend his hand toward the car, but the person inside didn't respond. He spoke to the person inside the car. Nan Zhou couldn't hear their conversation, but after a while, Su Xiao nodded, turned, and walked toward the apartment building. When he reached the front of the apartment, the person in the car stepped out but didn't go any further. Instead, they watched him enter the apartment. After a while, she got back into the car, and the car didn't drive away. What are Jiang Zhen and Su Xiao doing? Nan Zhou asked the cameraman. The cameraman shook his head. His task for the whole day was just following Nan Zhou, so he had no idea about the status of the other guests. However, it was different for the live broadcast room audience. Live broadcast room netizens usually watch several live streams at the same time. Especially some CP fans who, when the guests are separated to do tasks, watch 2 live streams simultaneously to see what the respective guests are doing, thus indulging in some odd sugar-high moments. Pei Feng has gone too far, inviting as a guest Su God's childhood friend, a sister also playing a B2A role. Sister Jiang feels jealous. Su God is also very wronged, okay? The sister doesn't have those kinds of intentions towards him. The problem lies with Sister Jiang, who has entered her hypersensitivity period. I feel heartbroken. These, relationships, Thinking about Xingzhou, I become even more scared, hateful. What's there to be afraid of? Su God, Sister Jiang, and Xingzhou are all different cases. Sister Jiang biting Su God, well, that's Su God's willing choice. It's their little couple's matter. There's no need for certain people to point fingers. Nan Zhou sat back in his seat but didn't continue with what he was doing earlier. After pondering for a bit, he took out his phone, found a WeChat contact, and sent them a message. After a while, he received a long text reply, through which he learned the ins and outs of the matter. Jiangjin felt jealous because of the new flying guest, and under the condition of being in her hypersensitivity period, she couldn't control her desire to mark Su Xiao. As a B2A, Su Xiao didn't have the glands or could release pheromones, hence completely unable to soothe Jiangjin's irritability and anxiety. Fortunately, the production team had prepared suppressants beforehand, and after injecting Jiangjin with one dose, they managed to calm her down. Still, Su Xiao's neck was injured. Jiangjin deeply regretted it, and no matter how much Su Xiao consoled and persuaded her, she couldn't yet convince herself to return to the apartment with Su Xiao, fearing she might cause him secondary harm. "Can you help me check on him? Talking to him is fine too," Jiangjin asked in WeChat. Nan Zhou agreed, and thus, amidst the cameraman's surprise, he stood up, put on his coat, and left the apartment, heading straight to the apartment where Jiangjin and Su Xiao resided. The doorbell rang several times, and Su Xiao opened the door. Seeing it was him, he seemed surprised but still invited him in. Nan Zhou walked in, sat down, and Su Xiao took a small cake out of the fridge and placed it in front of him. "Thank you, but I'm currently on a fat-brushing diet. I need less sugar, less oil, Master Lord, and fewer boys." Su Xiao. Placing the iced Americano from the coffee shop where Jiangjin worked in front of Nan Zhou, Su Xiao sat down opposite him. The bandages around his neck were very noticeable, and the usual vitality in his expression was missing. It was unclear whether it was from being bitten or from a poor mood. "Have you heard about it?" Su Xiao asked. Jiangjin and Nan Zhou had private contact, and as Jiangjin's boyfriend, Su Xiao naturally knew about it. Moreover, he also knew that Nan Zhou had collaborated with Jiangjin on a song. "It must hurt a lot," Nan Zhou licked his lips. "Not really, I did it willingly," Su Xiao smiled gently, revealing a hint of sweetness despite having been bitten. "Actually, I should have done better, so she could have sensed my willingness at the start of her hypersensitivity period. To be honest, though, I'm secretly glad she's jealous. I know this thought is disgusting, but the feeling." Su Xiao sighed. "Can you understand?" he asked. Nan Zhou. As a B2A, having an alpha as a partner, we do encounter problems that AO couples wouldn't face. Marking is an instinct ingrained in alpha blood, and not being able to mark their partners causes them inner unrest. Even though Jin always seems fine, I know she still feels insecure deep down, just like how I feel when I see her with another Omega. I sometimes wonder if I were an Omega instead, then at least during her hypersensitivity period, I could be more useful. If marking isn't possible, why still go through it? Nan Zhou asked. If doing so makes her feel comfortable both mentally and physically, then as a man, what's a little suffering compared to her happiness? Su Xiao smiled again. Nan Zhou pondered for a moment before asking, do alphas truly suffer greatly if they don't mark their partners? I'm not an alpha, so I can't guarantee. But I dare say most alphas are indeed like this. And many alphas choose to be with B2A individuals, we aren't especially rare examples. What if the couple consists of an Omega and Alpha, and the Alpha never gets to mark? That might make the Alpha feel like their partner hasn't fully accepted them yet, Su Xiao said seriously. If two people genuinely love each other, how could an Omega refuse the Alpha from marking? Instead, it would only cause discomfort for both parties, especially the Alpha. During an Alpha's hypersensitivity period, they'd much rather be comforted by their own Omega's pheromones than rely on suppressants. Frequent use of suppressants also harms the Alpha's body. Typically, those with Omega partners wouldn't resort to injections anymore. Nan Zhou. Chapter 121, Anticipation of Love. What's wrong with Zhou Bao's expression? It feels like he got hit by something. He is also, instead of, maybe this time Jiang Zhen and Su Zhao's issues reminded him of himself and Yigu. Wah, let's hug the baby. Did you guys notice that what Zhou Bao asked was about alphas and omegas, so it could be possible that. I can't stand seeing anyone get hurt, I hope every couple stays sweet and lovely. South Zhou's expression seemed genuinely a little strange, his abrupt silence suggesting he'd been struck by something. Su Xiao asked, what's wrong? Nothing. South Zhou awkwardly replied. So in Hixinya's eyes, he wasn't just some smooth-talking guy who couldn't give his heart truly, right? After work at the bar that night, South Zhou returned to the apartment with Hixinya. Tonight, South Zhou's behavior was somewhat abnormal, though not drastically different from usual, his mouth was as acerbic toward others as always. But in the details, Hixinya noticed subtle differences. You're troubled by something. After showering, turning off the camera cover and muting the mic, he embraced South Zhou and softly asked. South Zhou pursed his lips, you're too kind. Hixinya chuckled humorlessly. I've already told you before, judge others by the standards of villains, treat yourself by the standards of sages. Can't you be a bit more selfish? In the darkened room, South Zhou leaned into Hixinya, his voice soft, lacking its usual arrogance. Had it not been for what Su Xiao had told him earlier and his subsequent secret probing of Luo Nan who swore him under pressure, he wouldn't have known what Hixinya had endured in private. He actually used a suppressant twice in a short period of time. And the first time, it was because of him. Though he'd long known that day at the M group wasn't a coincidence, South Joe didn't know that Xingye had resorted to using a suppressant. Okay. Xingye patted him gently, his deep voice gentle enough in the darkness to make South Joe feel even more guilty. You stupid idiot, just how much do you like me? A bit more than you like me. The dark room fell silent again. South Joe suddenly rose up, pressing against Xingye, leaning down to kiss him. An aggressive kiss filled with deep emotions and complex feelings. Their breathing gradually grew unsteady. When South Joe emitted a faint, soft sob from his throat, Xingye grabbed his restless hands. That's enough, came his low, raspy voice. But South Joe refused to listen, giving a soft laugh instead. It's awake. His Adam's apple moving, Xingye kissed the hand he held close to his lips. Don't mind it. Don't you want to? Of course, he wanted to. But this was during the show, even though the cameras were covered and the mics muted, he still couldn't allow such actions to take place. It wouldn't look good for South Joe. As an alpha, even if they did anything out of bounds, few people would criticize him, some might even think it showcased his skillful means. However, South Joe was different, every word and action of his could be blown out of proportion, scrutinized, or criticized. Xingye didn't want South Joe entangled in any negative gossip, not even in private. He hoped South Joe would always remain pure and straightforward, clean and clear. After work, no matter what you want, I'll stay with you, alright? Xingye whispered warmly. Liar, tomorrow after the shoot, you'll rush off to Northwest China for filming. Even though she said that, right after these words escaped her lips, South Joe quickly added, not that I absolutely must do this, and certainly not with everyone. After the words faded, the apartment once again lapsed into silence. Because of the problem with his gland, his heat cycles became unstable as well. Maybe for a very long time ahead, he may not have any heats, so naturally, he couldn't lightly say to Xingye that he should bite him. What if he never has heats again? Still, when he does, he decided to let Xingye bite him directly. With this in mind, South Joe drifted off to sleep listening to the steady beat of Xingye's heart. Listening to the light breaths of the person in his arms, Xingye's profound gaze carried a touch of gravity. The intense emotions within South Joe's kiss tonight were impossible for him to overlook. Neither last night's kiss laced with a tinge of reluctance and treasuring, nor tonight's kiss filled with guilt and impetuousness brought true happiness. He should have made Nan Zhou happy, but now it seemed like the other party was hiding some concerns, becoming no longer entirely joyful. Is it because of my loneliness, my darkness, the thirst in my heart that has affected you? Nan Zhou rubbed against him in his embrace, his body pressing closer, and a soft murmuring sound escaped his lips in a dreamlike state. So comfortable. His Adam's apple moved as Xingye closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. In the end, he still managed to push the person out of his arms and got up to walk towards the bathroom. The next morning, while the two were having breakfast, the cameraman arrived simultaneously with the task card. The task card was for Xingye, asking him to read a love poem to Nan Zhou. The love poem was prepared for him, it was Shakespeare's Sonnet 18. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate, rough winds do shake the darling buds of May, and summer's lease hath all too short a date. But Xingye didn't recite this poem from the task card, instead, he put it aside and recited another one to Nan Zhou. His deep voice, perfectly enunciated English, sounded extremely gentlemanly and sincere. Neither the jump scare of your look, your brow fair as a feast day, nor the favor of your bed, so still amusing, reserved, and childlike, nor what comes to me of your life, stringing in words or silence, will be so mysterious a gift as the sigh of your sleep, enveloped in the vigils of my arms. Chapter 122, You Can't Escape Me, You're in the Palm of My Hand. So sexy and sweet, I'm dead. How can anyone be so perfect? I don't even dare to think. If brother you were to do this to me, would I immediately push him down? My English is not good, so I just want to know if any sisters can tell me what this is about. Anjapaj.n.f.v. Borges Premonition of Love. Brother Yi, this will definitely mesmerize my wife. Listening to Xingye reciting the love poem, Nan Zhou was a little surprised. He took the program card to his side and realized that these were completely two different poems. Borges, Premonition of Love, he had read before. Xingye recited Anjapakjan, the Spanish title being Amor.sa Anjapakjan. It expressed through observations of the lover's sleep, a pure admiration transcending time and love itself. The depth of your gaze, the brilliance like a festival in your eyebrows, the mystery of your body, the modesty and childlike innocence, along with the impression you give me in words or silence, are nothing compared to the image of you sleeping peacefully in my arms. It will be the most mysterious gift. This is extremely pure love. I haven't figured out the sweet sentences yet, but would you like to taste some sweetness from me? Nan Zhou asked. As soon as he said that, it made the CP fans in the live broadcast room scream excitedly for sure. But Xingye just smiled and patted his head. Because there would be a charity performance live stream in the evening, the show producers arranged today's daytime content for the guests to practice and rehearse. To ensure the quality of tonight's live stream, this time, there wasn't division into separate live streams but consistently stayed on the same one. The audience could only see different guest combinations through the program group's lens switches. The first pair to appear in the live stream was Chen-Hang and Yi Xiaoyin. Chen-Hang was practicing singing with Yi Xiaoyin and evidently planned to perform one of his hit songs. Yi Xiaoyin's singing ability was average, so Chen-Hang adopted an encouraging teaching method where no matter how badly Yi Xiaoyin sang, he always found ways to praise her. Then, he told her how she could improve. However, since Yi Xiaoyin was not an insider, after many rounds of teaching, Chen-Hang unconsciously showed signs of despair. Both funny and entertaining points. Next, the production team switched the lens to Jiang Zhen and Su Zhao's live stream. After yesterday's twist, this young couple's relationship still had some subtleties, but it was much better than yesterday. Jiang Zhen was a singer, and Su Zhao was an esports player. The audience assumed that they, like Chen-Hang and Yi Xiaoyin, would choose to perform one of Jiang Zhen's songs. Unexpectedly, these two decided to perform crosstalk, a Chinese comedic dialogue. Both of them were amateurs, but their crosstalk was quite lifelike. I actually think this show suits Brother Yi and Teacher Zhou, ha 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 ha. Zhou's mouth never stops talking. Jiang is Su Shen's foil comedian, killed me laughing. Su Shen looks so clueless, you could change careers and become a crosstalk performer after retirement. Still though, even while doing crosstalk, their loving gazes make it impossible for us to bear these young couples. After that, the live stream switched to Wen Yu and Lu Zhou. This duo indeed generated anticipation from everyone because they ranked last in the previous small event, giving Nanzhou and Huixing Yi the right to decide their performance content. Even though Nanzhou had asked Pei Feng during the previous live stream whether he had the right to designate performances by friends outside the circle, considering the current relationship between Lu Zhou and Nanzhou, what if something unexpected happens? Male idol dance again? Since they started the show, they've been focusing on singing and dancing all the time. I'm kind of tired of it. If you're tired, then don't watch. But our Beauty Yu's lack of coordination is quite cute. Ha 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 ha, I actually think we should give Beauty Yu a break. He seems genuinely exhausted, why not do a skit instead? Beauty Yu has been acting great. For so many episodes, Beauty Yu has been cooperating with Lu Zhou's idol performances. Why can't Lu Zhou cooperate with Beauty Yu once? Seriously. Stop talking about Lu Zhou already. He's also put through a lot, teaching Beauty Yu seems like it's going to kill him. Finally, the rehearsal room for Huixing Yi and Nanzhou came up. Nanzhou was sitting on the sofa looking at his phone, and Huixing Yi wasn't in the rehearsal room. An annoyed cameraman commented, "Teacher Nanzhou, other guests are working hard on their rehearsals. Is it really okay for you not to practice? Success stems from postnatal efforts, so what's wrong with me taking a break today and tomorrow?" Huh, not surprising from our Zhou Bao. Where did Brother Yi go? What are they going to perform? Maybe singing. Our Zhou Bao seems so relaxed, it must be singing. I wonder what song they're going to sing. Can we see Brother Yi playing the guitar? Dreaming of that. Wasn't the scoop a few days ago about them acting in a CEO drama? In addition, the production team also announced that Wen Yu had invited his friend from outside the entertainment circle, and Nanzhou designated her performance content. In no time, it was evening. The special episode of The You Who Stirs My Heart, Season 3, a stage for assisting mountainous area left behind children's dreams, officially began. It was still broadcast live online, but the production crew set up a stage in the apartment's lounge area, looking fairly professional. Guests' performance order was determined by draw. Wen Yu and Lu Zhou drew the first position, Jiang Zhen and Su Zhao the second, Nanzhou and Huixing Yi the third, Chen-Hang and Yi Xiaoyin the fourth. The mysterious guest from outside the circle didn't participate in the draw and closed out the show. Wen Yu and Lu Zhou performed Run to You in the next second, a song composed by Lu Zhou for WJEX. This song had a low difficulty dance routine, making it more suitable for Wen Yu. Their performance was decent, but to be honest, this song is really hard to listen to. Even though Brother Yu is singing, I still think it sounds like a disaster. Some fans of Brother Yu, don't push too far. We haven't even said anything about your idol dragging down the quality. It's not easy for Brother Zhou to carry the performance alone. What's there to argue about? Arguments among fans won't stop them from being all cozy inside. After the performance, Lu Zhou gasped heavily for a few breaths before he and Wen Yu began soliciting votes. Even after dancing the same routine and singing the same song, Wen Yu didn't break a sweat and his breathing remained steady. As an Omega, he appeared to have much better stamina than Lu Zhou, an Alpha. Thus, some people in the live stream room started mocking Lu Zhou for pretending to work hard, which again ignited conflicts between their fans. Truly, the live chat room was more exciting than the live content itself. After Wen Yu and Lu Zhou's performance, the voting results were published in real time, and they received around 400,000 votes. Following that, Jiang Zhen and Su Zhao took the stage. Su Zhao was a bit nervous and stumbled over his words at times, but overall the comedic effect was good, thus surpassing Wen Yu and Lu Zhou, receiving more than 600,000 votes. Next up are our Brother Yi and Zhou Bao. Let me check what this pair has prepared. Brother Nan never lets us down. Host Tang Tang announced, next to surprise us will be Teacher Huixing Yi and Teacher Nanzhou's skit, Help. The black gang boss is too pure, the overbearing little teacher won't stop spoiling him. The curtain rose. In front of the stage, Huixingyi reclined on the sofa, dressed as a gang boss. Nanzhou, wearing a white t-shirt, jeans, white sneakers, and glasses stood in front of him, pulling at his tie. You can't escape me, you're in the palm of my hand. Chapter 123, He really made me cry. What is this? Spit out water, it's actually a arrogant CEO falls in love with me scenario. Details, pay attention to details. It's the arrogant young teacher ex-pure-hearted black boss. Sneaking private feelings in, Zhou Bao, you're dreaming of counterattacking, aren't you? But, look at Yi Ji's expression, he seems completely at ease, clearly in control. Yi Gu, don't be too loving, I mean, the wife is already being doted on beyond reason. So when Zhou Bao said he likes Yi Ji's black boss outfit, could he possibly be hinting at this? Not what I imagined. I imagined all sorts of uncensored scenes. Smash. In reality, Huixingyi dressed as the black boss also made Nanzhou feel unable to get into character. Because he was just too handsome, perfectly hitting his fetish point. Nanzhou would often uncontrollably fantasize about Huixingyi using his deep voice to command him to do some spicy things. However, since he wasn't originally a professional actor, this program involved improvisation anyway. The script he had prepared was incredibly perfunctory, just a rough outline, the specific lines were all improvised on the spot. In his line of sight, Huixingyi sat on the sofa, his eyes filled with indulgence, and his expression showed no hint of resistance. Instead, it seemed like he was waiting for Nanzhou to do something to him. You belong to me, from head to toe, inside and out, Nanzhou continued saying his tough lines. Huixingyi slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Fine. Humph. Nanzhou leaned down closer, almost pressing his nose tip against Huixingyi's. Don't dare test my limits, you won't want to know the consequences. Huixingyi took the lollipop representing a cigarette from his mouth, holding it between his fingers. Fine. Whatever you say. Slowly and deliberately, every word oozed indulgence. In Nanzhou's view, all he saw were those thin lips that opened and closed, and the sweet peach scent of the lollipop filling his nose. His Adam's apple moved unconsciously, suppressing the impulse to kiss, he blinked his long eyelashes, then loosened the hand gripping the tie. But the next second, the person in front stretched an arm, suddenly pulling him close again without warning. Nanzhou nearly fell onto Huixingyi, lifting his head to look fierce. Huixingyi lowered his gaze to him, smiling. Teacher Nanzhou, are you going to stop teasing me? Nanzhou. I'm dead. Gradually lying flat, ascending, playing the happy tune of bliss. Too seductive. What are you doing, brother Yi? Should I even be watching this? Zhou Bao's ears turned red. Isn't this better than any idle drama? Wiping nosebleed, the pairing between star and prefecture is too strong. I'm such a plebeian but I love this so much. Howling, creeping, twisting, spasming, trembling, creeping, screaming, roaring, peeking, crawling around. Young teacher. Young teacher, please act tougher, don't let brother Ye's good looks deceive you. I'll buy you a drink from Mishua Bingcheng. Picking up a cup, sticking labels, adding pearls, adding ice cream, changing containers, adding matcha powder, adding water, dinging stirring, clanking adding ice cubes, swirling casually, thinking of the next steps, shaking the tea, pouring into a plastic cup, opening the lid, shaking in the appropriate amount of ice cubes, skimming off foam, sealing, wiping the cup clean. Even though the skit was fabricated, Huixingyi and Nanzhou still performed it convincingly. Although the young teacher wasn't arrogant enough, and the black boss wasn't innocent enough, they somehow managed to impose some values by the end. Surprisingly, Nanzhou even shouted about making dumplings together. Finally, with the boost of the Star Prefecture CP, their quirky performance received 1.35 million votes, placing them temporarily in first place. Then, before Chen Heng started singing, he humorously self-deprecatingly joked, the previous performance was so strong, it put immense pressure on us following Teacher Hua and Teacher Nanzhou. If I accidentally hit a wrong note, everyone, please bear with me. Afterward, the singing began. As a music streamer originating from the M platform, Chen Heng excelled in vocals. This time, the song he and Yi Xiaoyin chose was a small love ballad representing their romance. Their mutual gazes and interactions were sweet and affectionate. Chen Heng handled the critical parts of the song while Yi Xiaoyin mostly complimented him, resulting in a relatively high completion quality. The audience graciously awarded more than 500,000 votes. Wah, Brother Heng and Sister Yi are so sweet. Did you notice the details just now? Brother Heng even lifted Sister Zhao's dress hem for her, I'm crying my eyes out. He transformed from a streamer to an artist through his own hard work, step by step. The entertainment industry is so big, but Brother Heng has had it really tough. Yet he never forgets his original aspirations. The live streaming room was filled with flattering comments about Chen Heng. Chen Heng also thought he had performed exceptionally well, the smile on his face remained as he sat back down and only faded when the host Tang Tang announced the final performance. Next, our mystery guest will perform a program specially designated by Teacher Nanzhou. Please welcome Teacher Wenyu, who will bring out today's special guest from outside the entertainment circle. Wenyu took the microphone and discreetly glanced at Nanzhou. Today, the special guest I've invited from outside the entertainment circle is Teacher Yuning. She will perform together with teacher Nan Zhou, a song composed by teacher Nan Zhou called Unworthy. Upon hearing the name Yuning and the title of the song, Chen Heng's expression changed subtly. When the lights shone again on stage and revealed the girl holding the microphone at the front of the stage, his face instantly turned pale. Sensing his sudden change, Yi Xiaoyin quietly asked, "What's wrong?" Chen Heng didn't respond, his mind completely blank. How could Yuning know when Yuning couldn't possibly know anyone else in the entertainment industry besides him. Compared to Chen Heng, Yuning on stage appeared graceful and dignified, not sparing a single glance toward the man below. For this performance, Nan Zhou had even found his apprentice Tang Yang and the Esongsco band to play the instruments. Jia this time stood aside as a backing vocalist, allowing everyone to give the central spotlight of the stage entirely to Yuning. Is this sister the special friend outside the entertainment circle that you beauty knows? What is our brother Nan doing, writing songs for Wen Yu's friend from outside the entertainment circle? Not only did he write the song, but he personally went up to play the guitar for her. Esongsco were brought in for her. Are Nan and Wen Yu truly not involved in anything? Now I'm starting to doubt. Wait, are we talking about something serious here? Could there be some kind of connection between Nan Zhou and Wen Yu, Hu Xingye and Lu Zhou, like the winter burn pairing? Forget the winter burn thing, haven't you seen how sweet the relationship between Star and Prefecture is? Chapter 124, Disliking Jerks because of being abandoned by Lu Zhou. Yuning directly began with an a cappella voice, and her melodious voice and sarcastic lyrics immediately captured the audience's attention. Who once said I am the star that lights up the long night? Who is saying my faint light isn't brilliant enough? As the drum beats fell, the guitar, bass, and keyboard harmonized together, playing a stirring melody full of vitality. Finally, Yuning looked at Chen Heng in the audience, her gaze filled with mockery as she continued to sing sharp lyrics. The stars don't understand the darkness of the night, after 7 years of companionship, it finally shattered. The stage I built was repaid only with the verdict, unworthy. This kind of live broadcast is impossible to control, every move made by everyone on site would be captured by the camera, including facial expressions. Chen Heng's expression changed too obviously, he froze in place, completely unable to react. As Yuning sang, her aggressive aura fully locked onto Chen Heng's body. Coupled with the descriptions in the lyrics and the strength of the music, it directly made the audience speculate about many things. Is this what I thought? Isn't Chen Heng and Yuning supposed to be former lovers? Holy crap, these lyrics are intense. What are you saying? How could they have had something going on here? This is insane, unbelievable. Why can't I follow what you're all talking about? Wasn't Yuning just some outside friend of Wen Yu? Why do you suddenly say she knows Chen Heng? Is the world so circular? Quickly look at Chen Heng's expression. I feel like he's about to shatter. Holy crap, is it true? After Yuning finished the last line, I'll be my own queen, no matter if you deserve me or not, there was even a brief silence both in the live stream and on site. Then, following Hu Xingye's applause, the scene erupted into applause. The live stream saw crazy voting activities. Some viewers even asked Yuning outright in the chat room if the song targeted Chen Heng. Your Heartbeats, as the hottest variety show this winter, Yuning's song quickly sparked a public reaction on Weibo. Even past posts revealing gossip about Chen Heng having a girlfriend before Yi Xiaoyin resurfaced. In those posts, it was mentioned that Chen Heng used to have a girlfriend who was also a broadcaster, but Chen Heng developed better, and later she shifted behind the scenes to help manage his fan base. But many of Chen Heng's fans contested this claim, arguing that if they were truly ex-lovers, why doesn't she reveal anything concrete? There should have been evidence, intimate photos from when they dated. So, why aren't they released now? Someone claiming to be a friend of Yuning disclosed how, after Chen Heng became famous, Yuning suffered constantly under his psychological manipulation, PUA. She listened to everything he said, to the point where even their dating couldn't include couple photos. On Weibo, the discussion over this topic was chaotic, yet at the filming site, it remained relatively quiet. The entire live stream ended after Yuning's performance and the announcement of her receiving over 1 million votes. Chen Heng finally came to his senses, and rushed toward Yuning with a very grotesque expression. Are you doing this on purpose? Are you trying to bring me down? Why have you made today turn out this way? Nanzhou shielded Yuning behind him. Enraged beyond measure, even Yi Xiaoyin couldn't restrain Chen Heng, who reached out to push Nanzhou aside but then heard Wen Yu coldly interjecting, she is here as someone I invited to perform. Chen Heng abruptly stared at Wen Yu, then instantly retracted his focus and directed his hostility back at Yuning, shouting at her. What's the big deal shouting for? Do you want to attract Yuning's sister's attention again? Nanzhou gestured for Wen Yu to send Yuning away. This is between her and me, has nothing to do with teacher Nanzhou, right? Chen Heng's face turned livid. You broke up, she only remembers you when she hears a trumpet wailing. What else is there between the two of you? Nanzhou said. Chen Heng had no retort, dared not offend Nanzhou, and could only watch furiously as Yuning left. After Yuning left, the various guests boarded vehicles to leave the filming location. When Yu approached Nanzhou and informed him that Yuning had already departed with a friend. This kind of thing has nothing to do with you in the first place, why did you intervene? He asked. Nanzhou smiled lightly, because I wanted to be Ultraman today. Just haven't decided yet whether I'll be Tiga or Saya. When you. Is it because you've been abandoned by Lu Zhou, so now you dislike men who act like jerks, he asked. Truth usually hurts, are you sure you want to hear it? Nanzhou countered. When you stayed silent. Nanzhou appears to be an easygoing person, but only through actual interaction does one realize that many of his true inner thoughts will never be expressed. His most genuine side, his purest face, he only shows to those he trusts. Anyway, I've kept my promise to you. You owe me a favor, don't forget it. With this remark, Wen Yu glanced at Huixinye who had been silent all along beside Nanzhou, then left the car. After Wen Yu left, Nanzhou checked the time. Half an hour had already passed since the live broadcast ended. Huixinye's assistant had reminded them earlier that they could only stay for up to 40 minutes, or else Huixinye would miss his flight to northwest China. There were still 10 minutes left. Do you have nothing you want to ask? Nanzhou questioned Huixinye. Ask what? Huixinye countered. Why did you help Yuning? Nanzhou said. Although, when deciding to take advantage of the punishment that allowed Wen Yu to invite someone from outside the circle and inviting Yuning, Nanzhou had already told Huixinye about Yuning. She was among the many people who sought collaborations with Nanzhou. In her email, she recounted in great detail her love experience, as well as how she sacrificed her career for love. Eventually, she received a response from Nanzhou, he agreed to write her a song. But why he did this, he hadn't told Huixinye, and Huixinye hadn't asked. Because I know, Huixinye touched his face gently, you don't need to explain. You're doing these things not because of Lu Zhou. It's because you're angry about what happened to Yuning. You've witnessed the most loyal kind of love, so naturally, you can't tolerate Chen Heng's actions. Nanzhou's eyes widened slightly, you really understand me. Huixinye smiled softly, yes, because I like you very much. Nanzhou hugged him and subconsciously smelled the clean, pleasant scent on him. I've met couples whose experiences are similar to theirs but their outcomes are drastically different. They were extremely wonderful, incredibly good people. Huixinye embraced him, narrowing his eyes a little, He knew, once Nanzhou had told him about it. After the car accident, Nanzhou stayed in the hospital for almost half a year. But the money he had wasn't enough to cover such a long hospital stay, and his leg injuries as well as his dissociative amnesia made it impossible for him to find ways to earn money like ordinary people. So, Nanzhou thought about making a living by writing songs, something he remembered learning and excelling at from a young age. Though the first song he wrote hadn't been published yet. Chapter 125, he had long been a part of his life. At first, Nanzhou sent 2 songs he had written before to several music companies, but none of them responded. What made him even angrier was that one of the music companies modified the demo he wrote and released it as a single for one of their singers, which then ranked in the top 10 of the charts that month. Days went by, yet there was still no resolution for his livelihood issues, making Nanzhou's life increasingly precarious. One noon, after he returned from rehabilitation, he found a bunch of bananas on his bedside. Eat them. My wife bought them for me, and I can't finish them all alone, said the older brother from the neighboring bed. Seeing that Nanzhou seemed reluctant to accept, the brother added, they're not worth much money. I don't like bananas anyway, and if you don't eat them, they'll go to waste. In the end, Nanzhou accepted the bananas. The brother then told him, my wife will come by after work this afternoon to bring me dinner. The bone soup she made smells really good. You can try some tonight. By this point, if Nanzhou couldn't see the man's kindness, he'd be stupid. With his mouth stuffed full of bananas, he nodded. In the evening, the brother's wife arrived, but to Nanzhou's surprise, it was a young man wearing glasses who handed him a bowl of soup filled with large bones. The brother beside him asked, doesn't it smell great? My wife's cooking is unmatched. Nanzhou nodded. You talk too much. The young man gave the brother an annoyed glance and then handed Nanzhou a full bowl of steaming rice. It had been so long since he last tasted something so delicious. A bunch of bananas, a bowl of bone soup, and a hot steaming bowl of rice connected Nanzhou with this couple. This was also the second ray of light in his otherwise dark life. The brother's name was Yan Lang. According to him, he was up on a live streaming platform, earning income and gifts by singing to others. The bespectacled young man was his lover, Fang Gu, who worked at a certain organization. Upon hearing that he sang, Nanzhou hesitated for a moment and gave one of his songs to Yan Lang. After seeing it, Yan Lang expressed how much he liked it and vowed to perform the song during his first live stream after being discharged from the hospital. Yan Lang's leg injury wasn't serious, and after a week in the hospital, he was discharged. But Yan Lang and Fang Gu still occasionally came to the hospital to visit Nanzhou and find ways to bring him food. Not long after Yan Lang was discharged, he sang the song written by Nanzhou in his live stream, which was uploaded to social media platforms and quickly became wildly popular. Because of this song, Yan Lang rose to become a major live streaming host. He and Fang Gu brought good news to Nanzhou and also mentioned that they would share the copyright fees with him. And to prevent Nanzhou from refusing, they kindly framed it as if they were lending him the money, which could be repaid when he had more funds later. Every time Yan Lang sang the song in his live stream, he would promote Nanzhou, saying that he was a very talented producer. Gradually, people began seeking out Nan Zhou to write songs, and through one hit after another, his career started climbing upward, reversing his fortunes. Later, Yan Lang entered the entertainment industry, and due to Nan Zhou's reclusive personality, the two didn't keep in touch very often. The last time Nan Zhou heard news about Yan Lang and Fang Gu was a year before he traveled through time. That day, the Weibo trending topic was #Yan Lang suicide hashtag. The shocking red headlines, accompanied by various hashtags such as exposing private matters and Yan Lang's male partner controversies, almost caused the Weibo platform to crash. It was also from the trending topics that Nan Zhou learned how Yan Lang, after entering the entertainment industry, had suffered harassment from fans and stalking by obsessed fans, which led to Fang Gu being doxxed. Subsequently, Fang Gu lost his job at his organization because of this incident. Following that, the company and fans began pressuring Yan Lang to break up with Fang Gu, especially Yan Lang's own fans who frequently cursed Fang Gu on Weibo, accusing him of holding Yan Lang back. There were even obsessive fans who surrounded Fang Gu, urging him to respectably initiate a breakup with Yan Lang, not wanting to hinder the elder's prospects. But no matter how the company threatened or how dissatisfied the obsessive fans were, Yan Lang did not break up with Fang Gu. As a result of these pressures, Fang Ji's character changed, he became suspicious, easily fearful, and overly cautious. Finally, one day while stepping outside, he became mentally absent-minded and was unfortunately hit by a car, leading to his passing. The day after this tragedy, Yan Lang jumped from the 30th floor of a high-rise building, ending his own life. After Yan Lang's death, his talent agency released his will, each word soaked in blood and tears. He said that if he had known success would mean losing Fang Gu, he would have rather stayed an obscure small-time streamer for the rest of his life. It was only after that did everyone realize that without Fang Gu, there would not have been Yan Lang. In those years when Yan Lang struggled to make ends meet as a streamer, Fang Gu was entirely supporting him. Though their life was not affluent, they were happy every day. It was precisely because of Fang Ji's support for Yan Lang's dreams that Yan Lang became the singer standing before the world. Online, many began issuing apologies to Fang Gu and Yan Lang, but these belated apologies held less value than grass. When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. According to Yan Lang's will, he and Fang Gu were finally buried together in the suburban cemetery. Not long after their burial, Nan Zhou paid his respects at their gravesite, performing a song he had written for them but had yet to publish. This song ultimately became one among his many unpublished works. While recounting this event to his mosaic-masked friend, Nan Zhou rarely joked around. He described the impact of Yan Lang and Fang Ji's passing on his world as akin to the extinguishing of a ray of light. The assistant of Huixingye compared notes with Hao Jia outside the car and came over to tap on the window. Nan Zhou snapped back from his prolonged reminiscence. Huixingye kissed the corner of his eye. Nan Zhou gazed into Huixingye's deep pupils and softly said, "If one day I truly become a star, you shouldn't wait for me anymore. While I'm illuminating the night sky for you, I want you to be happy more than anything." Huixingye's eyes darkened as if wanting to say something, but Nan Zhou placed his hand over Huixingye's lips. "But until that happens, you belong to me. Even if another Nan Zhou identical to me appears, you're not allowed to like him." His words were strange, but his expression mirrored the night they kissed under the lamppost. Huixingye kissed his hand, his gaze brimming with tenderness. He did not answer. Not answering could be interpreted as agreeing. But it could also be interpreted as not agreeing. If Nan Zhou truly became a star, Huixingye would choose to become another star revolving around him forever. Nan Zhou could exist without Huixingye, but Huixingye could not exist without Nan Zhou. Among all definitions related to happiness, Nan Zhou was the only solution. Without him, everything lost its meaning. Even if labeled as having a love-addled brain, lacking independence, or not being a strong alpha, Huixingye willingly accepted it. He had long been a part of his life. Chapter 126, You're Very Strange Today. Although the live broadcast of the third episode of A Heartbeat for You had ended, it was still bustling on the hot search list. Because of Yuning's performance, Chen Hang and Yuning's past was uncovered. Only now did netizens realize that before Yi Xiaoyin, Chen Hang had a girlfriend. They secretly dated for 7 years. Until after the news of Chen Hang entering the entertainment industry to become a singer became certain, he unilaterally broke up with his then-girlfriend. At the time of their breakup, Chen Hang even asked Yuning whether she thought she deserved him. This kind of despicable man behavior made netizens feel greatly ashamed. And once he entered the circle afterward, he heavily sold his deeply affectionate persona, making people despise him even more. For a moment, the public sentiment turned into a major backlash. Chen Hang had no choice but to publicly apologize to Yuning on Weibo. What good is an apology? It wasted 7 years of the young lady's life like this. Hilarious, going to work at least comes with 5 insurances and 1 fund, negotiating with Chen Hang, you'd even need to pay extra. Preposterous. Despicable men always pretend to be deeply in love, how many such individuals have collapsed within this circle already? Haha. In addition to this, the CEO skit performed by Nan Zhou and Huixingye was also moved to Weibo, sparking much discussion. Although most people said it was eye-wateringly bad or that it looked terrible, many others found it sweeter than idol dramas and hoped they would shoot a short series. Of course, there were still those who tied together Yuning and Chen Heng's situation from Nan Zhou's incident, speculating if this event was planned by Nan Zhou to take revenge for Yuning. They even brought up Lu Zhou's betrayal of Nan Zhou and analyzed all the details. In short, it was quite lively. Gu Tang sat in front of the screen, biting his fingers and liked every comment cursing Nan Zhou on Weibo. From the start of the live broadcast of this program, he had been watching behind the scenes, paying attention to all the interactions between Nan Zhou and Huoxinya. The more he watched, the more jealous he felt, and the angrier he became. Huoxinya seemed genuinely into Nan Zhou. Moreover, his doting on Nan Zhou almost drove Gu Tang mad with jealousy. Why should he get all the best things in the world, while he could only pick up what was left? Recently, as soon as he closed his eyes, Gu Tang had nightmares. Dreaming about 3 years ago, when Nan Zhou smiled at him. Dreaming about the bloody accident scene where, inside the overturned car, he stared into his eyes. No, absolutely not. Gu Tang shook his head. Things couldn't continue this way. If they did, Nan Zhou would definitely remember everything and seek fierce revenge against him. Something had to be done. Gu Tang clenched his teeth and took a deep breath, vowing to himself. That day, Nan Zhou let Hao Jia drive him back to the Gu residence. Upon hearing he was coming home for dinner, the old steward had waited outside. Not only did he inquire about Nan Zhou's well-being from the moment he stepped out of the car, but he also specially asked if he would spend the night. He considerately mentioned that his room had been regularly cleaned, and all decorations were exactly the same as they were 3 years ago when he left home without any changes. Nan Zhou didn't answer but headed straight for the dining room. Gu Zheng had already been waiting there, peeking through the window even as he got out of the car. But when Nan Zhou came in, it was as if he didn't care at all, sitting casually on a chair reading files on his tablet. Upon hearing the steward's voice, he feigned just noticing, adjusted his glasses, and said to Nan Zhou, "You're here. No outsiders present, stop pretending. So eager to show off, maybe heaven will send you a show-off wife in the future." Nan Zhou seated himself. This sentence somehow touched upon something with Gu Zheng, causing a pink tinge to crawl onto his cheeks. Coughing hard, he put down the tablet and smoothly switched into chatterbox mode. "Little treasure, I'm your elder brother, can't you be a little nicer to me? I can be nice. Just use Meitu to Photoshop me a bit and I'll be as friendly as ever." Nan Zhou gestured for the steward to serve the dishes. Gu Zheng smirked faintly. "Do you usually talk to Huoxinya like this? Don't ask questions when you already know the answers. Is your heart two-sided?" Gu Zheng was displeased. "My heart has many sides. It depends on which side the other party sees, thus matches accordingly." Gu Zheng. Forget it, he couldn't argue with Little Treasure. Who would have thought Little Treasure was his dearest younger brother? The two began eating dinner. The dishes prepared by Gu Zheng in the kitchen were all the things Nan Zhou liked, and he enjoyed them very much. But Gu Zheng was not as happy. He always hesitated to speak. When Gu Zheng looked at him for the 5th time and hesitated to speak, Nan Zhou finally couldn't help but put down his chopsticks. "You're like a cockroach peeking out of a sewer right now, very conspicuous, really ruining my appetite. You, the younger cockroach brother, are eating very happily though." Gu Zheng muttered softly. "What?" Nan Zhou didn't hear clearly. Gu Zheng said loudly, "It's nothing, I'm not important, I am just a fallen leaf, drifting with the wind. I often wonder whether my falling is my own choice or the wind doesn't hold me back, just like a lonely fish in the vast sea, no one cares about me, no one misses me." Nan Zhou. "You're very strange today. It has been 3 years, do you know how I've lived these 3 years? 3 years can change a lot of things, I will." Before Gu Zheng finished speaking, Nan Zhou interrupted, "Keep babbling, 3 years then another 3 years. An inch of time is worth an inch of gold, 3 inches of time is worth a Xian." After the words, the dining room fell into a brief silence. The steward who was directing the maid to serve the dishes didn't seem surprised at all, and even poured half a glass of red wine into Nan Zhou's glass. Seeing this, Gu Zheng spoke up, "Don't let him drink, if he gets drunk and throws a tantrum at home, I don't want to deal with it. Nobody asked you to, I have someone else." Nan Zhou raised his glass. Gu Zheng took a deep breath and seriously said, "Little treasure, since you've decided to be with Huoxinya, and you two have already done those things, why not directly consider letting him permanently mark you, solving your gland problem?" Nan Zhou didn't reply. "I know you value freedom the most, and don't want to be bound by an alpha, but your body can't stay like this forever. If necessary, let him give you a temporary mark first. Talking about marking so casually, you've never been marked, nor have you marked anyone, what do you know?" Nan Zhou criticized. "That hurts," he said inside. What he didn't expect was that right after his words ended, Gu Zheng's voice rang out, quite dissatisfied in rebuttal, "Why wouldn't I know? Marking an omega is a very serious matter, once an alpha marks, they must take responsibility. Even if an omega doesn't need." The last sentence became softer and softer, almost disappearing in the air. Chapter 127, Just Because He Didn't Want You. Nanzhou's eyes narrowed like an eagle's, then a smirk curved at the corner of his lips. "There's something going on with you." Gu Zheng. Nanzhou took out his phone and quickly sent a message to Huoxinya. "Gu Zheng seems to have gotten into something with an omega. I reckon he marked the person. But that Omega is too badass, he doesn't even care about Gu Zheng. After sending the message, Nanzhou turned back to Gu Zheng. Have you ever thought that maybe, the person simply didn't need you? Just because he didn't want you? Gu Zheng. His face changed, and a wave of dejection enveloped him completely. You should reflect on whether you've done enough, Nanzhou continued. The phone vibrated, it was Hu Xinye's reply. Baby. Grinning, Nanzhou was about to laboriously repeat everything he had said to Gu Zheng to Hu Xinye, but halfway through typing, he suddenly realized. No, he also seemed. Who, after being marked, treated it as if nothing happened. Who wouldn't let such things happen again? Nanzhou. As if the phone were burning hot, he slammed it upside down on the table and grabbed the wine glass, drinking all the red wine inside in one go. Damn it. On the chair opposite, Gu Zheng saw him drink and, without knowing what he was thinking, raised his own glass and drank it in one gulp. Both men simultaneously signaled the butler to refill their glasses, and then each downed another. Gu Zheng, he's special, really exceptionally so. I've never met an Omega like him, not even you can compare. Nanzhou, I truly like him, but this situation is hard for me to adapt to, sorry, I just can't adjust. It hurts too much. Gu Zheng, he's incredibly beautiful, not just ordinarily so. Even his frowning expression makes my heart race. Nanzhou, do pheromones really matter that much? Can we be together without pheromones? Do pheromones really affect feelings? Gu Zheng chuckled. If pheromones truly affect feelings, why did he say that day it was just an accident, that grown-ups don't need to dwell on it? Shouldn't he have clung to me, hugged me, and acted cute with me? Nanzhou sneered and refilled the wine himself. You look like an L.Oza right now. You don't seem much better than me either. Gu Zheng also filled his glass. Both raised their glasses at the same time. Gu Zheng, do you think I still care? I grew up in this house from a young age, my heart is as cold as the snow on Kunlun Mountain. Nanzhou, I get it, I just took advantage of his liking me, wasted it freely. Carelessly spent his affection for me, I'm a jerk. With those words, both burst into laughter and drained their drinks in one go. Bang, bang. Nanzhou and Gu Zheng, one after the other, fell onto the table drunk senseless. The Gu family butler and maid, who had witnessed the whole event from beginning to end, weren't surprised in the slightest. The butler instructed the maid to help take each man back to their rooms. That night, Nanzhou sobered up. Sitting up groggily from the bed, he glanced around the room, pulled back the covers, and walked adeptly to the bathroom to wash up. Back in bed, Nanzhou picked up his phone, which showed it was past 1 in the morning. After Hu Xinye sent him the string of ellipses, he later sent a lot more content, completely illogical, all abstract. Some confessed love, others were pure nonsense. For instance, I am 180 centimeters tall, rich, handsome, with long legs, second-generation rich kid, six-pack abs, mixed heritage, domineering president with a yearly income of 5 million renminbi. Personal resume, studied in MIT in the USA in 2010, joined SEAL team in 2011, executed missions in Libya and Syria in 2012, participated in the US presidential election in 2013, nominated as one who could change the world in 2016, abandoned a lifetime's worth of honors in 2022 to love you. Steps on stage, adjusts tie, wears Rolex, presents handsomely, clears throat, turns on mic. Hu Xinye, I love you. Listens to applause, bows modestly, exits elegantly, humility exudes as I walk away with spotless leather shoes. Thank you for not deleting me. I'm just a country bumpkin, raising pigs, completely invisible in this place. My diploma isn't very high, I'm not rich, and I don't get many internet jokes. Just being able to look at your handsome face and listen to your sexy voice is enough for me. Nanzhou. What is this all about? What on earth have I done? Picking up his phone, he initially wanted to call Hu Xinye, but the moment he pressed to dial, he suddenly remembered it was the middle of the night. Hu Xinye's schedule while filming wasn't always set. Sometimes he would work all night, but other times he'd sleep early to prepare for dawn shoots. Rubbing his face vigorously, Nanzhou thought deeply and concluded that it must be his guilty conscience that drove him to do such things. I really like you. Tisk. I didn't know when this damn heat period would start either. Otherwise, I would have let you mark me already. Nanzhou pressed his fingers against his glands. It was the first time he studied this part of himself. There was nothing special about them, they looked exactly like everyone else's. What's the scientific principle behind this? At the same time, Hu Xinye sat on a hotel couch, holding a stack of investigation reports. Across from him, a private detective waited for his questions. This stack of reports took a significant amount of time and almost every single contact and method Hu Xinye had to pry some clues out of the Gu family's heavily locked down information. Apart from detailing the time and location of Nanzhou's car accident, the injuries he sustained post-crash, and his decision to enter the entertainment industry after recovering, there was nothing particularly unusual in the report. He didn't understand why Hu Xinye spent so long reading them. Opposite, Hu Xinye's expression remained serious, making the private detective suspect whether there was something wrong with the report that displeased the employer. Stretching his neck slightly, the private investigator glanced over and saw that Hu Xinye was reviewing Nanzhou's medical records. Could it be the issue with the glands that upset the employer? After all, he was an omega, and any gland issues might impact their future together, especially since his employer was a high-level alpha. However, the medical report also stated that if successfully marked, there was still a high chance of improvement, given that his employer was indeed a superior alpha. Feeling Huixinya's gaze upon him, the private detective immediately asked, "Is there anything unclear or incorrect in this medical report?" Huixinya questioned, "Is everything in this medical report verified without omission or error?" Chapter 128, I Choose to Believe. Confirmed. The private detective replied affirmatively. Of all the information, this was the hardest piece to obtain. So he had put in a lot of effort into it, even carefully confirming and comparing after getting it. Only the gland was damaged, other parts were just slight injuries. Huixinya's eyes darkened considerably. When the private detective left the room, it was almost 2 o'clock in the morning. He looked back once. His employer Huixinya was still sitting on the sofa deep in thought, lost in his own thoughts. The last question from the employer was very strange. He asked him, "If you are sure that person is who they say they are, but the fact conflicts with your perception and feelings, which one would you choose to believe?" The private detective found this question very peculiar because the employer wasn't an emotional person. "As a detective, I choose to believe the truth I see," said the private detective. Huixinya smiled and didn't answer him, only saying that he understood. After the private detective left, Huixinya sat on the sofa thinking deeply. He went through all the conversations he had with worker A in his mind, recalling every interaction he had with Nan Zhou. Including a few days ago, the words Nan Zhou spoke, and their kiss. Ultimately, as the sky lit up, he made a decision. "Director Zhou, it's me. I'm sorry, but I need to ask for a day off." "Yes, it's a very important matter. If you can't adjust the schedule, all the delay expenses will be covered by me. Consider it as a paid vacation for the crew. I am truly very sorry, but this matter is very important to me." "A company leave?" Huixinya slightly froze, then smiled, "It's not this. Though, I do hope there will be a day when I can have this holiday." "Thank you." After hanging up, Huixinya informed Hao Jia and his assistant, buying tickets for the nearest flight to the city where Nan Zhou was. Before the plane took off, Huixinya looked at the messages in the chat box labeled Babe, his eyes filled with tender sentiment and an indescribable emotion hidden within. Last night, after a bout of madness after drinking with Gu Zheng, waking up late at night, Nan Zhou tossed and turned until 4 in the morning before falling asleep again, only to wake up at 10 in the morning. He went downstairs to eat breakfast prepared by the maid in the dining room and heard from the housekeeper that Gu Zheng had gone to the company at 9. With nothing to do, Nan Zhou wandered around the house. The Gu family lived in a standard large villa built in Nordic style. Besides the courtyard and the back garden, there were 2 main buildings. The main building housed their family while the secondary building was used for hosting guests and accommodating servants. Nan Zhou's room was on the 3rd floor of the main building. It came with not only a super large bedroom but also dressing rooms, a reception room, and even a music room larger than the one rented by the company before. Inside the music room, there was a Steinway placed in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, along with various guitars, basses, violins, cellos, and many other musical instruments. Each one was priceless. Nan Zhou's hands grazed over those instruments one by one, instinctively picking them up and playing each one briefly, his eyes glistening faintly. Leaving his room, he casually roamed around the building, finally stopping in front of a giant family portrait in the living room. The photo of 5 people, though taken long ago, still appeared quite new. On the couch in the picture were 2 handsome men about 40 years old sitting together. One looked defiant and unruly, while the other appeared elegant and refined. He knew that the man on the left was called Gu Jinzhao, and the man on the right was called Nan Yuan, his father and dad respectively. Behind them stood from left to right, Gu Zheng, Gu Ying, and him, Nan Zhou. On the day the photo was taken, the cicadas were particularly loud, and the weather was exceptionally hot. His heart raced quickly. Nan Zhou blinked, unable to describe how he felt, only knowing that his brain was buzzing and his body began sweating. Just then, the housekeeper stepped forward to inquire, "Young master, are you feeling unwell somewhere?" "No, it's nothing." Nan Zhou took a few deep breaths. "Please arrange for the driver to send me back to the West District." "Understood, young master," the housekeeper replied. After getting in the car, the discomfort in his body didn't improve, instead beginning to worsen. The heat spread through his limbs, making him feel weightless. After returning home, he almost immediately fell onto the sofa in the living room without even taking off his coat, drenched in sweat. The smell of sweet chestnuts grew increasingly strong at the tip of his nose. Just like the day he had traveled over. In a daze, it seemed that the doorbell was ringing, one by one. Nan Zhou didn't have the strength to get up and see who it was, nor did he want to get up. Then, the phone in his pocket also began to ring. At first, Nan Zhou didn't answer, but the caller wouldn't stop and called twice. On the 3rd time, Nan Zhou finally took the phone in front of him, seeing the caller on the screen, "Babe." "Hello." The call was connected, his voice was hoarse and frightening. The familiar gentle and sexy voice of Huixinyi came through, "Not feeling well." I think I'm sick again." Nan Zhou turned over, changing positions to curl himself up. "I don't know what kind of illness it is, I just feel very uncomfortable." "Baby, I miss you so much," he said. There was a brief silence on the other side of the line, then Huaxingyi's voice sounded with the unlocking sound of the gate password. You're at home dash. The sentence paused midway. After opening the door, the strong smell of sweet chestnuts hit Huaxingyi's senses. For a moment, all of his senses were guided by this scent, screaming 3 words, mark him. With a strong bite, the metallic taste of blood surged, instantly sobering Huaxingyi's mind a bit. But at the same time, Nanzhou sat up on the couch, his hair wet from the fever, his little face flushed red. Seeing him, he smiled, am I dreaming? It's me. Huaxingyi's Adam's apple moved as he restrained his emotions and thoughts, I have suppressants in my car, wait a moment. Suppressants? Nanzhou was confused. You're not sick, you're just, in heat. After saying these words, his instinct tried to override his rationality again, which Huaxingyi forcefully suppressed. He turned to open the door. Behind him, Nanzhou's voice echoed, why are you leaving? Huaxingyi paused his steps. He was about to soothe and explain when Nanzhou's next words almost wiped out the last remnants of Huaxingyi's sanity. At a time like this, shouldn't an alpha mark his omega? I'm right here, why are you going for suppressants? Nanzhou wiped his sweat-drenched face, smiling seductively, don't tell me you haven't thought about it. Chapter 129, He is him, always has been. In the living room, the afternoon sunlight was at its peak. On the sofa, Huixinye had his arm around Nanzhou's waist and pulled him onto his lap. Up close, those beautiful and clear eyes carried a hint of laughter that made his heart race. I didn't say it just to get treatment, Nanzhou said softly. The hand gripping his waist tightened, as Huixinye pinched his chin and kissed him. Nanzhou wrapped his arms around the shoulders of the alpha in front of him, fully embracing the passionate kiss filled with tender emotions. Long fingers delicately caressed his neck. A warm, dry scent mixed with the sweet smell of chestnut spread through the space. Suddenly, Huixinye paused in his kiss. Nanzhou let out a soft laugh, only to be kissed even more fiercely the next second. His lips went numb until this lingering, sweet kiss finally came to an end. The two held each other, their breathing intermingled with sweetness and warmth. Nanzhou buried his head in Huixinye's neck, greedily inhaling his dry yet pleasant aroma. Huixinye's long fingers continued to gently stroke his neck, as if comforting him or hinting at something. Does your right leg still hurt when it rains? He asked. Not anymore, Nanzhou absent-mindedly replied while rubbing against his neck. That's good. Huixinye kissed his nape. The next moment. The pain in his neck made Nanzhou suddenly widen his eyes, just like on the night they first met. Gradually, the air filled with the scent of roasted chestnuts, warm and sweet, like the refreshing fragrance weary travelers would encounter while sitting on the ground during a winter night. Do you want to do this here, or go back to the bedroom? Huixinye asked. Right here, Nanzhou hugged him tighter. I really like you. I know. After Huixinye finished speaking, a gentle kiss accompanied by soft words landed on Nanzhou's lips, I love you. Deep into the night, after taking a shower, Nanzhou fell asleep in Huixinye's embrace, like a cat that had snuck off to enjoy some forbidden delicacies. With Huixinye's pheromones protecting him, his body once again regained health. He slept soundly, as if dreaming something pleasant, a smile curving at the corner of his lips that beckoned for another kiss. Huixinye first called Luo Nan on his phone to discuss work arrangements, then personally called Director Zhou to take leave. When he mentioned companionship leave, Director Zhou chuckled warmly, congratulations, may all your wishes come true. At that exact moment, the sleeping Nanzhou in his arms nudged against his palm, his dry hair brushing across his skin, bringing a slight itch. Huixinye pinched his cheek, receiving a light paw slap from a little cat. Thank you. Well, take good care of him. I'll arrange things on this end, see you when you return. After finishing the call, Huixinye lay back down. As if sensing something, Nanzhou turned over, finding a comfortable position in his arms, reaching out to hold him. Huixinye lightly patted him, leaving a tender kiss on his eyes. Though there are many things in this world that can't be explained scientifically. Perhaps reality does not align with our cognition, but so what? Regardless of who exactly the person in his arms is, where they're from, as long as he is certain within his heart that he is him, that has always been enough. Given enough affection, the kitten will one day trust him completely, and then tell him where it is from. Now, all he needs is to nurture him well, waiting for the day of blossoms and fruits. Because the fact that the other party appeared in his life and entered his world has already been an extremely precious gift for him. Every time Nanzhou lies in his arms to sleep, welcoming the rise of the sun every morning together, makes Huixinye feel like he is loved by the whole world, needed. For him, these are incredibly, extremely happy moments. According to scientific research data, Omega usually goes through such periods every 3 days. During this time, the alpha should stay by the side of their partner, providing sufficient pheromones for comfort and readiness for any forthcoming intimate invitation. The omega's dependency on the alpha reaches its peak during this period, wanting nothing more than to stick closely with their alpha every moment. Thus, for most bonded alphas and omegas, every time during this period represents the warming of emotions and the honeymoon phase. Therefore, the country also enacted laws to establish a companionship leave for alphas to spend time with their omegas. During these 3 days, Huixinye experienced unprecedented happiness. Nanzhou was also very happy. The two talked about many random things during this period. One night after they finished, while soaking in the bathtub together, Nan Zhou suddenly thought of something and said, "Do you keep stuff in every house? What do you plan to do, you guy?" Hua Xingye looked confused. Nan Zhou continued teasingly, "How Jia once told me that you have mistresses out there, thirds, fourths, fifths, sixths, so many little omegas. She told me not to like you. Now I'm starting to suspect you. Tell the truth, otherwise, how could you possibly prepare all those everywhere?" This time, Hua Xingye did not permanently mark him but only gave him a temporary one, which surprised Nan Zhou slightly but also made him feel relieved. Hua Xingye coughed once, he said, "They were gifts from collaborators. Do you have an endorsement deal?" Nan Zhou widened his eyes. "Why haven't I seen it?" "It's not an endorsement," Hua Xingye explained briefly. "Including the origin of the M brand product used this time. In the last episode of The Heart Pounding You, the M brand products were filmed at Nan Zhou's home in the bloopers, making the executives of M Group extremely pleased. They believed that this advertisement effect was better than endorsements, so the regional director specially sent Hua Xingye a pile of the latest products developed by their company. Thinking that Nan Zhou might be interested, Hua Xingye asked Luo Nan to place them before he moved in. He simply forgot later due to being busy. Since Nan Zhou had initially been joking, after Hua Xingye explained, he stopped pursuing the matter further. Instead, he leaned into his alpha's ear and whispered a few teasing words. As expected, he then received an immediate education from his alpha. 3 days later. After waking up in the morning, brushing his teeth, and yawning on the way downstairs for breakfast, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Nan Zhou went to the door and opened it to find a strange man standing outside. Upon seeing him, the man's expression immediately turned astonished. Especially after catching the strong alpha pheromones of Hua Xingye emanating from Nan Zhou, the man's face turned ashen. Under the pressure of the pheromones, despite his discomfort, the man gritted his teeth and demanded, "You're the Omega from the Gu family?" Chapter 130, To See My First Love. Nan Zhou frowned and glanced at the person from top to bottom. "You speak so sweetly, I bet you wiped your mouth after using the restroom." He Jiqing's already poor expression instantly worsened. "What are you talking about? Did you not hear me or don't understand? If you didn't hear, go to the hospital. If you don't understand, your wooden head could be turned into a sofa." After Nan Zhou finished speaking, he attempted to close the door. He Jiqing placed his hand on the door. "Do you really think Hua Xingye likes you?" Before Nan Zhou could respond, He Jiqing sneered with a cold laugh, "I suggest you not fall for his tricks. He is an actor, after all, it's not that hard for him to pretend to like someone." Nan Zhou. "I've heard this theory before. Got anything more creative?" He Jiqing. "How could there be such a person? It was unprecedented. Hua Xingye has an online friend that he likes deeply. For this person, he can give up many things, something you might not know," he said. Nan Zhou remained silent. "Of course, how could he tell you? All he cares about by approaching you is to take advantage of the Gu family's marriage alliance just to inherit property." At this point, a flash of malice crossed He Jiqing's eyes. This little Gu family heir reeked of Hua Xingye's pheromones from head to toe. If they were permanently bonded, He Jiqing had no chance of winning. Thinking about it, He Jiqing decided not to beat around the bush any longer and told Nan Zhou directly. He truly likes this person. Half a year ago, to see this person, he skipped an important charity gala and waited for hours in a dingy cafe from afternoon until closing time. Nan Zhou furrowed his brows. "Right, and not long ago as well. I heard that because of this person, he almost missed his grandfather's birthday." "Grandfather's birthday?" He Jiqing revealed the name of the grandfather and also gave a date, pretending to look concerned for Nan Zhou as he spoke, in front of true love, "You're nothing but a pawn. I suggest you break up with him sooner rather than later to save yourself from future pain." "So, who exactly are you?" Nan Zhou asked. "I am He Jiqing, Hua Xingye's brother, and the eldest son of the Hua family," He Jiqing proudly declared. Nan Zhou nodded. "Got it, pure-blooded dog. What did you say?" "Pure-blooded dog, remember? You said it yourself. I get it now. You're the kind of dog who never lowers themselves below others. And your name is destined for the dog hall, even on a single page of a pedigree. You." He Jiqing had never heard such offensive words. Calling him a dog. His face flushed with anger, and just as he was about to respond further, there was a loud bang. With Nan Zhou's voice, the door slammed shut. "My house doesn't allow traitors and dogs inside." He Jiqing. Today, he came after hearing that Hua Xingye had given the house on the west side of the city to the young master of the Gu family. With ill intentions, he had come to check if the young master lived here. If so, he intended to inform them about Hua Xingye liking someone else, hoping to cause a breakup between the Gu family's young master and Hua Xingye. But what was happening now? Wasn't this young master acting strange in both speech and action? He Jiqing stood outside in the cold wind for a few minutes, realizing Nan Zhou wasn't going to continue the conversation. Resigning himself, he got back in his car, planning to find another opportunity to chat with him. Back in the living room, Nan Zhou was still mulling over He Jiqing's words. Half a year ago, in a coffee shop, waiting till closing. On the day of his grandfather's birthday, almost absent, dates. Something flashed quickly through his mind. Out of the corner of his eye, Nanzhou suddenly caught sight of the mechanical dog in the corner of the living room. Because of work, I don't have time to take care of real pets, so I raised a robot dog. A particular passage appeared in his mind. I've always liked you. I think you would like it. Wait, the words Hu Xingye once said, and this supposed first love of his. As well as the AI Long Doll, the limited edition electric guitar, the melody Hu Xingye liked, everything pointed to being prepared specifically according to his preferences. Even their familiar sense of chemistry. 3 days ago, Hu Xingye had asked him, does your right leg still hurt on rainy days? Since Nanzhou's current right leg had never been injured, he subconsciously replied that it didn't hurt anymore. Looking back now, Hu Xingye's question had been too obvious. However, at the time, his mind was a bit dazed, and he hadn't thought along those lines. Nanzhou swallowed and sat on the couch. That morning, when he had been dozing off, he heard Hu Xingye ask him what he wanted to eat today, saying he would go out and buy it soon. So at the moment, the other party wasn't home. Is this true? He scratched his head. His heart was racing. If this was true and Hu Xingye had recognized him earlier, then everything made sense. He had previously suspected that Hu Xingye's preparation in advance could now have a reasonable explanation. He actually went there too, waited until closing time, he really is an idiot. A smile involuntarily tugged at the corner of Nanzhou's lips. What? So I'm your first love? At the door, the sound of a lock opening with a beep echoed. Nanzhou looked over and saw Hu Xingye push the door open, carrying several full shopping bags. In the upscale neighborhood near the supermarket, Hu Xingye was dressed very casually, but even so, his tall frame and presence remained particularly handsome and dashing. Sitting on the couch, Nanzhou didn't get up but instead watched as he carried the groceries into the kitchen and put things away in the fridge. Haven't you eaten breakfast? Hu Xingye noticed the untouched food in the dining area and furrowed his brows slightly. Doesn't it suit your taste? Licking his lips, Nanzhou jumped off the couch, walked over, and leaned half his body on the counter of the open kitchen, looking up at him. Why don't you tell me about your first love? Hu Xingye paused mid-motion and turned to look at him. Pretending to be nonchalant, Nanzhou picked up the still warm bowl and took a spoonful with it, asking, where were you on May 21st last year? Since the third episode of Love at First Sight was recorded, according to the Gregorian calendar, it was already a new year. The moment Nanzhou asked this question, Hu Xingye's pupils dilated subtly. Though it was a very subtle change, his entire demeanor became different. With a light laugh, Hu Xingye set down what he was holding, to see my first love. At the Mozak Cafe on Shady Road. Nanzhou's heartbeat raced immediately. He struggled to suppress the upward curve of his lips and continued asking naturally, from what time to what time? From 1 o'clock in the afternoon until 11 at night. Did you see her? Hu Xingye didn't answer. Nanzhou raised his eyes and met those deep, gentle eyes. Putting down the bowl in his hands, he smiled and said to him, what a coincidence. That day, I also went to the Mozak Cafe on Shady Road, to meet my first love. Chapter 131, Your Existence is Real. In May of last year, Nanzhou, before he time-traveled, finally mustered up the courage to invite his close WeChat friend of nearly 3 years to meet in person. One reason was due to the release of a new song that required this lyricist's copyright signature. The second reason was, he wanted to confess his feelings to the other person. If the other person also liked him, then they would be together. Thus, Nanzhou set the date on the special day of May 21st and told that friend with a mosaic avatar. Let's meet at 2 p.m. on May 21st at the Mozak Cafe on Lining Road in M City. I have something very important to tell you. May 21st was a very special date, and Nanzhou believed that the other person, being clever, should be able to guess what he wanted to say. On the day of May 21st, Nanzhou specially woke up early and even took great care to dress himself well, doing his hair before stepping out. Before meeting, he bought an enormous bouquet of 999 roses from the flower shop, drove his sports car, and arrived at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, an hour earlier than the appointed time, waiting for this important friend of his. However, on that day, from the bright afternoon until the starry night, he did not wait for the other person. A few times when someone pushed open the door of the cafe, he would feel expectant, wondering if it was them. But every single time, the hope ended in disappointment. Finally, as the store was about to close, the staff came to urge him, and it was only then that Nanzhou fully believed that the other person would not show up. Before leaving, he gave the roses to several young women in the cafe and left amidst their joy. I thought that your absence meant rejection. Later, I was afraid that you would never contact me again, so I didn't mention this incident anymore and treated it as though it never happened. At least we could still be friends. When mentioning this matter now, there wasn't a trace of regret in Nanzhou's heart, instead, there was a sense of clarity. Huaxingyi smiled faintly, me too. What do you mean by, me too? I thought that you had changed your mind last minute, realizing that May 21st was a special day, worrying that I might overthink it, so you didn't show up. I also thought that maybe you had more important matters or people to see, which was why you didn't come. I made up many excuses for you but lacked the courage to ask you why you didn't show up. Because, like you, I believed that if it wasn't spoken out loud, we could pretend nothing happened and remain friends. Nanzhou also laughed, both speaking at the same time. How foolish. It was such a waste of so much time. But even if both had asked each other, given that they did not wait for the other side, wouldn't they end up thinking the other party was lying? Even with sufficient trust, the distance across time and space prevented them from being together. Nanzhou chuckled, feeling relieved. Huaxingyi didn't say anything more. He couldn't help recalling 6 months ago, how despite Luo Nan's persuasion, he took the midnight flight back to M City, carefully groomed himself, and ordered fresh-picked roses from a foreign estate in advance, filling up the car trunk with them. Just to await the lover who was soon coming. Huaxingyi arrived at Mozaka Cafe an hour early and waited from 1 o'clock in the afternoon until 11 o'clock at night when the store closed. During this period, quite a number of people recognized him and came over to ask for his autograph. Photos were posted on Weibo and caused quite a stir. Although Luo Nan put in a lot of effort to suppress it, his absence from the charity dinner party was still criticized harshly. For this reason, Luo Nan had a big argument with him. Yet, despite everything, the reality of not seeing Worker A still made Huaxingyi feel disheartened more than anything else. He had wanted to ask Worker A multiple times why he didn't come to the appointment. But at every instance, the determined face of his mother and her words on that snowy day would clearly appear in Huaxingyi's mind. He hadn't fully received his father's love, lost his mother's love, and he didn't want to lose the friendship of the person he liked. Is there anything you want to ask me? Nanzhou's voice rang out. Sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows onto his face, making his eyes shine as if filled with light. Huaxingyi shook his head. I will naturally know when you want to tell me. Nanzhou pressed his lips lightly and didn't respond immediately. He asked, aren't you worried that I might be deceiving you? After all, this kind of situation was too far-fetched to be easily believable. Huaxingyi let out a low chuckle, and his large hand landed on Nanzhou's hair, lightly rubbing it. As long as it's you, I would willingly be deceived. Nanzhou's ears slightly warmed. That day when you waited for me for so long, what were you thinking about when you left? I was naturally thinking about seeing you, Huaxingyi replied. Nanzhou's heartbeat quickened. When Huaxingyi withdrew his hand from his head, Nanzhou reached out to hold it and kissed it lightly. I felt the same way. Nanzhou said, actually, I'm still not entirely clear about this matter myself. If I were to explain, it might take quite some time. Perfect, we have an entire day. Huaxingyi's fingers lingered lovingly on his lips. As long as you're willing, I'll listen until you're tired enough to sleep. Recently, it had always been Nanzhou who gave in first, claiming he was too sleepy, before the two of them fell asleep in each other's arms. Upon hearing Huaxingyi's words, Nanzhou fluttered his eyelashes quickly. It isn't that long either. In any case, just consider it as listening to a strange story. Afterward, tell me what you think. All right. Nanzhou used the record player to play a record, and together with Huaxingyi, curled up on a couch, recounting his bizarre, inexplicable experience in the morning of winter. He began the tale from the car accident in which he woke up in the hospital, continuing all the way to last December when he vacationed on a southern island and was swept away by a rip current. He described waking up in this world. Though many events were already known to Huaxingyi through Worker A, Nanzhou's friend, or from their chats, when Nanzhou spoke of memory dissociation disorder, Huaxingyi instinctively tightened his arms around the person in his embrace. So now, I really don't know who I am or where I originally came from, whether it is here or there. Nanzhou lazily leaned against Huaxingyi, tilting his head to look at him. Or perhaps, all these things are illusions created in my mind. None of it ever truly happened. Huaxingyi bent down to kiss his forehead, his deep voice melodious. Whoever you are, whether you're from here or another world, it doesn't matter. But one thing I can affirm is this, your existence is real. Your appearance in my life is a unique gift from heaven. For over 1,000 nights, dreams about him were like 1,000 magical walls blocking his path. But on the day of his birthday, he shattered those thick walls, transcended the distance of time and space, and rang his doorbell. Chapter 132, Isn't Nanzhou a beta? Nanzhou laughed, I once thought I had no rival in speaking sweet words until I met you. He tilted his head and kissed Huaxingyi's chin. Are you naturally good at talking like this, or did you learn it from making movies? Huaxingyi wrapped one arm around him while pinching his face with the other. It comes from the heart. Oh. Nanzhou couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. Like a little animal, he tentatively rubbed Huaxingyi's neck with his lips. If you keep doing this, I won't be able to hold back. What can't you hold back? Nanzhou turned and pinned Huaxingyi against the back of the sofa, wrapping his arms around his neck. He leaned down, his breath brushing against Huaxingyi's nose. Haven't you already felt it? Kiss me. Huaxingyi chuckled lowly, holding Nanzhou's slender waist with his long arms, then pressed his lips to that soft and alluring mouth. Nanzhou closed his eyes. Under the midday sunlight, the tidy living room was filled with the warm aroma of roasted chestnuts in winter. At that moment, the abrupt ringing of a mobile phone interrupted the intimate pair. At first, Nanzhou didn't want to deal with it, but the ringing was too loud, disturbing even the black vinyl record music. He reached out of Huaxingyi's embrace, grabbed his phone from the sofa, and answered the call. Hao Jia's loud voice came through the receiver so clearly that even Huaxingyi in front of Nanzhou could hear it clearly. Ancestor, have you been staying at home these past few days? If I'm not at home, should I be in the car? How Jia, are you driving? No, what I mean is, if you're at home, are you alone or with someone else? How many do you think? Ah. I just want to know if Huixingye is with you. How Jia loudly said. He originally found it embarrassing to ask such a question. An Omega and an Alpha being alone together for several days obviously meant something. Besides, there were rumors online anyway. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he heard Nanzhou say through the earphone, he asked if we're together. Then came a pleasant and familiar chuckle. How Jia. Alright, he got it, really. Do you know about the thing on Weibo? He sighed and asked. What, is someone spreading rumors again? Nanzhou instinctively replied. Before calling you, I suspected it was a rumor, but after the call, it turns out it's true. How Jia pinched his nose bridge. Since Hui Emperor is there, hand the phone over to him. It took barely a few seconds before Huixingye's voice rang out, what's up? How Jia no longer wondered what these two were doing now and directly explained the situation online and asked if Luo Nan knew and what he planned to do. As Huixingye listened to him, his fingers began caressing Nanzhou's neck. On it were fresh marks left by Huixingye 3 days ago. I don't mind. Huixingye caught Nanzhou's hand trying to stop his touch, kissed it, then changed his tone completely when addressing him. Do you want to clear up any misunderstandings from before? What misunderstanding? Nanzhou lazily asked while leaning on his chest. Pretending that I'm an Omega to cover being a B actor. There's no need for that. If they say I'm a B actor, then I am. If they say I'm an Omega, then I am an Omega. For all I know, one day I might even be an Alpha in their eyes. I don't even know who I am, so why does it matter whether others see me as a B actor, Omega, or Alpha? One word of rumor requires endless efforts to refute. To me, they aren't that important. Huixingye nodded. He knew Nanzhou would think this way. Yanlang and Fang Ji's incidents made Nanzhou have a natural aversion to social media platforms and the entertainment circle. If it weren't for the fact that he woke up in this environment and temporarily couldn't leave, he wouldn't step into this field at all. With the distance between them so close, How Jia naturally heard what Nanzhou said. Thus, after confirming the understanding, he hung up according to Huixingye's instructions and contacted Luo Nan. After this call ended, silence returned to the living room. But neither of them had the same thoughts as before, especially Nanzhou. You said, since this world has people like me. Then isn't it possible that Yanlang and Fang Gu also exist in this world, living happily like ordinary people? He asked. Perhaps. Huixingye lightly patted his back. The two just held each other in silence. After quite a while, Huixingye spoke up, do you want to keep a pet? Are you talking about Elon? Let's discuss later. Okay. Online, a couple of days ago, a post on a certain community sparked a heated discussion. A user who claimed to be an insider from the set of Huixingye's current movie revealed that Huixingye had recently asked for leave from the director, personal leave. Although filming is confidential, the cast and crew still go back and forth between the hotel and the set every day. There are often fans stationed outside the hotel. It was indeed being discussed these past few days that Huixingye wasn't at the set. Thus, the credibility of this post significantly increased. Companion leave? Who's he accompanying? Besides Nanzhou, who else would it be? Is this true or not? Isn't Nanzhou supposed to be a B actor? The previous posts by the original poster seemed credible, and all the big reveals before turned out to be real. So does Brother Yi really take companion leave? Could it be, what I think it is? I heard there's sugary stuff going on here. Quick arrival by a loyal HXC fan. Companion leave. Omega Nanzhou. Is this marking thing for real? Holy sh*t. Who keeps saying that Nanzhou is a B actor? Where is the solid evidence proving that he's a B actor? Shu Shu said he didn't detect any pheromones from him, right? Now suddenly feeling like something might be wrong with Shu Shu. Wasn't it Shu's interview where B pretending to be O came from? The baby Zhou never mentioned anything related. It's common knowledge that Shu Shu has poor character, how reliable can his words be? Aawa, could our precious Zhou possibly be an Omega? No, no way, nope, definitely not. Is my brain having some CP-fueled delusions? What? My Nangu, an Omega? Ha. Indeed looked like an Omega before, but now has zero connection to it, they're absolutely unrelated. This post was reposted on Weibo, causing quite a stir there too. To find out who the Omega is, let's use a magnifying glass in tomorrow's live stream and check baby Zhou's neck. Look at Zhou Bao's endorsement ads already. Some little girl went crazy over him. Chapter 133, Liu Bei. You're my god. Just half an hour ago, M Family announced their new spokesperson for the next generation of anti-biting rings, Nanzhou. At the same time, the advertisement for the new anti-biting ring was also released. Although this product had already been featured and displayed in Heart Skips a Beat With You, Season 3, it was the first time there was an endorsement advertisement, especially one featuring a male endorser. And usually, anti-biting rings are worn by Omegas, so M Group's decision to use Nanzhou as their new product spokesperson was pretty self-explanatory. This ad, I could watch it over and over 100 times, who understands? Nothing sexual is shown, yet I feel it's so intense. Excuse me, does buying this anti-biting ring come with an omega like Nanjo? The person above you must be imagining something impossible, or Wild Brother will send you a legal letter. So. Family. Is Zhou an omega or not? Tell me, is he or not? A new wife. Screaming, freaking out, rushing into the kitchen to sharpen a knife, killing myself, being taken away by King Yen, usurping King Yen, experiencing love and hatred in the underworld before deciding to reincarnate, drinking Mengpa soup, screaming. In the advertisement, Nanjo's youthful and handsome appearance stood out. Unlike the common image of beautiful omegas known to the public, his aura was clearer and cleaner, filled with vitality. This ad wasn't shot to create ambiguity but rather to focus on portraying Nanjo's sunny and healthy charm. Paired with the high-quality anti-biting ring that adorned his white neck, it gave him an inexplicable allure that made people want to conquer and possess. Especially towards the end, he smirked at the camera with a mischievous expression, creating a powerful moment of attraction aimed at viewers outside the screen. The slogan of Family's anti-biting ring appeared perfectly timed and very eye-catching. In just half an hour, the sales of this anti-biting ring skyrocketed across all platforms owned by Family. The next day, C Magazine also went live within its preview timeframe. In less than half an hour, sales broke the million mark, setting a record for the fastest million-sold magazine in history. C Magazine's official Weibo even posted a large headline about it. But netizens were completely indifferent to the magazine's sales numbers, focusing more on the content of the magazine itself, especially the double portrait on the cover showing Nanjo and Huixinye. This highly sensual double portrait was taken by none other than Liu Bei, an acclaimed top photographer in the industry. On a green lawn surrounded by white hydrangeas, a handsome alpha dressed in a black overcoat lay down on the grass, his collar open revealing slightly muscled pecs, propping his head up with crossed arms. His eyes sharp, but a smile playing on his lips, exuding a powerful leader-like aura. Nanjo, wearing a black suit, knelt with one knee on the grass while boldly placing the other leg across Huixinye's waist. Holding a violin in one hand and its bow in the other, he turned slightly back toward the camera with a slight furrowed brow and fox-like eyes filled with a touch of annoyance, as if disturbed from something significant. Liu Bei. You're my god. Oh wow heaven, what are you two doing? Why didn't I notice this during the live stream? When watching the live stream, I already thought your chemistry was good, but didn't expect the photos to have this effect. This, save me, black boss too pure, dominant little teacher continuously doting. The last episode of that show please quickly vanish from my mind, vanish. I swear. What is this? Too strong. Buy 100 copies. Twisted uppercut. Sinister lower hook. Screaming left hook. Crawling right hook. Swinging sweeping kick. Splitting roundhouse kick. This is the spider sinisterly eating earwax, this is the tornado rolling through the parking lot. This is the intense antelope climb, this is the twisted goat leap. Crow convulsion. Rat scream. Elephant wriggle. Sinister growl. Hello, I am the deputy director of the psychiatry department at a psychiatric hospital. After our leadership saw your comment, they took your condition seriously and immediately arranged for me to contact you. Mental illness is preventable and curable, as long as you actively cooperate with treatment, complete recovery is possible. Finally, we hope you can build confidence, defeat the illness, and wish you a quick recovery. The magazine's trending topic soon soared into the top 10. Besides the cover, the two internal pages with portraits of Huixinye and Nanjo inside the magazine were also exceptionally well done. One of the pictures was the one given by the show producers to Nanjo and Huixinye for their apartment, which netizens had said exuded happiness. The other picture featured Nanjo playing the piano while Huixinye stood behind the chair on his right side, slightly leaning forward with his hand resting on the piano as he smiled and spoke. In the magazine's inner pages, there were also contributions from columnists discussing Huixinye and Nanjo's performances in Season 3 of Heart Skips a Beat with You and their OA responses during the program. Their topics included Huixinye's pheromones, their first kiss, and their first love stories. The Xingzhou couple fans cheered that they felt like celebrating the Spring Festival early in these days. But it didn't stop there. Soon, another scoop surfaced on the trending list. Huixinye and Nanjo were spotted holding hands at the airport, waiting in line to go through security and board their flight. In the photos, both Huixinye and Nanjo wore coats that looked like matching couples' outfits, their hands linked together. Nanjo slightly tilted his body, looking up to talk to Huixinye. Both had smiles in their eyes. Who is it, who has been stealing happiness? Ah, it's me. Ever since I started fangirling over Xingzhou, I've realized life is too short. Why too short? Because there's so much sweetness. They're real. Absolutely real. They even took a flight together. I remember that rumor, Brother Yi asked for a companion leave and spent 3 days with Baby Zhou. So, is Baby Zhou really an omega? Was Brother Yi marking him? My goodness. I wish I could turn into a mosquito and fly to our baby's neck, just to take a little sniff of his scent. Even though the live stream hadn't opened yet, the internet buzz surrounding Huixinye and Nanjo had already reached astonishing heights. Thus, when the fourth episode of the third season of Heart Skips a Beat with You went live, the barrage of comments in the live chat almost covered the entire screen. In the footage, Nanjo was complaining to Huashinya, "This show just started filming, but I'm already exhausted. It feels like I harvested 200 kilograms of rice under the blazing sun all by myself, carried them back to the village entrance, and then was told that the field belonged to the neighbor." In the background, the producers had assigned them a task, the Great Cleaning Challenge. The guests were required to clean their homes within an hour. The program would judge the tidiness levels, and the bottom-ranking CP would be penalized. Chapter 134, Did you do something wrong, so you don't dare to look at me? The three words, big cleanup, have never had anything to do with Nanjo. Not to mention a thorough cleaning, he has rarely done housework at home. Anything that can be solved by machines is entirely dependent on machines. Things that cannot be handled by machines are left to the cleaning ant who comes to the door. Therefore, when he saw the task given by the program team, Nanjo felt a sense of absurdity. I don't even clean my own home, and now I come here to clean. Thus, there was the scene that the audience in the live broadcast saw. Huaxingyi smiled, gesturing for him to sit on the sofa. He undid his cuffs, rolled up his sleeves to his arms, and bent down to pick up the pillow on the carpet. Just sit there. Nanjo took the pillow and hugged it in his arms. At this moment, I particularly want to say a line I learned from TV. What? Huaxingyi tidied up things on the ground while talking with him. Huaxingyi, aren't you spoiling me too much? You're just too cute, I can't control myself. Nanjo. Alright, I haven't watched those brainless love dramas. Laughed until crowing. What the heck are you watching on TV, Treasure Zhou? Our baby is just so cute. Not just Brother Yi, I want to buy a phone that can touch to stroke baby Zhou's face. Damn. Brother Yi gets things done. Just marry him, baby Zhou. Such an alpha is rare. Scream. Huaxingyi, you're too handsome when doing housework. When are you not handsome? Oh. The Xingzhou room is the smallest among all rooms and probably the best finished. Huaxingyi moved quickly and soon tidied up the area around the sofa and carpet neatly, arranging items orderly. After finishing these, he went on to organize the bed. Nanjo looked at his figure and sat on the sofa admiring Huaxingyi's actions. His lips involuntarily curled up. Perhaps his gaze was too burning. After making up the bed, Huaxingyi turned around, walked toward him again, and pinched his face. Don't look at me like that. Caught red-handed, Nanjo grinned like a little fox, licking his lips. You've done everything, leaving me with nothing to do. Shouldn't I look at you? Who else should I look at? Him. He pointed at the cameraman standing nearby. The cameraman. I didn't provoke any of you. Huaxingyi smiled, this doesn't mean you have nothing to do. Just sitting here, even if you don't say anything, is enough to make me full of energy. Dear, are you implying that I should cheer you on? But my words might be too dirty, and I'm afraid our live stream will get banned. Ha 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 ha, no, what are you saying? You're too dirty-minded. Bro, have you just realized your mouth is smeared with arsenic? Why are they getting sweeter? How can young couples get sweeter every episode? Does sweetness evolve in this live stream? Why haven't I evolved into a sour fiend? Stop talking, you two. Love like this isn't only about words, it's also about action. I need both talk and do more. Do you know SVP? Nanjo ran his mouth, but Huaxingyi was long used to it. After chatting a bit more, he turned to tidy up the open dining and kitchen areas. Sitting alone on the sofa did indeed feel kind of boring, and Nanjo caught sight of the vacuum cleaner in the corner. After some thought, he stretched, stood up, walked over to the vacuum cleaner, and picked it up. Turning it on, the vacuum emitted a buzzing sound as it started working, and its suction power grew stronger. Nanjo paused for a moment, then aimed the vacuum at the edge of the carpet. On the camera, the edge of the carpet began to curl up, like a curtain lifted by the wind. Nanjo increased the suction a bit more. Instantly, the curling of the carpet became more obvious, and it even began rolling up. Then, the vacuum seemed to find a pivot on the carpet, causing part of the carpet to be sucked off the ground, forming a carpet roll. This new phenomenon made Nanjo find it quite interesting, but then the carpet kept rolling and moving. Creak, snap, flapping. The coffee table on the carpet moved along, and the things Huaxingyi had organized well on it instantly toppled over, even causing a water-cultivated plant to tip over from the coffee table and fall onto the carpet. The loud noise caused Huaxingyi, who was facing away from the living room and cleaning the kitchen, to turn around and look over. Just in time, their eyes met. And Nanjo looked somewhat panicked. A flicker of guilt crossed Nanjo's eyes in that moment. He smacked the vacuum cleaner off with a pop, and awkwardly touched his nose. It was the carpet suddenly wanting to dance on its own. Cameraman. Was it fun? Huaxingyi asked. Nanjo quickly nodded but immediately turned his gaze away guiltily. I'll clean up. Relax, leave it to me, I'll definitely make a mess. Huaxingyi set down the towel in his hand, washed his hands, and walked over with long strides into the living room. Nanjo unconsciously took half a step back and bent over to pick up the things from the floor. Huaxingyi observed all his actions and chuckled quietly in his heart. Like a little cat who had caused mischief. What's wrong? Did you do something wrong so you don't dare to look at me? He squatted down in front of him and started tidying up the mess on the carpet together. Nanzhou looked up at him seriously. Are you going to punish me? The two were squatting, Huaxingyi being taller lent a slight sense of dominance at close range. Their distance was also very close, their knees almost touching. Huaxingyi's hand rested lightly on his hair, softly ruffling it. Do you want me to punish you? Not you too, what are you doing? Nanzhou is usually so wild outside, can't take a bit of loss. In front of Yi, he immediately turns into, are you going to punish me? This contrast, ugh, I'm dizzy. Yi would never punish you baby, he has spoiled you to the point we can't stand it, okay? Sorry, I'm a little, out of it. Their conversation is too. You know. I highly suspect they play big games privately. Nan, be strong. Don't be afraid of him. How can you fear your husband? Be bolder, scold him and say, dare you punish me? Nanzhou's Adam's apple moved slightly, his eyelashes fluttered faintly, and you told me not to look at you like that. Listen to yourself. Why, fire only yourself and deny me Zhou official lighting lanterns. Huaxingyi let out a low chuckle, alright, go sit and do whatever you want. Leave this to me. Nanzhou laughed, suddenly leaning in and kissing Huaxingyi's cheek, honey, you're so sweet. After saying that, he stood up and quickly sat back on the couch, pulling out his phone and lying lazily. Cameraman. Nanzhou noticed him and pointed a finger at him, I'm not lying down, I'm just conserving energy, in order to shine brighter for the only working person in this home. Speaking of which, you standing there doing nothing is the biggest layabout. Don't you have eyes for work? Cameraman. Filming is my job. Young people need to learn to endure hardship, understand? Keep filming while you sweep the floor too. Suffer the bitterest hardships to serve the best people. Chapter 135, don't want to pay, but want to humiliate me? In other live streaming rooms, the guests were also working hard to clean their own rooms. Among all the couples, Jiang Zhen and Su Xiao had the highest level of cooperation and the clearest division of labor. Su Xiao was responsible for cleaning the bathroom, kitchen, and dining room, while Jiang Zhen took care of tidying up the living room and bedrooms. All the heavy work was done by Su Xiao, while the tasks Jiang Zhen handled were relatively simple but meticulous and heartfelt. Such division of labor, a mix of male and female partnership made the work less tiring. Moreover, because their living space was not large, it quickly became well organized. On Zhang Shi and Gu Tang's side, it completely became Gu Tang's show. Not only did he take on most of the housework, but he even shared and popularized storage tricks and household tips with the audience in front of the camera. This genuinely garnered the favor of many viewers who struggle with housework. Zhang Shi was different. This young master thought that merely helping Gu Tang take out the trash or pass him a cloth made him an extremely considerate partner and an alpha who shares the burden of housework. Indeed, taking out the garbage is part of the housework. Good job. Why can't people say that the environment of these two's live stream exemplifies the old society? Since I found out that Zhang Shi has a fiancé and it's an arranged marriage, I have had very poor feelings towards him. He truly keeps pushing my limits. My heart aches for our sweet baby Tang, such a good person, yet she ends up with Zhang Shi, a male chauvinist. Ha ha ha, laugh until you die, knowing there's a fiancé and still sticking his neck out just for money. Where does this status come from now? Respect and bless each other, okay? Although Zhang Shi and Gu Tang's live streaming room caused much controversy, the funniest and most eye-opening situation still belonged to Lu Zhou and Wenyu. Lu Zhou and Wenyu originally lived in a spacious double-person room. However, coincidentally, when Lu Zhou was halfway through cleaning the bathroom, a pipe started leaking water. Faced with the gushing water, Lu Zhou stood frozen, drenched in water splashing all over his face. It was only after the cameraman informed Wenyu, who then approached, that Lu Zhou snapped back to reality and said he would go communicate with the production team. But soon, he was sent back with just a toolbox by the production team. Director Pei said we should fix it ourselves. Lu Zhou wiped his face. I'll give it a try. You can help by passing me tools from time to time. Be careful not to get wet in this cold winter. Wenyu nodded. Thus, the two returned to the bathroom. Lu Zhou carefully chose an angle to minimize being sprayed by the leaking pipe as he began attempting to fix the pipe. His movements looked quite dashing, but after a series of operations, not only did the pipe remain unfixed, but the leak worsened significantly. Ratty boy, don't force it if you can't repair it. If you continue like this, the house will turn into a water curtain cave. What are some fans of no manners doing here, hating the stream? Not interested, then don't watch, okay? Annoying, even the water pipe seemed to bully brother Zhou. When you just pass his tools without any actual help. Poor Zhou. Does this Lu Zhou suffer from some kind of fear of water pipes? The moment he sees one, his hands soften, making the water flow more and more. How soft is this alpha, worthy enough for you to assist him? Is he qualified? List 1. Big brother is too good at talking. This fish fan wants brother to teach me the art of speaking. Today, someone new came into the live streaming room, coming in very generously, giving the program streaming room wave upon wave of gifts, immediately ranking themselves as the top supporter of the streaming room. Big Brother top supporter bought all sorts of flashy decorations for himself. Not only was every comment of his eye-catching and flashy, but each time he spoke, his remarks precisely targeted Lu Zhou, unleashing relentless criticism. The key was that each spray was so skillful, never touching banned words or foul language. Word inside and outside conveyed an intense sentiment that Lu Zhou did not deserve Wen Yu. Clearly, this person was a typical die-hard supporter of Wen Yu. Just as Lu Zhou consoled Wen Yu for the third time, saying that it would be fixed soon, Wen Yu closed his eyes, opened them, reached out, and patted Lu Zhou's shoulder. Get up. Lu Zhou was about to say something else when he felt the hand on his shoulder use a strange force to lift him up. Wen Yu, with the same composed expression for everyone, pushed Lu Zhou aside, picked up the toolbox, squatted in front of the water pipe, turned off the main valve next to it. Instantly, the dripping water stopped. Lu Zhou. Why didn't you remind me earlier, baby? Wen Yu remained silent, his hands moving swiftly as he tightened the nuts on the pipe joint with a wrench before wrapping the leaking part with sealing tape. In less than 10 minutes, when he turned the main valve back on, the water pipe was restored to normal. Lu Zhou. Wen Yu tossed the wrench back into the toolbox, then coolly placed it in Lu Zhou's hands. Fixing a pipe is like being a person, you've got to use your head instead of your mouth. After speaking, he picked up the towel hanging nearby to dry his hands, then walked out of the bathroom and returned to his previous task. LOL, so grassy, is Mr. Yu upset? What does he mean? Are we blaming Brother Zhou for not fixing the pipe? Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. If he was so good at it, why didn't he step in earlier? He's just making trouble. Good one. No wonder the most beautiful little you in the world shines brightest. Watching you fix that pipe left me blinded for life. The last comment came from the top supporter, another round of flattery. Although Wen Yu and Lu Zhou had encountered a minor mishap, they still fared better than Huixingye and Nan Zhou, who ended up taking the longest time overall. As the production team put it, since Nan Zhou hadn't done anything, Huixingye's and Nan Zhou's time needed to be doubled. Upon hearing this absurd rule, Nan Zhou immediately rolled up his sleeves. Don't stop me, today I'm going to let him taste the fruits of my recent workout. Facing his threat, Pei Fong wasn't fazed at all. Instead, as if he'd anticipated this, he specifically called over several strong Alpha crew members from the program team to stand in front of him, blocking Nan Zhou's way and preventing him from charging forward. The punishment is, please have one of you wear this little cat cosplay outfit and perform a money-grabbing dance for everyone. The cosplay costume that was presented was a standard-made outfit, complete with a cat tail and cat ears, looking very inappropriate indeed. Nan Zhou, ha. After circus acts, are you opening a maid cafe next? Wanting us to pay nothing while humiliating us, it's a great dream you've got there. Pei Fong, but isn't South Teacher even more beautiful? Before Nan Zhou could say more, Huixingye suddenly spoke, his tone slightly cold. Speaking of past grievances, you guys breached the contract during that unauthorized filming. And I think I forgot to talk about that with you. Maybe we should discuss it now. Pei Fong. That thing is already over. If Nan Zhou said it's fine, why are you still holding a grudge? Chapter 136, I prefer the innocent type. Huaxingyi's words delivered a huge blow to the entire production team of Heart-Flutteringly Yours. Pei Fong had no choice but to agree to change the punishment. In reality, as the director of a highly popular program, he had prepared two plans from the very beginning. So when the second plan was brought into play, even though everyone regretted losing the cat dance meme and its associated traffic, they were able to prevent things from spiraling out of control. The new punishment was this: the two guests would temporarily swap roles for a day and experience each other's lives. Almost as soon as the punishment was announced, Nanzhou's eyes lit up. He looked at Huaxingyi with a mischievous grin. Hee, now I'm your boss. Though. I really wanted to see Zhou Bao cosplay as a cat maid doing the money-grabbing dance. I knew someone wouldn't let us see his cute wife. I actually prepared myself for it, but didn't dare to imagine how hilarious Brother Yi would look in that costume doing the dance. Haha. Come on, what's the deal? Don't be so distant. Did you forget what Yega used to call Zhou Bao? Little wildcat. He didn't even say this on the show, so probably because, there is something going on between them. Yega, I will wear it and perform, but only for you to see. Huaxingyi didn't oppose switching roles, adapting rather well. However, what Nanzhou said genuinely tickled him. They both understood the little cat's mind. So. I'm not your average, decent boss, Nanzhou tapped Huaxingyi's chest. I am particularly immoral and especially fond of imposing some unspoken rules on people I fancy. Huaxingyi smiled faintly, when. Subtly hitting on me. TSK. Young man, your morals are lacking if you like taking shortcuts so much, aren't they? Nanzhou feigned a cold expression. I prefer the innocent type. The two were whispering to each other while ignoring everything Pei Fong was saying. It wasn't until the staff approached them and informed them that the next segment would involve separate interviews that Huaxingyi briefly bid farewell to Nanzhou and went to another recording room. This live broadcast room instantly filled only with Gu Tang, Wen Yu, and Nanzhou, as well as Zhang Shi, who sat quietly in the corner for quite some time. Today, Gu Tang showed an unusual calm. She neither provoked Nanzhou nor initiated conversation with Wen Yu. The scene quieted down considerably, and both Nanzhou and Wenyu were seated scrolling through their phones. Suddenly, Nanzhou furrowed his brow. Why does it smell like peanut oil? Is it lunchtime already? Wenyu's complexion changed immediately as he swiftly covered his nose and mouth, rising to his feet. But the person behind him moved even faster, practically instantaneously arriving in front of him. It was Zhang Shi, who had been silent since the start of the show today. Because of the chin injury he suffered, he was still recovering and had spoken little, which made perfect sense. Even the program crew, in consideration of him, had skipped the interview segment altogether. Wenyu reacted quickly as well, swiftly dodging to the side when Zhang Shi lunged towards him, moving closer to Nanzhou and looking increasingly pale. He's in his receptive phase. Wenyu said rapidly. The three words immediately caused several related scenarios over the past few days to flash through Nanzhou's mind. He pulled an N95 mask from his pocket and handed it to Wenyu. Shouldn't we isolate him? Wenyu. Receptive phase. Zhang Shi isn't injecting suppressants during his receptive phase. Just releasing pheromones everywhere. Just now Zhou Bao mentioned the smell of peanut oil, so Zhang Shi's pheromones have a peanut oil scent. Peanut oil mixed with green tea, oh sisters, I can't even think about the combination of Zhang Shi and Gu Tang. Not to mention, Zhou Bao, why did you bring out a mask? What are you thinking? Nan brother. Are you really assuming that a mask can block pheromones? And what's Zhang Shi trying to do in his receptive phase? Isn't he supposed to go after Gu Tang instead of targeting our Miss Yu? Try touching my Xiao Yu if you dare. You're not allowed to touch my baby either. Where is Huixinye? The last two comments were posted by the top supporter of Wenyu's solo fans. Clang. In the distance, the sound of a chair falling resounded. Nanzhou turned around to see Gu Tang collapse onto the floor, gasping for air while clutching her chest. Sure, Ge, don't do anything reckless. What is he doing? Nanzhou asked Wenyu confusedly. Wenyu didn't respond but silently tugged Nanzhou towards the exit. His face remained somber. Due to the separate interviews, quite a number of staff members were required, so in this room, only one cameraman and two staff members remained. One of the staff members had just stepped out not long ago to coordinate on-site matters. Both the cameraman and the remaining staff member identified as B4A with less sensitive olfaction compared to Omegas. It wasn't until Gu Tang collapsed, followed by Wenyu and Nanzhou's reactions, that the two realized what was happening. The cameraman needed to continue filming while the sole remaining staff member rushed over to try and stop Zhang Shi, who was going berserk due to his susceptible phase. But being a B4A and lacking regular exercise, he couldn't control the out-of-control alpha for long and was quickly thrown to the ground. Zhang Shi charged towards Wenyu and Nanzhou again. Seeing this, Nanzhou immediately turned around, grabbed a chair from the activity room, and raised it high. Wenyu's pupils slightly widened. Still lying there. Do you want someone passing by to stomp on you? Nanzhou said towards Gu Tang's direction. Gu Tang. I think I might be having a fever. Wenyu. With a click, the door to the lounge was pushed open from the outside as Huaxingyi appeared in the frame. His expression was serious, and his actions swift. With a quick turn, he locked the door, keeping Lu Zhou, who had followed him behind, outside. Brother Yi. Geez, did anyone see how fast Brother Yi moved just now? It was too quick, I barely caught it. Did he rush over? Was it? Yes, it must have been. Nope, Zhang Shi is in his susceptible period right now, forcing Gu Tang into a feverish state. An alpha like Brother Yi coming in isn't helping anything. Isn't this making things even messier? Who's going to check up on our beauty Yu? He seems about to fall apart. Why lock Zhou outside? Crap, the place is already going to be flooded with pheromones. Adding another alpha will make things chaotic. If Lu Zhou comes in, the live stream could get shut down completely. In the camera shot, the moment Zhang Shi rushed forward, Huaxingyi extended his arm in a fluid motion and executed a suplex, slamming Zhang Shi hard onto the ground. A loud bang echoed. The whole process took less than 10 seconds, every move smooth and effortless. Before anyone could blink, Zhang Shi was hurled to the floor. Huaxingyi squatted down, pressing his knee against Zhang Shi while pinning his hands behind his back. Lying face down on the ground, no matter how Zhang Shi struggled and cursed, he couldn't turn himself over. Go get the suppressants, Huaxingyi instructed the staff member from the production team who had stumbled over after getting up. Meanwhile, his gaze first quickly swept over Nanzhou before settling on Wenyu. Chapter 137, Give me the suppressant. Wenyu's complexion looked quite grim. As the staff opened the door, he was also pulling Nanzhou, trying to leave. But Nanzhou put down the chair in his hands, walked over to Huixinye, bent down, picked up the dirty rag that fell off with the chair when Gu Tang tripped, and shoved it into Zhang Shi's mouth. The entire room fell silent. Nanzhou half squatted down, looking at Zhang Shi, giving sincere advice. Otherwise, why don't you get castrated? You seem to only have your brain below your waist usually, and now you look even more like a teddy bear. No, this insults teddy bears. A teddy would never behave as promiscuously as you do anytime and anywhere. Just then, although Huixinye had restrained him before, Zhang Shi's mouth was still able to curse people, various obscene words spewing out. Not just for Nan Zhou and Huixinye but even the viewers in the live stream felt extremely repulsed by hearing such filth. After finishing talking about Zhangshi, Nan Zhou turned his eyes toward Gu Tang who was still lying on the ground panting. How long are you going to lie there? Gu Tang. He didn't know what to do either. If he got up now to grab the suppressant and inject it, wouldn't the weakness he had just shown be revealed as a performance? But if he continued to stay prone, Zhangshi and Huixinye were alphas. Even though Huixinye had injected the suppressant, Zhangshi was undeniably experiencing the heat phase. If he was an omega, he should be like Wenyu, immediately seeking out the suppressant. Fortunately, right after Nan Zhou said this, the voice of the staff member was heard outside the door saying that the suppressants had been brought. Earlier, when the staff opened the door to go out, it had been locked by Wenyu once again. Now, someone pushed a few vials of suppressant through the crack of the door. Wenyu quickly received them, swiftly closed and locked the door again. After administering a shot to himself promptly, he hurried to Huixinye and Nan Zhou's side, handed over the remaining suppressants, and indicated that they use it quickly. Huixinye motioned with his eyes towards Nan Zhou to take it. Nan Zhou opened the cap of the suppressant and asked Huixinye, should I just directly inject it? Anywhere works. Huixinye, The next second, Nan Zhou raised his hand holding the suppressant high, with a plop, inserting the needle into Zhangshi's buttocks. Huixinye. Alright then. His original intention was for Nan Zhou to open it and pass it to him. The suppressant took effect quickly, and Zhangshi began regaining calmness. Huixinye released his hold, pulling Nan Zhou up to stand. At this point behind them, Gu Tang's voice rang out again, suppressant. Only then did Wenyu, Huixinye, and Nan Zhou turn together toward the direction where Gu Tang lay. Before any of their actions could take place, Zhangshi, who regained some strength on the ground, removed the dirty cloth from his mouth himself and cursed. You need nothing. You're useless. This statement immediately caused a commotion in the live stream chat. Originally, due to the previous series of events, there had already been numerous discussions in the live stream chat. Especially after Huixinye entered, the conversation had reached unprecedented fervor. Ahaha, Brother Yi is so handsome, my goodness, what a sense of security and boyfriend vibe. Why Zhou Bao scolded, well, I've been fed up with Zhangshi this greasy teddy bear for so long. Brother Yi isn't injecting himself. What, I'm confused too. When Zhangshi went into heat, Beauty Yu worried about being affected, so he injected first, then handed the suppressant to Star Zhou who administered it to Zhangshi, but neither injected themselves. What does it mean? I understand why Zhou Bao doesn't need it, but Brother Yi. Didn't Gu Tang also not inject himself? That was originally what everyone was discussing. But Zhangshi's words triggered an immediate shift. Is he dropping some big news? If I understood correctly, Teddy meant that Gu Tang is a beta pretending to be an alpha. Exactly. Earlier Gu Tang and Zhangshi acted strangely. Normally, who would think of others' omegas rather than one's own omega first? Isn't Gu Tang's act too fake? Even Beauty You didn't lose it, yet he started gasping, didn't Zhou Bao also mock him for it? Zhangshi is too disrespectful. Does he treat people as objects or what? Is Gu Tang a beta pretending to be an alpha? A perfidious beta pretending to be an alpha, truly full of tea aroma, good tea indeed. Still, many fans of the Star Zhou couple remained fixated on Huixinye not using the suppressant. Brother Yi, stop caring about others, take a shot yourself. I'm so worried. Is Brother Yi not injecting because he thinks he can control it? Could there be a possibility? I mean, a possibility that the post on a certain website is true. Brother Yi marked Zhou Bao, so neither of them was affected and didn't need to inject the suppressant. There was a brief silence in the activity room after Zhangshi's words had fallen. Especially Gu Tang, his face went white as paper. Give me the suppressant. A few dozen seconds later, he stubbornly said to Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou walked over, placing the remaining suppressant before him. It's not an issue if a person isn't accomplished, but it's terrible when they cease to exist. Gu Tang. A farce ultimately ended after Gu Tang gritted his teeth and injected himself with the suppressant. Wenyu and Huixinye turned on the ventilation in the activity room, confirming that all the peanut oil pheromones in the activity room had dissipated completely, before opening the door to the activity room. Outside the door, besides the director Pei Feng and the main staff gathered, Lu Zhou, Su Xiao, and Jiang Zhen were also present. Lu Zhou entered first, immediately looking toward Huixinye and Nan Zhou, and then moved to Wenyu. Little Yu, are you alright? I'm good, Wenyu replied. But why are you wearing a mask? Lu Zhou was confused. Wenyu's face wore the N95 mask given by Nan Zhou earlier, only revealing his two eyes. Under the mask, Wenyu slightly pulled the corner of his mouth, but his eyes seemed to carry a hint of shyness. I was just a little scared. Lu Zhou immediately reached out to take his hand but was subtly avoided. Sticking his hands into his pockets, Wenyu looked away. What teacher and Nan Zhou teacher didn't inject themselves with the suppressant? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou immediately widened his eyes and once again looked at Nan Zhou and Huixinye. Then, his gaze landed on Nan Zhou's abdomen. Nan Zhou was speaking with Huixinye, not knowing what they talked about, but his expression appeared happy. Is teacher Nan Zhou really a beta pretending to be an alpha? Wenyu asked. Lu Zhou. What does beauty you mean by this? Brother Mouse, say something. Tell us, is our brother Nan a beta pretending to be an alpha or an omega? Speak up. What does the silence mean? Who was the one who swore confidently that our Zhou Bao is a beta pretending to be an alpha? Some fans are crazy. Our brother Zhou never said Nan Zhou was a beta pretending to be an alpha, he only mentioned he'd never smelled Nan Zhou's pheromones. A real omega doesn't go insane emitting pheromones everywhere. Do you think this is some kind of flesh trade business? Chapter 138, Take Off Your Clothes, one piece costs 10,000. The small-scale information chaos caused by Zhang Shi was calmed down with the joint efforts of Hu Xingye and Nan Zhou. Zhang Shi's revelations, as well as key information about Hu Xingye not having injected suppressants, were also posted on Weibo by netizens, sparking widespread discussion. The program continued. After Nan Zhou and Hu Xingye swapped identities, they were arranged by the production team to take a car to the film set. Before getting in the car, Nan Zhou was still resisting, I'm already the boss. It's normal to rest for a day, right? But you're also an actor. Becoming a famous actor is your dream. The theme of Dream Apartment is dreams, not making money, the production staff said without further ado and shoved him into the car. Nan Zhou was still protesting, my dream is to achieve financial freedom and then live a life of lying flat. Bang, the car door was shut. Looking at the apartment building gradually becoming a reflection, Nan Zhou finally accepted reality. Today is sunny, but I'm full of work smell. A voice from the cameraman following the shoot sounded unsympathetic, Teacher Nan Zhou, you should work hard today. Nan Zhou's mouth twitched. An artist must be ready to face the audience with energy every day, the cameraman explained. Thank you. I am now energetically accepting new blows. Laughing to death, our Zhou Treasure really resists working, after all, he's a young master. If I were born as Zhou Treasure, and my husband is Brother Yi, I wouldn't want to go out to work either, okay? Seriously, who in their right mind wants to work this rotten job? He didn't even realize that the full of energy phrase the cameraman used was his group's old slogan before, laughing until rolling on the floor. The car brought Nan Zhou to an indoor film set. After getting out of the car, when the on-site staff came over to with him, Nan Zhou realized that today's arrangement by the program wasn't shooting, but an audition for a new production team. According to the script, Hu Xingye's role had successfully evolved from an extra to an actor. Besides running errands on set, there was also a scene where he auditions for a new production team. Coincidentally, since Nan Zhou had swapped roles with him, he encountered one of the scripts for the male lead audition. Upon hearing it was for the male lead, Nan Zhou widened his eyes and pointed at himself, me? Male lead? The staff nodded. Do I look like someone who could play the male lead? Teacher Nan Zhou, what are you talking about? You're so handsome, playing the male lead would be more than sufficient. Speaking was the director of this production. After hearing about Nan Zhou's arrival, he personally came out to greet him and just happened to overhear Nan Zhou's complaints, immediately smiling and chiming in. Subsequently, he lavishly praised Nan Zhou, boasting about his looks, aura, and other aspects non-stop for several minutes until Nan Zhou asked the staff, who is he? The staff immediately responded, this is Director Huang, the director of our production. Nan Zhou nodded seriously and said to Director Huang, Director, don't say anymore. I suddenly feel like setting up a stall now. I can't finish eating the big pancake you painted for me. Director Huang. And I've carefully considered it. I probably won't make all of you completely satisfied, but I can certainly ensure that none of you will be happy. Are you prepared for this show to fail? Teacher Nan Zhou, what are you talking about? We couldn't possibly be dissatisfied. We've seen the arrogant little teacher character you and Teacher Hu played, you have great talent. Nan Zhou, let's get that straight first. I assume no responsibility for any decision-making mistakes made by your leadership. And, I need to solemnly declare this to everyone. My salary for today is 300 yuan. With such a cheap wage, making errors at work is justified. After all, you get what you pay for. After finishing the disclaimer, Nan Zhou looked at Director Huang, can we start the audition now? Director Huang. The staff handed over a script excerpt on a page, Teacher Nan Zhou, this is the audition segment we prepared for you today. Nan Zhou took it and glanced at it. Just forgot to mention earlier, we're C Zhou Studio, established last year. We're committed to creating top-notch short dramas domestically. This upcoming project, The Substitute Ex-Wife of the President, is going to be our company's main focus. Nan Zhou reached out and patted Director Huang on the shoulder. Director, I apologize for the prejudice I previously had against your crew. I didn't expect that, in this field, we're at the same level. Director Huang chuckled, well, I did say you were very talented and suitable. What the hell, my family, I can't stop laughing. What kind of thing is this, President Pei, did you arrange this for our Yega? Substitute ex-wife of the president. If it was Brother Yi, he would probably not be in this production. Running errands is one thing, but who would dare to let Brother Yi act in short dramas? Are they insane? No doubt, this was a big trap that President Pei deliberately set for Zhou. From a certain perspective, it fits strangely well. Laughing so hard. So will our Zhou Treasure play the president or the ex-wife? I'm dying from laughter. Hurry up and serve it to me, I want to see. Since it was an audition for a short drama crew and also part of the variety show filming, the entire crew gave Nan Zhou all the green lights. By the time Nan Zhou changed into his costume, got his makeup done, styled his hair, and walked on stage, not only the director group was there, but almost everyone from the crew, those who didn't need to come and many staff members on vacation, all showed up to watch. On stage, Nan Zhou clearly had the favor of the makeup artist. With the styling, he really did look somewhat like a beautiful omega, exquisitely dressed in a style that leaned toward elegant and attractive omegas. Added to that, his unique, slightly flamboyant aura broke away from the usual stereotypes of O's, adding charm to the outfit. Weep weep weep, our Zhou treasure looks so beautiful, oh my god, I just screamed out loud, wife. Will it ever end? Coming out looking this beautiful without announcing it ahead of time just wants me to pass out. That's outrageous. Getting beaten by brother Yi doesn't matter, anyway, we just want to go to Syria with Zhou treasure to sell pancakes. Pour batter, spread evenly, crack egg, spread evenly, apply meat sauce, add beans, sprinkle scallions, place sausage, add crispy chips, place lettuce, roll horizontally, cut in half, cut vertically into 2 sections, stack and place into paper bag, put into plastic bag, hand over to brother Yi, wipe sweat, sneak a glance at Zhou treasure, continue making pancakes. So, is Zhou treasure playing the president or? On stage, another young male actor wearing a suit pushed his glasses up and delivered his line, take off your clothes. One piece costs 10,000. The live stream chat exploded instantly. Chapter 139, welcoming a new little life early. Hey phone. Good job. I'll give you 2 thumbs up first, then quietly wait for the sound of you being beaten by brother Yi. Brother Yi, fine, fine, fine. You think you're clever. You said at the apartment that my wife doesn't need to dance for money, but now in another place, you want my wife to take off her clothes. Screams. What kind of man are you to even suggest that Zhou Bao should take off her clothes? Is this a short drama? Starting off with such a big move? I can't even imagine what expression brother Yi would have if he saw this live stream at home. Brother Yi doesn't have time to watch streams. He's practicing singing with S on XGO, and today is substituting Nan Zhou to play the triangle. On stage, Nan Zhou, who was insulted, didn't show any dissatisfaction at all. After the other party's lines ended, he only hesitated for 2 seconds before bending down and taking off his shoes, 2 million first. Apparently, the script wasn't written like that. The male actor opposite Nan Zhou was taken aback, coughed, and straightened his tie. The director didn't call cut, he had to remain professional and couldn't laugh. Then, he stood up from the sofa, picked up something like a contract on the coffee table, I thought you had backbone, looks like you're not much after all. This is a 1 million yuan contract. Sign it, and be my substitute wife. 10 million. Nan Zhou said. Male actor. 10 million, a thunderous roar from the heavens, here comes your humble servant. Cut. The director could no longer bear it, called pause, and stood up. Nan Zhou looked puzzled, did I lack sincerity because I didn't kneel dramatically? After saying that, he immediately performed a fast sliding kneel towards the male actor. The male actor burst out laughing on stage. The chat room in the live stream was filled with ha 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 ha. Seriously, how could I possibly still have normal thoughts about him? Just saying, our Nan Ji's sliding kneel is really flawless. Didn't he practice enough back home for brother Yi? Hey, sisters ahead, what are you talking about? This is a live stream, not an uninhabited zone. Put some pants on. The director was still explaining the script and character to Nan Zhou, but Nan Zhou insisted on his reasoning, there's no need to argue with money, money is innocent. Being a substitute for Bai Yueguang. And I don't even need to hug, kiss, or sleep with him. It's such a good job, easier than a duck's work. Director, what we are doing is art. Art needs refinement and beautification, we can't be too picky. But your positioning is light comedy. Happiness doesn't require beautification, only misfortune does. The director sucked in a breath, starting to reflect, what you said makes a lot of sense. The cameraman nearby. Wait, so you've been convinced just like that? Clearly not. So, the first day of Nan Zhou's acting career met its Waterloo when he failed the audition. Nan Zhou teacher, let's exchange contact details. Next time, when we find a suitable project for you, we will definitely invite you as the male lead, you're very fitting. Although eliminated, the director still hoped to collaborate with him. Nan Zhou patted his shoulder, if there's ever a role to portray a monkey from Mountain, come find me. The kind that slaps every passerby. Director. The originally scheduled shooting until 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening was cut short due to Nan Zhou's unsuccessful audition and ended early at 5 o'clock. Nan Zhou went to the basement to pick up Huixingye from work. After returning home to eat dinner, they went to the bar together. Nan Zhou recounted everything that happened at the production site today to Huixingye, whose corners of the mouth didn't drop once throughout. It's really not easy being an actor. Nan Zhou sighed. Huixingye hummed in agreement. But I'll support whatever my boyfriend likes. I won't meddle. Nan Zhou tied his bow tie on the bartender's suit, you just need to tell me when you're tired. Tell you, and you'll fight my battles. I can recharge you. Nan Zhou tiptoed, whispering an intimate word that only the two of them could hear. Hua Xingye chuckled softly, all right. Why do these two always say things that make people think wild thoughts whenever they're in places where they shouldn't be seen, like changing rooms? Is it me who's worried for nothing, or are they really being improper? How does he recharge? Is it the way I think it is? Will the power bank hold up? Ha ha ha. What are you all talking about? I always feel out of place with you guys. My face is turning yellow. Has no one cared about what happened on Weibo at all? The incident that occurred at noon, after fermenting throughout the day, had reached a white-hot trend. Gu Tang, pretending to be an Omega, was exposed by netizens, and there was no chance for him to recover his reputation. Everything he said in his own live stream before, as well as the words he initially said to Nan Zhou on the show, Peng Ran Xindong Danai, had all become boomerangs, relentlessly piercing back into him. His fans massively unfollowed and retaliated against him, especially Alpha fans, who criticized him harshly and extremely vulgarly. Their live stream chat was filled with tons of unfriendly comments, so many that even moderators couldn't block them fast enough. Moreover, due to Hua Xingye not taking suppressants and a previous disclosure from Duban, the trending search related to Nan Zhou being an Omega skyrocketed to the top. Netizens dug up an old interview with Lu Zhou and began analyzing how credible it was for Nan Zhou to be pretending to be an Alpha but actually an Omega. Many fans of Star Zhou had already internally concluded that Nan Zhou was an Omega. I've been saying this, Zhou Bao must be an Omega. His body resembles an Omega's, he got sick twice during this variety show. An Alpha wouldn't be so weak. To be fair, Omegas aren't as frail as Nan Zhou. He looks quite like an Alpha normally, but when he's in Brother Ye's arms, he really has that certain O-like charm. Ugh, I can't quite put it into words. Brother Yi is so protective of him, so typical Omega behavior. But regardless of all these speculations, without definite information, they could only remain guesses among the netizens. At S.O Bar, Hua Xingye and SJXG Band were getting ready to perform. Suddenly, the manager approached, handed him a small card, and pointed toward the private VIP room reserved for the owner upstairs. Hua Xingye opened the little card, which bore a bold scrawl. Come to my private booth after your performance. A low, brief chuckle emanated from his throat as he glanced toward the booth. Nan Zhou, hands resting on the edge of the curved railing, gave him a wink. As Hua Xingye was just about to respond with an action, a voice beside him interrupted, his adopted disciple, Tang Yang, Master, we'll do our best. Nan Zhou. Jia, just shut up already. Even though this was the first time performing on the same stage together, the show went remarkably smoothly thanks to S on XGO's help. For Hua Xingye, playing the triangle wasn't difficult at all, coupled with his super popular status as a film emperor, today's crowd at the bar was off the charts. After the performance, Hua Xingye followed the manager upstairs, pushing open the door to the booth. Inside, Nan Zhou, who was kneeling on the sofa with his back turned, looked slightly flustered as he turned around. Dear, we might need to welcome a new member sooner than expected. As he finished speaking, a soft, muffled bark echoed in the quiet room. Chapter 140, Don't Corrupt Minors. Huaxingyi approached and saw in Nan Zhou's arms a little puppy with wet, sorrowful eyes. It was a black Shiba Inu with thick eyebrows. Despite its small size, it already had a hint of clumsiness. Especially when it stuck out its tongue, its clear eyes revealed a rather foolish expression. Although it wasn't the same breed as Alone, there was no denying that this little puppy's clumsy appearance and those cute thick eyebrows carried a similar to Alone's. This was Nan Zhou's favorite part. Where did you get it? Huaxingyi sat down beside him, reaching out to touch the puppy's head. But the little puppy seemed not to like him at all, yipping and turning its head back into Nan Zhou's arms. It was just brought over by someone from the kitchen. They found it next to the trash can while disposing of garbage at the back door, abandoned by someone. Nan Zhou had somehow found a bowl at some point and was now about to feed milk to the little puppy. So adorable, yet still abandoned, what an unfair world. What do you plan to name it? Huaxingyi asked. The little puppy sniffed the bowl in Nan Zhou's hand, then stretched out its tongue happily lapping up the milk inside, its tail swaying slightly. It looked content. Nan Zhou glanced at him, Adu. Huaxingyi. How about it, isn't it a good name? The little cutie who descended in front of the lens, watched and anticipated by thousands. How suitable for the nickname Adu. And it has those thick eyebrows, super cute. Very good. Huaxingyi patted the dog on the head. While eating, the little puppy didn't dislike him as much, its focus entirely on the bowl of milk. It licked the bowl clean in no time. Adu. I'm directly spraying. Otherwise, Zhou Bao, should we gather suggestions for names in the live stream? This name is really. What's going on? H.WBJG dare questioning our brother Nan, tired of living, huh? Want to hear brother Nan's verbal assaults or brother Yi letting you meet God's voice? Adu is simply the best, Yega, doggy, daddy tried for you, but your dad didn't listen. Two people raising a dog stepping back to say, it's just like two people raising a child. Why isn't Adu considered the love crystallization of Yega and Zhou Bao? Do you want to hold it? Nan Zhou said while putting down the bowl and lifting the little puppy. Wang. The little puppy barked at Huaxingyi. Though he saw clearly the unwillingness in its eyes, Huaxingyi still silently took it over, stroking it once as he continued talking to Nanzhou. You called me upstairs just for this? Nanzhou hesitated for a moment, then laughed. Of course not. Before writing him a note, he hadn't even known about the existence of this little puppy. At the time, Nanzhou was merely writing a note to Huaxingyi under the pretense of experiencing the boss's hidden rule towards the chosen actor. Poking Huaxingyi's solid chest, his entire hand sensually covered it through the shirt, Nanzhou smirked proudly. Didn't you say wanting to climb the ladder by secret means? Now, I'm giving you the chance. Huaxingyi remained motionless. Tisk, Nanzhou licked his lips, learning pretty fast, knowing I like the pure-hearted type. After finishing speaking, he leaned over, noses almost touching. Looking into the pair of deep, handsome pupils so close before him, Nanzhou softly chuckled, lowering his voice, but if you don't move, how are we going to have a story? Although Huaxingyi's expression appeared calm, the smile in his eyes was quite obvious. His heartbeat became faster, Nanzhou couldn't help but close his eyes, bringing his lips closer to those sexy thin lips. Just as he was about to kiss them, Huaxingyi blocked his lips with his hand. Then, amidst Nanzhou's puzzled gaze after opening his eyes, he quietly chuckled, don't corrupt minors. Following his gaze, Nanzhou looked at the little Shiba Inu Adu, held immobile in Huaxingyi's arms. Damn minors. Brother Yi, you're doing this intentionally, right? You don't want us to see it, do you? Blast it. The atmosphere reached such a point, I've already taken off my pants, and you tell me this, despicable. Huaxingyi, you're treating our noble SV top fans as outsiders. You brat, when you're already climbing up by secret means, you still care about minors? Your morality truly fluctuates wildly, but I like you for it. After work at the bar, in the night, Huaxingyi and Nanzhou got in the car to go home, holding their newly joined member, Black Shiba Inu Adu. After the filming ended and they just arrived at the apartment, the two put down the dog without even having time to rest. The cameraman then informed Huaxingyi that they needed to reshoot the individual interview that was disrupted earlier in the day due to the pheromone chaos caused by Zhang Shi. Thus, Huaxingyi followed the cameraman downstairs. They had originally planned to go together later to buy some puppy food and a feeding bowl nearby. Nanzhou initially wanted to wait for Huaxingyi to return, but little Shiba Inu's wet eyes looked too pitiful. Moreover, if it got any later, the nearby shops would all be closed. Thus, after tidying up briefly, Nanzhou went out. Following the instructions on his phone's navigation, he headed towards a pet store that might still be open. On his way past the river, however, Lu Zhou intercepted him. This was the second time, in as many nights, that he had run into this guy. Where have you moved to? Lu Zhou asked gruffly. Have you moved in with Huaxingyi? He couldn't ignore the Weibo trending topic from that day. When combined with today's behavior of Huaxingyi and Nanzhou, jealousy bubbled up inside Lu Zhou. Why? In the past, Nanzhou clearly belonged to me, but now he belongs to someone else. Such a sudden change must mean Huaxingyi has used some tricks. Lu Zhou had been thinking about these things constantly over the recent days. Especially about the shift in Nanzhou's attitude toward him. Just a few days ago, a stranger messaged him, don't you think Nanzhou has changed? Do you want him back? Back to the way he used to be, when he was devoted only to you. Under normal circumstances, Lu Zhou would dismiss such a message as spam. But for some reason, on that day, he replied, what do you mean? After that, he added the person on WeChat. The person told him, Nanzhou has been possessed by an unclean spirit. If you follow my advice, he will come back to his senses. Lu Zhou didn't want to believe it, but the person sent him many comparisons of Nanzhou's changes, leaving him no choice but to trust. Later that evening, the person sent him another message, I've already prepared the altar. As long as you make your move, everything will go back to how it used to be. So, Lu Zhou stopped Nanzhou here. Forget about human affairs once buried. It's none of your concern. Nanzhou tried to walk around him. Lu Zhou gritted his teeth, do you really not like me anymore? I've never liked you. I see, Lu Zhou nodded. Just as Nanzhou took a couple more steps forward, Lu Zhou extended his hand and shoved hard against Nanzhou's back. Chapter 141, You Just Can't Accept Huaxingyi Likes Me. At that moment, Nanzhou only had time to feel an enormous force coming toward him. His body went over the low railing and fell toward the river surface. With a splash, his body entered the water. The down jacket and sweater were quickly soaked by the cold river water, becoming wet, heavy, and freezing, as if unseen hands were pulling him down. In a daze, he heard another splash. In his blurred vision and confused state of consciousness, Nanzhou saw Huaxingyi's figure. Is it an illusion? He thought as he fell into unconsciousness. A few minutes earlier, at the moment Nanzhou fell into the water, on the other side of the riverbank, when Yu's shout was heard. Lu Zhou. What are you doing? Lu Zhou was startled and instinctively took 2 steps back. When Yu ran towards him, and at the same time, footsteps approached from behind him. In the next second, Lu Zhou felt someone push him heavily from behind, knocking him to the ground. Subsequently, a familiar sound of someone falling into the river came again from the riverside. What teacher? When Yu shouted towards the river after rushing closer. Xinye didn't respond, he quickly dove underwater. Useless, useless. Lu Zhou sat on the ground, muttering, he will be mine very soon. Definitely. Wen Yu, who was standing by the river observing while calling for emergency services and reporting the incident, glanced at him upon hearing this. In the next second, he squatted down and delivered a punch to Lu Zhou's face, saying slowly in Lu Zhou's astonished gaze, I've tolerated you for too long, you morally deficient and brain-decayed bastard. Then, another punch sent him sprawling on the ground. Wen Yu stood up and, at the moment the call connected, turned back to his usual gentle demeanor, hello, I need to report a case, someone attempted intentional murder. When Nan Zhou woke up, he found himself in a strange room. The room was bathed in white light, with black servers spread all around. On the servers, light points of different colors flashed intermittently, not glaring but accompanied by rhythmic beeping sounds, giving him an indescribable feeling. It felt very unreal. In the corner, a person sat with their back to him. In front of them was a large holographic screen. Nan Zhou looked at their back, finding it familiar yet alien. This is. I've been waiting for you for a long time, the person turned around, revealing a familiar face. He used to live for 3 years with that face, that body. Who are you? Where am I? Nan Zhou paused, and who am I? The other party didn't say anything, just stared at him carefully for several moments. Don't look at me like this, I'm not narcissistic, Nan Zhou said. The other party hesitated, then laughed. Though it was his own former face, at this moment, after the other person smiled, Nan Zhou no longer thought it was himself. Under the same appearance, how different souls would present differently, he got a vivid impression at this moment. I am Nan Zhou. You can call me, the Nan Zhou from the ordinary world. The other party pointed at Nan Zhou, and you, are the Nan Zhou from the ABO world. Indeed, it was so. Here, is the main god space, said Nan Zhou from the ordinary world, standing up, only dead people will appear in this place. Dead people. Feeling like a bucket of cold water poured over his head, Nan Zhou changed expression at this moment. At this point, images appeared on the screen. That was in a high-end VIP ward in the ABO world. He was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, various instruments inserted into his body. By the bedside, a familiar tall figure sat there, firmly holding his hand, with usually deep-set eyes now bloodshot red. No one knew how long the person had maintained this state, and what exactly his current situation entailed, but when Nan Zhou saw this scene, his mind buzzed. Not like this. You shouldn't be like this. Didn't I already tell you, if I leave, you must also. He won't survive, Nan Zhou from the ordinary world spoke up, you actually know very well that he never promised you. Nan Zhou sharply looked at him again. Subsequently, he walked towards him in great strides, reached out his hand, grabbed the other party's collar, and in their frightened gaze, said word by word, fooling around with me is fine, but messing with the person I like, no matter who you are or where we are, I will beat you to the point where even your father won't recognize you. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his fist. I just wanted to have a chat with you, the other party said. I don't have anything to talk about with you, Nan Zhou landed a punch on the other's face, I won't bother calculating what rotten things you've done. Spit it out if you have something to say. If not, let me hit you first. You still have a chance to go back. Nan Zhou from the ordinary world shouted. The second punch aimed at his face paused midair. Nan Zhou released his grip, I'll give you 5 minutes. You really are, well, who would have thought I lost? Nan Zhou from the ordinary world gave a desolate smile. Subsequently, the content of the holographic screen changed, showing 2 blocks of text. At the top of both sides were written Nan Zhou. But the difference was that under each Nan Zhou, there were numerous names listed, and behind every name were different numerical values. On the left side of Nan Zhou, the name in first place was Xinye, with a numerical value displayed at 100%. Below that came Gu Zheng, Nan Yuan, Gu Ying, Gu Jin Chao, etc., their numerical differences being relatively small. Further down the list included Hao Jia, Wen Yu, Liu Bei, Luo Nan, Jiang Zhen, and many others. There were even Yan Lang and Fang Gu. On the right side of Nan Zhou, there were only a few names, Gu Zheng, Nan Yuan, Gu Ying, Gu Jin Chao ranked ahead. But their numbers weren't especially high, further down were still names like Hao Jia, etc. Lu Zhou's name was in the middle, only showing over 40%. Haven't you received any notification from the system? Nan Zhou from the ordinary world asked. Nan Zhou looked puzzled, what? I died in a car accident. When I woke up, I found myself lying in your body. In my mind, a voice told me that I got another chance at rebirth. It gave me a list and let me choose someone to target. If I can make the other person love me completely, willing to dedicate their life to me, then I can live again in my original body. Nan Zhou from the ordinary world gave a self-mocking laugh. Back then, among all those people, I chose Lu Zhou. I thought since Lu Zhou is around my age, we share similar interests and both yearn to become idols, targeting him would be easier for me compared to others. As for the rest, I didn't have greater confidence in them. Especially Xinye, he wasn't even in my consideration. But nothing, Nan Zhou cut him off, since you treat them merely as tools, whoever comes along will lead to the same result. Nan Zhou from the ordinary world laughed. Though it's true what you said, you simply can't accept Huixinya liking me. Chapter 142, I miss you too. Nan Zhou laughed, he's my lover. I don't want him to like anyone else. Is there a problem with that? As for you. At this point, he paused, you don't even have the confidence to choose him, but now you're so confident that you haven't wiped your own ass and are already standing in front of me spouting nonsense. In the real world, Nan Zhou did not become enraged by his verbal attack, instead, he smiled and suggested, or, why don't you let me try? Let me live in your body for 3 more days. In the 3 years, Lu Zhou didn't accomplish anything with you, and in just 3 days, do you really expect to get anything done with my beloved? To be honest, with such good cards as my life, you still lost miserably. Any passerby would comment on how terrible you are. Really terrible. Nan Zhou pulled over the chair that the real-world Nan Zhou had just been sitting on and plopped himself down, he won't like you, and I won't let you get close to him. I suggest you drink less alcohol and eat more dishes, otherwise, you wouldn't have ended up drunk like this. You finished your rambling nonsense. Now tell me how to go back. The room fell silent for a few seconds, then the Nan Zhou from the real world laughed. I said it earlier, anyone who can come into this room has already died in their own world. On the day of your car accident 3 years ago, you were already dead. Nan Zhou stared intently, saying nothing. I don't know what consideration led the system to switch our souls, putting each of us into the other's body. It told me about completing quests but gave you no hints at all, yet, oddly enough, you were the one who ultimately succeeded. If you're bad, practice more. Nan Zhou sneered. I've had no more chances. On the day Lu Zhou announced his romance with Wen Yu, I lost every opportunity. The real-world Nan Zhou smiled, the system deprived me of my rights, letting you return to your original body, while I stayed here to witness either the completion or failure of your final task. Are you saying, not only did you make me work in the entertainment industry for you, but you also spied on my love life? Nan Zhou glanced at him, your behavior really fits well with Lu Zhou. Real-world Nan Zhou. After taking a deep breath, he brought the conversation back on track, I said from the start that in order to reincarnate, someone must fully love you and be willing to give their life to you. Nan Zhou, whose relaxed posture stiffened instantly. Did you guess? The real-world Nan Zhou chuckled, it doesn't matter anyway because if you die, neither can he survive. So the choice should be. You can lose the game, but don't forget the core values of socialism. Nan Zhou cut him off. Huixinya was willing to sacrifice himself for me, that was his decision. But now, asking me to choose his life for my survival isn't fair. How can I decide his life and death while he cannot decide his own? What kind of logic is this? And furthermore, aren't you scheming? After I revive, you're trying to seduce my boyfriend. Real-world Nan Zhou. Your perspective is truly unique. Thank you. In the flipping garden, there's a tree. I'm called Talent. Remember that. Coughing once, the real-world Nan Zhou spoke again, so, your choice is, even if you complete the task, you're unwilling to sacrifice him to save yourself, right? Nan Zhou remained silent. You still very much want to live, right? I'm just thinking about how I'll beat him up when he comes. Nan Zhou stood up, brushing non-existent dust off his pants, straightening his clothes, that's it. Let that system act quickly. I'm ready. The real-world Nan Zhou softly smiled. You are truly brave. I am also truly envious of you. Wishing you both happiness. As his voice faded, the lights in the entire room suddenly went out. The flickering light points of machines grew faster, louder, and closer, as if breaking through the eardrum. Nan Zhou's breathing quickened, and in the next second, the world in front of him brightened again. The light shone into his eyes, making him subconsciously squint slightly. Clang. The sound of chairs scraping against the floor echoed near his ears. Then, accompanied by the familiar and pleasant warm aura, a familiar figure appeared in his sight. The usually handsome face was currently adorned with some disheveled stubble. Though still handsome, it made Nan Zhou's heart ache a bit. He extended his hand. The other immediately grasped it with care, pressing it against their own face. You're crying, Nan Zhou said softly, his lips curling into a gentle smile. The alpha's already slightly reddened eye corners took on an even more lustrous hue at his words. Huixinya spoke up, his deep voice tinged with a faint hitch. I missed you too, and I hate to part from you, Nan Zhou said. Huixinya didn't respond, merely gazing at him intently. In the depths of his eyes lay an overwhelming affection. Nan Zhou blinked, feeling moisture at the corners of his own eyes. He gave a soft laugh. And, I cry too. As he finished speaking, a tear slid down from the corner of his eye, landing on the pristine pillow. Huixinya reached out, his fingertips brushing away the tear from his eye, his deep voice slightly hoarse as he whispered, Thank you. Thank you for not leaving me. Thank you for coming back to me again. Nan Zhou gently touched his cheek, laughing softly. Feels rough. Huixinya chuckled, his stubbly cheek grazing against his palm. I'll shave it later. Nan Zhou puckered his lips. Actually, it's quite sexy, it gives me a good vibe. He looked into Huixinya's eyes. I wonder if it'll hurt or itch my thighs. A little curious to try. Before Huixingye could reply, a few meters away came the sudden sound of something falling. The next second, Gu Zheng's voice echoed in the ward. Bao. You're finally awake. Both Nan Zhou and Huixingye turned their gazes toward the source of the sound, the door of the ward. Gu Zheng was fumbling to pick up the items he dropped. Looking up, he met the gazes of the two, and instantly his cheeks flushed slightly. Ah. Brother. Nan Zhou called him. Just one word froze all of Gu Zheng's actions. After a moment, his eyes suddenly welled up, and he rushed over excitedly. Bao, do you remember everything? Then, upon noticing that Huixingye and Nan Zhou's hands were still resting on each other's faces, his tone changed sharply. What are you doing? What are you doing? My Bao just woke up, what are your intentions? Take your dirty hand away. Huixingye didn't move, but Nan Zhou directly reached out with his other hand and looped it around Gu Zheng's neck. It's me who seduced him. Gu Zheng. Chapter 143, May you all meet your own chosen one. Huixingye smoothly half-hugged him, adjusting the bed's shape and positioning the pillows. Nan Zhou sat comfortably against the headboard and looked at Gu Zheng. Brother, when will you finally win your sister-in-law? Gu Zheng suddenly turned red in the face, stammering, what nonsense. What sister-in-law? That's none of your business. Don't ruin her reputation. Ever since I've known you, you've always been single. 30 years have passed, the neighbor's kid is already buying soy sauce on his own, yet you're still alone. Nan Zhou held Huixingye's hand. If you wait any longer, people might say you're marrying a much younger woman. Nonsense. There's only a 7-year difference between us. Gu Zheng protested. After the words left his mouth, there was a brief silence in the hospital room. Nan Zhou gave a cunning smile as he whispered to Huixingye, seems like the person he likes is 23 this year. TSK, sounds just like an old ox eating tender grass. By your logic, isn't Huixingye also doing the same thing? With every 3 years considered a generation gap, they've already bridged one such gap, Gu Zheng said. That's different, Nan Zhou replied brazenly, giving Huixingye a quick peck on the cheek before Gu Zheng's wide eyes. I like him. But your sister-in-law may not even like you right now. Gu Zheng. Huixingye patted Nan Zhou's head. That's enough, let's stop or he'll fall apart. Don't pretend to be concerned for me. Besides, I'm not as fragile as you think. The Gu family would have fallen apart long ago without me by now. Gu Zheng straightened up, adjusting his collar and continued. The doctor said that once Nan Zhou wakes up, he can be discharged. Later, I'll ask housekeeper Zhao to pack up his things, he's coming home with me. Nan Zhou opened his mouth to speak but was cut off by Gu Zheng. 1 minute of your chatter pierces through my already fragile defenses like a gaping hole. You argue with me, make yourself feel better, but do you ever think about me? My mood swings like unpredictable May weather. Nan Zhou silently shifted his position, reclining back into bed. Before pulling the blanket over his head, he told Huixingye, Gu Zheng is too annoying, too scary. I've decided to pretend to pass out again. Good night, dear world. Huixingye. And beside them, Gu Zheng kept chattering away, you don't even like my posts on WeChat Moments. Why won't you like my posts? Oh yeah, I forgot, you unfriended me on WeChat. When are you going to add me back? Huixingye placed a hand on Gu Zheng's shoulder. What? Gu Zheng asked with narrowed eyes. The villain who talks too much will never find a wife, alpha males who jabber endlessly usually end up alone. Gu Zheng. In the end, after discharge, Nan Zhou returned home with Gu Zheng to the Gu residence. Because Gu Zheng told him that their fathers, Gu Jinzhao and Nan Yuantian, would be arriving home tomorrow. They had spent over 2 years in Antarctica conducting research and upon hearing that Nan Zhou was hospitalized during their return journey, advanced their flight schedule by a day. They did not wait for the private jet sent by the family but instead booked the earliest commercial flight back. Besides, it wouldn't be long before the spring festival. With parents at home and older brother present, unmarried Nan Zhou naturally belonged at home. There was another factor too, Gu Zheng pointed out that Huixingye had to continue shooting for his drama soon. If it weren't for the fact that he had remained unconscious due to an accident, Huixingye would have already returned to resume filming in the northwest, so staying behind wouldn't be possible either. Thus, after bidding Huixingye a reluctant farewell, Nan Zhou followed Gu Zheng home. Before departure, Nan Zhou rubbed his nose gently against Huixingye's handsome face, hugging him closely while whispering in his ear, while I was unconscious this time, I learned many things. I remembered who I am, where I come from, and also heard something truly unbelievable. When we meet next time, I'll tell you everything. Alright, Huixingye agreed. Then, disregarding the presence of Gu Zheng, they shared a deep kiss. When Nan Zhou got into the car, he noticed Gu Zheng looking sideways out of the window, his ears and cheeks flushed bright red. Nan Zhou fastened his seatbelt while saying teasingly, your ears turn red just watching us kiss. How are you going to handle dating in the future? Will you bleed all over your partner? Shut up. Gu Zheng's ears turned even redder. He blinked rapidly, lost in thought, and then added quietly, anyway, he wouldn't mind. Wait. Did you actually start bleeding? You, aren't you the other kind down below? Nan Zhou's expression was beyond perplexed. But no sooner had the words left his lips than Gu Jing turned bright red and loudly defended himself. He may be amazing, but I'm not bad either. At least I satisfy him. Upon hearing these words, there was another short moment of silence in the car. In the front seat, the driver silently turned on the midnight radio broadcast. Through the radio came Wen Yu's voice, gentle and melodious in the night. May you all meet your own chosen one on your journey through life, someone who will walk hand in hand with you through time. This is Wen Yu, and it's now 7 o'clock in the evening. Gu Jing muttered to himself, so he likes chosen ones. Nan Zhou tapped at his phone beside him, teasing, but you're just a lowly horse groom. Gu Jing. Suddenly, Nan Zhou lifted his gaze, as if having discovered something, his eyes shining bright. Could it be, you like one? Enough. Stop talking. Gu Jing interrupted him, his cheeks blazing red. He's a celebrity, there's nothing going on between us, and word getting out would only affect him badly. Nan Zhou didn't respond, his fingers flickering across the screen. Gu Jing let out a breath. But in the next moment, Nan Zhou handed over the phone. On the screen was a WeChat chat interface between Nan Zhou and someone noted as Superman Punch. Nan Zhou, I heard you delivered one punch that struck my brother's icy heart, like someone who'd spent 30 years getting fish at our T-Mart, and made it beat again. One punch Superman, thank you. Thanks to you, the seasons have become warm. When are you planning to throw another punch and knock him out so you can take him home? Gu Jing. In the car, the anguished groans of President Gu could be heard. Little treasure. Do you think I'm too tired to live? Are you already selling tickets for my funeral? Chuckle. Enough of this sadness. You feel no remorse, not even a bit melancholic. Buzz buzz buzz, the phone vibrated. A message arrived from the other side. Superman Punch, the relationship between you two brothers is closer than I imagined. Superman Punch, did Gu Jing ask me to bring him home? Silence fell briefly in the car. After a moment, Nan Zhou poked at the ears of the now very red-faced Gu Jing. How should we reply? Give me a definitive answer. Just tell him, to take responsibility for me. Gu Jing said. After finishing his words, he suddenly sighed, forget it. Don't reply. Just forward his WeChat contact to me, I'll talk to him personally. Back home, Nan Zhou took a shower in his room and immediately went to bed. The next morning, he was almost suffocated awake when someone threw a blanket over his head. Yanking the blanket down, what greeted his eyes was a stunningly handsome face, mature yet brimming with vitality. Little treasure, the sun is shining on your backside. You've been lying in bed too long. Your father has been waiting for you more than an hour. Hurry up and get up. Dad? Nan Yuan reached out and roughly ruffled his messy hair. It's me. Get up and go downstairs quickly. Don't keep your father waiting. Chapter 144, Moving Out After Marriage. After finishing washing up, Nan Zhou went downstairs to the dining room. In the dining room, the alpha sitting at the head of the table had an exceptional presence. Age seemed only to have added maturity and charm to his handsome face, endowing it with an unparalleled allure. The deep eyes revealed wisdom sculpted by experience, yet when they looked at those nearby, they also showed youthful vitality and gentleness. Noticing Nan Zhou's gaze, Gu Jinzhao and Nan Yuan who were chatting softly beside him turned their heads toward the entrance of the dining room together. You're up, asked Gu Jinzhao in a deep voice that carried an inherent sternness. Nan Yuan greeted Nan Zhou. Little treasure, come sit down. I've asked the kitchen to make your favorite dish. Nan Zhou glanced at Gu Jing, who was sitting in the corner typing furiously on his keyboard as if he wanted to remain unnoticed. Then he walked over to the dining table and sat next to Nan Yuan. A servant came over and the butler served the delicious breakfast onto the table. Husband, try this one, I made it this morning. Nan Yuan placed a small plate of pastries in front of Gu Jinzhao. It was a plate of exquisitely crafted but peculiarly scented pastries. When Nan Yuan picked up one piece to offer to Gu Jinzhao, Nan Zhou subtly retreated with his lips pressed together. At the same moment, the hand movements of Gu Jing, who appeared busy but was actually observing closely, suddenly froze. Under everyone's gaze, Gu Jinzhao took a bite of the pastry that emitted an eerie aroma. Is it good? Asked Nan Yuan. Gu Jinzhao sipped his coffee and nodded. It's very good. Your skills never fail to impress me. Then before Nan Yuan could open his mouth again, he turned to the corner where Gu Jing was sitting. Big treasure and little treasure should try your father's cooking as well. Gu Jing. Nan Zhou. Gu Jing spoke first. This pastry is filled with Dad's love for you. If I eat it, it would be like being a third wheel that suddenly lights up between you two, which isn't good. Moreover, it wouldn't respect Dad's feelings for you. Big treasure, how can you talk about yourself like that, said Nan Yuan while signaling the butler to bring the pastry over to Gu Jing. You cannot be a third wheel. You are the proof of my love with your father. It's wonderful for our family to share this delightfully loving dessert together. This is how love and heart get passed around. Isn't that right, honey? Seeing the pastry was brought to his side, Gu Jing suddenly turned to Nan Zhou. Won't little treasure have a bite? Just as Nan Zhou was trying to sneak away from the table, Gu Jing's words drew the attention back to him from both Nan Yuan and Gu Jinzhao. Nan Yuan said, Little treasure, have you already eaten just a few bites of breakfast? Are you not feeling well? Or has your taste changed since we haven't seen each other for more than 2 years? I've gotten stronger, replied Nanzhou. Although Nan Yuan didn't understand, Gu Jinzhao calmly interjected, a strong man never complains about the environment. The environment is usually messed up by the strong men, Nanzhou muttered under his breath. So you need to adapt to it, conquer it, and become even stronger, Gu Jinzhao finished, then placed another eerily aromatic pastry right in front of Nanzhou. Nanzhou. Gu Jinzhao's voice echoed again, this time directed at Gu Zheng, since you're on leave, don't bring work home. The company will run fine without you, perhaps earning a little less. There's nothing more important than your father. Gu Zheng. Closing his eyes, he quickly shoved the pastry into his mouth and chewed forcefully. His expression instantly became grim, as if something had gripped his throat, struggling for air like he was about to throw up. A nearby female maid handed him a glass of water, which Gu Zheng gulped down in one go. Wiping the water residue off his lips, he sighed deeply and smiled at Nan Yuan. Dad, it tastes absolutely marvelous, simply unforgettable. Every single bite conveys your devotion and ingenuity. Nan Yuan was highly delighted. Nanzhou took a deep breath, rolled up his sleeves a bit, and hastily grabbed the pastry, stuffing it into his mouth. However, the instant the pastry entered his mouth, he swiftly maneuvered it into his sleeve using speed and angle. He faked chewing motions and grabbed a spoon to bite some sweet seafood porridge into his mouth instead, striving to appear convincing. After a short pause, he wiped his mouth, saying, Dad, these pastries are truly wonderful, but please don't make them again, or father will be upset. Gu Zheng immediately nodded. Exactly, exactly. Father cherishes you too much to see you do such things. He always says your hands aren't meant for housework. Gu Jinzhao also nodded. Honey, I love you, and you love me. Doing these little things for you doesn't count as much. Nan Yuan gave Gu Jinzhao a peck on the cheek. Our second treasure is coming back this year for the New Year's dinner, and I plan to show my skills again that day. Gu Zheng. Nanzhou. Gu Jinzhao. All right. There was a brief moment of silence in the dining room. Nan Yuan, by the way, I saw the news yesterday. That person Xiao Bao liked got arrested. Nanzhou gasped. Dad, the one who got arrested is Lu Zhou. Hu Xingye is filming in the northwest. Gu Zheng said. Oh, my slip of the tongue. It's the one Xiao Bao used to like who got arrested. Xiao Bao's boyfriend is fine and not locked up yet. Nan Yuan explained. Nanzhou. Gu Jinzhao put down his coffee cup, your situation, I probably heard about it from Big Treasure. I'll still say what I did years ago. You're an adult now, and you decide your own matters of the heart. Neither your father nor I will interfere. As long as you're happy, we'll both accept it. Are you two living together? Nan Yuan asked. No, I just rented his house to live in. Nanzhou replied. This isn't living together then. You even pay for it. Gu Zheng interjected. It's better than you failing to add someone you like on WeChat. Nanzhou retorted. Big Treasure has someone he likes. Nan Yuan's eyes lit up, looking extremely curious. How interesting, what kind of kid is it? Can he handle you? Did you paste a gag over his mouth? Gu Zheng. Gu Zheng likes someone very impressive. If he wants, he can immediately shut Gu Zheng up. Nanzhou quietly passed the cake hidden in his sleeve to the female maid and picked up the spoon again, enjoying the delicious breakfast made by the kitchen with satisfaction. Honey, looks like Big Treasure finally has someone. If the progress is fast, perhaps next year he'll get married and move out. Nan Yuan happily told Gu Jinzhao. Gu Jinzhao nodded and said to Gu Zheng, if all else fails, use your money. Do everything possible to pursue him, then get married and move out. Gu Zheng slammed the lid of his laptop shut, are you tired of me? Big Treasure, you're 30 already. The alpha next door moved out at 18 to live alone. And you are still living at home now. Nan Yuan said, every time your father and I talk about you, we feel uneasy, worrying that you might be lonely in the future. Gu Jinzhao nodded, an alpha should settle down earlier, don't always revolve around parents and siblings. Have your own life to be truly happy. Chapter 145, Why does he hate you so much? Nanzhou also said, stop meddling with us and focus on yourself. That way, everyone will be happy. Humph, rest assured. He's different from you guys. He never complains about me talking too much. He even praised me for having a sharp tongue. He is a very unique person and extremely beautiful. I'll be extremely happy in the future. Gu Zheng picked up his laptop, eat slowly. I'm going upstairs. After he left, Nanzhou quickly finished breakfast and swiftly left the restaurant before Nan Yuan and Gu Jinzhao started getting affectionate. Recently, Weibo has been particularly lively. 3 days ago, a major incident involving the popular variety show, Falling for You, was leaked late at night, sparking widespread discussion. Initially, everyone thought it was fake news, but when the production team announced that the live broadcast of this episode was unexpectedly cancelled, the related gossip was immediately pushed to the top. The main whistleblower claimed that an accident occurred within the production team, resulting in police cars and ambulances arriving. Fans were concerned about who exactly got into trouble, and Lu Zhou's fans were the most upset, accusing Nanzhou of abusing privileges against their idol. However, the next day, when the official police account announced that someone surnamed Lu had been detained, the story took a drastic turn. Hashtag Lu Zhou arrested hashtag. Hashtag when you breaks up hashtag. Hashtag Nanzhou possibly unconscious hashtag. Hashtag he Xingye and Nanzhou hashtag. And other tags set off heated discussions online. Among these, the Weibo trending topic stating Lu Zhou had been taken away by the police for intentional injury received the most attention. Netizens flocked to comment, calling Lu Zhou a new legal system influencer. Fans of Xingzhou, especially those of Nanzhou, brought up past controversies involving Lu Zhou and criticized him fiercely. Lu Zhou's previous treatment of Nanzhou in the group was again discussed, and he was labeled as a bully. As Lu Zhou's official girlfriend, when you made a brief breakup statement after Lu Zhou was taken away, which some netizens accused her of being profit-driven. When Yu's fans defended him, engaging in fierce arguments with black fans, but some netizens insisted that when Yu was someone blinded by profit. Blackers and rival camps posted all the costume dramas, modern romances, and variety shows when Yu had starred in over the years, claiming that he would do anything for money. His performance on Falling for You was described as deliberately promoting CP chemistry just to make money, with quite derogatory language used. When Hao Jia called Nanzhou to tell him about these events, she said, "After all, they're supposed to be a couple." Of course, when Yu would be affected by what happened to Lu Zhou. But since he's an actor, people will forget soon enough. Besides, someone helped him by positive hot search spots to push down the negative ones. By someone, Hao Jia meant Gu Zheng, though she didn't dare to mention it to Nanzhou. Back in the day, when Nanzhou was being attacked in the entertainment industry, Gu Zheng never bought him hot searches, hoping his brother would know to quit while he's behind and go home instead of staying in this circle. Hao Jia couldn't help feeling sorry for her friend due to this comparison. But Nanzhou wasn't bothered by it. Isn't Wen Yichuan's new drama airing today? How do you know? Wait, what's Wen Yichuan? Hao Jia was speechless. Wen Yu's leading wuxia drama is airing tonight at 8 o'clock on Tomato Platform. Taking advantage of this wave of hot searches, Tomato Platform also promoted it shamelessly, encouraging everyone to watch Wen Yu and his new screen partner. A few days ago, the production team released the opening theme song of this drama. Once the highly martial arts-inspired theme music and intro were released on various platforms, they immediately caught the attention of many viewers and listeners. People were first drawn by Jiang Zhen's powerful voice, then noticed that the composer, lyricist, and arranger of the song was none other than Ganjera, who once created the legendary C.Polade. Gong God is too amazing. Screaming ah 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 ah. To be honest, I just want to watch this drama after hearing this song, it's so good, everyone should listen. The collaboration between Jiang Zhen and Wen Yu, though, actually, I hope it was written by Zhou Zhou. It'd be perfect if all my favorite people were involved. Starting today, I announce that Gong God is my idol. Can he write more songs? Every time he releases something, it's a masterpiece. So strong. Ah 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 ah, Yumeiren is so beautiful, Sister Jiang Zhen's voice is so cool, the song is amazing. Can't wait. Nanzhou didn't respond to Hao Jia's question. Hao Jia was already accustomed to it and quickly brought up a new topic. If you ask me, Gu Tang is the most despicable one. At first, his fans said he was hiding in the shadows while beautiful, but then came the news that he instigated Lu Zhou to intentionally harm you. It's not what I should say, but he's way too bold, placing those feudal superstitions directly in the room during the show. When the police pushed the door open, someone captured pictures of his and Zhang Shi's walk-in closet, filled with red eerie patterns, scaring the hell out of people. I just can't figure it out why he hates you so much. There's no such competition that goes this far. Hao Jia cursed a series without taking a breath. Nanzhou smiled, he probably thought he's the protagonist of the world, opening his eyes to light up the world and closing them to make it dark. Hao Jia. Isn't everyone like that, waking up with light and darkness when sleeping? Having such awareness shows that your brain still works. In fact, Nanzhou had a very clear understanding of why Gu Tang acted this way. After regaining his memory, he remembered everything that happened on the day of the car accident. That day's incident was an accident. The driver swerved sharply to avoid a sudden animal on the road and accidentally hit the guardrail. The car tilted and flipped over. At the time, after just finishing the fever period, Nanzhou sat by the window still feeling somewhat weak, and because of this accident, shards of broken car glass impaled into his gland, causing him to bleed profusely and leave him immobile. There weren't many people around in that area, it was a newly developed tourist attraction that hadn't been fully constructed yet. The driver passed out, and as Nanzhou was severely weakened due to being cut by the glass at the gland, unable to move a single muscle. It was right then that Nanzhou heard the vehicle's brake sound, followed by footsteps. A familiar yet strange face appeared in his sight. This person was full of shock, wanting to make a call but did not take action immediately. They just stood there, their face filled with fear but also some anticipation as they stared at him. Gradually losing consciousness due to blood loss, the will to survive made Nanzhou stretch out his hand towards the other person, save. No. The other person instinctively stepped back, shaking their head, loudly asking, "Did you see it yesterday?" You even smiled at me. What? Nanzhou couldn't react fast enough. But the other person fell into a kind of madness, continuing to mutter, as long as you don't say it, no one will know. So. Don't blame me. Chapter 146, Fate is arranged by the heavens. Nanzhou told Huixingye about this matter. I don't remember meeting him before. Huixingye didn't respond. Recently, Lu Zhou and Gu Tang were arrested. Both of them hired lawyers, and Gu Zheng also arranged a legal team from his own company for Nanzhou. Huixingye took the initiative to contact Gu Zheng, and the two rarely agreed, determined to maximize the detention years of these two individuals within the legal limits. Lu Zhou hated Nanzhou, feeling resentful and restless, which Huixingye could understand. But Gu Tang's hatred, in addition to jealousy, had something else added to it. He couldn't figure out before why Gu Tang painted strange things in the room. Later, Huixingye learned through the lawyer that Gu Tang believed Nanzhou was possessed by an evil spirit, so he wanted to exorcise it. As for who was the evil spirit, Huixingye was clear in his heart. He found someone to investigate the incident 3 years ago and learned from a housekeeping aunt employed by Gu Tang's family that not long after Nanzhou had the car accident, Gu Tang also drew the same symbols at home. At the time, everyone's attention was on Nanzhou, and no one connected Gu Tang with the car accident. They just thought Gu Tang was mentally abnormal, as if he had been frightened. Later, Huixingye sent someone to meet Gu Tang at the detention center, slightly tricked him, and Gu Tang confessed. That day, he saw me trying to flirt with the young master of the Fu family under his name. In fact, Nanzhou's eyes had never landed on him. But simply because of such a trivial matter, a bit of suspicion and unease, Gu Tang neither saved Nanzhou nor even wished deep down for Nanzhou's death. Do you remember going to M Hotel a few days before the car accident 3 years ago? Huixingye asked. Yeah, I remember. That day, M Hotel was hosting an industry banquet with many entertainment circle people present. I heard that the music director of Leopard Green Entertainment would be there, so I wanted to exchange contacts with him and let him listen to my songs. That was Nanzhou's first song. At the time, he had confidence, but not like now, with such strong certainty and self-assurance. Through the screen, seeing Nanzhou sitting on the lazy rocking chair with still crystal-clear eyes, Huixingye smiled. Did you exchange contacts with him? I didn't talk to him directly, but I took his business card from his position and requested to be friends. Nanzhou said. After saying that, he suddenly thought of something, widened his eyes, and looked incredulously at Huixingye on the other side of the screen. It's me, Huixingye nodded. That day, because of movie music, we exchanged business cards. So, that's why I received your friend request. Nanzhou murmured. Then, his expression changed, and he smiled mischievously at Huixingye. Fate. It's all arranged by the heavens. Looks like you were destined to become my boyfriend. When he smiled, his fox-like eyes were exceptionally beautiful, shrewd yet lively, very captivating. Huixingye responded with a smile. Speaking of this, Nanzhou couldn't help but share the news that Gu Zheng liked when you with him, even mentioning the wedding teasing between Gu Jingqiao and Nanyuan at the restaurant in the morning. Of course, he also mentioned the food made by Nanyuan, which was hard to eat. The two chatted casually as the sky gradually grew darker. So, are you staying on the set for New Year's Eve too? Nanzhou softly asked. Huixingye nodded. Oh. Are you unhappy? I miss you. But I will see you on the first day of the new year. With Huixingye's words falling, Nanzhou's eyes visibly lit up. Very cute, very pure. Huixingye couldn't help but reach out to touch Nanzhou's face on the screen. Shall we see each other next year? Nanzhou nodded. Before they knew it, New Year's Eve arrived. Under Nanyuan's direction, Gu Zheng and Nanzhou hung up lanterns and pasted Spring Festival couplets at home. There was a harmonious and cheerful atmosphere in the house. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, several black cars arrived at the Gu residence. Although the cars weren't from those years, their majesty was the same as back then. The car doors opened, revealing an alpha female with glasses, exquisite and outstanding, accompanied by the same bespectacled man from those years. However, after so many years passed, the man had grown more mature, losing his youthful air and becoming steady and reliable. Second Bao has come back. Nanyuan opened her arms toward Guing. Dad. Guing embraced Nanyuan, then greeted Gu Jingqiao, father. Finally, she looked at Gu Zheng and Nanzhou in turn, brother, younger brother. The look Guing gave to Nanzhou lingered longer than it did on the others. Nanzhou and Gu Zheng greeted her one after another, and then everyone headed to the dining room together. Due to her special status, though Guing came home for the New Year's Eve dinner, she actually couldn't eat the dishes made by the family. The bizarre soup cooked by Nanyuan ultimately ended up in the stomachs of Gu Jingqiao, Gu Zheng, and Nanzhou. After the New Year's Eve dinner, Guing chatted with her father and dad for a while, then had a conversation with Gu Zheng. In the end, she called Nanzhou alone to the garden. What is the world over there like? Under the night sky, Guing came straight to the point. This question made Nanzhou widen his eyes. There was an additional trace of a smile on Gu Ying's usually calm face. Though space-time travel is mysterious, it's not entirely impossible. It's a superdimensional phenomenon based on quantum foam theory. By manipulating these foams to create a stable superdimensional channel, through precise adjustments to the frequency of quantum foam fluctuations, we can tune an object or individual from one point to another. Sis, in the ocean of knowledge, I am merely a freshwater fish, Nan Zhou replied dryly. Guing didn't mind. On the day of your car accident, our institute's quantum superdimension channel reacted for a period of time. Later, I received a call from Gu Zheng, who reached me through various connections. He said that after you woke up, your behavior was very strange and not like yourself. He asked me if it was possible that aliens had taken control of your brain. Nan Zhou raised his hand and clapped several times forcefully. Gu Zheng never fails to surprise. His angle is always unique. Though his ideas are cute, they indeed gave me inspiration. I asked him to send me reports on the location of your accident and your behavior after waking up. After various analyses and comparisons, I suspected that you might have encountered space-time travel. Though the superdimension channel I'm researching is still in its early stages, the process of time-space travel requires extremely precise calculations and control because any tiny error could result in the traveler appearing in the wrong time and place, or worse, being trapped in a rift in time and space. But if we were to make a smaller object traverse, it would be feasible. Chapter 147, Would you like to see me? Cell phone. Nan Zhou immediately thought of the object that once connected him with Huixinye. Guing nodded. But if you could send me the cell phone, then why did you block me on WeChat? Nan Zhou was confused. We didn't put you on our blacklist. In fact, when we tuned your phone at the location where you had the car accident, I believed it would help us contact you. I modified your phone so that information could be transmitted without spatial and temporal constraints via spatiotemporal resonance. Though it appears just as a broken phone to the naked eye, it can actually capture the resonant frequency of quantum entangled particles and convert it into readable signals. By precisely adjusting these frequencies, cross-temporal and cross-spatial communication becomes possible. Nan Zhou, sis, could you consider my educational level when you talk? Guing stood with her hands in her pockets, gazing at the moon, but it seemed like her eyes were looking further away. But I don't know what went wrong, we couldn't contact you. However, in the quantum reaction, someone indeed managed to reach out to you. Perhaps, you can help me answer this question. It wasn't until this moment that Nan Zhou finally realized Gu Ying's true purpose for having a private conversation with him. He followed Gu Ying's gaze toward the night sky. Do you believe that there is a god in this world? Guing stayed silent. Then, Nan Zhou narrated in detail everything that happened while his body was unconscious after Lu Zhou pushed him into the water. This included the so-called main god space and system in the real world according to South State's perception, along with the absurd reincarnation competition. After listening to all this, Guing didn't show a particularly surprised expression. Main god space. System. A faint curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. If only I had the chance, I'd like to meet them personally. Nan Zhou. Sis, it's not something you can see easily. I have my own ways. Guing shifted her gaze back to him. I'm glad I got the chance to chat with you today. Suddenly, she noticed that Nan Zhou, at some point, sat down on the garden bench with his legs crossed up. Nan Zhou, when feet are off the ground, smarter IQs get higher positions. If you say anything later, I might be able to receive the information better. Go inside, it's too cold out here. Don't freeze your brain. Guing said. Nan Zhou. Guing stayed with her family until the sound of midnight struck, and after everyone greeted each other for the new year, she departed from home again under the night skies. Nan Yuan and Gu Jinzhao went up to the rooftop to set off fireworks. Gu Zheng answered a phone call and disappeared somewhere to talk. The living room, which had been bustling just moments ago, now became quiet once more with only Nan Zhou left in the large villa's main building. In his mind, Nan Zhou composed all the events that occurred today into melodies and hummed as he returned to his room. On the first day of the new year, he would meet his lover. This realization made Nan Zhou both anticipative and thrilled. He rummaged through his wardrobe for clothes, and suddenly, his phone rang. Since it was a special ringtone he set, shortly after the ringtone started, Nan Zhou picked up the call. From the other end, came Huixinye's deep and pleasant voice, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Nan Zhou stopped what he was doing and sat down on a stool. There was a brief silence on the line, then he heard Huixinye ask, What are you doing? Thinking about you. A familiar low, short burst of a sexy laugh followed, and then Nan Zhou heard Huixinye say, Today is the first day of the new year. Nan Zhou's heart suddenly beat violently. Would you like to see me? Almost immediately after Huixinye spoke, Nan Zhou ran towards the balcony of the bedroom. Standing on the balcony, he saw a black car parked outside the gates of the villa. In front of the car stood a tall figure. As if sensing his gaze, Huixinye also looked in Nan Zhou's direction at the same time, their gazes meeting in the dark night. The next second, Nan Zhou saw Huixinye waving at him. At this moment, there was no need for further words. The body instinctively follows the guidance of the heart. Nan Zhou ended the call, turned around, and rushed downstairs. From the room to the first-floor hall, through the garden, running all the way, in the astonishment of the guards, Nan Zhou pushed open the gate and dashed a few steps before throwing himself into the arms of the Alpha waiting in front of the car with open arms. The two stood quietly in the night for a while until Nan Zhou looked up and kissed Huixinye's chin. Knocking on my door in the dead of night, do you plan to elope with me? He had come out unprepared, wearing too little, and Huixingye tightened his arms, drawing him close. Lowering his gaze, he smiled and asked in return, "Would you run away with me?" Nanzhou nodded without hesitation. "Didn't we agree last time? You said you would abduct me to a place where there are only us two." In the next moment, Nanzhou was swept off his feet. The car door opened, and Nanzhou was placed in the passenger seat. Afterward, Huixingye closed the door, walked around the car, and climbed into the driver's seat. The car started and merged into the dark night. Snowflakes began to fall gently one by one. Nanzhou sat in the warm car, looking at the handsome profile of the Alpha beside him. Huixingye gazed out the window at the falling snow, as if remembering something deep in his eyes. "I first noticed you on a snowy night like this," he broke the silence inside the car. Nanzhou paused slightly but then understood something, silently listening as Huixingye recounted his past and family life. It wasn't a long story, nor particularly sorrowful, but even in its calm tone, Nanzhou could feel a subtle ache. Especially when Huixingye spoke of severing ties with his mother. When Huixingye finished, the car grew quiet again. "So, is it because you've witnessed your parents' unhappy marriage that you didn't mark me last time?" Nanzhou asked. For you, does a snow-covered night mean painful memories?" Nanzhou stated confidently. Huixingye nodded. Nanzhou made Huixingye pull over, unbuckling his seatbelt and leaning forward to kiss his lips lightly. "If it's an unpleasant memory, let's cover it with a beautiful one." Alpha was unable to respond as his lips were caught in a kiss. The temperature in the car gradually rose, the driver's seatbelt was untied, and then Huixingye pulled Nanzhou onto his lap. With red cheeks, Nanzhou leaned over his shoulder. "Do you feel better now?" Huixingye didn't reply, but his ferocious kiss and the grip on Nanzhou's waist clearly conveyed his answer. The snow fell heavier. The car in the snow resembled a jellyfish floating in the sea. After the Lunar New Year, the third season finale of Heartbeat aired. Due to an incident involving physical harm during this season, 2 contestants became legal talk show stars. As a result, the finale rules and guests changed. There were only 2 pairs of CPs, Su Xiao and Jiang Zhen, and the most popular CP from this season, Huixingye and Nanzhou. The ultimate test of compatibility, each guest will separately choose a dating location and head there without informing their partner or exchanging communication. Let's see if they have enough chemistry to meet each other at their chosen destinations. This was the rule set by the production team. In the live stream, Nanzhou carefully dressed up in front of the mirror, fixing his hair and picking a well-tailored outfit that suited him perfectly. In another live stream, Huixingye also groomed himself handsomely and attractively, with fans in the chat saying he was even more serious than when receiving awards. Both separately drove sports cars out of their respective homes. In the trunk of Huixingye's car, there were roses freshly picked in the morning flown in from abroad. On the back seat of Nanzhou's car, there was also a huge bouquet of roses. The 2 cars, starting from different directions, headed towards the same street. In front of Mozaka Cafe on the tree-lined road. Nanzhou had just gotten out of the car holding the bouquet of roses when, on the opposite side of the lane, a luxury sports car came to a stop. The door opened, revealing a tall and handsome figure stepping out. At the moment their gazes met, brilliant smiles lit up both of their faces simultaneously. This scene would still be fondly discussed by Xingzhou CP fans many years later. The main text ends here. Chapter 148, Wife, Wife, Wife. 10 months later, Zhou Academy in M Country. Nanzhou finished his classes and came out of the school, pushing open the door of the upper JN Cafe. Because he was a regular customer, the waiters knew him quite well. Seeing him, they greeted him enthusiastically and asked if he wanted his usual order. Nanzhou nodded and walked towards his usual seat. His eyes and attention were focused on the screen of his phone, which displayed information about the airport and flights. Due to the sudden snowstorm approaching, many flights taking off and landing at an airport were delayed or cancelled. Frowning, Nanzhou opened WeChat and was about to send a message to the contact pinned at the top when he caught sight of someone already sitting at that position. Seemingly sensing his gaze, the person looked up, meeting Nanzhou's dark eyes and black hair, and paused for a moment before smiling and greeting, "Chinese?" Seeing the familiar face before him, Nanzhou stood still for a second, his heart beating like a drum. After a while, he calmly took a step forward and sat directly across from the person, saying, "Yeah, I'm called Nanzhou. May I ask for your name?" The person grinned warmly and laughed, with a voice so familiar, Yanlang. Nanzhou's fingers, holding the phone, trembled slightly. "Are you a student at Zhou?" Yanlang asked. "Are you?" Nanzhou countered without answering directly. Yanlang chuckled and shook his head. "No, but my partner studies at this school." "Partner?" It was only then that Nanzhou noticed the ring on his right ring finger. "May I be so bold as to ask, who is your partner?" Yanlang did not answer immediately. Instead, he suddenly stood up and waved toward the entrance. "Wife, over here." Turning around, Nanzhou looked toward the entrance of the cafe where a glasses-wearing Omega male stood with a gentle demeanor. It was still a familiar face. Nanzhou's blood was boiling until the Omega male walked to the table and his gaze fell on Nanzhou. "Who's this?" "This is a friend I just met, who goes to the same school as you do." The moment Yanlang saw Fong Gu, his expression and eyes changed completely, like a dog who sees a piece of meat. He seemed eager to stick to the other man's side. From Fong Gu, there emanated a faint, mild fragrance, a smell that suggested a blend. Fong Gu greeted Nanzhou and sat down next to Yanlang, asking him, "What brings you here? Haven't you seen the weather forecast that there's going to be a blizzard?" "I came precisely because of the blizzard. I was worried about you." Yanlang pushed the pastries on the table toward Fong Gu. "I bought something for you, enough for you to eat for a week, it's in the car. I've got food." Fong Gu picked up a spoon and scooped a small piece of cake into his mouth. "But, are you heading back tonight?" "The company's on holiday due to the snowstorm, I'm not going back. I'll stay to keep you company." Yanlang's smile carried a hint of cunning. It was that little alpha mindset toward their mate, impossible to hide. "Don't act too casually, we have a guest." Fong Gu stuffed the spoon into Yanlang's mouth. "What does it matter? You're my wife." Yanlang chewed quickly a few times and swallowed the cake. "Wife, wife, wife. Fong Gu." Yanlang pushed away the second bite of cake Fong Gu offered. "You eat it." After speaking, he turned to Nanzhou again. "We are all compatriots, meeting in a foreign land is fate. This snowstorm looks fierce. Have you stocked up on necessary supplies? If not, we can. Can we add each other on WeChat?" Nanzhou extended his phone screen. Yanlang paused. Fong Ji's motion of eating a small cake also momentarily stopped. "It's fate to meet in a foreign land, and both me and Fong Gu are from the same school. In the future, if anything happens, we might be able to help each other." Nanzhou said, "If you don't want to, it's fine too." Yanlang glanced at Fong Gu, seeing that he had no objection, generously pulling out his phone. "That's not how it is. When abroad, we find our own brothers." "Fong Gu, speak properly." Yanlang burst out laughing. After exchanging WeChat IDs with Nanzhou, the three didn't chat for long before Yanlang and Fong Gu left. Just before leaving, Yanlang kindly asked Nanzhou, "Do you want us to drive you back to your place?" "No need. My boyfriend will come pick me up soon." Mentioning his boyfriend, Nanzhou's expression was somewhat different from earlier. That youthful and handsome face now had a touch of tenderness, and his demeanor suddenly changed as if he had instantly taken on the characteristics commonly associated with an Omega. Seemingly surprised by this remark, Yanlang hesitated for a second before bursting into laughter. That's good. I wish you and your boyfriend happiness, and may you get married soon." Fong Gu. He nodded slightly at Nanzhou, then the two of them left the cafe hand in hand. As the wind chime sounded, the door of the cafe closed again. Outside, Yanlang was about to say something to Fong Gu when Fong Gu suddenly said to him, "That person, he seems like Nanzhou." "Nanzhou? That's the singer from C.Pulla." Hearing this name, Yanlang's eyes widened. Although Yanlang didn't know Nanzhou personally, C.Pulla was his idol, and how could he not know? Ever since the debut of its first song and later with several other hits, Yanlang had listened to them all and loved every one. Moreover, for both him and Fong Gu, C.Pulla was their lifetime signature tune and carried special meaning for Yanlang. When Fong Gu said this, Yanlang instinctively wanted to turn around and look back into the cafe, but Fong Gu stopped him. After the variety show ended, he immediately announced his retirement, and since then, there hasn't been any news about him online. "He probably doesn't want to be disturbed," Fong Gu explained. Since Yanlang didn't pay much attention to entertainment news, Fong Gu briefly filled him in on the popular dating show, Peng Ran Xi and Dong Denai, You Made My Heart Skip a Beat, from 10 months ago. Omitting the parts about the two legal celebrities and others, Fong Gu focused on telling him that after the show ended that night, Nanzhou had publicly announced his retirement on Weibo, causing a search fever that almost brought down the Weibo server. In that Weibo post where he announced his retirement, he specifically encouraged people to follow C.Pulla, saying he would continue working as a behind-the-scenes composer. Both pieces of news in that one tweet were explosive, so the server nearly collapsed. Then why did he just tell me he's studying at Zhou and is your schoolmate? Yanlang was confused. How could Fong Gu possibly know such things? He shook his head. Suddenly, someone came striding toward them. Even though he wore a cap and a mask, his exceptional presence and figure still caught everyone's attention. Fong Gu paused as the person passed by them and entered the cafe. In the distance, both he and Yanlang faintly heard Nanzhou's voice ring out, filled with overwhelming joy and excitement, "Darling." Chapter 149, He Really Likes You. Hu Xingye's appearance was both expected and surprising. 3 days ago, when Nanzhou was on a video call with Hu Xingye, he mentioned his upcoming 5-day holiday. After finding out that the other also had 3 days off, they began planning a short trip. The United States is vast, sparsely populated, and its tourist spots aren't overdeveloped, making it perfect for their light travel plans. Recently, Hu Xingye has been busy with promotions and traveling constantly, sleeping only when he could squeeze time. Nanzhou didn't want to push him further, so he checked some information himself and made a rough plan. According to the original schedule, after finishing class today, Hu Xingye would pick him up at the school gate, and then they would take a flight to the destination about 100 kilometers away. But fatefully, this morning as soon as they woke up, the weather forecast showed information about a snowstorm. Not only were the flights to the tourist destination cancelled, but even the one Huixingye took was delayed. Nanzhou even prepared for the worst case. Due to the weather, Huixingye wouldn't be able to make it, and he'd have to spend the holiday alone at home. Based on what I saw online, your flight's still delayed. How did you get here? After Huixingye sat down, Nanzhou immediately asked. Huixingye pulled him close first, removed his mask, gave him a fleeting kiss on the cheek, then calmly said, I cancelled my ticket and came by car. Idiot. It would take more than 10 hours driving. He must have been even more exhausted without proper rest from last night till now. Even though he criticized Huixingye like this, deep inside, Nanzhou was very glad. It had been a month since their last meeting. He missed Huixingye very much. For you, it's worth it. Huixingye obviously felt the same way too, planting another kiss on the corner of Nanzhou's lips. Lifting his head, Nanzhou kissed back. But our plans ruined. His tone dropped slightly with regret. This was supposed to be our first trip together. It's fine. Huixingye stroked his hair soothingly, we have all the time in the future. There will be many chances for new beginnings. But I put so much thought into the plan. And I bought. Nanzhou's words were interrupted when the server placed the coffee and cake on the table. The waiter glanced at Huixingye and brightened instantly. He mentally praised, what a handsome man. Then he said aloud, now I understand why Alex chased you so crazily, but you never showed interest. It turns out your boyfriend is so attractive. The server was American and spoke fluent American English. Alex? Huixingye questioned. Alex is a student in the performance department at Joe Academy and is quite popular at school, the server continued with a grin. Many Omegas pursue him, but he's only interested in Joe. But I don't like him, replied Nanzhou as he shoved a large piece of cake into his mouth using a fork. However, he really likes you. Even after being rejected 6 times, he hasn't given up, stated the server. Nanzhou snorted derisively, so what? In the art of lying low, if I fail 99 times, I'll try once more just to make it an even number. The server burst out laughing. You're always so funny and adorable. Thanks, I'd love to keep my charm a secret, but my mouth simply won't shut. Smiling, the server walked away. Before leaving, he gave them a free cup of Americano, specially for Huixingye. Because he intended to inform Alex that Nanzhou's boyfriend was an extremely handsome alpha, sparking quite a discussion within their social circle. Seems like your campus life is pretty fulfilling, Huixingye pointed at the Americano. But my body and mind are empty, yearning for you every night to fill them. Nanzhou finished the last bite of his cake. Huixingye remained completely unfazed by his sweet talk. He wiped the cream off the corner of Nanzhou's mouth with a napkin. Oh really? Then who was the person complaining to me via video call 2 nights ago about how the supervisor is a devil, exploiting us worse than entertainment capitalists? What the previous Nanzhou said has nothing to do with the current one. The present Nanzhou is nothing more than a waste wanting to cuddle with her boyfriend. Nanzhou stood up. Let's go, or the supermarket will close soon. Smiling, Huixingye stood up as well. Nanzhou held on to his hand. I want the soup you made me the last time, Anne. He listed a bunch of dishes in a row, without even considering whether there would be enough ingredients at the supermarket. Huixingye, while listening, had already asked his friend in the city to deliver the food he bought early to a certain address. You're right here with me and you're still looking at your phone. Nanzhou noticed his action and leaned over. After seeing the message on the screen, he fell silent for a few seconds. Why are you so perfect? If I'm not good enough, how could I be your boyfriend? If I don't work hard, one day Alex, Bilex, or Calex might come between us. Huixingye put his phone back into his pocket after sending the message. Nanzhou's lips curved up, but he made a cutting sound. You're a big movie star, the dream lover of many young Omegas in the entertainment circle, ranked at the top of the most desirable alphas list. It's not good if you lack confidence. Huixingye smiled and tightened his grip on his hand. The two got into the car and drove back to Nanzhou's residence in N City. At the same time, on Xingzhou's Weibo super topic, someone posted a tweet, revealing that they had encountered Huixingye and Nanzhou on the streets of N City. Moreover, she also included pictures. The photos were taken across the street. Under the gloomy weather, Nanzhou and Huixingye walked hand in hand on a foreign street. No one knew what they were talking about, but their faces were filled with radiant smiles. Who would have thought 10 months later, I'd still get such a sugary couple moment that I'm about to faint. Zhou baby, fresh new Zhou baby. Wild brother looks so happy, damn it, totally a different person in front of his wife, huh? What are they going to do? Is it a date? In this kind of weather? Huo brother was in K country 3 days ago for some job commitments, and now he is in M country with Zhou baby. And M country is about to have a heavy snowstorm. This feels strange unless Zhou baby has been living in M country all along. Didn't someone reveal that they saw Zhou baby at Joe Academy before? I reasonably suspect Zhou baby left the entertainment industry and went abroad for further studies. Oh no, our baby is so amazing he even continues studying. Let me ask you, among all of Worker God's songs, which one failed to take the first spot immediately upon release? Let me dream, they are holding hands to go perform Si, Pull a Die Eat together. The song, Si, Pull a Die Eat has special significance to Xingzhou fans. Ever since Nan Zhou revealed his identity as Gong-era Auster Alges, everyone linked Si, Pull a Die Eat directly to Star Zhou. Back then, all CP fans were obsessively excited by this news, claiming that through this song, it was as if they had seen these two fooling around privately in bed. Too embarrassing. Many fan fiction authors stayed up all night to produce more edits, using Si, Pull a Die Eat audio clips. Chapter 150, I Will Never Let You Go. On the way back, Nan Zhou told Huixingye about encountering Yan Lang and Fang Gu at the cafe. He expressed immense joy that the two of them were still together in this world and seemed very happy. Do you think, in another world, there would be another you and me? Would we still be a couple like them? Nan Zhou asked. Huixingye thought for a moment, yes. Because in any world, we will definitely meet, and I will find you. When they got home, the ingredients had already been delivered. Nan Zhou, calling out his hunger, urged Huixingye to start cooking quickly, but when they opened the door, the house looked as though it had been ransacked, which made both of them stop momentarily in shock. I thought we were already on our way today. Auntie will clean up tomorrow, Nan Zhou said sheepishly. Huixingye touched his head, took off his coat and hung it on the hat rack, unbuttoned his cuffs and rolled up his sleeves, skillfully cleaning up the place for him. Because they had hired an auntie to come regularly for cleaning, Nan Zhou's home wasn't dirty, it was just messy from unpacking luggage yesterday. Huixingye moved swiftly and soon tidied up the living room. Nan Zhou sat on the couch, working on his homework on a laptop while eating the pastries Huixingye had brought him. On J&E, one of his classmates sent him a message asking, "Is it true your boyfriend is actually that super handsome young film emperor?" It was obvious that the server not only spread the news that Huixingye was much better looking than Alex, but also secretly took photos. Although Huixingye continued to develop his career domestically, as a top-tier domestic box office success with good reviews, he still enjoyed considerable fame and fans internationally. No wonder you kept rejecting Alex. He's far behind Huo. The classmate kept sending messages, but Nan Zhou didn't reply. How wonderful Huixingye was, Nan Zhou knew all too well. At that very moment, his incredibly amazing SSR-level boyfriend had finished tidying up the house and was now cooking for him in the kitchen. Feeling slightly warm, Nan Zhou pulled his sleeves higher and continued with his homework. After the variety show ended and he announced his retirement from the entertainment circle, Nan Zhou originally intended to loaf around at home like in another world and work behind the scenes as a creator. However, Gu Jing told him that he had secretly arranged for him to take a leave of absence because he decided to enter the entertainment industry, even attempting to drop out of school. Now that he'd left the circle, if he wanted to continue studying, he could still do so. Nan Zhou, after contemplating and discussing with Huixingye, decided to complete his university education. Thus, he returned overseas to continue his studies at Zhou Academy. But studying felt like going to work, it made him feel as though he was being tortured. After writing homework for a while, Nan Zhou realized that instead of feeling cooler, he was getting even warmer. Thinking it might be the thermostat set too high, he checked its temperature settings. The temperature remained normal. Could it possibly be? Nan Zhou put down his laptop and walked toward the kitchen. In the kitchen, apart from the delicious aroma of food, he smelled the familiar, warm, dry scent emanating from his alpha partner. At the moment he stepped into the kitchen, Huixingye, who was busy cooking, seemed to sense something and paused his movements, turning around. Their eyes met in midair. Nan Zhou went over and wrapped his arms around Huixingye from behind, saying, "Is it what I'm thinking?" Huixingye neatly turned off the stove fire, went to wash his hands, and asked, "How are you feeling right now? Shouldn't you be asking if I want to eat dinner first or have you first?" Nan Zhou nuzzled against his broad back, sniffing the comforting fragrance with his nose. Huixingye let out a soft laugh, dried his hands, and turned around, lifting Nan Zhou up in his arms. Nan Zhou naturally curled up like a koala, clinging around his neck, with his legs wrapped around Huixingye's waist. "So, do you want to eat, or do you want to eat?" Before he could finish his sentence, Nan Zhou pressed his lips against his, murmuring, "Nothing compares to you." Huixingye softly chuckled, forcefully parting his lips, deepening the kiss assertively. Nan Zhou soon lost his voice, tilting his head back slightly, his Adam's apple moving rapidly, breathing heavily, and his eyes becoming tenderly moist. Uncontrollably, he clutched onto Huixingye's shoulders until finally being laid on the countertop, when the intense kiss came to an end. The kiss broke, but their distance remained extremely close, with their noses brushing against each other, as if trying to inhale each other's pleasant scents. Nan Zhou's hand grabbed Huixingye's shirt, his lips moving to Huixingye's ear, "I bought the alpha-specific inhalable reagent." Huixingye's dark and deep pupils slightly widened. He held Nan Zhou's face with one hand and looked into his eyes. Nan Zhou gazed back at him, his cheeks flushed, but his gaze was resolute. He licked those enticing lips of his, "Though the future is uncertain, my desire to be with you forever right now is real." Huixingye opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, but Nan Zhou didn't give him the chance. He lifted his right hand, pressing a finger against Huixingye's lips, "The decision is mine, and no matter what happens in the future, I'm willing to take responsibility for it." "Do you not want to?" Nan Zhou countered, "Or do you lack confidence in yourself or in our future?" Huixingye clenched his teeth. The mark between an alpha and omega creates inherent inequality for omega. While this bond links and binds them uniquely, where one's death will lead to the other's non-survival, it appears romantic. If they split up, however, the omega must endure a painful and cruel cleaning surgery to separate from the alpha. This may even cause the omega to permanently lose their glands. Alphas don't have to undergo such torment. While they may feel uncomfortable during the process of the omega washing away the glands, it's incomparable to the harm the omega endures. Due to his mother's experience, Huixingye has clear cognition about the omega marking process. Moreover, Nanzhou is an omega whose glands have been previously damaged, so he will likely suffer more than anyone else. Indeed, whether physically or mentally, Huixingye yearns deeply to claim Nanzhou as his forever. "I will never let you go," said Huixingye in a hoarse voice. "Then don't hesitate," Nanzhou looked at him. "Follow the choice of your heart in this moment." Huixingye moved his mouth open and shut, longing swirling wildly in his blood, shouting for a breakthrough. His reason rapidly collapsed, emotions taking control. Before him, Nanzhou softly laughed, delivering the final blow to Huixingye's rationality. "This is the first time, and it will also be the last." Chapter 151, Handsome, but not as cute as you. Huixingye hooked Nanzhou's lips and kissed him. Nanzhou's hands tightly grabbed his shoulders, closing his eyes, passively accepting the intense kiss filled with strong emotion. He was lifted up again, carried into the room, and placed on the bed like a treasure. Sitting there, Nanzhou pointed to the bedside cabinet, watching Huixingye open it and take out what he had bought. The reagent was used quickly and then discarded onto the carpet. In front of him stood a tall and handsome alpha, his broad back blocking the light streaming in through the window. Standing with his back to the light, his handsome face showed deep and tender affection. Every movement radiated tension and was incredibly sexy. Under Nanzhou's gaze, Huixingye leaned forward, his knees pressing against the edge of the bed, his right hand caressing Nanzhou's cheek, fingers brushing below his eyelids. His voice was low and hoarse. "Even if you cry later, I won't stop." Facing his look, Nanzhou's heartbeat and breathing were already out of control. He licked his lips, wanting to say something to ease the atmosphere, but Huixingye didn't give him the chance and kissed him directly. The temperature in the room kept rising. Nanzhou's forehead was covered in sweat as he clung to Huixingye's shoulder to adjust his breath, but eventually couldn't help but bite Huixingye's shoulder hard. Huixingye held him, pulling him close tightly until the air was filled with the sweet aroma of roasted chestnuts before releasing him and kissing his eyelashes. All of this was just the beginning. It was past 3 in the morning. Nanzhou, wearing a bathrobe, lay on the sofa, his head resting on Huixingye's legs, opening his mouth to accept the food offered to him. After chewing a couple of times, he sighed deeply. "Why is it that both the gun and bullets are yours, but I'm the one who gets injured?" Huixingye didn't answer, he just fed him another bite. Having no strength left in his body, even moving his fingers felt exhausting to Nanzhou, yet his mouth still worked fine. "Hey, I've indirectly led a good life where everything comes easily." From day to night, after the first wave of passion had passed, he already felt like he was almost finished. Apparently, the test was supposed to be for an alpha's endurance and physical strength, but why did it seem like his alpha wasn't challenged at all? Instead, he himself felt completely drained. Thinking about the second time and possibly the third or more that would likely come next, Nanzhou closed his eyes. He asked, "Did you plan this beforehand?" Huixingye looked confused. "What? Intentionally setting traps to draw me into your game. Once naive me walked blindly into your setup, you devoured me without leaving any bones behind." Although they'd shared so much before, none of it compared to today. Not even their wild meeting day came close. Only today did Nanzhou realize how restrained Huixingye had always been. At some point during the day, he truly felt like he was firmly trapped by a fierce beast, trying desperately to escape but unable to break free. Locked tightly, he finally became completely his. The living room was deathly quiet. Outside the window, a snowstorm had started without them noticing, fiercely battering against the glass. At least it's snowing, otherwise handling it on a plane would have been quite difficult. With each bite Huixingye fed him, Nanzhou's eyes squinted shut. As Huixingye took care of him, he explained emergency procedures in public places. Then, he seemed to remember something and said to Nanzhou, "A week ago, I briefly chatted with your attending doctor. Perhaps, this isn't coincidence." "Huh. Your first transformation happened after attending M Hotel's industry gathering," Huixingye mentioned. Nanzhou made an acknowledging sound. "You took my business card and perhaps at that time, we touched. At that time, I was about to enter the sensitive period. A high match can trigger synchronicity, though rare, it does happen." After Huixingye stopped speaking, the living room fell silent again. Nanzhou flipped over. "So, what you're saying is that in every way, we're meant to be together." Huixingye smiled and pinched his cheeks. "I'm so sleepy." Nanzhou yawned. "Full?" Huixingye asked. Everywhere feels full." "Then sleep, I'll carry you in a while." "I don't dare to sleep. I'm afraid that once I wake up, it's time to go to work and school again." Nanzhou hugged Huixingye's narrow waist, clinging to his hand. "What's even worse, I'll have to fight beasts again." Huixingye. "But, I love you," Nanzhou said softly. His eyes fluttered slightly, throat bobbing as he swallowed. Huaxingyi gently caressed his neck, I love you too. This sudden blizzard raged uncontrollably for 3 days in City N, forcing a halt to all work and schooling in the city for 3 days. In the news, there were reports of people suffering from hunger because they hadn't stockpiled enough food for the storm. Nanzhou's WeChat not only received greetings from Yan Lang, but also messages from Gu Zheng, Hao Jia, and Jiang Zhen. There was even one from Wenyu. Nanzhou didn't reply, instead, he posted 2 pictures on his Moments feed. The first picture was of Huaxingyi cooking under the morning light. The tall and handsome alpha wearing casual home clothes with an apron tied around him, holding a pot in one hand and a spatula in the other. Even though he looked perfectly domesticated, he remained breathtakingly good-looking. The second picture was a double portrait. Huaxingyi was sitting on the sofa, while Nanzhou was straddling his lap, arms wrapped around Huaxingyi's shoulders, holding a camera high with the brightest smile ever. His eyes gleamed as if to say, he's mine. On his right earlobe hung a black earring shaped like a delicate yet intricate lock. As for Huaxingyi, dangling from his black turtleneck sweater was a silver chain adorned with a black key equally small and delicate, its design matching the pattern on the lock. Nanzhou's caption read, a gift of the snowstorm. Shortly after this post, the circle received likes and comments. Gu Sing praying sincerely shouldn't listen, brokenheart.jpg brokenheart.jpg brokenheart.jpg. One Punch Superhero, that's an awesome gift. Jiang Zhen, thank me later for pushing this. Another round of disaster relief dog food. Sending hearts. Gu Sing praying sincerely shouldn't listen replied to One Punch Superhero, I'll get someone to make an earring set 100 times more beautiful than this one. One Punch Superhero replied to Gu Sing praying sincerely shouldn't listen, Cooking Hui is very handsome, but not as cute as you. Gu Sing praying sincerely shouldn't listen replied to One Punch Superhero, I still think professional things should be done by professionals. Moreover, Xiaobao considers Mr. Hua as a present, which indicates Mr. Hua's low position at home. Of course, Alpha knows how to bend and adapt. I could have no status at home, or even live beneath the floor. Nanzhou. Reply to Gu Sing praying sincerely shouldn't listen, please stop being flexible in other people's friends' circles, it's weird. Reply to One Punch Superhero, please knock my brother out and take him away so he doesn't rave in my friend's circle. Chapter 152, Brother Yi, are you being too much? Nanzhou locked his phone and lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Suddenly thinking of something, he got up again. In the walk-in closet, he found a suitcase he had packed earlier, which was originally meant for a trip with Huaxingyi. He opened it and took out 2 small items. He put the rabbit ears on his head, adjusted the string in front of the mirror, and the rabbit ears immediately stood up, looking quite interesting. Nanzhou glanced down at the little wolf ears in his hand, licked his lips, imagining Huaxingyi wearing them, and couldn't help but swallow. Holding the wolf earmuffs, he quickly walked out of the room. In the living room, Huaxingyi sat on the sofa facing away from him, doing something unknown. Since all Nanzhou could think about were these cute C.Splav items, he didn't notice anything else. Coming out of the bedroom, he approached the sofa in a few steps. Before the alpha realized what was happening, he nimbly jumped onto the couch and sat on his lap. In the slightly surprised gaze of Huaxingyi, Nanzhou put the wolf ears on him, looks great, doesn't it? Look at me. Look at my ears. Nanzhou pulled the string, and the rabbit ears stood up immediately, I originally bought them to use on our camping night. Such a pity. Huaxingyi said nothing, his expression a little strange. Seeing this, Nanzhou deliberately taunted, last night when you coaxed me to call you husband, it sounded so good, now that I've satisfied you, you're ignoring me. As he leapt onto him, Huaxingyi's arms instinctively tightened around Nanzhou's narrow waist. A tender yet helpless smile crossed his face as he responded, baby, I'm working. After he finished speaking, there was a brief silence in the living room. Moreover, Huaxingyi clearly detected a stiffness from the body on top of him through muscle changes. Nanzhou's expression shifted repeatedly, his eyes finally bulging wide. His lips opened and closed soundlessly, asking, is it a video conference? Huaxingyi sighed, it's a live broadcast. Nanzhou. With a stiff body, he slowly turned around. On the coffee table was a laptop that was working. On the screen were several small windows, obviously video links. But this wasn't the most important part. What was important was that the screen was filled with comments. Nanzhou even saw one that said, ah. So erotic, am I supposed to see this? Blood spray. Nanzhou. Holding him closely, Huaxingyi bent forward slightly, covering the camera with his other hand. Even so, the segment of just now had already been indelibly imprinted in the minds of millions of viewers in the live stream. Minutes ago. What crawled up? A kitty? Next second. This. Joru. Ah. It's Joru. So adorable, goodness gracious, that leap onto the couch straight onto Brother Ye's lap was too natural. Massive nosebleed, cover mouth, oh my god, no wonder Brother Yi calls him little wild cat, he is so kawaii. Blood oozing from fingers. Not really, girls, quick look, Joru's neck. No way, I didn't miss-see, those are Brother Ye's marks. They're fresh. Zhou brother is truly an omega. And their romance is alpha omega. Scream. Losing my mind right now, want to run some laps downstairs immediately. Giggling quietly behind hands, not just the mark, there are tiny red spots too, wow 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 wow, brother ye must love him so much. So they got marked? My brain has its own ideas, sorry, it feels royal, let me go. What do you mean last night he coaxed him to call him husband, can we get more specifics? I don't understand at all, Yellowface crying. After Joru turned toward the screen. Joru baby. Fresh new Joru looks better than ever. Screaming wildly. I'm going to shout. Wifey. Holy sh*t. The collarbone and neck. Face turning yellow. Brother Yi, you're overdoing it and I love it. He, ha ha ha, brother Yi your possessiveness is showing without hiding through our Joru. With clothes off, imagine how much hotter inside the shirt would be. Now I have every reason to suspect that brother Yi wore high collars today on purpose humph. Did no one notice Joe's earrings? They seem to be a matching set with the pendant he wears. Since Ping ran, I've said that these two definitely play big privately. Ah, I'm in a red-hot state right now, too desirable. After Huixingye blocked the camera lens. Huixingye, don't block it. We all saw it already. What are you blocking for? Not even letting us see your wife. Cover face, he's probably trying to save his embarrassed wife. Brother Yi, you're really too much. Brother Yi, how can such a cute wife be seen by others? Little Bunny and Little Wolf, you two seem to be playing around with something new again, tsk. Originally, this live stream was meant for promoting a new movie, but because Nanzhou suddenly appeared on screen, the topic was forcibly twisted. Even the hostess seemed to have lost her focus. Several sentences failed to bring back the main theme, instead, she occasionally broke into a knowing grin with a he. If I sneak away now, wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? Nanzhou leaned close to Huixingye's ear and asked quietly. The warm breath tickled Huixingye's ear, making his Adam's apple slide up and down. When he spoke again, his voice had deepened slightly, you could take the chance to say hello. After all, the theme song of this movie was written by him. So, his appearance wasn't entirely unexpected. Then I'll do as you say. Sneaking off like a thief isn't my style. Nanzhou nodded, climbed off Huixingye, and sat next to him. After waiting several seconds, Huixingye still didn't move his hand away from the camera. What's wrong? Nanzhou questioned in confusion. Huixingye's long fingers swept across Nanzhou's neck. It was only then that Nanzhou realized his simple at-home wear, a regular round-necked long-sleeved shirt, was far from decent. It still bore the marks left behind over the past few days by Huixingye. This realization struck him again. Nanzhou hastily returned to the bedroom, pulling on a black high-neck sweater similar to Huixingye's before sitting back down. Only then did Huixingye finally withdraw his hand. By now, 5 minutes had passed since the small live stream mishap earlier. Yet the chat room remained bustling. Nanzhou raised a smile and greeted everyone, hello, everyone. I'm Nanzhou, and I'm very happy to have created the theme song for the movie, The Vanishing Witness. As he finished speaking, he glanced at the comments streaming across the screen, I opened the live stream to see me right away. That's quite the coincidence. You handle the promotional work later. Chapter 153, Limited Spots, Fools Come Quick. Following that, Nanzhou seemed to be attracted by some, haha, comments that teased him for being funny. After picking out a few comments to reply to, he naturally told the creators and audience that he had other matters to attend to, leaving the main stage to the creative team before quickly departing from this contentious place. In the evening, Nanzhou lay in Huixingye's arms, and the two chatted about the events of the day. Somehow, the conversation suddenly turned to the two bizarre cross-time events that Nanzhou had experienced. If I hadn't time-traveled, what kind of story would we have? Nanzhou asked Huixingye. Huixingye thought for a moment, one thing is certain, would definitely regret rejecting Gu Zheng's proposed marriage alliance at that time. Nanzhou laughed, but if you hadn't rejected it then, would have rejected you. Huixingye smiled. Nanzhou rubbed his head against Huixingye's chest and soon fell into a deep sleep. In the dream, Nanzhou opened his eyes and first saw a glaring whiteness. Then, Gu Zheng and Father Nan Yuan's worried but joyful expressions came into view. Baby Bao, you've awakened. Nan Yuan gripped his hand and shouted to another person sitting on the sofa, husband, Baby Bao has woken up. At the same time, Nanzhou noticed Gu Zheng quickly pressing the bell. Not long after, a professional medical team composed of several doctors entered and conducted an examination on Nanzhou. After they left, the VIP hospital room once again only contained the Gu family members. Leaning against a soft pillow in bed, Nanzhou listened as Gu Zheng narrated the car accident that had occurred a few days ago. Then, his typically lively older brother solemnly informed him, Baby Bao, because of this car accident, there's been a problem with your glands. Though it was described as just a problem, actually, through the various examinations and treatments administered by the doctors over the next few days, Nanzhou realized that the issue with his glands was rather severe. He was almost going to completely lose their function. Due to the accident, Gu Zheng and Gu Jinzhao heightened their care and protection for Nanzhou. Moreover, because treatment for the gland damage was necessary, aside from being pushed to various equipment rooms for tests and treatment, Nanzhou mostly stayed in bed. On this day, Gu Jing brought in a file folder and let Nanzhou take a look. Nanzhou opened it and discovered information and photos of an extremely handsome man. Alpha from the Hua family, Hua Xingye. Height 190 centimeters, 21 years old. Besides that, there were some other details. However, Nanzhou paid no attention to them because Gu Jing told him, "You know your condition yourself. For your health, I've selected a relatively outstanding alpha suitable for you within our circles, and I believe he's the most fitting. Yesterday, I initially discussed with the head of the Hua family, and they also agreed to the marital alliance with us. As long as you are with him, there's a high probability your glands will recover." After hearing this, Nanzhou laughed, closed the materials with a slap, and tossed them back to Gu Jing. "I disagree. Baby Bao, this isn't the time to act childish. Don't you know the current state of your body? To fix your body, you'd want to marry a stranger. Am I some beast? I am your brother, I won't harm you. Just listen to me. Don't heed the elder's words, and you'll regret it for years." Gu Jing went on like Tang Seng from Journey to the West, nagging endlessly, but still failed to sway Nanzhou. Finally, watching Nanzhou lie down and cover himself with the blanket while plugging his ears as though ignoring him entirely, Gu Jing sighed, accepting this reality. After Gu Jing left, Nanzhou climbed up again. Sitting in bed, he laboriously typed out a social media post and blocked Gu Jing when sending it. Family poor, ugly at 149 centimeters, primary school education, rural hukou, household registration. Looking for a strong alpha boyfriend as a medicinal companion, initial private chats transfer me 99 yuan. Limited slots, fools come quick. Not long after posting, Nanzhou received a message. It was the result of a demo he had previously sent out. They informed him that his demo was well written and perfectly matched the movie they were currently producing, and hoped for deeper collaboration. This was Nanzhou's first attempt at songwriting. A few days before the car accident, before he differentiated into an Omega, he specifically went to M Hotel to find the music director of Leopard Green Entertainment and added them as a friend via business card, all with the purpose of recommending his demo to them. But later, before the other party confirmed his friend request, he got into the car accident. When he woke up from the car accident, Nanzhou saw the notification that the other person had accepted his friend request, so he casually sent over the demo. The other side didn't reply, leading him to assume it wasn't accepted. However, just before Gu Jing arrived a moment ago, someone who claimed to be a producer from a certain company added his WeChat, saying they wanted to talk about the demo. Surprisingly, it turned out to be a success. This music director from Leopard Green Entertainment was really repressed. He sent the demo and received no reply, not even after the other party showed interest, yet someone came to discuss it with him. Nanzhou quickly sorted out the details of the music production with the producer. Before going to bed, he still decided to send a message to that music director from Leopard Green Entertainment. "Thank you for recommending my song." This time, the other party actually replied unusually, "You're welcome, the song is very beautiful." These 7 short words made Nanzhou inexplicably feel a wave of joy well up inside him. Although the producer had also said his song was good and used plenty of flowery language, those few short sentences felt more heartfelt. The feeling of writing a song for the first time and being affirmed for the first time was truly wonderful. "Nanzhou, I have 2 more songs, would you like to listen?" "Sure." Nanzhou sent over the demos of the 2 songs. One was written after he differentiated into an Omega. The other was written when he woke up after the car accident, lying in the hospital bed. After sending the demo, the other side didn't reply for a long time. Nanzhou sent another message, "Apart from waiting for the bus driver, I've never waited this long for anyone, you're the first." The next day, another self-proclaimed ace entertainment agent from the industry came to add his WeChat. Nanzhou approved the request, but the first sentence he sent was, "I don't plan to enter the entertainment circle." The so-called ace agent responded with a string of ellipses. After asking several questions, the agent fell silent upon learning that Nanzhou did not wish to become a singer but rather planned to be a behind-the-scenes music creator. Nanzhou eventually realized that perhaps this person was recommended by the music director of Leopard Green Entertainment. So, he tapped on the WeChat contact again. "Not chatting for a day feels like 3 8-hour periods. Why don't you come talk to me yourself? Are you afraid of me stealing your emoji? I'm preparing to sign with a boss. The one who replies first gets a 99% discount." After sending that, he went online again to search for information about the music director at Leopard Green Entertainment. Unfortunately, there were no photos of the individual on the internet. It only showed that he was an experienced music producer, aged 35. Chapter 154, Not Getting Married Just Because of This. Nanzhou sent a message to the other party. "I hope that when my brother reaches your age, he'll learn to be half as taciturn as you." The other party replied with a string of ellipses. Then, just as Nanzhou was about to put down his phone and lie down, another message came through, "It's obvious that you have a good relationship with your brother." Nanzhou. Was he subtly mocking me? Nanzhou typed laboriously, "What? Do you not have an older brother?" "Yes." The other replied. Before Nanzhou could respond, another message arrived, "But our relationship isn't great." A 35-year-old person's brother, wasn't he almost 40 already? No worries, being too close to old Deng would easily get you the smell of old people. He hasn't sinned so much. It seems like your relationship isn't as bad as you said. This time, the other party did not reply. The following days passed without anything special, all because of his proactive treatment. And due to his glandular damage, Nanzhou had 2 minor illnesses. This made Gu Zheng and Nanzhou himself a little worried, but Nanzhou didn't seem troubled. He even posted on social media. With my body condition, in the future, if I encounter any issues outside, I can directly lie down, and money will obediently flow into my pocket. Nanyuan was about to set off for Antarctica for a 2-year scientific expedition, something decided long ago. Father Gu Jinzhao, after officially handing over the company to Gu Jing this year, had already prepared to accompany his partner to Antarctica. Letting Nanyuan go with confidence, Nanzhou faced his life's biggest rival, endlessly nagging Gu Zheng. After I'm discharged from the hospital, I want to continue studying. Gu Zheng was surprised. Won't you go home to recuperate for a while? Your education can pause, your health is more important. Nanzhou said, is staying at home listening to your preaching different from having a tight circlet on my head? It's not like I don't know better. Gu Zheng. Although he was concerned, after Nanzhou's discharge, Gu Zheng personally escorted him to the airport. The Gus family was affluent, and even if they sent Nanzhou abroad to study, they would still ensure he was taken care of properly. Moreover, after the car accident, Gu Jinzhao specifically arranged for Gu Zheng to organize a security team around Nanzhou. The security team regularly appeared in front of Nanzhou, surrounding him, but as soon as he encountered danger, they were the first ones to arrive. Anyway, 3 months later, Nanzhou, now recovered, returned to Zhou College to continue his studies. During this period, he occasionally chatted with his boss, the music director of Leopard Green Entertainment. Their discussions mainly focused on the songs written by Nanzhou. Nanzhou felt that the director showed a rare understanding and insight regarding the songs he wrote, resonating deeply with him. Whenever the director asked him about the psychological motivations behind writing the song, his interpretations were invariably correct. For instance, after the car accident, Nanzhou created a song. The director said he heard disdain for worldly affairs and courage in facing hardships from it. No wonder he was the music director of Leopard Green Entertainment, he wasn't bad. One day, on his way to school, Nanzhou passed by a cinema in a mall and noticed a domestically produced movie playing. Coincidentally, the theme song of this movie was composed by him. Even more coincidentally, the lead actor of this movie was the person chosen by Gu Zheng as a matrimonial alliance candidate for Nanzhou. Nanzhou stopped for a moment, gazing at the man on the movie poster, taking out a photo from his bag for comparison. Looks can be reshaped with surgery. The man on the poster looked significantly different from the life photos of the other person that Gu Zheng had previously shown him. The most striking differences were in demeanor and eyes. Although the marriage alliance was refused, Nanzhou had secretly kept the photo of the other person. Because, the other person really matched his aesthetic quite well, in terms of appearance and looks. Putting the photo back into his bag, Nanzhou continued walking while pulling out his phone to browse social media. Unintentionally, he discovered that last night his boss from Leopard Green Entertainment had posted a work update on social media with a location tag that was in the same city as him. Considering their long-term cooperation, if the other person was free this time around, they could grab a meal together. Since he didn't have many friends, and this boss chatted fairly well with him, they might as well be considered friends. Thus, Nanzhou sent out an invitation. Not knowing what the other was busy with, there was no immediate reply. It wasn't until after his class that he received a message saying yes, along with an inquiry about his availability. The two of them made plans for tomorrow at a place chosen by the other, a high-end restaurant with great privacy. As Nanzhou was leaving school, he passed by the cinema again. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to go in and buy a ticket. The movie was excellently made, with stunning cinematography, an engaging plot, and outstanding performances from the actors. Nanzhou was completely absorbed by the film. When it ended and the lights came on, the music hall played a song he had composed. He held up his stub and took a selfie, then posted it on social media without forgetting to block Gu Zheng. Yesterday's tomorrow, which is today, I came to watch the movie of the man I once rejected. After posting, Nanzhou ate something before leaving the mall. Outside, it had started snowing without him noticing, and the snowfall was heavy. The snowflakes fell gracefully, bringing a sense of cold desolation. He put on his hat, exhaled a breath of warm air, stuffed his hands into his pockets, and walked briskly forward. Although he could have taken a taxi, it wasn't far from here to home, only a 10-minute walk. But after walking just a short while, a car approached from behind, overtook him on the lane, and parked in front of him. The door opened, and someone unexpected stepped out. Upon seeing this person, Nanzhou's eyes widened slightly, and instinctively he looked back toward the direction of the mall. Nanzhou. The other person spoke first, his deep, melodious voice very pleasant. Nanzhou turned around and looked up at the handsome alpha standing before him. What do you want? Although the movie was excellent and your performance was great, I won't marry you just because of that. Hua Xingye seemed amused by his words, letting out a low chuckle. It's good that you know me now. There was a brief silence between the two. A moment later, Hua Xingye broke the silence. It's snowing. Let me take you home. Nanzhou wanted to decline, but on second thought, having a free ride and a chance to chat with a good-looking alpha wasn't bad either. Thus, his original words quickly turned into, alright. So, he followed Huixingye into the car. After sitting down, Huixingye handed him a warm drink. Nanzhou grabbed it, and warmth quickly spread through his hands. He pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message to the music director of Leopard Green Entertainment. Since you seem experienced, let me ask you a question. If on the road I encounter a marriage proposal I rejected, and if this person invites me to get into their car, what does it mean? The other party didn't reply, but Huixingye, who sat beside him, pulled out his phone. Not sure what message he saw, there was a slight hint of helplessness on his face. Nanzhou promptly asked, how did you end up here? Chapter 155, I didn't like him before. Huixingye locked his phone screen. The reason why he got out of the car and picked up Nanzhou was because of what happened 20 minutes ago. 20 minutes ago, after finishing his work here, Huixingye took out his phone and saw a post on WeChat Moments from a singer-songwriter he had been in contact with. This was the first time that person had posted a selfie. Before then, Huixingye always thought that this individual was a kid with poor health but extraordinary talent and gift for music. But just now, upon seeing the selfie and its content, he suddenly seemed to realize something. The ex-boyfriend who had been rejected, the nagging older brother, the family member who left for an Antarctic expedition. And all sorts of things they chatted about on WeChat. Huixingye retrieved the information about his arranged marriage partner that his grandfather had sent him earlier. He had dismissed it without reading it carefully before, plus Gu's family also informed him that the other side refused the marriage arrangement. Hence, Huixingye hadn't given it another thought. However, today upon a second glance, wasn't the person in the photo the one from that WeChat moment? So, the person who treated him as a boss and chatted with him on WeChat for more than half a year, was Nanzhou? But it seemed like Nanzhou did not know who he was. While Huixingye was lost in thought, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure outside the window. With the sharp senses of an alpha, he immediately recognized the visitor. That person wore a hat, walking through the snowy night, exuding a kind of indescribable loneliness and melancholy. What flashed through Huixingye's mind was the sick post that Nanzhou once made on his moments. In his impression, that person had very poor health and often fell ill. Thus, Huixingye instructed the driver to stop the car, opened the door in front of the stunned assistant, and stepped out of the vehicle. He tentatively greeted the person, who recognized him and obediently followed him into the car. However, come over here to work, said Huixingye. Oh, Nanzhou nodded, seemingly uninterested in continuing the conversation and continued fiddling with his phone. Huixingye's phone vibrated again. He opened it for a glance. Singer A, is there some entertainment activity going on recently? Why are you guys coming to N City for team building? Huixingye. He calmly replied, who else? The one I told you about earlier, the boyfriend I rejected. So flashy, wearing slippers and tank top meeting a rival. Why did you reject him? Because I am virtuous. The other side stopped replying. Nanzhou typed hesitantly, am I your mistress? You stop talking when your wife comes to catch you. Then he added another line, I didn't even like him before. The car was quiet, and Nanzhou did not sense anything unusual. After a while, the other side sent 2 words, before. I saw him in real life today, he is much better looking in person, has a great physique, and a good voice. The other side stopped replying again. Nanzhou locked his phone screen and slipped it back into his pocket, looking out the window. The snowstorm continued outside, but the reflection of the alpha's profile on the car window remained handsome. Nanzhou reached out and gently poked at the tip of the man's nose reflected on the car window. Since the journey wasn't long, the car soon arrived at Nanzhou's home. After thanking Huixingye, Nanzhou bid him farewell and went inside. At first, everything seemed normal. But after taking a shower, something felt off, as if he were developing a fever. Later, he smelled sweet chestnuts. Brother, aren't you broken? Nanzhou asked somewhat surprisingly. If it was a heat period, then his meeting with Green Leopard Entertainment's music director tomorrow would be cancelled, and he should inform the other party. Therefore, Nanzhou messaged the other side to let them know that he was sick and would reschedule later. Then he ordered an inhibitor delivery, afterward lying down on the bed in the room. Because of his gland problems and having a car accident shortly after the first differentiation, Nanzhou had no clear concept regarding inhibitors and didn't stock any at home. However, deliveries were always delayed during snowy nights, especially in N City. Nanzhou was already dazed when he suddenly heard the doorbell. Thinking it was the delivery man bringing the inhibitors, he forced himself to get up despite feeling unwell, shouting towards the door, leave it on the door, I'll take it later. The sound of the doorbell outside stopped, and then came the unexpected voice of Huixingye, it's me. Nanzhou. What was he doing here again? What's up? Bro's locking his heart today, he replied. His voice wasn't loud due to his weakness. Are you sick? The gentleness of the other person's voice at this moment somehow provided an inexplicable comfort to him. Nanzhou even thought he smelled a faintly dry, warm, pleasant scent. Thinking it might be his nose acting up, he sniffed a few more times and realized it was indeed coming from outside the door. At that moment, Huixingye's voice came again from beyond the door, are you running a fever? Nanzhou responded. He had an impulse to open the door. But his rationality told him that an alpha stood outside. He couldn't. Hurry up and leave before I lose control and take you right here, he said quickly. There was a brief silence outside the door. Then, he felt as if that dry, warm, pleasant scent was fading away, making his heart feel a little empty. However, after a while, he heard the doorbell again, followed by Huaxingyi's voice, "Open the door, I brought suppressants. I've already injected myself." He added another sentence. Without hesitation, Nanzhou opened the door. There, in the snow and wind, stood the tall and handsome Alpha, one hand holding a shopping bag, the other gripping a suppressant. It seemed Huaxingyi had caught a whiff of his scent, and his expression turned rather serious, even his voice became slightly hoarse. "Will you inject it yourself, or do you need my help?" Nanzhou reached out and took the suppressant. When he touched Huaxingyi's gentle palm, his heart once again raced uncontrollably, causing even more sweat to trickle down. Despite his discomfort, Nanzhou raised the suppressant, piercing it into his arm, leaning against the wall at the entrance, trying to steady his breathing. Huaxingyi stood by the door, watching him gradually recover. "Thank you." After quite some time, Nanzhou managed to squeeze out 2 raspy words. If it hadn't been for the timely delivery of this suppressant, he wouldn't know what state he'd be in now. Huaxingyi didn't respond but asked, "Let's talk inside." After saying that, he added, "It's cold outside, you'll get sick like this." Nanzhou was lightly dressed, and the cold wind kept blowing in through the open door. Once he reacted to the chill, it began seeping in. He nodded. Huaxingyi followed Nanzhou inside. The messy scene made his eyebrows flicker slightly. But Nanzhou didn't seem to care and simply sat on the couch, still appearing weak. Huaxingyi placed the bag on the kitchen counter. "Heavy snow these past 2 days." Nanzhou didn't reply but just looked at him. "Do you have enough food at home?" Huaxingyi asked. "Our house never keeps leftovers," Nanzhou answered straightforwardly. Huaxingyi opened the fridge, which was indeed empty except for snacks and drinks. Chapter 156, Should we add each other on WeChat? When buying medicine, Huaxingyi also bought some ingredients. "Have you eaten yet?" "Just had some junk food," Nanzhou replied lazily. "Do you mind if I use the kitchen?" he asked. Nanzhou shook his head. Anyway, he didn't use it himself, so if Huaxingyi wanted to, let him be. The tall and handsome man took off his coat, tied an apron around his waist, and busied himself at the stove. His movements were clean and brisk, exuding grace. Nanzhou leaned half against the sofa, watching the other's broad shoulders, sexy backside, and long straight legs. Huaxingyi turned around, and Nanzhou looked into his eyes without dodging. "What's up?" he asked. Huaxingyi. He subtly turned around, ignoring the measuring gaze from behind and refocused his attention on what was in his hands. Not long after, a savory aroma spread throughout the house, making anyone who smelled it drool. Huaxingyi placed a bowl of noodles that looked simple on the table. "Come eat, then go rest." Nanzhou thought it was for himself, but didn't expect it to actually be for him. He felt a little surprised. But he didn't hesitate and came over, sitting down at the dining table, hesitating when picking up his chopsticks. He asked, "Aren't you eating?" "I'm on a fat loss regimen recently," Huaxingyi said. "Actors sometimes need to lose or gain weight for roles, this is quite common." Nanzhou wasn't surprised, and upon hearing that, he immediately bowed his head and began eating. After a few bites, a satisfied expression showed on his face. It was truly fragrant. Huaxingyi was tidying up the stove for him, throwing away the instant noodles box from the kitchen trash while he was at it. "So considerate," Nanzhou mentally remarked. Thinking about it, he spoke up, "My glands are damaged." Huaxingyi paused slightly in his actions. Nanzhou buried his head and drank some soup, continuing casually as though it didn't matter. "The doctor said situations like mine will affect the heat periods and such. My brother, Gu Zheng, the reason he sought a marriage alliance with you, was because of this. It seems like the issue could improve with high-grade alpha pheromones. In short, it's using you as medicine." After finishing saying that, Nanzhou continued to earnestly eat his noodles without further comment. But Huaxingyi understood what he meant. This was Nanzhou explaining the reasons why he refused the marriage alliance. He didn't want to treat his future marriage as a transaction with ulterior motives, even if it was for his own health. This made Huaxingyi recall his parents' unfortunate marriage, stirring something inside him. After Nanzhou finished eating, Huaxingyi's assistant arrived. Before cooking, Huaxingyi had also instructed them to purchase some easier-to-cook ingredients and pre-prepared meals from the nearby supermarket. Even though they had injected the suppressant, Nanzhou's glands were injured, and his body condition was not good. He hadn't left the house during these 3 days. And because of the snow, deliveries in N City were very disorganized, and even the suppressants hadn't been delivered to his door until now. After explaining each item of ingredients and pre-prepared foods to Nanzhou, and neatly placing them in the fridge, Huaxingyi glanced at the time and bid Nanzhou farewell. It was already late. Nanzhou saw him to the door. Before Huaxingyi left, Nanzhou called him out, "Should we add each other on WeChat?" Huaxingyi hesitated for a moment, just as Nanzhou was about to say, "Forget it if you don't want to," he nodded. They added each other on WeChat. In the following days, Nanzhou continued his usual schedule, going to school, writing songs, occasionally harassing his boss. The only thing that changed was that he now chatted with Huashinya. Though Huashinya was busy with work and couldn't reply to him promptly, he always replied. Moreover, Nanzhou discovered that both of them shared many similar interests. For example, they both liked fishing, dogs, and preferred to find a quiet place to stay on rest days. What Nanzhou cherished most was that although Huashinya wasn't a musician, his empathy towards the songs he wrote was incredibly strong, rivaling that of the director at Leopard Green Music. Once, Nanzhou sent him a newly written demo and asked him how he would write the lyrics if given the chance. At first, it was just an ordinary question, but unexpectedly, Huashinya really wrote a small segment for him, with poetic text, beautiful imagery, and fitting perfectly with the melody. Then, Nanzhou sent both the lyrics and melody to the director of Leopard Green Music and received a string of ellipses from the director. But ultimately, the song was released and became a big hit. One reason was that it was Nanzhou's first song written specifically for Huashinya's movie. Because of the movie's success, it started gaining recognition within the industry. Subsequently, a few more songs also achieved remarkable success. And this time, the lyricist was once again Huashinya, which stirred up plenty of buzz. Online speculations about Huashinya's relationship with him started emerging, and some even claimed he was Huashinya's secret partner. Nanzhou refuted rumors online by saying, "Don't spread rumors, I don't trust what you spread, so I'll spread it myself." Then he wrote himself, "Yes, we almost got married," tagging Huashinya. This caused a near explosion on the trending charts. It was also on that day that Nanzhou went with Gu Zheng to Hua's house to celebrate the birthday of Elder Hua. Previously, such events were ones Nanzhou would never attend. However, when Gu Zheng mentioned it at home yesterday, Nanzhou, who had been lounging around during his vacation back in the country, offered to go along voluntarily. This action greatly surprised Gu Zheng, nearly sparking half an hour of chatter from him. Nanzhou appeared to be sitting on the sofa listening, but in reality, he continued chatting with Huashinya on his phone, recounting how he found a puppy, and even sent over pictures of the dog. But he didn't mention that he'd go to Hua's house with Gu Zheng the next day. After all these days of chatting, Nanzhou gradually felt he was developing a little liking for the other person. This conclusion came after he'd taken out Huashinya's photo several times to look at, and especially after having a dream last night, thus leading to his assumption. So, when Gu Zheng said they would go to Hua's house to celebrate Elder Hua's birthday, Nanzhou spontaneously decided to tag along. He wanted to see Huashinya. It had been nearly half a year since Huashinya came to his house in N City last time. Of course, these days, Nanzhou hadn't forgotten to message the director of Leopard Green Music, asking when they might have time. He planned to invite his boss for dinner as a way to thank them for their recognition of talent. The director of Leopard Green Music was much harder to meet than Huashinya, a big star under the spotlight. "This is the third time I've invited you. My father told me, if a man doesn't show up after being invited 3 times, then give up." Even Zhuge Liang wasn't that hard to invite. The first time, Nanzhou failed to show up. The second time, the director rejected on grounds of work commitments. This was the third attempt. For a long while, the director of Leopard Green Music did not reply to Nanzhou, but Nanzhou didn't mind, continuing to consult with him about matters of the heart. In these 6 months, besides work, he occasionally consulted this experienced in life man about issues regarding love affairs. What is love like? Is it really as joyful as they say on the internet? Is it true alphas have no defense against omega's pheromones? How many romantic relationships have you had? Facing his questions, the director seldom replied. Nanzhou speculated that this director's romantic experience might amount to 0. An alpha in his 30s without any dating history, it was very much like Gu Zheng. Chapter 157, seems like Tang Monk entering the cave of Spider. On the day of Grandpa Hua's birthday, Nanzhou specially picked what he thought was his best-looking outfit from several choices and put it on. When getting into the car, Gu Zheng saw him dressed so formally and widened his eyes again. "Xiao Bao, have you been having something on your mind recently?" "Yes, I felt weird lately, but I'm not sure why." Gu Zheng frowned, then immediately slipped into nagging teacher mode. "Xiao Bao, if you offend the boss, you lose a job, if you offend classmates, you lose just a friendship, but there's only one person in this world that if you show attitude towards, complain to, argue with loudly, or even smash a bowl in front of them, they wouldn't hold it against you. That person is me." "But..." "No, that person will be my future partner." Nanzhou interrupted him. After those words, Gu Zheng's eyes widened as if he had received some sort of blow, taking a good while to come back to his senses. Not until the car had driven for quite a long time did his faint voice return. "Xiao Bao, are you in love?" "No," Nanzhou replied. Gu Zheng sighed with relief and was about to say something when Nanzhou added, "I'm getting ready to." Gu Zheng quickly sat up straight. "Do you have someone you like? What kind of person are they? Have you investigated them clearly? Tell me their name and information, and I'll get someone to check out their background." "Brother." Nanzhou solemnly patted his shoulder, "We've known each other for so many years, and you've always been single." Gu Zheng. "If love is too hard, maybe you should find someone to become sworn brothers with. Tell all you want to say to your brother. This is how brothers are used." Gu Zheng was speechless, "But, we already are brothers. In the moment you were nagging earlier, I announce our temporary split." The old Hua residence was large, and there were many people coming to congratulate, including no shortage of celebrities from business, politics, and even entertainment circles. As the current head of the Gu family and an unmarried alpha still in the prime of his life, Gu Zheng was essentially walking money. In events such as these, naturally many people would surround him. Nan Zhou quietly slipped away after Gu Zheng was stopped by people for the third time. It was the first time Nan Zhou accompanied Gu Zheng to an occasion like this. Though some asked Gu Zheng about him and others glanced his way, few approached him to initiate a conversation. Most people's target was still Gu Zheng. Nan Zhou carefully looked around the place, but could not spot Hua Xinye anywhere. Especially near where Grandpa Hua stood, he kept looking, but never saw anyone. Just as he was thinking if Hua Xinye wasn't going to come and was preparing to send a message, an unexpected figure appeared before him. "Are you Nan Zhou, Gu Zheng's younger brother?" the man asked, holding a glass of wine. Looking at the face of the other person, Nan Zhou remembered that during their earlier visit to pay respects to Grandpa Hua, this man had been standing nearby and conversed with Gu Zheng. "Hua Jin." Hua Jiqing's expression turned slightly unpleasant. "My name is Hua Jiqing. Previously, it was always Gu Zheng who came alone, and this year you showed up, which surprised me greatly." Hua Jiqing returned to a polite smile as if nothing had happened before. "Your real person is better looking than your pictures." "Thank you, your name sounds more down-to-earth than I expected. Before, regarding the matter of our family's arranged marriage, I feel quite sorry about it. However, Hua Xinye's status and character don't match you. An Omega like you should marry a more suitable Alpha. With the position of your Gu family, you should indeed look for a successor of equal family background." On the word successor, Hua Jiqing stressed his pronunciation heavily. "After all, in our type of family, what we pursue is strong alliances. Picking a useless person, well, that would simply serve no purpose." After saying this, Nan Zhou stared at him without responding right away. Hua Jiqing assumed he had taken the advice, but the next second, he saw the person pinch their nose. "Did you not clean your mouth properly after using the restroom? It smells awful." Hua Jiqing's expression changed. "God is very fair, giving you an ugly appearance, and must also give you a dirty heart, so as to avoid making you seem unbalanced. Not even livestock breeding selection can produce a successor as fine as you. Born solely for the continuation of the species. Any intention to marry an Omega? If yes, I'll call the police first." Hua Jiqing's face turned extremely unpleasant, and in his fury, he was almost unable to resist slapping Nan Zhou. However, after Nan Zhou finished speaking, he suddenly noticed something, his eyes lighting up. Before Hua Jiqing could react, Nan Zhou walked briskly past him toward a certain direction. Hua Jiqing turned around and saw Hua Xinye had appeared beside their grandfather at some point and was talking to him. Their grandfather seemed particularly pleased, his smile even brighter. Nan Zhou stopped not far from the main seat. He didn't rush forward, but Hua Xinye, as if sensing his presence, glanced at him and gave a nod. Even his smallest gestures were strikingly handsome. Nan Zhou instinctively licked his lips. After a while, Hua Xinye, who had finished speaking with their grandfather, approached, and Nan Zhou immediately asked, "Why did you come so late?" "There was a bit of work," Hua Xinye said before looking down at the wine glass in Nan Zhou's hand. "Have you been here long?" "Not really." Just as Nan Zhou spoke, another person came over to greet them, targeting Hua Xinye this time. As a young legendary emperor of the entertainment industry and also part of the Hua family, Hua Xinye outshone Gu Zheng in the eyes of unmarried Omegas or Betas, male or female. After dealing with one person, more people wanted to approach Hua Xinye. His eyes slightly narrowed, and he grabbed Nan Zhou's wrist. "Come with me." Nan Zhou didn't oppose and followed Hua Xinye out of the banquet hall, bypassing a traditional Chinese garden, and arrived at a quiet courtyard. The night was clear, and moonlight shone on the rock formations and flowing water, laying down a layer of silvery light. The two stood in the courtyard, gazing at each other for a moment until Nan Zhou smiled and pointed at his wrist still being held. "Sorry," Hua Xinye released it. Nan Zhou chuckled. This scene earlier felt like Tang Monk entering the cave of Spider. Hua Xinye paused, then smiled as well. "That description fits your brother better." Nan Zhou laughed loudly. "Exactly." His features were lively, and his charm multiplied when he laughed, exuding an infinite vitality. Even the darkness couldn't dim his glow. A faint glimmer of light flickered deep within Hua Xinye's eyes, softness filled his gaze, and the corners of his mouth curled up ever so slightly with hidden affection. After laughing, Nan Zhou recounted to Hua Xinye what he had seen and heard at the banquet, making sure to mention Hua Jiqing as well. In front of Hua Xinye, he criticized Hua Jiqing once again without restraint, even remarking that though they shared a father, they didn't look like they came from the same mother. "That's true," Hua Xinye nodded, then concisely explained the situation regarding his father, mother, and Hua Jiqing's mother. After listening, Nan Zhou surprisingly didn't speak right away. Chapter 158, My Happiest Moment. For a moment, the courtyard became extremely quiet. Under the moonlight, the two people gazing at each other conveyed their unspoken feelings through the sound of the babbling stream. Just as Nan Zhou was about to speak, a familiar voice came from outside the courtyard. Gu Zheng and a male were getting closer. Recalling Gu Zheng's nagging demeanor and the arranged marriage he once set up between himself and Hua Xinye. If they were seen now. In a rush, Nan Zhou placed his hands on Hua Xinye's shoulders, pushed him into a corner, and in the blink of an eye, the two stood in a narrow corner of a uniquely designed courtyard. Here, under the cover of night, they wouldn't be easily noticed by others. After Gu Zheng walked in, it was clear that he hadn't noticed anyone else, nor did the Omega beside him. The Omega immediately launched a barrage of sweet nothings directed at Gu Zheng. However, Gu Zheng acted like the proverbial monk Tang, completely unmoved by the other's advances, behaving with impeccable gentility and without a trace of error. Nan Zhou wanted to laugh and covered her mouth with her hand, then instinctively glanced at Huixinye to exchange a look. But when she looked up and met Huixinye's deep, gentle gaze, along with the faint smile curving his lips, her heart couldn't help but race faster. In the dim night, the alpha in front of her looked extraordinarily handsome. The strong muscles beneath her palm, and the familiar, pleasant dry scent, all proved especially enticing. Subconsciously, Nan Zhou swallowed, her Adam's apple moving. Huixinye's eyes discreetly softened, the arm resting on Nan Zhou's lower back tensed slightly where it had instinctively reached out when she pushed him. In the courtyard, neither of them noticed what Gu Zheng had said, but the previously passionate Omega suddenly fell silent. This was followed by fierce cursing. The words were exaggerated and offensive. But neither Nan Zhou nor Huixinye seemed to pay attention. Nan Zhou opened her mouth, her voice soft and low. "I want to kiss you." The alpha in front of her quickly moved her Adam's apple, yet didn't refuse. Nan Zhou tiptoed, tilted her head, and quickly pressed her lips against Huixinye's, giving a fleeting, light kiss. When she repositioned herself properly, she only felt the softness of the contact. It was too fast, nothing could be discerned. Nan Zhou thought for a moment and again tiptoed to kiss Huixinye. But this time, as her lips touched his, the arm encircling her waist suddenly tightened, then his hand held her head gently. Her lips were parted by his tongue. Her eyes widened instantly. What she saw was Huixinye's flawless face magnified before her eyes, and his profound gaze. Her breathing quickened, her tongue being teased and entangled, emitting ambiguous sounds. Uncontrollably, Nan Zhou subconsciously grasped Huixinye's shoulder, her breath becoming deeper and heavier until finally, a soft sob escaped. Her beautiful fox eyes misted over. After quite some time, Huixinye released her. When parting, he playfully bit her lower lip softly one more time. Breathing heavily, Nan Zhou leaned on Huixinye's shoulder, adjusting her breathing. His hand around her lightly soothed her back, bringing a subtle warmth. After a while, Nan Zhou straightened up and belatedly realized that the courtyard had become quiet again. "Where is Gu Zheng?" she asked in a lowered voice. "He's gone," Huixinye replied. His hand still half embraced her. Nan Zhou licked her lips and looked at him. "Since that's the case, can I have another kiss?" The alpha before her emitted a low and brief chuckle. Huixinye pulled Nan Zhou closer with one arm, lifting his chin with the other hand. Nan Zhou naturally embraced his neck. Another kiss fell, just as lingering and tender. When Gu Zheng and Nan Zhou got into the car and left, neither of them spoke at first. It wasn't until they were almost home that Gu Zheng seemed to notice something and frowned as he asked, "Xiao Bao, why are your lips so red? They even look swollen. Did you eat something particularly spicy? I already told you not to eat random things because of your weak constitution." Nan Zhou, who was playing with her phone while looking down, paused after hearing this and locked her screen. "I didn't eat anything strange, it was just delicious, so I ate a few more bites." After finishing speaking, the car stopped right on time, and she hastily pulled open the door, leaving Gu Zheng's nagging behind. Back in the room, Nan Zhou picked up her phone again and clicked into her chat with Huixinye. "My brother asked why my lips were swollen. You kissed me too hard." Huixinye sent an apology. Nan Zhou licked her lips, but I liked it. With her eyes closed, she couldn't help but reminisce about the kiss in the courtyard that night. It had been comfortable, and joyful. And just before leaving, they had confirmed their relationship. That evening, Huixinye reposted on Weibo the post Nan Zhou had made earlier in the day, with the caption, "Not almost, but future will." Nan Zhou's original post had already set off trending searches during the day, but now, it felt like the servers were nearly collapsing under the pressure. Meanwhile, just before bed, Nan Zhou also received a reply from the director of Green Leopard Entertainment, agreeing to meet. On the day of the meeting, Nan Zhou surprisingly woke up late. After rushing through his morning routine and hastily putting on an outfit, he headed toward the restaurant. Upon pushing open the door, an unexpected figure greeted him. "How is it you?" "It's always been me." Huixinye stood inside the private room and gave him a gentle smile. "This is a question that requires time to answer." Nan Zhou awoke from a pleasant dream. Upon opening his eyes, there was still a sense of surrealism lingering. By his side, Huixinye's deep, tender voice sounded, "Good morning." A kiss with a fresh mint scent then fell upon his forehead. Nan Zhou reached out to embrace him. "I had an interesting dream." Subsequently, bathed in the morning light, Nan Zhou recounted the dream he had, about encountering Huixinye after not crossing timelines following a car accident, and the romance that ensued. "So no matter what, we would meet and fall in love," Huixinye said after listening. Nan Zhou remained silent, leaning against his chest, savoring the tranquil moments unique to them in the early morning. An unknown amount of time passed before Huixinye's voice rang again, "Will you marry me?" Nan Zhou was startled, raising his head to look at him. Huixingye smiled as he gazed into his eyes. Actually, if it hadn't been for this blizzard, according to the original plan, I should have proposed to you by the lakeside where we camped. As he finished speaking, a radiant diamond ring appeared before Nan Zhou's eyes. Following tradition, one must propose first, awaiting the Omega's agreement before both sides make permanent marks. Though our process went backward, our love has always carried a special hue of wonder. This moment may not be the most ideal occasion, but indeed it is the happiest moment of every single day. You wake up in my arms, and we welcome the sunrise together. Soon, we'll greet every dawn and dusk. I hope these happy moments last forever. Will you agree? Nan Zhou's pupils flickered slightly as his gaze moved from the ring to the alpha's profound and sincere eyes and the handsome face carrying a gentle smile. The wind blew through the window, swaying the curtains gently. In the distance, crisp bird songs could be faintly heard. It seemed as if all things were about to awaken and rejuvenate. Bathed in the sunlight, Nan Zhou grasped Huixingye's hand, looking into his eyes, and smiling, I do. End of extra chapter. Chapter 159, Steamed Fish, you must be very scared right now. For the third time, when you subtly avoided the old lecher Mr. Deng's wandering hands and excused himself to go to the restroom. The restroom in the club was bright and clear, with even the faucets gilded. In the mirror, an unusually handsome face was reflected. When you let out a cold laugh, clenched his right hand into a fist, and swung it toward the person in the mirror. The fist hovered just before striking the mirror and eventually only lightly touched it. He turned on the faucet, cupping the cool water to splash on his heated, alcohol-drenched face. But the burning sensation in his body wouldn't subside. Something was in the drink. When you knew this kind of gathering would not stay clean forever, but for someone without powerful backing, even with protection from his agent, there would always be situations where influential elites held sway that couldn't be countered from all angles. Normally, when you was careful. As an Omega, if he made a mistake, being lured away for lifelong marking would be considered light punishment. Things much more sinister could never be mentioned in public. Pulling out an inhibitor tucked inside his jacket's inner pocket, he gave himself a shot to alleviate the situation temporarily and washed his face again with cold water. A warning echoed in his mind from his agent, you know your physical condition, don't you? Keep going like this, and sooner or later you'll develop immunity to the inhibitors. Actually, when you hadn't told him, but in the past 6 months, the inhibitors had occasionally been slightly ineffective for him. No matter. Death would likely arrive before then. After composing himself, when you put on a perfect gentle smile before stepping back out and reseating himself at the dinner table. On his phone, there was a WeChat message from his agent asking how things were. This dinner meeting today, hosted by the influential Mr. Huang, was one that even his agent couldn't easily excuse themselves from. This is showbiz, after all. Or rather, in this world of survival of the fittest, there will always be a select few who stand above ordinary people. Even as when you returned to his seat, Mr. Huang, alias Old Lecher, Deng, still maintained the appearance of being extremely easy to talk to, showing no signs of guilt over whatever dirty deeds he may have done. Except for those few seemingly accidental wandering hands. Perhaps convinced that his schemes would succeed, Mr. Huang didn't take any further action, merely having the escorts take turns trying to get when you drunk. Until the agent could no longer bear it and found an excuse to pull when you out of the private room to take some fresh air in the garden courtyard. They needed to discuss a response strategy. Tonight's event wasn't straightforward, and Mr. Huang seemed resolute to have his way. What the agent didn't expect was, while he managed to get when you out, he was soon called away by one of Mr. Huang's people. When you sat on a chair in the courtyard, staring at the night sky, taking out a pack of cigarettes, and lighting one with his lighter. The restlessness in his body showed no sign of abating. His composure up till now was only maintained through sheer determination. I'm really a great actor, when you exhaled a few cigarette rings, crushed the butt, and stood up. Not far away, Mr. Huang and his bodyguard walked toward him, still with that same amiable smile, pretending everything is negotiable and sweetly tender. A wave of nausea rose within Wen Yu. The more the suppressed restlessness mounted, the more his nails almost pierced his skin. A faint whiff of sweet orange entered his nose, causing him to furrow his brow instinctively. Mr. Huang arrived before him, his cloudy eyes lighting up slightly, his lips curling into a wider smile upon detecting this sweet fragrance. He extended his hand, Mr. You feeling unwell? I have a private room here, why don't I take you upstairs to rest a bit? I think you need rest more than me, Mr. Huang, Wen Yu said with a smile. Inside the private room earlier, he had mostly responded softly, often replying with yes, you're so impressive, and such phrases. This was the first time Mr. Huang unexpectedly heard something like this from him. We can rest together. Smelling the sweet aroma and seeing the beauty within reach, Mr. Huang decided to stop pretending. There are outsiders. When you lowered his gaze, right now, too many alphas around, would make me scared. Mr. Huang chuckled loudly and dismissed his bodyguards. It's just the two of us, how could I possibly allow others to touch you, my dear? Mr. Huang's wandering hand descended onto Wen Yu's firm buttocks. You're too kind. Wen Yu replied. As soon as he finished speaking, something flashed before Mr. Huang's eyes, like a punch flying by. A perfectly aimed blow landed squarely on Mr. Huang's greasy cheek. Already physically weak from drinking, the older man was knocked out cold, collapsing with his butt sticking upwards. Wenyu took a heavy breath and stepped back slightly. Just now, that despicable Mr. Deng deliberately released alpha pheromones. He must leave immediately. Pulling out his phone, he called his agent while turning around, asking him to hurry over. But in the next second, his entire body suddenly froze. Several meters away, an unexpected figure stood there. It wasn't clear how long this person had been standing there, but it was obvious that they witnessed everything he just did to Mr. Huang. The individual looked at the unconscious Mr. Huang on the ground, then at Wenyu, eyes widened as if struck by something. TSK. Wenyu stepped forward, enduring discomfort, ready to swing a punch towards the person. But in the split second, the man quickly spoke, "I know you must be very scared right now, but knocking me out won't solve your current predicament. Give me a few minutes, and I will help you take care of this." Wenyu paused mid-motion. In that brief pause, the man seized the opportunity and continued, "I recognize that guy. He's Hongyu Corporation's boss, not a good man anyway. You were meting out justice for all of us. Not only did your actions show the limitless potential of humanity, but with your noble character and lofty ideals, you have become my role model. Wenyu, get to the point. I'll claim it was me who hit him." Wenyu blinked, then chuckled. Hot breath intermingled with the scent of sweet oranges filled the space. The alpha standing before him, as if only realizing this now, furrowed his brows slightly. Are you running a fever?" Before Wenyu could respond, the man seemed to recall something else and swore, "That old lecherous Huang Xingjie." Then, within Wenyu's line of sight, he saw the man pull out a handkerchief and cover his mouth and nose quickly, stepping back 2 steps, "I have inhibitors in my car. Let my driver bring one to you." Wenyu was about to refuse when footsteps sounded behind him again. Turning back, he saw Mr. Huang's bodyguard walking toward them. In no time, they would definitely notice the person lying unconscious on the ground, along with himself. "Go." The alpha in front grabbed his hand, pulling him forward. "There are too many people here. You're dangerous like this. Follow me first." Wenyu didn't move. The other turned around and glanced at him, speaking quickly, "In a moment, I'll have my driver get out of the car, and neither of us will go inside. If you really don't trust me and are afraid, call the police first. Or, contact my little treasure. Just tell him a word. If I do anything to you, he will immediately call the police. My little treasure is Nanzhou. I am his older brother, Gu Zheng. We met on a variety show before." Chapter 160, Steamed Fish, Open Your Eyes and Look at Me. Wenyu, of course, recognized Gu Zheng. The green hat he had given him before, he had kept it all along. However, until today, Wenyu had never imagined that the president of the prestigious GY group could be such a person. But perhaps it was just an act. Still, with no better option at hand, Wenyu followed Gu Zheng as they left the courtyard together. When they arrived at the parking lot and before getting into the car, Wenyu caught a faint scent, warm, soothing, and pleasant. For a brief moment, he felt dazed. Gu Zheng obviously noticed this too, his cheeks turned crimson instantly. He pulled open the car door and retrieved an inhibitor from inside. On the way here, he had already instructed his secretary and driver to place the inhibitors in advance and to keep their distance. Therefore, at this moment, only Gu Zheng and Wenyu were near the car. While opening the cap of the inhibitor, Gu Zheng said to Wenyu, "Get in the car. You can lock it. I'll guard for you." As he was about to take the inhibitor and inject himself, the person in front of him swiftly grabbed the inhibitor and quickly got into the car. Gu Zheng was momentarily dumbfounded. What? What's going on? If he hadn't injected yet, what if he lost control and ended up biting some passerby-os? Sitting in the warm, comfortable, and spacious back seat, Wenyu couldn't help but laugh when he saw the alpha standing outside the car looking bewildered and distressed. "Get in," he said. Due to the fever, his voice was deeper than usual, and there were beads of sweat on his face and neck. This made his already exceptionally handsome face even more inviting. With just one glance, Gu Zheng instinctively looked away. His Adam's apple moved as he spoke, his voice slightly hoarse, "No, it's not necessary. Just inject yourself, then give the inhibitor to me." "Get in," said Wenyu, his tone serious, but with a hint of allure. Gu Zheng gritted his teeth. All he could smell was the sweet orange scent emanating from the omega in front of him. The orange scent triggered his urges, challenging his instincts fiercely and making his mind lose control, forcing him to salivate uncontrollably. "You're an omega, and I'm an alpha. In this situation, we'd better isolate ourselves. If you're afraid of pain and don't dare to inject the inhibitor yourself, let me do it first, and then I'll help you. I promise it will be quick," Gu Zheng hastily explained. He had never felt so exhausted in his life. This was far tougher than engaging in any scheming plot. Wenyu furrowed his brows. Caught out of the corner of his eye, at that very moment, an uncontrolled thought surfaced in Gu Zheng's mind, "He's so beautiful." But the next second. No, it's all due to the influence of pheromones. Looking down at the alpha shaking his head rapidly outside the car and then slapping himself across the face. The sharp sound of the slap reverberated loudly in the quiet parking lot under the night sky. Inside the warmly lit car, Wenyu could clearly see the finger marks imprinted on the alpha's face. His heart raced. The alpha outside lowered his head even further but didn't forget to console him, it actually doesn't hurt much. Okay, I'm an alpha, I think it doesn't hurt at all. Omegas might feel a bit of pain. You just have to endure it for a second, it'll pass quickly, really. When you feel better, I'll drive you back. Let the driver take you home. Or maybe you'd like something to eat. What would you like? You should use the inhibitor first. In the instant before Gu Zheng could react, when you extended his hand and yanked him inside the car. With a loud slam, the car door closed, restoring silence to the parking lot. The secretary and driver, who had been watching discreetly from afar, widened their eyes simultaneously and turned toward each other, reading a mutual concern in each other's gaze. Could their president possibly get eaten? The silent car was permeated with the sweet scent of oranges mingling with the calm, warm aroma of sandalwood. Because of Wen Yu's sudden move, Gu Zheng's entire body pressed against him, filling his nose not just with the scent of oranges, but also with the warm, soft touch of Omega skin. Even through the clothes, this contact still made him feel as if he were submerged in scorching heat. Wen Yu wasn't doing well either, enduring to this point was already at his limit. The alpha's presence made him feel relaxed and attached. And the scent was exactly to his liking, warm, heavy, and profound. It gave him an inexplicable sense of peace, both mentally and physically. I'm sorry, came the low, deep voice of the alpha before him, filled with guilt and shame. Wen Yu looked at Gu Zheng, whose ears were red as if there was no end to their blushing, and licked his lips. You don't have any experience, do you? Just as Gu Zheng was about to rise, he froze upon hearing these words. What? Experience in marking an omega. Wen Yu said, gently stroking over his ear. They're this red. Gu Zheng's body immediately tensed up, and the next moment, he quickly sat upright, shaking off the warm, soft fingers from his ear. Of course not. I'm not that kind of alpha who does things randomly. This movement caused his face to come right up close to Wen Yu's unexpectedly near profile. It was like being hit by a strikingly handsome man's beauty, magnified and vividly etched into his pupils. The long lashes, cheeks as smooth as milk, pink and soft lips, along with the breath carrying the sweet scent of oranges. Buzz. A short but loud buzzing sound resounded through Gu Zheng's head. Wen Yu stared at the stunningly attractive man before her and finally broke into laughter just at this moment. You. In the next second, he heard a string of numbers tumbling out of Gu Zheng's mouth. Along with the numbers, Wen Yu occasionally picked up some business-related terms. Gu Zheng closed his eyes, murmuring those digits while searching for the suppressant placed inside the car. Wen Yu caught his hand. What are you doing? Reciting company financial reports. Wen Yu held Gu Zheng's hand with one hand and rested the other on his face. Open your eyes and look at me. If I keep looking, I won't be able to control myself. After he finished speaking, another set of numbers tumbled forth. Wen Yu clenched his teeth. He stood up and silenced that incessantly chattering, digit-reciting mouth with a kiss. The world became silent in that very moment. Gu Zheng seemed frozen as a stone. After kissing for a while, Wen Yu pulled back panting, and once again met the eyes of the person before him. It was unclear whether it was out of astonishment or not, but the previously tightly shut eyes now gazed at him unblinking. Behind the golden-rimmed glasses, his dark eyes reflected Wen Yu's figure. As if entranced, Gu Zheng reached out to touch Wen Yu's lips. Wen Yu didn't avoid or move away, he simply stared straight at him. Mark me. Caught in his gaze, the alpha's Adam's apple moved quickly up and down. Gu Zheng didn't respond, nor did he make a move. Wen Yu brought Gu Zheng's hand to his lips, kissing his fingertips. With half-lidded eyes, he gave him a glance full of suggestive meaning. His soft, sweet lips whispered temptingly, mark me. Chapter 161, Steamed Fish, It's Just a Breakup. Gu Zheng's Adam's apple moved slightly. It was killing him. Couldn't care less anymore. He closed his eyes, reached out, gripped the back of the neck of the enchanting figure in front of him, and kissed down. The alpha's kiss was disorganized but brimming with passion. Wen Yu tilted his head up, obediently opening his mouth and grabbing Gu Zheng's arm. Gu Zheng pulled him closer to his chest. The hand gripping the nape moved downward, gently caressing the neck, an obvious soothing motion. After a long time, they parted their lips. Wen Yu smiled, about to say something when Gu Zheng once again lowered his head and kissed him. A lingering, passionate kiss that was exceptionally intimate in a quiet space. The sweet scent of oranges and sandalwood filled the entire area, as if the temperature had risen slightly. Gu Zheng's lips pressed against Wen Yu's neck, lightly kissing the soft and fragrant skin there before opening his mouth. Wen Yu's eyes widened suddenly, and his body instinctively resisted, but the person in front of him tightly held him. Only now did he realize how strong Gu Zheng actually was. A certain sweet yet refreshing smell that brought calm replaced the previous fragrance and spread throughout the car. Wen Yu could feel Gu Zheng tenderly licking his wounds. The embrace was also extremely gentle. Even though Wen Yu had never considered himself an Omega who needed delicate protection, he asked, are you planning this here while holding me like this? Gu Zheng paused his actions, then his gentle breath and hoarse voice whispered by his ear, I have a room here, or would you come back with me? Get out of the car, hurry. Wen Yu ordered. Gu Zheng entered his club suite with Wen Yu, a large and luxuriously decorated total package. Walking inside, it not only included a billiard room but also an audiovisual room. I think even though the situation is like this, there may still be room for maneuver. After all, you're an Omega and also an artist. Here, with me. Before Gu Jing finished his sentence, he saw Wen Yu unzip his coat and take it off. I'm an Omega, and I don't mind. What are you worried about? Or do you look down on me? As Wen Yu moved closer, he asked. That's not what I meant. You're so beautiful, it's just that. I'm not flattering you, I'm reminding you. But for things like this, an alpha. Gu Zhang's words were interrupted once again by Wen Yu's slender fingers. Pushing him down onto the sofa, Wen Yu leaned over and stared into his eyes, saying, if you can't handle it, let me take charge. Gu Zhang. He pushed Wen Yu away, stood up, and pulled at his tie. I have my principles too. Wen Yu smiled, crossing his arms to watch him. After removing his tie, Gu Zhang took off his suit jacket, undid the cufflinks on his shirt, and then unbuttoned the top 2 buttons. After pausing for a moment, he asked, here. Wen Yu couldn't help but laugh and glanced at the bedroom next door. You're asking me? For an alpha gentleman, letting an Omega experience their first time anywhere other than on a bed wouldn't quite fit. Gu Jing swallowed hard. Go inside. As Wen Yu turned around, the next second, he was swept up in the arms of the person behind him. At the moment his body floated in the air, Wen Yu instinctively prepared to throw a punch, but Gu Jing seemed to predict his movement and spoke first, don't move around. If you punch me, I'll pass out, and it will be you who suffers. Wen Yu. When he was gently placed on the bed, he abruptly said, I want to be on top. Gu Jing. I mean position-wise. It will hurt. Don't tell me what to do. 3 days later, early morning. It wasn't dawn yet. Wen Yu got up from bed, looking at the alpha who was still sound asleep on the bed, involuntarily grinning. He stretched his hand out towards Gu Zhang, but paused abruptly just as he was about to touch him. Pulling back his hand, Wen Yu grabbed his phone and left the hotel suite without looking back. In the parking lot downstairs, his agent had been waiting for a long time. The moment he got into the car, the agent immediately asked, Master, my lord, did you really find someone random to solve your problem? Actually, there was no need to ask, the answer was already clear. Wen Yu hadn't applied any pheromone blocking patch. The smell on his body was a mix, similar to a perfume. Very pleasant smelling, but it also carried a heavy alpha aura. Didn't you suggest I use fewer suppressants before? Wen Yu countered. He furrowed his brows slightly, adjusting his posture without showing any signs. The manager didn't notice this subtle detail, but you can't just pick someone random. What if they spread the word about what happened between you two, or took some pictures, or even? He won't. When you glanced out of the window, his expression softening as though he really was that gentle and handsome Omega deep inside. Before the manager could inquire further, he asked, how's Mr. Huang's situation? There's no news at all from him, it seems like he doesn't plan to pursue anything. The manager himself was quite surprised mentioning this. After all, considering Mr. Huang's nature, if he were assaulted but didn't explode in rage seeking vengeance, that would be incomprehensible. 3 days ago, upon hearing that Wen Yu had knocked Mr. Huang unconscious, the manager nearly passed out himself. Then when Wen Yu requested a leave asking for 3 days off to deal with personal matters, the manager was left speechless. It was the first time the manager thought his career had hit rock bottom. At least, his client's golden days seemed over. Day after day, the manager anxiously waited but didn't hear even one hint of retaliation from Mr. Huang, as though the whole incident never occurred, eerily silent. Wen Yu, upon hearing this, wasn't surprised at all, merely smiled faintly. Could it be, that behind my back, you've hooked up with a powerful sponsor? The manager hesitantly guessed. Once he voiced it, he immediately refuted himself, impossible, absolutely impossible. If others didn't understand Wen Yu, then the manager knew him better than anyone else. This guy, whom he dragged into the entertainment circle from the jaws of death, choosing to surrender to an alpha was akin to killing him outright. Career paths will sort themselves out, don't worry too much, Wen Yu said. At least let me know who this alpha is that you picked. I need some preparation, in case things go viral on social media, so we can prepare accordingly. If that day truly comes, then simply quit the industry. In the president's office of the GY Group. The finance director approached Senior Secretary Grace's desk carrying a document, covertly asking, how's Mr. Gu feeling today? Grace, the beautiful long-haired woman, arched her crimson lips in a smile. Vice President Zhang went to the president's office early this morning, and hasn't come out yet. The finance director straightened up instantly, I'll come back later this afternoon. President Gu will be on a business trip this afternoon. If you're in a rush, Director Meng, you'd better wait a bit longer. The finance director was breaking out in sweat, glancing around furtively before leaning towards Grace's desk, lowering his voice stealthily, who's the fool that angered Mr. Gu? Grace smiled gently, no one, just heartbroken, that's all. Chapter 162, Steamed Fish, is baby what you call? Just call. The word breakup seemed like some obscure vocabulary, delivering a heavy blow to the finance director. President Gu, when did you start dating? The more he thought about it, the more wrong it felt. Gu Zheng was usually just like a work machine, having no time for love at all. They hadn't even heard that Gu Zheng was close to any young lady of a distinguished family or any omega. Gu Zheng was actually a very strange person to the old-timers of GY Group. He was not as decisive as his predecessor, the chairman of the board and his father Gu Jinzhao. He even appeared too gentlemanly and easygoing. Other people's business wars were either high-end like a battlefield without gunpowder, or low-end like pouring water to kill each other's money tree. But Gu Zheng's business war was like a weird chanting. It was as if he had the ability to turn opponents into minions, put a golden hoop curse on them, and then chant them to death. This was partly due to his silver tongue, and partly because of his excellent memory and keen commercial sensitivity. When Gu Zheng first took over the company from Gu Jinzhao, several vice presidents and directors within the company actually didn't quite admire him. They were all veterans who fought alongside Gu Jinzhao until this year, and in the face of a younger generation, they wanted to give a warning right off the bat. But none of them expected that Gu Zheng would use gentle methods to drench them completely. At the beginning, when Gu Zheng arranged time with them to discuss work, before they could even start complaining, they were overwhelmed by Gu Zheng's bombardment of words. Gu Zheng got the bottom line of their situations, even able to start from their primary school graduation, speaking non-stop, completely finding no chance to breathe or interrupt. Later, the vice presidents began to play avoidance tactics, saying they were busy and had no time, but Gu Zheng didn't mind. He started arranging online meetings, regardless of how late it was. Once, he chatted with a vice president from night until 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, and came to work the next day still energetic. Internally, it was like this, externally, it was no less impressive. Although Gu Zheng looked like a typical arrogant president in daily life, those who truly interacted with him were more afraid of his other side. Moreover, Gu Zheng showed great respect for the Omega community. Half a year ago, there was a director in the company who enforced favoritism towards an intern Omega. The intern reported the issue. This director graduated from a prestigious school and was exceptionally talented. Several executives tried to make the big matter small to save him, but upon hearing it, Gu Zheng dismissed him without a second thought. He lectured the director for half an hour without repetition, making the person seem unworthy of being human. In short, Gu Zheng's reputation in the GY Group was quite high. Subordinates unanimously recognized him as someone with strong abilities and good character, but also as a diligent work machine. Now, this work machine has not only fallen in love but also experienced a breakup. Snap, the door to the president's office was pushed open from the inside. Vice President Zhang, who had been scolded all morning, walked out pale-faced, muttering about feeling guilty towards the company and the president, deeply apologizing for being human. This made the finance director sweat coldly even in the midst of winter. "Mr. Meng, please go in," Grace said with a grin. The finance director hesitated for a long time, then finally dragged his heavy legs into the office filled with chants. Inside the office, Gu Zheng was looking at his phone. The screen displayed Weibo's interface. There, a beautiful Omega account posted a few pictures from today's event. "Little you, how can you be so pretty, beauty beyond my imagination," murmuring to himself, Gu Zheng set one of the photos as his phone wallpaper. A knock came at the door, and glancing up, it was the company's financial director, Mr. Meng Fei. Nodding slightly, Gu Zheng placed the phone back on the desk, catching a glimpse with his peripheral vision of the club post-it note under the documents. On the post-it were 4 words, "Thanks for hosting." Instantly, Gu Zheng's face turned dark as memories of what happened when he woke up that morning surfaced again. The beautiful Omega who lived together in intimacy for 3 days and was marked by him left early, leaving only 800 yuan cash and this note on his bedside. Is he a mermaid? Yes, it must be. Clearly, he said he really liked it and it was great, but ended up treating me as a male escort. 3 days are worth only 800 yuan. Such recognition swept through Gu Zheng's mind. Meng noticed the sudden darkening of Gu Zheng's face the moment he saw him, which made his already nervous heart even more uneasy. Quickly placing the report folder behind his back, he took a couple of steps backward. "Mr. Gu, I just remembered that there is a data set they haven't given me yet. I'll come back later." Without giving Gu Zheng any chance to respond, Meng rushed off as fast as his old legs could carry him, disappearing in the blink of an eye at the doorway. Gu Zheng was bewildered by the whole thing and sat down again, transforming his sorrow and fury into efficiency as he swiftly handled several tasks. Only after being reminded by Grace did he leave the company with her and drive to the airport. On the road, Gu Zheng couldn't help but click on the live stream of "The One Who Moves My Heart." Outwardly, he told himself that he wanted to check if Hu Xingye was secretly taking advantage of his little treasure at home. But his hand seemed to have its own idea, and what he opened was something related to Wenyu. In the video, Lu Zhou, that good-for-nothing kid, was calling Wenyu baby, which instantly sent Gu Zheng's unstable blood pressure skyrocketing. Baby? Baby is what you call? Just call. It's just some show-off relationship, enough already, don't fool yourself. Is he someone you can like? A key costs only 3.5 yuan, do you even deserve it? Then, when Gu Zheng saw Lu Zhou reaching out to put his arm around Wenyu's waist, he let out a heavy hum. I see this disgusting hand, and my anger flares up immediately. Grace. Grace, who was eavesdropping on gossips from the passenger seat, quickly wiped off her delighted expression for misfortunes and switched to a professional smile within a second, turning around. Mr. Gu, what do you need? This guy Lu Zhou bullying my little treasure, removing just a few projects won't be enough. What other endorsements is he currently negotiating? Knock them all down. Grace, understood, Mr. Gu. What little treasure? Are you really concerned about our cute little Zhou? You're purely jealous. After saying that, Gu Jing focused his attention back on the video. Every movement, every picture, every frame of Wen Yu on the screen was like striking his heart with a charm arrow. Gu Jing wiped his face. After marking, there should be a period of emotional dependence. Why is mine so intense, while you seem completely unbothered? Was I just your tool for release then? I want to know all your sources of pain, every worry, your likes and dislikes, who you love and hate, wanting to understand you, to yearn for me. I'm thinking too much. Never mind, let's get back to work. Gu Jing, Grace. Where's this month's report? Has Meng Fei finished it? Far away at the company, the financial director, who was carefully instructing his subordinates to meticulously verify the contents, determined not to make a mistake at this moment, sneezed hard. Chapter 163, Steamed Fish, he looks like he'll have fun. At the recording site of The One Who Stole My Heart. When Yu ate quietly without drawing attention to himself, glancing sideways to see Lu Zhou looking in the direction of Nan Zhou with completely unmasked emotions. Truly amusing. He rolled his eyes inside. To Wen Yu, Lu Zhou was just an arrogant and ignorant clown who lived in his own world, believing that the whole world should revolve around him, a typical example of someone with great deviation in self-awareness, having never been beaten down by society. Fanning the couple hype was a task given by the company, as long as it wasn't illegal, Wen Yu fully accepted it. Anyway, Lu Zhou wouldn't benefit from him, so he treated it like watching a comedy. Work was always about enduring hardships and being patient. After 3 days of taping, Wen Yu got off the show and hurried to Lin City. As the endorser, he had to attend a promotional event organized by the brand the next day. As soon as he got into the car, his agent started complaining about Lu Zhou, saying that this Lu Zhou didn't know his limits at all, even though they were hyping a relationship, he still acted so overtly towards Nan Zhou on the show. Now, there weren't many more couple fans, but plenty who accused them of playing games, making the deal utterly not worth it. Ideally, they would want the tie-up undone as soon as the show ended. Wen Yu didn't dwell on it. He focused on his game while seated, where the character he controlled knocked the opponent down to the ground with one punch. I'm tired, he said. The agent paused for a moment and then consoled him immediately, just hang on a bit longer. After tomorrow's announcement, you'll have 3 days of rest. Once finished, the agent quickly added, during those 3 days, you can't cause any trouble. Absolutely no reckless driving. If I find out, I won't schedule your vacation. With a slight nudge against his cheek, Wen Yu remained silent. His hands itched, and his heart itched more. The adrenaline rush of walking on the edge of life and death beckoned him intensely. A few minutes ago, a WeChat message popped up. Xiao Yu, come back when you have time. Everyone misses you. He didn't reply. The next day, Wen Yu attended a series of activities organized by the brand. The activities stretched from morning till night. In the morning, it was a brand exhibition with internet celebrities and endorsers walking the red carpet, and in the evening, there was an industry banquet. As the brand's endorser, Wen Yu was arranged to sit with the regional director of the brand, a Caucasian man. On such occasions, he could always put on an excellent performance since countless pairs of eyes were watching, preventing anyone from causing trouble. Even if anyone intended to make trouble, they'd wait until after the event ended. Wen Yu relaxed, listening attentively as representatives from the brand and other important business figures conversed. Occasionally, like an ornament, he would flatter with a few sentences. Suddenly, the assistant to the regional director walked over, whispering a few words in their ear. Upon hearing, the most crucial figure at the event straightened their clothes and stood up, following the assistant toward a certain direction. Initially, Wen Yu didn't pay any attention to this, quietly indulging in the delicate pastries on the table, until the other bigwigs at his table also stood up. Mr. Gu. What wind blew you here, Mr. Gu? With the cake halfway down his throat yet undigested, Wen Yu stopped, looked back briefly. Behind him, Gu Zheng was standing in a high-end tailored suit. Their eyes met, but it seemed like he didn't recognize Wen Yu. His gaze barely swept over him before focusing on others, exchanging polite greetings with everyone. Wen Yu swallowed the pastry, mimicking the others by casually throwing out an indifferent greeting. Gu Zheng merely gave a light nod, then followed the regional director to take his seat at the head of the table. Wen Yu returned to his seat, silently eavesdropping as Gu Zheng fluently discussed matters with the brand's regional director in Italian. Below his information pheromone suppression patch on his neck, a healed scar began to itch faintly. Unconsciously, his mind couldn't help but revisit the 3 days he had spent with that person before. Although most of the time, they were embraced together, the intense passion didn't last all the time. During this period, Omega's minds and bodies would intensely yearn for their alpha, and he was no exception. Moreover, Gu Zheng was truly a gentle and chivalrous alpha. He meticulously took care of him, respected him, considered all his feelings, complied with every unreasonable request without anger, only gently offering advice when he believed it inappropriate. I'm not controlling you, but this is bad for your health. Though these words of nagging were indeed excessive, there was no denying the fact that his heart felt abnormally peaceful. The feeling of being carefully loved as if placed in the palm of one's hand made Wen Yu feel both strange and terrifying, yet he couldn't help subconsciously craving it. He knew it was only temporary and that he couldn't have more, so he indulged himself, recklessly squandering the time. The stolen happiness, brief like fireworks, was beautiful but vanished like the wind when it ended. Halfway through the event, when you went to the restroom. On the way, he accidentally overheard a few internet celebrities chatting about Gu Zheng. As someone regarded as an honored guest by the brand director and looking exceptionally young and handsome, it was hard for him not to attract attention from the crowd. He must be some second-generation rich kid from a wealthy family. He's not bad looking though. Ah, I want to get close to him. Just being with him a few times would probably ensure no worries for the rest of my life. You're dreaming. Someone like him wouldn't lack omegas or women. He changes partners like clothes, what hasn't he seen? Celebrities line up to be with him, it's definitely not your turn yet. He seems like the kind who plays around a lot. You know, those gentlemanly scoundrels. He. The discussions of the little O's and B's influencers made when you secretly chuckle. Plays around a lot. A vivid image came to mind, of himself sitting on the other person's waist, the person's face flushed red. And the time the other person hugged him, awkwardly dropping a few nosebleeds. And the hurried and nervous speech during moments of embarrassment. When you couldn't help but laugh out loud. This laughter drew the attention of the influencers. Recognizing him, their eyes lit up immediately and they came over requesting selfies. After taking photos with them, when you quietly smoked a cigarette in the restroom before returning to the banquet area. But just as he crossed the courtyard, before he could enter the venue, someone blocked his way. Gu Zheng stood in front of him, can we talk? When you raised an eyebrow, intending to refuse. But with people coming and going here, lingering too long might cause misunderstandings. Thinking back to the gossips from the influencers earlier, he slightly nodded and both moved toward a corner. Being a temporarily arranged banquet, there were many small storage rooms filled with materials. When you pushed open one and walked in, with Gu Zheng following and closing the door behind them. In this confined space, silence reigned for a moment. Beyond the door, the clamor of the banquet music faintly echoed. What do you want to say? Gu Zheng, have you been well recently? They spoke simultaneously, their voices falling at the same time. Chapter 164, Steamed Fish, I miss you so much, wife. When you smiled. How I am doing has nothing to do with you. It was just like a nap. I even paid you. Mentioning money might be okay, but as soon as the money was brought up, Gu Zheng's whole demeanor changed drastically. Am I worth only 800 yuan in your heart? 800 yuan, not even Xiao Bao has humiliated me this way. 800 yuan, I have never seen such a small amount of money from my childhood to now. I've had enough. After Gu Zheng finished speaking, Wen Yu was about to say something, but before she could open her mouth, his voice sounded again. This time it was filled with deep resentment. I admit that I'm anxious, I am just too anxious. I toss and turn all night unable to sleep, wanting to cry my lungs out, wanting to vent all the anger in my heart. I've become a laughingstock, isn't it funny, how much I hate myself for caring so much. I miss you so much, wife. The final choked words caused Wen Yu's heart to pound heavily for an instant, then tingling sensation ran through her scalp, and she shouted fiercely, who is your wife? Those 3 days, when I called you that, you clearly responded. Do you believe what someone says in bed? After Wen Yu said that, realizing something, she quickly added another sentence, as the president of GY Group, what kind of omega haven't you seen, what kind of person haven't you played around with? There must have been countless casual affairs. Do you know how people outside talk about you? They say you privately don't know how extravagant and dissolute you are. I didn't. Gu Zheng opened his eyes wide and rebutted instinctively. After he finished speaking, he realized that his tone was somewhat inappropriate, his voice slightly elevated. He bit his lips, slightly turned away his eyes, you're my first omega, and will be the only one. I'm not jealous, when you interrupted him. The word only made his heart beat rapidly, terrified, making his fingers tremble. He clenched his hands tightly into fists behind his back and forced a very coquettish smile, I'm just stating the facts. In fact, I've seen such things often in the circles. Just consensual transactions between us. Mr. Gu, with your high position, if you truly want me, I couldn't resist. How about this, name your price. Gu Zheng's pupils froze as if he couldn't believe it, what price? When you smiled, support me financially, right? Xiao Yu, don't be like this. I thought Mr. Gu was an understanding person. That's correct, you're an understanding person. I understand what you mean by being understanding. I'm also an understanding person, and an understanding person should understand what I mean by understanding. As long as everyone understands what an understanding person should understand by what I understand you mean by understanding. After Gu Zheng finished a string of nonsense, when you spoke up, so, does Mr. Gu understand yet? Gu Zheng stood there, looking deeply at her, his Adam's apple moving. The bright light in his originally shining eyes seemed to dim. You shouldn't insult yourself like this. Gu Zheng spoke, his voice hoarse. Wen Yu's heart felt as if it was gripped in an instant. I understand what you mean. After saying this, Gu Zheng pulled the door open. The cacophony of music, along with the clamor of human voices, surged in together. At the same time, there was also a fresh chill from outside. In that moment, when you stared at Gu Zheng's retreating figure, her body icy cold, as if even breathing became difficult. A few weeks later. The recording of the penultimate episode of Falling for You was paused due to Lu Zhou pushing Nan Zhou into the water. All over the internet, trending topics were dominated by news about Lu Zhou. Since in the variety show, when Yu was Lu Zhou's CP, and even officially acknowledged as his lover on Weibo, despite the broker's breakup statement, it was inevitable that he was involved. Hyping up CPs eventually leads to backlash. The agent and the team also regretted a little, but when you didn't care. Career or no career, it wasn't entirely important anyway, it was just one of the motivations for him to keep living. That night, ignoring his agent's objections, when you drove his sports car out of the house. The car kept heading towards the suburbs, climbing the mountain where he had raced countless times. The roaring sound of the engine reverberated as the car sped down the winding mountain road like an arrow leaving the bow, racing straight to the mountaintop. Countless images flashed through Wen Yu's mind. At 6 years old, his father sold his mother, who became a prostitute, to a drunkard. Unable to bear the humiliation, his mother hanged herself. Before dying, she abandoned him at the orphanage's doorstep. At 13, in agony, he differentiated into the gender he despised most, almost being forced by their old principal. At 16, believing himself to be strong enough, he punched down on a rich businessman who was attempting to insult the sister who had once saved him from under the old principal's hand. The punch shattered the darkness of the orphanage and also destroyed the other's refuge. In order to protect the orphanage, to shield the few people in this world who had given him gentleness amidst his miserable fate, he submitted himself to the rich businessman, leaving his fate uncertain. At 16, overwhelmed by immense guilt and despair, he, too, stepped on the gas pedal all the way, trying to leap off the mountain peak. But fate played its trick, and at the last moment, he inexplicably stepped on the brake, the car brushing against the railing and stopping precariously at the mountaintop. That night, on the stormy dark mountaintop, he cried his last tear while hugging the steering wheel, listening to the howling mountain wind. He hated the suffering that destiny had brought upon him, hated his own inadequacy for not being able to change everything, hated his life being trampled by power like mud, and even more so, he hated being a coward. Since then, when you became addicted to this feeling of near death, fell in love with street racing, started smoking and drinking, as if through all these, he could temporarily escape from the worldly troubles. Until one day, the agent found him, handing over a recent photo of his sister, and told him, as long as you are willing to listen to me, I will definitely cultivate you into a top artist. Then, you can use your strength to find her back. At 18, when you underwent a complete transformation, changing from a street thug to a gentle and handsome newcomer in the entertainment circle. His good looks were even praised by the agent, saying that he was a piece of gold buried by the sandstorm, and even the one who discovered him never expected him to be so dazzling. When you showed no emotional fluctuations towards this. As early as when he was 13, under the teachings of his sister, he learned to conceal himself. Beauty is a sin, it shatters too easily when it blooms. A person like him, who shouldn't possess enviable treasures but does, would only bring calamity to himself and everyone around him. His sole reason for existing in this world should be for atonement. The sports car raced sharply to the top of the mountain, and with a sharp braking sound, it stopped at the edge of the cliff. When you sat in the car, feeling his heartbeat gradually calming down. At this moment, the mobile phone buzzed, 2 WeChat messages popping up. Thanks, warm, because of you, warmth filled every season. When will you throw another punch, knocking him out and taking him home? Chapter 165 Steamed Fish, hope you have a good dream tonight. Buzz, buzz, another vibration. It should have been the first one, but for some unknown reason, it turned out to be the third WeChat message that popped up. I heard that you delivered a punch straight into my brother's heart, cold like he spent 30 years slaughtering fish at our T-Mart, yet made it beat again. When you chuckled. He carefully went through all the messages and then slowly replied, the relationship between you two brothers is closer than I thought. After finishing his reply, when you couldn't help but recall the last time he saw Gu Zheng, the dejected look in his eyes and the words he spoke. Although what he said back then wasn't sincere, he still ended up hurting him. He was among the few people in the world who were kind to Wen Yu, offering true affection. Yet this world often works in such ways, people tend to show their best side to strangers and reserve the worst for those who love them the most. In front of Gu Zheng, Wen Yu felt like he couldn't hide his real self. He would deliberately present his worst side, acting capriciously, bossing him around, and even speaking harshly. At first, he wanted to see just how far Gu Zheng could tolerate him. Later, it became second nature. When you sighed heavily, resisting the urge to send another message, Gu Zheng asked me to tell you, he wants me to bring him home. This message received no reply for quite a while. But when he started the car and wanted to turn back down the mountain, he received a friend request on WeChat from none other than Gu Zheng. When you saw the request, his rational mind told him to reject it, but his hand followed its instinct and accepted the friend request. Then, before the other person could send a message, when you sent one first. I heard from my agent that someone was secretly helping me today. Was it you? Anyway, thank you. The chat bar showed that the other party was typing. A long time passed before when you finally received a reply from Gu Zheng, surprisingly brief and unexpected. Sorry for making the decision without your consent. But just a second later, more new messages appeared. But my heart wouldn't let me sit by and watch others criticize you like that, so I took it upon myself to push down the trending topic for you. Though it might have seemed impulsive, as long as the outcome is good for you, that's enough. The previous visit to the brand event where I interrupted you was wrong on my part. It was my first time liking someone, and with no experience chasing after an omega, I unintentionally made you uncomfortable. That was presumptuous of me. Each successive message warmed Wenyu's body little by little, spreading outward from his chest. As if through these lines, he could visualize the earnest expression and gentle tone the person on the other end was using. Gu Zheng, I once tried to convince myself that it was all due to pheromones, I wasn't truly in love with you. But even though so much time has passed since the last incident, my heart still aches for missing you, my body temperature rises whenever I see you, and my emotions are still swayed by your words and actions. Even if I can't articulate why I like you, you've undeniably made me fall in love. I want to shout to the world how much I adore you. This might seem like I only admire your surface beauty, but if beauty could be ranked, you would undoubtedly be the highest level. How could someone always have so many endless words? Rambled though they were, not a single word made when you weary of listening. Even someone like him, usually walking alone through life, would occasionally wish for company in the quiet, lonely night, to share everyday conversations or idle chatter. His rationality told him to stop, to look no further. But his emotions took control, and for a long while, he didn't lock his phone screen. On the mountain top, the winter night breeze brought a chill. But Wenyu's heart, after so many years, had rarely felt such warmth. Finally, Gu Zheng asked, can I pursue you? I promise I'll stay low-key and not interfere with your life. Sorry, I talked too much again. You're probably asleep by now. Good night, hope you have a good dream tonight. Wenyu took a deep breath and locked his phone screen. Staring at the dark night, he softly murmured, good night. After a short rest, Wenyu rejoined his production group. His new TV series, a grand main martial arts drama, had excellent viewing results. The playback data remained stable at S+, and it led the charts by a wide margin. The theme song performed by Jiang Zhen and created by Nan Zhou has become a huge hit, heard everywhere. The agent was thrilled, believing that this would surely elevate his position in the industry through this drama, placing him among the top-tier stars. At that time, you'll have the leverage to negotiate with Mr. Qin. The agent encouraged him. Mr. Qin, the tycoon who had taken away his sister. Over the years, this local tycoon's business had not declined but rather grown even larger, now becoming a significant figure in the business circle. But you can't punch him again, the agent reminded him. Over the years, because of his extraordinary beauty, many in the circle had tried to take advantage of Wenyu. Initially, he himself had attempted to convince himself to take shortcuts, but it simply wouldn't work as any contact would trigger an instinctive reaction. Later, out of concern for him doing something extreme, they decided after discussion to install a micro camera on the buttons of Wenyu's clothes. This way, if he were to hit someone, the camera could document the cause and effect, allowing them to retain the ability to privately negotiate and settle disputes. Thus, over these many years, this has been one of the reasons why Wenyu could establish himself in the entertainment industry. Fortunately, he hadn't beaten too many people. Wenyu remained silent. Acting was a mentally exhausting task for him. Not being from a professional acting school, he had only undergone about a year of brief training before signing up. Wenyu fully understood that he wasn't a naturally talented actor and didn't truly love the industry either. Therefore, he didn't set high expectations for himself, he just worked harder and more diligently than others on the job. Moreover, he wasn't picky when choosing roles. His sole purpose was to enhance his standing in the industry. Online, many criticized him for taking low-quality shows just for the money and slammed his acting skills. However, perhaps due to his seriousness, over the past few years, the number of critics decreased while compliments increased. Wenyu was leaving the set with his agent, preparing to board the chauffeur-driven van when suddenly, a strikingly attractive female alpha wearing a business suit approached them. Mr. Wen, I am Grace, Mr. Gu's secretary. Grace's arrival left not only Wenyu slightly stunned but also shocked his agent. Mr. Gu is. This is my business card, Grace smiled, handing her card to the agent, and then explained to Wenyu as the agent's eyes widened, today, Mr. Gu came to visit you on set. In your name, he prepared coffee carts, snacks, and small gifts for the entire crew. Of course, we did not publicize these actions. Everyone else only knows that you arranged it, with no connection to anyone else. Mr. Gu also mentioned that seeing you work looks very appealing and has injected new vitality into him. However, he hopes that while you're working hard, you will also take care of yourself, rest more, and not push yourself too hard. Standing beside him, the agent was frantically giving Wenyu eye signals, asking what was going on. However, Wenyu ignored him completely and looked toward the direction behind Grace. Where is Mr. Gu? Chapter 166, Steamed Fish, I will chase you until you agree. Grace was smirking inwardly. Where else could it be? She had been sneaking glances at the car for a long time already. But on her face, she maintained an impeccable demeanor. Please follow me, she said graciously. With that, she turned and led the way. Wenyu was about to follow when her arm was grabbed by her agent. When did you hook up with Gu Zheng from GY? The agent's voice was low out of respect for the other party's status. I didn't hook up with him, Wenyu smiled. Then he must have taken a liking to you and wants to pursue you. Why can't I take a liking to him? When you pulled her hand away from the agent and quickly caught up with Grace as she turned back briefly. The agent stood frozen in place, unable to fully process the meaning behind her last sentence. Gu Zhang's car wasn't parked far away. Grace stood next to the car and informed someone inside briefly before pulling open the door for Wenyu. Inside the car, Gu Zhang, dressed impeccably with his golden-rimmed glasses, was absorbed in reading a document on a tablet. Looking up lazily, he said indifferently, "What do you want?" "Pretending. Just keep pretending." Both Wenyu and Grace thought simultaneously. Suppressing the urge to smile, Wenyu put on an even colder and more serious expression than Gu Zhang. Without saying a word, she confidently stepped into the car. The door slammed shut. At that very moment, Grace's mischievous grin flashed outside the car window. Inside, it was utterly silent. Who knows where the driver had gone, only Gu Zhang and Wenyu were left in the car. As soon as Gu Zhang looked at Wenyu's face, his heart started racing wildly. But upon seeing her expression, an instinctive swallow formed in his throat. His minute changes in expressions didn't escape the eyes of Wenyu, an actress trained to observe subtleties. So adorable. She quietly chuckled in her mind and then spoke, "Do you want to have a relationship no one knows about?" Gu Zhang was momentarily taken aback but quickly realized what Wenyu meant, accusing him of acting sneakily like a thief. "I'm just worried about affecting you. If you don't mind, I can make our relationship public immediately." "What kind of relationship is this?" Wenyu countered. "The pursuer and the pursued." Gu Zhang answered smoothly. Upon finishing, as if remembering something, he added promptly, "You agreed to let me pursue you." "When did I agree?" Silence means agreement. After Gu Zhang finished speaking, there was another brief silence in the car. Then came Wenyu's laughter. "You've got quite some thoughts." Gu Zhang remained quiet, just gazing at her silently. Beneath his clear and sincere gaze, Wenyu's softened heart warmed even further. Suddenly, she leaned closer, her perfect and handsome face appearing larger as if filling up the whole view in front of Gu Zhang. "What do you like about me? Do you like my looks? Or do you enjoy being commanded by me? Could it be that you like my smoking, drinking, or even occasional violence towards you?" A light fragrance drifted into Gu Zhang's nostrils, accompanied by the sight of those pink thin lips moving, making his mind temporarily muddled. His Adam's apple moved, and he instinctively retreated slightly, trying to create some distance between them. But when you didn't give him the chance, placing a hand on his shoulder instead, or does it mean you suffer from infant imprinting syndrome, falling for me after giving me your first experience? Almost immediately after her words ended, when you noticed Gu Zhang's ears turn a light shade of pink. He really couldn't handle teasing at all. She chuckled inwardly at this realization. Since things had come to this point, Gu Zhang stopped resisting, deciding to embrace it with a go-with-the-flow attitude. He adjusted his glasses seriously and corrected Wenyu firmly, "I am not a careless alpha. I believe in staying loyal to one's partner and remaining pure until finding the right person is not shameful. So now that you are my first Omega, I've marked you and hugged you, and I've made up my mind to take responsibility for you. Of course, I'm not chasing you because I have to take responsibility. I simply like you," Gu Zhang explained hurriedly. "I don't even know why I like you so much, but I just know that everything about you makes me fall in love. Like the way you frown in my arms. Can you try to smoke less in the future for your health? How about it, managing me before you've even properly started pursuing me?" When you questioned. "I told you, it's not about managing you. I just hope you'll stay healthy and safe." Gu Zhang's voice became softer toward the end, "Even if you don't want to be with me." When you laughed again. He was already a handsome person, and when he laughed, his appearance became almost radiant beyond description. Not to mention an expression that emerged from genuine amusement within. As Gu Zhang gazed at the laughing face so close to him, it was as though he'd been bewitched, with his eyes fixated unblinking. It wasn't until when you retracted his laughter and asked him, "You say I am your first. But have you ever considered, what if I'm not your first?" Gu Zhang froze for a second, then reacted as if hearing some bizarre question. "Why do you ask this?" When you paused briefly under his inquiry. Gu Zhang spoke up, "Probably my earlier expression wasn't clear enough. What I meant is that I adhere to alpha virtues, but I never said that my partner must be pure before meeting me. That's his own business, and I don't have the right to intervene. However, if we're in a relationship, he may only be with me. What if I were promiscuous, having been with many others?" When you asked. Gu Zhang froze momentarily, then quickly countered, "Then you certainly weren't doing it out of your own will. Besides, you're anything but dirty. You're beautiful, a kind of clean beauty. No one would want to defile you, instead, they'd only wish to cherish you carefully, His incessant muttering was cut off by a kiss. Within the car, a brief silence followed. A while later, when you wiped the corner of his mouth with his thumb. "You're really adorable." Gu Zhang pursed his lips, hesitant to look into those charming eyes, his voice low and hoarse, "I'm an alpha. The word adorable doesn't relate to me." When you laughed, sat up straight and opened the car door. "This is also my first time." The night breeze blew into the parking lot as he turned around, looking toward the alpha in the car. "But kissing or making love doesn't mean I agree to date you. After speaking, he got out of the car. I will chase you until you agree, Gu Zheng's deep and solemn voice sounded from behind, no matter how long it takes. What a stubborn fool. When you waved at him without turning around. Under the night sky, the nanny car drove towards the hotel. The atmosphere inside the car was very peculiar, especially for Wen Yu's agent. Just now, when Yu had spent quite a while alone with Gu Zheng, no one knew exactly what had transpired, but after coming back, the artist seemed a little strange, occasionally giggling to himself. Actually, for a while, the agent hadn't informed Wen Yu that recently there had been secret rumors circulating in the circle about him getting involved with someone of great influence. This individual had punched Mr. Huang because of him. Even Mr. Huang didn't dare retaliate and even went to apologize crying in front of the other side, admitting he couldn't recognize greatness when he saw it, not knowing originally that Wen Yu belonged to that party. He is not my lover, nor does he belong to anyone. He is himself, and I am merely one of his many admirers. These words were allegedly said by that influential person. Too exaggerated. Even the agent didn't believe it and considered it just a rumor. But today, seeing the respectful manner of Gu Zheng's secretary Grace and Wen Yu casually addressing Gu Zheng by name, the agent couldn't help thinking more. Chapter 167, Steamed Fish, Getting More Beautiful, Little Yu. So, is it true that you and Mr. Gu have something going on? The agent asked. What do you mean by true or false? What do I have with him? Wen Yu asked in return. If there's nothing between you two, why did you get into his car? And why were you smiling like that? The agent was speechless. Then, he recounted the recent rumors circulating about Wen Yu within the circle and finally suggested to Wen Yu, since what you have with Mr. Gu is real, then in the future you won't need to worry about those no-name people. You know how it is in this industry, full of people praising the high and trampling the low, fawning upon the powerful. With your backer, whether in terms of resources or network, you'll take a step up. Dating Mr. Gu can give you much help. After hearing this, Wen Yu's originally cheerful expression sank. Instinctively, he pulled out the cigarette box, took one out, ready to light it, but suddenly the nagging advice from Gu Zheng popped into his mind, making him hesitate. He licked his lips, put the cigarette back into the box, took a deep breath, and looked out of the window. There's nothing between me and him, stop spreading rumors. Agent. Honestly, was the person you slept with during your last heat period Mr. Gu? The agent asked. Wen Yu didn't respond. I'm saying, you shouldn't be too stubborn. Anyway, since you've already been intimate, and you don't hate him, and he's willing to stand up for you, isn't this a good thing? For you, and also for your sister. I don't want to use his feelings for such things, Wen Yu interrupted. The agent opened his mouth as if wanting to say more, but seeing his determined expression, decided not to say anything else. The days afterward continued without any change compared to before. Wen Yu was still filming at the set. Gu Zheng would occasionally visit, but there was no fixed time. Whenever he had free time, he'd come. The time they spent together wasn't fixed either. Short times would be chatting for just 10 minutes in the car, and the longest wouldn't be more than sharing dinner together. It all seemed perfectly normal, not at all like a dating relationship, even less like the scenario of a sugar daddy keeping someone. This day, Wen Yu went to attend a charity gala, where he unexpectedly encountered someone. From the crowd, this person slowly approached him. His obese body and nauseating smile instantly triggered an adverse reaction from Wen Yu, whose right hand subconsciously clenched into a fist. Mr. Qin, the agent stepped forward, blocking the gap between them. Mr. Qin cast a disdainful glance at him and then turned his gaze toward Wen Yu standing behind. After several years, I never expected you to blossom so beautifully, little Yu. Upon hearing him call him that, Wen Yu almost wanted to vomit but forced a professional smile. What Mr. Qin says, it's not as if we're from different worlds, we could see each other anytime. In response to his sarcasm, Mr. Qin acted as if he completely didn't care, continuing to say disgusting things with a grin. In the past, Awan protected you too well. If you were like this back then, I would have changed my choice. The other day, I saw you on TV, and I almost couldn't recognize you, truly beautiful hahaha. Mr. Qin even explained with a smile to the agent, Awan, his sister, was my mistress. The word mistress cut into Wen Yu's heart like a sharp blade. Sister Wen Awan, how positive and pure she used to be. If it weren't for this dead fat pig forcibly taking what wasn't his, how could she possibly be associated with the term mistress today? The agent knew the ins and outs of the situation, so when Mr. Qin said these words, he quickly realized that the other party was trying to provoke Wen Yu. Thus, he attempted to deflect the topic with a grin. However, Mr. Qin seemingly intended to continue discussing this matter with Wen Yu and even pulled out his phone. Speaking of which, it has been many years since you and your sister Awan have seen each other, hasn't it? Or, should I let you two meet? After saying that, he actually dialed a video call. The agent looked back and saw Wen Yu standing there, seemingly stunned. Just as he was about to say something, Mr. Qin's video call connected. Give the phone to her, tell her that I met an old acquaintance today. Probably after another dozen seconds, after Mr. Qin saw the image on the other side of the video, he smiled and turned the phone screen around. Awan, look, who did I meet today? After so many years, this was the first time when you saw Awan through a screen. Once a radiant and dazzling young girl, now she seemed weighed down with gloom, devoid of any sparkle in her eyes. In just a few short years, she looked like she had aged by more than a decade. Her spirit was scattered, her whole body exuding deathly air. As Mr. Chin was speaking to her, she just blankly stared at the screen without any change in expression until a voice came from it. "Hey! My dad is talking to you, why don't you respond?" In the next moment, a small figure ran to her and shook her leg forcefully. Only then did Wenwan's expression stir slightly, and her lips curled up as she reached out to grasp the little boy's hand. But the boy waved it off disdainfully. "What are you doing? Dad's calling you." This made Wenyu finally notice Wenwan's stomach, which looked like it had been swollen for 7 or 8 months. He was shocked as he turned his gaze to Mr. Chin, who seemed very pleased by what he saw. He chuckled, "My second son will be born in 2 months. I'll invite you to the full moon banquet." Wenyu clenched his molars tightly. His agent kept signaling him with his eyes not to lose his temper. They were well aware of Mr. Chin's marital status. His wife was an alpha, as was Mr. Chin himself. Their marriage was a commercial alliance without any feelings. Wenwan was an omega, fittingly filling the physical needs of Mr. Chin. She could even. But her existence wasn't something anyone outside mentioned, being someone impossible to legally acknowledge and never appearing in public. Even her own son didn't respect her. Wenyu couldn't imagine under what kind of hellish conditions Wenwan had been living all these years. An overwhelming sense of suffocation and guilt gripped him as if an invisible hand was throttling his neck, almost making him lose control. "I've heard that you've recently gotten close to a big shot. Invite him along. Let me introduce you." Mr. Chin revealed the ultimate goal of today's chat with Wenyu. These words completely infuriated Wenyu, emotion taking over and making him subconsciously want to throw a punch. However, flashes of memories from years ago crossed his mind, along with the broker's cautioning voice in his ear, "Don't act rashly." The agent intervened just in time. "I think I'm a bit drunk," Wenyu leaned his forehead against his fist, saying, "My head feels dizzy." "Then let's go somewhere to rest and sober up." The agent immediately acted accordingly and lowered his voice, saying, "Don't rush. One day, you'll get back at him." Wenyu remained silent. There would indeed come such a day. But would Wenwan wait long enough for him to reach the peak and obtain the evidence? Chapter 168 Steamed Fish. Besides me, who else? Misfortunes never come singly. On this day, while on the way to the hotel after a public announcement, Wenyu's nanny car accidentally knocked down a food delivery rider. The driver immediately stepped on the brake. The rider seemed fine, but as an artist's vehicle, if such incidents were handled poorly, they could easily become a trending topic. Wenyu's assistant quickly got out of the car, intending to deal with the situation first. But unexpectedly, the rider recognized him and said, "Aren't you Brother Yu's assistant?" The next sentence was even more surprising to the assistant. "I know you, we all pay close attention to Brother Yu online. Is Brother Yu in the car? I have a few words I want to say to him." The assistant thought that if the person was a fan, perhaps letting Wenyu address him directly would make it easier to resolve the issue. Moreover, the driver had mentioned earlier that the incident occurred because the rider suddenly darted out from the left lane in a rush to save time. Thus, the assistant spoke to Wenyu briefly inside the car before leading the rider to the window. To everyone's surprise, when Wenyu saw the rider, his eyes widened momentarily. "Yen? Brother Yu, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here today." The rider, Yen, smiled at Wenyu. "Was it you who was hit just now? Are you injured?" Wenyu asked. "No, just a scratch, nothing serious. By the way, how have you been recently? Sister Ruoya told me that you've been very busy and haven't had time to come back and see us, but you've still been sending money to the orphanage." Wenyu remained silent. "Brother Yu, actually, we've grown up and can earn our own money. We can also contribute to the orphanage. You don't need to worry about us so much. Oh, by the way, the orphanage was renovated last year. If you have time, come back and take a look, it's really different now." After finishing, Yen seemed to remember something else. "Oh right, are you still upset about what happened back then?" Before Wenyu could respond, Yen quickly added, "Actually, none of us have forgotten about that event. Over these years, we've done some private investigations too. Recently, I heard from Sister Ruoya that the materials are almost ready, but since it involves you, she wants to talk to you personally." This made Wenyu's pupils dilate slightly. Although he had indeed received a message from Ruoya asking him to find time to visit the orphanage recently, she hadn't mentioned any of this. Yen wanted to say more, but he still had orders to deliver and his phone kept beeping. "Brother Yu, I need to deliver this order now. Let's not chat too much for now. If you have time, come back to the orphanage and we'll talk then." Saying this, he prepared to leave. Wenyu called him back. The two exchanged WeChat contacts and then went their separate ways. Sitting in the car, reviewing what Yen had said in his mind, Wenyu proactively made a WeChat call to Ruoya for the first time. The two chatted for quite a long time. A few months later, Mr. Chin hosted a full moon banquet for his newly born second son. The celebration was held at a 5-star luxurious hotel. Wenyu dressed carefully and headed to the banquet. That day, he was exceptionally quiet. On the way, his agent asked him, "Are you really going to confront him openly at the full moon banquet?" They had discussed this matter several times. After Wenyu returned to the orphanage last month and exchanged the information gathered over the years between both sides with Ruoya, who was currently in charge of the orphanage, along with evidence obtained, they made a decision. Following the events of that year, when you had left the orphanage and wasn't involved in many things afterward. He also didn't know that someone at the scene had secretly recorded the audio of the incident. But at the time, with the destruction of the orphanage, no one noticed those details. It wasn't until late last year when the old MP3 player was accidentally discovered and played that part of the audio was unintentionally heard. However, Ruoya and others realized their voices might not carry much weight, and the evidence chain wasn't complete. Moreover, much had changed after so many years had passed, so even though they had some parts of the audio, they didn't dare to rashly oppose the powerful individuals involved. Thus, they could only quietly seek more evidence behind the scenes and try to contact Wen. It wasn't until they contacted Wen that they acquired more substantial material. But even so, there was no legal way to bring down Mr. Qin with these things. Unless a highly respected individual used these materials to negotiate with Mr. Qin, threatening to expose them on social media if he refused to let Wen meet with them and agree to allow her to be taken out, thereby ruining his reputation. And this person could only be Wen. You know, I've waited a long time for this day. When you gazed outside the window, I must give him this grand gift today. But have you considered that after doing this, you won't be able to stand your ground in the industry anymore? The agent tried to reason with him. We still have more reliable methods. Can't you wait a little longer? But Wen can't wait any longer. During these months, whenever Wen closed his eyes, he would remember Wen's state from the video. He often woke up at night startled by feelings of suffocation and was drenched in sweat when he woke up. The agent sighed heavily. Upon arriving at the venue, Wen and his agent got out of the car and handed over a gift box to the person receiving gifts with a smile. Please make sure to send this big present of mine directly to Mr. Qin. And tell him it's from me, the most desired gift he will want today. As a well-known celebrity, and because Mr. Qin had specially instructed them to pay attention to whoever accompanied Wen, the staff on Mr. Qin's side didn't dare hesitate. One took the box and walked inside while another staff member led Wen towards a room following Mr. Qin's previous instructions. They went up the stairs just as they were about to enter the room, but someone suddenly appeared in the corridor. Upon seeing the person, the agent first looked surprised, then quickly patted Wen's shoulder who had already started stepping into the room. Mr. Gu. Wen frowned and looked ahead along the agent's line of sight. Not far away, Gu Zheng was walking toward them. At his ear, the agent's soft whisper sounded, "Have you reconsidered?" Previously, he had suggested Wen use Gu Zheng's status, but Wen had refused. Wen did not reply. Only when Gu Zheng came closer did he open his mouth and ask coldly, "Why are you here?" It couldn't possibly be that fat pig Mr. Qin invited him. Gu Zheng smiled slightly. Since they've been bragging so much, how could I not come to support you? What do you mean? Wen was confused. Gu Zheng gestured for him to go inside. After a few people went inside and the receptionist and the agent left and closed the door behind them, Gu Zheng slowly spoke. "Qin Zhu recently boasted to everyone that you'd bring your boyfriend to attend the full moon banquet for his second son. I've been waiting for you to contact me." Wen opened his mouth. He knew that those words circulating among the rich second-generation businessmen couldn't have referred to him as a boyfriend. They would definitely associate such talk with terms like financier or similar dirty names. Boyfriend was merely Gu Zheng's embellishment. But you never mentioned it to me. I couldn't hold back. I had to personally check if there is anyone besides me pursuing you. After finishing, Gu Zheng deliberately asked, "So, where is your admirer? Didn't they come up with you?" Chapter 169 Steamed Fish, will you always cover for me? There are no suitors. From the beginning to the end, there's only him. But why does he have to come today of all days? Not to mention, when you would never agree to General Qin bringing Gu Zheng over, using his connections to get them acquainted with each other. Now that he's ready to confront General Qin head-on, he certainly doesn't want Gu Zheng to see this. In less than a minute, Wen thought a lot. When he looked at Gu Zheng again, his expression was even colder. You're getting too involved. Gu Zheng's pupils flickered slightly, seemingly surprised by his cold attitude. I'm sorry. He sincerely apologized. Why is he apologizing again? Throughout this whole situation, he hasn't done anything wrong. He's actually been so good. Yet, when facing me, he keeps apologizing. Wen clenched his fists tightly, feeling as if his heart were being cut by a knife, but his face remained impassive, still maintaining that cold demeanor. I have some things to do. Please, Mr. Gu, feel free to leave and don't disturb me. After saying that, Wen turned around. At this moment, hurried footsteps came from outside the door. The next second, General Qin's familiar voice appeared at the door, "You nasty woman. Do you think having these things can do what to me? Being on stage for too long has made you forget who you once were, right?" Wen turned her head, her expression as cold as ice. General Qin, losing his temper, completely ignored the presence of another person in the room and strode inside, even ordering his bodyguards to close the door. Today if I don't teach you a lesson, it seems you've forgotten how to be an omega. Interestingly, I have the same thought, Wen said as he rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. However, Gu Zheng suddenly blocked his path. A familiar, reassuring scent enveloped Wen, making him instinctively pause. It wasn't until then that General Qin noticed Gu Zheng. He didn't take him seriously, assuming this was someone hired by Wen as muscle. After all, people like Gu Zheng, such big shots, wouldn't usually have commoners easily able to approach them without introductions. The reason General Qin had previously wanted Wen Yu to bring Gu Zheng over was to use their past relationship to threaten Wen Yu into introducing them. After receiving the expensive gift earlier, General Qin had gotten extremely angry. Upon hearing through his subordinates that Wen Yu hadn't brought anyone along, he became crystal clear about Wen Yu's intentions. This kind of falling out matter, he knew for sure Wen Yu wouldn't dare involve his financial backer. Thus, General Qin arrogantly shouted at Gu Zheng, "Stay out of it if you want to live." Gu Zheng frowned and glanced at Wen Yu. When their eyes met, full of anger and a bit of fear, he understood. He smiled faintly and said to General Qin, "How much?" "What?" General Qin was confused. "How much are you willing to pay to take my life? Men like me with perfect figures just don't roll easily. You're more like a smelly ball rolling around yelling nonsense, your every word not worth hearing. Tell me, how many times have you rolled around in a toilet bowl?" General Qin couldn't believe this man was talking so much and sounding so harsh. First stunned, his face then flushed red in rage as he yelled, "You!" Gu Zheng didn't give him a chance. Shouting? If shouting could solve problems, donkeys could rule the world. An alpha with skewed values like you speaks nothing but insults. Teaching others how to be omegas, looks like a toad pretending to be a frog, ugly and pretentious. And all you do is croak. You deluded fool, looking in the mirror won't help you. Since your parents didn't teach you right growing up, I'll teach you both how to act properly and how to be human. Such a series of verbal assaults left not only General Qin speechless but also caused Wen Yu to look at Gu Zheng a few extra times. Though Gu Zheng's gaze was fixed on General Qin, in the instant Wen Yu looked his way, he extended his hand, gently pushing Wen Yu further behind him, showing an obvious protective stance. Wen Yu gazed at his back, feeling a wall inside his heart slowly crumbling. Gu Zheng continued verbally assaulting and educating General Qin, especially targeting his earlier comments about how he allegedly didn't know how to be an omega and forgetting where he came from, continuously hitting those points hard. General Qin's complexion worsened, despite multiple attempts to interrupt, he found no opportunity. Finally, he was about to burst. Wen Yu patted Gu Zheng's back. As Gu Zheng kept talking, he slightly turned back. Wen Yu signaled him to step back a few steps. Obediently, Gu Zheng moved his long legs backward, positioning himself beside Wen Yu. "When you spoke, no matter what I do, will you always cover for me?" Gu Zheng nodded without hesitation. "Then, watch closely." With that, Wen Yu swung his arm and threw a punch. Right in front of the two, Mr. Qin, who had just gathered his breath to call for his bodyguards outside the door, was punched to the ground before he could even make a sound. After falling, Wen Yu didn't stop. He stepped over and flipped Mr. Qin's hefty body over, delivering another heavy punch to his face. This punch finally made Mr. Qin react, emitting a pig-like scream. Wen Yu threw his third punch. The room's door was pushed open, and two bodyguards rushed in. Upon seeing the scene, they were momentarily stunned before running towards Wen Yu. Gu Zheng quickly stepped forward, blocking them. Just as they were about to fight, more bodyguards rushed in from outside. These newly arrived bodyguards were evidently highly trained, displaying exceptional professionalism as they quickly subdued the two bodyguards within moments. Gu Zheng retracted his offensive stance, turning around to look at Wen Yu beating Mr. Qin. Wen Yu's handsome face showed fierce determination, each punch delivered with resolute strength. Mr. Qin's face was battered until it turned black and blue, his nose bleeding profusely, eventually passing out. Gu Zheng crouched down and grabbed Wen Yu's wrist as he swung his arm again. "It's enough." Wen Yu looked at him. "If you keep going, he'll be beyond saving." Gu Zheng pulled him up. He took out his handkerchief from his pocket and carefully wiped the blood off Wen Yu's hands before looking at him again. "You've hit him, what are you going to do next?" It was only then that Wen Yu seemed to come back to his senses from the act of violence. Looking into Gu Zheng's gentle eyes, he softly said, "Take me away." Gu Zheng nodded, taking his hand and walking out while giving instructions to the bodyguards present, "Clean this up." The bodyguard nodded. Wen Yu got into the car with Gu Zheng. In the car, Gu Zheng used a few wet wipes to clean Wen Yu's hands again. Compared to the hotel, the car was extremely quiet and filled with a warm, comforting scent. Wen Yu watched Gu Zheng's serious expression and his dashing features with glasses, feeling like all his strength was draining away. Even his heart felt soft. "Soon, should I contact your agent to come pick you up, or shall I directly take you home?" Gu Zheng asked. "I'm not going home." After finishing, when Gu Zheng glanced over, Wen Yu added, "I want to be with you." A fleeting moment of surprise passed through Gu Zheng's eyes before he nodded, "All right." A brief silence enveloped the car. Until Wen Yu's voice rang again, "Won't you ask?" Chapter 170, Steamed Fish, I will kiss you 1,000 times. You will tell me when you are ready. After making sure that he had wiped every last trace of blood from his hand, Gu Zheng threw the tissue into the car's trash bin. Looking once again into Wen Yu's eyes, he smiled gently. "You're not telling me means our relationship isn't strong enough yet. I still need to work harder." His heart gave a heavy thump. Wen Yu instinctively swallowed. Suddenly pulling his hand back, Wen Yu turned his head away and said, "You listen to strangers too easily, it's easy for you to get deceived." "But you're not a stranger," Gu Zheng instructed the driver with an address, and the car drove off. Besides, I'm not as innocent as you think. If I were so easy to deceive, our family conglomerate would have gone bankrupt hundreds of times by now. When you tugged at the corner of his mouth, no one can argue with you. That's absolutely true. Gu Jing brought Wenyu to one of his apartments located in the city center. In this commercial central district where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, such an ultra-large floor space that could overlook the city skyline was something not everyone could afford. As soon as Wenyu walked in, even though he didn't try to focus, he couldn't help but be awed by the low-key luxurious interior design inside. But the next second, when Gu Jing took out a pair of rabbit slippers from the drawer, same style as those under his feet but a different color, Wenyu became speechless. Staring at those pink rabbit slippers for a long while, he finally looked at Gu Jing again. But Gu Jing avoided giving him the chance as he quickly walked inside. Sighing, Wenyu resigned himself to putting on the slippers, only to surprisingly find they fit perfectly. He walked into the living room, where Gu Jing had taken off his suit jacket. Underneath, he wore a perfect combination of waistcoat and shirt. The well-tailored clothing accentuated his physique, making him appear more upright. Wenyu quietly thought to himself, he's indeed right, his body is perfect. Noticing his gaze, Gu Jing glanced over and asked him, what would you like to drink? After finishing his sentence, it seemed he remembered something and quickly added, alcohol is not allowed. Why? Wenyu sat down on the couch. The soft sofa and delicate textures caused him to unconsciously stroke it. Drinking alcohol makes it easier to make mistakes. You mean getting crazy after drinking? If I wanted to do anything to you, I wouldn't need alcohol. Wenyu said. Gu Jing remained silent. After a while, he brought over a cup of hot milk and placed it in front of Wenyu. Wenyu was stunned. For sleep, drink it and go to bed. After placing the cup down, Gu Jing casually touched his nose and motioned towards the 3 o'clock direction with his chin, you'll sleep in the guest room over there, there are fresh clothes inside. As he straightened up, Wenyu suddenly reached out and grabbed his wrist, I'm sitting here already, I don't believe you don't know what I mean. Gu Jing's Adam's apple visibly moved. But the next second, all he did was lightly pat his hand, I know what you're thinking. However, these things I've done are my own voluntary choices. Though it does bring some inconvenience, it's not such a significant issue. You don't need to repay me because you feel guilty or sorry. And if I say it's not about repayment? Wenyu countered. Gu Jing pressed his lips together. Gu Jing. This was the first time when you had called his name so completely, are you willing to listen to me tell a story? Gu Jing slightly froze, then nodded and sat down beside him. The room fell into a brief silence, followed by Wenyu's voice. The cool voice began with the boy's 6th year, calm and slow. The story was long, and Wenyu would occasionally pause. From start to finish, Gu Jing, who usually spoke a lot, never opened his mouth, just sitting there in front of him listening to this bitter story until the very end. With the fall of the last word, Wenyu suddenly felt as if the wall inside him crumbled at that moment. It was like walking through the desert for a very long time, finally seeing an oasis, the strength leaving his whole body as he waited for fate to deliver its final verdict. Death, or rebirth. The person in front extended a hand toward him. Wenyu was embraced into a warm, tranquil hug. Gu Jing's voice rang out, deep and powerful yet incredibly gentle, it's not your fault. A light pat on the back brought Wenyu back to his childhood, when he was in his mother's arms. But he knew full well that this embrace was so different from his mother's. It was gentle yet powerful. Who said that Jizun Bao had to be a power-packed fighter? The rambling words could also become the hero in someone's heart. It's not your fault. Gu Jing repeated these words, every sentence firm and full of soothing strength. Wenyu's face pressed against his chest through his clothes, hearing his strong heartbeat and his incessant repetition, as the long-dried tears once again streamed down his eyes. More and more, eventually soaking the fabric of his chest. Gu Jing still maintained the posture of holding him, lightly patting him, saying the same words to him. It's not your fault. He repeated this phrase over 100 times. Much, much later. The living room returned to complete quiet. Wenyu wiped away his tears and lifted his head from Gu Jing's embrace. On his beautiful face, there was none of the usual coldness, only tear marks and red-rimmed eyes, showing an unusual fragility. Gu Jing smiled at him gently. How many times did you say it just now? Did you count? Wenyu asked. Because he had cried silently, his voice was slightly hoarse. Gu Jing shook his head and used his thumb to gently brush away the messy hair from Wenyu's forehead. 132 times, Wenyu said. After saying that, he took the initiative to raise his hand and encircled Gu Jing's neck. So, you have to kiss me 132 times next. Gu Jing's ears were visibly red. Wenyu's lips curled up. Just as he was about to say something, Gu Jing suddenly lowered his head, landing the first kiss on his slightly red corner of his eye, 1. The second kiss landed on his forehead, 2. The third one touched his nose tip, 3. The fourth, on the lip corner, the 5th. The kisses were soft and continuous, like a newly shaped armor of love, rewrapping Wenyu from deep inside his heart to all over his body. All the pain, regret, and past from before, in each recounting and each kiss, turned into dust. 99. As Gu Jing kissed him again, Wenyu held his face, smiling at him. Gu Zheng paused, then leaning against his forehead, smiled too. Wen Yu tilted his head slightly, kissing the alpha in front of him, 100. I've changed my mind. I want to kiss you 1,000 times, he said. Chapter 171, Steamed Fish, Thinking So Far Ahead. Naturally, it's impossible to do it millions of times. At least not tonight. Gu Zheng understood the meaning in Wen Yu's words and smiled as he gently patted his cheek. Then it would take a very long time. Do you want to? Wen Yu asked in return. Of course, I've been looking forward to this day all along. Gu Zheng chuckled, but I still seriously want to ask you, what is our relationship from now on, starting this very moment? Wen Yu looked into his gentle eyes and said slowly, you are my boyfriend. If you don't mind. The last sentence was quieter, like an afterthought. To be your boyfriend is my honor, Gu Zheng finished, leaning down to kiss the corner of his eyes again. Alright, it's getting late. I'll warm up the milk. After you finish drinking, you should clean up and go to bed. Wen Yu took a shower in the guest room and opened the wardrobe to find some clothes. Before entering the room, Gu Zheng had reminded him that there were clothes for changing in the wardrobe of the guest room. At first, Wen Yu thought Gu Zheng was letting him wear his own clothes, but when he opened the door of the wardrobe, he found that the style and design of the hanging clothes matched his usual preferences entirely. Even the sizes were exactly right. After examining several items carefully, Wen Yu finally confirmed that these were indeed prepared by Gu Zheng especially for him. Apart from those, there were also the pink rabbit slippers on his feet, the bathing and grooming supplies in the room. Thinking further, that strange sense of fondness and familiarity upon entering earlier made perfect sense now. His favorite decoration style, things he posted related content about on Weibo. Everything in this apartment was prepared around him. Though some items weren't necessarily his taste, such as the pink rabbit slippers. Thinking so far ahead. At that moment, seeing the slippers on his feet again, there was a different shade in Wen Yu's eyes. He even started finding them cute. Putting on comfortable clothes, Wen Yu lay on the soft and cozy bed, falling asleep for the first time without any burden in his heart. The next day, if it hadn't been for the phone ringing on the bedside table, Wen Yu might not have woken up at all. Sitting up groggily, he glanced at the caller ID and picked up. The agent's voice came through, somewhat sneaky. At this hour, I didn't interrupt Mr. Gu, did I? Is your mind already so dirty early in the morning? It's precisely because it's early morning that I... No, it's already 10 o'clock. I held my breath until this point before summoning the courage to call you. Wen Yu paused, startled. This late? He actually slept till this time. So what do you have to say? Don't I have no work today? Wen Yu rose and walked into the bathroom. I just wanted to ask, how did things go last night? Yesterday, the agent wasn't in the room, he only managed a quick glance after two groups of bodyguards rushed inside. What he saw nearly scared him to death. Their artist really fought back, leaving Mr. Qin unconscious on the ground, bleeding profusely everywhere. Though in the end, the bodyguards left behind by Gu Zheng took care of everything, contacted the hospital, and assured him that Mr. Qin wouldn't die, the whole thing was still quite serious. Of course, something involving someone like Mr. Qin wouldn't make the Weibo hot search list. It might at most spread among smaller circles, like WeChat moments. No one connected him with Wen Yu. However, once anyone in the city's high society or among their leaders made slight inquiries, they could easily understand the gist. After all, many people saw Mr. Gu pulling Wen Yu away, and then Grace, Gu's trusted aide, took charge of everything afterward. Mr. Gu said that old man won't dare do anything. He also mentioned that after he wakes up, the legal team will discuss matters regarding Miss Wen Yan with him. I've already handed over all the evidence to him, Wen Yu replied. The agent heard this and tasted some implications, so, what's going on between you and Mr. Gu right now? Although he didn't encourage Wen Yu to climb the social ladder by relying on a wealthy sponsor, if the artist himself found a strong backing, it would definitely be beneficial for future career development. Especially with someone like Mr. Gu. Weren't you just saying that you're worried about interrupting him? Wen Yu retorted. Wait, is Mr. Gu really not right there beside you? The agent broke down. He should have gone to work by now. After finishing washing up, Wen Yu stepped out of the bathroom and headed outside the bedroom. So, you and him didn't sleep. What? But now, he's my boyfriend. Shit. Wen Yu walked all the way to the dining room, finally spotting Gu Zheng there. Bathed in the bright morning light, the alpha was wearing his signature gold-rimmed glasses and a perfect three-piece suit, exuding an elite aura as he stood by the floor-to-ceiling window talking fluently on the phone in a foreign language. Hearing some noise, he turned around and glanced over, then pointed towards the open kitchen. There, the housekeeping chef who had arrived at some unknown hour was already preparing breakfast. Upon seeing Wen Yu, the chef even greeted him proactively, "Good morning, Mr. Wen. I'll talk to you later." After hanging up, Wen Yu nodded at the chef and approached the dining table. Soon after, the chef served a steaming hot breakfast on the table. Just as Wen Yu sat down, Gu Zheng finished his call and walked over. Before sitting down, he leaned in and gave him a kiss on the cheek. "Good morning, wife." Wen Yu slightly froze in motion. But then, noticing the faint pink hue on Gu Zheng's ears, he couldn't help but laugh, incompetent yet full of quirks. Gu Zheng didn't respond, acting as if nothing had happened, and instead started telling him about Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin woke up, but was still in the hospital. Gu Zheng's people had already negotiated with him, and the other party agreed to let Wen Yu and representatives from the orphanage visit Wen Wan. If she was willing, they could take her away. But you need to be mentally prepared. She has been lifetime marked by that fat pig. Years of co-living, along with a child, mean that she might not leave him, Gu Zheng said. Wen Yu, I understand. I'm clear in my mind. Anyway, thank you. You're my wife, we don't have to say these formalities between us. Gu Zheng finished speaking and pushed a glass of warm milk in front of Wen Yu. Wen Yu. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Gu Zheng. I only said that you are my boyfriend, not that I agreed to marry you. Also, he disliked drinking milk even more. But I want to marry you. And I've already called you wife, and you haven't opposed it. Besides, who says that you can't call each other wife while dating? I just want everyone in the world to know that you are my wife, now and forever. If you think my title is harassing you, you can scold or hit me, but do not forbid me from calling you this, nor should you dislike me because I call you wife. I'm unimportant, I'm insignificant, and for you, I would even compare myself to plankton. It's okay, I've long gotten used to it. Just call me whatever you want. When you shoved a piece of sandwich into Gu Zheng's mouth, stopping his incessant babbling. Anyway, he wasn't really repulsed by it. And in such a serene morning, sitting at this dining table inside the apartment, listening to the person opposite chatting non-stop, he felt inexplicably warm, a sense of home. Chapter 172, Steamed Fish, Things Are Different Now, I Have You. After breakfast, when you noticed Gu Zheng still had no intention of leaving for work. Upon inquiry, he learned that Gu Zheng was actually going to accompany him to see Wen Wan and even justified it by saying he was afraid others might bully him if he wasn't around. Say that again, who's bullying me? When you slowly raised his fist. Gu Zheng touched his nose. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his hands. When we can talk things out properly, many unnecessary conflicts can be avoided. Some people, a single punch won't hurt them, but they'll lie down on the ground and may even extort a house from you. Have you ever been extorted? When you asked. Not really, but Xiao Bao has extorted others. When you. At the mention of Nan Zhou, Gu Zheng remembered something else and pulled out his phone, tapping on the screen before handing it over to Wen Yu. There was a QR code on it. Scan this. It was a group chat QR code, the name of the group, step left to enter. Wen Yu. Suspiciously, he glanced at Gu Zheng but found his expression serious without any hint of a joke, so he took out his phone and scanned it. With a beep, he joined the group. The next second, Gu Zheng sent a message in the group, ahem, this is my boyfriend Wen Yu. No one replied in the group. 6 people in the group, yet icy cold as usual. Wen Yu even noticed 2 familiar avatars. Apparently, Gu Zheng had long gotten used to this, sending a second message unhurriedly. Father and dad being busy and unable to reply is understandable, but at Xiao Bao, your silence is somewhat excessive, isn't it? Never mind, not replying to Big Brother doesn't matter, Big Brother is heading back to Dawanfa to slaughter fish. After sending the message, someone replied. Yuan AI, welcome, welcome. What a beautiful baby. Debeo, you're pretty capable. So when are you moving out? At Keochaban Xiang, come take a look at Debeo's boyfriend. Keochaban Xiang, welcome. Wen Yu. He looked up at Gu Zheng, who uncomfortably touched his nose, my father and dad. Did you offend the ancestors at home? Wen Yu asked. Gu Zheng. This story is a long one. If you want to know, I can. No need. Wen Yu quickly said. Normally, he talked plenty, and anything that could make him feel like it was a long story would probably last him all day and night. In the group, another person's message popped up. Why did you call me? I'm in class. People taking classes at this hour are future stars, pillars of the nation, business tycoons in urban novels, self-disciplined individuals who reflect on themselves daily, heartthrobs on matchmaking shows, kings of the jungle in nature, spitters of all ugliness and evil in the world, creators of all beauty and goodness. Please do not disturb with scriptures, Boots. You and Nan Zhou truly deserve to be brothers, Wen Yu said. Seeming not to hear this comment, Gu Zheng was furiously typing messages, and soon another message appeared in the group. Comical. Do you think I care about your replies? I don't. Every time I tag you, it takes forever for you to respond. You clearly don't care about how I feel, lengthy texts only bring perfunctory emoticons. The next second, Gu Zheng received an emoji from Nan Zhou, a very perfunctory yellow bean smile. Wen Yu couldn't bear to watch any longer. But in this group, everyone was family to Gu Zheng. As Gu Zheng's boyfriend, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to open his mouth hastily. However, at this moment, Nan Yuan tagged him, so Wen Yu politely greeted Nan Yuan and Gu Jin Chao. Nan Zhou replied actively this time, even initiating conversation with him. When one punch, you are great, accompanied by a string of roses. Wen Yu replied with a series of ellipses. His greatness does not need your evaluation, Gu Jing responded to Nan Zhou. The last time you said this was about Gu Tang. Are you looking down on our one punch? Nan Zhou countered. When you looked at Gu Zheng, whose face suddenly changed, how could they be the same? He is intentionally sowing discord between us. You, in my heart, are like the immortal morning star of the Himalayas, rising to light up my heart. I'd willingly fly into the universe to pick stars for you, a myth of the cosmos, the creation of Jehovah, tears of the Virgin Mary, only the brightest morning star on the horizon could match you, oomph. The chatterbox mouth was covered by Wenyu's delicate and beautiful fingers. Following that, Gu Jing noticed Wenyu sending a message in the group, he talks a lot, so let him be. This message immediately earned Wenyu a series of ellipses from Nan Yuan, Gu Jinchao, and Nan Zhou. Then, Nan Yuan sent a heart emoji to Wenyu, and Gu Jinchao responded with a thumbs up. Nan Zhou. Tagged the only person in the group who hadn't sent any messages yet. Since you talk less, stop him. As a result, Nan Zhou received an adorable little dog hug emoticon from that person. Strangely, this seemingly innocent hug seemed to resonate with love. Gu Jinchao also sent a hug to Nan Yuan, who returned it with a kiss emoticon. Beside them, Gu Zheng's voice carried a hint of an envy, wife, now you know what kind of life I've been living, right? In this group, only I am resisting alone, eating all the dog food while everyone else happily couples up. I'm done. He looked at Wenyu and his face lit up with a comforting smile, but things are different now, I have you. Wenyu. Is there still time for me to back out? Of course, Wenyu did not end up leaving the family group chat. After the little interlude, he and Gu Zheng went together to the suburban apartment where Wenwan lived. Gu Zheng not only brought a legal team but also a psychologist along. The psychologist said that the trauma Wenwan had endured lasted for years, staying in such an environment would only make her worse off. She should change her surroundings for better recovery. But she couldn't live apart from her child. Moreover, Wenwan seemed not to recognize Wenyu anymore, looking only bewildered when facing him. Wenyu felt bitter inside, while Gu Zheng held his hand, trying to comfort him. The people from the orphanage also came. Besides Ruoya, there were several other young men and women who grew up alongside Wenyu in the orphanage. After discussing, they decided to take turns visiting Wenwan every day, talking to her, keeping her company through treatment until her mental condition improved enough to decide if they could bring her out. It'll be fine, everything will get better. Gu Zheng consoled Wenyu. Others present also stepped forward, patting their chests and promising not to let Mr. Qin harm Wenwan again, telling Wenyu to rest assured. At the same time, they showed curiosity about the relationship between Gu Zheng and Wenyu. When Wenyu saw Ruoya subtly looking at them for the third time, he introduced Gu Zheng actively, Gu Zheng, my boyfriend. His words made Gu Zheng's eyes light up with joy. The others from the orphanage also shared in his happiness. Someone took the initiative to address Gu Zheng, since your brother Xiao Yu's boyfriend, then you're also our brother. Brother, good day. This title, brother, struck deep into Gu Zheng's heart. First meeting, big brother didn't prepare much. So, let me send you all a small red envelope. Gu Zheng pulled out his phone, forcibly transferring 9,999 yuan to each person via WeChat amidst their protests. And then, under everyone's breathtaking gaze, he gently hugged Wenyu's slender waist and said cheerfully, Little Yu's younger brothers and sisters, older brothers and sisters, are also mine, Gu Zheng's, younger brothers and sisters, older brothers and sisters. From now on, if you need help, come find me. Wenyu's cheeks turned slightly red but did not pull away from his grip. The whole scene was warm and joyful, even bringing out a flicker of a smile on Wenwan's face. Before leaving Wenwan's place that day, Wenyu bid farewell to her along with the others. Uncharacteristically, Wenwan grabbed Wenyu's wrist and gazed into his eyes, I'm so happy. Wenyu's eyes reddened slightly as he clasped her thin wrist in return, I'm happy too. And I hope you'll be happy as well. You need to get better quickly. Wenwan nodded. Under the sunset, Wenyu and the others left Wenwan's home. Seeing Wenwan's figure disappear behind the door, Wenyu still felt a bit of discomfort. Gu Zheng patted him. Wenyu looked at him, I know, everything will be fine. Gu Zheng smiled, nodding in agreement, embracing him into his arms, trust me, trust her, and more importantly, trust yourself. Let's put in the effort together. Wenyu extended his hand, gripping the gentle, broad palm of the alpha beside him tightly. Even though the road ahead might still have its share of storms, as long as he walked alongside him, he would have infinite courage. He believed there would definitely come a day when the clouds parted and the moon appeared. Chapter 173, Mid-Autumn Special Episode, Wishing for Long-Lasting Happiness. On the plane. The man sitting next to him was chatting away on the phone, making it impossible for Nan Zhou, who had pulled an all-nighter to finish his homework, to fall asleep. It wasn't until 1 second before the plane took off, when the air hostess reminded him again, that he finally ended the call. With the space quiet again, Nan Zhou relaxed and was just about to drift off to sleep when he felt someone nudge his arm. I don't need any meals or drinks, nothing at all. Thank you. Despite saying this clearly, the other party wouldn't let up. Helplessly, Nan Zhou lifted his eye mask. To his surprise, it wasn't a flight attendant but the middle-aged man in a suit who had been on the phone since boarding. The man leaned close and said, You look familiar. Nan Zhou remained silent with an expression of, Could it be we met in a dream? The man continued without waiting for an answer. Oh right, the billion you owe me from my dream, are you planning to repay it now? Nan Zhou sarcastically retorted as he tried to put his eye mask back on. But the middle-aged man didn't take his words seriously at all. Don't close your eyes, look at me, look into my eyes. Crazy. You can see yourself in my eyes, can't you? When you like someone, their feelings can't be hidden, the man declared earnestly to him. When you like someone, the feeling cannot be concealed, but liking more than two people needs careful concealment, Nan Zhou interrupted irritably. Also, I prefer handsome men. You old bore, if you continue rambling, I'll report you. The middle-aged suit man deliberately raised his right hand, revealing $1 million watch on his wrist. Nan Zhou looked at him and quietly raised his own right hand, showing him the middle finger. Beside the middle finger, there was a simple wedding band. Startled, the middle-aged man silently closed his mouth and thought inwardly. Shit, he's already taken. So young yet married, he's probably not a good guy. After nearly 10 hours of flying, the plane landed in K-City. Nan Zhou yawned as he walked out of the VIP channel, spotting Grace, his brother's secretary, waving at him from afar. As he was about to go over, a shadow rushed past him, greeted Grace first. It was the very same middle-aged man in a suit who'd been pestering him earlier on the plane. Seeing Grace, the man's eyes lit up. He had come to K-City this time to negotiate a major business deal with the GY Group. He never expected they would value him so much to send the president's senior secretary personally to pick him up. Could it be GY valued this cooperation highly? However, before he could revel in his excitement, he noticed Grace acted as if she didn't recognize him, instead smiling towards someone behind him. Looks like you're tired. Mr. Gu will nag when he finds out. The suit man turned around, startled to find that the person Grace was looking at was none other than the younger man he had failed to hit on during the flight. Get the kid a book on Buddhist scriptures. Nan Zhou shook his head in disbelief. However, fortunately, this time returning to China for the holiday, he wasn't going home to spend it with Gu Zheng. This year marked the first Mid-Autumn Festival after his marriage to Huixinye. Due to work commitments, Huixinye had to stay in the production set and had no time to go home for the festival, nor the time to travel overseas to accompany him. Therefore, Nan Zhou decided to fly back himself. After all, the last time he had seen Huixinye was more than 2 months ago. Grace smiled sweetly. Knowing you aren't returning home this year, President Gu specially entrusted me to bring you some items. They're in the car. Later, I'll deliver them directly to Teacher Hua. At the mention of Huixinye, Nan Zhou's expression didn't change much, but his eyes softened momentarily, changing his entire demeanor, making him even more attractive. On the other side, the middle-aged businessman watched as the two walked further away from him, and under his assistant's reminder, he finally turned his attention to the vice president of the GY Group who had come to receive him. Who was that just now? Oh, that was Director Nan, our President Gu's younger brother. The middle-aged man widened his eyes. A dozen seconds later, he dryly asked, Director Nan got married so early? Didn't you know? The other party seemed equally shocked by the question. Should he have known? Look, that over there is Director Nan's partner. The other pointed to a large screen at the airport. There, endorsing the latest autumn high-luxury advertisement campaign, was none other than superstar actor Huixinye, currently at the peak of his career. The middle-aged man took a sharp intake of breath. Somewhere in a film studio on a movie set. After wrapping up the last scene of the day, Huixinye politely said goodbye to the director and the crew. Mr. Hua seems to be in a great mood today. I heard Zhou Bao is coming to spend the holiday with him. Respect my elders. So am I going to get a chance to see Zhou Bao tomorrow? Some people in the production team were whispering quietly. At the same time, an Omega boy with good looks turned to his female assistant beside him and said, later, go with me to ask Mr. Hua for his WeChat contact. The assistant girl gasped before reminding him, but Mr. Hua is married. So what? The one who isn't loved becomes the third party. He sniffed haughtily. If you don't come with me, just wait here and don't get in my way. With that, he squeezed out a sweet smile and hurried toward Huixinye. The assistant girl could only sigh. This actor had just entered the entertainment circle but, relying on signing with their company, already acted overly confident as the male supporting role in their first drama. Although his looks counted as handsome in the industry. Still, not long after, her artist returned looking slightly dispirited. When the assistant girl opened her mouth to console him, she was interrupted by his somewhat dissatisfied comment, he seemed so approachable. Why was it so hard to add him on WeChat? And yesterday, he even smiled at me, he must like me a little. The assistant girl sighed again. Sure, Mr. Hua looked easygoing, but appearances were deceiving. If anyone tried to get closer, they'd realize there was an invisible wall between him and others. Maybe it's because there are too many people around for him to agree easily. I'll go find him once he gets in the car. You. The assistant began to speak but was cut off again as the artist moved forward once more. This time, he barely took a few steps before freezing on the spot. Not far away, Huixinye stood in front of a limousine. Just a second ago, the door of the limousine had opened, and when he looked inside, his expression changed instantly. That kind of change was so evident that anyone with eyes could feel it clearly. Though still smiling, the polite detachment from just a moment ago had transformed into an immeasurably tender, indulgent, and happy smile. A hand reached out from the limousine, pulling him in. As their hands clasped together, 2 rings gleamed under the light, dazzling and resplendent. Then, Huixingye allowed himself to be pulled inside, and the door clicked shut. The person inside must be teacher Nan Zhou, the assistant told her artist. The limousine drove away. In the back seat, Nan Zhou straddled Huixingye's waist, tilting his chin with one hand and asked coolly, "Baby, did you miss me?" Huixingye leaned half-reclined against the seat, his arms circling the narrow waist of the person above him, smiling tenderly and indulgently, Without action, I'll consider it like I never heard anything. Nan Zhou poked his chest lightly. A low laugh echoed, followed by his lips being kissed deeply. Surrounded by the familiar, intoxicating scent, Nan Zhou's body softened, obediently opening his mouth to respond. Heavy breathing intertwined, warming the early autumn night in North China, filled with warmth and intimacy. Moments later, silence enveloped the back seat. Huixingye caressed Nan Zhou's lower back with his hands. The sensation beneath his palms made his pupils deepen slightly, savoring every touch without end. Nan Zhou embraced his neck, lips brushing his earlobe as his voice carried smugness, "You obviously missed me, Before he finished speaking, his lips were seized again in a deep, heavy kiss. Back at the hotel, as soon as they stepped inside the door, even before turning on the lights, Nan Zhou was pressed against the doorframe, lips captured in another passionate kiss. In the darkness, Nan Zhou's soft and alluring laughter rang out. Then came the deep, husky voice of the alpha, "Hold on tight." Obediently, Nan Zhou wrapped his legs around the other's strong torso, "Be gentle. Gentle isn't an option." The deep, suffocating kiss seemed to snatch away every bit of breath from him, igniting a blazing fire within his body and throughout the room. The next morning, Nan Zhou woke up instinctively reaching out to hug the person beside him, but met empty air. Opening his eyes, he stared at the vacated bed, dazed for a while before flipping over to grab his phone. Switching on the screen revealed it was already past 11 o'clock nearing noon. Sitting up, Nan Zhou used his foot to pull down the shirt lying at the foot of the bed onto his own body. This oversized shirt carried the familiar pheromone of someone specific, causing him to mutter unconsciously, "Leg worshipper." Scratching his hair, Nan Zhou went barefoot into the bathroom to freshen up. Even when they'd agreed to spend the holiday together, he knew Huixingye had scheduled early scenes for today, meaning they'd only have the afternoon and evening together. Because of the short time, and considering Huixingye's identity, there weren't many places they could go. Thus, Nan Zhou came up with an interesting suggestion, making lanterns. He specially picked and chose online, selecting an incredibly cool dragon-shaped lantern kit which he had sent to Huixingye. They planned to spend the afternoon making the lanterns and then releasing them together in the evening. Just thinking about it was quite fun. By the time Nan Zhou finished washing up and came out, Huixingye had already returned from the set. After a morning kiss, the two ate lunch together, and then began crafting on the living room carpet. When Huixingye took out 2 sets of lantern kits, one of which turned out to be a very delicate kitten, Nan Zhou snorted. "Kids make kittens, real men do big dragons." Huixingye didn't say anything but just stared at him, smiling at the little kitten on his hand that resembled him somewhat arrogantly, sharing 7 or 8 similarity. 2 hours later, in a room with a comfortable temperature and pleasant music, Nan Zhou put down what he was holding and let out a heavy sigh. Looking over, he saw Huixingye who appeared not to have heard him at all and was still focused on making his lantern. The alpha's side profile looked stunningly handsome under the bright light. Especially the serious gaze, extremely captivating. Following Huixingye's line of sight, Nan Zhou saw the almost complete, impossibly intricate kitten lantern in his hands, feeling somewhat envious and pulling at the corners of his mouth. "The pain of my own failure is nothing compared to the triumph of my beloved. Life is trampling me into dust and then stepping on me some more." Huixingye glanced at him and looked at the half-finished lantern on the carpet. What should have been an awesomely majestic dragon now looked like something stranded in shallow water, lacking its former might, appearing pitifully awkward. Nan Zhou kicked his calf with his leg, "Congratulations, you've just successfully bought yourself a house." Before Huixingye could speak, he pointed a thumb at himself, "I'm thoroughly defeated." Huixingye laughed. "It can still be saved. Then I beseech Dr. Hu to swiftly bring it back to life. How does the immortal plan to express gratitude?" "Humph. Saving lives is your duty, how dare you ask for thanks? I will report you to the disciplinary commission." "Then you embrace me." Huixingye reached out to pinch Nan Zhou's face, only to be waved away disdainfully. "Do you agree?" Huixingye asked. "I don't agree to vulgar things," said Nan Zhou. "Vulgar things? They'd done so much together, why would he even make such a request?" Huixingye smiled as he made his demand. Nan Zhou paused, and after letting out a sneer, said, "Fine, it's just because I indulge you." "Is that all?" He thought Huixingye was going to make some bizarre demands. That night, Weibo nearly crashed due to a single post by superstar actor Huixingye. Rarely did Huixingye post anything personal unrelated to work, yet he did that evening. On the Weibo post were 2 photos. In the first photo were 2 lanterns. One was a delicate and petite cat lantern, and the other, strangely enough, was a peculiar dragon lamp that was neither entirely ugly nor beautiful. In the second picture, the long unseen Nan Zhou stood beneath a starry sky, holding the delicate and cute little cat lantern, looking as cool as ever. The caption read, "May we always be well. Ae a fresh Zhou Bao." Damn. It's a treat. The main characters are feeding us treats. I'm devouring this. So fragrant. LOL, how does Zhou Bao manage to look so cool and unwilling all at once on the same face? The little cat lantern is literally identical to our brother Nan, haha. Did brother Yi deliberately pick this? Too cute, my goodness. Stealing cats, being beaten up by brother Yi, clutching head, crying and continuing to steal, repeatedly being crushed, screaming, why can't fans steal when your wife is this adorable, damn it. The same night, Nan Zhou also released a new song. The prelude started with an ethereal female voice, carrying a sense of timelessness. Then the ocarina sound rose, transcending time and space with a sense of destiny that leapt off the page. The whole song carried on his signature style, melodious and thought-provoking. And this song was co-written by him and his partner, Huaxingye. The song was titled Illusory Moon. The end.